Transmigrated with a system, he decides to play the fool to catch his prey. Just as he was feeling bored, a stunningly beautiful reincarnated fairy suddenly arrived, begging to become his disciple. His usual demeanor is all nonchalant and carefree. But the moment he snaps, all it takes is a hint of his oppressive aura leaking out. And it's enough to make all the little brats drop to their knees in obedience. Even if a celestial maiden descends to Earth, he's fully ready to drain his essence in a fierce battle. When facing villains, he prefers tying them up and interrogating them with innocent methods. And if anyone dares to talk back, he'll slap their rear until they confess. After an upgrade, his system suddenly morphs into a lush, curvy girl who sweetly calls him husband. But whether the author ran out of ideas or couldn't afford ink, the clothes are always ridiculously skimpy. Every time a fight breaks out, their outfits tear to shreds because the fabric quality is just that bad. Well, it's just a nice treat to keep the brothers' eyes refreshed. Everyone watching, please remember to smash that like button for me. The story opens on a scene at Kingluan Peak, where white clouds drift lazily and a few towering woodpiles stand in the distance. There, a lone figure is diligently chopping wood, as if preparing firewood for New Year's celebrations. Under the blazing sun, the young woodchopper finishes his work, panting heavily and sweating profusely, muttering to himself that he's been quite productive today. Immediately, the system's notification panel pops up with a cheerful ting. The system confirms the host has chopped a total of 3,653,650 logs. Oh my, did I really chop this much wood in my free time? Just as you're imagining, I'm originally from Earth and transmigrated here, nearly making it to the top tier through an outstanding recruitment exam. Unfortunately, due to my stubborn nature and refusal to obey the management company, I got completely blacklisted. From then on, I became unemployed, earning the glorious title of a societal bottom feeder with nothing to do. Later, I was reincarnated to the Qinghang Library in Yunhua South Province, conveniently landing the position of a talisman system instructor there. At first, I thought reincarnation plus a fancy system meant life would be smooth sailing, letting me show off and live a life of dazzling glory. Who would have guessed I'd luck into a useless woodcutter system that does nothing but force me to chop logs? Phew, chopping wood until I became a deity, yet my cultivation still hasn't budged past the Kai Guang stage. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Our male lead is named Bai Luo Chen. Right then, a disciple flew past, calling out Senior Martial Uncle. This junior nephew was probably too nearsighted without glasses, crashing straight into the male lead's woodpile, sending logs flying everywhere. The kid's face was full of arrogance, loudly announcing that the academy director sent him to report that the Front Mountain recruitment exam has begun, inviting him over to choose a disciple. But inwardly, he sneered, "With your trash cultivation, no one would bother taking you as a master anyway." After listening, he just blandly replied, "Noted, you may leave." The junior sneered and stormed off, deliberately kicking the woodpile once more for good measure before leaving. He wiped a drop of sweat, sadly admitting that with his lowly realm, even showing up would just end in rejection. It's been a while since I last had a barbecue. I should check if the Jiaolong in Kangwu has fattened up by a few jin yet. The scene shifts to the recruitment plaza, crowded with applicants lining up neatly and orderly. At the registration area, a man claps his hands, praising how the sword system recruited top-tier talents this year. The man in the center is Jiang He Ming of the sword system, who feigns humility, saying, "You flatter me." The others continue praising him. Accepting 500 disciples is truly eye-opening. After exhausting the flattery, the crowd glances mockingly at the desolate corner table where Bai Luo Chen of the talisman system sits. Not only are there 0 students approaching, but the guy himself is nowhere to be found. One sneers, "He's just a Quanzhou realm instructor anyway. Showing up would only bring him shame." Another bitterly adds, "It's infuriating that a trash like him occupies the most beautiful peak in the library, Kingluan Peak." Suddenly, Jiang He Ming's junior nephew gets a burst of misplaced heroism, scolding Senior Martial Uncle Bai is doing too much. 10 years without producing a single disciple, and now he's playing lazy and skipping work. So he trotted over to the academy director to stir the pot, earnestly demanding that Bai Luo Chen be stripped of his instructor title and expelled from Kingluan Peak. The old director calmly strokes his beard and clears his throat, reminding them of a simple fact. That 10 years ago, Senior Marshal Brother Bai's cultivation was crippled, stuck at the Quanzhou realm. Oh, by the way, the old director's name is Li Guangqi. He slowly explains it was the price paid to protect the library. The young men fall silent, choking on their words. After racking their brains, Jiang He-ming stubbornly argues, Senior Marshal Uncle Bai has merits to the library, we naturally remember them. But given his current dire state, he's truly no longer qualified to be an instructor. Another quickly chimes in with a suggestion. Why not just strip his title, but still generously let him stay on Kingluan Peak to keep watch? The old director strokes his beard thoughtfully, while the disciples nod approvingly, praising Junior Marshal Brother Yan Shangqing spoke so accurately. Just as tensions peak, Bai Luo Chen's voice suddenly rings out, startling everyone. Thank you all, Marshal Brothers, for your thoughtful consideration for me. This senior brother is moved to tears. At this moment, he looks rather disheveled, holding a dead, mangled snake upside down. Seeing his shabby state, Jiang He-ming immediately mocks him. Senior Marshal Uncle Bai, it's good you're happy, but getting injured catching a mere snake is quite embarrassing. He calmly replies, this beast had a bit of cultivation, your senior uncle was almost roasted alive by it. The applicants below start whispering, this instructor Bai's cultivation is so low, yet he talks like a comedian. That snake looks so weak, where's the cultivation? However, in the crowd, a pink-clad figure seems to see through the truth, terrified enough to sweat profusely. She clearly feels the terrifying oppressive aura radiating from the snake's corpse, her heart pounding as she silently screams, that's not. Jiang He-ming acts magnanimous, pulling out a pill and saying, Senior Marshal Uncle, since you're injured, go heal up. I happen to have a spare 5 elements nourishing pill, I'll give it to you. Seeing the kid's sudden generosity, he gives him a skeptical side-eye. Suddenly, the kid points to the sea of applicants, boldly declaring, if Senior Marshal Uncle finds a single disciple today, I'll hand over this pill with both hands. He then adds a harsh condition. But if you return empty-handed, Senior Marshal Uncle Bai must voluntarily step down from your instructor position. But he just waves him off dismissively, yawns and says, I don't have free time for your kindergarten games. It'll probably be a quiet year anyway if you'll excuse me. Just as he turns to leave, a sharp voice cuts him off. You are not allowed to leave, forcing him to pause. Jiang He-ming clings on like a leech, bowing to the director. Instructor Bai's nature is lazy and his realm is at rock bottom. What right does someone like that have to cultivate talents for the library? Finishing his speech, he points directly at him, earnestly pleading with the director to strip this man of his position. Meanwhile, he just stands there yawning, casually poking the snake corpse in his hand. The other instructors, seeing the opportunity, chime in. Exactly. Junior Marshal Brother Bai is completely washed up. He can't hold this position anymore. Seeing this, the director sighs and turns to ask him, Junior Marshal Brother Bai, what are your thoughts on this? He casually replies, it's fine. Not working means more leisure. Just let me keep Kingluan Peak to retire on and the rest is up to you, senior brother. Do as you please. In the crowd, a kid secretly rejoices. Once he's stripped, that magnificent Kingluan Peak will be mine. Another sneers. A trashy Quanzhou realm cultivator dares to cling to a sacred place. Seeing no further objections, the old director finally speaks with a heavy tone. All right then, I officially declare. Instructor Bai Luo Chen of the Talisman System at Qinghang Library, due to weak ability and 0 results over 10 years, is deemed unfit to teach. His dismissal is effective immediately. Just as the final gong is about to sound, a clear female voice cuts through. Hold on. All the new recruits below turn their heads in wide-eyed astonishment. A beautiful young woman with a lush figure steps forward and declares, this junior girl willingly wishes to bow under Instructor Bai's tutelage, wholeheartedly wanting to learn talisman arts from you. The moment she finishes, the entire library erupts in uproar. People chatter wildly. A Quanzhou realm cultivator with 10 years of losing streaks weaker than a rooster is a certified trash. How can this upside-down situation happen? Is that girl brain damaged? The crowd gathers to advise her. Miss, We've analyzed this until our tongues are tired and you won't listen to a single word. Bai Luo Chen is just waste. Where would he get the knowledge to teach you? Taking him as a master is no different from being his cleaning maid. Jiang He-ming's junior nephew rushes out to persuade her. I see your outstanding talent. If you just join the sword system, I promise to secure you the chief seat. But she ignores them all, rushing straight to cling tightly to Bai Luo Chen's arm. With her ample curves pressed against him, his face remains cold as ice. The girl blushes and whispers, this junior girl has made up her mind, please, Instructor Bai, have mercy and accept me. But he just dryly replies, you scared me. In short, I don't accept. The young woman doesn't give up, continuing to coax him. Instructor Bai, please accept me, he thinks. Hey, this girl, I'm trying to retire early. This scene makes Jiang He-ming furious. He grits his teeth, thinking, insane. Why would someone reject the sword system to cling to a trash talisman instructor? There must be a hidden agenda. After some deduction, the kid triumphantly concludes, this woman must be an actress planted by Bai Luo Chen. The two are putting on a show to snatch the sword system's chief seat. Once that happens, the sword system will become Bai Luo Chen's backyard, and he can manipulate it however he wants. Humph. Thinking he figured it out, the kid points straight at them and yells, Bai Luo Chen, your schemes are truly vicious. Luckily I'm sharp, not stupid. The two just stare at each other, confused by what alien language this lunatic is babbling. Then the kid bows to the director. We shouldn't force it. If she rejects the sword system, I won't hold her back. Let her throw herself into Senior Marshal Uncle Bai's sect. Hearing this final remark, the girl beams with joy, hugging his arm even tighter. He grimaces, muttering, what the? Then he frowns and asks her, why are you so insistent on taking me as your master? You can clearly see I'm just a trash Quanzhou realm cultivator. She stammers, yes, this is because. Secretly, she's thinking, I am actually a reincarnated fairy. In my past life, I cultivated bitterly but never reached the pinnacle of the great Tao. So in this life, I carry my past memories to start over. Originally, I planned to choose the sword system for an easier life. With my looks and talent, harvesting cultivation resources from sword cultivators would be child's play. But man proposes, heaven disposes. Who knew I'd run into a supreme elder using the ultimate play dumb to strike technique? With a fairy's keen eyes, I absolutely cannot be mistaken. This snake is undoubtedly on the verge of evolution. Compared to human realms, it must be on par with a top-tier Decheng realm expert. Even at my peak in my past life, I wouldn't dare boast that I could subdue a Jiaolong about to transform into a true dragon. The instructor before me, despite only appearing as Quanzhou realm, somehow used a godlike method to instantly crush this fierce beast. As she's lost in thought, the director suddenly laughs heartily, ha. He strokes his beard and declares firmly, if everyone agrees, I'll proceed. Hearing this, he jumps up to stop him. Hold on, I have something to say. But the director ignores him entirely, directly ruling, this disciple officially belongs to the talisman system. Then he turns to him and says, Senior brother, I've favored you this much, remember to treat her well. He thinks, treat her well, my foot. Quickly, the recruitment assembly ends successfully, and everyone heads home. As he strolls away, Jiang He-ming's junior nephew catches up to mock him. Congratulations, Senior Marshal Uncle Bai. The assessment in 3 months will surely make the talisman system shine brightly. Annoyed by his endless babbling, he asks directly, is your brain broken? Ignoring him, he turns to ask her, oh, by the way, I haven't updated your name yet. What's your name? She politely replies, Instructor Bai, this junior girl is Su Li Yue. He clicks his tongue in frustration. Not looking early or late, suddenly dropping a burden on me, so exhausting. Despite that, he politely praises her, Su Li Yue, nice-sounding name. The disciple shyly says, thank you for the praise, master. He tells himself, the deed is done, I'll just accept it. Cultivation depends on effort. Whether she becomes something or not is up to her. In a flash, master and disciple return to Qingluan Peak. What greets them are massive, neatly stacked woodpiles. Su Li Yue looks around, still puzzled in her heart. If Bai Luo Chen is truly a hidden elder, why would he let others bully him to this extent? With his true strength, a flick of his finger could flatten the entire Qinghang library. Why endure this humiliation? Seeing her standing blankly, he clears his throat. Since Miss Su has entered my sect, I'll lay down a few basic rules. Keeping a serious face, he instructs. First, our sect has no fixed schedule. The talisman system values self-discipline above all. Second, freedom and democracy are paramount. Wherever you want to go or what you want to mess with, just do it. No need to ask my permission. Third, as you can see with few members, cultivation resources are tight. But rest assured, this master won't let you suffer. I promise resources won't be lacking. After speaking, he pulls out 2 worn-out secret manuals from his robe. As for the 4th rule, I haven't thought of it yet. Any questions? Su Liyue respectfully bows. No questions, master. Pleased with her attitude, he tosses her the 2 books. Excellent. These 2 manuals were personally compiled and revised by this master. Take them and study. Volume 1 is theoretical, containing all foundational talisman knowledge, logically arranged from kindergarten to university level. Volume 2 is a practical workbook, with difficulty levels clearly marked in the corner. Study at your own pace and absolutely no skipping stages. After instructing her, he adds, I'll occasionally conduct surprise checks on your homework. No cheating. Su Liyue obediently bows deeply. Disciple will engrave master's teachings in her heart. Then he points to a dilapidated building and says, all the disciple rooms over there are empty. Pick whichever you like and move in. If you lack bedding or pillows, go to the logistics hall and ask them to issue some. Looking at the bare, run-down room, she silently sheds tears, wondering, is it too late to submit a transfer application now? But she sighs and drops the thought. As long as I can cling to this big thigh, enduring a little hardship is worth it. Just as she's hauling her things into the room, she notices Bai Luo Chen diligently skinning the snake. His hands move deftly, precise as a surgeon's scalpel, carving the snake meat into even pieces. Then he marinates them lightly and skewers each piece onto a stick. Suddenly, a bright flame ignites from his palm. The fire shoots straight into the woodpile, making the charcoal blaze intensely. A moment later, while Su Liyue is busy dusting the bed, a mouth-watering aroma sneaks into the room. She can't resist her instincts, sniffing deeply. The scallion oil smells amazing, sticking to the walls. Curious, she rushes over, pushes open the dusty, cobweb-covered window and peeks out. Oh my God, he's actually throwing a Jiaolong barbecue. She's horrified. A Jiaolong is an ancient divine beast. Any sect that hunts one would enshrine it like an ancestral master. Watching him eat heartily, she cries inwardly, yet he's treating it like street-side skewers. The golden, sizzling, greasy pieces of meat slide straight down Bai Luo Chen's throat, without a single drop wasted. Su Liyue stands watching, drooling like a waterfall, craving it to the point of dripping saliva. She timidly steps out, thinking, I've lived a full 10,000 years as a fairy, yet I still don't know what Jiaolong meat tastes like. So she gathers her courage, approaches submissively and calls out, Master. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she whispers, My stomach is rumbling a bit. Would you allow me to taste just one piece? He turns around, calmly says, No, little sister, want to eat. Get in the kitchen. The blunt refusal turns her to stone. Su Liyue, deeply embarrassed, ruffles her hair, thinking, I, once a top-tier fairy, begging for a piece of grilled meat and getting rejected. If my past life Dao friends hear this, I'll never live it down. She puts on a pitiful expression, but the young man remains cold and unyielding. Stop making that puppy face. Rules are rules. No means no. Failing to beg, she stomps her foot in frustration and turns away. Fine, keep it, stingy master. Just as she turns, Bai Luo Chen suddenly says, Hold your steps. Hearing this, her eyes light up and she quickly turns back. Oh, you're letting me eat it now. At this moment, he leisurely uses a small toothpick to poke a piece of grilled meat. In a flash, a tiny morsel is separated, clinging to the tip of the toothpick. Here, take it and savor it to satisfy your craving. Seeing such a meager portion, she's stunned but quickly grabs the toothpick. While chewing meat, he hurriedly instructs her, Don't blame this master for being stingy. Just try a lick and you'll understand my painstaking care. Her cheeks flush red, her mind racing. If he says so, there must be a reason. Might as well sneak a lick to see. She parts her lips slightly, timidly sticking out her pink tongue. The tip of her tongue barely grazes the toothpick. Her whole body jolts as a surging wave of power crashes into her. Heavens, this spiritual energy is so dense it's dizzying. She floats in a daze, as if riding the clouds. With this much overflowing energy, I'm about to explode. It's unbelievable. Just a trace of lingering spiritual energy equals half a year of my closed-door cultivation. With my current weak physique, I definitely can't handle the violent spiritual energy in the Jiaolong meat. If I had chewed a full piece back then, my body and soul would have been torn apart. Realizing the truth, she sincerely bows. Thank you, Master, for the toothpick morsel. He nods and reminds her, just one lick a day is enough to fatten you up. Don't get greedy, disciple, remember this. As night falls, a few shadowy figures suddenly flash into Qingluan, peek through a spatial teleportation gate. Turns out, Senior Marshal Uncle Bai's mount is extremely intelligent. A few times before, fellow disciples tried to steal it and got kicked in the jaw. Hidden in the dark, two dark disciples sneakily climb the wall, infiltrating Qingluan Peak. One whispers cautiously, "Senior brother, with just the two of us, can we pull this off?" The other pats his chest confidently, "Put your heart in your stomach. I'm fully equipped this time." He proudly pulls out a colorful vial, showing it off. This is the limited edition Heavenly Sun Drunk, personally formulated by the chief senior brother. Any beast below 5th grade will fall into a deep sleep after just one whiff. The junior brother is still trembling slightly, but the senior brother quickly puts a finger to his lips. SHH. Someone's coming. The looming figure that appears before these two thieves is Arbai, carrying a bundle of fresh hay to feed his mount for the night. The hay is neatly placed into the trough. He pats the horse's head, murmuring, "Newly picked, you're as skinny as a mangy donkey. But now that you eat well and live comfortably, you're starting to look like a proper divine mount." After instructing it, he yawns, "Be good and guard the place. I'm going to sleep." Saying that, Bai Luo Chen turns and walks away, completely unaware of the two thieves holding their breath, hiding in the nearby bushes. Just as he enters his room, he casually blows out the flickering candle. The senior brother sees the opportunity and signals with his hand. Perfect. He turned off the light. "Brothers, let's execute the plan." The two dark thieves crawl out, revealing their ugly faces, grinning with yellow teeth. Heh. Rewinding a few minutes earlier, inside the dilapidated room, Su Li Yue is under a lamp, buried in the textbook Bai Luo Chen gave her. Reading halfway through, she suddenly stops, frowning in confusion. She quickly closes the book because her sharp ears caught suspicious noises. Who has the guts to trespass on Qingluan Peak and cause trouble in the middle of the night? She tiptoes quietly, slowly creeping outside to eavesdrop. Let this miss teach you a lesson. At this moment, the two horse thieves confidently approach their target. The senior brother pulls out the drugged bottle, squints, and pours it into the hay trough. A cunning smile spreads across his face. Heh. The two grin foolishly, muttering, "Let the big brothers add some seasoning to your midnight snack, dear." Right at that moment, Su Li Yue's overwhelming oppressive aura erupts from the darkness, coldly demanding, "Which thieves dare show up? State your names before getting beaten." The junior brother jumps back in shock, asking, "Senior brother, how did another person appear on Qingluan Peak?" The senior brother ponders and declares, "Must be that crazy girl from this morning who rejected the sword system's chief seat and insisted on bowing to trash Bai Luo Chen." Realizing her identity, the two thieves aren't scared at all, instead acting cocky. "Little beauty, men are working here. Go back under your blanket and sleep. With Grandma here watching, don't think about stealing a single hair from my master. Want fine wine but choosing poison instead." Finishing his words, one of them charges like a tiger to strike first. He leaps into the air at wind-tearing speed. His dirty hands stretch out as if trying to grab something ambiguous. Well, senior brother apologizes. Oh my, his target is actually Su Li Yue's ample curves. But the female lead remains expressionless, arms crossed, watching without making a move yet. Waiting until his claws are close, she simply tilts her waist slightly, causing him to faceplant and miss. Instantly, she lifts one leg, preparing to deliver a terrifying kick. A soaring upward kick shatters the kid's jaw, but the camera angle is conveniently blocked by her skirt. The author really knows how to tease the viewers, hee. With just one strike, the guy flies far away, tumbling several times. The junior brother panics, rushing over to support him, "Senior brother, are you okay?" Quickly, the senior brother crawls up, spits out blood, loses a front tooth, and growls, "I'm fine. This little bitch has some tricks." The junior brother is thrilled. Senior brother is still majestic and mighty. Then the kid bursts with spiritual energy, his body surrounded by surging power, roaring, "Let me personally deal with her. If I lose, you jump in to steal the kill." The junior brother cheers enthusiastically from outside, "Go, brother, show her what's up." Without another word, the senior brother launches himself, his body glowing red like a fireball, fingers poised to use an acupoint striking technique to take her down. His eyes burn with determination, ready to unleash his ultimate move. Su Liyue indulges him, stepping back into a stance, ready to counterattack. The two clash fiercely. Before he can even strike, she kicks him, shattering his armpit. Once again, the kid gets wrecked, flying far away, rolling and wailing, "Ouch, my arm. This strange flame is devouring my spiritual energy." At this moment, a blazing green flame clings tightly to his arm. Turns out, in that godlike kick, Su Liyue cleverly layered a green flame with the property of devouring all spiritual energy. Seeing his senior brother get wrecked, the junior brother immediately draws his long sword and charges in. Despite being a thief, he loudly declares, "I'm here to back you up, brother," which startles Bai Luochen out of his deep sleep. He grumbles, sits up, and rubs his eyes. He drags himself to crack open the window and peek out. What he sees is a young man lying sprawled, groaning, while another is swinging a sword straight at Su Liyue. Clicking his tongue, seeing the situation is under control, he slams the window shut. Then he leisurely climbs back into his warm bed, pulls up the blanket, and goes back to sleep. But before closing his eyes, he doesn't forget to flick his finger with a snap. Instantly, King Luan Peak's ultra-advanced defensive formation barrier activates fully. Outside, the junior brother charges fiercely, only to receive a hammer-like slap from Su Liyue. His sword breaks in half, and he flies back to the starting line. She looks up at the shimmering sky, immediately recognizing it as a top-tier soundproofing barrier. Catching the signal, she stops holding back and unleashes her full power. Spiritual energy surges out, overwhelmingly dominant. She smirks. "It seems Master also wants to trim your heads." The two thieves are now terrified out of their minds, crying and begging, "Ah, don't beat us anymore." Early the next morning at some headquarters, a loud table slam echoes. The culprit is the chief senior brother of the beast taming system. His face is flushed red as he roars, "This is too much bullying." The two thieves from last night, beaten beyond recognition, kneel on the ground, wailing, "Chief senior brother, please judge fairly. We risked our lives, but that new disciple of the Bai guy is too ruthless. We were weak and couldn't resist." Another lackey quickly chimes in, "Please calm down, brother. Once we recover, we'll definitely bring back the horse with a carriage." Hearing this, the chief senior brother calms down slightly, throwing them 2 bottles of pills. "Take 3 Guilin pills and 2 Yankee pills. Consider it compensation for medical expenses." Receiving the miraculous pills, the swollen-faced junior brother bows flatteringly. "Thank you for your generosity, chief senior brother." "All right, rest well. I will personally settle this blood debt for you." Then he waves his hand and shouts, "All brothers of the beast taming system, grab your gear and follow me to King Luan Peak to demand justice." In a flash, the kid gathers a mob of fellow disciples under the guise of seeking righteousness. Just as morale peaks, a disciple runs over, panting heavily, to stop him. "Chief senior brother, please hold back. We can't do this." He hastily explains, "No matter how trash that Bai guy is, he's still an instructor. Technically, we stole first. If we bring the whole gang and get caught, it'll be a huge mess." Hearing the analysis, the chief senior brother frowned, snapping back, "So we just swallow this insult? That horse belongs to our beast taming department. What right does he have to take it?" The lackey quickly waves his hands. No, I don't mean to let it go." Then his face shifts to a cunning scheme. He suggests his disciple used brutal force, causing serious injuries. That's a severe violation of academy rules. We can use upholding justice as an excuse to demand strict punishment for that girl. By then, that Bai guy won't be able to argue his way out even with 10 mouths. When he's backed into a corner, we jump in to demand the horse. To save his disciple, he'll have to bite the bullet and hand it over. Finding this logical, the chief's senior brother looks at him with admiration, nods, and says, "Truly a strategic junior brother. Let's go with this plan." Brothers march straight to the disciplinary hall. Dawn breaks again, sunlight warming all things. Atop Kingluan Peak, the door of a rundown room creaks open. Bai Luo Chen stretches, yawns, and steps out into the yard to catch the breeze. Still sleepy, a clear voice calling "Master" pulls him back to reality. It turns out Su Liyue has also just gotten up, smiling brightly. "Good morning, Master." Bai Luo Chen slowly walks to the woodpile, swinging his axe while casually asking, "Awake already? How was last night's review progressing?" The sudden question makes her heart skip. She stammers, "The book," sweating internally, recalling that despite staying up all night studying, I only managed to swallow half a page before my spiritual energy completely drained. She thinks blankly. Worse still, I didn't comprehend a single word from that thin half-page. Seeing her hesitation, he encourages her, "Just tell the truth. This master is gentle and won't do anything to you." "Yes, Master." "Master, my heart is storming. You clearly bestowed a divine skill, but a poor student like me reads it like a duck listening to thunder." After hesitating, she decides to confess honestly, "I only managed half a page, Master." Hearing this, he stopped chopping, glanced back, and asked, "What did you just say?" "After grinding through the entire night, you only managed to squeeze out half a page." Her expression soured at that remark, and she bowed her head in apology. His voice echoed across the mountains, "A whole night just to chew through half a page." Tears welling in her eyes, she mumbled an apology to her master. "This disciple's dull aptitude has caused you distress." Suddenly, his face softened into a relaxed smile, saying, "You've misunderstood. I'm not disappointed at all. On the contrary, I'm quite pleasantly surprised. I was fully convinced you'd collapse after just reading the title." "Wait, does Master mean Su Liyue's aptitude is so low that you'd look down on it?" Pulling something from his pocket while clarifying, he replied, "Not at all. I'm just a bit surprised, that's all." Glancing at her, he mused to himself, "I packed this book with top-tier talisman arrays. Never thought the brat would grasp half a page after just one night of grinding. Not bad." With that, he tossed a gleaming command token to Su Liyue and instructed, "The knowledge in that book is mandatory, but don't pressure yourself too much. Keep this token, and you can freely enter the scripture pavilion to browse materials. Pick any manual you like and study it. As you grind to upgrade the token later, you'll unlock access to higher floors, where the martial arts manuals are far more premium." Taking the token, she blinked and asked, "So how does this disciple rank up this jade token?" He replied curtly, 1. Do grunt work and grind through library quests. 2. Sign up for the rookie trials. Hearing this, she carefully held the token to her chest, smiled, and said, "Thank you, Master, for paving the way. This disciple understands completely." Holding the token, she calculated internally, comparing this cheap jade token to Master's secret manuals. HMPH, after all, I've got the title of a wandering immortal who's lived for tens of thousands of years. Drowning in an endless trove of cultivation techniques, that priority card now looked like worthless scrap paper to her. But the supreme arts passed down by Master were as deep as the sea. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to study them all, so why waste energy chasing a few mediocre martial arts? Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed Bai Luo Chen standing frozen like a statue for 5 seconds. What's wrong with Master? Suddenly, the air was pierced by a crackling broadcast. Disciple Su Liyue of Kingluan Peak, report to the disciplinary hall immediately to receive punishment. Turning to report, she said, "Master, this must be about those bandits who caused trouble last night. This disciple beat them to a pulp." She touched her cheek, putting on a cute expression to deflect. "Yesterday this disciple's slap might have been a bit heavy. I guess it's causing some trouble now." He waved his hand reassuringly, "Don't worry. If the sky falls, Master will hold it up. Just focus on your studies. Let's go down the mountain and see what this nonsense is about." Hearing this, she obediently followed behind. At this moment, the area in front of Kingluan Peak's gate was packed with people, crowding together like spectators at a festival. The whole crowd stretched their necks, eager to see the controversial master-disciple pair make an appearance. Soon enough, Bai Luo Chen stepped out, with Su Liyue following closely behind. Hovering in the air were 2 law enforcement officers. One, who identified himself as Song Lang, was at the fusion stage. He announced, "The Law Enforcement Hall has received a complaint accusing disciple Su Li Yue of treating library rules like trash and brutally slaughtering fellow disciples. We demand that the instructor hand over Su Li Yue out of respect for library regulations." Meanwhile, the crowd on both sides cheered continuously, boosting the momentum for the two enforcers. However, he just smirked faintly. Well, bringing a bell to another's land to ring it, are we? Ignoring them completely, he just kept striding forward arrogantly. The other enforcer, Zhao Cheng, also at the fusion stage, cleared his throat and said, "The evidence is irrefutable. Miss Su, please cooperate and come with us." He slowly placed his wood-chopping axe on the ground and muttered, "What's the rush?" Then he called out, exposing the group shrinking behind them. "I was wondering what happened to those two beast-taming disciples who got frisky and caused trouble at Qingluan Peak in the middle of the night. Or have they been dealt with?" His sharp questioning made the senior beast-taming disciple break out in a cold sweat. The brats swallowed hard and faked an explanation. They just got lost and accidentally wandered into Qingluan Peak. There was no ill intent. Besides, I've already punished them severely. "Oh, getting lost, is it?" Finishing his words, he turned and tossed back. "Then if my disciple accidentally beat up some lost people, I'll handle it internally. No need for the Law Enforcement Hall to interfere." Seeing the master and disciple try to slip away quietly, the senior brother quickly shouted, "Hold it. The Law Enforcement Hall has declared your disciple guilty. If you defy the order, the consequences will be extremely tragic." Hearing it bark, he gave a side-eye, his body radiating a chilling, killing intent as he retorted, "Who are you to teach me how to do things?" Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from him, the brat's legs went weak with fear. He had to force a dry swallow to scrape together a sliver of meager courage. Immediately after, he howled, "Two senior brothers, you've seen it all right. Bai Luo Chen treats the sky like a lid, openly shielding a criminal, the crime upon crime. I implore the two senior brothers to swiftly cuff Su Li Yue. Don't let the library's reputation be smeared." Hearing the brat's baseless accusations, Su Li Yue puffed her cheeks in anger, while Bai Luo Chen's expression darkened. The two enforcers then lightly descended and touched the ground. Song Lang channeled his energy to intimidate, warning, "Anyone who dares to pull the tiger's whiskers of the Law Enforcement Hall never returns. Instructor Bai, after all these years, you surely know the rules of the game." He sneered mockingly, "Snot-nosed kids like you thinking you represent the Law Enforcement Hall." Insulted, the other enforcer roared, "How dare you insult the Law Enforcement Hall? Today, I will personally shackle both master and disciple and bring you to answer for it." With that, he swung his fist and charged, not forgetting to yell back, "Brother Song, let's boil them together." Seeing the two sides about to clash, the senior brother was overjoyed, silently mocking, "Oh, Bai Luo Chen, you still delude yourself into thinking you're the arrogant genius from a decade ago." The two enforcers charged like moths to a flame, but the master-disciple pair of Bai Luo Chen and Su Li Yue stood completely still, as if watching a play. The senior brother continued to chuckle internally, a trash at the complete illumination stage, daring to openly defy the authority of the Law Enforcement Hall, truly digging his own grave. Suddenly, he patted Su Li Yue's shoulder, gently pushed her forward and said casually, "Consider this a practical exam for yesterday's self-study. Don't embarrass me." Hearing the command, she nodded sharply. This disciple obeys. Without a hint of hesitation, she charged alone straight at the two enforcers who had just lunged in. Seeing this, one of them roared in fury, "Brat, tired of living already." His sword blade crashed down with a loud clang, but Su Li Yue merely smirked. "Is that all? I expected more than this meager strength." With that, her figure darted past them like the wind in an instant. The one behind, realizing things were going south, swung his weapon and lunged in for a follow-up strike. However, the young girl's movements were so fluid that they completely slipped out of their sight, causing both attacks to miss entirely. The force from the sword tip tore through the ground, leaving deep, cracked pits. Witnessing that destructive power, she internally assessed, "No wonder they were brought out to test my capabilities." As another lunged at her, she shook her head in disappointment. "These guys are truly too weak. Letting Master step in personally would just dirty his hands." The two went wild, swinging their swords frantically from all directions, but she merely weaved gracefully to deflect everything. As she moved, she thought smugly, Master's strong backing really is the most solid support in the world. Sensing a breakthrough boundary approaching, she dodged strikes while weaving her hands in the air to begin condensing a talisman. One of them, sharp-eyed, noticed the anomaly and frowned in confusion. What kind of trick is Su Liyue pulling? In the blink of an eye, strokes of spiritual energy painted a complete, brilliantly glowing talisman. The enforcer's eyes widened in shock, stammering in terror. How? How is this possible? Talismans are usually prepared in advance, but she can sketch one mid-battle. The one with the mustache finally snapped out of it, his face flushed red with rage. Damn it! She dares to look down on us and treat us like a joke. Song shouted orders. Junior brother, stop hesitating. Unleash your ultimate technique and finish her. Instantly, the two coordinated seamlessly. One swung his arm, releasing a sharp sword chi that tore through the grass and shot straight at the target. Su Liyue nimbly leaped high into the air to evade the devastating strike. But the other had already set a trap in the air, planning to use his momentum to deliver a fatal blow. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. So troublesome, daring to interrupt me from finishing the final stroke of the talisman. The one hovering above ground his teeth and roared, "Your life ends here, Su Liyue." Then he poured all his strength into a sword image shaped like a ferocious dragon head, diving downward. The young girl didn't flinch in the slightest. She calmly raised two fingers to condense all her spiritual energy, letting out a soft, arrogant huff. She smirked, "Your petty tricks end here." The energy at her fingertips swelled violently, radiating a suffocating pressure, ready to detonate. She swung her hand, pushing that mass of power upward to clash with the fatal strike from above, while simultaneously using the momentum to manipulate the earth and rocks beneath her feet to rise up, forming a barrier against the sneak attacker below. The energy sphere quickly solidified into an absolute shield, effortlessly deflecting both fierce killing intents. The violent collision created an earth-shattering explosion, and thick smoke swallowed the entire scene. The blast force was so strong it sent the two enforcers flying backward for miles. Song clutched his chest, gasping for air, clinging to a sliver of hope. Did she take the hit? But as the smoke cleared, Su Liyue still stood tall, completely unscathed. The energy in her hand now crackled with lightning bolts snapping in all directions. Those lightning bolts quickly twisted and condensed into the sharp forms of two thunderbirds. She coldly declared, "Time for me to get serious." With that, she flicked her hand, guiding the pair of lightning birds to shoot straight at her opponents. Feeling the destructive power closing in, the two turned pale, their mouths agape in horror as they realized they were truly done for. A deafening explosion rang out, the lightning obliterating everything and burying the two enforcers in dust. Observing from a hidden corner, Bai Luo Chen internally assessed, the lightning source from a dragon's liver carries wood attributes. It doesn't seem fully compatible with her. He calculated in his mind, I'll probably have to personally visit the Shangwu Abyss to hunt a pure lightning attribute breakthrough treasure for her. Just then, the smoke cleared, revealing two motionless charred corpses. Su Liyue leisurely brushed her hands, handled. Song was still barely clinging to consciousness, rasping out to his ally, "Brother He, why haven't you made your move yet? We came here for your sake." Hearing this, the senior brother jolted, breaking out in a cold sweat. That damn Song Lang, already beaten to a pulp and still trying to drag me into it. At this moment, Su Liyue's talisman was fully etched. The senior brother broke into a cold sweat, lamenting internally, "You two combined got tossed around like ragdolls. If I jump in, it'd just be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Before he could plan an escape, the young girl struck first, flicking the talisman straight at him. The yellow paper slapped firmly onto the senior brother's body, making him jolt in terror. Moments later, his knees gave way and he unconsciously dropped to the ground. He wondered in confusion, what exactly did that brat intend by throwing a talisman at me? As for the young girl, she scratched her head awkwardly. I clearly aimed at Song Lang. Why did it fly off course? Only then did Bai Luo Chen slowly step out of the shade. Enough, Liyue, step down and rest. She obediently bowed, "Yes, master." Song struggled to push himself up, his face twisted with resentment. "Instructor Bai, You dare openly shelter your disciple to humiliate members of the law enforcement hall. This is an unforgivable act of rebellion. He used his sword to stand fully upright, threatening, "The law enforcement hall will absolutely not let this slide. Just wait for your day of regret." Bai Luo Chen merely picked his ear lazily. Regret. He chuckled coldly. "I'm afraid the ones who should be regretting right now are the three of you." His casual tone sent a chill down Song Lang's spine. "You, what are you planning?" In the blink of an eye, killing intent from Bai Luo Chen surged, pressing down heavily on the surrounding space. Song Lang was instantly crushed to the ground by a pressure as heavy as Mount Tai, his eyes wide with panic, unable to believe reality. Not just him, all three were pinned tightly to the stone ground by an invisible pressure, unable to move a muscle. The sky above responded in unison, with continuous bolts of thunder and lightning creating a deafening roar. The catfish-whiskered man trembled, stammering, This is absurd. How could someone like you manipulate spiritual energy so profoundly?" He tried to deceive himself. Could his spiritual veins have recovered? But he merely said indifferently, "Don't forget, the land you stand on is Qingluan Peak." Hearing that, Song Lang snapped back to reality, his face turning ashen. So he's still crippled. He's just borrowing the Peak Master's authority to control the spiritual energy. Just then the identification token in Song Lang's hand flashed brightly. He rejoiced, "Elder 2, he's arrived just in time." But before he could celebrate, a mouthful of bloody saliva poured from his lips, unable to withstand the pressure. The two command tokens of the enforcers were instantly blown away. Bai Luo Chen smiled mockingly. "See, I've already given your Elder 2 a lot of face." The senior brother, hit by the talisman, remained kneeling obediently like a statue. He glanced at him and jerked his chin. "As for you," he slowly passed judgment, "until your master shows his face here to apologize, just kneel there sincerely." Night fell at the beast-taming branch. From a closed room, a deep voice spoke. "I heard you waited for me all evening. What's the grave matter?" Song Lang, looking charred and blackened, bowed respectfully with his hands together. Reporting to Deputy Instructor Cheng Kun, the situation is as follows. Hearing the full story, Cheng Kun frowned sharply. "So that useless Cheng Kun is still cowering at Qingluan Peak?" Song Lang's voice trembled. "Yes, sir." The old man snorted coldly and waved his hand. "You two can scurry back to the law enforcement hall. I will personally handle this trivial matter and demand justice." Song Lang's group hastily took their leave. "Then we shall not disturb you further." On the retreat, Song Lang chuckled inwardly. "Bai Luo Chen, even if you borrow Qingluan Peak's name, what right does a cripple have to compete with an expert at the emergent stage?" Inside the room, Cheng Kun called out, "Yihai, prepare to accompany me to Qingluan Peak tomorrow night. We're going to fetch your precious senior brother back." The disciple replied respectfully. This disciple obeys. A bright dawn knocked on the door of a new day, casting morning sunlight across all things. Bai Luo Chen savored his breakfast, pondering. A full day has passed and the beast-taming crowd is still silent. Quite resilient, it seems. After finishing his bowl of porridge, he gently placed his chopsticks on the table. Then he strode out into the wide courtyard. The moment he stepped out, he saw Su Liyue deeply focused on practicing her talisman-drawing strokes. Without a word of warning, he waved his hand, launching a barrage of sharp wooden sticks toward her. Sensing the sharp wind, Su Liyue immediately spun around reflexively. The young girl didn't panic in the slightest, using both hands and feet to shatter the blocking wood fragments. Each of her movements was fluid and decisive, her left hand still firmly holding the unfinished talisman without distraction. Seeing his disciple's keen reflexes, he smiled and nodded approvingly. Stillness within motion. Not bad. Spotting him, she happily cheered, "Master." He pulled a talisman fragment from his robe and handed it to her, instructing, "I have some business to attend to. If the beast-taming lot comes looking for trouble, just activate this." She obediently took it, raising her head confidently. "Master, go about your work in peace. I will absolutely not let outsiders cause trouble at the gate." Hearing her assurance, he instantly leaped away. "Be good at home. I'll be back by dawn tomorrow at the latest." She clasped her hands respectfully, watching his retreating figure. This disciple respectfully sees Master off. The scene shifted to the Shangwu Abyss, known as the sacred ground of the demon race. It was divided into multiple perilous restricted zones, such as the Coiling Dragon Pillar, White Marsh Domain, Nine Pair Valley, or Green Cliff, with the outermost ring guarded by the Qingheng Library. But the most terrifying part was the core Forbidden Zone, housing the 12 ancient demon patriarchs. Even those at the Great Vehicle stage wouldn't dare to peek inside. High in the sky, a streak of light shot forward at wind-tearing speed. Bai Luo Chen landed gracefully on a desolate mountain peak. Admiring the scenery while calculating, he thought, with Su Li Yue's current limits, she definitely couldn't handle top-tier materials from ancient demons. Before him, wild lightning bolts roared and tore through the sky. Might as well find a few lightning attribute demon kings lurking around here to borrow some materials. That'll do. Scanning the area, he suddenly spotted a young girl stumbling and fleeing for her life below. He narrowed his eyes. That uniform. Isn't she a female student from the library? Hot on her heels were eerie, blazing purple flames. He let out a vexed sigh. Really bad luck. Why does trouble always just drag itself to my doorstep? He pulled out an intricately drawn talisman sheet. Instantly activating an invisibility talisman, he muttered, "Let's go down and watch the show before deciding what to do." At that moment, the exhausted girl collapsed onto the cold ground. A man with a lecherous grin stepped forward. "What's the matter? Those jade legs can't drag themselves anymore, huh?" A fat, burly man approached with his lackeys, his tone disgusting. "Why waste energy running? Just obediently serve this young master a bit. It won't cost you an ounce of flesh." The young girl bit her lip in indignation, glaring and shouting, "You bastard, don't you dare touch me." The fat man's eyes swept over her figure, licking his lips greedily. "You girls from the Four Arts branch, frankly, are just toys cultivated for the library's wealthy crowd. Why act so high and mighty?" He slowly closed in, making the girl shrink back in terror. "Be a good girl and entertain me, and I might just leave you a way out." Yun Ruo placed her hands on her forehead defensively, her voice trembling but firm. "I'd rather lose my soul than let a filthy thing like you touch me." The fat man laughed wildly, lunging at her like a starving beast. Yun Ruo lay hopelessly on the ground, her spiritual power completely sealed. His rough hand touched her cheek, caressing it disgustingly. "Tusk, tusk, such smooth and soft skin." He stood up abruptly, dragging her down. "I'm sure the rest is even smoother." Tears streamed down Yun Ruo's face in defiance. "Heavens, will I truly be ruined by this beast today?" From the invisible space, Bai Luo Chen secretly transmitted voice guidance. "Don't panic. Aim straight for his Danjiang acupoint and strike." Yun Ruo froze like a drowning man grabbing a plank. "Strange, my limbs can move again." The fat man suddenly stiffened like a statue. Seizing the golden opportunity, she swung her hand and struck straight at his chest. "Die, bastard. Why aren't you moving anymore?" Her attack carried a terrifying penetrating force, piercing straight through the enemy's body. The force was so strong it sent his massive body flying dozens of meters away. His flesh and skin shattered under that horrific power. Yun Ruo herself stared at her hands in shock, unable to believe she could unleash such a devastating strike. "Huh, what just happened?" His lackeys panicked, sprinting over with their legs pumping. "Boss, are you all right?" The young girl hastily clasped her hands and bowed deeply toward the empty space, stammering her thanks. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. This Junior will engrave this grace in her bones." Bai Luo Chen covered his mouth to suppress a laugh. "This brat just keeps bowing to thin air. Why are the disciples trained by Senior Sister Yue so adorably clueless?" Seeing their boss dead, the underling's eyes turned red with madness. "You wretched bitch, I'll skin you alive to sacrifice for the boss's spirit." Yun Ruo staggered into a defensive stance, gritting her teeth in provocation. "Come at me if you dare. Damn it, my spiritual energy is truly depleted." Seeing the thug swing his weapon at her flank, she secretly pleaded, "Senior, please stop teasing me. That last strike drained all my strength. What should I do now?" His leisurely voice echoed in her ear again. "Step back to the left and focus your strike on his Jianjing acupoint." The underling easily dodged her weak attack, scoffing mockingly, "Thought it was something. With strength like a cat's scratch, you dare go toe-to-toe with me." He smirked triumphantly, channeling force into his weapon. "Go to the Yellow Springs, brat." The killing blow swept past, carrying deadly intent straight for her throat, making her squeeze her eyes shut in fear. At that exact moment, Bai Luo Chen merely flicked his finger lightly. An invisible wind force instantly wrapped tightly around the lackey, leaving him suspended in midair to Yun Ryu's astonishment. His cold voice rang out, "What are you waiting for? Send him off." Yun Ryu frantically turned and bowed to the air. "Wait, senior. Only this guy knows the whereabouts of my senior sister. Please let me interrogate him before taking his life." The lackey hanging above forced a sneer. "Asking is pointless. That cheap whore destroyed her own Danchin to protect her worthless reputation. She's been dead and rotted to bones ages ago." Those venomous words hit Yun Ryu's sore spot. She shouted in furious indignation, "Shut your mouth. Her Danchin was crippled, so she must have already become prey for the demon beasts in the Shangwu Abyss. My senior sister is so noble, she would absolutely never bow to trash like you." He screamed his affiliation to save his skin. "Kill me if you dare. Let's see if the Formless Realm sect won't tear this place apart to chop you up. What? You dare touch someone from the Formless Realm sect?" He leisurely dropped the invisibility and stepped out, making Yun Ryu cheer joyfully. Wow, a handsome and extraordinary senior. But when his face became clear, the other guy gaped in horror. "What did the Formless Realm sect send you all the way from the northern region for? Why is it your face?" He walked forward with his hands behind his back, raising an eyebrow teasingly. "Well, I never knew my reputation had spread this far." The guy yelled in frustration. "Who doesn't know you're just a trash stuck at the Traveler Illumination stage? How could someone like you possibly cast this kind of technique?" Yun Ryu also jolted and froze. The hidden expert who silently came to her aid was Bai Luo Chen, the name synonymous with the library's most useless skirt chaser. He stepped close, his eyes indifferent and devoid of emotion. "I have no patience for interrogation games with small fry. Speak quickly, or I'll show you what it means to be worse than dead." Not bothering to wait for an answer, he gently clenched his hand. "If you don't like talking, take your secrets to hell." A muffled explosion rang out. Fresh blood splattered and dyed a corner of the forest red. Yun Ryu stepped back in fear, while he maintained his calm and aloof demeanor. Snapping out of it, she ran over, stomping her foot in complaint. "Good heavens, Uncle Bai. Sending him to heaven like this, how will I find senior sister? Even if you're in a rush, you should have let me extract information first. Now everything's ruined." He calmly summoned a small spiritual bird glowing with golden energy and turned to ask her, "Do you have anything on you that carries her scent? A jade pendant or a personal token would be best." She rummaged through her pocket. "Yes, yes. This handkerchief senior sister embroidered for me herself." He took the handkerchief, signaled the spiritual bird to sniff its aura and released it. Yun Ryu's eyes lit up, clasping her hands in encouragement. "Amazing. Little bird, fly fast. Go find the handkerchief's owner. All my hopes for senior sister rest on you." The brilliant golden spiritual bird flapped its wings and shot into the silent night of the deep forest. It weaved through every canopy, inspecting every nook and cranny to track the scent. Meanwhile, at the bottom of a deep gorge, the senior sister's figure lay gasping. She sighed bitterly. "I barely escaped that vicious witch's clutches, only to slip and fall into this cursed place." Her body was covered in gory slash wounds. She thought painfully, "My Danchin is shattered, spiritual energy depleted. This 20 Zhang deep pit is likely my burial ground." She weakly reached her hand toward the sky, as if grasping for a miracle. "I wonder if Ryu Mei is safe right now." Suddenly, a choked voice called down from above, "Senior sister." Hearing the familiar voice, her eyes lit up. She forced her head up to search. "Are you up there, Mei?" Forgetting the pain, she staggered to push herself up. "Ryu Mei, is it really you?" Above the gorge's edge, Yun Ryu grabbed Bai Luo Chen's sleeve and jumped up. "Uncle Bai, she's really down there. But her complexion looks terrible. She must be severely injured." She frantically tried to jump down recklessly to save her, but he pulled her back by the collar. "Stay put. Don't be reckless. Let me handle it." Her eyes widened as she watched him wave his hands, tracing patterns in midair. She exclaimed in amazement, "Uncle Bai can actually draw talismans in empty space." Under his control, streams of light from the talismans gracefully weaved down to the bottom of the deep gorge. They converged into countless sparkling light particles, surrounding the ragged girl. Yunzai's eyes widened as she watched what surrounded her. "Are these bubbles?" A series of transparent bubbles linked together into a massive sphere, lifting her off the ground. She stammered in confusion. What is this? Where am I flying to? The sphere gently yet firmly carried the girl upward, out of the dark gorge. The moment her feet touched the soft grass, Yun Ryu lunged forward and hugged her tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, "My senior sister." The two sisters hugged each other, crying until their eyes were swollen. "It's so good, thank goodness you're okay. I was so terrified." After the reunion, both suddenly remembered the benefactor standing beside them and immediately knelt together. "We sincerely thank Uncle Bai for saving us. How can we ever repay this grace?" Bai Luo Chen paid no mind to the polite words, simply pulling a round, fragrant pill from his chest. He handed it to Yunzai. "Swallow it, stop the bleeding and save your life first." She hesitantly took it. "This is..." Just a glance made her gasp in shock. Isn't this the sex-suppressing treasure of old Jiang He Ming from the alchemy branch, the 5 elements origin nourishing pill?" She hastily declined. "Uncle, this pill is far too precious. This unworthy disciple dares not waste it." He frowned in annoyance. "On your last breath and still putting up airs. Is a tiny pill worth more than your life? Besides, someone else shoved it into my hands. Just take it and get it out of my sight." Yun Ryu quickly snatched the pill, tearfully bowing. "Thank you, Uncle Bai, for bestowing the spirit pill. I'll accept it on her behalf." Without waiting for the senior sister's reaction, she boldly pushed the pill straight into her mouth. "Swallow it quickly, senior sister." Moments later, Yun Ryu carefully helped her sister sit up straight. "Senior sister, do you feel your spiritual energy circulating a bit better?" Miraculously, the deep gashes on Yunzai's skin began to close and knit new flesh at a visible speed. She marveled. Truly a holy medicine of the alchemy branch. Such devastating injuries, and 6 to 70% recovered in a blink. The two women bowed deeply again. "For Uncle's great grace, Yunzai vows to serve as your beast of burden to repay it." He waved his hand to interrupt. "I didn't save you to recruit servants, but I'm curious, with your low cultivation, why dare you venture into such a perilous place?" His eyes sharpened, emphasizing each word. "Tell me the truth. What was your real purpose in going so deep into the Shangwu abyss?" The two sisters looked at each other in confusion, stammering without being able to speak. The story brings us back to the quiet space of Qingluan Peak. Su Liyue was flipping through a secret manual borrowed from her master. She stretched to relax her bones. "Phew, finally finished grinding through a page. Feels like my bottleneck is about to crack. Time to meditate and see." As she tidied up her books, her fingers accidentally brushed against a glowing jade stone on the tea table. An abnormal tremor ran through her body, making her keenly sense danger. The young girl instantly sprang up, her eyes turning cold. Just as expected, there really are rats taking advantage of Master's absence to sneak in and cause trouble. Outside the peak, the wind howled and clouds churned, as a heavy, oppressive pressure madly gathered. From within the twisted void, a figure slowly materialized, accompanied by a majestic shout. "Where is that arrogant Bai Luo Chen, daring to indulge his disciple in breaking the rules and beating up an official on duty? Come out and confess your crimes." Cheng Kun smugly announced his name. "I am the vice instructor of the beast taming department, Cheng Kun. The guilty ones must come out immediately and kowtow in apology." On the other side, Bai Luo Chen was currently lecturing the two Yun sisters. "Are you girls tired of living, daring to wander into the Demon King's territory like that?" Yunzai lowered her head, shamefully confessing, "It's all my fault. Wanting to hunt a top-tier spiritual bird as a gift for our master, I was blinded by greed, which led to this miserable situation." He frowned in deep thought, noticing a contradiction. "Wait a minute, there's something wrong with this story." He pieced the details together. She said she was hunting a rank 9 top-tier ice silkworm demon beast that drifted in from the outside. If I'm not mistaken, those people from Wu Xiangjai sect traveled all the way from the northern region to this southern region just for that prey. He bit his lip, calculating. It's highly likely that woman from Wu Xiangjai sect saw it wrong. That ice silkworm didn't stop at the great demon level. It has entered its molting phase and even evolved into a human form. Hearing this, Yun Ryu excitedly interrupted. "Are you also targeting that ice silkworm, Martial Uncle?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right. An ice silkworm possessing both water and lightning attributes is incredibly rare. My precious student is at a critical breakthrough moment and desperately needs a lightning attribute spiritual creature for assistance. This thing is truly a delicious meal delivered right to our doorstep. He urged the two to leave the scene quickly. You kids go back first. I need to quickly pick it up and head home before dawn. Yun Ryu respectfully clasped her hands in admiration. Martial Uncle dotes on his disciple too much. We are so jealous. He chuckled. Stop being so cheeky. Your senior sister Yue spoils her students just as much. Returning to the incident at Qingluan Peak, Cheng Kun lost his patience, straining his neck and screaming, Bai Luo Chen, you cowardly turtle, roll out here for me. From inside the wooden cabin, Su Li Yue slowly pushed the door open to greet the guest. She bowed with perfect etiquette, but her tone remained leisurely and calm. What a pity, my master just had some business to attend to outside. If Senior has any grievances, please confide in Junior, and I will pass the message to him later. Cheng Kun looked at her with contempt, speaking arrogantly, seeing me and you still just stand there. Kneel. She raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence as she retorted, I am an upright disciple who has committed no wrong. Why should I kneel? He coldly snorted. It is only natural for a junior to kneel and bow when meeting a senior. Didn't that cripple Bai Luo Chen teach you the academy's rules? She continued to reply calmly. My apologies, sir, but since the day I was born, I have never heard of such a ridiculous rule. Furthermore, my master is an extraordinary genius, so please wash your mouth before spouting insults. His blood boiled, and he erupted with spiritual energy to intimidate her. Insolent. A wet behind-the-ears brat who just entered the academy dares to lecture a vice instructor. He spread his hand, unleashing a terrifying pressure that crushed down on her. Today, I will make you kowtow and admit your guilt. A massive, oppressive aura crashed straight down from the sky, as if wanting to crush everything. The horrifying pressure caused the stone floor beneath her feet to shatter into pieces, but that fragile figure still stood tall and unyielding, refusing to back down. Fresh blood began to seep from the corners of her mouth and eye sockets, yet her voice remained as hard as iron. This disciple is innocent. I will absolutely not kneel. Cheng Kun's eyes bulged in fury. Very well, you have a really stubborn mouth. He frantically channeled his energy, screaming bitterly. Let's see how long your tough shell can hold up. He continuously chanted spells, sending invisible, oppressive strikes raining down on the young girl's head. Kneel. Kneel right now. Kneel down. While enthusiastically attacking, he suddenly paused, noticing an anomaly. Beneath the dust and smoke, even though Su Li Yue's body was battered, her feet remained firmly planted in the ground, steadily enduring all the suppression. Her eyes burned with an unyielding flame, and a brightly glowing aura of energy began to envelop her entire body to resist. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Just because she refused to kneel, this brat dares to burn her own origin energy to fight back. If I don't resolve this cleanly, a bad reputation will spread far and wide, and the face of the beast taming department will be thrown to the dogs. Looking at her stubborn, fearless eyes, Cheng Kun recognized a potential threat. This wretched girl has extraordinary aptitude. Keeping her alive will surely lead to rebellion in the future. He turned to the disciple standing next to him, commanding coldly, Yihai, go finish her off. Yihai was startled and flustered. Master, being so ruthless to a fellow disciple, I'm afraid it violates the sect rules. He glared sharply at him. I told you to kill, so kill, or do you also want to disobey your master? He bowed submissively and explained. This disciple wouldn't dare. It's just that I feel Junior Sister's crime doesn't warrant paying with her life. Please allow this disciple to go down and persuade her a bit. As long as she bows her head and apologizes, please be generous and spare her. Witnessing the hypocritical act of the master and disciple, Su Li Yue let out a bitter laugh. Truly birds of a feather flock together. A garbage master indeed trained a hypocritical disciple in human skin. She looked straight into Yihai's face, spitting out a mouthful of blood-mixed saliva. Just based on your offensive words earlier, if this lady doesn't lose her life today, once my cultivation is restored in the future, I will definitely come for your dog head. Yihai feigned compassion, gently advising, calm down, Junior Sister. My master values his pride. Just endure it and kowtow a few times to appease his anger and everything will vanish like bubbles. He pretended to sympathize. Throwing away your life just for some empty pride is truly foolish. I am genuinely disappointed that the most prestigious sect in the southern region harbors someone like your master." Seeing her still smirking in disdain, Yihai let out a long, sorrowful sigh. Alas, why must junior sister be so stubborn and make herself suffer? She brushed off his fake pity. "Stop talking nonsense. If your master craves my life, let him step forward and take it. I would rather die standing than kneel begging for mercy." Yihai adjusted his weapon, his gaze turning ruthless. "A master's order cannot be disobeyed. I'll have to send you on your way. Honestly, the one who deserves to be punished is your master." Just as the tip of his sword was about to pierce through her body, a massive black shadow suddenly rushed in out of nowhere. The spiritual beast Xiao Wu used its huge body to ram straight into Yihai's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. The heaven-shaking collision carried terrifying power, sending Yihai flying a mile away. With just one clash, the hypocritical disciple lay sprawled unconscious. Su Liyue called out to her companion in astonishment, "Xiao Wu." Seeing this, Cheng Kun burst into gleeful laughter. "Ha, no wonder that fool He Xiangqing was so obsessed and wouldn't let go, so it's a spiritual beast with ultimate potential." Xiao Wu let out furious roars, its entire body erupting with blazing flames of power. It quickly flew over to stand like a shield in front of her small frame, making her choke with emotion. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" The old man pulled a blindingly glowing whip from his belt. "If you hadn't voluntarily come out, I almost forgot about the presence of this great catch." Cheng Kun swung the whip, lashing a deadly arc toward the beast. "Since you offered yourself up to die, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." The ghostly long whip wrapped tightly around Xiao Wu's neck like a venomous snake, tightening its grip. "Obediently surrender, you beast." Xiao Wu thrashed wildly, wanting to charge forward and fight to the bitter end. She screamed in panic, "Xiao Wu, don't be reckless." But the spiritual beast cared nothing for life or death. It lunged straight toward the tip of the whip, aiming to take down Cheng Kun. The old man gripped the whip handle tightly, pouring all his cultivation into his arm. "Seeking death, are you, stubborn beast?" Su Liyue's tears fell like rain as she watched her friend get hurled high into the air by the surge of power. Xiao Wu's massive body fell freely and smashed hard against the solid stone ground, while she stood powerless, unable to do anything to save it. The once proud bird now lay gasping in a pool of blood, its feathers tragically scorched. Her heart clenched in pain, and she screamed its name in despair, "Xiao Wu." With bloodshot eyes glaring, she pointed straight at the old man's face. "You bastard! Today, either you kill me, or if I keep breathing, I swear I will personally settle this blood debt with you." Hearing the curse, Cheng Kun snorted coldly, lifting himself and flying swiftly to where she stood. He landed arrogantly, the two of them glaring at each other like fire and water. He sneered, "Since you want to die so badly, I will fulfill your wish." Su Liyue took advantage of the opening as he closed in, seizing a golden opportunity. This distance is more than enough. A lethal distance to execute her ultimate move, the Moon Immortal Chakram, with absolute precision. She burned her last bit of spiritual energy, pouring her entire essence into one fatal strike. "I specifically prepared this move to send you to the underworld." A blade of light as thin as a cicada's wing tore through space and flashed by. Su Liyue maintained her icy demeanor, gliding past Cheng Kun like a shadow. Fresh blood spurted from a cut on his chest. He clutched the wound and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, luckily I was careful and wore a defensive magical artifact, otherwise I would have been chopped to pieces by her." He hastily channeled his energy to seal the wound and stop the bleeding. "I almost capsized my boat in a mere ditch." He secretly evaluated. The fact that she could single-handedly take down two of Song Lang's men proves her strength is nothing ordinary. Today, to pull the weeds, one must dig up the roots. Absolutely no remnants can be left behind. As for the young girl, her body was trembling violently, her spiritual energy so depleted that she couldn't even stand steady. Realizing the prey had no means to resist, Cheng Kun swung his hand and caught her. He yanked the energy cord forcefully, dragging her toward him. "Obediently kneel at my feet." His large, coarse hand clamped tightly around the young girl's slender neck, lifting her high into the air. Su Liyue tried to claw at his arm with both hands, cursing weakly, my master will absolutely not forgive you." The old man burst into a savage laugh. Do you think I fear that piece of trash? I'll stick around to kill him off and go back all at once. That kind of garbage isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Not far away, Xiao Wu's battered body struggled to staggeringly stand up again. Su Liyue caught a glimpse and forced herself to scream between sobs. Xiao Wu, get lost, don't come back here. The old man narrowed his eyes at the beast, licking his lips maliciously. How truly loyal. Then let me snap your neck first and slowly tame that beast later. The young girl's body was covered in bleeding wounds. In her mind, the steady silhouette of her teacher appeared. Master. She suddenly recalled the solemn instructions he gave before leaving. If the beast-taming folks dare to come looking for trouble, use this. From within her robes, a talisman made of pure gold flew out, hovering right in front of Cheng Kun. He curled his lips in disdain. At this point, you're still pulling out a piece of scrap paper to scare who, trying to do magic tricks. But right as he finished speaking, a blinding light erupted, tearing across the sky. A majestic surge of energy poured out, entirely swallowing the arm he was using to choke the girl. The repulsive force from the talisman sent Cheng Kun flying dozens of meters away. Su Liyue fell freely onto the grass. She clutched her chest, coughing violently while greedily inhaling the fresh air. From within the halo of light, a massive spiritual bird with wings that covered the sky appeared majestically. It dashed with the speed of light, instantly materializing behind Cheng Kun, making his hair stand on end. What the hell is this? Since when? Before he could compose himself to launch a defensive move, the spiritual bird unleashed a wing flap as heavy as a mountain, smashing directly onto the top of his head, accompanied by an ear-piercing shriek that echoed across the mountain peaks. A brilliant light source flared up, blinding a massive expanse of space. Having completed its mission, the figure of the giant bird gradually faded and vanished, leaving behind billowing clouds of dust. Cheng Kun's sturdiest defensive magical artifact had been smashed into scattered fragments. Yihai just woke up, dragging his aching body to crawl toward his master. Master, are you all right? Before his eyes was a battered, miserable body curled up on the cold ground. He slid across the dirt, hugging the old man and crying. He pleaded, Master, let's retreat, you are too severely injured. The old man swung his arm and slapped him. Shut up. That wretched girl dared to destroy my treasure. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not human. Dig out my 5 elements vitality pill right now. He grabbed the pill and swallowed it violently. Thanks to the miraculous medicinal power, his broken bones and torn flesh rapidly healed. He arrogantly erupted his spiritual energy once more, roaring. I don't believe that a grand vice instructor like me cannot make mincemeat out of a brat whose nose isn't even dry. Cheng Kun shot toward Su Liyue like a rocket, seething with murderous intent. Su Liyue, I have come to take your life. She powerlessly squeezed her eyes shut, covering her face and giving up. Is it really the end? But after waiting for a while without feeling any strike fall, she slightly opened her eyes, looking in astonishment. What's going on? Did he stop? A broad, sturdy back standing as firm as Mount Tai bravely blocked in front of her. A choked voice called out, Master. An eerie, pitch-black arm had tightly gripped Cheng Kun's attacking wrist. The old man gritted his teeth, his face turning red from exerting force, yet unable to pull his hand back. He roared in frustration. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chen gently supported his student's small frame. So it's you, she whispered weakly. Master, you're back, he gently interrupted. SHH, don't speak, your heart meridian is severely injured. He snapped his head up, his gaze as sharp as a knife pointing straight at the enemy, daring to take advantage of my absence to bully my disciple. The very next second, a pitch-black shadow lunged over, grabbing the top of Cheng Kun's head. He roared in fury. Someone bearing the title of vice instructor, yet possessing such a rotten and cowardly character. The black shadow exerted force, slamming the old man's body directly into the cracking ground. His face was smeared with blood, his teeth broken and falling out, looking utterly pathetic. Yet he still stubbornly yelled, I am an out-of-body stage powerhouse. Even ranked within the entire academy, I proudly sit in the top 5. How can I be treated like this? He screamed in sheer unwillingness, being beaten to pulp by a mindless shadow. Why? The shadow paid no mind. It sat pinning him down and continuously rained devastating punches on his face. The old man stared in disbelief. Why can't I even resist the attacks of a lowly Lu Zhao stage punk? Standing on the sidelines, Yihai couldn't bear to watch his master getting beaten like a stepchild. He ran over and knelt, crying and whining. "Martial Uncle Bai, I beg you, please show mercy, stop hitting him." He turned a blind eye, coldly commanding, "Golden bell decree." Instantly, a giant golden bell slammed down, trapping the annoying disciple inside. On this side, the shadowy figure was still diligently pounding heaven-shaking punches into Cheng Kun's face. The ridiculous thing was, every time it smashed down, it automatically transferred spiritual energy to heal the old man's wounds. The frustrated old man cursed, "You beast!" He choked on his sobs and wailed, "Why? Why are you hitting and healing me at the same time? Just kill me." The shadow maintained the cycle, shattering his face, then healing it. This humiliation was even more painful than a death by 1,000 cuts, making Cheng Kun's heart shatter from resentment. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the void. The shadowy figure lifted Cheng Kun, upside down by his head like a sick chicken. The golden bell trapping Yihai also dissolved into thin rays of light. The shadow dragged the old man and threw him in front of Yihai. Bai Luo Chen's voice was flat. "You master and disciple better kowtow and thank Li Guangqi. If I didn't give him face today, the grass on your graves would already be green." The shadow kicked Cheng Kun over toward Yihai. "Carry this thing you call a master and get out of my Qingluan Peak before I lose my sight." Looking at Cheng Kun, physically destroyed but with eyes still glinting with stubbornness, the old man weakly whispered to his disciple, My 5 elements vitality pill." Yihai clumsily rummaged through his pockets to fetch the medicine and feed it to him. "Master, swallow it slowly. Once you regain a little strength, we'll run far away." The medicine's efficacy seeped in, causing his bones and flesh to regenerate and recover to their original state once again. The old man frantically swung his arm to push his disciple away, straining his neck and shouting, "Run! What are you running for? Just now it was only because he used demonic arts for a sneak attack that he gained the upper hand." He glared fiercely, pulling out a silk pouch. "Your master hasn't used his trump card yet. Quickly take off my storage ring." As for Su Li Yue, she lowered her head in self-blame, tears welling up. "I'm sorry, master. Your useless disciple couldn't protect our home." The black shadow had now shifted to caressing and healing Xiao Wu. She shed tears. "Even Xiao Wu ended up like this because he risked his life to save me." He gently patted her head to comfort her. "It's not your fault, you fought very bravely. Now I will help reconnect your heart meridian. It will sting a little, endure it nicely." She bit her lip and nodded, "Yes." On the other side, Cheng Kun clenched his fists in excitement, instructing, "Yihai, open your eyes wide and witness ultimate power." From within the storage space, a giant eagle with razor-sharp talons emerged, flapping its wings and roaring a sound that echoed through heaven and earth. Cheng Kun roared with laughter, full of smugness. "Ha, this is my true stature." He patted his chest proudly. "Behold my strongest rankate spiritual beast, the horned eagle." Before his laughter could die down, the cloth pouch at Bai Luo Chen's waist suddenly flashed with a bizarre light. The old man mocked. Well, surnamed Bai, let's see what piece of trash you pull out to block." From the opening of the cloth pouch, a pair of bloodshot, icy-cold eyes peeked out. Just a fleeting glance from that mysterious creature scared the majestic horned eagle so much that it shed a massive pile of feathers. It let out a terrified shriek, turned around and flapped its wings, vanishing into the clouds. Cheng Kun's face turned pale. He jumped up and screamed, "You traitorous bird, come back here." Right at the climax, the two sisters Yun Ryu and Yun Zai happened to run over in a panic. "Martial Uncle Bai, we're here as backup. Oh, the battlefield looks a bit chaotic." He turned and instructed, "You two came at the right time. Quickly go help support Li Yue for me." He clasped his hands behind his back, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the enemy, his tone hardening. "For all these years, I chose to live in seclusion at Qingluan Peak, never caring to form grudges or make enemies with anyone." Cheng Kun's face went blank as he listened to his condemnations. "Yet my forbearance has only earned the disdain and oppression of you beast-taming folks. Today, you even intended to rob my disciple of her life." The old man's jaw dropped. unable to believe what was right before his eyes. Beads of sweat poured down like rain. In Bai Luo Chen's hand at this moment was a talisman glowing crimson like seeping fresh blood, the blood-melting talisman. Cheng Kun stammered in horror. "Bai Luo Chen, are you truly insane?" He abandoned his dignity, turning his back and running for his life, fully understanding the talisman's might. Once that evil magic touches you, flesh turns into a pool of blood, and even your soul is refined to the point where it cannot reincarnate. He ran headlong like a mad dog, but that invisible black shadow snatched his ankle. He screamed in despair, "No, I don't want to die yet. I can't die in such a senseless way." The shadow delivered a heaven-shaking kick to his back, making him trip and fall face first. Blood sprayed from his nose and mouth, dyeing the grass red. As Cheng Kun tasted the dirt, that ghostly shadow also slowly vanished into the void. The vice instructor lay flat on the ground, looking as filthy and miserable as a beggar. Yet he brazenly brought up the label of colleague as a shield. "Wait, we are both instructors of the academy. If you dare to use the blood-melting talisman to slaughter a fellow member, you commit the grave sin of deceiving the masters and destroying the ancestors." He ignored the desperate man's nonsensical barking, tossing the talisman with a flick of his wrist. "Grave sin, you say? Today I just feel like being the villain. Can you stop me?" The talisman's crimson space expanded into a giant net of blood. That murderous net aimed straight at Cheng Kun, rapping toward him. He trembled violently, tears streaming down as he begged, Don't come over." A thick crimson fog completely obscured the view. Yihai stood as still as a statue, his eyes blank, unable to believe the tragedy that had just unfolded. On the ground, where his master had just lain, there was now only a bloody, mushy puddle. Bai Luo Chen lightly snapped his fingers, making a crisp sound. The blood-melting talisman flew back, leaving behind at the scene a set of Cheng Kun's torn clothes scattered on the ground. Yun Zai and Yun Ryu, watching from afar, shuddered in fear and hugged each other. So terrifying, it swallowed a whole person and only left behind clothes. That talisman is truly too evil. Yihai, witnessing his master's tragic end, let tears stream down his face, thinking to himself, "Master, this disciple tried to advise you, but you didn't listen. You brought this tragic end upon yourself." He squeezed his eyes shut, clearly feeling the breath of the Grim Reaper calling his name next. "Martial Uncle Bai." He leisurely raised his hand. Yihai took a deep breath, bracing himself to accept death. He only heard a cold swish, and something fell onto the dirt floor. It turned out that a lock of Yihai's hair had just been sliced off. The other party's indifferent voice rang out. "I am not passionate about slaughter. I'll spare your life this time as a lesson for you. Next time you take on a master, remember to open your eyes wide and choose someone who actually acts like a human." Bai Luo Chen decisively turned and walked away, leaving Yihai continuously kowtowing on the ground. "About what happened today, I strictly forbid any leaks to the outside. Oh, and remember to clean up your senior brother who's kneeling in front of the door. Thank you for your leniency, martial uncle. This disciple will carve it into my bones and engrave it in my heart." Yun Ryu and Yun Zai stood from a distance, taking in the sight of Bai Luo Chen and Su Li Yue chatting very cheerfully. Yun Ryu suddenly astutely realized something, gently pulling Yun Zai's arm and whispering, "Senior sister, it's best for the two of us to slip away quickly. Staying here will just make us third wheels." The two quickly bid farewell. "Martial Uncle Bai, my junior sister and I will take our leave first. Thousands of thanks for today. We will definitely visit you often in the future. Make yourselves at home. Drop by whenever you have free time. When you return, remember to send my regards to your senior sister Yue." Su Li Yue's face dropped, muttering dejectedly, "Good heavens, don't tell me they actually plan to come here and freeload regularly." Bai Luo Chen lightly snapped his fingers and calmly said, "Your master must go change these clothes first." At that very moment, a stealthy gaze was staring and observing Bai Luo Chen from afar. With his sharp senses, he seemed to detect the anomaly and slightly glanced in that direction. In the blink of an eye, the peeping Tom had slipped away without a trace. Su Li Yue, seeing Bai Luo Chen staring blankly up at the sky, curiously asked, "Master, are there clouds, birds, or anything strange in the sky?" "Ah, it's nothing major." He thought to himself, "That stealthy look just now, there's definitely someone daring enough to spy on Qingluan Peak." At the same time, the surveillance orb in a secret location exploded into pieces. In another corner, a man was crying and wailing to the extreme. That bastard Bai Luo Chen, he dared to use such a vicious method to murder my precious nephew, and even dared to destroy the corpse to erase the traces. Shifting the scene to the closed-door cultivation cave. Since he cherishes that disciple like a treasure, then in the upcoming assessment, you surely know what must be done, right? Your orders are received, Supreme Elder. You can rest easy. We from the Law Enforcement Hall have already laid an inescapable net. Law Enforcement Elder, Du Wangsheng. Ah, I remembered, my good disciple. Your master has a little gift to give you. Returning to the scene of the master and disciple, Su Li Yue and Bai Luo Chen. A massive silkworm suddenly appeared right under Su Li Yue's nose, startling her. Let me introduce you. This is the ice silkworm that your master personally caught. Originally, I just intended to find you a magical artifact to help your breakthrough, but unexpectedly, I bumped into this bug. It was an eyesore, so I just grabbed it by the neck and brought it back. Su Li Yue fell into a state of shocked contemplation. This ice silkworm is a genuine demon emperor. Its power must be at least on par with a Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator. Yet, in my master's hands, it's as obedient as a puppy. The ice silkworm continued to wriggle gently in front of Bai Luo Chen. This little silkworm possesses both lightning and water attributes, perfectly compatible with your physique. From now on, just entrust the task of assisting your cultivation to it. Su Li Yue was tearing up, deeply moved. A demon emperor that even I, in my past life as a loose immortal, had to sweat buckets to subdue, my master just tosses it to me as lightly as giving candy. Oh, my master! Su Li Yue joyfully lunged forward to tightly hug Bai Luo Chen. This disciple thanks master 1,000,000 times over. Bai Luo Chen smiled and gently rubbed Su Li Yue's hair. The examination is about to call your name. You must put in your utmost effort to regain your form quickly. Master, just trust me. This disciple pledges on her chest to absolutely not make you lose face. There's no need to feel too pressured. When the time comes, those 3 rounds of trials will be a piece of cake for you. Not to mention, you're allowed to bring this little ice silkworm into the arena. Su Li Yue scratched her head in confusion after hearing this. But wouldn't playing like that be blatant cheating? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Luo Chen cast a spell to shrink the ice silkworm. You can put your mind at ease regarding this trivial matter. I have the complete ability to suppress its cultivation down to a valid level so you can drag it into the examination room. Su Li Yue broke into a sweat looking at the ice silkworm. But master, forcibly suppressing its power like this, won't it go crazy? Bai Luo Chen casually extended his hand, whispering to the ice silkworm, Now I will drain some of your cultivation. Since it's your first time doing this, it might be a little jarring and slightly sore. Thus, Bai Luo Chen started the process of sealing the ice silkworm's power, and a halo of light immediately wrapped tightly around the creature. Su Li Yue's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. How strange! He clearly said he was suppressing it, so why is its spiritual energy erupting even more fiercely? After struggling for a while, the ice silkworm finally curled up and slipped inside a cocoon. It's all done. Before long, the shell of the cocoon began to crack slowly. A pair of slender hands gradually reached out from the inside. The ice silkworm had actually molted, revealing its true form as an entirely new human figure. Su Li Yue's eyes sparkled like stars, staring in awe. Oh my goodness! The ice silkworm had now transformed into a petite and incredibly adorable young girl. The girl clasped her hands and solemnly introduced herself. Demon Emperor Mi Meng bows to greet Miss Su. Please do me the honor of just calling me Xiao Meng. Ah, so cute it makes my heart melt. After presenting herself for quite a while without hearing a peep from Su Li Yue, the girl called out softly, Miss Su. Su Li Yue circled back and forth around the little girl with extremely excited eyes. I always assumed demon emperors all looked as fierce as ogres. Who knew one could transform into such a fluff ball? This is truly an eye-opener. Su Li Yue couldn't resist lightly pinching the ice silkworm's ear, making the girl flush red. Lady Su, you just took on a master, yet you already had the chance to encounter an expert above the Demon King level. At this exact moment, Su Li Yue was startled to realize, oh no, I accidentally slipped up and exposed myself. She hurriedly covered it up to hide her past life's identity. Ah, well, I just happened to flip through a book and saw illustrations of demon kings. So that's how it is. Su Liyue timidly glanced at Bai Luo Chen and sighed in relief when she saw him engrossed in doing something in the corner. Phew, luckily Master is busy and didn't notice. How bizarre, the system cannot scan any information at all. Seeing this, Bai Luo Chen frustratingly shut down the system interface. He turned his head and instructed the ice silkworm, making the girl jump for joy. Then I'll entrust the heavy responsibility of helping Li Yue level up entirely to Xiao Meng. Brother Luo Chen, leave it to me. Xiao Meng promises to give it her all. It's already pitch dark outside. You two quickly drag yourselves back to your rooms to sleep. Good night and sweet dreams, Brother Luo Chen. Meanwhile, in another turn of events, Bai Luo Chen scattered food for Xiao Wu with one hand, pondering deeply. Just as Yunzai speculated, this piece of jade that Xiao Meng risked her life to protect is exactly what Wu Xiangjai sect covets. He rubbed the freezing cold jade stone, his brow furrowing. But what on earth is this stone, that even this advanced system is rendered speechless? What divine secret is hidden inside? Suddenly the ringing sound of the system loudly echoed in his head. Ding! Host has accidentally triggered a hidden mission thread. Requirement: within 5 days, help your disciple successfully level up and snatch the champion title in the assessment ceremony. Upon completion, you will pocket a 1-star level manual chest, an exclusive 2-star item pack, along with a secret gift box. Warning: if you lazily refuse or botch the job, Host will have 3 parts of spiritual energy drained, and all current privileges will be blatantly confiscated by the system. Bai Luo Chen clicked his tongue in mockery, leaving the system speechless. Oh my, the sun must be rising in the west today. You're actually tossing a mission my way. I thought you were just born to tally firewood logs. Who's a wood counter anyway? Curiosity piqued, he reached out and tapped the system's virtual screen. Hey, why do I keep getting the vibe your software's been glitching lately? The system bristled, snapping impatiently. Host must press the decision button immediately, accept or reject, just spit it out. All right, I'll take it, happy now. But these spoils are practically trash to me. Might as well let Su Liyue use them for now. With Xiao Meng backing her up, my dim-witted disciple should break through her cultivation bottleneck soon enough. Bai Luo Chen yawned widely, sluggishly pushing open the door to his quarters. Drained from a full day of hustling, he collapsed onto the bed and was snoring in seconds. In his dream, the haggard figure of a woman, seemingly bound by faint, illusory chains, suddenly materialized. She stared intently at Bai Luo Chen's sleeping face, sighing heavily. What a pity, this game of chess went 1,000 miles astray from a single misstep. The young girl gently extended a slender, jade-like finger, tracing the cheek of the man lost in slumber. After that fleeting touch, her image gradually shattered into the void, leaving behind a whisper. I only wish I could stand before you at this very moment. In a flash, 5 days slipped by, and the rich, mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat seeped into every nook and cranny. The disciples under Jiang He Ming's command caught the scent and swallowed hard. Damn, what in the world are they roasting over there that smells so divine? Turns out the culprit was Bai Luo Chen, diligently turning meat skewers with the effortless flair of a seasoned chef. Jiang He Ming flew into a rage, shrieking and forcing Bai Luo Chen to turn around. You scoundrel, Bai Luo Chen, what in blazes are you grilling here? Oh, so Instructor Jiang also has a taste for humble street fare, is that it? Suddenly, a bizarre bird swooped down from nowhere, chirping sharply. Greetings, esteemed senior. This humble one seeks leave to relay the master's decree. This was exactly that shameless strange bird that had stubbornly nested on Qing Luan Peak years ago. Truth be told, even I couldn't pin down what species it belonged to. Jiang He Ming's face flushed purple with rage, jabbing a finger straight at the grand placard. I don't want to hear your rubbish. Open your eyes and look. This is a sacred examination ground. Understand that, you madman. Jiang He Ming's blood rushed to his head, fingers trembling. You lot. Seeing Bai Luo Chen's utterly nonchalant expression only stoked his fury. Hey, it's just a routine assessment exam anyway. I'll just treat it like a camping trip. You brats, fall back in formation. What are you gaping at? Jiang He Ming's face burned crimson, brows knitting tightly. So apoplectic he was rendered completely speechless. He stomped off, still muttering curses under his breath, but the boy remained utterly indifferent, feigning deafness. Scum like you dares to claim instructor status. Tisk, Instructor Jiang, mind your step, don't trip and fall, I won't bother seeing you off. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. For this exam, I don't know why both Senior He and Senior Yin claimed illness and went into secluded cultivation. Our beast-taming faction is in for a rough time. Why worry? Their absence is just the perfect springboard for us to seize the top ranks. Midst the bustling crowd, a young man with narrow, calculating eyes was openly scrutinizing Su Liyue. Su Liyue strolled alongside a silkworm-like spirit beast, her ethereal beauty drawing covert, lingering glances from onlookers. He was a disciple of the beast-taming division, named Feng Su, currently at the mid-stage of the fusion realm. Well, so this is the fabled peerless beauty Su Liyue. She's quite the looker. What a shame she's trailing after that waste by Luo Chen, truly a pristine white flower planted in cow dung. Feng Su adjusted his robes, striding over to lay on the charm. Greetings, lovely junior sister, I am Feng Su of the beast-taming division. Today, this young master will pave your way out of the shadows, guide you to safe harbor and turn you around. Su Liyue coldly treated him as if he were invisible, her outright dismissal making his blood boil. Hey, junior sister Su. She completely ignored the fool Feng Su, turning to eye Bai Luo Chen's meat with rapt hunger, swallowing hard. Keep your voice down, your master is preoccupied with crucial affairs. Oh, master, that smells divine. The master and disciple chatted happily, leaving Feng Su standing awkwardly on the sidelines. Master, what are you roasting that smells so incredible? Let your disciple have a taste. Absolute nonsense. While this master hasn't pinpointed its exact origin, the surging spiritual energy within it is absolutely beyond your frail constitution to digest. Feng Su's jealousy warped his features, his hand unconsciously snapping his folding fan in two. This ignorant wretch, daring to so blatantly ignore a young master of such radiant bearing. Just as he was about to erupt, a hand gently rested on his shoulder to steady him. This figure turned out to be Yu Wanxiang, chief instructor of the beast-taming division. A true man does not stoop to petty squabbles, mark my words. Fury is merely the mask of the incompetent. Yes, as commanded, chief instructor. The beast-taming disciples suddenly erupted into clamor. Hey brothers, come look, the prodigies of the Four Arts division have arrived. They cheered loudly as the elegant figures of Yun Zai and Yun Ryu glided past. Oh, junior sisters of the Four Arts division, cast your eyes upon this senior brother here. Look, the goddess just glanced my way. She must have already carved my name into her heart. Closely following the two girls was the senior elder of the Four Arts division, Yue Xuanzhu. The moment Yu Wanxiang spotted her, his face flushed crimson, and he scurried over to strike up a conversation. Oh, junior sister Yue, what a splendid coincidence, I merely just arrived here myself. Alas, Yue Xuanzhu couldn't be bothered to spare him half a glance, simply riding the wind straight past him. She gracefully alighted right where Bai Luo Chen was tending to his skewers, leaving Yu Wanxiang standing isolated like a carved statue. Junior brother Bai, regarding the incident with Yun Zai and Yun Ryu recently, I truly owe you a profound debt of gratitude. Alarm bells blared frantically in Su Liyue's head. She rushed over and clung tightly to Bai Luo Chen's arm. Wait, what kind of nonsense is senior sister Yue spouting? Why does it sound completely like gibberish to my ears? Bai Luo Chen stepped in to facilitate the introduction. Su Liyue, step forward and greet the Four Arts Division instructor, Yue Xuanzhu. Disciple Su Liyue pays respects to instructor Yue. Greetings, junior sister. Suddenly, another figure materialized out of nowhere, inserting themselves into the gathering. Yu Wanxiang stood awkwardly, flushed with embarrassment, and decided to redirect his simmering frustration onto disciple Feng Su. Ouch, that stings. Didn't the instructor say losing one's temper is proof of incompetence? Nonsense, your master is the picture of serenity. Just then an imposing figure materialized, roaring with a voice that echoed across the grounds. Everyone, seal your lips for me. The elder slowly approached from a distance, projecting his voice to command attention. All disciples, fix your gaze upon this dais. It was indeed the chief affairs elder, holding a voice-amplifying artifact to relay the directive. The battleground for this assessment shall be the ancient Triclan ruins. Now I shall lay out the regulations. Listen closely and etch them into your minds. The survival window for this trial is strictly capped at 3 days. Your rankings and rewards will be dictated by the points accumulated on your identity tokens. Beyond gathering clues and slaying spirit beasts for points, you are entirely permitted to resort to banditry and plunder your fellow disciples. Packs of spirit beasts began to materialize faintly behind a rift in the void. However, should anyone dare to take a fellow disciple's life and be caught red-handed by Elder Mew, their scores will be instantly nullified, and they will be permanently exiled from the grounds. The Chief Affairs Elder cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Commence now." Thousands of eyes below went wide and vacant, seemingly struggling to digest the brutal regulations just laid out. Having finished the briefing, the Elder brushed off his robes and stepped back, his shout shaking the earth. The assessment officially commences. Feng Su, blood boiling, stepped forward as the vanguard, rallying the beast-taming juniors to charge. "Surge forward, brothers. We must secure the high-yield zones with prime terrain first. Advance." In stark contrast to the frenzy, Su Li Yue merely strolled at a light, leisurely pace. She glanced back, flashing a smile and waving at Bai Luo Chen. "Master, tend to the meat well. Your disciple is off to take the trial. And keep your wits about you on the path." But the moment she caught sight of Yue Xuanzhu standing close to Bai Luo Chen, a sharp pang of irritation lodged in her chest. "Senior Sister Yue, oh Senior Sister Yue, Tusk, looks like I'll need to wrap this up fast and rush back to guard my territory. Word on the street is my junior sister only recently took a master. Why do you seem so placid about it? Spare your worries, Senior Sister. My Su Li Yue's innate talent reaches the heavens. Paired with her relentless drive, her cultivation will surely crush every insignificant rival out there. Besides," the phrase 3 lifetimes of accumulated virtue was Bai Luo Chen's muttered aside that completely bypassed Su Li Yue's ears. "After all, that girl isn't even my formally recognized disciple." Deep within the inner perimeter of the Demon Clan ruins, a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck a concealed cliff recess, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Simultaneously, a disciple from the sword cultivation track was scrambling away for dear life, as if some horrific entity was breathing down his neck. He twisted his head back, horrified to find a violent tide of spiritual energy clinging to him like a leech, silently cursing, "Damn it, who spread the rumor that the Talisman Division breeds useless trash? Then what in the 9 hells is this abomination chasing me?" Before the thought could fully form, his blood-curdling scream echoed across the mountainous canopy. Su Li Yue leisurely ambled to stand before the defeated disciple, her 10 fingers still dancing with crackling arcs of lightning. Witnessing this, the man trembled in sheer terror. "Ah, demoness you! You stay right there, don't you dare take another step." Ignoring his shrieks, she calmly flicked a bolt of lightning, tearing the registration token clean off his waist. The token obediently dropped into her open palm. Immediately after, Su Li Yue flicked the jade token to the large-headed bird shadowing her. Upon hearing its chirped report, she clicked her tongue in disdain. Such meager points, this haul's progressing at a snail's pace. Su Li Yue cast a sideways glance, watching the bizarre bird clamp its beak around the defeated disciple's collar and fling him out of the combat zone. Noticing the serene surroundings, she reached up, plucked Mi Ming from atop her head and set her down. "Drop the act. There's no one watching now. Why play the mute beast when it's unnecessary?" Gagged to the point of protruding her tongue, Mi Ming bristled and snapped back. "Cough, cough. You reckless little wretch, are you trying to expedite my journey to the underworld? Your master ordered me to play the feral beast. Have you ever seen a feral beast that spouts nonsense like a tea-house storyteller?" After her tirade, Mi Ming puffed out her cheeks, deliberately turned her back on Su Li Yue. That recess over there seems to conceal something intriguing, doesn't it?" Su Li Yue gazed toward the horizon, shrugging lightly. "Well, if we have the time, might as well stroll over and take a peek." But the young lady remained utterly oblivious. Directly behind her, a pair of shadowed eyes tracked her every subtle movement. Clutched in that figure's hand was a toad radiating a brilliant crimson light. 2 shadowed figures perched on a thick branch, murmuring, "Hook, line, and sinker, the prey has bitten. Fade out, it's time to receive the little girl." Meanwhile, at the Grand Library Plaza, The eliminated disciples huddled together, watching the live broadcast of the trial grounds via floating crystal arrays. Every single jaw dropped in sheer shock. Heavens above, senior brother Feng Su already signaled surrender, yet Su Liyue still strikes with such ruthless precision. Wait, wasn't the Talisman Division instructor branded as absolute trash? Where did he unearth methods to train disciples so savagely? In the elevated judges' pavilion, Yue Xuanzhu set down her porcelain teacup, tilting her head to address Bai Luo Chen. Your disciple carries herself with such arrogant defiance. Are you not afraid it will invite calamity? I couldn't care less. Only the feeble need to sheath their blades and lower their gaze under the weight of public scrutiny. He leisurely scratched the back of his head, casually tossing out a razor-sharp reply. Those who hold the reins of power dictate their own arrogance by mere whim. They needn't spare a thought for the opinions of others. This brazen declaration coaxed the corners of Yue Xuanzhu's lips into a faint, knowing smile. Memories of his past glories washed over her, and she softly murmured, "You truly haven't changed in the slightest, still exactly that arrogant Bai Luo Chen who once trampled the heavens 10 years past." Bai Luo Chen, slightly flustered by the praise, turned his face away to deflect. "Senior sister overstates it. Your vision must be clouded by illusion." Suddenly, a shadowed hand materialized, vigorously ringing an ancient bronze bell. Instantly, every crystal screen projecting the battle flickered violently and plunged into total darkness. The student body erupted in panic. Heavens, what's happening? Did the transmission array shatter or get jammed? An elder hastily rose from his seat, waving his hand to quell the rising panic. "Everyone, seal your lips. Maintain absolute order immediately. Our projection arrays have gone offline. Report to the elder. It appears a spiritual backlash from a clash of titans within the arena is jamming the frequencies." Hearing this, his temper flared and he barked. "What kind of spiritual interference is this? How long until it's restored? Report. Due to the extreme spatial distance, remote patching is impossible. The organizing committee has already dispatched an entire array maintenance squad to breach the perimeter and repair it." In the blink of an eye, the specialized array technician disciples charged straight into the inner perimeter. Damn, seems the stubborn faction still refuse to yield. All array personnel, secure your gear and assemble at these coordinates immediately. The squad leader stomped furiously, roaring to drive them forward. Sprint like your lives depend on it, the forward formation's down to just 2 operatives. Amidst the mounting chaos, a shadow clone of Bai Luo Chen had silently slipped past the perimeter into the trial grounds. If you intend to play dirty, do not blame the Bai lineage for responding in kind. Back on the bloodied battlefield, Su Liyue was frantically weaving seals, unleashing devastating techniques in rapid succession. 2 opposing magical forces collided head-on, detonating in a sky-shattering shockwave. Meanwhile, the large-headed bird had already crumpled to the dirt, knocked completely unconscious. 2 black-clad figures ruthlessly carved through the swirling dust. The woman stood with hands planted on her hips, chin raised in a mocking sneer. To the fabled peerless genius of the millennium ultimately just flails her spells like this. Su Liyue angrily hurled her token pouch to the ground, snapping, "You shameless wretches! Aren't you afraid I'll march straight to the disciplinary tribunal and file charges the moment this ends?" Hearing such naive words, the pair erupted into hysterical laughter. "File charges? Oh dear, are you planning to sue the tribunal with the tribunal itself, little girl? Blame your own wretched fortune, who told your old master to stroke the tiger's beard and antagonize those with genuine backing." Without uttering another word, Su Liyue instantly flicked a wind-rending lightning bolt straight toward the pair's faces. This lady doesn't believe your so-called enforcement hall is some omnipotent authority that can blot out the sun with a single palm. Lazio sneered, drawing his blade to slash out a dominating pressure wave that cleaved her lightning arc cleanly in 2. "You brat who hasn't even wiped her nose, do you honestly think you'll walk out of here with your life intact?" Su Liyue's eyes widened in sheer shock, a cold sweat breaking out. What in the world, how can his sword arts also channel lightning? Seizing the opening, he Shiling shot forward to close the gap, her voice deceptively soft yet laced with lethal intent. "Close your eyes and wave farewell to the mortal realm, darling." Witnessing the 2 deathly figures closing in, Su Liyue couldn't suppress the panic flooding her veins. Damn it, These two freaks' cultivation utterly dwarfs mine. Even if I sprouted wings right now, breaking free would be a nightmare. Pinned into a desperate corner, she mentally screamed for Xiao Meng. Hurry up and save my hide. I've completely burned through my cultivation reserves. Tusk, dragging your feet when sent to fetch treasures, but ringing the alarm bell the moment you need a meat shield. In that fractured instant, He Shi Ling's hand shot out, claws honed like razor blades, wreathed in raging hellfire as she lunged for Su Liyue's throat. Xiao surged forward from behind, roaring in perfect coordination. Shi Ling, end her. He channeled his full might, aiming precisely at her crown with a lethal downward strike. Sacrifice blade. However, an unprecedented, boundless tide of spiritual energy erupted, its overwhelming pressure shattering his blade into hundreds of metallic fragments. It turned out that Mi Meng merely needed to exhale a gentle puff of mist, effortlessly snuffing out the arrogance of the two enforcement hall enforcers. Mi Meng expanded into a colossal form, her sheer mass casting a shadow over the sky, growling with menacing authority. You scrap heap enforcers, go fetch your training diapers before stepping to me. Know your place and vanish immediately. Xiao was hurled back by the concussive blast, scrambling to his feet while stammering in disbelief, a demon beast that cultivated into humanoid form. By the 9 heavens, you're the legendary demon emperor. Mi Meng snorted, jabbing a plump digit toward them, radiating absolute dominance. Recognizing your station is wise. This woman falls under this emperor's protection. Now then, begone. Striking an immovable obstacle, the enforcement hall duos' faces drained to a sickly pallor. Daring not to utter another syllable, they spun on their heels and fled for their lives. Su Liyue irritably turned to question. Why did you suddenly bloat up like a ceremonial balloon? If you're going to put on a show, commit to it. I don't have the luxury of exposing your true form to hostile eyes prematurely. Su Liyue furrowed her brows, concern creeping in, letting a predator slip back into the wild like that. Is that truly prudent? HMPH, this emperor is merely exercising restraint out of deference to your master. Don't mistake leniency for weakness and think you can command me like a common servant. A moment later, Mi Meng shrank back down to a compact size, settling neatly atop her head, fidgeting anxiously. Hurry up, the treasure vault is calling my name. I know. Rewinding time to a few days prior to the examination, a sudden shriek echoed through Su Liyue's quiet chambers. Xiao Meng, what game are you playing now? Mi Meng clung to Su Liyue tightly from behind, casually peeling away her outer garments, grinning ear to ear. Naturally, I'm executing your master's sacred decree, assisting your cultivation breakthrough. Absolute nonsense. What kind of bizarre cultivation method involves this? Without hesitation, Mi Meng's upper pair of hands firmly pinned Su Liyue's wrists to the mattress, while the lower pair freely worked over her chest. Hold still. I'm circulating vital qi to mend your internal damage. Those pills that eccentric elder force-fed you only suppressed external hemorrhaging. With your meridians torn to ribbons, how could your body possibly metabolize their potency? Feeling Mi Meng's digits press into sensitive acupoints, a numbing current radiated through her entire frame, causing Su Liyue to go boneless, eyes squeezing shut as soft gasps escaped her lips. Relax completely. I'll channel a refined lightning current to regenerate your frayed nerves. I promise it will be perfectly gentle. In just a moment, Su Liyue jolted in sheer shock as she felt that hand slowly drifting downward toward the forbidden zone of her lower abdomen. Mi Meng's cunning whisper still echoed in her ears. Brace yourself, this segment will be quite stimulating. And so, in the dead of night, flashes of blinding arclight flickered within Su Liyue's chambers, accompanied by piercing, breathless cries that shattered the tranquility of the dark. Returning to the present, deep within the dense, ancient forest of the Demon Clan ruins, Xiao was straining desperately to fracture the glacial seal encasing He Shi Ling. He frantically channeled blazing crimson flames to melt the unyielding ice. Shi Ling, you absolutely must not suffer any harm. If you were to leave me, how could I possibly endure existence in this world? Amidst his despair, Xiao suddenly felt a bone-deep chill. He whipped around, senses on high alert. Where is this suffocating killing intent emanating from? A voice cold as glacial ice descended from the ether. Enforcement Hall disciples, Xiao and He Shi Ling, you dare conspire to assassinate a fellow disciple. A crime of heaven-defying proportions, absolutely unforgivable. Lazayo broke into a cold sweat upon recognizing it as Bai Luo Chen's shadow clone. The youth's imperious voice continued to grind against his eardrums. In your next incarnation, before you attempt to sever another's lifeline, remember to psychologically prepare for your own execution. At another vantage point high above the trial grounds, the entire landscape below was being meticulously observed, without missing a single detail by a mysterious entity. Presently, a grotesque, colossal ocular construct was fixed unblinkingly on every micro-movement of Bai Luo Chen's clone. He peered through the spatial distortion, chuckling coldly inwardly. Since you've compelled the enforcement hall to resort to such despicable tactics, do not weep and lament when I respond with proportional cruelty. Severing his train of thought, the Bai Luo Chen phantom brought 2 fingers to his lips, murmuring a sinister, archaic incantation. His mental projection still broadcast a razor-sharp ultimatum, sounding the final warning bell for you all: do not push me into an absolute corner. In a secluded sanctuary miles away, an elder suddenly coughed up a mouthful of pitch-black blood, his sclera rapidly crisscrossing with thick crimson veins. Right inside a secluded meditation cavern, 2 attendants witnessed their master convulse and paled in terror, rushing forward to steady him. Grand Elder, your venerable frame remains stable, yes. His current state was utterly wretched, teeth grinding together in sheer, impotent resentment. This Bai Luo Chen. To what terrifying stratum has his cultivation actually rebounded? Back to the shadowed recesses of the ruins, Mi Meng gestured wildly in all directions, beak puckered as she complained loudly. Hey, didn't we just loop past this exact alcove a moment ago? Can you even discern cardinal directions? Mi Meng hopped around restlessly, muttering, I completely misjudged you. Not only is your combat prowess mediocre, but your navigational skills are equally abysmal. This Emperor's paws are aching. Just locate the artifact quickly so we can retire. Isn't that preferable? Stung by the insults, Su Li Yue's expression darkened to the color of a soot-blackened cauldron, resentment radiating from her posture. I'm exhausted to my core. What actual utility do you possess anyway? Fumbling through a minor detour, and you expect me to carry you to the top rank in the grand examination. Utterly weak and useless. Faced with a relentless barrage of scornful remarks from Mi Meng, Su Li Yue's patience finally snapped. She erupted into a roar. Damn it, if it weren't for dragging my carcass out to scavenge artifacts for you, would I be hopelessly lost in this labyrinth? Keep chattering, you're fracturing my sanity. Suddenly, a chilling killing intent flared in Mi Meng's eyes, and the little creature wordlessly unleashed a devastating spell. Su Li Yue, sensing the sudden commotion, also flared up, instantly condensing a volatile energy mass ready to clash. What are you doing? Looking for a brawl? I'll gladly oblige. But immediately after, she witnessed Mi Meng's spell flash perilously close to her ear, striking straight into the space behind her. She jolted, thinking, she's actually attacking. However, a primal intuition suddenly screamed of danger, and Su Li Yue hastily whipped her head over her shoulder. A hair-raising tableau materialized, triggering instant panic. An entire swarm of colossal insects was bearing fangs and mandibles, charging straight at her with lethal intent. Heavens above, is this a breeding ground for venom goo worms? Mi Meng merely flicked a single digit, and the fierce goo worm swarm instantly detonated into ash. She crossed her arms, advising smugly, cease underestimating them. Though they are low-tier vermin, when their numbers reach a critical mass, even a demon king would taste defeat. See that, hurry and express your gratitude. Without this Emperor's intervention, your fragile existence would have vaporized today. Su Li Yue surveyed the smoldering remnants on the ground, her mind rapidly connecting the dots. This goo worm subspecies exclusively thrives in subterranean environments saturated with dense spiritual energy. Therefore, if my hypothesis holds true. Translating thought into action, she violently wrenched a lightning bolt toward the shadowed cave wall. This location absolutely conceals a treasure trove. In a blinding flash, the remaining goo worms were flash-fried by the thunderous discharge, completely obliterated. The concussive blast cleared the insects entirely, simultaneously fracturing the surrounding bedrock and causing it to cascade down in heavy chunks. As the choking dust settled, a massive stone slab resembling an ancient sealed gateway gradually emerged from the rubble. Witnessing this, Mi Meng leapt into the air, cheering. Wow, a genuine fortuitous encounter. This emperor finally has a clear path to breakthrough now, absolutely thrilling. But wait, why does this cavern's architecture look so eerily familiar? Su Liyue bit her lip anxiously, turning to dissuade Mi Meng. Perhaps we should retreat. I have a profoundly bad feeling about this. Afraid of what with this demon emperor standing as your bulwark, why display such cowardice? We've trudged through hell to get here. If we don't breach the threshold and take a look, how will we ever know what awaits? So Mi Meng, brimming with martial momentum, unleashed a grand execution technique, summoning tens of thousands of glacial blades to slam straight into the stone door, shouting, "Frigid heaven's first flash." This bombardment carried heaven-shaking force. The destructive yield was undeniably catastrophic. Mi Meng turned proudly to bask in Su Liyue's presumed awe. What do you think? Secretly relieved to have an expert vanguard now, correct? Widen your eyes and observe the craftsmanship before you run your mouth. Mi Meng glanced back, instantly tearing at her fur in sheer bewilderment. What kind of arcane trickery is this? How can such an illogical impossibility persist? She gritted her teeth, stomping in sheer frustration. That previous strike was merely this emperor's opening flourish. Bear witness to my unfiltered might. Then, like a woman possessed, Mi Meng unleashed a relentless, continuous barrage of techniques against the stone door, her maw constantly roaring, "Fracture and yield for this emperor." After a prolonged assault that literally sent wisps of steam curling from her head, panting heavily, she asked breathlessly, "How fares it now? Surely the barrier is pulverized." The colossal stone slab remained stubbornly intact through the ages, bearing not a single scratch, its surface perfectly pristine as the day it was forged. Why does it remain utterly unaffected? Mi Meng, pushed to the brink of frustration, hurled the residual ice shard in her hand to the floor, cursing through gritted teeth, utterly maddening. Then she stomped furiously against the stone door, mouth spewing a torrent of curses. This worthless ruin, only fit for breeding goo vermin, why bother installing such an impregnable threshold? The artificer who forged this gate definitely suffered a profound mental fracture. Right at that precise moment, Su Liyue's sharp eyes accidentally caught a faint, recessed handprint embedded in the stone. She didn't hesitate, stepping forward to align her palm with the ancient impression. Instantly, she channeled her entire spiritual reservoir into her palm, forcing her aura to synchronize with the imprint's geometry. In merely a few seconds, the heavy stone slab rumbled ponderously aside. Mi Meng's eyes bulged, shrieking in shock. "Oh merciful heavens, this ancient relic actually yielded." Su Liyue was equally paralyzed by astonishment, her heart pounding erratically. Impossible, how could the alignment be so perfectly coincidental? And so the two stepped cautiously into the threshold. Mi Meng happily pranced and chirped, "Ta-da, behold the exceedingly adorable little demon emperor named Mi Meng. Fortune favors us, fortune favors us." In stark contrast to Mi Meng's jubilation, Su Liyue remained on razor-sharp alert. She swept her gaze across every shadowed alcove, unable to suppress a creeping suspicion. Why does the architectural layout of this sanctum feel so unnervingly familiar? The air reeks of ancient potency. This must undeniably be the inherited treasure trove abandoned by some supreme expert. Mi Meng rushed forward, pouncing toward a central stone statue, caressing it with greedy, drooling eyes. Well, this is surely the activation nexus for the vault. It might even conceal the ultimate chi-rending slash and the raptor-form internal arts. My anticipation is overwhelming. The moment Su Liyue's gaze locked onto the statue Mi Meng was tampering with, sheer panic seized her. "Halt! I recognize this artifact now." Shattered fragments of memories from her past life rapidly flooded her consciousness. This repulsive, suffocating demonic aura. She stood rigid, staring at an ancient stone stele radiating ominous purple spiritual energy. This is absolutely the primordial sealing matrix that I personally anchored when I stood at the zenith of the grand cycle in my previous incarnation. The realization barely flashed through her mind before she spun around, her heart halting in terror at the sight of the reckless Mi Meng raising a blade to strike the statue directly. She screamed in pure panic, "Cease your movements immediately, you are forbidden to touch that artifact. Parry it." Alas, every effort to intercept was too late. The stone statue cracked loudly, a deafening fracture echoing through the chamber. "What were you just muttering about?" Following that catastrophic breach, the ancient stone steel also began to fissure and shatter into massive fragments that flew chaotically. The primordial heaven and earth containment array instantly materialized, hovering in the midair, violently expelling demonic energy that flooded the subterranean expanse. Beyond the perimeter, the ancient flora began to mutate and grow with grotesque rapidity. A nearby disciple who accidentally witnessed the phenomenon couldn't stop his knees from knocking together in sheer terror. Staring wide-eyed at the rapidly desolating scene before him, he shrieked in utter confusion. Damn it all, what manner of chaotic apocalypse is unraveling here? At the central control pavilion outside the library square, alarm arrays blared incessantly. Urgent report, venerable elders, a catastrophic anomaly has suddenly erupted inside the secret realm. All spatial teleportation arrays have completely lost efficacy. This thunderous report left the seated enforcement hall elders dumbfounded and paralyzed. The worst has come to pass. I fear a demon emperor fusion phenomenon has just manifested. The entire spectator stands erupted into a chaotic uproar, voices overlapping wildly. Sheer madness, isn't this merely a cultivation trial realm? How could a demon emperor manifest here? Heavens, my Dao companion is still trapped within the perimeter. What course of action do we take now? Maintain composure. Word has already spread that the Academy headmaster has drawn his blade and mobilized the elders to the breach. This time, it is undeniably a calamity of unprecedented scale. The presiding elder broke out in a cold sweat, gripping the amplification artifact while desperately trying to project calm. All attendees absolutely must not panic. Please maintain absolute composure. Immediately after, the stern, unyielding face of Li Guangqi materialized on the central projection array, demanding answers. Enforcement hall personnel provide an immediate briefing. What precisely is transpiring within the ruins? Report to Headmaster Li. Li Guangqi shouted in shock. What? A demon emperor has emerged. How could such an absurd thing happen? It's true, Headmaster. The disaster is that there are still many disciples who haven't escaped yet, and the teleportation network has been disabled. Hearing the bad news, Li Guangqi decisively waved his hand and ordered, "Mobilize the CI Lao birds immediately. Set up a simple teleportation portal at once." The big-headed bird flock quickly followed the order, flapping their wings and tearing through the wind toward the ruins. Their ultimate goal: to do absolutely everything to save all the students still trapped inside. Shifting the scene to Yun Zai and Yun Ryu, the two witnessed the trees growing at a breakneck speed and couldn't help but exclaim in panic. What kind of monster is running rampant here? Oh look, the CI Lao birds have appeared. Escaping through the teleportation portal, the terrified Yun Ryu threw herself into Yue Xuanzhu's arms, crying, "Master!" Inside. There, don't be afraid, your master is here to back you up, just calm down." Bai Luo Chen couldn't hide his anxiety, hurriedly stepping forward to ask, "Yun Zai, Yun Ryu, did you two see any trace of Su Li Yue inside?" Yun Zai tearfully replied, "Reporting to Marshal Uncle Bai, we turned the whole area upside down but couldn't see junior sister Su anywhere." Yue Xuanzhu also looked toward the battered disciples who had just stepped out of the ruins, analyzing. According to the rules, teleported disciples will be brought directly in front of their instructors, which means, "Oh Master, boohoo, just getting our lives back is already good enough." Bai Luo Chen's face darkened. At this rate, Su Li Yue must have encountered some misfortune. Deep within the ruins, a gloomy voice mixed with contempt and a mocking laugh echoed, "Kneel down and tremble, O depleted world." The descending figure was none other than the demon Emperor Dong Su. He emerged with an incredibly disgusting appearance. This emperor has finally returned. The overlord of the demon race had regained his original form, continuously exuding a destructive aura along with long, growing tentacles, roaring madly. "This heaven and earth from now on shall be mine." Mi Meng immediately cast ice element magic to resist that overwhelming power. She gritted her teeth and plotted. What to do? Why does this middle of nowhere hide a sealed demon emperor? Should I leave this little brat behind as bait and run away? But if I go back, it won't be easy to explain things to that old monster. Su Li Yue worriedly supported Mi Meng, asking gently, "Are you okay, still holding up?" The demon emperor's booming voice rang out, "Oh, are there still a few human bugs left in this corner?" As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Emperor Dong Su reached out his bloody, sinewy hand directly toward the two girls, activating a magic circle. How unlucky for you. Looking at the terrifying power crashing down, Mi Meng was absolutely horrified, yelling helplessly. Oh my gods, how am I supposed to block this with thoughts and prayers? Right when the attack was about to hit them, Mi Meng squeezed out all her spiritual energy to deploy a protective shield. Xiao Meng, do you need me to lend a hand? Please, miss, just standing aside is already a great act of mercy and a huge help. However, the Demon Emperor wouldn't give up so easily. He didn't stop casting spells, his bizarre hand slowly descending. His dark purple spiritual energy smoke radiated more and more powerfully, creating immense pressure that suffocated the two girls. Then the Demon Emperor suddenly shot a cold, sharp look at Mi Meng, asking curiously, "Oh my fellow kin, what is the meaning of your actions? Planning a rebellion trying to oppose me, right?" Mi Meng broke out in a cold sweat, only managing to force a stiff smile and reply, "It's a misunderstanding, boss. This featherless little brat is a pet I just started raising. I hope the Demon Emperor will go easy on her." Inwardly, she screamed, "Peak Demon Emperor is truly built differently. He just scratched an itch with one move, and I had to use all my strength just to barely block it." Seeing the tense situation, Su Li Yue huddled to the side, asking in a small voice, "What do we do now? You should escape first. I surely have a brilliant plan to slip away." Right after saying that, Mi Meng directly struck Su Li Yue with a palm strike, simultaneously shouting, "Get lost right now. Stop standing here being an eyesore to Lord Demon Emperor." Su Li Yue was sent flying quite a distance, then immediately had her waist tightly bound by a tiny clone of Mi Meng shooting silk and dragging her away. She secretly calculated that she had to rely on Xiao Meng to hide the girl far away to buy time. Ironically, how could these petty tricks deceive the mighty Demon Emperor? Demon Emperor Dong Su shot a sideways glance at Mi Meng, smirking as he firmly declared, "Rest assured, not a single one of you will slip through my fingers." Hearing that, Mi Meng put two hands on her hips, laughing heartily, while her other two hands secretly gathered energy into two blocks of freezing ice. Lord Demon Emperor, as a dignified man, eavesdropping on the whispers of women is very unclassy. Looking at Mi Meng with half an eye, he snorted coldly, "You insignificant shrimps, this emperor can crush you to death whenever he pleases." Suddenly, Mi Meng remembered the move Bai Luo Chen had imparted to her. She threw all four arms into the sky, activating the restriction, then burst into maniacal laughter. "If you're so capable, go find that old monster and demand my life from him." A blink later, a massive pressure crashed straight down onto Mi Meng's body, forcing her to endure bone-deep agony. On the outside, the grotesque tentacles had long turned dark blood red, serving as proof of the countless lives that had just perished at their hands. A corpse hung precariously on a hideous vine, fresh blood trickling down in streams, dyeing the surrounding plants red. After sucking it dry of nutrients, the vine bluntly tossed the corpse onto the ground, no different from throwing away a bag of trash. Immediately, countless other ghostly rope-like vines swarmed and burrowed straight into the unfortunate person's body. Manipulated by them, the corpse staggered to its feet and quickly mutated into a vicious beast, roaring to the sky. As if catching a scent, the monster suddenly turned its head, letting out a bizarre growl. Huh. It slowly dragged its heavy legs, approaching the purple energy barrier that was violently shuddering. Headmaster Li Guangqi had just stepped out of the teleportation portal, slightly furrowing his brows in astonishment at the terrifying scene right before his eyes. Without any warning, the mutated corpse lunged forward, intending to eat Li Guangqi alive. Yet the old man still stood as steady as a rock with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing it. Li Guangqi flew into a rage, swinging his sword to unleash a razor-sharp slash, growling, "You wicked beast, are you tired of living?" Striking down this one, a whole horde of other zombies and vines came surging toward Li Guangqi, carrying a desperate, suicidal, murderous intent. A brilliant light flashed in the old man's eyes, raising his hand high to immediately execute his killer move, the spiritual sword array. The moment the incantation ended, a barrage of sharp sword-shaped light streaks rained down like a downpour, sweeping away all the surrounding vines and zombie hordes. After clearing the obstacles, Li Guangqi immediately ordered his subordinates, You lead the instructors inside to search. I, along with the formation elder, will guard this teleportation portal. My old bones are out of energy. I can only make it this far. Once you find them, you must retreat quickly. Absolutely do not engage that demon emperor, remember that. The subordinate obeys, but I suggest escorting instructor Bai back to the academy safely first. Hearing that, Bai Luo Chen irritably strode over, pointing directly at Jiang He-ming's face, arguing, "What the heck? Why suddenly force me to go back first?" Jiang He-ming was infuriated by the retort and yelled loudly, "You only have a measly foundation establishment cultivation. Are you rushing in there to throw your life away? Do I have to waste effort collecting your corpse? You haven't even paid off your pill debts. But letting you guys go alone, this martial uncle's conscience will feel guilty." Headmaster Li Guangqi also sighed and advised, "Junior brother Bai, you have contributed more than enough to the academy. Let us shoulder the burden this time." Yue Xuanzhu, who hadn't spoken until now, stood up to defend him. "Senior brother Li, Luo Chen is an instructor after all. Seeing his students in danger, how could he bear to stand idly by? Not to mention his direct disciple is still missing inside. Please just allow him to tag along." Defeated by those soft-spoken words, Li Guangqi could only let out a sigh, nodding in compromise. "All right then, I guess I have to let you have your way." He turned to kindly remind them both, "You too, remember to act according to your abilities, don't push yourselves to death. Understood, senior brother. Let's take this chance to see how much of his cultivation has been restored." Jiang He-ming alone remained annoyed, muttering curses. "What a stubborn fool. If you bite the dust in there, just decompose on your own. This seat has no free time to clean you up." Bai Luo Chen pretended to be deaf, casually turning on his heel to leave, but still managed to toss back a teasing remark. "Just sleep tight if anything happens. I will properly collect your corpse. Bai Luo Chen, you just wait." In another development, a blinding pillar of light suddenly pierced through a large mountain. Its terrifying power tore through the earth and stone, soaring straight into the highest heavens. The horrific heat scorched the ground inside, turning it into a sea of boiling magma. Yet Demon Emperor Dong Su stood there completely unfazed without a single scratch, a solid golden aura encasing his body like an indestructible shield. He tilted his head up at the sky, searching for the attacker, roaring furiously. "Who is tired of living and dares to play the sneak attack card on this emperor, huh?" High above, a dark silhouette hovered among the clouds, its body radiating countless blinding rays of light, calling out in a deep voice, "The restriction has cracked, enemy resistance detected." As it turned out, that mysterious dark silhouette was a clone of Bai Luo Chen. His phantom spread its arms wide, gathering a massive ball of energy, and loudly declared the sentence, "Initiating cleanup protocol." The radiant sphere was like a miniature cosmic black hole, frantically devouring all surrounding matter to increase its power. In the blink of an eye, the destructive weapon in his hands expanded to a terrifying size. With a boom, the sphere exploded, creating earth-shattering shockwaves that tore through space, brilliantly illuminating a vast expanse of the sky. Back at the ruins, Mi Meng's corpse still stood frozen in place, head slumped and 4 arms severed, her body beginning to crack in chunks just like a crumbling relief statue. Thinking it was the tragic end of a beauty, yet from the corpse's mouth spat out a lustrous silk cocoon, shimmering inside as if incubating a new spark of life. The cocoon gently rolled down onto the dusty ground. Immediately, it swelled up, emitting a gentle but vibrant halo of spiritual energy. The cocoon shell split open to reveal Mi Meng's snow-white skin crawling out, marking a spectacular golden cicada shedding its shell maneuver. Mi Meng's graceful body limply collapsed onto the ground. This steamy, half-hidden, half-exposed scene was truly enough to make one's nose bleed from the sheer hotness. She slightly lifted her disheveled hair, tilting her head and anxiously searching around. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit her. Mi Meng grabbed her head, grimacing and muttering, "The restriction that old geezer planted is truly vicious. It's a blessing of 7 lifetimes that this lady has the ultimate technique of ice silkworm shedding to keep my worthless life." Right at that moment, her miniature phantom hastily flew back to deliver an urgent report. Zio Meng is here." Understanding the message, she immediately launched herself in the direction her clone pointed. "This way, huh?" Parting the tall grass, sharp-eyed Mi Meng noticed Su Li Yue lying flat on her back, completely unconscious, with only her long legs sticking out. Tiptoeing closer, Mi Meng froze dead in her tracks when she clearly saw Su Liyue's miserable state. Right on that delicate face, an evil flower accompanied by a rope-like vine had sprouted from her eye socket at some point, causing the girl to pant in extreme agony. Facing this macabre scene, Mi Meng frantically looked away, hypnotizing herself. "I'm blind. I didn't see anything. If this mission fails, the Demon Emperor will skin me alive. This brat is too heavily infected with demonic aura. Dragging her along will send us both straight to the King of Hell." She scratched her head, grimacing and calculating. The restriction is broken. That old monster has temporarily lost track of me. Anyway, they just shackled me to be a servant spirit pet. As a dignified empress, I don't even have a shred of freedom. Mi Meng pouted and complained, trying to dig up all sorts of excuses to abandon her comrade. It's one thing that they force this empress to eat poorly. Even the nest for me to sleep in is ragged and impoverished. However, her mind automatically replayed the bonding moments with Su Liyue. Not to mention. After a period of mental struggle, Mi Meng still gritted her teeth, grabbed Su Liyue and dragged her away. "So annoying, you idiot. I guess I'll just have to carry you to find the old monster. Otherwise, who will do the laundry, cook, and serve tea to this empress every day, huh?" Returning to the sky, the Demon Emperor was spreading his pitch-black wings, frantically swooping amidst the thunderous rain and lightning. He was sweating bullets, struggling to weave through countless lightning bolts that wanted to turn him to ash. Unfortunately, out of the frying pan and into the fire, a blinding thunderbolt struck him dead on, faster than the blink of an eye. The powerful lightning strike smashed the Demon Emperor into a free fall, plummeting headfirst down into the vast primeval forest below. The brutal impact tore up a whole patch of the hill, gouging out a deep meteor crater, proving how disastrous the force of this crash was. Taking the full brunt of the heavenly strike, Demon Emperor Dong Su's defensive armor shattered into 100 pieces. He staggered and crawled out of the charred, blackened husk. He looked up in shock at Bai Luo Chen's clone still fluttering high above, stammering and probing. This hair-raising power absolutely does not belong to the mortal realm. Which sacred deity descending to earth are you, exactly? Luo Chen's phantom treated him like thin air, calmly continuing to compress spiritual energy in preparation to launch a killer move. Blatantly ignored, the Demon Emperor roared in fury. "You dare play deaf with me? Is this emperor not qualified enough for you to utter your name?" After cursing, his body bloated into a giant maw, spitting out a stream of karmic fire that roasted Bai Luo Chen's clone, while over at the forest edge, his true body was still standing imposingly with crossed arms. Bai Luo Chen casually observed the situation, ignoring Jiang He Ming beside him whining in sheer terror. Just one Demon Emperor was hard enough to chew. Now where did this freakish dark shadow pop up from? Looking at the aura, it's probably around the Tribulation Transcendent stage. "Instructor Jiang, I can definitely handle it." He talked tough, but Jiang He Ming immediately backtracked, turning around with a sulky face and saying, "Handle my foot, screw the students, fleeing is the best strategy." "Wait, what are you trying to do pulling out a talisman?" Ignoring his questions, Bai Luo Chen seized the moment and slapped the talisman onto Jiang He Ming's forehead. "Flee my ass, just be a good boy and stand still like a statue." Packaging Jiang He Ming firmly onto a tree trunk, he leisurely stretched, his joints cracking. Warm-up's done. Now it's time to make mincemeat out of that roasted bird. On the other battlefront, Demon Emperor Dong Su was clearly on life support. He twisted and turned to dodge attacks in vain, having no chance to fight back, secretly cursing. "My demonic power is bottoming out and I still haven't scratched a single hair on that dark shadow. As a dignified Demon Emperor, do I really have to swallow my resentment and kick the bucket in this remote corner?" "Ask and you shall receive." A golden tear in space suddenly ripped open above his head. He was as overjoyed as if he had struck gold. "Huh, did Lord Daimo condescend to come to my rescue?" A disgusting one-eyed creature sprouting pure white wings darted out from the halo. Its backing made the Demon Emperor arrogantly tilt his chin. "With Lord Daimo stepping in, you stinky ants prepare to meet the King of Hell." Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chen's clone began to fade. Turning a deaf ear to the empty threats, the shadow merely muttered evenly, "Drill time is over, activating recall command back to the main body." Thinking the opponent was fleeing in fear, Dong Su hastily fused his physical body with Daimo, smirking coldly. HMPH, think you can escape that easily. He swung hundreds of dark arms, chasing closely after the clone, roaring ferociously. Go to hell, chaotic sky slicer. From below, Bai Luo Chen's main body calmly snapped his fingers. Command accepted. Instantly, the 5-star heaven-slaying talisman card was deployed. Mi Meng, standing afar, gaped as she admired the emerald greatsword slashing across the sky. Good heavens, does this terrifying spiritual pressure really belong to that old geezer? The giant sword slashed down like a falling meteor, crashing thunderously into the deep purple demonic aura encasing the Demon Emperor. As the dust settled, the Demon Emperor stood proudly upright, his armor still glossy without a single millimeter chipped. He darted his eyes around in all directions, silently assessing, how strange, is there still a powerhouse hiding around here? When his gaze caught Bai Luo Chen's leisurely demeanor, Dong Su's eyes widened and he interrogated, from which crack in the ground did you sprout, kid? Was it you who dared to mention Daimo's name just now? The young man twirled the talisman on his fingertip, letting the clone merge back into his body, then glanced at the Demon Emperor with disdain. You sweated bullets brawling with my dummy. Now the real deal is standing right here and your blind eyes can't recognize me. Throwing him a smirk, Luo Chen flicked his hand, lightly releasing the talisman to fly straight toward the target. Enjoy. The yellow paper instantly split into tens of thousands of spears, locking down Dong Su's escape routes. He panicked and screamed incessantly. Immortal binding talisman. Impossible. How the hell does a snot-nosed Foundation establishment brat possess this ultimate talisman along with a Tribulation Transcendent stage clone? Luo Chen leisurely retorted. So what if it's Foundation establishment? A frog sitting at the bottom of a well that hasn't seen the sky doesn't mean the sky doesn't exist. In the end, from which tight corner did you crawl out? He tightened the confinement ring, his voice turning harsh to extort a confession. You're not old enough to know my origins. Confess quickly, since when did you hook up with the Western demon race? Wait, what the hell is this thing that can even scorch a true soul? The heaven-piercing pain made the Demon Emperor collapse, begging pitifully. Somebody help, spare my life. I swear I'm completely clueless and know nothing. Please don't roast me anymore. Hearing Dong Su's wailing cries, Mi Meng, struggling from afar, broke out in a cold sweat and told herself, if that old geezer sees this little brat in such a battered state, surely he won't skin this empress alive, right? Bai Luo Chen laughed coldly, completely ignoring the crying. Take your time and rack your brains, I have plenty of time. Big bro, I really don't know, cough cough. Interrupting the interrogation, Mi Meng dragged Su Liyue straight in front of him, shouting loudly. Big brother Luo Chen, it's a disaster. Miss Su is about to have her soul leave her body. Seeing his beloved disciple on the verge of death, Bai Luo Chen hastily caught her, blue veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. Xiao Meng, what exactly happened that made Li Yue so ruined like this? Scared out of her wits, Mi Meng tearfully squeezed out a few crocodile tears. I'm so wronged, big brother Luo Chen. It's just because Xiao Meng is untalented and weak that I let Miss Su take a beating. His eyes were streaked with fiery blood veins, shooting a murderous glare at the Demon Emperor, his fingers pinching a death talisman. It was your filthy hands that tortured my disciple into this state, wasn't it? Very well, now this seat doesn't give a damn if you have any deep-rooted connections with the demon race anymore. The talisman stuck firmly and incinerated all of the Demon Emperor's cultivation. In his despair, he still strained his neck and barked. You don't have the guts to slaughter me. Touch my lifeblood, and Lord Daimo will strip away your dog life. As his physical body and soul were both burnt to ashes by the cleansing flames, a bizarre object suddenly rose before his blurry vision. He vaguely wondered, what the hell is sprouting out? Bai Luo Chen stood imposingly with crossed arms in front of a towering gates of hell heavily covered in iron chains, smirking as he pronounced the sentence. The gates to the underworld are open. Today, even if the demon lord personally shows his face here, don't even dream of saving your dog life. In a flash, the dark purple ghostly chains tightly wrapped around him and dragged him away. Dong Su wailed miserably. No, let me go. This seat is the Supreme Demon Emperor. I absolutely cannot die pointlessly in this toxic wasteland. Despite his struggles, the dark gates still ruthlessly swallowed him up and slammed shut, leaving only his echoing wails. Lord Daimo, save me. After cleaning up the trash completely, the gates also vanished into the void, returning the inherent peace. Having watched a free movie this whole time, Mi Meng smacked her lips in admiration. The demon emperor breathed fire but was beaten like a dog unable to resist a single strike. That old geezer really is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Suddenly Su Liyue, who was weak in Luo Chen's arms, abruptly sprang up and screamed as if possessed. Her eyes wide, she lunged forward and pounced on by Luo Chen as fast as lightning, catching him completely off guard. Seeing that sensational scene, Mi Meng was frightened out of her wits, screaming wildly, "Old monster, watch out!" The venom had eaten deep into her marrow, completely stripping away Su Liyue's sanity. With eyes as crimson as blood, she let out a bestial growl and bared her fangs, aiming to bite straight into her master's throat. Yet Bai Luo Chen didn't resist in the slightest. He even patted and encouraged her. "Go ahead and bite deep, don't let go." After drinking her fill of blood, the parasitic flower on her eye began to wither, and Su Liyue's sanity gradually returned. Realizing she had just committed a heinous act, she clumsily pushed her master away, her face flushing red as she stammered, "Master, did your disciple just sleepwalk and offend you?" Seeing her master's neck oozing blood, she bit her lip in remorse. "Master, your disciple is too clumsy. I apologize 1,000 times to you. It's nothing, just an accident, don't mind it." Distressed as she looked at the bruised, pitch-black, bleeding teeth marks on Luo Chen's neck, she hated herself. This disciple caused Master to be infected with the demon emperor's lethal venom. It's a trivial matter, just a tiny fragment of his remnant soul slipped in, it's fine. Saying that, he channeled his spiritual energy and formed a seal. The wound immediately closed up. What do these petty tricks amount to for your master? However, the system interface in his head kept glitching with flashing red text. Warning, host infected with malicious code, activating emergency antivirus shield. In a deep, hidden corner of his sea of consciousness, the demon emperor's remnant soul persistently survived, slowly materializing amidst a talisman formation. Having hit the jackpot and slipped in here, he rubbed his hands in delight. To think there are still foolish saints in this world willing to trade their lives to save their students, haha. Completely oblivious that the Grim Reaper was calling his name, he smugly patted his chest. As long as I retain this fragile wisp of a remnant thought, this emperor will sooner or later regrow a physical body and dominate the world. While he was boasting, the system's glaring green halo rushed in and surrounded him. Wait until this seat successfully possesses this body. I will send you insignificant shrimps down to the yellow springs to serve me water. A series of mechanical notifications blared loudly, making the demon emperor freeze in bewilderment. What kind of out-of-tune drumming is this? Error. What error? After a few ear-piercing screeches, the system finally issued its ultimate verdict, striking down a green bolt of electricity that crushed his remnant soul. Malware detected, proceeding to terminate. Wait, could it be that you are the will of heaven? Night fell on the disciples' pavilion at Qingluan Peak, a faint shadow of a hand tracing through the darkness. From Su Liyue's blurry perspective, she dejectedly rubbed her face and sighed. "My eyes and nose are all messed up. I have to fight a quick battle and break through my cultivation right now." The scene of Mi Meng and her master risking their lives to take the hits for her flashed in her mind. With tears in her eyes, she berated herself. "I really am a 1,000-pound burden to Xiao Meng and master. No matter what methods it takes, I must transform into the strongest person." Mi Meng had just stepped out of the bathtub, innocently drying her wet hair while complaining. "Oh my, a day of grinding has left my bones exhausted. Oh, is your eye still hurting?" Startled, Su Liyue hastily hid her melancholy, grinning as she pointed at her eye and teased. "Xiao Meng, come look at this. I'm about to join the one-eyed pirate crew." Annoyed, Mi Meng knocked her on the head with a bonk, speaking sharply. "You are forbidden from cursing yourself like that, you hear me?" Okay, 1,000 apologies, miss." The two of them snuggled into the warm blankets. Feeling guilty, Mi Meng muttered softly, "This empress was too negligent on this mission, causing you to suffer so miserably. I owe you an apology. From now on, even if the sky falls, I will protect you with absolute safety." Hearing that emotionally freezing confession, Su Liyue's eyes welled up with tears, rubbing her body and snuggling up extremely close. Hey, back off a bit, clinging like a leech is going to crush me to death. As dawn broke, the trio immediately dove into their tasks. Bai Luo Chen was busy chopping wood with thwack sounds, while the two girls, one was busily cleaning up, the other planted roots to cultivate and nourish her spirit. While absorbing spiritual energy, Su Liyue let out a sneeze that practically shattered space. Bai Luo Chen stopped his axe, anxiously looking over. Liyue, did you catch a cold? She wiped her nose, grinning awkwardly. Master, don't worry, I'm just a little sniffly. In a few days, I'll be bouncing around again. Sitting at the next table, Mi Meng was unspeakably apologetic. Miss Su's minor illness must be the aftereffect of my vicious strike the other day. The demon emperor was too overwhelming. To save our lives, I was forced to use that last resort. But big brother Luo Chen, rest assured, in about 3 days her sickness will completely evaporate. Fondling the messenger firebird in his hand, Bai Luo Chen clicked his tongue. No need to complicate things. Tomorrow morning, I will take you guys to play at the 4 Arts department. Let me give senior sister Yue a heads up first. He calmly explained the itinerary. Over there, they possess the #1 hot spring under heaven. Soaking for an hour will dissipate all this nonsense chill energy. Awesome, Miss Su is in luck. Achoo, yes sir. Before they knew it, the next day arrived. At the 4 Arts department, the piping hot mineral spring trickled into the tub, steaming ethereally like a fairyland. Ignoring the Yun sisters arguing loudly, Su Liyue tightly hugged Mi Meng to her chest, warning her with a grunt. I already showed everything in the sea of consciousness. Stop getting handsy. I know perfectly well what you just hid in there. Dig it out for my inspection. She lifted Mi Meng high into the air, while the latter tightly gripped her lapel, throwing a tantrum. This empress got scraped and bruised protecting you. You have a little rare delicacy, and you dare to swallow it all by yourself. Split my ass, didn't that whole pile of the demon emperor's essence slide right into your stomach? Saying that, she tossed Mi Meng right into the laundry basket, making her furiously argue back. That is the compensation this empress rightfully deserves to enjoy, understand? Her ears itching, Su Liyue stripped off her clothes and threw them right over Mi Meng's head to gag her. Mi Meng scrambled under the pile of fabrics, turning into a short little ghost. She puffed her cheeks and threatened, as if this empress thirsts for your share. That protective spiritual energy was specially bestowed by your master. If you're so capable, go whine and beg him for it. Tired of bickering, Su Liyue swayed her hips and walked toward the bathtub, which was intensely fragrant with flowers. She dipped a toe into the pool to test the temperature, checking if the water was overheated. Finding it soothing, Su Liyue shed the last piece of thin silk, draping it casually over the rock wall. Then she slowly submerged into the magical mineral water. The circulating heat surged vigorously through her veins, making her so comfortable that she accidentally let out a soft moan. That scratches the itch right down to the bones. Yunzai gently approached from behind, smiling charmingly and chatting. Senior sister Su, are you satisfied with this warmth? It's perfect. All the nonsense cold energy gathered in my body has been wiped clean. Yun Ryu felt her nose swell with narcissistic pride as she boasted. It has to be high quality. This exclusive 4 Arts department mineral spring is the fanciest in the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. You'd tire your eyes out trying to find a second place like this. Having said that, Yun Ryu parted the water and sluggishly waded toward Yunzai's soaking corner, a very sinister smile pulling at the corners of her lips. Suddenly, she splashed a whole basin of water right into her older sister's face, shouting loudly, "Eldest senior sister, take this torrential pear blossom palm." Succeeding in her splashing prank, Yun Ryu sprang up and darted away, muttering, I better slip away quickly before my head gets busted. Bitter and annoyed, Yunzai chased after her, splashing water back and screaming shrilly, Yun Ryu, you little brat, you dare to pull the tiger's whiskers. Stand right there for me. Why bother with this sisterly harem drama? Su Liyue curiously followed a flock of bizarre creatures wading at the bottom of the pool, muttering, what kind of plague are those lumps of excess flesh? The horde of little freaks called out to each other in an ear-piercing alien language. Bo la nai ka, pa pat si lu. Brothers, just take a sip each, drink too much and you'll choke. Yunzai managed to grab Yun Ryu by the scruff of her neck. While locking her little sister's arms, she turned to enthusiastically explain, that squirming bunch are the little Jing Zai demons, whose job is scrubbing backs and cleaning the scum of the hot spring. The Four Arts department's secret to attracting customers all relies on those inchworms. Underwater, a little Jingzai demon punched its companion's back with thump-thump sounds, gleefully whispering, "This is incredibly dope. I've starved for several autumns just waiting for today's feast. Shut your trap. If you yell loudly, you'll ruin our rice bowl right now." Su Li Yue widened her eyes at the swarming bunch, half believing and half doubting. Really? These scrubs have the talent to cleanse filth. I've skimmed through 10,000 books and never encountered them. Maybe they're a newly crossbred local domestic product. Oh crap, that was too rude. Suddenly, the clack-clack sound of wooden clogs echoed down the corridor, ringing straight into the bathhouse. That party crasher was Liu Qi, the bossy vice instructor of the Four Arts department. She snobbishly turned her nose up to the sky, mocking. No wonder, the people from the Talisman Array department, even if they climb to the top of the rankings, their peasant nature is still stained with alum dirt. Blood rushing to her head, Su Li Yue shot a glaring look at her like a bullet, growling, "Who did you just insult as a peasant, auntie?" Liu Qi elegantly dipped her toes into the pool, pouting disdainfully and muttering, "Truly having eyes yet acting blind, shrimps trying to race with whales." Finding a satisfactory corner of water, she languidly soaked herself, tossing back a smirking smile. Birds of a feather flock together. A dirt-poor master produces identical impoverished students. Finishing her taunts, she arrogantly swung her legs above the water. "Today this seat will wash the eyes of you commoners. Let's see what the cleansing power of the Jingzai demons looks like. Swim over here and caress me." Instantly, 3 little Jingzai demons clamored and fought each other to swim over, extending their disgusting wiggling tongues to steal the credit. "I'm coming, babe. Get out of the way, to each their own fortune. Don't steal my customer." Liu Qi laughed heartily, delighted to be massaged and served. "Oh my, so itchy and tingly. Be a bit more gentle with your hands and feet, being so rough is tickling me to death." Yun Ryu had already hopped onto the shore ages ago. Standing with her arms crossed, finding it an eyesore and earache, she tried to appease. "Senior Sister Su, just ignore that old hag. She can't compete against Instructor Yue, so she's finding you as a punching bag to vent her anger. How ridiculous. I have no energy to stoop to the level of a woman who flatters and fawns over Instructor Luo." Hearing the wind of this, Liu Qi laughed hysterically, gloatingly spreading rumors. "My eyes are as bright as the stars here. I myself caught your useless master red-handed, sneaking and crawling into Instructor Yue's boudoir, mind you." Psychological shock. Su Li Yue stood with her mouth agape, dumbfounded and pressed relentlessly. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting, auntie?" In another tense moment, Bai Luo Chen broke into a cold sweat, feeling uneasy as he stepped back, muttering, "Senior sister, our current posture is too ambiguous. It hardly aligns with moral propriety." Yue Xuanzhu, drenched in sweat and panting, whispered softly, "What's the harm? Can morals really stop us siblings? Or are you implying I'm not attractive enough?" Bai Luo Chen swallowed hard, stammering, I'm definitely interested, of course." It turned out the poor guy was awkwardly clutching a steaming charcoal-grilled sweet potato, bewilderedly wondering if bringing a roasted tuber into a young woman's bedchamber was good feng shui. It's truly clueless. The same guy who once roasted chicken wings over charcoal in the middle of an exam hall was now putting on airs. Flustered, Bai Luo Chen retorted, "Times have changed. A man and a woman huddled in a dark corner easily breed gossip. We must keep our distance. HMPH, when I was little and you trailed behind me, causing trouble, I never heard you spout these fake morals." Exposed about his glorious past, he blushed, scratching his head to clarify. Back when we bathed naked in the rain, I was too young to understand the ways of the world." But then Bai Luo Chen suddenly hardened his expression, asking sternly, "In short, you didn't summon me to this secluded spot just to gossip over a roasted sweet potato, did you?" By then Yue Xuanzhu had just finished bathing. She stood up abruptly from the tub, hastily wrapping a thin silk cloth loosely around her fiery curves, and smirked. "Junior Marshal brother, you're too rigid. You're killing the mood." She then fired off a rapid explanation, leaving Bai Luo Chen confused and bombarding her with questions. "So you need me to guide the seedlings of the Four Arts Academy into the Wan Hushan secret realm. Wait, where the hell is the Wan Hushan secret realm? I've never heard of it. And why did you change clothes so fast? While Bai Luo Chen was still blankly staring, Yue Xuanzhu closed in from behind, breathing warm air as she explained. It's a newly opened spatial zone. We need a tough leader to babysit. Got it. Bai Luo Chen frowned skeptically. You dare entrust their lives to my meager cultivation base. Even if you know nothing about my true strength right now, cultivation ranks don't define a hero. But are you willing to let your own disciple rot at home? Just bring the little one along. That blessed land is overflowing with rare herbs and treasures, more than enough for her to level up. Yue Xuanzhu blinked her sparkling eyes, pleading, Our academy's performance this grand tournament is terrible. This round decides the survival of the entire 4-art system. Yun Ruo and Yun Zai are completely stuck. Just nod and I promise to compensate you handsomely. Fine, I'll take the deal. Having struck gold, Yue Xuanzhu cheered loudly. I knew my little junior brother wouldn't refuse. Master and disciple are ready. Right at the climax, the door hinge creaked and burst open. At that moment, she was whispering sweet nothings into Bai Luo Chen's ear. You're still as adorable as when you wore your hair in a topknot. Once we're done, let's head back to Qingluan Peak and unwind. Caught in the act, Su Li Yue fumed, rushing over like a storm to yank Bai Luo Chen's arm, making his eyes widen in shock. Su Li Yue, what the hell are you doing? Silencing her master, the girl dragged him outside, shouting, Yun Ruo, Yun Zai senior sister, Yue instructor, this disciple takes the liberty of escorting master back to Qingluan Peak for internal discipline. Oh well, I'll take my leave then, Yue senior sister. Thanks for the refreshing mineral bath. Remember your promise, Bai Luo Chen. Once master and disciple disappeared, the Yun sisters immediately clapped enthusiastically, singing in unison. Congratulations, master, on finally pulling up the big radish. You gossiping busybodies. Scene shifts to Qingluan Peak, shrouded in the quiet late night, peaks piercing through 9 layers of cloud and mist. On a barren patch of land, a campfire roared high, burning logs to ash, crackling and scattering sparks. Su Li Yue, sweating profusely, was immersed in a secluded cultivation state. Around her, thousands of crimson fire sparks swirled and danced. Bai Luo Chen strolled over with folded arms, clicking his tongue in admiration. The secret manual I just tossed you, and you've already mastered it. At this rate, in 3 weeks, Zio Meng will be begging on her knees for mercy. Master, you're here. Seeing his disciple dash toward him, he smiled gently and lectured, Haste makes waste, daughter. The 6 palace-shaking body origin talisman is a proprietary recipe I just finished concocting. Cultivation requires a calm mind amid a changing world. Taboo, distracting thoughts. Have you grasped the directive, Su Li Yue? Wait, what? Ignoring the long lecture, Su Li Yue pounced like a frog, wrapping both arms tightly around Bai Luo Chen's neck, leaving his face slack with shock. Suddenly, Bai Luo Chen's pupils constricted violently, sensing impending disaster. He roared in alarm, Su Li Yue. At this point, Our Lady had gone into chi deviation, lost her mind, pinned Bai Luo Chen onto the grass, smiled slyly, and pulled down the front of his robe. A spring night so full of passion. How about we make a baby? Su Li Yue clung like a leech, refusing to let go, tormenting both his body and spirit until he froze like a stone statue, his face scrunched up as if chewing a sour lemon. Does master think your disciple lacks charm? Su Li Yue, break immediately. You dare defy your master's orders. She wriggled playfully, then suddenly ripped open her own top, her expression blissful as if intoxicated, her body heat blazing dangerously. Master, does your disciple's figure really pale in comparison to those high-ranking instructors out there? Bai Luo Chen stammered, sweating buckets to defend her fragile frame. Your master and instructor Yue share a pure, platonic bond. During meditation, what dark thoughts did you fill your head with? Ignoring the dry philosophy, Su Li Yue pressed forward aggressively, her swelling, heated curves rubbing against him in a display of lethal charm. Master, does Su Li Yue's affection look smooth to the eye? Well, beautiful is beautiful, I suppose. Faced with this spring scenery, Bai Luo Chen's heartbeat faltered slightly, but his cool head quickly salvaged his masculine dignity. Cough. Beautiful, but your master still prefers your well-behaved version much more. Pushed to the brink, he hastily pulled out a mind-clearing talisman and slapped it onto Su Li Yue's forehead like a demon-sealing charm. Instantly, the demonic girl powered down, her eyes glazed and dreamy like an addict floating on cloud nine. Bai Luo Chen wiped his sweat, muttering to himself. Finally, the 18-plus drama ends. Unexpectedly, Su Li Yue hugged him tightly, sleeping soundly, mumbling nonsense. Master, disciple has already settled on names for our 3 little ones. Early next morning, at the entrance of the Wan Hushan secret realm, a series of makeshift field camps were pitched, swaying crookedly as if about to collapse in the wind. Inside a tent, Bai Luo Chen stood with hands behind his back, pointing to tactics on a ragged map. Unwritten rule upon entering a spatial vortex. Wherever you land, immediately send location coordinates and report. No splitting up. The protective charms and compasses I just issued must be strapped tightly to your bodies. Lose them and you'll face punishment. Understood? Yes, by Martial Uncle. After briefing the formation, Bai Luo Chen turned to warn the troublemaker named Su Li Yue, especially this stubborn brat. Don't get itchy hands and grab everything shiny. Surviving is the top priority. Hear me? Yes, master. Her mind was a chaotic mess, mortified and wanting to dig a hole to hide from the world's gaze after that stormy night. Oh God, save me. How can I face master with this thick skin? Peacefully cultivating, only to be wrecked by love karma, nearly stripping master's clothes too. I'm going crazy, dying of shame. Su Li Yue cupped her cheeks, red as a ripe persimmon, shaking her head to dispel wicked thoughts. No, no. My path is to shatter the void and ascend to immortality. What immortal craves to devour their master raw? Sober up, Su Li Yue. Bai Luo Chen noticed Su Li Yue looking shifty, worrying internally. I hope her nerves aren't fried after yesterday's incident. Cutting off his thoughts, a disciple stumbled in breathless. Senior sister, emergency. Flinging the tent flap open, the girl, pale as a ghost, screamed to Yun Ryu. Big sister, foreign invaders are sweeping through outside. What the hell? Yun Ryu glanced around frantically for help. Sensing gunpowder in the air, Bai Luo Chen's face darkened, ordering, You 2 beauties stay hidden here. Let me see who dares to pull the tiger's whiskers. Rushing out of the tent, Yun Ryu immediately identified the culprit, glaring angrily. So it's you, Shang Mingzhu. What are you planning to mess with now? The dark elder of the Jai Legong, Shang Mingzhu, planted her hands on her hips, sneering. You crossed the river and burned the bridge lot. Have you forgotten how your senior uncle babysat you when you couldn't even wipe your own nose? Yun Ryu didn't hesitate to fire back sharply. You old hag, who took the vice instructor's stipend and stabbed the Su clan in the back, betraying my master. What right do you have to lecture us like a dog barking? Shang Mingzhu laughed mockingly, pulling a gleaming jade flute from her chest. No beard yet, and you dare bare your fangs at your senior uncle. After the threat, the madwoman threw the flute forward, riding a fierce wind of spiritual energy, roaring. I'm here today to discipline your dog-like manners. The jade flute sliced through the air like an arrow meant to dismember. Yun Ryu panicked, erecting a spiritual barrier. Shang Mingzhu gloated, shouting, Stop struggling, waste of energy. Kneel and kowtow, admit your fault and this lady will only cripple you lightly. Can't take it, not if you yield. Before Yun Ryu could stutter, the treasure easily pierced the fragile shield, aiming straight for her throat, making her eyes widen in terror. On the brink of life and death, an invisible crushing pressure altered the flute's trajectory, shooting it straight into the 9th heaven. Bai Luo Chen frowned, scolding, playing to deaf ears. Using a musical instrument so recklessly will only cause it to rebel and swallow your life one day. Shang Mingzhu's face twisted in horror. What demonry is this? My treasure refused my command. Casually catching the jade flute midair, Bai Luo Chen brushed his hands and declared coolly, Save that pitying look. This instrument officially changes ownership to me. Yun Ryu watched, stunned, her heart pounding wildly. Incredible. With just one move, Martial Uncle subdued that violent spiritual artifact. Shang Mingzhu ground her teeth, screaming in rage. I recognize you now. You're that lover Bai Luo Chen of that vixen. Treating the madwoman's barking as wind past his ears, Bai Luo Chen slowly raised the jade flute to his lips. He played a mesmerizing tune, each note echoing sharply, tearing through the suffocating space. The fangirl disciples immediately erupted in chaos. Oh my God, Martial Uncle Bai is an artist too. You gossip group, are you deaf? His flute skills are way smoother than those fake instructors. Even Su Li Yue had to widen her eyes, never expecting her master to be so proficient with a musical instrument. The intimate image of Bai Luo Chen and instructor Yue flashed through her mind. She clicked her tongue, nodding to herself. Come to think of it, master and instructor Yue were childhood sweethearts. This is only natural. Across from them, Shang Mingziu boiled with rage over her stolen flute. She unleashed her ultimate technique, Jaila Momo, summoning a horde of vicious snakes lunging straight at Bai Luo Chen, screaming, "You trash, hand back the jade flute if you know what's good for you." Responding to the fury, Bai Luo Chen remained leisurely, calmly playing his flute, leaving the aggressive snakes utterly unable to touch even the hem of his robe. The unlucky snakes were instantly repelled, tearing Shang Mingziu's clothes to shreds, revealing her voluptuous, heaving figure. Thankfully, the most sensitive spots survived the disaster intact. Seeing this, a quick-witted disciple rushed to support her, sweet-talking. "Elder, let this disciple assist you." Unfortunately, this overly enthusiastic grab hit a critical spot. Shang Mingziu trembled violently, letting out an ambiguous moan, unclear whether it was terror or ecstasy, sounding like she was on Mount Tai's peak. Watching Shang Mingziu's group scramble and flee, Bai Luo Chen finally smirked. "Out of respect for this spiritual artifact, I'll spare your lives today. Vanish from my sight." Turning to Yun Ryu, he offered the flute. Her eyes sparkled. "This jade flute is temporarily yours. After this secret realm trip, I'll help it upgrade from a spiritual artifact straight to an imperial artifact. Deal?" She stammered. "Really? Thank you so much, Bai Martial Uncle." The surrounding disciples immediately clamored in jealousy. "Martial Uncle Bai is so biased." He calmly coaxed them. "Stay calm. Opportunities in the secret realm are plentiful. Work hard and you'll get your share." Despite this, the noisy chatter continued unabated. Bai Luo Chen gazed at Su Li Yue's figure entering the tent, silently urging, "Silly disciple, absolutely don't miss this once-in-a-millennium opportunity." Su Li Yue scrambled into the tent, pulling out a mysterious object and pouring all her focus into it. Instantly, Xiao Meng popped her head out, interrogating thoroughly. "Last night that old monster took you back to your room. Confess, did you two do anything shady?" She blushed, snapping, "Mind your own business." Just moments later, the entire area was submerged in a mystical, faint purple mist. Yun Ryu called out loudly, "The secret realm entrance has opened. Everyone prepare to depart immediately." Adjusting the pack on her shoulders, Yun Ryu strode confidently toward the spatial gate, glancing back before leaving. "Bai Martial Uncle will go ahead." He called after, "Engrave this in your bones. Before regrouping, absolutely do not reveal your tracks." Su Li Yue slung her bag over her shoulder, standing close to Bai Luo Chen with an anxious face. Understanding his disciple's heart, he gently soothed, "Don't panic. With your master accompanying you, I guarantee not a single hair will be harmed." Xiao Meng pouted, chiming in, "Brother Luo Chen, did you forget me?" He chuckled. "Ah, right. There's also the transcendent Xiao Meng." Thanks to those verbal tranquilizers, Su Li Yue steeled herself and stepped through the gate. Watching his disciple's figure, Bai Luo Chen rubbed his forehead, pondering. A mortal struck by the mind-clearing talisman should lose memory for a full day. Strange. Did I mess up the operation, or is this girl's origin simply extraordinary? Brushing aside the tangled thoughts, Bai Luo Chen relaxed his mind and swiftly dove into the secret realm. Meanwhile, Shang Mingziu's faction remained hidden in the distant bushes, secretly observing every move. Returning to their hideout, Shang Mingziu ground her teeth, delivering a barrage of slaps to that disciple who touched her earlier to vent her anger. Though beaten to a pulp, the guy still grinned satisfactorily for getting a taste. Suddenly, a shadow rushed in, panting. "Elder, the prey has fully entered the net." The ruthless woman wiped blood from her chin, her eyes flashing with malice. "Our turn to act. Absolutely do not neglect the core mission of this trip." All Jai Lagong cultists simultaneously roared a mind-numbing slogan. "Use flesh and blood to overcome trials. Return to the ultimate paradise and ascend." Camera shifts to Bai Luo Chen, his feet just touching the ground inside the secret realm. A dry electronic voice rang out, stunning him. System automatically triggered. Core storyline mission. Host must swiftly crush the Hunzong. Rewards are locked, no need to repeat. Refusal will result in immediate confiscation of 30% of current spiritual energy. At another corner, deep inside the Fang Hushan's secret realm, a deafening, ear-splitting tremor suddenly tore through the space, erupting right at Yun Ryu's location. It turned out the unlucky girl was ambushed and surrounded by Jai Legong lackeys. As the smoke cleared slightly, the scene revealed several young men lying scattered on the ground, groaning. Then a Jai Legong female bandit stepped out arrogantly, mercilessly stepping on a dying man, sneering, "Tusk tusk, this little kitten has her claws out, huh?" Yun Ryu broke into a cold sweat, thinking that earth-shattering explosion earlier didn't send them to the underworld yet. The cult woman sneered, waving her hand to launch a volley of sticky pink tentacles. "Stand still nicely so this old lady can teach you a lesson." Panicked, Yun Ryu hastily pulled out her protective jade flute as a weapon. She raised it to her lips and blew with all her might, though her heart was pounding. The sound instantly condensed into a defensive formation. The formation quickly erected a sturdy spiritual wall to block the path. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too immature. How could such a fragile shield stop the monstrous, surging tentacles? The bizarre octopus-like appendages instantly coiled around Yun Ryu's body, frantically draining her spiritual energy. The enemy smirked mockingly. "Such a fancy artifact, but in your hands, it's no better than roadside scrap metal." She leisurely stepped closer, casually groping Yun Ryu with utterly shameless gestures. Not stopping there, she leaned close to the victim's ear, whispering provocatively, "Sweetheart, got any more tricks? Bring them out and play." Yun Ryu gritted her teeth in fury. "You shameless wretch." With no way out, she planned to use the talisman Bai Luo Chen had taught her, praying internally, "By martial uncle, please come save me." Alas, this tiny thought was instantly detected by the perceptive enemy. Oh, trying to call for reinforcements. Her face instantly darkened and twisted, raising her arm high. Right after the shout, she delivered a fatal blow, making Yun Ryu endure gut-wrenching agony. The pervert flipped open her cloak, revealing a whole collection of tortured toys, her tone utterly sarcastic. "Already reacting so fiercely? The real lesson is just beginning." At the most critical moment, a fish fell from the sky, carrying surging spiritual energy, slicing through the wind as it struck. It cleanly pierced the cultivator's chest like a knife through mud. The villain couldn't even utter a word, just stood rooted, eyes bulging like a snail. A second later, her body collapsed onto the cold ground, and those disgusting tentacles vanished without a trace. Yun Ryu turned to see Bai Luo Chen strolling over. She teared up. "By martial uncle, the Jai Legong set an ambush here." He clicked his tongue. "No wonder I waited till I rusted, not seeing a single soul, and I even kindly grilled fish for you lot." Yun Ryu, utterly depleted, collapsed to the ground, limbs weak. Bai Luo Chen quickly stepped over to help her up. "No broken bones, right? Can you still walk?" she wheezed. "Yes. Just ran out of spiritual energy, so my legs feel like lead. But where did everyone else scatter to?" With a blank, exhausted gaze, she reported to Bai Luo Chen, "The ambushers are mostly beaten up by you. The other junior sisters and brothers should be safe too." Bai Luo Chen picked up her dropped bag and handed it back. "Here's your lost luggage. Hurry, stick close to me so we can regroup with everyone." She nodded obediently, "Yes." At the same time, as if spotting something earth-shattering, Yun Ryu's eyes widened in utter shock. She gripped Bai Luo Chen's arm tightly, whispering, "Martial uncle, look." Following her finger, they both looked toward the corpse of the Jai Legong woman, spotting a grotesque creature writhing. Yun Ryu pointed at it, confused. "What the hell is that creature? What the hell is that creature?" Without another word, Bai Luo Chen channeled a bit of spiritual energy to his fingertips. With a light flick, he effortlessly captured the mysterious creature alive. Examining the struggling insect, Bai Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, identifying it, a soul-devouring bee. Definitely the Jai Legong scum using these poisonous bugs to harvest living souls. Casually crushing the demonic bee, Bai Luo Chen cast his gaze toward the hazy horizon ahead. "Hurry, we must find the others immediately." The camera shifts to a completely different coordinate inside the secret realm. A bolt of heavenly lightning with violent power tore through the sky, striking straight down to Earth. The terrifying pressure blasted away rocks and soil, leaving a massive crater. Faintly visible through the smoke and flickering lightning, a human figure slowly emerged. Unexpectedly, the one standing in the pitch-black crater was Su Liyue. She was playing an extreme game, using heavenly lightning to temper her body, enduring continuous strikes from above. She closed her eyes tightly, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Right then, Mi Meng suddenly appeared behind her, slapping her shoulder. Su Li Yue jumped, screaming in terror. Regaining her senses and seeing it was Mi Meng, Su Li Yue bristled, snapping. "Are you crazy, appearing and disappearing like that, trying to scare me to death?" Mi Meng wasn't backing down, retorting sharply. "Who's trying to scare you? Look at the mess you made summoning lightning. Only a lunatic would cultivate by striking themselves with thunder. Look at your hands, ruined." Hearing this, Su Li Yue looked at her bruised, charred hands, but her expression remained indifferent. The path of immortal cultivation defies heaven. To harvest sweet fruit, blood must be shed. Besides, I must push myself to the limit to close the gap with Master. Mi Meng, annoyed, ground her teeth. "Did lightning fry your brain, making you compare yourself to that old monster? He was born a being that shatters all human norms." Su Li Yue's face instantly flushed red like a ripe tomato, stammering, It's because of that, actually." Amidst the awkwardness, a Jai Legong lackey suddenly popped out, sneering. "Tusk Tusk, didn't expect to catch such a fat haul before breaking the Hun Zhu's seal." Interrupted, both Su Li Yue and Mi Meng snapped their heads up to observe. Unbeknownst to them, Jai Legong thieves had already surrounded them. The lead woman continued in an arrogant tone. "Be good, tie yourselves up and follow this old lady, and you'll avoid unnecessary flesh wounds." Hearing those grating words, Mi Meng curled her lip in a cold smile, sparks crackling from her fingers. "What, haven't you had enough beating? Relying on sewer trash and daring to threaten me?" Shang Mingxiu was clearly no pushover. She swiftly formed hand seals, a bizarre flower suddenly blooming from her chest, sneering. "Thought it was something, just another weak little demon. I just held back earlier, not using my real moves." Speaking of which, she launched the flower into the air, revealing a hidden trump card. Mi Meng looked up, a bad feeling rising in her heart. In a flash, a massive object shaped like a drumstick plummeted from above, right where they stood, pulverizing the ground into powder. Mi Meng was terrified, sweat soaking her back, trembling. This heaven-defying demonic energy. The terrifying pressure from the attack also blasted Su Li Yue far away. She gritted her teeth, pushing herself up on her hands, screaming Xiao Meng's name. Hearing the call, Mi Meng hastily turned to check, forgetting to guard herself, completely unaware of a violent wave tearing through the air toward her back. She could only gasp Su Li Yue's name, right before the brutal shockwave slammed her into a stone cliff. Worse, the impact's aftershock cruelly sent Mi Meng rolling down to the edge of a bottomless abyss. Utterly battered, Mi Meng lay flat at the bottom, struggling to form words. "That woman, this power, exceeds my limits." Her pretty face now covered in bloody scratches, she mustered her remaining strength to shout, "Hurry! Summon that old monster here." Su Li Yue stood frozen, staring dumbly at the towering column of cyan demonic energy erupting right in front of her. Her pupils contracted in sheer terror. This dense, breath-choking demonic energy, what is it? The Jai Legong lackeys hurriedly bowed and clasped their hands. "Thank you, Xiao Liu Venerable, for intervening." From the mist, a beautiful woman with rabbit ears stepped out confidently, fists clenched, scolding sharply. "You idiots, how many times have I corrected you?" It's Lao Liu. No one expected this tiny bunny to hold the formidable title of a demon venerable. Cut to the dark, foul-smelling lair of the Jai Legong. By now, Su Li Yue had completely fallen unconscious. After a considerable time, her consciousness slowly returned. Realizing she was hanging in midair like cured meat, she panicked, wondering, "Why did I drift into this dump?" Ahead was a crowd of Jai Legong lackeys gathered around a black coffin floating overhead. Su Li Yue shivered, whispering, "What dark magic is that?" Standing guard below the coffin, Shang Mingxiu cheerfully spread her arms, welcoming the surging cyan demonic energy, exclaiming excitedly, "The divine time has arrived. Begin the ritual." Glancing aside, Su Li Yue was stunned to see the 4 Arts Academy female students also tied up just like her. She thought despairingly, "Heavens, my junior sisters were also captured and dragged into this den." She strained her meager spiritual energy to break the restraints, to no avail. Her insides burned with urgency, thinking she had to find a way to free them. Suddenly, Mi Meng strolled out, a sly smile on her lips. "Stop wasting energy. This ultra-strong silk is a masterpiece woven by this empress herself." Su Li Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, furious. "Why are you shackling me? You dare betray me and master." Mi Ming glared fiercely, baring her teeth treacherously. Betray? No way. A wise bird chooses its branch. Only the adaptable are heroes. That Bai Luo Chen carries no weight. Now I gladly offer myself to venerable Lao Liu. Where you point, I strike. However, seeing Mi Ming also tied up like a sausage, Su Li Yue frowned, bewildered. Wait a second, why are you tied up just like me? Hearing the naive question, Mi Ming laughed triumphantly. Haha, I let myself be caught on purpose, dummy. Thus the two girls started bickering loudly. What the hell are you acting like? Untie me now. I'm only worried Master will skin you alive. You psycho, I already slipped a tracking talisman ages ago. Play along and buy time for him to rescue us. Lao Liu, mid-slurping her meal, was annoyed by the two loudspeakers, slamming the table. Shut up. Keep chattering and I'll mince you both right now. Both quickly shrank back. Yes, we apologize. Silencing the noise, Lao Liu turned to inspect Shang Mingxiu, vaguely sensing something off. Shang Mingxiu was still deep in her pose, arms spread, enduring the rising demonic energy. Noticing Lao Liu's probing gaze, she turned to her comrades, startled. Something wrong. Dear Soul Envoy, haven't we collected enough souls yet? Just then, two shadows from the Lion Hunzong appeared, one at the peak of the nascent soul realm, the other at the initial stage of spirit exit. A woman named Zai Ling spoke disdainfully. This is the result you Jai Legong toiled for all this time, wanting to break the Hun Zu's seal with a few hundred cracked souls. Laughable. Insulted, Shang Mingxiu hurriedly bowed, pointing to a corner. Please, honored guests, calm down. Over there are a few hot goods ready to sacrifice to the Hun Zu. Finishing her words, Shang Mingxiu waved, ordering her subordinates. Drag the 4 Arts Academy girls over for the sacrifice now. The lackeys chorused. Yes. 3 burly lackeys strode toward the girls, lewd laughter echoing through the cave, making the girls pale with fear, sweat soaking their backs. Seeing her junior sisters in danger, Su Li Yue thrashed wildly. Those bastards are about to act. Untie me now. Mi Ming calmly interrupted. Stay calm and enjoy the show. Suddenly, a sturdy spiritual wall erupted from the ground, shielding the 4 Arts Academy group, leaving them all agape in shock. Without delay, the spiritual wall rebounded with immense force, blasting the 3 Jai Legong punks dozens of meters away. The unlucky lackeys were electrocuted to a crisp, twitching on the ground like stranded fish. Shang Mingxiu's heart leapt in panic. What weird trick now? She looked up, catching the carefree face of Mi Ming whistling nonchalantly. She ground her teeth, convinced. This must be that damn demon Empress's doing. Desperate, she respectfully pleaded with Lao Liu. Please, venerable, personally quell this chaos. Lao Liu chewed blankly, confused. Why should I do that? Lao Liu, mouth full, replied uncomfortably to Shang Mingxiu. This venerable already stepped out and crushed that demon Empress for you. The deal was clear. 1 Kasha branch for 1 intervention. Planning to freeload my efforts, huh? She stammered. Zio Liu venerable. Lao Liu snapped. I said call me Lao Liu. Shang Mingxiu bit her jewel-encrusted fingernails in frustration, cursing inwardly, damn it. This wretched bliss palace only had 3 Kasha branches in total, and biting the bullet to take out 2 of them this time was a complete waste of heavenly treasures. Seeing the female boss pulling her hair out, Yang Cheng, standing nearby, solicitously added fuel to the fire. There's no reason for the elder to make herself suffer like this. After finishing his sentence, he raised his hand to casually snatch the souls of the dead Bliss Palace disciples, declaring with a wicked smile that their own side souls were still perfectly good for sacrifices. Shang Mingxiu frowned in confusion, while her hands were still forming seals to pull out the Kasha branch, and asked hesitantly, Oh, Lord Soul Envoy, what kind of trick are you playing? Zai Ling indifferently stretched out a finger to suck dry the soul aura, coldly warning, Shang Mingxiu, put that Kasha branch back into your pocket immediately, and engrave it into your bones that your Bliss Palace is only able to raise its head by begging from our faction. Suddenly, Yang Cheng perked up his ears and noticed an anomaly, hurriedly making a shushing gesture. Be quiet. That Grand Lord is about to come out of seclusion. In the midst of the dead silence, the rusty chains anchoring the coffin suddenly snapped into pieces. The coffin lid burst open abruptly, and pitch-black demonic energy poured out like ink, blocking the path, while inside lay massive piles of pale white skulls. A skinny arm filled with demonic aura thrust out, followed by a bone-chilling laughter that sounded like weeping ghosts. Kekekek. After 1,000 years away from Yun Huang, this old man has finally survived the tribulation and returned. As soon as the voice faded, the coffin exploded into 100 pieces, and the dozens of skulls accumulated inside also scattered in all directions. The explosion created an earth-shattering tremor right inside the cave. Li Yue broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the monster Bliss Palace desperately unsealed was the very source of the disasters that had plagued Yun Huang for the past century, the Earth-immortal Soul Ancestor? Finally, the grotesque and ridiculously tall figure of the Soul Ancestor revealed itself, its entire body pieced together from countless decaying bones and human skulls, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive, resentful energy. The Soul Refining Sect duo hurriedly prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting in unison. Disciples of the Soul Refining Sect respectfully welcomed the Grandmaster out of seclusion. The Soul Ancestor lifted his skeletal nose and sniffed, letting out a delighted "oh," as if he had struck gold. I didn't expect that lingering around this place would leave behind such a top-tier delicacy of a soul. Saying that, he swung his dry arm, shooting a beam of spiritual energy straight at Shang Mingxiu. I'll just conveniently take your soul as an appetizer for this venerable one. Shang Mingxiu's living soul was instantly sucked out with no way to resist. Scared out of her wits, she hastily pulled out the Kasha branch and pleaded miserably, "Lord Lao Liu, please save my life." Before she could finish her plea, the life-saving Kasha branch also exploded into dust. Lao Liu smacked her lips and waved the bamboo chopsticks she was using, cleanly slashing apart the spiritual energy cocoon that was swallowing Shang Mingxiu's soul, grumbling in annoyance, reminding you for the umpteenth time, just call me Lao Liu. Having just narrowly escaped death, Shang Mingxiu instantly tore the Supreme Bliss heaven-piercing secret talisman, deciding to tuck tail and run. The space in front of her immediately cracked open into a distorted rift, and without a moment's hesitation, she dove in and disappeared without a trace. Lao Liu turned around, just in time to catch sight of Li Yue and Mi Meng secretly trying to find a way to ditch each other. Quick as lightning, Lao Liu reached out, using spiritual energy to suck Li Yue in and drag her over. Mi Meng, furious, screeched, "Hey, hey, the rule was one token for one task. Where are you kidnapping that brat to?" Ignoring Li Yue struggling like a fish caught in a net, Lao Liu tossed her right into a deep purple puddle, ruthlessly ordering, "Shut your mouth. If you still want to keep your life, then obediently stick with this venerable one." Mi Meng hurriedly scrambled after them. "Wait up. If you're going on a joyride, you have to take me along too." The old ghost soul ancestor watched Lao Liu flee with the two girls and clicked his tongue in admiration. Incredible. After 1,000 years, this Yun Huang place has become a total mess. Even a small fry demon venerable has the guts to snatch offerings right out of this immortal's hands. At this time, Zai Ling trembled as she kowtowed and respectfully reporting to the soul ancestor. Over the past thousands of years, our soul sect has been miserably suppressed and wiped out by the major righteous factions, and now we are only barely surviving under the shadow of a minor sect. Please be lenient and do not punish these unfilial descendants. Ignoring her flowery excuses, the soul ancestor opened his bottomless mouth to greedily suck in the wandering dark souls in the cave, muttering curses, "Those hypocritical righteous bastards. I never expected them to force our soul sect to such a pathetic state." Once this old man swallows all these nutritious souls, the entire mortal realm will tremble and grovel at my feet once again. Elsewhere, Mi Meng was still struggling to maintain the spiritual barrier to protect the girls of the Four Arts Department. She kept pumping more power into the protective shield, but beads of sweat were already forming on her forehead. Exhausted and out of breath, she inwardly cursed, "Where did that damned monster Bai Luo Chen wander off to? This Zio Meng is about to run out of energy here." The moment the cry for help ended, a radiant golden light, like the morning sun, suddenly plummeted down from the apex of the sky. Bai Luo Chen's renowned wood-chopping axe appeared out of thin air, accompanied by his familiar cheeky voice echoing, "Sai, I've looked everywhere until my eyes hurt. Why do villains always like to hide in such dark and dingy corners?" The soul ancestor looked up, and what struck his eyes was the towering figure of Bai Luo Chen. The spiritual energy surging around the young man was like a literal storm. The old demon frowned, unconsciously breaking out in a cold sweat. Luo Chen got annoyed seeing the opponent staring at him greedily. What are you looking at? Are you a country bumpkin who has never seen a drop-dead gorgeous guy before? The dazzling sunlight draped over Luo Chen's figure, cloaking him in a blinding golden aura, fully exuding the vibe of a male god. Xiling and Yang Cheng stared blankly at the uninvited guest. Xiling knitted her brows tightly, racking her brains to guess, what kind of sacred being is this insolent brat? The Soul Ancestor also had to squint his sunken eyes to block out the blinding halo emanating from that flawless handsome face, muttering, at first glance, this brat's realm is only at a pitiful profound illumination stage. But why is this old man's divine sense completely ineffective, unable to see through his true identity? The young man lightly jumped down to the cave floor, leisurely standing with his hands on his hips next to his legendary wood-chopping knife. Luo Chen casually lifted the heavy axe onto his shoulder, his sharp eyes sweeping over the group before he chuckled. Ah, I see. So the Soul's Bliss Palace has been diligently collecting for so long, were just to salvage the pathetic life of this old man who is about to kick the bucket. Insulted, the Soul Ancestor furiously pulled out the soul refining flag to threaten him. This old man has only been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and you insignificant ants already dare to climb on my head. He activated the Dark Art Netherspring Soul Sacrifice and unleashed it straight at Luo Chen. A foul, pitch-black stream of smoke tore through the wind, hurtling towards the boy. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Chen immediately used the 5-star Divine Talisman to counterattack. The talisman instantly summoned Heavenly Might, transforming into a majestic golden divine dragon soaring around, its overwhelming aura shaking the very space. The Soul Ancestor's eyes widened in awe upon seeing the golden dragon, nodding in praise. Well, how rare. The mortal realm has actually produced such a talented divine talisman master. Hey brat, state your name so I can write it in my ledger. The power radiating around Luo Chen grew increasingly violent, and he sneered, answering curtly, let me introduce myself. I am the great-grandfather of your ancestors. The Soul Ancestor stared in shock as he noticed his opponent's spiritual power continuously skyrocketing, his brain instantly calculating, oh crap, this looks like bad news. The old demon hastily unleashed his killer move, the Poisonous King Ignition Array, pinning 5 ghostly flags into the ground and roaring, activate the array. Seeing the golden dragon from his talisman swallowed whole in one gulp, Luo Chen was inwardly horrified. So those ragged flags actually had the ability to devour divine talismans. Streams of thick, tar-like black mud constantly entangled Luo Chen's limbs, accompanied by the Soul Ancestor's triumphant laughter. Having fallen into my trap, let's see how you struggle now, little brat. Surrounded by grave danger, Luo Chen was forced to continuously deploy layers of life-saving talismans to defend himself. The tightening grip of the Soul Ancestor's dark art loop closed in day by day, slowly drowning the young man in the pitch-black, murky mess. However, Luo Chen maintained an indifferent attitude without a trace of fear, calmly analyzing. This damn mud puddle might actually be more than enough to neutralize the troublesome curse on my body. In the blink of an eye, the soul reflection transported Luo Chen to a vast and illusionary dimensional space. He immediately darted his eyes around, scrutinizing every corner with extreme care. Swiftly, he activated the Xuanwu talisman to erect a sturdy tortoise shield to protect his body, but to his shock, the terrifying pressure was something even the divine tortoise couldn't withstand. Streams of violent energy condensed into sharp drills, shooting madly towards Luo Chen, stinging his face. He gaped in shock and cursed, what the hell is going on here? A barrage of dark needles relentlessly pierced through Luo Chen's flesh, the ear-piercing swish, swish, swish sounds of the wind cutting down endlessly. Amidst the thick fog, the dark souls formed grotesque human faces, mocking and despising Luo Chen, accompanied by the booming voice of the Soul Ancestor. No matter how sky-high a divine talisman master's skills are, once they fall into this old man's dreamscape, they can only stick their necks out and wait to be slaughtered, child. A ghost head peeking out from a twisted tentacle grinned maliciously. Well then, invincible divine talisman master, let us see how long your ironclad body can hold up. Despite the relentless barrage of attacks surrounding him, Luo Chen stood tall and unyielding, taking the full brunt of the damage without flinching. The young man's eyes suddenly flashed with an icy glare as he growled, "So deafening, this old geezer is too noisy. System, quickly brief me on what the hell a domain is." The system immediately replied, "A domain is a supreme sect guarding technique exclusively for cultivators who have reached the true immortal stage. The user can establish an isolated spatial dimension for a short period to gain absolute dominance in combat. The Soul Ancestor's divine sense is incredibly profound. He is using the domain to bypass the laws of the heavenly Tao, thereby suppressing the immortal cultivation of all things. Host, hang in there." Seeing Luo Chen's contemplative expression, the Soul Ancestor grinned from ear to ear, thinking he had won. Little did he know that Luo Chen completely ignored that useless theory, muttering with a wicked smile, "Bypassing the laws of the heavenly Tao, you say? Then he is just digging his own grave." Luo Chen directly swung his axe, splitting the stream of demonic energy in half. The Soul Ancestor trembled in fear, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He never expected the face slapping to come so incredibly fast. Pressing his advantage, Luo Chen unleashed a flurry of axe strikes, his hacking style exactly like chopping firewood for a stove, striking directly at the Soul Ancestor's true form, blowing the thick black smoke dozens of yards away. The old man nearly coughed up blood in anger, cursing internally, "This is truly wicked. This brat is trapped in the very territory I control, yet he still has the power to claw at me until I bleed." The Soul Ancestor's entire body was now mangled with dozens of deep, bleeding gashes. He gulped heavily and demanded, "What kind of sacred artifact is that freakish weapon in your hand?" The spiritual energy around Luo Chen boiled like an enraged divine dragon. He smirked and replied to the old man, "What artifact? This is purely just the crappy axe I use to chop firewood every day." Hearing this, the Soul Ancestor turned to stone on the spot. "What? A wood-chopping axe?" With a few more cracking sounds, the Soul Ancestor's bones were crushed under the terrifying pressure, while Luo Chen's mocking voice steadily poured into his ears. "Earlier, I held back to leave a little face for the heavenly Tao." He took long, steady strides forward, his peerlessly domineering demeanor crushing everything in its path. Luo Chen coldly swung his axe, cleaving the Soul Ancestor's body into two halves, and ruthlessly declared, "But today, your grandfather here will treat you like a rotten piece of firewood and chop you down without hesitation." At the same time, the massive outer ceiling barrier could no longer withstand the heat and began to crack with loud popping sounds. Returning to the other side, Mi Meng was leisurely binding up the small fries of the soul refining sect. She put her hands on her hips and threatened Zai Ling, but this bratty girl stubbornly argued back, "You wet behind the ears demon emperor, just wait until my patriarch returns to the mortal realm, and you'll be sent to your grave." Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light slipped through the crack, making the girl ecstatic as she shrieked in joy. "Our invincible old monster is about to come out of seclusion." But life is not a dream. The very next moment, Luo Chen swaggered out from the gates of death, casually dangling the severed head of the Soul Ancestor in his hand. While Yun Ryu cheered in joy, the tied-up Yang Cheng was scared out of his wits, screaming wildly at the top of his lungs, "Impossible, this is just an illusion. How could you walk out alive? Where is my patriarch?" Annoyed by the blind fool, Luo Chen casually tossed the Soul Ancestor's skull, letting it roll across the ground. The coconut-like skull rolled with a thud, hit Yang Cheng's leg, and suddenly exploded with a bang. Shrapnel and foul blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the area red. Zai Ling was scared out of her mind. All the arrogance and swagger from moments ago had vanished completely. She immediately crawled over, hugging Luo Chen's leg and crying pitifully, "Please, great hero, have mercy and spare my life. As long as I can live, I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Luo Chen heartlessly kicked Zai Ling away, truly a man who was clueless about treating women tenderly. But on second thought, showing mercy to this kind of treacherous, scheme-filled venomous centipede would be foolish. Seeing the girl confess so sincerely, he casually tossed a remark to Yun Ryu, "Tie her up and drag her back to the academy to slowly extract a confession." Yun Ryu received the order and bowed solemnly. This disciple obeys. Luo Chen turned around and grabbed the shadow of Mi Meng, who was tiptoeing backwards trying to sneak away, interrogating her. "Hold on, where did my disciple Li Yue disappear to?" Mi Meng tried to sprint away but couldn't escape Luo Chen's iron grip on the back of her neck. Don't even think about escaping. She wailed and threw a tantrum. Wah, I truly don't know a thing. One is a demon venerable and the other is an earth immortal. I'm just a tiny insect. What could I possibly do? Right at that moment, a trembling hand timidly reached up and tugged at the hem of his clothes. Marshal Uncle Bai, about that. Tang Du rushed over, her small face pale with fear. I just borrowed the hearing of the Nether Sound Heart mantra to scout the way, and accidentally caught the scent of senior sister Su being tied up and dragged by that demon venerable hag to the lair of Bliss Palace. Luo Chen's face darkened like a bottomless pit. Bliss Palace. Why is it that wandering around always leads back to that spider's nest of Bliss Palace? The scene shifted down to the headquarters of Bliss Palace, where the unlucky Li Yue was still hanging suspended in midair in a state of clinical death. After laying dormant for a while, she slowly and groggily fluttered her eyelashes open. What caught her eyes were countless, bizarre talismans pasted densely over every chain link tightly binding her body. Li Yue struggled to raise her head, questioning the dark silhouette lurking ahead. You, hiding in the shadows, who are you? The mysterious figure, whose face was completely covered in talismans, slowly curled their lips into a bizarre smile. Old friend, long time no see. She shrank back into the thick black fog, looming behind the massive iron chains, and let out a bone-chilling voice. It's been a long time, Fairy Tai Xiu. Li Yue's forgotten memories began to rewind to a distant time at Liu Li Palace. The silhouette of Tai Xiu quietly leaned against the window, gazing at the moon and letting out a long sigh. Man, the two of us have been stuck at this earth immortal bottleneck for nearly a millennium, haven't we? Man replied, didn't we swear not to covet and fight for immortal destiny? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Suddenly, a mysterious cloud of pitch-black smoke swirled in the palm of Tai Xiu's hand. She smiled profoundly. But what if I told you that I have just managed to pierce through a tiny crack in the heavenly secrets? Man jumped up in astonishment and pressed, heavenly secrets? What kind of thing is this heavenly secret you're talking about? The green-haired beauty Tai Xiu coughed up a clump of dark demonic energy, a drop of dark red blood oozing from the corner of her lips as she hissed out every word. Man, the path of immortal cultivation that you and I have been stubbornly walking all this time is completely, utterly wrong. Then Tai Xiu stepped close to face Man, rambling on to explain, the concept of an immortal actually far exceeds the cognitive limits of us mortals, while simultaneously pulling out a dagger, slicing her own stomach open, and digging out 3 glowing yellow quartz crystals. Look, this thing is called the 3 corpses. The fresh blood pouring from the corner of her mouth flowed heavier and heavier. This is the very source of the barrier preventing us sisters from reaching the gates of the immortal realm. As soon as the words fell, Tai Xiu frantically crushed one of the 3 corpses in her hand to a pulp. Faced with her friend's self-destruction, Man frantically formed hand seals, activating Kaiman Sheng to cast a small barrier to stop Tai Xiu. Wake up, you idiot. You've suffered chi deviation and lost your mind. That is your true soul and origin spirit. Man gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into maintaining Kaiman Sheng to salvage Tai Xiu's ruined body. Contrary to her good intentions, Tai Xiu stepped closer to Man with dead, murderous eyes, gripping the dagger tightly. What the hell do you know? Tai Xiu frantically brandished the knife, lunging at Man and roaring, get lost. Do not block this immortal's path. Immediately after, the fateful blade plunged right into the center of Man's chest, causing her agonizing, gut-wrenching pain. Tai Xiu growled, I had the good intentions to share this secret to becoming an immortal with you, but you are too foolish and stubborn to achieve enlightenment. Not stopping there, she went ahead and crushed the second 3 corpses crystal. Her face wrinkled with extreme ecstasy as her eyes bulged out and she screamed, open your eyes wide and look. This immortal is about to attain the Tao and ascend. All over Tai Xiu's body, a mixture of demonic chi and spiritual chi violently billowed up like a mixed hot pot. She laughed triumphantly and maniacally. Ha ha ha, Man, are your eyes opened yet? Do you clearly see my power? On the other side, Man was still gritting her teeth, clutching her wound, and using the Kaiman diagram to shield them both, ignoring Tai Xiu's arrogant boasting. Look up and admire it, Man. This power is true immortal chi. Ridiculously enough, after a grueling wait, the silhouette of the heavenly gates remained completely absent. Instead, tons of pitch-black dark chi violently spewed from her body. Tai Xiu panicked in shock. Why haven't I ascended to the heavens? For what reason? Man, answer me, why exactly? After a minute of frantically patting herself all over, Tai Xiu pulled her hair out, realizing she had only destroyed 2 of the 3 corpses, and screamed out of control, "Where is the final piece?" Rummaging through her fragmented memories, she suddenly woke up to the realization that the 3rd crystal was being fiercely guarded by Man. At the same time, an earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the space. Man had successfully activated her own domain, retreating deep inside with the final 3 corpses' crystal swallowed tightly in her palm, sorrowfully making a silent vow. Tai Xiu, no matter the cost, I will absolutely drag you back to your original, former self. Man writhed, fighting through the pain of torn flesh and shattered bones, her eyes burning with a resolute, unyielding fire. As long as this piece of true soul was preserved, there was definitely still hope to turn back and save her. Hovering in the illusory sky, a crescent moon suddenly appeared, swallowing up a large chunk of the magnificent light. Covered in a blood-soaked appearance, Tai Xiu stood towering, perched on the crescent moon, aggressively demanding, "How dare you run away from me? Didn't we promise to hold hands and step onto the throne of the immortal realm together?" Tai Xiu now looked exactly like a demon in human skin, shooting a gaze as sharp as a razor at Man, who was struggling to crawl away. The last glimmer of humanity in Tai Xiu's eyes was completely extinguished. She roared like a wild beast. "Even if you hide in the darkest earth veins, this immortal will dig 3 feet into the ground to drag you up. Solar eclipse rotation, activate." The warm sunlight was instantly swallowed up by the greedy darkness. Using dark arts, Tai Xiu personally constructed an illusory solar eclipse, driving away the light and letting a veil of despairing darkness shroud all things. Hiding in a dark corner, Man took in the entire horrifying incident, her heart churning with anxiety, silently calling out her soulmate Tai Xiu's name. Along with the solar eclipse phenomenon, the tide also began to surge violently, submerging the landscape. Shortly after, a clam demon the size of a mountain emerged from the water. Man spread her arms wide to meet the battle. Despite her battered body and the streak of fresh blood trailing from her lips, she forced out the very last drop of her spiritual energy to activate Kaimandungia Ruin Dragon. A massive water column transformed into a majestic blue dragon, tearing through the sky and shooting straight toward the pitch-black area of the solar eclipse. In contrast, Tai Xiu wasn't fazed in the least, gently waving her hand to slash down with ruthless precision. The aggressive water dragon was instantly decapitated by an invisible blade in the blink of an eye. In the next split second, its entire body was chopped into 100 pieces that fell like rain, truly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, laughable for someone who didn't know their own limits. Not sparing even the giant clam standing nearby, the blade wind swept past, cleanly slicing it in half as easily as splitting a watermelon. Guessing that the situation had become far too lopsided, Man gathered her last reserve of energy to flee for her life, her mind echoing in panic. Could this be the terrifying power of the legendary immortal artifact, the Moon Immortal Wheel? I have to escape the range of this madwoman at all costs. From above, Tai Xiu cast a cold, disdainful gaze, crossing her 2 fingers to knead an energy sphere burning with murderous intent. Stop with the hide-and-seek, Man. After nearly 1,000 years of companionship, this immortal already knows you inside out. Tai Xiu's pupils turned blood-red, changing colors in a ghostly manner. Her appearance right now was no different from a life-claiming yaksha. If you hide deep in the mountains, I'll cleave the mountains in 2. If you hide at the bottom of the river, I'll drain the Dragon King dry. Along with the death sentence, she waved her hand, unleashing a torrential rain of spiritual energy arrows. Wherever the arrows struck, the earth cracked open. The rain of arrows poured down from the sky like a raging storm sweeping across the mortal realm. After sweeping the area for a while, Tai Xiu pulled the corners of her lips into a sinister smile. Caught your tail, my dear friend. Having delivered her threat, she continued to pour all her firepower directly at Man's coordinates, bombarding the area. Man was taken by surprise to the point where her brain couldn't process it in time. leaving her frozen in place for several beats. Facing the thin line between life and death, Man had no other way out but to grit her teeth and reactivate Kaiman. She heavily stomped her foot onto the cold ground. Then Man braced herself, looking up at the sky. Beneath her shoes, a giant magic array immediately blossomed. She screamed in agony. What the hell kind of damned heavenly secret did you peek at to make you go insane to this extent? Taizu arrogantly spread her arms, laughing triumphantly, ha ha ha. You're totally wrong, maybe the mentally ill one is you, not this immortal. Obediently give up, follow me, and let's enter the immortal realm together. Man's eyes were filled with sorrow as she carefully tucked the last salvaged 3 corpses crystal deep inside her clothes, bitterly retorting, if reaching the realm of the gods means mutating into a freak like you are right now. Man glared furiously at Taizu, her hands frantically forming seals to unleash the ultimate Kaiman reincarnation, heaven turning. Then I absolutely will not pave the way for you to become an immortal. Taizu arrogantly counterattacked without hesitation. Very well, let's see if your mishmash Kaiman has what it takes to compete with my ever-victorious moon immortal wheel. Taizu's blade light crashed down with the roar of thunder, and the response was countless azure dragons summoned by Man, roaring as they charged up. The clash between the 2 sisters was earth-shatteringly brutal, with continuous thunder and lightning leaving no room for a pause. After going through a crazed deathmatch that even shredded her clothing, Man stood bare, facing Taizu, gasping for breath. Taizu, it looks like in this game of chess, I am the one who took it all. Taizu collapsed onto the ground, her entire body mangled and blood pouring profusely from both eye sockets. She complained resentfully, Man, for what reason did you refuse the ticket to ascend to the heavens with me? Weren't we soulmates who swore to live and die together? Man forced a radiant smile. Well, precisely because we are the closest childhood friends in the world. I am even less willing to stand by and watch you lose your true self to become this entity that is neither human nor ghost. Man swept her tear-soaked, gentle gaze over Taizu's face. I only wish to pull you back to the very beginning. Even if I can only salvage a tiny fragment, it's enough to satisfy me. Hearing this, the last shred of conscience left in Taizu was struck. She wept bitter tears, sobbing as she called out Man's name. But alas, all attempts at salvation were too late. Man drained her final bit of vitality, relaxing her body and collapsing right in front of Taizu. At this moment, even if she cried and apologized 1,000 times, that soulmate would never be able to open her eyes and smile at her again. Taizu collapsed in agony, tormenting herself. Man, I killed you. Boo-hoo, by my own hands I took Man's life. The haunting trauma from the tragic past stubbornly clung to her mind, refusing to let go. Li Yue fell to her knees in despair, her arms drooping powerlessly, her heart overflowing with a sense of collapse. It can't be like this. With tears welling up in her eyes, Li Yue still couldn't erase the dark corners of the past. How could it? From behind, Man slowly spoke. Having witnessed all of this, have you recovered your memories? Li Yue screamed in agitation, refusing to accept the truth. You are not me. Everything is just an illusion. Who exactly are you and what are you scheming? Man's eyes were filled with sorrow. She stood quietly next to Lao Liu, her limbs bound tightly by iron chains, and softly said, Listen to my explanation, Taizu. Deep within Man's eyes sparkled a fragile glimmer of hope. Please don't continue down the wrong path anymore. It took a long time for Li Yue to regain her composure. She gasped in shock. You really are Man. You have become an immortal corpse. Suddenly, an ear-splitting noise rang out from outside the cave. The earth and rocks shook violently and then tumbled down. Man looked up, observing, and muttered, It seems uninvited guests have arrived. She frowned, her gaze hardening, and immediately ordered Xiao Liu, Go out quickly and welcome them. Lao Liu answered briefly, Understood. By this time, the scenery outside the Bliss Palace Hall was already engulfed in a roaring sea of fire. Bai Luo Chen carried his axe in one hand and dangled a Bliss Palace disciple upside down in the other, shouting loudly, If you know what's good for you, hand over my disciple right now. Palace Master Xiao Zhu hurriedly came out to meet the battle. Seeing the situation before her, she couldn't help but curse in frustration. How hateful! So many people, yet we can't even stop one little brat." However, a cold smile quickly bloomed on Xiao Zu's lips. "A pity you arrived too late. I'm afraid your beloved disciple is already sitting squarely in the stomach of that great immortal." Without saying another word, Bai Luo Chen immediately unleashed the blood-melting talisman. The crimson talisman swarmed out, dyeing the entire space red, his voice icy. "Then all of you shall be buried along with her." Xiao Zu frantically erected a barrier, while the subordinates around her broke formation, screaming tragically as the talismans corroded their flesh and bones. Bai Luo Chen swung his axe and charged forward, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. Today, he was determined to make them pay blood for blood. The overwhelming tide of the battle left Xiao Zu exhausted. She screamed frantically, "Lord Zhao Liu, please save me." As soon as the words fell, Lao Liu's magical artifact tore through the wind and flew in, stabbing forcefully into the spot where Bai Luo Chen had just stood. The impact cracked the ground, but thanks to his extremely agile footwork, he lightly dodged the sneak attack. Lao Liu stood arrogantly on top of her all under the blinding sunlight, grumbling in annoyance. "How many times have I told you, call me Lao Liu?" When Lao Liu landed, Xiao Zu finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. "This is the last Kasha branch. From now on we cut all ties of gratitude and obligation. Thank you, Venerable One, for making a move." Bai Luo Chen frowned in confusion. A tribulation-transcending stage demon venerable. Could this be the Grand Lord they keep mentioning? Lao Liu shot a sidelong, disdainful glance at Bai Luo Chen. "Who I am is none of your business. Get back to wherever you crawled from so I don't have to deal with you." That arrogant attitude annoyed Luo Chen. A massive wave of spiritual qi erupted from his body, so strong that it swept up the surrounding dirt and rocks. He gritted out every word. "Shut your mouth and keep it clean. I only need to know where my disciple is." Lao Liu acted deliberately provocative, sticking her tongue out to taunt him. "So what if you're her master? What right do you have to force me to confess?" These unruly words successfully ignited Bai Luo Chen's fuse. The handsome man glared and shouted loudly, "If that's the case, even if you are a demon venerable, don't even think about standing in my way." Bai Luo Chen waved his hand, creating a suction force that firmly grabbed onto Lao Liu. The girl who was acting cocky just a second ago was now completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Xiao Zu was absolutely terrified, sweating profusely as she screamed in fear, "Lord Zhao Liu." Even though she was grabbed by the neck and lifted into midair by Bai Luo Chen, Lao Liu still didn't drop her stubbornness. "What are you screaming for? What could a useless piece of trash at the profound illumination stage possibly do to me?" Bai Luo Chen coldly raised his hand, aiming straight at Lao Liu's backside. At this moment the girl truly panicked. Lao Liu's face turned as pale as a banana leaf, cold sweat pouring down. "What are you trying to do? Do you dare lay a hand on me?" Behind Bai Luo Chen, a majestic Dharma idol suddenly condensed, radiating a blinding aura and heavy pressure. Simultaneously his hand, infused with the Golden Emperor Heavenly Might, swung high into the air. The hand swung down decisively, landing directly on the other party's fair buttocks. Lao Liu screamed miserably, tears and snot running down her face. The young lady's backside immediately swelled up, turning as red as a ripe tomato. Crying pitifully, Lao Liu shot him a glare full of resentment. "You bastard, what the hell did you just do?" Bai Luo Chen replied leisurely, "I'm spanking you to teach you a lesson, so what?" Saying so, the golden hand of spanking was raised once again. Lao Liu suffered a barrage of strikes, her backside burning with unbearable pain, but with her body pinned down, she could not resist. All she could do was curse in resentment. "I swear I will hack you into 100 pieces." A dangerous glint flashed in Bai Luo Chen's eyes, and his voice deepened. "Still talking tough, let's see how long you can hold out." And so Lao Liu was subjected to more spanking until her bottom went numb, accompanied by Bai Luo Chen's rhythmic questioning. "Are you going to confess or not? Speak up." Golden spiritual energy wrapped around Bai Luo Chen, hitting harder and more vigorously. "Are you going to open your mouth or what, you stubborn thing?" The more stubborn Lao Liu was, the more ruthless Bai Luo Chen's strikes became. Standing on the sidelines witnessing this bizarre interrogation, Xiao Zu broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, Lao Liu's cries for mercy rang out. Stop! I'll confess everything. I beg you, please stop hitting me. Clutching her swollen bottom, Lao Liu sobbed and whimpered. Your disciple and I joined the Jaila Palace together to repay a debt of gratitude from years ago. The debt has already been paid just now. Bai Luo Chen crossed his arms and frowned judgmentally. So it turns out my disciple is perfectly safe. If you had confessed earlier, wouldn't you have saved yourself a beating? Right after, Bai Luo Chen's tone became urgent. Hurry up and take me to see my disciple. Why are you dawdling? My hand is sore from all that hitting. Xiao Zhu trembled and swallowed hard, inwardly exclaiming, just how terrifying is this guy's strength that even venerable Xiao Liu is being beaten to a pulp. Suddenly, a malicious smile flashed across her lips. Perfect timing. Using venerable Xiao Liu's agony as a sacrifice will help me activate the array. Acting on her thought, Xiao Zhu immediately lunged towards Bai Luo Chen and Lao Liu. She activated the flesh and blood ascending array. Beneath Bai Luo Chen and Lao Liu's feet, a blood-red magic circle instantly appeared, surrounded by grotesque, giant hands. This sudden incident made Bai Luo Chen frown slightly in concern. The flesh and blood ascending array. Did she go crazy from seeing your butt get spanked by me? What right does a defeated opponent have to complain? As soon as the words fell, Lao Liu was tightly grabbed by a giant hand. Despite struggling exhaustingly, she could not escape. Bai Luo Chen fell into a similar situation, grabbed by another hand. Xiao Zhu was now sitting imperiously atop the head of a four-eared monster. The monster's two hideous arms were tightly holding Bai Luo Chen and Lao Liu. Looking at her two restrained preys below, Xiao Zhu laughed triumphantly. Drown in the agony of flesh and blood to reach eternal paradise. She stood on the monster's head, laughing maniacally, her entire body radiating a brilliant golden light. Squeezed to the point of suffocation, Lao Liu cursed furiously, "You dare trap me, I will tear you to pieces." Hearing this, Xiao Zhu mocked indifferently, "There is no need to lose your temper, venerable one." Saying so, she stuck out her long, slimy tongue and licked her lips. "Isn't it the greatest blessing to merge with my flesh and blood?" Xiao Zhu's excitement surged higher and higher, and the monster's foul mouth opened as wide as a cave, ready to swallow both Bai Luo Chen and Lao Liu whole. Facing the hideous maw drawing near, Bai Luo Chen maintained his indifferent, joking attitude. "How could you bear to swallow such a cute bunny? You're joking at the wrong time." He threw the monster an arrogant smile. "Want to eat me alive? Don't harbor such foolish delusions." Instantly, Bai Luo Chen channeled his spiritual energy, shattering the hand of the multi-eyed, four-armed monster to pieces. Thrown outward, Lao Liu hastily summoned her weapon. "Yuan Sha staff, fly back here." But the young lady's staff remained completely still, without the slightest movement. Lao Liu's eyes widened in panic, and she blurted out a terrified scream. Right below, countless sharp spikes jutted out from the ground, ready to impale her backside. The hair-raising situation made Lao Liu extremely panicked. Am I really going to lose my life in this godforsaken place? Just then, a firm hand tightly grabbed her collar, making her jump in surprise. It turned out Bai Luo Chen had lent a helping hand. He landed gently and let go. The two of them were now safely enveloped in a golden orb of light. He ordered, "Be a good girl and stand here to wait." Lao Liu coughed and retorted, "On what grounds do I have to listen to you?" On the other side, the monster roared tragically as its two arms were now reduced to bare dry bones. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Zhu smirked triumphantly. "To be able to shatter my flesh and blood Bodhi, this brat indeed has some skills." Strangely, the mangled chunks of flesh on the monster's arms began to squirm and gather together. In the blink of an eye, the two hideous arms were restored to their original state. Xiao Zhu stood on top of the monster's head, arrogantly declaring, "Your resistance ends here." Bai Luo Chen stood watching calmly, a dazzling sphere of spiritual energy already condensed in his hand. Severed parts can grow back. What an annoying circus trick. He immediately activated the 4-star sword talisman. The talisman shattered, transforming into tens of thousands of swords soaring forward. "Then I will hack you to pieces and see how you regenerate." It only took a blink of an eye for the rain of swords to slice the monster into 100,000 fragments. Xiao Liu, hiding inside the protective barrier, shivered at the sight of fresh meat raining down profusely, blurting out with a shudder, So much meat falling, it looks absolutely disgusting. Suddenly, Bai Luo Chen turned to glance at Xiao Zhu, his brows furrowing slightly in complete surprise. Amidst the bloody, gory mess, Xiao Zhu lay groaning, yet her expression exuded ecstasy. It hurts so much. This freakish expression gave anyone who looked at it goosebumps. The more damage she took, the more utterly euphoric Xiao Zhu became. Her entire body felt as if floating in a fairyland. This ultimate agony is truly the most wonderful pleasure in the world. She began to transform into a more bizarre and thorny form. Thanks to your blessing, I am finally about to break my limits and enter the immortal island gate. Transforming into arrow-sharp tentacles, she lunged forward. Sink into the pool of flesh and blood with me and enjoy eternal paradise. Lao Liu yelled in panic. Hey, your golden protective barrier has been pierced. Seeing Bai Luo Chen still rubbing his chin in deep thought, Lao Liu frantically urged, please think of a way to counterattack quickly. But he continued to ignore her. The tentacles took the opportunity to wrap tightly around Lao Liu, ceaselessly slithering and probing all over the young lady's body. Wherever there was exposed skin, they frantically touched it, causing Lao Liu to grimace in utter frustration. Touching that spot is strictly forbidden. Panting, sweat pouring like a waterfall, she scolded resentfully. Damn it, why can't I channel my spiritual energy? Xiao Zhu seized the moment, laughing triumphantly. Haha, stop your useless struggling. She lifted the eye attached to her hand, slowly approaching Lao Liu with a sinister smile. As long as our flesh touches, I will instantly drain your spiritual energy dry. Next, she extended her long, twisting tongue to lick Lao Liu's chubby cheek. Until I drain the very last drop, I will absolutely not let you go. Lao Liu shivered in disgust. You disgusting pervert, get away from me. Xiao Zhu glanced at Bai Luo Chen, who was also having his power siphoned by the tentacles, and sneered sarcastically. Of course, this handsome guy will share the same fate. Bai Luo Chen replied flatly. Is that so? The moment he finished speaking, the massive amount of spiritual energy in his body erupted like a burst dam. If you're craving it that much, then try your best to swallow it all. The surging power flooded directly into Xiao Zhu, making her body swell up like an overinflated balloon. She panicked completely. This is impossible. How can such overbearing spiritual energy exist in this world? She gnashed her teeth, trying her best to withstand the overload. Too much. This power is too great. I'm about to burst. With a loud bang, Xiao Zhu exploded, sending flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Bai Luo Chen and Lao Liu were also freed from the slimy tentacles. Bai Luo Chen shrugged. Didn't you love sucking spiritual energy? I've fed you until you're full. Lao Liu massaged her aching arms, looking at the battered battlefield, but vigilance still rose in her heart. I don't know if that hag is truly finished. Beside her, Bai Luo Chen narrowed his eyes in deduction. So that's how it is. He had seen through Xiao Zhu's trick in this form. She had used an array to assimilate her physical body with the underground ley lines, forming a unified entity. As expected, the scattered red chunks of meat began to stick together again. Xiao Zhu's ghostly laughter rang out. You guessed right. Her face gradually regenerated, a twisted, demonic smile on her lips. As long as the ley lines are not depleted, I will be forever immortal. Bai Luo Chen calmly drew his weapon and made a cut on his arm, fresh blood beginning to seep out. If that's the case, I have no choice but to use this lower-tier strategy. He flicked the drops of blood toward Xiao Zhu's pile of minced meat. Take my essence blood as a sacrifice. The demon sealing Vajra array was deployed. Bai Luo Chen's figure instantly transformed into a majestic Buddha statue, radiating brilliant golden light. He swung a palm press straight down onto the ground. The pressure of endless spiritual energy poured down like a flood. Facing such terrifying coercion, Xiao Zhu's ability to resist was completely paralyzed. All she could do was gape and howl. Bai Luo Chen stood there imposing with his hands clasped, the pressure continuously crashing down on his opponent's head, seal complete. But Xiao Zhu still stubbornly craned her neck. It's useless. Even if you seal me, you have no way of killing me. Bai Luo Chen nonchalantly pulled out his sledgehammer. Having never tasted the true power of that weapon, Xiao Zhu showed blatant contempt. At this stage, what can you achieve by pulling out that blunt hammer? Too lazy to waste breath on a noisy person, Bai Luo Chen straightforwardly swung his hammer, slashing two powerful diagonal lines. The ground immediately cracked into two deep trenches, with shattered rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Bai Luo Chen used his strength to pry the entire section of the leyline right out of the earth. By this point, Xiao Zhu was in extreme panic, her face drained of all color. How the hell did he sever the leyline entirely? Just what kind of divine entity is this guy? Xiao Zhu looked up at Bai Luo Chen in despair. Right after, he reached out his hand, using suction force to neatly trap Xiao Zhu in his palm. The powerful pulling force dragged her away. Xiao Zhu screamed in panic, "No, don't do that." Bai Luo Chen ignored the noisy woman, fully concentrating on channeling his spiritual energy to seal her completely. After tightly closing her eyes waiting for death for a while, Xiao Zhu slightly opened her eyelids, cautiously observing her surroundings. When she realized she had been shrunk to the point of sitting snugly in the palm of Bai Luo Chen's hand, she completely broke down. Why have I been reduced to this state? A dignified, immortal monster, now turned into a tiny toy. Squeezed tightly by Bai Luo Chen's fingers, she struggled hopelessly, only to receive a cold warning. Don't waste your energy wriggling. Bai Luo Chen used his index finger to poke Xiao Zhu's cheek like teasing a doll. I've already extracted the leyline segment and locked it up together with you. Now you are just a figurine filled with spiritual energy. She bawled in protest. I want to enjoy paradise. I don't want to be a toy figurine. Bai Luo Chen turned to ask Lao Liu. Xiao Liu, right? What are you doing spacing out over there? Saying so, he threw the Xiao Zhu doll straight at Xiao Liu, giving you this as a compensation gift. Lao Liu clumsily reached out to catch it. Looking closely, it was exactly a harmless, miniaturized version of Xiao Zhu. Despite being strictly sealed, this toy unceasingly radiated abundant spiritual energy. Xiao Zhu cursed resentfully under her breath. This damn seal. Xiao Liu felt the pure source of power exuding from it, her eyes lighting up. This spiritual energy is of such high quality. Craving was clearly visible on Lao Liu's face. The sensation of every pore being soothed by the gentle spiritual energy made her ecstatic. This genuinely refreshing feeling, it is truly my first time tasting it. Too intoxicated by it, Lao Liu hugged the mini Xiao Zhu tightly and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, Bai Luo Chen asked with slight concern, "Can you handle it? Its power is nothing to scoff at." Xiao Liu staggered to her feet, her entire body limp, her legs trembling violently from overexertion. This figurine truly contains a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. Bai Luo Chen patiently explained. Her body has merged into one with the leylines, so now she is no different from a walking spirit eye. Just by touching it, you can absorb spiritual energy. He had originally planned to turn her into a cultivation prop for his own disciple. I'm temporarily entrusting it to your care, he instructed. Xiao Liu hugged Xiao Zhu tightly, a sly smile blooming. I can absorb it just by touching, then suppose. Before she could finish her sentence, she stuck out her tongue and swiped a glossy line across Xiao Zhu's cheek. Then she continued licking all over the doll. Bai Luo Chen was speechless. This is too perverted, I don't want to get involved anymore. Mini Xiao Zhu wailed in despair. Stop it, please stop licking, I'm running out of life force. The scene shifted back inside the cave. Man tensely observed the tremors on the cliff walls. What just happened? She furrowed her brows in judgment. Could some audacious person have dared to break into the underground palace to cause destruction? But then Man pushed the thought aside. Seeing Su Liyue still keeping silent, she continued advising in a gentle voice. In short, your current situation is no different from what I just shared. In this life, you absolutely must not repeat the same mistakes. Just listen to my advice, all right? Irritated by the noisy sounds transmitting from above, Man grumbled. What is that brat Xiao Liu doing to cause such a ruckus? She immediately formed a hand seal to create a soundproof barrier, muttering, Wait until that girl gets back, I will definitely give her a good beating. The two girls stood safely inside the barrier, completely unaware that someone had set foot into the cave from behind. Bai Luo Chen strolled in with Lao Liu, who was still passionately licking the Xiao Zhu doll. Bai Luo Chen spoke up to break the silence. So you are the one who kidnapped my disciple. Seeing Bai Luo Chen's appearance, Su Liyue could not hide her astonishment and choked out, Master. Man was equally surprised, raising a probing voice. So you are Su Li Yue's master in this lifetime? Bai Luo Chen answered decisively. That's right. Immediately, Man offered a highly prejudiced piece of advice. You should advise her to give up the path of immortal cultivation. Cultivation is essentially just a scam. If she remains stubborn, she will fall into the tragedy of her previous life again. Bai Luo Chen slowly advanced towards Man, his voice hardening. So what if she goes down the wrong path? What right do you have to judge? Stopping right in front of the other party, he firmly rebutted Man's negative perspective. What you see is merely the narrow viewpoint of a mortal. Whether cultivation is a scam or not depends entirely on how each individual defines their own Tao. Bai Luo Chen slowly opened his palm. An image of a vast, majestic universe instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. He said proudly, "In my universe, all things originate from the mind. What I teach her in the end is merely cultivating the mind and nurturing the character." Hearing those words, Su Li Yue's eyes grew moist and she called softly, "Master." Man frantically spread her arms to block and protect Su Li Yue. Then, what if Su Li Yue suffers from qi deviation once again? What will you do? Bai Luo Chen patted his chest, confirming with absolute certainty. With me here to guard her, absolutely nothing will happen to Su Li Yue. Whatever sect she wants to cultivate, I will humor her. She and I have gone through life and death together for over 1,000 years. Someone entirely clueless like you, what right do you have to utter such divisive words? Facing a stubborn girl like Man, Bai Luo Chen decided to release his spiritual energy, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Based solely on the fact that I am her rightful, official master. A spatial vortex dense with power instantly formed in front of Man's eyes, making the young lady stand dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. A blink later, Man was swept away into an alien dimension. It turned out this was the internal space inside the sledgehammer. She blankly glanced around, wondering, what is this place? Where am I? At this moment, Man realized she was as tiny as a speck of dust. Bai Luo Chen's voice echoed, "My divine consciousness space, the concept is similar to the domains you people often use." Bai Luo Chen's figure quickly condensed and he asked lightly, "Well, any more questions?" Man stammered, But you clearly have only reached the illumination stage of cultivation." Bai Luo Chen waved his hand. "Why pay attention to such minor details?" Man looked down at the colossal corpses lying strewn about under her feet, asking curiously, "Then, what exactly are these magnificent corpses?" Bai Luo Chen smiled faintly. "Those are just a few piles of dry firewood that I conveniently chopped down in recent years." Man was utterly horrified upon realizing, "Every single corpse here is a Mahayana realm expert." Bai Luo Chen added, "Now are you at ease leaving Su Li Yue to my teachings?" Bai Luo Chen lightly snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. "Use your brain and think for yourself." The illusory scenery vanished, and both returned to the reality of the cave. Man was completely convinced. "Now I fully understand why Su Li Yue trusts this master to the point of idolization." Bai Luo Chen stepped closer to Su Li Yue, affectionately rubbing his little disciple's head, and smiled. "From now on, you must be a good girl and listen to your master, understood?" Su Li Yue nodded happily. "This disciple understands. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation and follow in my master's footsteps." Meanwhile, Man was still immersed in shock after witnessing Bai Luo Chen's terrifying strength. They completely failed to notice a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness. It was only when Bai Luo Chen suddenly pointed toward a hidden corner in the cave and spoke coldly that Man was startled awake from her daze. "Hey, Elder Shang over there, have you heard enough? We are old acquaintances after all." Shang Mingziu was forced to reveal herself. Breaking out in a heavy sweat, she muttered in panic, "He saw through me." Instantly, a streak of blazing golden spiritual energy struck straight down onto Shang Mingziu's head. Bai Luo Chen mocked, "Did you naively think that by carrying a breath-concealing holy relic, I wouldn't discover your tale?" Man was secretly horrified. This kind of holy relic is enough to deceive even an earth immortal like me, yet he saw through it so easily. Very quickly, Shang Mingziu was hogtied by Bai Luo Chen's spiritual energy chains like a wrapped rice cake. Even so, she craned her neck and talked tough. "Bai Luo Chen, you dare to trespass into the forbidden grounds of the Jaila Palace. Do you have no respect for the sect protecting flesh and blood ascending array? Bai Luo Chen calmly pointed at Lao Liu and Man Man, who were engrossed in playing with the Xiao Zhu doll. The flesh and blood ascending array you're so proud of, is it this toy right here? Shang Mingziu swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down. Unbelievable. Even the sect guarding array couldn't stop your footsteps. But then Shang Mingziu suddenly let out an ominous laugh. From the deep cleavage of her chest, a jade pendant shaped like a yin-yang bagua slowly flew out. But facing a genuine, authentic earth immortal, let's see if you can handle it. Saying so, Shang Mingziu ruthlessly used her chest to crush the jade pendant right against her body. Man Man's face changed, and she cried out in alarm. Stop her! Don't let her crush the jade token. The moment the jade shattered, the crisp sound of snapping iron chains rang out, and the seal suppressing the power on Man Man's body was completely broken. Lao Liu yelled in absolute panic. We are doomed. Boss is about to lose control. That jade pendant is the key to controlling the shackles. Without the restraints, Boss's consciousness will be swallowed by her zombie instincts. The talisman pasted on Man Man's forehead burst into raging flames. Her fingernails instantly grew longer, as sharp as razors, while a pair of fangs quickly extended past the corners of her lips. At this moment, Man Man had completely broken free from her bonds, her body expanding to several times its size. Su Liyue and Lao Liu frantically backed away. Lao Liu hastily explained, Boss's reasoning is about to be wiped out by that massive miasma. Bai Luo Chen calmly reassured, just stand there, I am here. Man Man's eyes turned blood red, and the pair of sharp fangs made her face look incredibly hideous and ferocious. Witnessing that scene, Shang Mingziu tilted her head back and laughed maniacally in triumph. Ha ha ha, this time all of you will go meet King Yama. A thick, evil black demonic aura began to erupt around Man Man's body. Fearing the battle would injure his disciple, Bai Luo Chen immediately deployed the 4-star holy talisman Pure Heaven and Earth, creating a sturdy barrier to protect the two girls. Lao Liu was so terrified that tears welled up in her eyes. She clung tightly to Bai Luo Chen's arm with both hands, saying tremblingly, It's over. The last time Boss went berserk, it took 3 Mahayana realm experts risking their lives to barely manage to seal her. What are we supposed to do now? Despite being tied up tightly like a sausage roll, Shang Mingziu remained arrogantly boastful. Today, not a single one of you has the chance to walk out of here alive. Die, all of you. Bai Luo Chen gritted his teeth, glancing at Shang Mingziu in annoyance. What a loud-mouthed woman. In storybooks, the ones who talk too much are usually the first to die. Without hesitation, he swung his hand and delivered a heaven-shaking slap to Shang Mingziu, leaving her speechless as she let out a cry of pain. Lao Liu, because she was standing too close, also accidentally caught an unjustified punch, dumbfoundedly clutching her face without understanding a thing. Bai Luo Chen ignored her and casually handed Su Liyue a golden talisman. Hold onto this tightly. Su Liyue answered respectfully. Yes, master. On the other side, Man Man utilized the Kaiman soul-trapping strike, gathering evil chi to form a pitch-black bagua vortex. Very quickly, she launched that massive burst of demonic aura straight at her target. The explosive attack collided with the protective barrier but slid off, failing to leave a single scratch. Bai Luo Chen leisurely pinched a talisman between his 2 fingers, his entire body lighting up with spiritual energy blazing like a fire. A corpse that actually knows how to form hand seals to cast spells. How fascinating. But is your capability only limited to this? He flicked his hand slightly, and the talisman tore through the wind, flying straight toward Man Man before her astonished eyes. Man Man furiously raised her giant claws, pouncing at Bai Luo Chen to tear him apart. However, the young man remained calm, spreading his arms to welcome her. After all, a corpse will forever only be a corpse. The golden talisman flew over, pasting itself firmly right in the middle of Man Man's forehead. The young lady roared out groans full of agony. Only to see Man Man's pitch-black demonic chi and Bai Luo Chen's radiant golden spiritual energy colliding violently, creating billowing clouds of purple and gold intertwining. Watching from afar, both Su Liyue and Lao Liu couldn't help but feel their hearts leap in worry. Master. Boss. After a brief moment of struggle, Man Man's body gradually cooled down and regained its sanity. Ironically, at this moment, Bai Luo Chen's face was completely buried into the young lady's voluptuous cleavage. Man's cheeks flushed red, fumbling, not knowing where to hide her face. Bai, priest Bai, please don't squirm. Seeing Bai Luo Chen remain silent, Man became even more flustered, her face burning as red as a ripe gak fruit. Even though I am a female cultivator, my body has already been refined into an ice-cold zombie, so by doing this, I'm afraid. Bai Luo Chen kept his face planted in the other's undulating mountains, muttering, "So that's it, I understand the cause now." When he lifted his face, there was still a bit of green, slimy liquid lingering at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Man had restored her normal human appearance, Lao Liu cheerfully waved her hands and called out frantically, "Great, boss, you're back to normal." Man stood there, awkwardly intertwining her hands. "I know you didn't intentionally grope me, but were helping me find the flaw in my body, right?" Bai Luo Chen exhaled a mouthful of green gas, nodding in confirmation. "That's right, it was just a technical accident. There were no evil thoughts. Your body has currently reached its limit and cannot drag on any longer. I only temporarily suppressed it for you." From that puff of green poisonous gas, he purified and condensed it into a silver acupuncture needle. If you want to completely resolve the root cause, it is extremely complicated. This place severely lacks medicinal ingredients. You must follow me back to my sect for a trip. Man hesitantly bit her lip. "This matter, let me think about it some more." Bai Luo Chen understood her apprehensive thoughts very well, thus nodding indulgently. "There is no need to rush, just think it over carefully and answer me later." Turning to look at Shang Mingxiu, who was groaning in the far corner, Bai Luo Chen's eyes turned cold. "Let me deal with this troublesome issue once and for all first." Knowing she was about to face a massive disaster, Shang Mingxiu hastily cried and begged, "Senior brother Bai, previously, it was because little sister was brainwashed and blinded by the Jaila Palace. Please be magnanimous, considering our fellow disciple bond, and spare my life." Bai Luo Chen sneered. "Oh, so it turns out you still remember that I am your senior brother." Bai Luo Chen pointed a finger at Shang Mingxiu, a sharp surge of sword qi gathering at the tip of his finger. "Very well, considering we once shared the same roof, I will show mercy and spare your life." Saying so, that surge of spiritual energy shot straight into Shang Mingxiu's dantian. She was terrified to the extreme, sweat pouring profusely. "Bai Luo Chen, what exactly are you trying to do?" A dull explosion rang out. Bai Luo Chen had mercilessly crippled her entire cultivation. The shattered dantian caused her pain worse than death, rolling around and screaming until it echoed throughout the cave. Bai Luo Chen nonchalantly waved his hand, activating the profound earth array 100-mile escape to throw her outside. "Get out of my sight. From this moment on, you and the Academy cut all ties of gratitude and righteousness. There is no longer any relationship." Having finished dealing with it, Bai Luo Chen turned to look at Su Li Yue and Man, waiting for an answer. Seeing this, Lao Liu quickly jumped up in protest. "No way, we absolutely do not agree. What trick are you trying to pull?" Seeing her underling's fierce reaction, Man quickly soothed her warmly. "Xiao Liu, stop causing trouble. Do you know how precious this opportunity is to me?" Lao Liu remained grumpy. "But boss, you are a dignified Supreme Earth Immortal. How can you lower yourself to follow him?" While Lao Liu was trying hard to persuade Man to change her mind, Bai Luo Chen continuously chimed in to urge them, making her fume with anger. Man hesitated for a moment, turning to communicate with Su Li Yue through eye contact. Su Li Yue immediately understood that her master was not a bad person, and smiled, nodding encouragingly. "Big sister, let's go." Unexpectedly, Man fell to her knees and prostrated herself in front of Bai Luo Chen. This action left him bewildered, not understanding what was going on at all. "Corpse immortal sister, what are you doing?" Man clasped her hands respectfully to bow, her voice extremely solemn. "Master above, please accept a disciple bow from disciple Man." Bai Luo Chen scratched his head in confusion. "It's just coming with me to the sect for a trip to cure an illness. Is there a need for such a heavy master acknowledgement ceremony?" Just as the atmosphere sank into awkward embarrassment, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out in Bai Luo Chen's mind. Activating the final round world quest, requiring the host to nurture the disciple to reach the immortal realm within 3 days. Reward for completion. Unlock high-tier world quests, a mysterious gift box, and a heavenly Tao fragment. Penalty for failure. Permanent stripping of world quest qualification. System self-destruct and the host will have all spiritual energy crippled. Bai Luo Chen gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. This damn system. Why did you pop up right at this burning moment? You are deliberately forcing me, aren't you? The scene shifted to the deep, endless forest. The moonlight tonight radiated an eerily magical light. Shang Mingxiu clutched her shattered dantian tightly, her face contorted in pain, panting and complaining. I've been walking exhaustingly for 2 hours. Why haven't I escaped this devilish forest yet? The more she thought about it, the more fiercely the flames of resentment burned in Shang Mingxiu's heart. That bastard Bai Luo Chen dared to cripple my snowy mountain sea of qi. This blood debt, I swear I will make you repay it 100,000 times over one day. Just as her hatred was boiling, a hoarse, creepy voice rang out from the void. Elder Shang. From the blurry fog ahead, a tall, thin, dark silhouette staggered forward, accompanied by the rattling sound of bones. Shang Mingxiu immediately stepped back alertly. Who is sneaking around over there? As the dark shadow closed in, Shang Mingxiu recognized Yang Cheng in the moonlight. She breathed a sigh of relief. So it's Envoy Yang. Elder Shang is right here, and since fate has brought us together, why not come closer and chat for a bit? However, Shang Mingxiu suddenly realized something was off. Given Bai Luo Chen's ruthless and decisive nature, how could he possibly let these two ringleader envoys off so easily? She immediately raised her voice to question the figure opposite her. In response, his face began to twitch and distort grotesquely, his mouth muttering bizarre incantations. Manifest mountain as mountain, manifest water as water. The flesh on his face wrinkled and slowly tore open, revealing a completely different face rising to replace Yang Cheng's appearance. His bloody, grinning mouth kept repeating, all manifestations are false, true form. The figure before her had now turned into a terrifying monster with blood-red eye sockets. He gritted his teeth with a crackling sound that echoed through the forest. How could my old ancestor self bear the wretched identity of Yang Cheng? The monster seemed to have grasped Shang Mingxiu's fear, sneering mockingly. You naively thought you could walk all the way here on your own. Shang Mingxiu panicked and raised her hand to gather qi to fight back, but with her cultivation gone, she was utterly powerless. A tragic scream tore through the silent night, startling a flock of birds into frantic flight. The scene shifted back to the tranquil Qing Luan Peak. A spatial teleportation gate slowly opened in the courtyard. A heavy, pitch-black coffin slowly floated out from the gate. The coffin dropped to the ground with a dull thud, cracking the earth around it slightly. It seemed to contain something incredibly heavy. Bai Luo Chen and his female disciples stepped out of the gate right after. He stretched and sighed in relief. Thank goodness I grabbed that old man's coffin earlier, otherwise it would have been really hard to suppress the corpse qi of the earth immortal. Bai Luo Chen waved at the girls, his tone urgent. We don't have much time, hurry and carry man into my room, the disciples replied in unison. Yes, master. Not far away, Mi Meng was hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping. Her jaw dropped in surprise as she saw Xiao Liu struggling to push the coffin into Bai Luo Chen's room. As soon as the coffin was pushed into place, Xiao Liu was kicked out into the yard by Bai Luo Chen. Hiding in the dark corner, Mi Meng shivered and broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, Good heavens! Why is that old freak carrying a woman's corpse right into his bedroom? Remembering how she had to grovel to offer reed grass to Xiao Liu, Mi Meng was so scared her face lost all color. Last time I was stupid enough to use the bird grass to wipe my butt before offering it to her. If this huge scandal gets out, I'll definitely be chopped into 100 pieces. Right at that moment, Xiao Liu suddenly appeared right beside her, greeting her and making Mi Meng jump so hard her heart nearly stopped. Oh, whose good girl is hiding in the bushes? Fate has brought us sisters together again. Xiao Liu's eye sockets were bloodshot with killing intent, green veins bulging on her forehead. She cracked her knuckles and stepped forward. What a coincidence, my stomach is rumbling right now. We haven't settled our old debt, so let's clear it once and for all. You little brat dared to trick me into eating but wiping grass, giving me diarrhea all day. Mi Meng cried out. I know I was wrong, please spare my life, sister. Meanwhile, strange creaking sounds began to emanate from inside Bai Luo Chen's room. He slowly pried open the coffin lid. An earthy brown orb of light appeared, continuously emitting streams of cold, gloomy air. Bai Luo Chen was extremely cautious, using his purest spiritual power to slowly levitate the orb into the air. His expression turned solemn and highly focused. "All right, the seal on the coffin lid has been successfully removed." The mysterious orb remained suspended above, while the coffin lid below gradually crumbled into tiny fragments. Thick, suffocating corpse chi billowed up. The brown orb immediately acted like a vacuum cleaner, frantically absorbing all that green smoke. Man lay weakly inside, surrounded by dense corpse chi, her body so frail it seemed she would vanish with a mere touch. "Master, disciple feels this ruined body can barely withstand this massive amount of demonic chi anymore." Bai Luo Chen didn't hesitate, his hands swiftly taking off his outer coat, urging them on. "I know the situation is bad, but there's still a chance to save her. You too, take off all your clothes right now." Hearing the order to strip, both Li Yue and Man froze, their cheeks turning as red as boiled shrimp. "What? Take off our clothes." Ignoring the two blushing girls, Bai Luo Chen quickly stripped down to his inner shirt, showing off his rock-solid shoulders. "If you keep dawdling, we'll miss the golden opportunity. Hurry up and take them off." Li Yue stammered. Disciple understands Master's intention to heal her, but isn't this method a bit too indecent? Bai Luo Chen turned his back in annoyance, continuing to unbuckle his belt, ignoring his two trembling students behind him. "What nonsense! How can we absorb spiritual chi without taking off our clothes? Do you think I have a lot of experience doing this? It's my first time too." Man was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and hide, but for the sake of her life, she closed her eyes and pulled down her shoulder straps. "I understand. I just hope Master won't laugh at my body." Struggling for a while, Man finally peeled off her outer layer, timidly folding her clothes and placing them in a corner of the bed. Li Yue bit her cherry lips tightly, a rosy blush spreading to her ears. She hesitantly unbuttoned the front of her top, her voice as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. "Disciple obeys." In no time, her silky garment slipped down, pooling at her ivory ankles. Assuming the two girls were ready, Bai Luo Chen casually turned around. What met his eyes was the sight of two great beauties completely naked, without a single stitch of clothing. To make matters worse, they were covering themselves shyly, their expressions as bashful as blooming flowers. Bai Luo Chen was shocked, his eyes widening as he yelled in a panic. "Good heavens, what on earth are you two doing? I said take off the outer clothes, you should have at least left your doo-doo on to cover what needs covering." Bai Luo Chen's words struck them like a bolt of lightning, freezing the two girls for 5 seconds. "Huh, what? Why didn't you make that clear from the start?" Bai Luo Chen awkwardly covered his eyes, his tone frantic as he urged, "Hurry up and grab your doo-doo and put it on." The two girls hastily grabbed their clothes to cover up. Yes. Bai Luo Chen rubbed his temples, feeling completely out of words for his two foolish students. "I told you to take off your clothes to increase the skin contact area, thereby speeding up the spiritual chi transmission efficiency, not to strip naked." He immediately pointed his finger and gave them a good scolding. "What kind of dirty thoughts are in your heads? So all this time in your eyes, I, Bai Luo Chen, am such a shameless and vulgar pervert." Li Yue awkwardly bowed her head to apologize. "1,000 apologies, Master. It's because my Tao heart isn't pure enough that I had such twisted thoughts." Bai Luo Chen was too lazy to dwell on this funny yet frustrating situation, as the corpse chi was expanding fiercely. He raised a finger and began to impart the mantra. "Forget it. The power of an Earth Immortal's corpse eruption is no child's play. Now I will teach you the fusion method, so prick up your ears and listen carefully." The two girls obeyed and turned their backs, pressing their bare backs together. Man worriedly whispered, "Li Yue, you must be very careful, I'll be fine." Li Yue nodded firmly. "Stop talking so much, let's begin." Bai Luo Chen's entire body now glowed with sparkling golden spiritual chi, highlighting his powerful, rolling muscles. To suppress that corpse chi while maintaining control, he had to use his own extreme yang chi. He explained further, the trouble was that if he pushed this chi directly into Man, the clash would shatter her body. Therefore, this energy flow had to borrow Li Yue's body to harmonize before transferring to Man. The extreme yang power from Bai Luo Chen was too violent, making the two girls struggle and break out in a sweat, their breathing becoming rapid. Li Yue weakly pleaded, "Master, could you be a little gentler?" Bai Luo Chen ignored her plea, his hands not reducing their force at all. Such an opportunity to absorb spiritual power directly is rare and very beneficial for your cultivation path. "Yes, Master." Li Yue's abdomen suddenly glowed brightly and burned like fire. Master's energy is so abundant, Li Yue feels like she's about to burst. After struggling for a while, both sides were exhausted. Bai Luo Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and reminded, "Change your posture, transfer your qi to Man-Man." "Yes." Seeing Man-Man looking shy and weak, Bai Luo Chen kindly instructed, "The feeling of having qi guided through your body will be a bit uncomfortable. Li Yue, move in and press right against the center of Man-Man's body." Li Yue obediently complied, quickly pressing close to Man-Man, softly coaxing her, "Man-Man, just let go of your worries." Li Yue's cheeks grew redder by the minute. She might even be daydreaming about naming 3 kids. Master's technique is incredibly amazing. Bai Luo Chen nodded to signal Man-Man to get ready. In a flash, her face showed utter bliss, mixed with a few happy hums. Looking at Man-Man's intoxicated expression, she must be in ecstasy. The author's drawing of this scene is truly top-notch. Just as the scene was getting intense, it suddenly cut off. Where did this carrot come from? What's the meaning of this? Well, no more rambling, I'll leave the rest to everyone's imagination. The camera panned outside, where Mi Meng respectfully offered the carrot to Lao Liu. "Your demonic majesty, here is your Eastern Emperor carrot." Lao Liu stared at the carrot, drooling with greed. How can such a perfectly beautiful carrot exist in this world? Her craving surged. Such rich spiritual qi definitely means it's a supreme tonic. I must take a bite. Thinking this, Lao Liu took a big bite, chewing with full satisfaction. Her eyes widened in surprise. This thing is truly tongue-swallowingly delicious. Lao Liu seemed to float to the 9th heaven, intoxicated by the sweet, refreshing taste of the Eastern Emperor carrot. Just look at her beaming smile. However, disappointment quickly struck when Lao Liu had not even a crumb left in her hand. I was just a bit distracted and I already finished it all." Witnessing this, Mi Meng turned to lecture Wu Zhui. "Listen up, from today on she is our boss, and I'm the second in command. If the boss asks for a carrot in the future, you are forbidden to refuse, understand? I refuse, I won't give it. HMPH, this fat worm would be great deep fried without even adding extra oil." Lao Liu stroked her chin triumphantly, throwing a cunning glance at Wu Zhui. Though this idiot is only good at flattering and acting cowardly, she still holds the title of a half-step demon emperor. A peak great demon spirit like you being able to injure her shows you have some real skill and whatnot. Where did you crawl out from? Do you also share the ambition to steal my carrot? Her brain calculating for a moment, Lao Liu grinned slyly, "Hee, I've come up with a dirty trick." Without hesitation, Lao Liu pumped spiritual power into Wu Zhui, while the other party was still dumbfounded. "By the way, I'm flush with spiritual qi these days, so I'll bestow some fortune upon you. Consider it a fair trade for your carrot." Wu Zhui's mind spun, her eyes rolling dizzily. Lao Liu gloated and instigated, "I'm eager to see just how terrifying your combat power will be once you step into the realm of a demon king." The camera shifted back to the old room. The qi guidance process had finished smoothly. Li Yue had tiredly fallen asleep without realizing it. Her eyelashes slowly fluttered open. Seeing her friend awake, Man-Man affectionately stroked her hair and smiled, "I'm so glad you finally woke up, Man-Man." Li Yue turned to Bai Luo Chen with a bright smile, "Master, Man-Man is fully restored. Right now only her meridian system is restored. Let her rest a bit before we continue." Bai Luo Chen wearily rubbed his forehead, letting out a tired sigh. Guiding the qi back to the earth immortal really consumed too much mental energy. I was nearly drained completely dry. After sighing inwardly, he turned to pat Li Yue's head encouragingly. Having to bear such a massive cycle of swallowing and releasing spiritual qi at once, our Li Yue has suffered a lot. Man-Man's Danshan was still surging with abundant spiritual qi. She whispered emotionally, "Such a mountain-like favor, I truly don't know how to repay it. Sleeping for 1,000 years, only now have I met a benefactor willing to rebuild the meridians for this dried corpse." Bai Luo Chen gently instructed further, "In the long run, this corpse qi will completely fuse into spiritual qi belonging to you. When the time comes to rebuild your true body, who knows, you might just be resurrected in glory. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light caught Bai Luo Chen's attention, making him exclaim in surprise. Huh, what is that? Man immediately sensed the strange green-blue aura radiating outside. This oppressive pressure is definitely an omen of a demon king's descent. You two stay here and rest obediently. I'll go check out the situation myself. The camera panned outside again. The moon hung high and bright tonight, a pillar of blue light dyeing the corner of the sky. Lao Liu and Meng stood shoulder to shoulder near the blinding pillar of light, staring unblinkingly at the movements inside. From the core of the mysterious blue light, a figure with honey-colored skin slowly stepped out. Wu Zhui appeared in a completely transformed new look, her beauty upgraded to be extremely attractive, accented with perked-up animal ears that looked both strange and familiar. She slowly walked towards Lao Liu. Admiring her masterpiece, Lao Liu grinned smugly. Not bad, from now on you sit firmly in the seat of demon little brother. Roaming the Jianghu, just use my name, Lao Liu, and I guarantee no little demon would dare to touch a single hair on your head. Wu Zhui lightly supported her chest. Wow, those two withered lemons from before have now evolved into a pair of plump, juicy grapefruits. She frowned and complained, it's so heavy and cumbersome, so uncomfortable. Can I go back to a flat wall like yours? Meng couldn't help but turn away and cover her mouth, giggling. Thinking about it, it's quite pitiful for Lao Liu. Her great flatland is so vast it can only be described as a desolate wasteland. Realizing Meng was daring to mock her, Lao Liu boiled with rage, rolling up her sleeves and charging in to settle the score. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson about respecting your elders. Hey now, Demon Lord, calm down. You misunderstood. I wouldn't dare treat you like a brat. Meng's slip of the tongue was like pouring oil on the fire, making Lao Liu fume with anger, green veins popping on her forehead. Her hand immediately gathered spiritual power, ready to explode. I'm talking about the respecting elders part, hear me clearly. It's over, this one is going to get her butt kicked. Lao Liu aimed straight for Meng's grapefruits and struck, making them bounce relentlessly. Meng took the painful hit and could only shriek. Meng submissively hugged her pride, gritting her teeth through the tear-inducing pain. Ouch, heavens above, could this be the vicious revenge of the flat-chested sisterhood? Those golden words continued to poke at Lao Liu's pain, her flames of resentment burning fiercely. You just said the revenge of the flat-chested sisterhood, didn't you? As soon as she finished speaking, Lao Liu went dark and raised her fierce claws towards Meng, scaring her pale. I see your twin peaks are quite cumbersome too. Let this empress help you vaporize them to lighten your burden. If I can't eat it, I'll smash it. Is that the philosophy? Just as Lao Liu was about to pounce on her prey, a strong hand grabbed her collar and yanked her back. I strongly object to this. Lao Liu was caught by Bai Luo Chen like a chicken. He frowned and warned. I was only gone for a moment, and you've already caused a massive ruckus. Hey, why are you allowed to light a fire to keep warm in the room, but I'm forbidden to light a lamp to play outside? Bai Luo Chen scratched his head and explained, I was kindly helping Man clear her meridians. Acting so noble, as if you didn't take the opportunity to grope our boss. Meng came crawling from somewhere to Bai Luo Chen, crying her eyes out, boo-hoo. Just as she was about to throw herself into Bai Luo Chen's chest, he blocked her with a straight hand. Brother Bai Luo Chen, those demons bullied me. Stand there and explain, tell me what's wrong slowly, don't cling to me. Right at that moment, Wu Zhui charged in like a tank, ramming Meng and sending her flying far away. Taking the unexpected hit, Meng lost her balance and slammed straight into a solid stone wall nearby, creating a terrifying crash, dust billowing up and obscuring a large area. Wu Zhui grumbled angrily. Serves you right for daring to blatantly steal my beloved carrot. Witnessing Wu Zhui's miraculous transformation, Bai Luo Chen patted her head in praise. Well done, your speech is much smoother now. But Wu Zhui, Xiao Meng is still your senior in terms of seniority. Now that you majestically bear the title of Demon King, your actions must be reasonable and sensible. Remember the principle of respecting the old and yielding to the young, understand? Yes, I remember. Having said that, Bai Luo Chen instructed Lao Liu to help Xiao Meng inside to rest. Unfortunately, the beautiful title of Xiao Liu that he used made the demon lord's face turn gray with annoyance. Xiao Liu, take Xiao Ming back to the room to rest. Xiao Wu, follow me for a stroll. You sure have a tough life, getting hit like that and still not dead. Bai Luo Chen frowned in deep thought, a demon king's descent causing such heaven-shaking phenomena. I'm afraid this trip will alarm quite a few big shots. Just as predicted, countless afterimages rushed swiftly through the wind, bringing along a series of dazzling light effects of various colors. The destination these heroes were locked onto was none other than Bai Luo Chen's current location. In the blink of an eye, an entire squad had landed safely right in front of the Qing Luan Peak Gate. A man with a bright red topknot held a compass, examining it and declaring firmly, "The compass needle indicates the exact coordinates are this piece of land." The scholar with a paper fan following him clicked his tongue cautiously, but without permission. Breaking into Qing Luan Peak like this might give us a bad reputation. The speaker was Nai Su, a formation system instructor, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Yan Shangqing, an alchemy system instructor at the mid-stage of the spirit division realm, also nodded in agreement. I also think it's too risky. At least we should ask for a permit from the law enforcement elder to be at ease. Hearing this, the red-headed man sneered. Have you two friends forgotten that Principal Li has led the troops to rescue Instructor Bai? With the principal away, isn't the responsibility of guarding the gate and protecting the academy's security dumped on our shoulders? Why stand here trembling in fear? It's all because of that stupid Bai Luo Chen, weak yet daring to brave the wind, going alone to the Extreme Bliss Palace to act tough. Thought having the whole Illumination stage title meant he could call the wind and summon the rain, making the principal mobilize more than half the battle hall's forces to clean up the mess, forcing us brothers to work overtime guarding the night after hours. Now what kind of monster has leaked out of the sect, making us clean it up again? Truly that Bai guy is useless, taking up space. Instructor Yan could only let out a long, helpless sigh. Instructor Yu continued to ramble, even if it's just a brat demon king just born. Brothers shouldn't be careless, the academy's safety must be put on the altar. Brother Yu's judgment is spot on. Instructor Yue, why are you sneering like that? I bet you're also annoyed with that Bai guy, right? Wrong, it's because Instructor Jiang's face is polluting my vision. Staring at the tightly closed wooden gate, the red-headed Instructor Yu patted his chest and volunteered, "Step aside, comrades, let me, Yu, pave the way." Channeling power into his hand, the red-headed man threw a fatal punch that tore the gate into pieces. The whole gang rushed in. But what met their eyes was Bai Luo Chen diligently chopping wood, freezing both factions for 5 seconds in shock. Instructor Yue showed clear joy upon seeing Bai Luo Chen. "Junior brother Bai, you're safe." Bai Luo Chen immediately dropped his axe, cheerfully waving to greet them. "Hello, senior sister Yue. What toxic wind blew you multi-system instructors to visit my desolate Qing Luan Peak Temple?" Instructor Yu's frog eyes widened in shock. Bai Luo Chen, why are you lounging at home? Where is the fierce demon king? Bai Luo Chen leaned tiredly on his axe handle, letting out a puffing sigh. Instructor Yu asks such mocking questions. I am a talisman system instructor, rooted in the talisman territory. If I'm not here, where else could I earth escape to? Having said that, he waved his hand towards a far corner. As for that demon king you're all hunting, Wu Zhui, obediently crawl over here. The red-headed man's eyes rolled back. I wouldn't believe this truth even if I were beaten to death. Bai Luo Chen smiled brightly, affectionately stroking his darling Wu Zhui. So shy, our pony raised for so long accidentally earth escaped and leveled up to demon king. The creature you've been stalking is probably her. Naisu thought he was watching a comedy and chimed in. Raising a pet and it levels up to a demon king. This is truly a once-in-a-millennium miracle in this Qing Hong Academy. Yan Shangqing also clapped his hands in enthusiastic praise. It's unbelievable that the best incubator belongs to the talisman system. Congratulations. At this time, Instructor Jiang interrupted the atmosphere. Everyone be quiet and listen to my analysis. This spirit beast must be handed over to our beast taming system for training. Instructor Yue frowned, showing her displeasure. That pony was raised by Instructor Bai since it was a baby. Nephew, Jiang speaking so arrogantly is abusing your power, isn't it? Instructor Jiang hypocritically explained. I see Instructor Bai's realm is merely at the trashy whole illumination stage. What capital does he have to suppress a demon king? If a fierce beast escapes the cage, the consequences are unimaginable. This junior is doing this purely out of concern for the sect's common people. The reptile-brained instructor Yu also chimed in, nodding smugly. Haha, nephew Jiang's reasoning is sharp. Hand over the pony to me quickly and everything will be swept under the rug smoothly. Oh, so suppose I stubbornly refuse, then what? The bull-headed Yu sneered, refusing the wine only to be forced to drink the penalty wine, huh? The muscles on the bull-headed Yu's body bulged. He immediately used the beast control technique to stimulate his spiritual power, intending to use brute force to crush him. This matter isn't up to an ant like you to object. Releasing his oppressive spiritual power, the red-haired man laughed arrogantly. Rest assured, I won't cowardly borrow the power of a demon beast to bully the weak. As long as you can take one move from me, consider your life spared. Bai Luo Chen brushed his hand and refused immediately. Too much trouble. I happen to be itching to test the technical specs of our Wu Zhui. Instructor Yu, if you've got the guts, bring your pet to the arena for a fair fight. Instructor Yu's eyes popped out, thinking his ears were ringing and needed digging. What the hell did you just say? If you've got the guts, look me, the beast-taming instructor, in the eye and say it again. He didn't hesitate to shout straight into his face. This daddy says we bring our pets out to fight around. Instructor Yu laughed like it was harvest season. Ha ha ha, okay, deal sealed. If I win, that mare belongs to me. Snapping his fingers, he pointed 2 fingers to the sky, chanting to open a grand magic array portal. Come on up, darling. He roared the name of his soulmate, Audi. A monstrous entity began to take shape from the core of the black hole magic array. They quickly pieced themselves together, revealing their true form as a genuine war machine. The creature the red-haired man just birthed was none other than Audi, a top-tier max-level demon king. As soon as it poked its head out of the hole, the monster's greedy eyes locked onto Instructor Yue. She hastily condensed sword chi on her fingertips, preparing to strike, but was stopped by Jiang Himing. Tusk, it's just a friendly spar, Instructor Yue, why get so prickly like a hedgehog? She issued a stern threat. If anything happens, Principal Li will be back to skin you alive and make drums out of you. Senior Sister Yue worries too much. Uncle Yu surely knows the weight of things. Besides, a brawl between 2 top demon kings isn't something you can buy a ticket to see every day. Wash your eyes and enjoy. The central circus is lighting up. Audi brimmed with killing intent, taking brave strides towards Wu Zhui's position. Wu Zhui held a defensive stance, glaring at her opponent with cautious, scrutinizing eyes. Without much talk, Audi threw a 1,000-pound punch flying rapidly at Wu Zhui. Wu Zhui raised one hand and crushed the opponent's opening strike as easily as turning her hand over. The red-haired man was extremely arrogant. Audi is hailed as the undefeated demon king under our beast-taming system. Whether it's combat or speed, it outclasses your donkey. Take out your wallet and pay up. Aha, so it's also in the same muscle fighter class as Wu Zhui. If the cards are this similar, then. Wu Zhui's eyes flashed sharply, exploding with sky-filling spiritual chi to display her power. She immediately braced herself and struck back with a thunderous punch straight at Audi's face. From the surging source of power, a massive, highly threatening silhouette condensed behind Wu Zhui. Jiang Himing went weak in the limbs and screamed, "Holy heavens, it's a spiritual chi avatar. Even though it's just a newly formed shell, it's already a lost ultimate technique. Is this pony's talent really that demonic?" The red-haired man started to get scared, breaking out in a cold sweat and urging his disciple. "Audi, are you just standing there sculpting statues? If someone punches you, you have to punch back. Where's the basic manners?" Audi also spat out a purifying move, using the ultimate technique of blood clone. The 2 phantom figures rushed at each other, tearing fiercely and creating loud, crashing collisions that echoed through the area, boom, boom, boom. The audience started to buzz with comments. Are their brains really that flat, only knowing how to brawl hand-to-hand? Shut up, that's the realm of harmonizing strength, speed, and toughness, frogs in a well-shouldn't crow. The bloody battle gradually approached the final deadly moments. Jiang Himing, bored, leaned against a pillar and snored through a full, satisfying sleep. A sudden shout pulled him from his slumber. The game is decided. Audi's movements had visibly slowed to a crawl, probably out of battery, and unable to hold on any longer. That fancy blood clone was also beaten to a pulp anyway. Wu Jui's afterimage gracefully closed in on Ao Di's position. A storm of steel punches rained down relentlessly on Ao Di's flesh, leaving him unable to block and forcing him to close his eyes and take the hits helplessly. Pity welling up, Wu Jui decided to finish it with a universe-shaking knockout punch. Ao Di ascended to the heavens to meet his ancestors. Instructor Yu wailed in grief until his throat tore. Bai Luo Chen, you bastard. Murderers don't pay with their lives. Do you know how much blood, sweat, and tears our beast-taming system shed to catch this VIP Demon King? Bai Luo Chen ignored the blame, carelessly scratching his chin and stroking Wu Jui, then sneered. Running out of resources has nothing to do with me. You brought your beast to the ring and lost face, and now you're acting like a hooligan throwing a tantrum. Well done, my little Wu Jui. The red-haired guy, filled with resentment, whipped out his demon-subduing whip to threaten. Bai Luo Chen, get out here for me. But before he could show off, Yan Shangqing's gourd smashed straight into his face, stopping him. Instructors fighting among themselves is already trampling the rules, let alone making a bloody bet and failing to clean it up. Instructor Yu has just spilled the beast-taming system's rice bowl this time. Yan Shangqing stuffed the gourd into his pouch. The red-haired guy stubbornly tried to salvage the situation. Fighting skills can be considered a draw, but the crime of killing my spirit beast must be paid with a life. What? Instructor Yu plans to play dirty and flip the table. If you want, I'll call Principal Li to bring people out and judge fairly. Instructor Yue also added fuel to the fire. Principal Li is already packing his suitcase and returning to the academy. If Instructor Yu wants to make a big deal out of this, you'd better weigh your rice before picking up your chopsticks and think carefully. Seeing himself isolated and ganged up on, he cursed in frustration. Very well, you bastards, I'll carve this in my bones. Turns out you're all in the same boat, a school of carps. He sulkily turned his butt and fled, not forgetting to throw an empty threat. Bai Luo Chen, I'll beat this blood dead out of you. Hey, where are you running off to in such a hurry? Instructor Yu, dig into your wallet and pay for the broken gate before demanding the debt. Bai Luo Chen turned and cupped his hands in thanks to the three friends. Many thanks, brothers, for drawing your blades to uphold justice. It's nothing. The beast-taming and sword factions have been throwing their weight around for way too long. We're the ones who should be thanking Junior Brother Bai for letting out this frustration on our behalf. He humbly waved his hand in refusal. I have meager talent and little strength. How could I dare claim the glory? I just couldn't stand seeing my people being trampled on. Well, the once wandering Junior Brother Bai has now grown into a perfect family man, hasn't he? What do you think, Junior Sister Yue? Whether he takes care of his family or freeloads off others, what does that have to do with me? Yan Shangqing, with a face as cold as ice, waved a farewell. Since the storm has passed, Instructor Nai and I will take our leave. If I linger any longer, my alchemy furnace will burn to a crisp. Oh gosh, my goldfish brain. Allow me to slip away now, wishing you two a happy and intimate time. The two figures vanished in a flash, leaving Bai Luo Chen behind with a stiff smile. This old Instructor Nai really has a wicked sense of humor. Brother Luo Chen. Xiao Wu yawned so wide his jaw almost dislocated, his eyes drooping with extreme sleepiness. Then just find an empty room and snore away. You've danced yourself to exhaustion today. Okay, time to hit the hay. Seeing not a single soul around, Senior Sister Yue conveniently grabbed Bai Luo Chen by the collar and pulled him close. Well, it seems it's just the two of us left in this world. You remember the promise your senior sister made to you a while back? Huh, that was a thing. She pressed her alluring face close to Bai Luo Chen, her breath hot. Now is the time for your senior sister to repay that debt of gratitude. The surrounding space suddenly immersed in a sweet and ambiguous atmosphere. Instructor Yue covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes sparkling with a teasing glint. Bai Luo Chen awkwardly held his jaw, his cheeks burning red like a tomato. Senior sister, what are you planning to do? She blinked, throwing out a super cute flirtatious vibe. This gift is your senior sister's most priceless treasure. How does it feel to enjoy it? Bai Luo Chen scratched his head and confessed, Hey now, our lips haven't even touched, so what is there to feel? Senior sister, if you have something on your mind, just spill it. Please stop making a fool out of your little brother. That scared the living daylights out of me. Luckily, she hit the brakes and didn't go any further. Instructor Yue turned and walked away, leaving Luo Chen to sigh in relief. Forget it, teasing a dry log like you is so boring. I sought you out to discuss a major matter. In a flash, she pulled out a pink letter belonging to the Four Arts faction from her hot cleavage. What a waste! If you had taken the initiative to pounce on me earlier, wouldn't it have been great? She pressed the paper against Bai Luo Chen's chest, gently informing him, "It's a VIP ticket to the celebration banquet of the Four Arts faction, take it." Holding the ticket in his hand, Bai Luo Chen frowned in hesitation and tried to refuse. "This. Can I just call in sick and stay home, senior sister?" Right after he spoke, he turned his head only to find that the beautiful instructor Yue had vanished without a trace. Weird, where did senior sister sneak off to? He scratched his head in frustration, never expecting that Li Yue had been lurking right behind him since who knows when. Oh God, at this rate, going is a pain but staying home is just as bad. Li Yue lunged forward and hugged Bai Luo Chen, scaring the soul out of him. "Master! Oh Mother of God, Li Yue, why did you pop out of nowhere?" "My esteemed master, your disciple was trying to break through and level up just now but got stuck. Would you mind buffing me with another round of qi circulation?" "This is a tough one. Your master has been squeezed dry to the last drop. Where am I supposed to find more spiritual energy to nourish you?" Being rejected flat out, Li Yue started sobbing and throwing a tantrum. "I don't give a damn. If master doesn't grind tonight to help this disciple break through, don't even dream of sleeping peacefully. Hurry and follow me to the bedroom." "Oh, you rebellious traitor, are you trying to stage a coup against your master? I am genuinely exhausted." At the break of dawn, inside the territory of the Four Arts faction, the atmosphere was festive with firecrackers popping, and guests were bustling in to celebrate. Two random guys from the Sword faction whispered sarcastically, coming back from a field trip in the secret realm and acting as if they struck gold. Don't underestimate them. The Four Arts faction cleared out a massive resource mine in the secret realm this time. I'll bet 10 to 1 that their instructors probably had to grovel and sell their bodies just to salvage that pile. Ha ha ha, you make a compelling point, bro. Yun Ryu accidentally caught those filthy mocking words. Blood rushed to her head, and she slammed her hand hard on the table, roaring, "Have your dog's snout spat out enough? My master must be blind to throw a banquet for scum like you. You ungrateful wide-eyed wolves, biting the hand that feeds you, you only know how to bark nonsense." Being cursed out like water splashed in their faces, the two guys jumped up and fired back aggressively. "Son of a bitch, you sissy women from the Four Arts dare to throw dirty water in our faces. Open your damn eyes and look, I hail from the noble Sword faction." "Who gives a crap about the Sword faction? I ain't scared. Looking at your brazen faces, switching to the bitch faction would probably suit your feng shui better." Getting roasted to a crisp, the two thugs boiled with rage, hands itching to draw their swords and settle the score. "How dare you trample on the dignity of the Sword faction? Your time is up today, you brat. I'm sending you straight to the underworld." Yun Ryu wasn't one to back down either, instantly summoning her weapon for a brawl. "Damn it, if your grandaunt doesn't slap your mouths until they bloom today, this won't be over. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think the jungle lost its internet connection." Right at the moment of impending chaos, an authoritative voice echoed down like rolling thunder. "Everyone, stand down." Yue Xuanzhu unleashed her whip, tying the two insolent fools up like sticky rice cakes, cutting off any chance of resistance. "Academy rules strictly forbid personal vendettas. Are you small fries planning a rebellion? Master, these bastards insulted you. Be a good girl, Yun Ryu. Lower your flute and listen to your master." The two morons exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cunning deceit. Next, they started wailing to incite the crowd. "Our brothers strongly object. There is no way the Four Arts faction should swallow this entire piece of the pie from the secret realm." "Exactly. It's a complete waste of heaven's gifts for you Four Arts folks to hoard the resources. Am I right, brothers?" "So true. The higher-ups are corrupt and let the subordinates rot. The whole world is rumors that the Four Arts faction is clearly just a harem of female favorites for this academy." Yue Xuanzhu scoffed and let out a mocking laugh. "Haha, oh please, birds of a feather flock together. The students spew exactly what their master taught them." fists brimming with spiritual power, suddenly smashed down on the heads of the two insolent fools. These deceitful words were probably spoon-fed to you by that old man Jiang He-ming, weren't they? Forbidding their aggressive posturing, a relentless rain of punches battered their faces until they saw stars. Biting the hand that feeds you, disrespecting your superiors, being rude and insolent means you have to taste the whip. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, forcing Yue Xuanzhu to look back in alert. Instructor Yue, well beaten. Slapping those trashy mouths until their teeth break is the right move. But regarding the division of resources, our beast-taming faction shares the same viewpoint. I take the liberty to offer a brilliant plan for Instructor Yue's consideration. He Xiangqing, thick-skinned and shameless, issued an ultimatum. 90% of the spoils the Four Arts faction gathered at Fanghu Mountain must be surrendered to the Academy's treasury. After that, it will be trickled down and distributed to the starving factions. What do you think of this sweet deal? Upon hearing this, Yun Ryu flared up in anger, pointing straight at his face and scolding. Everyone knows that out of 10 parts of resources, 9.5 slip right into the pockets of the beast-taming and sword factions. We shed blood, sweat, and tears to secure this. On what grounds should we serve this fat meat right to the cat's mouth for you trashes to leech off? He Xiangqing let out a dismissive, contemptuous laugh. On what grounds, you ask? His chest puffed up as he unleashed an overwhelming wave of intimidating power. Relying on the law of the jungle where the strong rule, of course. What use are you Four Arts people to the world, other than uselessly waving your hands and plucking strings? A slender hand gently plucked a zither string, and a clear, resonant shout echoed out. Which blind fool dares to loudly claim that musical instruments are trash? The thugs who were arrogantly barking nonsense just a second ago were now foaming at the mouth and rolling on the ground in the blink of an eye. Only he Xiangqing was left, eyes wide, resisting the killing intent of the strings tightening around his neck. What kind of demonic sorcery is this? Bai Luo Chen escorted Zai Ling and strolled in casually. I conveniently cleaned up some trash on the way, so I'm a beat late, please understand, senior sister. This little lady is named Zai Ling, paying respects to Instructor Yue. Yun Ryu shuddered, her heart skipping a beat when she caught the name Zai Ling. What, you are that demon Zai Ling? Zai Ling smiled amicably and explained. That bloody appearance last time was just using an illusion skin painting app. This dazzling interface is my true bare-faced beauty. Yue Zhu frowned in utter confusion. According to the script, you're supposed to be doing time in the spiritual prison playing the role of a prisoner who let you roam free like this. Bai Luo Chen leisurely patted his chest and clarified. I was the one who broke the locks and gave her amnesty. The interrogation process and getting a clean confession are all done. I also seasoned and reprogrammed her brain, so from now on she's as obedient as a puppy, no more random biting. Thinking about it, this trump card's cultivation method suits the Four Arts faction very well, so I bailaid her out from behind bars. Senior Sister Yue, if you don't mind, take her in as a maid to scrub chamber pots and massage your legs. Yes, this little lady is willing to obey young Master Bai's every command. Approved, taking in another mouth to feed, and adding a pair of chopsticks won't kill anyone. The only hitch is, our top priority right now is to loosen your grip and release those walking corpses first. If they unluckily ascend to heaven right on our turf, gathering their corpses and cleaning up would be a massive headache. Zai Ling heard the order and obeyed without hesitation. The strings tightly constricting the thugs' throats were removed, and only then did they manage to salvage a little air to breathe feebly. Hee Zai Ling, you unleashed that combo a bit too violently, girl. Oh, forgive me, I was just a little excited. Senior sister, if you butcher dead pigs and sell them as scrap, how many pennies can you really earn back? Zai Ling knew she had gone overboard, her heart burning with anxiety, afraid of losing her footing. Oh mother, if I actually pulled the trigger and took his dog life, would that evil god surnamed by ride roughshod over me and torture me like that again? Tusk, so boring, a life as tenacious as a leech, hasn't kicked the bucket yet. That pile of trash was immediately scooped out to the alley to be liquidated as scrap. Just shout a wholesale dead pig price of 800 coins a head. Whoever wants the deal, act fast. The lackey sycophantically ran over to pay respects, reporting to Instructor Yue, the trash has been completely cleaned up, this is the last guy. You've worked hard, darling. Scurry along to find Yunzai and collect your spirit stone reward. That old instructor Jiang is actually quite generous, dropping some gifts. Oh well, whatever you say, the sword and beast taming factions are still the compass representing the Academy's prestige. Their bigwigs provide solid backing after all. Bai Luo Chen was passionately gossiping with Zai Ling when whoosh, some foreign object tore through the wind and glided straight to his face. With just a glance, Bai Luo Chen identified its true form. It turned out to be an express delivery paper crane stamped with the Dean's seal. An urgent message from the Dean. All instructor forces, haul yourselves over here immediately. The main gate is falling. Blocking the gate of Qinghang Academy was a group of tough-looking thugs making a massive racket. Yue Xuanzhu, drag your ugly mug out here. Li Guangqi, you better crawl out here for me too. Jiang Himing hitched up his robes and strode out majestically, puffing himself up to project a voice full of righteousness to criticize the strangers. In front of the Academy's headquarters, who dares to roar and cause a scene? The old man leading the pack was Du Jiu, the current head of the He-Shan sect with peak nascent soul cultivation. He cleared his throat and bellowed, Qinghang Academy, today we hauled ourselves here ready to throw down just to demand justice. On what grounds did your measly disciples walk out of the secret realm completely unscathed, while my men were left dead and wiped out inside? Flanking him was the sect master of the Zhu Shan sect, Qing Zhu Supreme, at the early out-of-body stage. A lackey leaned in and whispered a scheme into the old sect master's ear. Boss, you're planning to corner them and demand lives. What if they go crazy and fight like cornered dogs? A life for a life is something only a fool would accept, but that fat bait of resources, they might just fall to their knees and offer it up with both hands. The guy was even hallucinating about dressing up in a wedding outfit, laughing boisterously. The ultimate target is the beauty Yue Xuanzhu. This time, even if you move heaven and earth, you can't escape my grasp. Jiang Himing felt suffocated facing this pack of hungry wolves, his initial majestic and imposing demeanor vanishing into thin air. Good heroes, please calm down. The root of this incident is purely a grudge involving the Four Arts faction. It's strictly separate and has nothing to do with the Academy machinery. The more he opened his mouth to pass the buck, the more stones were thrown at his face. They cursed him so hard he couldn't lift his head, dragging even his ancestors out to be roasted. Are you stupid to argue like that? The Four Arts faction sits squarely among the 6 great pillars of the Academy, and you dare wash your hands of it? Spoke the absolute truth. Getting hit square in the face with a huge wad of spit, Jiang Himing screamed out of control. Which damned bastard threw trash in my face? Instructor Jiang, you've always worn the label of bright and upright orthodoxy. Killing and hunting for prey in the secret realm naturally results in casualties. But the Academy acts like a dog relying on its house or a chicken on its coop, hoarding everything in people's bags, and then exterminating my sect's disciples at the root. Do you think eating like that is acceptable? Frustrated, he waved his hand and pointed straight at the towering barrier gate behind him. Fine, fine, say no more. If you gentlemen still doubt my sincerity, why don't you just haul yourselves straight into the Four Arts faction's lair and assert your dominance to speed things up? The 2 old sect masters, finding this pleasing to the ear, rubbed their hands and sealed the deal instantly. Excellent, let's play along with Instructor Jiang's tune. Step aside and let us smash the door in. Jiang Himing sneered, scheming in his mind. That unlucky guy surnamed Bai was stuck in the Four Arts faction's territory. This time he'd have to handle an out-of-body stage powerhouse paired with a heavyweight nascent soul. I'll sit back and watch what kind of cheap tricks you pull off. Deep in the backyard, a little flower was being subjected to the beastly acts of those bastards. The girl trembled in panic, only able to cry and scream pitifully for help. The pack of perverts ran rampant as if there was no one around, uttering despicable words. Be a good little sister and lie still, your big brother here is blessing you. Master, somebody help save me. Screaming your lungs out is useless, sweetie, your Four Arts faction is about to shut down. You beasts, don't crawl any closer. Du Jiu, his face flushed with lust, smiled wickedly. This Academy's harem nest is absolutely top-notch. Every single one is a beauty loved by thousands, making this old man itch to take in a few more slave girls. You can feast on the small fries as you please, but that alluring female instructor is my share, no fighting over her. A brutish, muscular guy in the distance was savagely tearing apart the poor girl's clothes. "Stop struggling, sweetie. Consider this beauty as collateral to pay off your Four Arts faction's debt. Help, please let me go." Right at that critical moment, hanging by a thread, a green spiritual arrow shot forward like lightning tearing through the wind. With a thwack, the arrow pinned securely into the beast's shoulder, throwing him backward in a somersault as he spat out bright red blood. Horrifyingly, his flesh immediately foamed and festered. The guy turned his head weakly, his eyes panicked as he pleaded for help. "Sect Master, save me." "Huh, what, are you poisoned?" His corpse melted rapidly, and then collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. Du Jiu and Qing Zhu hurriedly rushed over to check. "Motherfucker, it's corpse poison. Everyone back away quickly. Absolutely no one is allowed near him." "Sect Master, save me." Amid the chaotic panic of the wild monkey pack, a chillingly calm voice suddenly rang out. "What a waste of breath, willingly dragging yourselves to our door and delivering fat to the cat's mouth." Bai Luo Chen walked out shoulder to shoulder with Yue Xuanzhu, his eyes shooting furious sparks. "This inch of land is the sacred ground of Qinghang Academy. Is it your turn, you rebel scum, to show off your meager skills before experts?" Seeing him thump his chest and declare his name, Du Jiu's blood boiled. His face turned beet red as he pointed and cursed. "I came here honorably to negotiate and get a proper explanation. Under what pretense do you oppress and murder my disciples?" The guy Qing Zhu next to him also jumped up in fury. "So that's how it is. No wonder I brought betrothal gifts time and time again to propose, only for her to play hard to get and flatly reject me." He maliciously pointed his filthy finger at Luo Chen and mocked. "Turns out your type is this piece of trash throwaway, looking so majestic while carrying the label of a measly complete manifestation stage." Bai Luo Chen heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "What brought gifts to propose?" Yue Xuanzhu replied wearily. "Did senior sister have dealings with this random guy? He's the boss of Zhu Shan sect. Unfortunately ran into his face exactly once back at the Nanjing festival." Her face darkened with annoyance. "Who has the time to care? Ever since that fair, this old man has thick-skinnedly showed up at the academy every other week to harass me." That flat-faced old man Qing Zhu, over a span of 3 whole years, had knelt down to beg for her hand casually over 200 times. Bai Luo Chen, having just digested this, burst into roaring laughter, mocking him. "Ah, so it's a certified simp. 3 years of uselessly blowing the horn to ask for a wife over 200 times. Such unyielding willpower is truly admirable." Qing Zhu, getting struck right in his weak spot by the word simp, had his blood boiling, blue veins bulging on his forehead. He flipped his attitude in a split second, grinding his teeth and hissing. "That begging farce is a thing of the past, Yue Xuanzhu." Choking on his anger, he roared a threat. "In the past, I lowered myself to propose and you scorned me, so today I will level this Four Arts faction to pieces to satisfy my hatred." Bai Luo Chen stood nearby poking the bear, conveniently wrapping his arm around his senior sister's waist and pulling her into his embrace to provoke him. Yue Xuanzhu, her cheeks flushed red, enthusiastically played along. "Oh wow, I'm so embarrassed. Our senior sister's taste in men has hit the ceiling. Even if her eyes exploded, she wouldn't bother glancing at a toad like you. I correct you, that's absolutely spot on." Qing Zhu, feeling humiliated by the insults, intended to rush forward and tear Bai Luo Chen apart in a one-on-one fight. Du Jiu quickly grabbed his waist, yanking him back to advise him. "Calm down, old brother. You've fallen into that brat's provocation trap. If you make a move now, you can kiss that sweet pile of resources goodbye." Bai Luo Chen sharply sniffed out the sinister plot right away. "Oh ho, carrying the banner of avenging your disciples, boiling it down. It turns out you're just eyeing the chunk of resource bait, huh?" Du Jiu puffed his cheeks and glared, criticizing. "Your Four Arts faction slaughtered all the sects clean in the secret realm. Me raising the stick high but striking lightly by demanding resources as ransom is already being exceedingly lenient. You surnamed Bai, dropped the habit of borrowing the Academy's prestige to abuse your power and oppress us measly sects." Yue Xuanzhu immediately stepped forward to clarify and protect Luo Chen. "The whole world knows that our Four Arts faction is full of combat amateurs. The butchers who wiped out your disciples were clearly the Jai Legong gang, weren't they?" Du Jiu cut her off, leaving no room to clear their name. "Spitting blood on others. Jai Legong has been leveled and completely wiped out to the last man. Are you relying on a floating corpse to make excuses? Yue Xuanzhu was utterly stunned by that hot news. Bai Luo Chen stood nearby, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Jai Legong evaporated from the map. Haha, let it go, senior sister. Why waste your breath and saliva on scoundrels? It's not like I can openly brag that I was the culprit who uprooted them entirely. He finalized a sweet deal with the two big shots. If you old fogies are bitter, thinking this junior is bullying you with numbers, how about we drag each other to the arena and brawl it out fairly? Du Jiu seemed intimidated and was about to back down, but Qing Zhu eagerly jumped in to take the bait. Well, a clay chicken like you wants to solo like a gentleman. Approved. What's the fighting format? Bai Luo Chen immediately laid down the rules. Each side brings out 5 disciples at the Golden Core stage or below. It's a best-of-5 format. Winning 3 rounds takes the cup. Of course, if you gentlemen are afraid your brats will drag the team down, you can personally jump in and fight to the death. As long as you don't go out and preach that our 4 Arts faction and Talisman faction rely on numbers to bully the weak, that's fine. Du Jiu sweat bullets and whispered into Qing Zhu's ear. I've heard rumors that the guy surnamed Bai is nurturing a disciple with incredibly fierce potential. Are we brothers going to get scammed on this bet? What the hell are you afraid of? I've already pocketed a dirty trick. Qing Zhu puffed out his chest, arrogantly declaring his terms. You brats surnamed Bai, prick up your ears. If my side wins the championship, not only will we swallow the 4 Arts faction's entire chest of resources, but I'm also tacking on one more demand. Just confidently spit your scheme out, I'll cover it all. He broke into a wicked smile reeking of demonic ways, his narrowed eyes piercing straight at him. I want to personally turn you into a eunuch. Yue Zhu hurriedly stepped forward intending to stop it, but Bai Luo Chen gave a crisp nod. She was worried sick, giving a cold snort. If you want to take junior brother Bai's life, you'll have to step over your senior sister's dead body first. They haven't even opened their mouths to demand your death yet, you know. Seeing his dream beauty protecting someone else, Qing Zhu was jealous to the point of red eyes, grinding his teeth. You want to live and die together, right? Fine, I will send you dog couple down to the Yellow Springs together. He turned to Bai Luo Chen and challenged. Now it's your turn to be fair if I win. You must also agree to one condition. I merely have the elegant interest of borrowing the few heads on your necks. At the 4 Arts faction square, the dueling atmosphere had already begun to burn intensely. In the first round, Tang Du from the 4 Arts faction bitterly tasted defeat, yielding the victory to Cheng Yu Zhu of the Zhu Shan sect. The entire grandstand seemed to explode, with cheers echoing. Senior brother Yu Zhu is mighty. Smash that garbage academy to pieces, senior brother. Seeing his disciple claim glory, Qing Zhu lifted his chin smugly, mocking Bai Luo Chen. Instructor Bai, if you're smart, just raise the white flag. Take the trouble to kneel down and bark like a dog twice. Maybe I'll get happy and give you a way out. Yun Ryu, get in the ring and give it a try. Uncle Master, just set the table. Yun Ryu will surely bring back the victory. Being completely ignored, Qing Zhu got irritated. Oh, the coffin is already sawed and ready, yet Instructor Bai is still calmly picking up his food, even daring to treat this seat as empty air. Later, when you lose and are covered in mud, let's see if your dean can step up and protect you. From afar, seeing Su Li Yue's group arriving one after another, Bai Luo Chen's face lit up. Well, you guys finally decided to haul yourselves here. Junior brother Bai, the dean is caught up with an emergency and is absent. The other instructors will drop by later. Master, Yunzai stepped up with a face full of fighting spirit. Master, just take your time chatting with Instructor Bai. Let me go to the arena and beat them up first. The moment he saw Yue Xuanzhu's figure, Qing Zhu's cheeks flushed red, his tone instantly softening. Little sister Xuanzhu. However, the only response was an ice-cold stare and a blunt sentence. What do you want from me? Qing Zhu hurriedly fawned over her. Xuanzhu, you know full well how the students of the 4 Arts faction can't even withstand a single finger from our side. It's still not too late for you to turn back. Yue Xuanzhu and Su Li Yue treated his words like wind blowing past their ears, walking past coldly. Whatever the outcome, I will absolutely not regret it. Besides, I don't believe my disciples will accept defeat. Master is enjoying good food. Why do you insist on stubbornly rushing to your death with that guy surnamed Bai? Ignoring him wasting his saliva, she casually walked over and picked at Bai Luo Chen's food. "Let me have a taste." "Master, I want some too." "Help yourselves, I've stocked up a lot here. Everyone gets a share except for dogs." Sounds of cracking and tearing wind started echoing back from the arena. The disciple from Qing Zhu's side swung his sword, slashing the wind loudly, cutting Yun Ryu's clothes to tatters. Even so, she remained resolute and unfazed, dancing and spinning around this whole time just to tear a few pieces of fabric, without even touching a single hair. As expected, it's the trashy sword technique of lowlifes. The other guy gloated openly. Open your eyes wide and witness the power of a spirit sword. When there's a gap in weapon quality, how can a few measly drops of cultivation cover it up? At this moment, Yun Ryu finally began to unleash her move. She raised her hand to gather power, sneering. "HMPH, I thought it was something great, but it turns out it's just a trashy spirit weapon. Your grandaunt here will let you taste what it feels like to take a beating." Yun Ryu's aura erupted blindingly, suppressing the opponent to the point where he had to squeeze his eyes shut. The bamboo flute in her hand shot out a sharp beam of green light. In the blink of an eye, the other guy's precious sword went limp like stale noodles, plunging headfirst into the ground. Watching the scene, he wanted to scream and cry, "Oh, my beloved precious sword!" Yun Ryu still wouldn't let him off, contemptuously mocking, "What a weak and limp thing, so boring I don't even want to talk about it." She immediately executed the array-breaking falling gold flute technique, and before the opponent could even blink, he was kicked flying into the sky like a kite with a broken string. The audience in the stands gaped in awe, buzzing with discussion. Good heavens, is that a genuine emperor weapon? Crashing to the ground and looking at the ruined sword, the guy bawled his eyes out. Where did the disciples of the Four Arts faction pull out an emperor weapon from? My great precious sword, you can't be this limp. Qing Zhu was purple with rage, while Bai Luo Chen casually stroked his non-existent beard. Why so stunned? Are emperor weapons so rare that they can't possibly be in my disciples' hands? It's just a holy weapon, Sect Master Zhu, stop overreacting. He waved the meat skewer in his hand. If the Sect Master is craving it so much, just speak up and beg. Bow to me and bark like a dog 3 times, and this seat will mercifully bestow one upon you. Qing Zhu frantically yelled out to cheer for his student. A dignified supreme being fears a trivial emperor weapon. Du Jiu looked shifty, as if wanting to hatch a dirty scheme. An emperor weapon truly possesses earth-shattering power, but a little brat at the mind movement stage couldn't even unleash 1/10 of its power even if she exhausted herself completely. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, an incredibly foul stench wafted up strongly. Our He Shan sect has a disciple at the peak spiritual silence stage, born to naturally counter female cultivators. The entire audience in the stand started gagging and retching as soon as they smelled it, pinching their noses and crying out, "What is this rancid smell?" That guy crawled out. A man dressed in rags like a torn blanket, emitting an intoxicatingly awful odor, loomed into view. Yun Ryu couldn't breathe and had to pinch her nose tightly. "Yo, this is brutally, savagely stinky." Wherever he stepped, the surrounding air thickened with a foul stench. He Shan sect disciple Li Hai Sheng. Resenting myself to seek guidance, I am Li Hai Sheng, peak spiritual silence stage from the He Shan sect. Yun Ryu kept her nose tightly pinched, grumbling in disgust. Peak spiritual silence stage, huh? Just enough for this lady to warm up her muscles and bones. But why does this thing reek to such a nauseating extent? From the high stand, Bai Luo Chen's voice echoed down. "Yun Ryu, retreat. Leave this match for your eldest senior sister to handle. Come down here and eat some meat skewers to regain your strength." Yun Ryu puffed her cheeks and pouted. "Hey, why is that? I haven't even unleashed a single move yet." Right at that moment, Yun Zai leisurely strode up to the arena. She patted her junior sister's shoulder to comfort her. "Listen to him, Yun Ryu. This is the strategy of martial Uncle Bai and Master. Besides, you should go change into a different outfit to smell nice again." The smelly guy emitted an increasingly terrifying dark aura, joking. "Swapping anyone in will result in the same fate of getting beaten." Yun Zai elegantly cupped her hands to introduce herself. Yun Zai, head of the Four Arts faction, hoping this fellow cultivator will go easy and offer guidance. The smelly guy didn't say a word, aggressively charging straight at her, roaring for her to take his move. He channeled his energy and unleashed the array-breaking silver tyrant sound wave. This guy has a truly bizarre stench on his body. Could this be the secretly transmitted ultimate technique of the He-Shan sect? A thick blast of air reeking of a cesspool surged out, forming a tornado. The crowd of spectators completely broke down. A few faint-hearted ones were already foaming at the mouth and fainting on the spot. "I'm going to die, it's brutally stinky." At this time, Naisu covered his nose, walked closer and grumbled. "Instructor Bai, what kind of match did you set up for things to come to this? After today's battle, where will the Four Arts faction find the face to socialize and receive guests anymore?" Li Yue pays respects to the various instructors. Naisu shoved a small sachet into Su Li Yue's hand. "Sprinkle this powder on the four corners of the arena. It's guaranteed to blow the stench away." "Martial Uncle Nai, are you familiar with the origin of this corpse-like smell?" Naisu clicked his tongue and replied, "I've only heard rumors that this is a perverted cultivation method that the orthodox cultivator community finds hard to accept. The martial world calls it the Path of Filth." Qingzhu was also dumbfounded when he heard the name, the Path of Filth. Seeing Qingzhu glaring, Dujiu sneakily leaned in and explained softly, "Sir, this Path of Filth requires soaking oneself in a manure pit to absorb the essence. For hundreds of years, no one has successfully cultivated it. And yet you tricked your disciple into cultivating this disgusting thing." Well, I was bored and acted recklessly back then. Seeing his messy, useless spiritual roots, I just spouted some nonsense. Who would have thought this idiot would actually jump into a manure pit and soak himself for 15 whole years? Bai Luo Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eavesdropping on their whispering, and chuckled to himself. "It is terrifyingly stinky, but as long as it beats the opponent, it's all good." Very logical indeed. After hearing the backstory, he stroked his chin as an idea popped up. "So if we drag him out and scrub him clean with soap, wouldn't that completely destroy his cultivation power?" He immediately turned to probe Naisu for his opinion. "Senior brother Nai, do you think this plan is feasible? It might cause some minor loss, but it won't be enough to defeat him. After all, within the same realm, someone who cultivates the Path of Filth basically holds an invincible position." Yun Ryu was vomiting so hard that all the color drained from her face. "At this rate, my eldest senior sister is bound to lose. I only shared the air with him for a few seconds earlier, and now my sea of consciousness is flooded with the smell of crap." On the arena, Yunzai was still bracing herself and putting all her effort into resisting. She keenly executed the water dragon's chant. Li Hai-sheng grinned widely in a despicable manner, thoroughly despising Yunzai's attack. "So naive, do you think splashing a little water can wash away the alluring fragrance on my body?" As he rambled, he twisted his body and spun around like a top, turning the crowd's faces green. "This old man has been diving in a manure pit for 15 whole years. How the hell can this mundane water wash it off? Oh gods and demons above, he's playing the splashing water game now." The audience in the stands ran for their lives while cursing profusely. "Fight if you must, but why splash that crap up here? Do you have any sense of public decency? Li Hai-sheng, I will destroy you." Strange golden yellow objects splattered everywhere like a torrential storm across the entire battlefield. Yunzai looked at the nauseating scene before him with a chilled heart, silently cursing. How hateful! Is even water attribute magic powerless to save this filthy guy? Qingzhu hurriedly erected a spiritual barrier to protect his clothes from being soiled, turning to berate Dujiu. "Good heavens! Rein in that rebellious disciple of yours right now. Tell him to cut it out immediately." Yue Xuanzhu was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, hurriedly speaking up. "Junior brother Bai, let's wave the white flag for this round." Yeah, this round is truly making things too difficult for Yunzai. However, the word surrender doesn't even exist in that guy's dictionary. As expected, Bai Luo Chen would rather die than bow his head in such an absurd way. He glanced at his disciple. "Li Yue, it's your turn to take the stage. Master, just rest easy. Your disciple isn't afraid of this miscellaneous trash." Jiang He Ming, standing nearby, found it an eyesore and sneered. "Women going into battle are useless. No wonder people say our academy's Four Arts department isn't training cultivators but running a central circus." Hearing someone insult his fellow disciples, Bai Luo Chen's blood boiled, and he shot a gaze as sharp as a razor at him. He stealthily formed a hand seal to destroy Jiang He-ming's barrier. So, right when the man was laughing obnoxiously, a smelly chunk of residue flew at the speed of light and lodged straight into his throat. Under control. But I also have more than enough power to crush your sword arts department. Just obediently kneel and beg me, and it'll be over. The foul-smelling object landed perfectly inside his mouth. Jiang He-ming was so stunned that his eyes rolled back, his facial features contorted and scrunched up, looking extremely pathetic. He bent over, vomiting out his green and yellow bile, while Bai Luo-chen stood nearby adding fuel to the fire. Martial nephew Jiang, holding the title of a sword cultivator, yet your Kai control is this pathetic. How can you accomplish anything? Hearing the mockery, Jiang He-ming was utterly enraged, wishing he could eat his enemy alive. You with the surname Bai, you bastard. Right at the boiling point, Yan Shangqing suddenly appeared. Well done, do you have the guts to challenge your martial uncle, you damn brat? Having a spoke put in his wheel, Jiang He-ming furiously grabbed Yan Shangqing's collar and roared. He set me up to swallow a mouthful of shit. What's so excessive about me stabbing him with my sword? You can only blame your own bad luck. Boom, an explosive sound rang out, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. Du Jiu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he looked at the bizarre scene on the stage. What the hell is this? With just an ultimate move as light as a feather, Li Yue pinned Li Haisheng down like a stone statue. Li Yue smirked disdainfully. Li Haisheng was knocked out with a single slash. This trashy filth Dao can't even withstand one blow from me. Qing Zhu, standing on the sidelines, didn't forget to throw stones. Unorthodox paths will forever remain in the gutters. How could they ever step onto the high stage? If you can't win, then swap for someone else. No, he hasn't completely fallen yet. Qing Zhu yelled right in the face of the dreamer. Stop being so stubborn. Open your eyes and look at the truth. Open your eyes wide and look. He's been roasted into a black lump of coal now. However, right when everyone was certain that Li Haisheng had met his maker, he was still very much alive. Patches of charred black skin peeled off in flakes. Oh wait, no, he is using the lightning to reforge his physique. Yuan Xiang hastily sprinted up the stands, his jaw dropping to his chest. How the hell is this happening? This person is forging the immaculate body. Instructor Yu, where have you been all this time? He can actually forge the immaculate body in this miserable state. Yuan Xiang's forehead broke out in cold sweat, premonitions of disaster hitting him. I don't care if he succeeds or not, we must shatter this process immediately. Otherwise, our academy's reputation in the South region will be washed down the drain. He strained his neck, screaming down at the stage. Li Yue, what are you standing there spacing out for, girl? Seize the moment while he's immobilized and finish him off. Li Yue stood completely still like a statue, making his blood boil. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you? This wretched girl, her mortal enemy, is right in front of her, yet she. The sight of Li Yue calmly sitting cross-legged to cultivate left him entirely dumbfounded. She actually rooted herself to enter a meditative state and cultivate. How shocking. Yuan Xiang whipped around to berate Bai Luo-chen. Bai Luo-chen, how did you teach your disciple to be so brain-dead? Instructor Yu, you saw Instructor Fang eating so happily earlier that now you're craving some too, right? Yuan Xiang furiously bit his lip until it bled. You're truly a hopeless case. Du Jiu strutted arrogantly like a proud rooster, thumping his chest before the crowd. Have you two dignified instructors ever seen the most valiant, immaculate body among the innate Dao bodies? He smiled an extremely sinister smile. Just wait until this old man brings this secret manual back to the sect and forces all disciples to cultivate the filth Dao. By then, your academy will only be left wailing in tears, brats. Yuan Xiang excitedly waved his arms and legs. So it's the filth Dao. If you guys can cultivate it, don't tell me our academy is so useless that we can't. He aggressively patted Jiang He-ming and Yan Shangqing on the shoulder, declaring loudly, we must go see the dean immediately. Starting tomorrow, we'll force disciples from all departments to cultivate the filth Dao. Wow, playing this big might cause the academy's cesspools to run out of stock. Brother Yu, please calm down and don't be impulsive. Our formation department will pass on this. Amidst his noisy yelling, Yue Xuanzhu was scratching her head in distress below. If there's a shortage of cesspits, just call some builders to make more and that's it. But the worst part is the opponent's realm has now surpassed Li Yue's. Senior sister, rest assured, since Li Yue dares to play it calm, she definitely has victory in the bag. Bai Luo Chen glanced at Li Yue while dropping a firm statement. Anyway, compared to the immaculate body, my precious disciple is already in the ranks of monstrous geniuses. She is not to be trifled with. Li Haisheng finally succeeded in his cultivation, his explosive aura sending all the surrounding rubble flying away as he let out a hearty, shrieking laugh. His crow-like laughter echoed. If the heavens had not birthed this Li Haisheng, the filth Dao would have remained in eternal darkness like a never-ending night. Today I will open the eyes of you so-called heavens chosen. I, Li Haisheng, am 100 times more formidable than you all. A rippling six-pack physique, sturdy with an oily, shiny layer of skin, unexpectedly emerged. Li Haisheng's robust body was exposed completely bare. That brutally blinding sight made even Li Yue grit her teeth and pull out a pair of sunglasses to put on. Li Haisheng puffed out his chest and raised his chin. How is it, little girl? Are you so scared that you're frozen solid? Unexpectedly, Li Yue's gaze was fixed straight on his pitch-black lower half. Li Haisheng looked down following her line of sight, then screamed in panic. Oh my God, why did my immaculate body only manifest halfway like this? Li Yue lost all patience, smacking her lips and waving her hand. This bunch of mosquito larvae and ridiculous sycophants, clear the way for the next one to take the stage quickly. This lady doesn't have the youth or free time to dawdle with you. Seeing his student put on a comedy act, Du Jiu covered his face in despair. Taking advantage of the situation, Yu Wanxiang mocked from the side. It's your lifelong blessing that this brat failed his cultivation, otherwise, looking at this mess of a filth Dao, there's nothing worth paying attention to. Jiang Himing chimed in to instigate. As expected, trash will never reach the threshold of immortal cultivation even in 100 lifetimes, only good at flapping their lips and bragging. Once you dabble in unorthodox demonic paths, no matter how much you mold it, it's all in vain. Yun Ryu angrily retorted. Nobody asked you to spit out pearls of wisdom. If you have so much free time, why don't you go find some food to eat? Jiang Himing glared and scolded. You disrespectful thing. How dare you use that insolent attitude to talk back to an instructor? A resounding boom cut the verbal battle short. Yue Xuanzhu could no longer tolerate these ridiculous people, growling. For your insolent words just now, I'm only turning a blind eye and letting you off this once out of respect for senior brother Chen. If you dare to bark one more sentence, I absolutely have the right to use the sect rules to discipline you. Yu Wanxiang quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to advise. Why waste your breath arguing with a woman? Just watch the match. How annoying. Yu Wanxiang excitedly leaned out again to watch the developments on the stage, howling with laughter. Oh my, that brat has truly gone mad. Li Haisheng felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of despair, howling mournfully. Impossible. I have to break through. I want to become an immortal. Li Yue found him too much of an eyesore and threw him a charitable sentence. Just drop it. If you stubbornly keep fighting, you'll become completely crippled. But he had thoroughly succumbed to chi deviation, straining his neck and roaring like a wild beast. No, never. My immaculate body was ruined all because of you, you little brat. Saying that, Li Haisheng exhausted his dilapidated strength, frantically charging towards Li Yue. Die with me. Facing that madness, Li Yue merely responded indifferently with the ultimate spiritual skill, the Moonflower Lightning Slash. An earth-shattering explosion rang out right next to Li Yue's position. Li Haisheng was battered to the point of breathlessness, but his stubborn nature remained. I refuse to accept this. Let's play another round. Seeing Du Jiu slowly walking over, he hurriedly clasped his hands and begged, Master, save me. Li Haisheng crawled and groveled, begging for a way out. Master, I can still be salvaged. That's enough, please don't hit me anymore. He glared coldly, heartlessly shouting, From this moment on, you are no longer a member of Hishan sect. Get lost. Li Haisheng, with his face smeared with tears, wailed tragically. Let me go back and soak in the cesspit again. I promise I will cultivate into a success, Master. Please give me one more chance. Du Jiu ruthlessly threw down harsh words. Do you think tempering the physique is a children's game of house? Having said that, he swung his leg and delivered a heavenly kick, sending Li Haisheng flying far away. Get lost. Drifting for an unknown amount of time, Li Haisheng dragged himself alone deep into a desolate forest, resentfully muttering, "For what reason? Why did it turn out like this?" He collapsed to the ground, howling miserably. "Why did they treat me so heartlessly? I only harbored the dream of cultivation. What did I ever do wrong? Oh heavens, why is this world so unfair?" Due to the extreme surge of repressed anger, he coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. At that most desperate moment, a figure leisurely walked over. A steady voice offered a proposal. "So, do you want to take revenge and wash away your grievances?" A brilliant band of energy light manifested right before his eyes. Very quickly, the miraculous beam of light named Starry Sky enshrouding wood rejuvenation enveloped his entire haggard body. The person who had just lent him a hand was none other than Bai Luo Chen. Li Haisheng looked at his hands in a daze. "My fatal injuries have suddenly completely vanished into thin air." Bai Luo Chen, with a radiant demeanor, confidently spoke. "It doesn't stop there. I can even help you rebuild your physique once again. However, that depends on how fierce your determination for revenge is." Li Haisheng was still bewildered and sunk in doubt. "But why would you suddenly step in to help a cripple like me?" Bai Luo Chen shrugged slightly, not hesitating to reveal his thoughts. "Because I see a reflection of myself in you. I, too, once tasted the feeling of being treated as a plaything by others, only to be kicked away like trash." Li Haisheng's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, his jaw dropping as he replied, "What kind of fiction is this? Under the heavens, who doesn't know that you, Bai Luo Chen, are the #1 genius? How could there be a time when you were toyed with? Believe it or not, it's up to you." Seeing Li Haisheng still hesitating, Bai Luo Chen pretended to turn around and walk away. "If your blood for revenge has run dry, then consider it as if I had never strolled here today." Li Haisheng clenched his fists, his mind torn in deep thought. "No matter if it's real or fake, I'm at a dead end. This is my only lifeline." He hurriedly shouted to hold him back. "Instructor Bai, please hold your steps." Without hesitating for a second, Li Haisheng dropped to his knees and kowtowed with a thud. "Instructor Bai. I, Li Haisheng, swear to follow you through life and death. I humbly beg Instructor Bai to show me the way." Bai Luo Chen smiled smugly, extremely satisfied with this answer. "Oh, young and inexperienced, but at least you know your place, approved." Li Haisheng, buzzing with excitement, asked eagerly, "Reporting to the instructor, when can we kick things off? Take it easy, just pull your pants down first." Li Haisheng was scratching his head and ears, not understanding what was going on, when he saw Bai Luo Chen, with an unchanged expression, point straight at his nether regions and declare clearly, "Take them off quickly." Li Haisheng's face instantly lost its color, his two hands hastily covering his sensitive area in shock. "Oh crap, don't tell me Instructor Bai fancies such a hardcore taste." Bai Luo Chen clicked his tongue, urging him when he saw the other party just spacing out. "What is it? Are you paralyzed or something that you won't take them off?" Li Haisheng's face flushed a deep red as he mumbled embarrassedly, "Yes sir, but this is my first time so." Upon hearing that, Bai Luo Chen seemed to turn to stone on the spot. Could Instructor Bai possibly be a little gentle with the operation? His blood boiled and he unleashed a few kicks, sending him flying far away to vent his anger. "Damn it, I told you to take off your pants to examine how far your marrow cleansing progress has reached. Did cultivating the filth Dao turn your brain to mush? My apologies, sir." Bai Luo Chen, blazing with murderous intent, corrected his pure intentions. "I said take them off so I can inspect your body, got it? If you harbor those nonsensical thoughts again, this master will castrate you into a eunuch right now." Realizing he had just made a crude joke out of himself, he coughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Cough. "So the instructor's intentions are noble, it's just this lowly one whose mind is in the gutter making assumptions. Yes, yes, I will take them off right away." Bai Luo Chen squatted down, casting his eyes to examine with extreme focus. "Aha, so this is the root of the issue." After thoroughly examining, he patted his shoulder and gave a conclusion. "Okay, I know how to handle this. Pull your pants up and cover it." Then he began to outline the treatment plan. "Pressing spiritual energy into it soon will be excruciatingly painful. You better grit your teeth and endure it. If your mouth spews any more nonsense screaming, I'll chop that thing right off, got it?" At the same time, the battle at the Four Arts Department Square was still blazing intensely, as taut as a bowstring. The enemy faction actually dispatched Zhu Li, an early-stage Golden Core expert of the Zhu Shan sect, to sweep the field. She arrogantly declared, "Entering this killing formation of mine, even a nascent soul almighty would weep bitterly. Little sister, if you know what's good for you, throw in the towel." Li Yue was no pushover, cursing right in the opponent's face. Truly a shameless bunch throwing away their dignity, having to send a Golden Core onto the field to bully others. Zhu Li winked with a sinister smile. "Despicable tricks are fine too, as long as I snatch the trophy, that's all that matters." Finishing her words, she pulled the strings to activate the formation, countless phantom dragon heads roaring as if waiting to tear Li Yue apart. The Nine-Palace killing formation was fully deployed, but Li Yue's expression remained unchanged amidst the ever-changing tides. The atmosphere in the stands varied from person to person. This person is cunning, weaving formations into her moves. Her scheming is quite deep. The killing formation has taken shape. The ancestor of destruction is definitely doomed this time. Wait, in this life-or-death moment, where did Junior Brother Bai disappear to? That guy surnamed Bai saw his home chicken about to lose, so he must have silently slipped away, right? Yue Zhu was fraught with worry, glancing around frantically for Bai Luo Chen. Zhang Himing next to her took the opportunity to sneer. If that guy doesn't make it back in time to settle the win or loss, his puny life might just be forfeited. If I lose the bet this match, I will voluntarily give up all my resources. Yue Xuanzhu flared up, snapping to protect her favorite boy. No matter how disadvantageous the situation is for Qing Zhu, I will absolutely not let this drag him down. Sister Xuanzhu, have you agreed to my proposal? Right in the eye of the storm, Bai Luo Chen fell from the sky looking totally badass. Senior Sister Yue, why do you worry too much and utter such pessimistic words? His landing hit the ground so forcefully that dirt and rocks splattered, hitting right in Qing Zhu's face. What right does he have to make you yield? Seeing Qing Zhu pass out from eating gravel, Du Jiu hurriedly ran over to check on him. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chen casually stroked his hair. As long as Li Yue hasn't waved the white flag, it's still anyone's game. Hey old Cheng, are you all right? Xuanzhu. There are too many Xuanzhus. Naisu rubbed his forehead and analyzed anxiously. This bet is tough as bones. With such ferocious killing intent, even if I personally descended, I could only use cultivation suppression to forcibly break the move. As for a peak fusion stage cultivator wanting to go toe-to-toe with a Nine-Palace killing formation, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Bai Luo Chen remained as steady as a mountain, confidently retorting. Although that formation doesn't originate from the formation department when it comes to methods of dismantling formation diagrams, I dare say no one in this world is more versed in it than her. By the arena, Li Yue was still sharply probing her opponent. You dance this Nine-Palace killing formation quite smoothly. I'll admit you do have some skill. A series of deafening explosions rang out one after another. What the hell is going on? Having poured all her spiritual energy into a life-or-death strike only to see Li Yue standing safe and sound dusting herself off, Zhu Li was dumbfounded. Li Yue clicked her tongue and shook her head. Tusk, what a pity, just a little bit off. Zhu Li frantically spammed her moves continuously, her mind in chaos. Why couldn't the Nine-Palace killing formation pluck a single leg hair off this wretched girl? Li Yue began a brilliant counterattack. Just by weaving and dodging with a few basic martial moves, she broke Zhu Li's phantom-like formation. These few petty tricks, I've already bullied the old author who created it up hill and down dale since forever. Zhu Li was shocked to the core, raising her voice to twist the facts. This Nine-Palace killing formation was unearthed from an ancient Earth Immortal's secret realm 1,000 years ago. How could you be so familiar with its every move? At that moment, the senior who created the formation far away suddenly let out a gut-wrenching long string of sneezes. Li Yue waved her hand disdainfully, inviting an attack. So do you have any cooler moves hidden up your sleeve? Spit them all out here. I'll entertain them. Zhu Li stumbled back a few steps, sensing the impending scent of defeat, sweat dripping profusely. Damn it, stuck at this dead end, I'll just have to pull out my final trump card and fight to the bitter end. She squatted down and clapped her hands on the ground. Manifest on my command. A thick pitch-black stream of demonic energy swirled and rose up. That was precisely the forbidden art, heavenly soul summoning. Witnessing the evil energy, Naisu's eyes rolled back. Ghosts and gods of heaven and earth, this is clearly the lost heavenly thread soul-hammering formation of the soul-devouring sect. Yuan Xiang couldn't maintain his cold facade either, turning to yell at Qing Zhu. "Enlighten me, what the hell is this petty trick?" Yue Xuanzhu furiously pointed her finger and scolded. "Old monster Qing Zhu, so you've been secretly colluding with the evil cults. Zhu Shan sect may be small, but it has always walked the open and righteous path. Aren't you ashamed before your ancestors for bringing demonic arts into your house?" Being scolded fiercely, Qing Zhu strained his neck and argued obstinately. "This is the internal affair of Zhu Shan sect. Is it the turn of you outsiders to butt in and preach? It's obvious that you guys can't win, so you want to back out and make excuses, right?" Yue Xuanzhu was so angry she wanted to spit blood, cursing sharply. "You people are truly shameless and despicable trash." She whipped around towards Bai Luo Chen, shrieking, "Junior brother Bai, just scrap this match. Let's dive down and fish Li Yue up right now. Why do that? The good play has just reached its climax." Yue Zhu stared wide-eyed at him, muttering to herself, "What Martian language is junior brother Bai blabbering?" Qing Zhu on the other side was also dumbfounded, evaluating. His direct disciple is about to head to the Yellow Springs, yet the guy is acting so nonchalant. What's up with that? "Qing Zhu, look, that little brat is about to kick the bucket." Dark demonic power surged out wildly, swirling around and wrapping tightly around Li Yue. Zhu Li smugly proclaimed, "No matter how thoroughly familiar you are with breaking formations. Have you ever tasted the spiritual soul cultivation mind game, kid?" But Li Yue still held no reverence, displaying extreme contempt. Well, so this is your go-to ultimate move. It looks even crummier than the 9 palace killing formation from earlier." Zhu Li, bitterly frantic, screamed her command, "Swallow her whole for me." The commoner crowd watching held their breath, displaying all sorts of expressions. Qing Zhu laughed so hard his belly shook in triumph. Yue Zhu was worried enough to grow white hair, while only Bai Luo Chen sat steadily, tapping his thigh. In the blink of an eye, Li Yue took a vicious, fatal slash head-on. Her figure slumped to the floor, unconscious. Su Li Yue died in battle. Seeing the opponent lying motionless, Yuan Xiang and Jiang Himing were secretly overjoyed, plotting how to divide the assets. "Haha, now the seat of Wu Zhai has fallen into my hands. The Green Phoenix Peak finally belongs to me." Yue Xuanzhu went wild, about to rush to the stage to demand justice for Li Yue, when Qing Zhu's faction went back on their words. Wait, we made a pact earlier that disciples sparring with each other leaves life and death to fate, didn't we? You guys are the ones clearly using vicious moves." "Oh wow, his disciple threw herself into the jaws of death. What does that have to do with us?" "Xuanzhu, worry less, the one who died isn't even your direct disciple." Bai Luo Chen, still wearing that uncaring demeanor, slowly approached Yue Xuanzhu. He gently patted her shoulder and advised, "Senior sister, rein in your anger a bit, it's not time for us to step in yet. My disciple has already been, by those dog thieves." "Senior sister, just trust me, the fun of the match hasn't drawn its curtains yet." Zhu Li laughed hysterically, relishing the victory. Barking so loudly, this old lady really thought your little brat possessed some earth-shattering power. Who knew she was just an empty vessel making the loudest noise? As soon as the words left her mouth, an anomaly occurred. A giant, snow-white silkworm cocoon loomed right behind her neck. Zhu Li turned her head to see Li Yue breaking out of the cocoon, reborn once more, and was shocked to her core. How the hell is this happening? She stared wide-eyed at the bizarre illusion. That lump over there is clearly your head." Her body suddenly became paralyzed and froze solid, letting out a few eerie cracking sounds. Li Yue sarcastically replied, "Pretty sharp, knowing demonic arts, this right here is monster magic, sweetie." Seeing the brat in front of her being too outrageously unorthodox, Zhu Li chickened out and backed off. All right, let's call it quits. I throw in the towel. This woman plays too heavily into the psychological element." But there was no way Li Yue would let her off the hook so easily. With a light swing, she delivered a thunderous slap that blew her away, pinning her straight into the stone wall. She arrogantly clapped her hands, standing up straight and tall. "What was that you were running your mouth about just now, little sister?" Zhu Li's face was swollen, her mouth gaping as she weakly rasped out her surrender. The battle was decided, clear as day. Zhu Li of the Zhu Shan sect was completely knocked out. Su Liyue, representing Chenghong Academy, claimed a resounding victory. On the corner of her mouth, a few fragile silkworm threads were still stuck. Liyue recalled the previous instructions of the monster Emperor Mi Ming. "This ice silkworm cocoon is my exclusive product. Swallow it. When you reach the boundary between life and death, it will salvage your little life." Premium goods are indeed premium, but the taste when swallowing is so disgusting it gives me severe acid reflux. Liyue brushed off the silk stuck to her clothes. Suddenly a wave of chills hit her. Feeling nauseous, she muttered, "My whole body now just reeks of Xiao Meng's signature scent." Qing Zhu, standing at the edge of the stage, had a face drained of all blood. How could this nonsensical bullshit actually come true? A brat at the peak spiritual stillness stage, turning the tables and punching away an early-stage golden core. "It's 100% certain you guys are cheating with items." Bai Luo Chen, eyes crinkling in a smile, trotted over to the defeated generals. "The chess game has ended. Victory and defeat are decided. You guys should step up and pay up the bet, shouldn't you?" Only now did Qing Zhu know what absolute terror was, stepping back and stammering. Wait, we are sects sharing the same South region ecosystem. Do you want to burn all bridges and drive people into a dead end? Damn it, this bet was your idea. What does it have to do with this seat?" Bai Luo Chen resolutely left no route of retreat for the base wretches. "Now, do you want to voluntarily fulfill your promise, or do you need this seat to lend a helping hand along the way?" Pushed completely to the wall, Qing Zhu gritted his teeth, thrashing like a mad dog cornered in a cage. "Silencing the witness, huh? You're the one forcing me to resort to thuggery." He crushed the talisman, activating a dark forbidden art, blood-drinking parasitic 5 ghosts possessing the body. Yuan Xiang and Jiang He-ming shrank back and watched, sweating profusely and shivering. With such evil aura, he is clearly at the peak soul-splitting stage. How crafty, did he really hide his skills this deeply? Not only that, this move clearly involves a ghost realm spiritual skill. Naisu scrutinized and evaluated Qing Zhu's erupting black energy. Being this ferocious, even if our entire group of instructors ganged up on him, we might not be able to beat him. Yet this old fox just kept it hidden in stealth all this time. In a wild rage, Qing Zhu clenched his hand into a giant fist and smashed it straight towards Bai Luo Chen, but the boy's face remained arrogant and provocative. "Go to the Yellow Springs, Bai Luo Chen. Well, the auspicious hour has arrived." On the thin line between life and death, Yue Xuan Zhu activated the Phantom Shadow Immortal Art, darting over to hug him tight and act as a meat shield against the blow. "Junior brother Bai, watch out for stray bullets." Huh. An earth-shaking explosion that rattled the eardrums erupted right after. If such a powerful slap had hit its mark, flesh and bones would have been mashed to a pulp. Yue Xuan Zhu clutched her heart and sighed in relief. Phew, luckily I blocked it in time. Bai Luo Chen was pressed so tightly against his senior sister's chest that he almost suffocated, squirming in protest. "Senior sister, could you loosen up a bit? There's no need to hug me so tight like a vice." Qing Zhu, being force-fed dog food right in the middle of a bloody battle, had his rage backfire even worse. "You brazen fools! I'm about to have a myocardial infarction and suffocate." He roared madly, destroying everything around him. "You damn adulterous couple, I will sacrifice you alive." Bai Luo Chen chuckled, poking the bear. "Oops, just a little light friction and your nerves have already snapped." Tearing through the wind at a terrifying speed, he instantly stood right up against Qing Zhu's face, making his heart skip a beat. Surprised, which lifetime did he move from? Bai Luo Chen smirked, using the momentum to deliver a simple yet violent punch straight to Qing Zhu's face. A violent storm of energy tearing through space instantly exploded. The swarming crowd in the stands, witnessing that scene, stared wide-eyed and slumped back into their seats, so astonished their jaws dropped. Bai Luo Chen strolled casually over to where Du Jiu was trembling violently like a wet dog in the rain. Honestly, just one punch and his bones evaporated into nothingness. The guy was so useless it just tired out my hand. As for your part, Du Jiu was scared pantsless, prostrating himself and bowing continuously. Bai, Instructor Bai, spare my life. I do you know my heinous crimes. I beg you to raise your hand high but strike lightly and spare this dog's life. Whatever you need, I'll strip myself bare and offer it all." However, Bai Luo Chen waved his hand in a bored manner, lazily judging. "Forget it, the one thirsting for your worthless head isn't me. Get out of my sight. Deep gratitude to Instructor Bai for not killing me. Wait a minute, there are two junior brother Bais." Seeing that Yue Xuanju still hadn't recovered from her stupor, Bai Luo Chen stepped forward to tease. "If senior sister has become so infatuated with my substitute puppet, then how about I just gift you this toy? Just call it the deceitful figure." Yue Xuanju looked down, staring at the dummy in her arms, her facial expression revealing utmost bewilderment. Tightly gripping the toy, Yue Xuanju blushed and stammered. "Then consider this as compensation since you dared to scare your senior sister out of her wits." Bai Luo Chen teased back. "I just hope senior sister doesn't take it out to stick needles in and curse this lowly one." On the other side, Yuan Xiang and Jiang He Ming still hadn't recovered from the shocking developments. They whispered, "Did that guy surnamed Bai really just use one punch to blow away a soul-splitting cultivator? Cursing someone definitely couldn't unleash that much power, or does senior sister have some other deep ulterior motive?" The two experts vaguely deduced the truth, their complexions constantly changing. Could his realm have already far surpassed the soul-splitting stage long ago? It's highly possible. With junior brother Bai hiding his skills so deeply, I fear the coming days for us will hardly be peaceful. Not daring to delay any longer, Yuan Xiang and Jiang He Ming hastily made their exit. Truly an earth-shattering punch. Aren't you two planning to stay a bit longer? Ah no, little Wang Kai at home is starving and waiting to be fed. We'll take our leave first. Yan Shangqing indignantly spoke up to complain. He regained his power yet didn't bother to breathe a word of it to us, causing the dean to worry sick all this time. The other person replied, "We can't entirely blame him. He must surely have his own unspeakable difficulties." Nevertheless, the tense atmosphere was quickly dispelled. After all, this was still extremely joyous news for the entire academy. Gazing at the harmonious prospect unfolding, everyone could only marvel with pride. The number one outstanding genius from 10 years ago has finally reappeared in the martial world. Excellent work. Bai Luo Chen turned and questioned, "What exactly is your purpose in asking for your master's deceitful figure?" But little did he expect that, deep down, Li Yue was harboring a completely different scheme. Meanwhile, at the ruins of Blissful Palace, the scene now was no different from a desolate pile of rubble. "The poisonous mist above is too thick. We must proceed to the lower level. Has everyone brought enough breath-holding pills?" The reconnaissance team belonging to the South Region Immortal Alliance also urgently arrived at the scene to survey the activity. Just after landing and assessing the surrounding ruinous situation, the group shivered and discussed, which almighty being delivered such a violent strike, causing such an earth-shattering sect-exterminating tragedy without fearing the Immortal Alliance coming after them. The captain snapped lightly. "We received orders to scout, talk less. But it's truly strange, the miasma in this corner seems significantly thinner." Suddenly, a member of the team discovered something, his face immediately turning pale with terror. The whole crowd stood rooted to the spot, their minds filled with extreme bewilderment. What kind of terrifying disaster has this godforsaken place suffered? A female cultivator exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is going on? Even the underground dragon vein has been uprooted. With this level of destruction, I'm afraid even a Du Jai stage cultivator would find it hard to pull off even if they went all out. Anyway, just take out the Yingxi and record the evidence first." Right at that moment, a red-haired male disciple suddenly looked up and caught sight of an anomaly. Seeing a strange omen tearing across the sky, he frantically patted the shoulders of the people next to him. "Brothers, look, what the hell is that? It's peeking out right from the middle of the clouds." A massive rift split the vault of heaven, emitting a brilliantly mystical golden halo from within. The bizarre thing was that everyone seemed to have their minds manipulated by that ray of light. "It's the Grand Tao! It's the Grand Tao!" The crowd of cultivators suddenly laughed like maniacs, joyfully shuffling toward the light source. "So this is the ultimate truth. I have attained the Tao. Ascending to immortality turns out to be as easy as flipping a hand." The temptation from that anomalous energy was truly too demonic, creating a terrifying pressure that shattered the girl's life-saving jade pendant. causing fragments to fall all over. Thanks to the substitute artifact, the female disciple instantly woke up from the trance. Ignoring the gnawing pain in her chest, she desperately clung to her two fellow cultivators. "Are you guys sleepwalking? Wake up right now, stop in your tracks for me. I have reached enlightenment. Where are my Sanshi? Where are my Sanshi hiding?" The girl stared in absolute despair at that deadly light, an extreme terror rising in her heart. To think that even the secret, sect-guarding treasure of Tianmen would become useless garbage in the face of this power. Just what kind of demonic monster was lurking out there? Someone seemed to have realized the bad omen as well. Wait a minute, why does this oppressive aura feel so familiarly spine-chilling? I only hate that the heavenly Tao is standing in the way, not allowing this venerable one to easily descend here. Disregarding everything, the female disciple gritted her teeth and pulled out her most prized talisman to clean up the mess. The situation is critical. We have no choice but to invite the patriarch to step in. Keeping this protective talisman is useless anyway. Zing Shen Shun Zing Tian Li, activate. A violent aftershock swept through, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to shatter and continuously crack apart. Tai Ziu smiled maniacally, unable to hide her extreme excitement. After so many years of agonizing waiting, this old lady has finally caught a whiff of your trail. Man, my sworn sister. The camera immediately panned straight toward the space of the Qing Hong Library. At the peak of Qing Nuanfeng, a man named Bai Luo Chen was still passionately burying himself in chopping wood. Suddenly, the system screen flashed red. He immediately received an urgent notification. Alarm! Detected that the host's chain of karma is being snooped on by the heavenly Tao. The camouflage process is complete. Attention! To ensure absolute safety for your life, the maximum limit of spiritual energy the host is allowed to use will be strictly restricted. Skimming through the text, Bai Luo Chen looked dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion. From now on, unless pushed into a corner, please refrain from using the Pangu talisman for anything other than chopping wood. What the heck is going on? What do you mean the heavenly Tao is snooping? And what the hell is this spiritual energy bandwidth throttling trick? The system immediately spoke up to explain. Since the mission world has been activated, if the host consumes spiritual energy beyond the ceiling, it will instantly attract the heavenly Tao to investigate. He grumbled irritably. So how much mana do I have left now? The system replied coldly. Just a tiny fraction of the spiritual energy from the Dujai stage. The familiar silhouette of his senior brother flashed through his mind. My big bro grinded all the way to the Dujai stage. Pretty badass, right? Wait, is my power now only on par with senior brother Li's level? How am I supposed to fight with this trashy level? Stroking his face and letting out a long sigh, Bai Luo Chen bargained. Since you've locked up my Pangu talisman, the least you can do is compensate me a bit, right? The system flashed its lights. A brand new weapon is ready for the host to unbox. Please direct your eyes over here. Bai Luo Chen was left speechless, his face turning ashen upon seeing the new gift. A mummy tightly wrapped in bandages like a sticky rice cake. He jumped up and scolded. You dare call this hideous thing a weapon? Did your brain short-circuit? This sacrificial offering-style packaging is a total eyesore. I'm exposing you, 1-star review and a pay cut. At that exact moment, a blinding light flashed from the chest area of the mummy, making his eyes widen. This burdensome thing even comes with a flashlight glowing feature. At the same time, deep inside the steam-filled bathroom, Li Yue and Man were cheerfully chatting. Master is indeed generous, straightforwardly rewarding her disciple with a whole Wu Xing Qet Dan. Master's bone structure must be naturally gifted and unparalleled since ancient times for her to pass this down to me. Man raised the Wu Xing Qet Dan to eye level, clicking her tongue in praise. This is a rare and precious treasure. It has enough power to forcibly elevate the user's foundation by 3 entire tiers. Even if you gather all of Yun Huang, you could count them on one hand. Master is really treating you like a delicate egg. Li Yue let out a long sigh, her tone holding a hint of a pout. The only pity is that the person personally cleansing my meridians isn't Master. Man turned around, curling her lips in reply. This marrow cleansing process is nothing like the bone realigning trick you did before. You have to strip completely naked this time. Saying that, Man slowly submerged herself into the warm water. The girl comforted in a soft voice. After all, men and women shouldn't be overly intimate. Master must have her own reasons for assigning me to help you. Stop dawdling, swallow that medicinal pill quickly. Li Yue didn't hesitate to pop the Wu Xing right into her mouth. How does it taste? She smacked her lips and described, a bit salty lingering on the tip of the tongue with a slightly minty aftertaste. In conclusion, it beats that silkworm cocoon from the other day. Man was speechless. Who asked for your culinary review? I meant, has your body felt any strange reactions yet? Instantly, surging streams of internal energy threaded through Li Yue's limbs. It's here. It feels like an extremely violent source of power is about to explode. The girl writhed and groaned, her voice turning hoarse from the agonizing pain. It's so hot. It feels like my guts are being burned to ashes. Man stood guard right beside her, continuously soothing her. Try to grit your teeth and endure it a little longer. With me keeping watch here, you will absolutely remain safe and sound. Waves of overbearing spiritual energy relentlessly bombarded her body. The violently fluctuating power caused the water in the tub to splash all the way up to the ceiling. Li Yue's face was scrunched up, exuding an expression of utmost agony. Man continued to urgently cheer her on. Hang in there, girl. You're about to pass this trial. Li Yue panted heavily, yelling out in a delirious state. I have a feeling the moment of breakthrough is about to strike. Meanwhile, in the courtyard outside, gloomy gray clouds rolled in from nowhere, completely blanketing a patch of the sky. In the other corner, Xiao Wu and Demon Emperor Mi Ming were goofing around chasing each other, while Xiao Liu was carefree looking up to admire the scenery. Oh, did that little brat break through her bottleneck? But this heavenly tribulation lightning looks a bit off. You stinky worm, stop right there. What kind of stingy horse are you to make a fuss over a single bite? At Bai Luo Chen's location, the system was still blabbering nonstop, trying to coax him into buying the goods, but he had already frowned, noticing the bizarre color of the sky. Is the host really turning it down? 100% of customers have given this item a stellar review. Streaks of dark purple lightning tore through the cloud layers, casting a web to assert dominance right overhead. His face darkened as he growled in confirmation. This is definitely Li Yue's golden core tribulation lightning. Standing in the bathroom, Man also caught a whiff of danger. Weird. Why is a breakthrough lightning carrying such a fierce, murderous intent? The protective barrier was immediately turned on to block the heavenly wrath. Bai Luo Chen stood tall at the top of the slope, crossing his arms and looking up. Why does the lightning forging the golden core this time seem so shady? Even the sect's top-tier defensive array is being chopped into firewood by it. Wait a minute. Realizing the drop zone of this brutal lightning strike, he broke into a cold sweat and shouted loudly. We're totally screwed. That direction is Li Yue's lair where she is in closed-door cultivation. San Xing Shen, Fenglan Jin. The frenzied lightning poured down like a waterfall, violently shattering layer after layer of the protective shields. Xiao Liu down below also had to grit his teeth and brace himself just to block the terrifying aftershocks. The most pathetic one was Demon Emperor Mi Ming, who ate a blinding bolt of lightning right on the butt. Ouch! From what corner did that heavenly lightning strike down? Seeing Xiao Wu frantically running for his life, she turned purple with rage. Are you blind to the road, or did you intentionally drag the lightning to target me? This is clearly personal revenge. Xiao Liu's face contorted in panic. Is this chaotic mess really just a normal golden core tribulation? Bai Luo Chen stepped on the wind, shooting straight up into the sky in an attempt to extinguish the anomaly. Dark red blood continued to seep through his fingers, dripping down onto the stone steps. His face darkened, and he gritted out each cold word. Stop playing hide and seek. This daddy already knows exactly where your lair is. Hearing the declaration of war, Tai Xiu slowly parted the clouds and stepped out, directly facing everyone. The woman smirked arrogantly. Someone who reached the Quan Zhao stage, I suppose you can provide a little entertainment. Bai Luo Chen pointed his weapon straight at her face and shouted, What kind of sacred deity are you? Why do you dare to lay a murderous hand on my disciple? She lazily stretched her back and casually replied, So you're the teacher protecting her. Managing to snatch that brat from this immortal's hands proves your skills aren't just for show. He frowned in astonishment and suddenly realized, So, You're exactly that Tai Ziyu that man mentioned." Her savage burst of laughter shrieked loudly, echoing across the surroundings. Stopping her laughter, Tai Ziyu narrowed her eyes and muttered the familiar name. Man, huh? My good sister still holds a grudge against me in her heart. She executed a spatial art to shrink 1,000 miles into an inch, instantly swooping down to close in on her opponent, her tone full of provocation. Just asking, is she still living a long life these days? Finding her an eyesore, he immediately delivered a palm strike, knocking her far away. Extremely well. She just casually cultivated herself into a corpse that became a spirit, that's all. She wiped her mouth, smiling faintly with deep disdain. Then what a tremendous blessing. That stinking corpse immortal identity suits her perfectly. She howled with maniacal laughter again. Congratulations on our sisterly reunion. Today I must roast that fat Bei Yuan flood dragon, then drag out that Fei Yi demon king from Nanjing for some drinking snacks to be satisfied. Bai Luo Chen interrupted, straining his neck to yell. Stop with that playing dumb and crazy act. I know exactly what your wild ambitions are. Li Yue is my good disciple. Even if she carries your reincarnation, don't you even dream of touching a single hair on her head. She grinned, playing the innocent victim. Reincarnation. How ridiculous. She is nothing more than an excess piece of meat among my sanshi. When you think about it, what's wrong with discarding a broken burden? Too lazy to waste more words, she immediately unleashed a vicious killer move. Since you want to play the hero saving the beauty, then please go bite the dust and get out of my sight. Thanks to his sharp senses, he pushed off his feet and retreated a beat, perfectly dodging the lethal strike. The aftermath of the collision tore through space, exploding thunderously right behind his back. The system rang its alarm continuously. Red alert, extreme danger, requesting the host to flee quickly. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. My family and wife are all stuck down there. You're telling me to ditch them and run away to eat dirt. Bai Luo Chen glanced down at the messy rubble, sweating bullets as he muttered to himself. I clearly pasted a whole stack of defensive talismans, yet they were still snapped in half with a single slap. What kind of monster is this crazy bitch? The crowd below was in utter chaos, frantically shouting over one another. It's a massive fight. What the hell is going on? Master, hurry up and evacuate Li Yue. Let me bleed out to block her path. We're totally screwed. That female Rakshasa came to settle scores. But Bai Luo Chen firmly gave the order. Absolutely no one is allowed to step out of the barrier's protective circle. Leave this bitch to me to deal with beautifully. Tilting his head back to glare at the stormy sky, he knocked on the system's head. Does this meet the standard for an emergency situation yet? Spit out the Pan Gu talisman and give it back to me now. Having grasped his precious item again, he aggressively launched himself into the clouds. That's more like it. Fighting against heavy firepower barehanded is just asking for death. The system was still nagging and analyzing while he was chanting the incantation to activate the Wu Xing Shen Fu. Just by utilizing this killing move, I guarantee the host will make it back alive in one piece. Just trust in this emperor. Gripping the murder weapon tightly, he transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the wind toward his opponent. No matter how arrogant you are, in this daddy's eyes, you're just a massive log meant to be chopped into firewood. The two sources of power rammed into each other, creating an earth-shattering explosion, the aftershocks shaking the very mountains and rivers. Craning his neck to watch the show, Xiao Liu sweat profusely and scolded harshly. He's lost his mind. This master is truly crazy. She's a bona fide, top-tier immortal. How the hell can any firewood be that hard? Seeing that Tai Ziyu was still completely unscathed without a single scratch, Bai Luo Chen gritted his teeth and lunged in to deliver a few more slashes. Motherfucker, why is this bitch's turtle shell so damn stubborn? Left with no other choice, he hastily gathered his energy, directly summoning his natal Dharma avatar to join the battle. In a flash, the majestic illusion of his true Ziyu Luo form imposingly descended upon the world. Bulging blue veins stood out along its muscular, fiercely brave arms. Its entire body flared with a blinding golden light, and the Dharma avatar brought down a heaven-crushing strike right onto Tai Ziyu's head. Another ear-splitting explosion echoed loudly, awakening all living things in the vicinity. Yet the demonic woman still stood there as stiff as a stone statue, stroking her hair and teasing. Oh my, husband strikes so aggressively, it hurts this concubine so much. She nonchalantly wiped the trail of blood seeping from the corner of her lips, squinting as she evaluated him. Who would have thought that this ragged mortal realm would produce a freak like you? Picking up on the surging murderous intent, the system blared its siren. Careful, host, that bitch just flipped her serious switch. Before he could even form a retort, the hag had already slipped behind his back, shattering the system's aura with a slap, leaving him dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? By Luo Chen's, Zhu Luo Phantom still maintained a defensive posture, bracing itself and aiming straight at the opponent. Tai Ziu smirked and whispered into his ear, "Your aptitude isn't bad. Perhaps you are the fated key to help this seat ascend. But you dared to put your life on the line against me and still get distracted sightseeing." He swung his arm, compressing his spiritual energy, coldly extinguishing her smile. "You want a bloodbath? Then this daddy will indulge you." The bitch was no pushover either, instantly waving her hand to form a seal. "Bring it on." In the blink of an eye, the secret art Liu Tizu Luo poured out from her hands, turning into thousands of light blades to return his strike. The two internal forces clashed continuously, triggering a series of shockwaves. Bai Luo Chen gritted his teeth and calculated, planning to use a Dharma avatar to duel and test the endurance of my physical body. You're dreaming a bit too much. Right at that nerve-wracking moment, a hidden weapon from a blind spot suddenly shot straight toward him. Without a hint of panic, he hoisted his wood-chopping axe and dashed right in front of Tai Ziu. "Your toy is pretty sharp. Melting it down and forging it together with my Yue Lun would surely make something badass." Tossing the banter aside, he frowned and interrogated. "Hey, you clearly ascended to the heavenly realm to enjoy blessings. Did you have too much free time or what, tumbling down to the lower realm just to beat up my student?" Tai Ziu calmly retorted, correcting his misconception. "Stop jumping the gun. It's not like I've never attained the Tao and become a god. But from the day I set foot in the heavenly realm, I realized that immortal paradise is just as trashy as the mortal world. A whole bunch of immortals crowding and squeezing together in a cramped cage. In the end, how the fuck are they any different from the ants in the lower realm? That petty position was never the pinnacle this old lady desired. What I pour my heart into pursuing is the ultimate dimensional tier, the lofty heaven beyond heaven." Her facial features twisted into a frantically evil smile, fully laying bare her ambition to swallow heaven and earth. "I want to tear off the veil and see what the true heavenly Tao looks like. I want to seize the power to dominate all the laws of this universe. I was born to be your god." Perking his ears up to hear this bunch of twisted doctrine, Bai Luo Chen was fuming mad, gritting his teeth and cursing right in her face. This crazy hag truly has a bottomless pit of greed. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, getting into a stance to unleash a finishing blow. "Then let this daddy send you off on your way." A frenzied, heaven-cleaving slash carrying destructive power roared as it shot straight toward Tai Ziu. "Scram back to your heavenly pig trough." That domineering move punctured right through the silent void, blasting her physical body straight out of the dimensional barrier. Before the demonic woman could process the situation, she was sucked away into a boundless horizon by a swirling vortex of force. Bai Luo Chen hurriedly cast a sealing mark, stitching up the torn patch of space. "Make sure you fly far away, and don't drag your corpse back here to throw a tantrum." After patching up the massive hole, he was drenched in sweat, resting his hands on his knees and panting heavily. Because he had consumed a massive amount of mana exceeding the allowed limit, he had to stay rooted to the spot for a few minutes to restore his energy. But to his dismay, a pale hand suddenly reached out from the void. Tai Ziu brutally ripped apart the newly healed spatial seam, glaring with a demonic smile. "You little brat surnamed Bai, don't be so arrogant as to think you're the only one in the world who knows how to tear through space. Anyone who dares to obstruct this old lady's path to the Tao must be torn to shreds." The system urgently blared its sirens. Alarm! Tai Ziu just punched a hole through the pipeline leading to the upper realm. The network linking the heavenly Tao and the mortal realm is in chaos. Red alert. From the hole in the sky, a stream of slimy, dark liquid began to leak down, pouring relentlessly upon the mortal realm. The toxicity of this slime was so terrifying that it corroded and melted even the sturdiest layer of defensive shields. The underlings gathered below choked on their words, their eyes bulging as they stared. Good Lord, what kind of goddamn messy garbage is this now? Hurry up and form a tight protective circle for Li Yue. As if misfortunes never came singly, another bolt of heavenly lightning was preparing to ambush Xiao Ming from behind. The whole group frantically screamed. Xiao Ming, look behind you, dodge it quickly. The furious thunder tore through space, viciously striking right down at her position. The savage bolts of lightning continuously pounded against the fragile shell of the barrier. Bai Luo Chen hovered in midair, looking up at the sky with a scowl, snapping in irritation. Don't your hands get tired from dropping lightning and thunder all the time? Are you out of tricks? He gritted his teeth, pondering in annoyance. What kind of cesspool in the upper realm did this psycho bitch wreck to cause this garbage to overflow, good heavens? Staring wide-eyed at the horrifying liquid pattering down, he scratched his head in confusion. What kind of noble heavenly Tao transforms into this hideous, mushy pile of slime? The system whined in his ear again, urging, urgent notification. The upper realm's rift is expanding. If you leave it any longer, this mortal world will turn into a literal dump. Host, hurry up and squeeze your brain to find a way out. He replied curtly. Calm down, this daddy won't let that tragic scene play out. Witnessing the apocalyptic scene with her own eyes, Tai Xiu laughed hysterically with utter satisfaction. Look at this. This is the supreme authority of the heavenly Tao, and that sacred power is surging and becoming one with the flesh and blood of this seat. She spread her arms wide, flinging magic attacks aimed straight at Bai Luo Chen, screaming loudly. You little brat surnamed Bai, what gives you the right to challenge the will of heaven? Tens of thousands of slimy tentacles swarmed in like a nest of green pit vipers, slithering in a zigzag pattern to close in on his body. The pupils of Bai Luo Chen's eyes instantly flared with blazing red sparks of fury. Surrounding his body right now was a radiant halo, boasting a blinding golden hue. At the exact second the swarm of black tentacles tightened their grip, clamping down on his body, Bai Luo Chen decisively triggered the explosion of the Wu Xing Shen Fu. An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the blink of an eye, tearing to shreds all of the hideous tentacles, blowing them into smithereens that scattered far and wide. The remnants of the filthy curses fell onto the ground like a rain of rotting corpses. Loud crashing sounds echoed. Seeing this bad omen, Xiao Liu frantically erected a shield barrier to cover his brothers and teammates. However, Xiao Liu never expected that those grotesque freaks also knew how to burrow through the earth and stab up from below. He jumped up and shrieked piercingly, "Motherfucker! How can this breed also tunnel up from underground?" Their endurance reaching its limit, the whole group scattered to freely slaughter the siege of demons. These scums still wriggle even when chopped in half, so damn annoying. Tighten the formation. Our life-or-death mission is to shield Li Yue, absolutely no drifting too far apart. The heavenly Tao still hadn't let them off, dragging another massive tribulation lightning down onto their heads. Unluckily, the victim taking the full brunt was still Xiao Ming. God fucking damn it, which strike number is this? Why does the lightning keep aiming right for my butt, bearing the title of a lightning element demon emperor, yet suffering so much? It's a good thing there's a worm attracting some of the thunder, otherwise I would have met my maker ages ago. Man and Xiao Wu struggled to parry the attacks while bending over backwards to cover the sickly ghost, praying to the heavens and Buddhas that Master hurries up and cleans this up. Li Yue, lean on my shoulder and stand firm. The furious streaks of lightning seemed to show no signs of resting, pouring down madly like a torrential downpour. Suspending himself amidst the endless waves of thunder and lightning, Bai Luo Chen exhausted the very last bit of strength in his meridian to gather his final killing move. This suicidal action made the system scream. Warning! Spiritual energy has breached the floodgates. The host's body is about to crumble from overloading. He glared so hard his eyes could have caught fire, shouting back, "Shut your trap and stop nagging. Even if I have to drain the spiritual energy of this entire 10,000 Zhang expanse of heaven and earth, this daddy is going to keep Qing Nuan Feng completely intact." Raising high the beloved axe he had used for plowing through the years, he roared with imposing presence. Fuck this bullshit intimidation trick using the power of the heavenly Tao. Today this daddy is going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. If one swing of my axe is enough to split the sky in two, then I have more than enough power to patch up that stupid hole. The heaven-defying secret art named Pangu Feng Tian was unleashed by Bai Luo Chen, pouring all his heart and soul into it. A golden ray of light shot up from his body to the ninth heaven, brilliantly illuminating an entire corner of the galaxy. Tai Ziyu dropped her jaw in terror, unable to believe her eyes. A hallucination. Where did this trashy lower realm dig up someone possessing such brutal spiritual energy? Right at the second she was knocked back to her homeland by the oppressive force, she still let slip a gasp of worship. The power to cleave heaven and earth. So the Pangu axe is real. Is this your true grand Tao? Haha. It seems my path of immortal cultivation has suffered a crushing defeat. Bai Luo Chen wiped his sweat, resting his hands on his knees and panting heavily, glaring at the patch in the sky as he muttered. Truly a rabid bitch, totally fearless because she's deaf to the danger. He bitterly and sorrowfully reflected. So the bright future of the cultivation world upon reaching the highest tier eventually just crashes and burns, shedding its skin to become that chaotic mess of something neither human nor ghost. Looking down to admire the cracks on the tattered axe handle, he patted it gently and whispered, "This battle has been too hard on you, old friend." The sky quickly cleared up, the dark clouds gradually retreating to return the gentle sunlight. Witnessing the storm pass, Xiao Liu patted his chest and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God, this string of horrifying nightmares has finally wrapped up filming. Experiencing a golden core-condensing heavenly tribulation of this magnitude, I bet that, since the dawn of time until now, there has never been a more shocking case recorded. Li Yue only then hazily woke up, weakly parting her lips to call her best friend's name. Man, are you there? But the moment she propped herself up, the reverse flow of blood and qi made her groan. I'm done for. This body can't hold on anymore. Man's gut-wrenching scream made Xiao Meng, who currently had frizzy hair from being charred black by the lightning, jump in fright and rush over in a panic. We're truly screwed. Li Yue's marrow-cleansing stage has hit a snag. What kind of monumental disaster happened? Bai Luo Chen dashed over like a gust of wind, anxiously checking on his disciple's condition. What's wrong with Li Yue? Man cried. She's about to ascend to heaven, master, save her quickly. Man wiped her tears, swinging her hand to deliver a loud flick to Xiao Liu's forehead. You jinxing mouth-spouting nonsense. Stop cursing your friend. Bai Luo Chen spread his arms, urgently ordering, bring her over here for me to check. Catching her limp body, he carefully laid his student down properly on the grass cushion, attentively coaxing her. Lie still. Don't open your mouth to waste your true qi. With Master here backing you up, all troubles will be settled smoothly. After skimming through her pulse for a few seconds, he immediately made an accurate diagnosis. This critical condition is because Li Yue suffered a loss from missing the final heavenly tribulation lightning at the 11th hour. Man scratched her head in frustration, pacing back and forth in a panic. Now, in the middle of this godforsaken nowhere, where are we supposed to dig up a tribulation lightning to feed her? Bai Luo Chen clicked his tongue, proposing a makeshift solution. Unless we force a lightning element cultivator who just swallowed a full tribulation lightning around here to share their energy. Otherwise, the roots of her cultivation will likely all rot away. The goldfish-brained Xiao Meng still hadn't fully digested the situation, boldly rolling up her sleeves and volunteering. Then what are we waiting for? Let's fan out and hunt down that lightning element cultivator quickly. Anyone who dares to talk back, we'll just tie them up and beat them to a pulp. As soon as she finished speaking, seeing that from all 8 directions, lecherous gazes were staring intently at her, she got goosebumps all over. Hello, comrades, what's the meaning of staring at this emperor with those perverted eyes? Sinister smiles began to bloom on the lips of every single remaining member in the team. Finally vaguely catching the scent of danger, Xiao Meng shrank back, trembling like a leaf. Wait, stop. What kind of depraved acts are you guys planning to do with this precious body of mine? But the chance to retreat had slipped away, as streams of lightning energy pressed tightly against her, accompanied by the tragic victim's blood-curdling scream. You bunch of beasts, don't you drag yourselves near me. After the blatant robbery, Li Yue's Danshan area began to flicker with a golden core, radiating a brilliant yellow light. Witnessing her eyelashes flutter open, the surrounding crowd clapped their hands and jumped up in joy. The patient has returned from the dead, brothers. She weakly mumbled the two most familiar names, Master, Man. Caressing her lower abdomen that was overflowing with internal energy, she asked in bewilderment. Strange, I clearly lacked the finalizing heavenly lightning earlier, right? How on earth did the golden core condense so flawlessly like this? Glancing around curiously to ask everyone, she blinked. Where did you guys manage to dig up an off-tribulation lightning? Her master patted her shoulder. Just consider it as you having a noble benefactor's blessing, borrowing the power of a very enthusiastic, silly demon. Over on the other side, conversely, Xiao Liu and Xiao Wu were rolling up their sleeves, sweating profusely as they massaged and gave first aid to Demon Emperor Mi Meng. Hurry up with the artificial respiration. Toss that dust of the Huangzhou cow I used to wipe my butt yesterday over here and force her to chew it, quick. Let me feed her my root section too. Li Yue covered her face, lamenting to the heavens. Stop that disgusting act. I understand where that batch of tribulation lightning came from now. Having cleared up the mess, Bai Luo Chen dusted off his hands, stood up and instructed. Your master has to drop by Zhai Shitang to request funds to rebuild this Qing Nuan Feng dump. You brats, head back home and mind your own duties. Time flew by like a white pony flashing past a window. In the blink of an eye, an unknown number of days and months had passed. At this time, in the distant realm of Xian Yu, Taiziu clutched her chest, screaming out of resentment. That brat man, that little squirt Li Yue, and that goddamn guy surnamed Bai Tu. When we cross paths as fated rivals next time, I promise to carve every single one of your names onto tombstones. Having completed the pleading and reporting process, Bai Luo Chen walked dejectedly back to the ruined scene, scratching his head and sighing endlessly. What awful luck. Just patching up these ragged huts, and the guys at Zhai Shitang ripped me off for 50,000 spirit stones. This time I'll have to rack my brains for a trick to milk some money. While he was busy digging a hole to bury that troublesome mummy, the system's bell chimed crisply again. Congratulations! Discovered a new world plotline, requesting the host to haul ass to the zone coordinates to lure the prey into joining our sect. He tossed the hoe down with a thud, his eyes lighting up as he rubbed his hands together. Oh my, is there another fat, savory prey delivering itself to our doorstep? Gluing his eyes to the green stat bar that was flashing non-stop, he frowned and questioned. Hey system, what the heck does this green bar plummeting at the bottom corner represent? The system threw back coldly. Sir, that is the hourglass counting down the lifespan of that soon-to-be disciple. His expression deformed in a split second, jumping and yelling loudly. Your grandfather, to put it bluntly, this daddy's future student is about to report to the king of hell, isn't that right? The system ruthlessly confirmed. 100% correct. Cutting to the field campsite, Li Yue was attentively stroking, pouring tea and serving her benefactor, Demon Emperor Mi Meng. Does the great benefactor feel less sore? The demon beast yawned continuously. Don't worry, this amount of injury isn't enough to make me collapse. Suddenly, Bai Luo Chen rode past on a flying bird-shaped Dharma artifact, screaming his lungs out calling his disciple's name. Li Yue, hurry up. His frantic, panicked demeanor left the whole group as bewildered as cows wearing hats. Grab Xiao Meng by the neck and bolt to the teleportation gate of the Zhu Feng for me, right this instant. His disciple grabbed her skirt and ran after him, questioning. Is master being chased by debt collectors or something, running like demons are after you? Wait, are you dragging me along to make fish sauce out of me? Carrying that clunky mummy under his arm, Bai Luo Chen glanced at the pale green health bar that was plummeting rapidly, sweating bullets as he rushed her. Stop dawdling. Run as fast as your legs can carry you to pick up your future junior sister, otherwise we'll be collecting her corpse. Shifting the scene to Wuling City, a mournful atmosphere shrouded the Liu family manor. Two figures entirely cloaked in black robes asked their underlings in a cold tone, How is the inescapable net setup going? A subordinate bowed deeply and reported, Master, everything is ready to welcome them. Hearing the report, the commander decisively waved his hand and ordered, Guards, scatter and set up the formation immediately. Seeing the absolute obedience of their subordinates, the two masked figures nodded in satisfaction and instructed, We rely entirely on you brothers to buy some time. Once the great deed is accomplished, you will definitely be rewarded handsomely with silver. Understood, Master. After delegating the blockade task, The two dark silhouettes seamlessly retreated into the shadows. The study door immediately slammed shut, isolating them from all eyes and ears. As long as we fight to the death and drag out our last breaths until the Xian Ming army intervenes, everything will be fine. Those evildoers will sooner or later be dragged out and punished by the law. The girl sobbed and pleaded, "Uncle, let me step out and pay with my own life. I am so tired of running." The old man pulled down his hood, revealing his true face as Elder Liu Heng of the Liu family manor, possessing the cultivation base of the early Lingzai stage. Out there, assassins are casting nets and setting traps in every nook and cranny. How could I bear to push you into the tiger's den? The companion only then dropped the cloak, hiding her beauty, shedding tears of torment. This entire tragedy was single-handedly caused by me. If only I hadn't heartlessly broken the engagement back then, my parents wouldn't have suffered the disaster of our clan's extermination. That stunning beauty was none other than Na Lan Du Du, possessing the early Kai Guang realm. Uncle, I truly have no face left to drag the whole Liu manor down into the mud with me any longer. Her heart shattered from extreme remorse as she watched lives fall one by one to protect her. Uncle, let go of me. Let me take my sword and fight them to the death. Seeing his niece yank her hand away and try to rush to the door, Liu Heng hastily blocked the way and scolded. Stop being so immature. Your parents entrusted your life to me. Even if I die, I must fulfill my oath. Regarding the incident back then, Uncle has never blamed you a single word. That beast has an evil, lustful appearance and an innate bloodthirsty nature. Marrying him would have ruined your life. Neither your parents nor I could bear to force you into an abyss of suffering. Patting Duo Duo's back to comfort her, the old man patiently explained. Listen to me, calm down. As long as we can drag this out until the Xian Ming reinforcements arrive, those bastards won't escape their crimes even if they grow wings. The key is that we must keep our petty lives, because a living witness is the fatal knife thrust into their throats. Right in that burning moment, a ghostly, sluggish voice from the underworld echoed directly into the room. Oh ho ho! Old Master Liu, you are underestimating us brothers of the Zhu Jian Palace way too much. Liu Heng was terrified out of his wits when he saw two assassins dressed like black and white impermanents waving two bloody pieces of facial skin like trophies. Zhang Liu Quan. The white-faced one grinned maliciously. If we let your decoy slip the news out, it would be too humiliating for us professionals, wouldn't it? Liu Heng's knees dropped to the tiled floor as he wailed miserably. You bloodthirsty demons, my Zhang has only lived for 16 years. He pointed at the sky and cursed profusely. That torn dignity the Zio boy wanted back. He already took his revenge fairly. 163 lives of the Na Lan family were sacrificed to his banner without a single one spared. A grudge as deep as the sea should have eased by now. Why must he eradicate us by the roots like this? The black-clad assassin smirked, carrying a grim reaper's scythe. He slashed through the air and dashed in front of Liu Heng. Want to know the reason? It's simply because our palace master likes the cat-and-mouse game. Old Master Liu, the time has come. Please go take a swim in the Yellow Springs. Quick as lightning, a series of blade strikes rained down, tragically disfiguring Liu Heng's face with blood. Breathing his very last breath, he managed to turn his head and scream to protect his niece. Duo, run for your life. Before the sound could completely fade, the shadow of death struck. A brutal massacre unfolded, causing fresh, reeking blood to splatter across all four walls. Shifting the scene to Bai Luo Chen's group galloping ahead, Li Yue eagerly inspected the bizarre contraption around her. Master's magic is so cool that bound-up mummy lump actually exploded into a speed-racing flying boat. Wow, this spirit fruit is so crisp and juicy to bite into. Realizing that Demon Empress Mi Meng had chewed up the rare fruit, Li Yue aggressively rolled up her sleeves and scolded. You damn vixen, who asked you to open the box? That's premium goods I was saving as a greeting gift for my future junior sister. Gag yourself and spit it out now. Mi Meng argued back glibly. Why so tense? I lent you my heavenly tribulation to compress your core, almost turning myself into roast pork, and you're being so petty over eating a trivial snack. Right at that moment, the profile of the future disciple shot straight into Bai Luo Chen's eyes. Secret file. Na Lan Duo, exactly 19 years old, the prestigious third young miss of the Na Lan clan from Kaiyan Wanhu. Rare bone structure. Supreme Xuan Yin Absolute Meridian. Past. Previously engaged to the Zio family's prodigy Zio Ping. He muttered while rubbing his chin. This drama motif sounds strangely melodramatic. It feels kinda off compared to our sect. Recalling the past, Nullan Duo once personally carried the contract to the groom's house and boldly declared, "Today, I, Nullan Duo, condescend to visit just to lay my cards on the table about one thing. I demand the cancellation of the marriage arrangement with Xiao Ping. Whatever the public curses, this young miss will bear it all alone." The root cause originated from the year Xiao Ping turned 14. Due to being overly greedy for progress, he suffered qi deviation, leading to his meridian snapping and his martial arts being crippled, while his temperament also became bizarre and eccentric. Already finding the forced arranged marriage an eyesore early on, Nullan Duo took this opportunity to kick him while he was down, wielding the blade to sever the thread of fate. That face-losing action made that crippled trash boil with sheer fury. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the young and poor. Just you wait, your grandpa here will collect this debt in full. Swallowing the anger of the broken engagement as an unredeemable humiliation, Xiao Ping, after talking big in front of everyone, gritted his teeth and entered secluded cultivation to grind. At the blooming age of 16, he unluckily fell into a well but hit the jackpot by picking up a secret manual and was chosen by the old demon head of the Zhu Jian Palace as a true disciple. When he rose to power and seized the seat of palace master, he immediately ordered the bloody extermination of the Nullan family, specifically issuing a strict bounty to capture Nullan Duo alive and bring her to his private chamber for slow torture. Rubbing his chin while digesting the lengthy report from the system, Bai Luo Chen frowned and wondered. So that is the entire dog-blood drama of the future Nullan Duo. Why does this trashy male lead getting his engagement broken and then rising up for revenge script sound so glaringly familiar? A piercing beep-beep sound interrupted his thoughts. So's, the new disciple's heart rate is dropping to 0, he panicked. Damn it, she's dying that fast. Sweating profusely, Bai Luo Chen turned his head and shouted himself hoarse to the troublemakers sitting behind. Li Yue, hold on tight to your master's waist. This old man is about to hit the nitro and floor the gas pedal to race. The smooth driver channeled spiritual energy into the engine, making the flying boat jerk upward, roaring and tearing through the wind as it flew straight ahead. To prevent the passengers from taking a fatal free fall, the tail of the flying boat automatically hooked out dozens of twisting vines. That pile of biological safety belts immediately tied the two girls tightly to their seats, nailing them in place to ensure no one was thrown out into the sea of clouds by the wind current. The ship at that moment looked exactly as if it had been fitted with a jet engine at the rear, shooting off like a shooting star aimed straight at the finish line. My watermelon flew away. Back at the Liu family manor front, Nullan Duo was single-handedly struggling to fight against the two wandering ghosts from the Zhu Jian Palace. Beauty could not crush violence, and she was completely losing ground. "You beasts!" the assassin laughed despicably. Tusk. Miss Nullan, don't be so rash and ruin your figure. Just obediently follow us brothers back to report to the Zhu Jian Palace, and won't you be safe and sound? But if you remain stubborn and bite blindly, those relatives cowering in the backyard of the Liu family will immediately become a pile of minced meat. The venomous threat struck right at her Achilles' heel. Duo bit her lip until it bled, dropping her sword and accepting capture. "Let the Liu family people go. I agree to follow you." The guy clapped his hands loudly. "Oh my, a sensible lady like you is truly so lovable." While the white-clad man was busy narrowing his eyes and coaxing the beauty, "Try your best to serve well. Palace Master Xiao will definitely favor and pamper you to the utmost." His black-clad accomplice had stealthily gathered internal energy, preparing to launch a cowardly strike. Without a word of warning, the black-clad man unleashed a palm strike directly leveling the trembling remnants of the Liu family manor. Duo glared with bloodshot eyes and screamed, "You treacherous scum! What kind of dog-shit trick are you trying to pull?" Seizing the exact moment when she was in chaotic distress and off guard, the despicable white-faced man next to her swung a hidden weapon, backstabbing and bringing Duo down. A series of gut-wrenching, pitiful screams begging for mercy from the innocent blended into the chaos at the Liu manor. "Please spare our lives. Don't cut us down." Duo collapsed holding her wound, furiously questioning the treacherous bunch. The white-clad man shrugged maliciously, pretending to be innocent. "Oh, dear little sister, I just gave my word of honor to release them, but did this black-clad guy next to me swear a single word? Keep calm, my lady, you might disturb your fetal chi. She painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, crazily waving her hands and screaming at the top of her lungs. You scummy dogs, this old lady will risk death to drag you all down to hell with me. But before she could take half a step, her legs turned as soft as noodles. A chill spread down her spine. Poison. Since when has my true chi flow been completely sealed off? Enjoying the beauty's helpless state, the white-clad man stroked his non-existent beard and laughed gleefully. There, I sincerely advised you not to be hot-tempered, but you wouldn't listen. The poison has seeped right into your marrow. Nalan Duo's jade-like body crashed to the ground, and instantly, a chain of cursed talismans swarmed over and bound her tightly in place. Satisfied looking at the prey tied up like a silkworm pupa, the evil cultivator casually walked over and added a Kun Xian Su seal to tighten it. The palace master was overthinking his instructions. With the two of us taking action to clear the weeds, how could this little brat possibly grow wings and escape? He was worrying for nothing. The black-clad man, carrying his blood-soaked blade, walked over wiping his sweat and grumbled. Is the cargo all neatly packed up? The white-faced man irritably pursed his lips. Yes. Do you think your brother has too much free time to go nitpicking for extra work? The white-clad man had barely finished speaking when he hoisted Duo onto his shoulder, intending to escape, but still lingered to mock his accomplice. You can even slurp up mortal blood. What an iron stomach. The blood chi rewarded by the palace master is more than enough for you to use for the rest of your life. The other grumbled in reply. A mosquito's thigh, though small, is still meat, you unappreciative fool. Suddenly, this black and white duo raised their eyes to the sky. A strange object was crashing down with wind-tearing velocity, making both of them jump and exclaim, "What the hell is rushing towards us over there?" Thanks to their sharp reflexes, both hastily retreated backward, just barely dodging a visible disaster descending from the heavens. Seeing the eyesore of a scene, the white-clad man flew into a rage, roaring loudly. Who has the immense audacity to ruin the good deeds of the Zhu Jian Palace? At that moment, the front was entirely filled with violently churning thick mist, completely obscuring the figure of the one who had just arrived. Waiting for the mist to disperse somewhat, the image of Bai Luo Chen standing arrogantly on the flying boat appeared. He casually dropped a profoundly disdainful sentence. "Palace my foot, put the person on your back down on the ground immediately. Do that, and I promise to send you down to the Yellow Springs in the most peaceful way possible." The white-clad man immediately adopted a threatening tone. "We are the Zhu Ming envoys of the Zhu Jian Palace. Does your excellency intend to snatch our prize?" Who would have thought Bai Luo Chen would nonchalantly toss out a mocking reply. "Spot on, I am robbing you right in broad daylight, so what?" Saying that, he beckoned with his finger, calling out as if calling a pet, "Come here." Unexpectedly, that seemingly casual action directly dragged Duo towards him, causing the white-clad man to freeze and mutter, "Weird, how could this happen?" Realizing his prey was about to fly away, he frantically cast an incantation, immediately throwing out the immortal binding rope in an attempt to pull her back. The fierce tug-of-war between the two battlefronts inadvertently made the immortal rope loosen gradually. He decisively shouted, "Get over here to me quickly." Thanks to the powerful pulling force, Duo's figure trapped inside also slowly became clear. The white-clad man was so angry that smoke came out of his head, exhausting his internal energy tank to pull her back, growling, "It'll be a long time before you get your wish." Bai Luo Chen's tone began to mix with a hint of annoyance. "Oh, so you like testing your guts and comparing spiritual energy with me, huh?" Because the pressure of the back-and-forth snatching was too fierce, the clothes on Duo's body were torn to shreds, so pathetic that there wasn't even enough fabric left to cover herself. Bai Luo Chen's eyes widened round, beads of sweat dropping as he muttered, "Crap, I messed up." The white-clad man standing opposite was also so flustered that he broke out in a cold sweat facing this awkward situation. Watching the gossip from afar, Demon Empress Mi Meng and Li Yue took everything into their sights, then dropped a comment. "Master, the figure of this future junior sister looks quite smoking hot, doesn't it?" Bai Luo Chen urgently cast a shadow-drifting spell, sweeping Duo neatly into his arms, while simultaneously ordering, "Li Yue, Zio Meng, You two clean up these two Zhu Jian Palace guys for your master." Before stepping back, he didn't forget to toss back a sharp instruction. "Keep them alive, got it?" At that moment, the white-clad man, while channeling his blood sword technique, panicked and yelled, "That man is too domineering. The black-haired woman is only at the Jin Dan stage, but the one in white, I'll be damned if I can see through her. Stop your blood avatar condensation trick right now and prepare to run away quickly, damn it." He desperately squeezed out the last of his strength, launching a blood blade attack aimed straight at Li Yue's position. However, from this angle, she had more than enough ability to dodge his killer move smoothly. Right after that, the white-clad man strained his neck and roared an order, "Explode." Then he continued to use the blood prison move to corner the opponent. Simultaneously, he dragged his accomplice along, executing the yin blood incarnation to run for their lives. Seeing that cowardly scene, Mi Meng was furious, letting out a cold snort. "Just try to run away if you've got the guts." If even one of them managed to slip out of the barrier, they would immediately have a chance to burrow into the ground and sneak away from this place smoothly. Alas, life is not a dream. Demon Empress Mi Meng was determined to shatter their escape fantasy. She instantly spewed out supreme silkworm silk, wrapping both of them up tightly like bound rice cakes. Facing the super sticky silk, they were dumbfounded, choking in panic. Why can't even one of us escape? Exactly what level of cultivation is this terrifying woman at? At that exact moment, a bolt of lightning tore through the blue clouds and smashed straight down, crushing the white-clad man's blood rain technique. He groaned in agony. "Heaven help me, the blood cage I put up couldn't even last for 10 breaths. Li Yue maintained her stone-cold expression, casting the moon wheel lightning move without the slightest hesitation. Churning pillars of energy surged up from the ground, making the two men tremble violently. What the hell is creeping up? Is the Jin Dan realm this terrifying? Less than 3 seconds later, the two unfortunate souls were zapped into the air, screaming miserably. Demon Empress Mi Meng, standing nearby enjoying the show, clicked her tongue and thought to herself, "It seems her mood is really terrible right now. I'll probably have to yield a melon to her later to cool her down." On the remaining battlefront, Bai Luo Chen was still diligently channeling his energy to heal Duo Duo. He softly clicked his tongue and sighed. Using one's own blood qi to deathlock the Danshan, this method of sealing is truly extremely cruel. Before long, Duo Duo also regained a little bit of her fading strength. Just as she parted her eyelashes and vaguely perceived everything around her, she heard Bai Luo Chen's caring inquiry. "How are you feeling inside, miss? Is there any discomfort?" she whispered weakly. Where is this?" However, as soon as her scattered soul returned completely, Duo Duo suddenly swung her hand, intending to gift her benefactor a slap in the face. Fortunately, he dodged sharply, hurriedly yelling, "Hold on, I'm the one who came to save you." Nevertheless, the girl was still purple with rage, unleashing curses that made Bai Luo Chen bitterly explain. What kind of crazy guy goes to save a beauty only to rip her clothes apart? It was just an occupational hazard. Sit still obediently. The seal layer on your Danshan hasn't been completely removed yet. At that very moment, a flesh-tearing pain struck, making her unable to hold back a scream. "Oh heavens, it hurts to death." Bai Luo Chen frowned and scolded. "I told you to lie still. If you keep thrashing around and cause your blood vessels to flow backward, you'll lose your life, no joke. Bear with it a little, it's almost done." Filled with doubt, Duo Duo furrowed her brows and questioned, "Exactly what sacred deity are you? What reason do you have to go to such lengths to save me?" Luo Chen cracked a refreshing smile. "All done, consider your little life salvaged. The next step is simply patching up your Danshan and everything will be fine. By the way, have you ever heard of the Qinghong Academy? I am Bai Luo Chen, the specialized talisman instructor there. Little girl, do you have the interest to take me as your master?" Catching the other party's self-introduction in her ears, Nalan Duo Duo jumped and blurted out, You are that notoriously crippled, ordinary mortal Bai Luo Chen of that academy." Hearing this, Bai Luo Chen's facial muscles twitched nonstop, choked for words for a long while before he could utter a few syllables in response. Right after, he began the healing process again, making Nalan Duo Duo cry out in sharp pain. "That's right, the genuine article is me. Anyway, I have to finish patching your Danshan first before we figure things out. Being a bit gentler will do." Just then, Li Yue's group returned, coinciding perfectly with the moment Bai Luo Chen finished his emergency treatment for Nalan Duo. Master, how should we deal with these two scumbags? Drag them over here by the neck. The two evildoers from the Zhu Jian Palace, tightly wrapped in ice silk like a pair of fat silkworm pupae, were then thrown heavily onto the dirt ground. Bai Luo Chen cast a glance and dropped a harsh remark. Daring to stain your hands with the blood of commoners who can't even tie up a chicken, you guys are truly the scum of the cultivation world. Duo, huddling to one side, raised her head to observe, her insides churning with anxiety. These two Zhu Ming envoys clearly have cultivation at the peak of the Jin dance stage, yet they were captured as effortlessly as if it were nothing. A moment later, Li Yue leisurely strode over to greet Duo, who was staring at her with astonished eyes. Greetings, miss. No matter how you look at it, this female disciple is only lingering at the early Jin dance stage. Li Yue continued to maintain a cold tone but was immediately nudged by Demon Empress Mi Meng's elbow, poking fun. So you're my future junior sister, huh? So thick-skinned, even wearing master's outer robe. Hey, big sister, you just accidentally blurted out your inner thoughts. Miss Nalan hasn't even nodded to acknowledge him as her master yet. Li Yue turned away abruptly, leaving behind an indifferent remark. Then Miss Nalan can just take her time racking her brains over it. The blessing of paying respects under our master's banner isn't something you can hit by throwing stones on the street. Mi Meng muttered. Wow, did Li Yue eat gunpowder by mistake today or something, being so harsh? Nalan Duo sharply darted her eyes towards Demon Empress Mi Meng standing there, secretly analyzing. That girl is definitely from the demon race. Being able to take human form means she must at least be around the Demon King level, perhaps even a Demon Empress. To be capable of taming a great demon to serve as an attendant, how could Bai Luo Chen possibly be useless trash? The pent-up resentment in her chest suddenly surged fiercely. Zio Ping. Nalan Duo sluggishly approached, stammering. Well, Instructor Bai, he immediately asked. So has Miss Nalan considered it thoroughly? Unexpectedly, Nalan Duo dropped heavily to her knees on the ground, her voice extremely reverent. Disciple Nalan Duo requests to pay respects to Master. He happily accepted. Approved. From this second on, you rightfully become my third disciple. Next, he pulled out 2 stacks of paper and tossed them to his new student. Since you've joined the sect, an introductory gift is indispensable. Take these 2 sets of cultivation methods. Unfortunately, Nalan Duo pulled a long face, sighing heavily. Reporting to Master, the seed of an inner demon has already been sown in Nalan's heart. If it is not eradicated by its roots, I fear that in this life, I will have no affinity with the path of cultivation. Bai Luo Chen shrugged, his demeanor as light as a feather. Oh, so you mean you want your master to quell the chaos of that Zhu Jian Palace for you, right? Piece of cake, a matter as small as a rabbit. Hearing those words, Nalan Duo was overjoyed, kowtowing repeatedly in gratitude. Many thanks for Master's profound kindness. Bai Luo Chen stepped forward and lifted the girl up, smiling faintly. But Duo, do you naively believe that just by letting me wave my hand and avenge you, that inner demon in your heart will cleanly evaporate? She looked bewildered. Master, what do you mean by that? He slowly enlightened his student. The core of a cultivator is to keep the mind pure and thoughts clear. This tangle of grudges is your own karmic hurdle. If your master steps in to resolve it, it will ruin everything. Do you hear me? Nalan Duo felt so wrong that she burst into tears, stubbornly arguing through chokes. I give up, I just can't comprehend it. That guy Zio Ping has formidable cultivation and vastly superior aptitude compared to me. If I don't rely on anyone, until which monkey year will I be able to collect this blood debt? As long as his head is chopped off, I'd willingly work as a cow or horse. I solely desire that he loses his miserable life. Seeing his disciple on the verge of going mad, Bai Luo Chen hurriedly tossed a mind-clearing talisman to readjust her spirit. Cool down, pull yourself together, and prick up your ears to listen to your master's teachings. Lifting his student to stand straight, Bai Luo Chen soothingly declared, Duo, untie the knots in your heart. With your master backing you up, his trivial aptitude is nothing but trash. My point is that I want you to personally go and stab your enemy to death, dyeing that Zhu Jian Palace in blood. Do you have the guts to do it? He coldly stuffed a treasured artifact into her hands, emphasizing every word. Have never uttered a lie. Consider this the foundational lesson I pass on to my disciple. Nalan Duo stared wide-eyed at the razor-sharp object in her hands. Master's hidden meaning is. Bai Luo Chen jerked his chin toward the two evil bandits crawling on the ground, sneering. What goes around comes around, an eye for an eye. You just choose whichever way makes you the most thrilled, then slowly torture and send these two scumbags to see Yan Wang. The expression on Nalan Duo's face began to twist into a chillingly exhilarating smile. She bowed her head and boldly declared to Bai Luo Chen, "This disciple obeys the order." At the same time, atop Giant Kang Mountain, the lair of the Zhu Jian Palace, two disciples strolled leisurely, gossiping animatedly. "Hey, in your opinion, after the palace master catches that little girl from the Nalan family, what kind of tricks will he play? With the nature of our sect when it comes to women, one must thoroughly taste the flavor first before twisting their necks to send them off." One guy closed his eyes, imagining spring romance scenes, smacking his lips. A woman qualified to be engaged to the palace master probably has an incredibly smoking hot appearance. If only we could get a sip of the leftovers. He kept blabbering on without even noticing that his companion beside him had their head sliced clean off ages ago. Seeing the other guy dead silent without responding, he finally turned his head intending to curse. "Hey, why are you suddenly as mute as a clam?" Before he could even close his mouth, his own head also instantly fell off. This life-snatching masterpiece was the handiwork of two invisible women. The spirit-hiding talisman from a talisman Saint Tier is so great to use, completely concealing all auras. It's just unlucky that this is the last piece. We can only try to stay invisible for about another half hour. My guess is that Guy Xiaoping is hiding in the Great Hall. Later, let's sneak straight in there and take his dog life. That purple-haired girl was named Mozai, the young miss of the Mo family in Guangling Prefecture, currently residing at the peak of the Jin Dan stage. "Big sister, are we sisters really going to throw away our little lives just for a poor, lowly scholar?" The pink-haired older sister with a sly expression, Moran, also at the peak of the Jin Dan stage, pursed her lips and replied, "Little girl, are you so naive to think that your big sister is so boy-crazy she lost her brain?" Suddenly, Moran frowned, her tone becoming extremely sharp. "My real goal is to snatch the Dong Su seal, the key to stepping into the cave dwellings of mighty experts." Mozai stealthily leaned close to Moran's ear and whispered, "The trouble is, even if we sisters pool our strength, we could only tickle or lightly injure Yuan Ying stage cultivators. That's why we had to secretly pilfer Mother's talismans to use a scheme. We're using our brains, understand?" After hearing that, Moran could only bare her teeth in a forced smile. Fine. It's clear you're the wisest on Earth. Since your brain is clear, hurry your feet up." The two sisters hadn't even taken a step when a deafening sound rang out, and the towering treasure hall ahead collapsed with a thunderous crash. What the hell is happening? The sect's protective formation has been activated. In the center of the Zhu Jian Palace, a teleportation light beam suddenly flared up. The frantic screams of the guards tore through the atmosphere. "Emergency! Intruders are breaking the formation." None other than the aggressive flying boat of Bai Luo Chen was the very thing that had just bulldozed the mountain gate. Right now, Li Yue was strenuously stuffing a pile of ice silk into Duo's throat, causing Demon Empress Mi Meng standing nearby to cry out in heartbreak over her precious goods. "This thing is a life-saving treasure. Absolutely do not throw it up. Chew the last piece, there goes 2 months of my arduous silk spinning." Bai Luo Chen interjected with instructions. "Disciples, prepare your stances. Your master will parachute down first. Duo, remember to keep those talismans I just gave you handy." Luo Chen leaped down to inspect the terrain, discharging spiritual energy to clear the path while muttering, "That palace master guy's cultivation is just barely at the Yuan Ying stage, right? In that case, there's no need to keep the lives of the jumping shrimp fry below the Yuan Ying level to waste space." Feeling the ground violently trembling, the Zhu Jian Palace disciples scattered frantically like a broken beehive. "Damn it, what's the incident? We just lost contact with the 2 Zhu Ming envoys, and now someone dares to charge straight into the grand mountain-protecting formation." While the minions were whispering and discussing, the most formidable figure who had remained silent all along, Xiaoping, palace master of the Zhu Jian Palace, a peak Yuan Ying stage expert, frowned in calculation. I bet it's the Yin Giant Palace coming to loot a burning house, but how could their strength possibly be enough to sweep straight into this sword formation? Suddenly, a hoarse voice slipped straight into his ear. Foolish boy, summon the blood puppet out to shield yourself quickly. Delay for a few more ticks and you'll lose your life for sure. Hearing this, he hastily formed hand seals and spat out a bright red yin blood puppet, then secretly transmitted his voice. Yin blood puppet deployed. But ancestor, what arrogant person has arrived to make you so wary to this extent? The ancestor hurriedly replied right at the moment Luo Chen arrogantly strode over, shattering the protective layer and making everyone break out in a cold sweat. I cannot see through the depths of his cultivation. It seems to only display at the Xuanzhao stage. Xiao Ping widened his eyes. Xuanzhao stage. Ancestor, are you kidding with me? Boom, an ear-splitting sound tore through the space. He hovered leisurely in midair, smiling full of mockery. Crap, I accidentally struck a bit too hard. But those Yuan Ying stage folks are as tenacious as leeches. They probably wouldn't stop breathing so pointlessly, right? Sure enough, the crunching sound of rubble rang out from the ruins, signaling the opponent's stubborn resilience. Luo Chen burst into laughter. Oh, truly living up to the reputation, your life is quite huge. At the same time, massive boulders on the mountain slope behind were still rumbling and tumbling down one after another, creating a terrifying landslide. Moran excitedly pointed forward, calling her younger sister, yet Mozai showed a look of sheer boredom. Mozai, take a peek at that blood chi stream over there. Xiao Ping is still barely breathing. There will definitely be a good show to watch. Let's secretly crawl over and peek. Sister, stop being so reckless. Earlier, if I hadn't managed to snatch our old dad's 2-star substitution talisman in time, we sisters would have turned into minced meat. Please, don't stick your head into deadly situations anymore. Seeing her little sister's cowardice, Moran patted her chest and boasted confidently. So timid. In my pocket, I still have a 3-star divine swiftness talisman from a talisman saint that I nicked from Grandpa. Running away fast is my specialty. What's there to worry about? Who knows? Later we might even get to wash our eyes watching the senior chop Xiao Ping into paste. Having said that, the older sister urged continuously, hurry up and rein in your aura. The opportunity to witness a mighty expert blowing away an entire mountain gate with one punch is extremely rare to find. Mozai irritably grumbled, Sister Moran, you are truly a mess. I'm scared for life. Even in the next life I wouldn't bother holding your hand to go out the door. Naturally, Bai Luo Chen had already darted his eyes and caught the frequency of these two sisters. He raised his eyebrow and calculated inwardly. So it turns out to be the two mischievous rich young misses of the Mo family running away from home. Whatever, let them be, as long as they just gossip and don't wreck things completely. The top priority now is to chain up that brat Xiao Ping by the neck, absolutely forbidding him from slipping away. Xiao Ping wore a twisted face full of unease, sneakily whispering a call. Ancestor, aren't we master and disciple planning to bolt quickly yet? The old man in the ring could only bitterly drop some harsh words. Your aura has been completely sealed off, running away using faith. Try your best to negotiate and see if you can overturn the chessboard. With no way back, Xiao Ping had to grit his teeth and stick his head out from the blood chi layer, clasping his hands and inquiring. This junior takes the liberty to ask for guidance, which eminent senior is your excellency. Why would you? He didn't bother beating around the bush, cheerfully declaring his name. My name is Bai Luo Chen, currently holding the position of instructor at the Qinghang Academy. Catching the familiar name in their ears, the two Mo family sisters stared wide-eyed at each other. The instructor surnamed Bai from the Qinghang Academy. 10 years ago that uncle had his cultivation crippled and turned into a useless person, right sister? Or are you playing dumb and don't know? Moran rubbed his head in frustration and pondered. A decade ago, the talisman prodigy Bai Luo Chen single-handedly sealed the demon realm's spatial gate and slaughtered countless demonic beasts. The world rumored that he had to burn his cultivation base, tragically dropping to the foundation establishment stage and becoming a cripple. Bullshit. All nonsense. While they were whispering and badmouthing, they had no idea Bai Luo Chen was eavesdropping. Those damn academy folks, making me suffer unjustly. I'll have to purge the personnel when I get back. Hey, did you fall into Instructor Bai's fan trap? Right then, Xiao Ping aggressively complained. My blood sword palace and your noble academy mind our own business. Why did you show up here to annihilate my sect? I beg you to give a reasonable explanation. The Academy smooth talkers said that year's genius had become trash, but clearly your current cultivation is 10,000 times more domineering than before. Bai Luo Chen replied coldly, leaving no face. The Academy has no time for grudges with your crappy sect, but wagging your tail and touching my disciple is a different story. Ask your own conscience about your filthy actions. Flattening this entire lair wouldn't be an exaggeration. But today, I'm granting you a way out. As long as you win the life and death arena match, I promise to spare your wretched life. The figure of Na Lan Duo slowly stepped out of the mist, startling Xiao Ping. So it's you, brat. He gritted his teeth and hissed, Na Lan Duo. Then he hurriedly bargained with Bai Luo Chen. Instructor Bai, you promised that if I crush her, you'll let me go. Your word is as heavy as 1,000 gold, right? The young man nodded. A true man's word is like a galloping horse, hard to catch back. Xiao Ping smirked with an extremely cunning smile, mocking and provoking. Weapons are merciless. If I accidentally cripple your darling, I hope Instructor Bai maintains his senior demeanor and doesn't meddle to protect her. Bai Luo Chen waved his hand leisurely. If her fate is short, it's just karma. I grit my teeth and promise to absolutely stand by and watch. After all, grudges must be settled by the owners themselves to sleep soundly. Xiao Ping held his belly and laughed wildly. Excellent. Truly a righteous saying of personally taking revenge is the most satisfying. His eyes were cloudy, brimming with killing intent. Come at me, Na Lan Duo. On the opposite side of the arena, Na Lan Duo had also gathered her power, brimming with momentum. Master, your disciple is going to battle. Charge ahead. If you use the magic treasure I gave you proficiently, just confidently make mincemeat out of him. Watching Duo's thin back, Su Liyue frowned anxiously. Master, I just feel restless and worried about her somehow. She continued full of frustration. That bastard Xiao Ping has already reached the nascent soul threshold. Since I was born, except for you, I've never seen anyone with such thin cultivation trying to cross 3 major realms to kill an enemy. Pushing her out is no different from throwing a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Bai Luo Chen remained calm, confident in his plan. You two are worrying for nothing. I've tailored everything perfectly. There's no way I'll let Duo lose a single hair. But what if bad luck strikes? Are you really going to stand by and watch? Hearing this, he turned to nudge Demon Emperor Mi Meng with a grin. If things go south, of course it's your turn to jump in and carry the burden. Did you think I was sponsoring your ecotourism? Mi Meng glared. Yes, understood boss, full package cleanup guaranteed. Suddenly Su Liyue panicked and screamed, Duo, be careful. Na Lan Duo was quickly forced into a precarious situation. Xiao Ping unleashed his ultimate move, blood-withered red sky, to capture her, sneering. Just barely at the enlightenment stage and you want to slap the face of a nascent soul cultivator. Do you delusionally think you're the protagonist with a halo in a novel? Ridiculous. Xiao Ping gritted his teeth and cursed, pouring all his hatred into every word. Today I will dump all the humiliating disgrace from years past onto your head, torturing you until living is worse than dying. Na Lan Duo yelled with a bulging neck in indignation. The one who should pay with his life is you. Right at that moment, a talisman held in her mouth suddenly glowed brilliantly, accompanied by a piercing scream. It's you. Boom, a shockwave from the explosion blew away everything around. After the dust settled, Xiao Ping's staggering figure appeared, his clothes scorched and tattered. He coughed and cursed. You filthy bitch, daring to use a suicide bomb tactic to escape my torture. A sharp, vicious glint flashed in his eyes, breaking out in a cold sweat inwardly. Even the blood puppet was shattered. Seems I underestimated this brat. Suddenly, Na Lan Duo materialized right behind his head. She had successfully undergone nirvana rebirth from the ice silkworm cocoon, growling to summon his soul. Xiao Ping. The blood debt of the Na Lan clan, and the 206 lives of the Liu family. As she finished speaking, she detonated the talisman stuck to her eyes. Today the 9 springs come to catch you to atone for your sins. An earth-shattering explosion shook the arena again. Bai Luo Chen's group watched the whole event from afar. Demon Emperor Mi Meng clicked her tongue and sighed. Wow, Although the silkworm cocoon has the ability to regenerate the flesh, the feeling of flesh and bones shattering still hurts to the brain. Your newly accepted disciple is quite brutal and fierce in battle. Demon Emperor Mi Meng shed tears of regret. How is this any different from burning money in a fire? I scraped and scratched to gather so many silkworm cocoons, and now they're all roasted clean. Stop whining, after this I'll compensate you double, isn't that enough? The anxiety in Su Liyue's stomach kept rising and falling. Master, the cultivation gap between Du Du and Xiao Ping is like the Mariana Trench and Mount Everest. Just borrowing the self-destructing power of the spirit-defying talisman you gave her will only scratch his skin. Once the silkworm cocoons run out, Du Du will meet her ancestors immediately. Are we really just going to stand by and watch? Du Du possesses an extremely unique bone structure. To unleash her divine talent, she must taste the brink of death countless times to fully activate it. Bai Luo Chen understood her worry and reassured her firmly. As long as she survives the tribulation smoothly, that guy won't even touch a corner of her clothes. The magic treasures and silkworm cocoons I stuffed her with just serve to fast-forward the forced ripening process. Since Master has said so, I'll just swallow my heart back into my stomach. Bang! Another earth-shattering shockwave struck again. Currently, Xiao Ping was battered, his clothes torn to shreds like a leech's nest. He held his head and roared. This bitch is crazy beyond cure. Pushing each other with suicide tactics, the blood puppets I sweated blood and tears to forge are about to be ground to a smooth pulp. Nalan Duo remained perfectly intact in the sea of smoke and fire, causing him to scream in frustration. Damn it, is this scarecrow about to fall apart? Nalan Duo gripped the talisman tightly in her hand, her face set in annoyance. This is the final explosive trump card. That Xiao Ping only got a few scratches. Could it be that the wall separating the realms truly can never be broken? Seeing his opponent still had an extra talisman in hand, Xiao Ping broke out in a cold sweat and guarded himself. Damn it, you still have inventory. But just as Du prepared to channel her spiritual power, she was shocked to realize her body had run out of vitality. Damn it, even the little strength to fire the talisman is dried up. Xiao Ping's vulture eyes immediately caught her awkwardness. Seizing the golden opportunity, he rushed up to counterattack. Your internal power is completely crippled. Who are you trying to scare with your bulging cheeks and glaring eyes? Obediently hand over your life to me. A stream of rolling black energy rushed out, tightly wrapping around Du's body and violently dragging her towards him. He grimaced and cursed. You filthy bitch, used up all your hidden cards, didn't you? A frog in a well like you shouldn't even dream of claiming the blood debt in this life, let alone the next. The figure of Du's father suddenly hovered right by her ear, groaning gloomily. Before you go to your grave, I'll reveal a secret. Duo, father is in so much pain, it hurts to the marrow. Father, Xiao Ping added a cruelly sarcastic remark. The blood puppets I'm wearing are all molded from the bones and souls of your clan. How about it? Aren't you addicted to the firefly suicide bomb trick? Finishing his sentence, he ruthlessly waved his hand and crushed the soul effigy of her father, making her heart feel like it was slashed by a knife. Duo. Witnessing his enemy's despair, Xiao Ping threw his head back and laughed loudly. Doesn't the taste of being blown to pieces feel extremely satisfying? The souls of Du's relatives also emerged one by one to surround her. Wow. Just enjoyed a fireworks show and you're already soft. Over here the whole family, big and small, is waving hello to you, little Du. Su Liyue stood outside furious, about to rush out and tear the enemy to pieces, but was stopped by Bai Luo Chen's outstretched arm. You disgusting beast, let me go so I can chop him to bits. Stay put, this is Du's own karmic cycle, we have no right to interfere. His face set, his voice solemn. Trust your master and trust your junior sister's willpower. Xiao Ping tilted his chin looking at the unconscious Du, pouting in slander. Unconscious, huh? You annoying trash, go die. As the words left his mouth, his hand swung his blade straight down at her. I'll do you a favor and send you down to reunite with your ancestors. A fierce stream of sword energy rushed straight at her flesh. The bloody scene happened in a flash, making Master Bai Luo Chen and his disciple hold their breath and scream. Duo. Miraculously, the scythe of death completely missed its target. From the very center of her chest, A strong rolling aura of spiritual light erupted. Xiaoping couldn't dodge in time, taking the full backlash and screaming in agonizing pain. "Ah, my arm!" Suddenly, a pair of gorgeous wings burst open behind Duo's back. Surrounded by a blazing, dazzling halo, she shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, so oppressive that Xiaoping stammered with his tongue tied. "You!" He frantically activated his ultimate blood shield technique to save his life, retreating rapidly backwards. Staring at the ring, he trembled and called for help. "Patriarch, what is that bizarre power that can torture me to a pulp?" "That is the awakened, profound yin absolute vein. Peel me off that rotting arm immediately. It's infected with extreme poison." "With your crappy cultivation, touching the extreme profound yin poison will only get your corpse crushed. Rack your brains and pull out all your trump cards if you don't want to meet the king of hell. Nalan Duo, I will definitely collect this crippled arm dead in full." Xiaoping hated her to the bone, exhausting all his strength to unleash the fatal life-bound blood sword strike. A sharp blood arrow shot out from his throat, flying straight at Duo. Facing the tip of death, she calmly welcomed the battle with her ultimate technique, Abyss Prison Slash. "Go to your next life, Nalan Duo." She turned into an afterimage, frantically rushing forward to counterattack. He frantically gathered his meager blood energy to use as a shield. However, a loud booming backlash shattered all hopes of defense. Nalan Duo unleashed a storm of blows like a rain shower, pushing Xiaoping into a dead corner. At this point, he was flattened like a cockroach on the ground, unable to move, his insides in a mess. "It's over, the blood puppet is about to crumble into pieces." He miserably screamed for help, "Patriarch, save me." But before his mouth could close, Duo added a few fatal kicks. His dirty blood dyed half of her delicate face bright red. Finally, Xiaoping let out a final hiccup, his soul leaving his body under her cruel chain of continuous kicks. The patriarch's soul vessel faintly sounded. "Hey brat, his skull is already crushed to a pulp by you, you still haven't vented your anger." In response, Duo, with red eyes, just kept pounding her fists down like pounding meat. The patriarch snorted loudly in anger. "Impulsive youth, stop being so melodramatic. Be too aggressive, and you'll eat bitter fruits until your mouth is full later." At that moment, Bai Luo Chen swiftly applied a 2-star holy talisman, rushing at the speed of light to catch Duo's drooping body. "Reporting to Master, your disciple has completed the mission. Well done, little girl, leave the rest of the mess to your master." Scrolls of evil blood energy rose up one after another, gathering in the air and pouring down a stinky rain of blood. Moran curiously opened her palm and picked up a few drops. She widened her eyes in shock. This is truly a heaven and earth anomaly, but to summon wind and rain on this scale, one must at least reach the Mahayana stage to cast it right. Zhu Wuchen, the supreme patriarch of that arrogant evil sect, descended majestically, his voice imposing. "Insolent brat, how bold! I am the blood sword patriarch Zhu Wuchen." Immediately, the sky buckled under tons of blood energy, lightning tearing across and exploding loudly. Zhu Wuchen roared with bulging neck veins. "You dare smash the sect gate to pieces, and even mince my direct disciple." The old man clenched his fist tightly, his joints cracking. Bai Luo Chen quickly set up a shield to protect his disciples. Su Li Yue and Demon Emperor Mi Meng hurriedly rushed over to check. "Is Duo's heartbeat stable? Is that old freak Bai Luo Chen passed out like that going to meet the king of hell? How could she be hurt? Soak in vinegar a bit and she'll be as lively as a bird." Zhu Wuchen pointed straight at Bai Luo Chen's face and cursed. "Why are you so cruel as to exterminate the seeds of my blood sword palace? Aren't you afraid of the immediate law of karma?" Bai Luo Chen chuckled arrogantly. "Karma? I am the heavenly thunder sent down to punish you guys. Hey, old fossil, living this long, has this truth ever entered your ears?" As soon as he finished speaking, he scattered dozens of talismans to create an army of clones. "Why should I report to you when I'm wiping out the whole sect?" A clone shadow nimbly clung to Zhu Wuchen's body, carrying a talisman bomb. Boom! Another giant mushroom cloud lit up the corner of the sky. The sisters Moran and Mozai watched from the bushes from start to finish, both using suicide talismans, but the damage of this wooden scarecrow beats Nalan Duo's by hundreds of times. Instructor Bai fought so well, enthusiastically voting 10 out of 10 for the academy instructor. After the bombing, the remnants of the half-body scarecrow shaped like Bai Luo Chen rolled and landed right where the two were hiding. Mozai happily grabbed the scattered items, showing off eagerly, "Sis, look what treasure I salvaged. Bring it here, let me take a look." The two put their heads together to eagerly dissect the fake Bai Luo Chen puppet. The incantation lines are taught exactly like the secret manual. "Sis, what if we mess around and it goes boom?" Rest assured, the internal fuse has been activated and shattered completely. 100% dud, I bet on it. Pack it up and bring it back for the old talisman masters at the manor to study. Maybe they'll stumble upon a new ultimate technique. In the center of the battle line, Zhu Wu Chen was unleashing a curtain of darkness to lock him in. The old man boiled with thunderous fury, gritting his teeth and hissing, "Bai Luo Chen, you're bullying people too much." As the words left his mouth, his hand controlled the blood sword to slash across Bai Luo Chen's neck. Yet the young man remained as relaxed as taking a stroll. "Offer your life to this old man. Old man, stop dancing around and losing your temper, calm down a bit." Bai Luo Chen didn't bother to yield, waving his hand and throwing a 4-star holy talisman to unleash a severed ultimate technique. Seeing the blinding halo, Zhu Wu Chen's limbs went weak. "Holy Mother, this is truly the legendary holy talisman." Bai Luo Chen took advantage to add a follow-up strike. Zhu Wu Chen couldn't react in time, taking the full brunt of the damage. The old man's body slowly disintegrated, crumbling down into the mud. He leisurely landed softly on the cold snow. Glancing and seeing the enemy had become a pile of minced meat unable to move, he snapped his fingers and sneered, "Curtain call." Su Li Yue rested her chin on the deck of the flying ship, looking down and gossiping. "Master, isn't this scene wrapped up yet?" "It's been wrapped up for ages. Wait for your master to light a fire and clean up this rubble before we weigh anchor. Leaving it around pollutes the public landscape." Demon Emperor Mi Meng, munching on snacks, pointed at the battlefield. Wait, seems that frail old man is still gasping for breath. Are you kidding me? Planning to make minced meat patties sprinkled with bait?" Zhu Wu Chen's shrill voice faintly echoed. "That by Guy, it seems this divine sense of mine is still inferior to yours." Before the echo faded, his soul flew rapidly and clung to the flying ship. "Since you ruthlessly exterminated my only disciple." Then he waved his hand, intending to shave the head of the bewildered demon Emperor Mi Meng. "Then you must sacrifice a disciple of yours in return." Thinking his plan succeeded, the old man laughed happily like winning the lottery. "Bai Luo Chen, how does it feel to taste the joy of losing a direct disciple, huh?" Ironically, Bai Luo Chen casually dropped a sentence that made the old ghost's soul fall backward. "Old geezer, your tricks are quite diverse. If you're so good, go ahead and mince her." Right then, Demon Emperor Mi Meng had molted and popped out of the cocoon, jumping up and cursing. "You crazy guy, is there something wrong with your head? This lady is not his disciple." Hearing this, the old man froze, his face stiff like he swallowed a fly. "Stand still for me. This silkworm cocoon is too troublesome. Do you think I'm a fly?" Cornered, Zhu Wu Chen scrambled and fled quickly, still stubbornly throwing a few arrogant words. "Bai Luo Chen, keep your eyes open. Wait until my true body descends, I'll chop you into 100 pieces. The tone of these old villains is truly rotten. I'm going crazy, lost the last precious silk spinning session of this month." Bai Luo Chen leaned against the side of the ship, subtly shooing away the Mo family group. "Two young ladies, if you have any schemes, hurry up and clean up. If you delay a bit longer and the Immortality Alliance inspectors arrive, it'll be troublesome." Called out by name, the two sisters turned pale and whispered to each other. "We're done for, sis, they've got our weak spot. I told you, these high-level immortal experts can see through our hearts with one glance. No matter how we hide, we'll be dragged out." Desperate, the two obediently removed their invisibility talismans, clasped their hands and bowed politely. "Mo Ran and Mo Zai from the Mo family of Guangling Manor, we pay our respects to Instructor Bai." Bai Luo Chen glided softly to the ground, politely waving his hand. "You two young ladies make yourselves at home, no need to be restrained. Speaking of origins, the Mo family head and I can be considered old friends. In my youth, I also benefited a lot from his favors." Mo Ran was surprised. "Instructor Bai has a relationship with my father." He laughed out loud. Wow, 10 years ago your father was a regular customer buying quite a few of my talismans, a hardcore VIP. But allow me to curiously ask, what brings two golden branches and jade leaves like you to this corner? Hearing this, Moran smoothly lied without blinking. All my relatives, brothers, and friends were massacred by that Zio Ping, so I came here to claim the blood debt on their behalf. This little sister was just coaxed by me to tag along. I hope Instructor Bai will be lenient, and if it's reported to my father, please keep your mouth shut for me. Moran's face suddenly blushed shyly, stroking her hair coquettishly. Who would have thought Instructor Bai would roll up his sleeves and clean up the aftermath for me so easily? Bai Luo Chen sneered, secretly curling his lip. If so, the remaining trash outside the Blood Sword Palace gate will be cleaned up by you two young ladies, just waddling at the peak of golden core and daring to stroke the tiger's beard of a nascent soul. Even if your Mo family is filthy rich, messing around will get you skinned alive. These two girls are truly deaf and not afraid of guns. Leaving the words behind, Bai Luo Chen waved goodbye and leaped onto the flying ship. All right then, please send my regards to your father. I must return to the academy. We bid Instructor Bai a safe journey. As soon as Bai Luo Chen's figure disappeared, Mozai immediately threw a basin of freezing water on her sister's illusion. Sis, drop the thought of eyeing Instructor Bai. That's fat you can't sip. Your cultivation can't even carry his slippers. You brat, what nonsense are you babbling about? Moran, embarrassed to the point of madness, shouted loudly urging Mozai to hunt in the void cave. That notebook is only used by me to make a god-sealing list for outstanding men, understand? It's not something dark like you imagine. Then, why is it full of top-tier men and even has a detailed review and scoring section? Shut up, focus on your work, arguing too much. On the way back to the lair, Demon Emperor Mi Meng lazily stretched on the flying ship, munching on leaves, constantly whining and complaining. Why haven't we reached home yet? My bones and muscles are all falling apart. I'm so exhausted. Can you just be quiet for a bit? Just as Bai Luo Chen was focusing all his mind on steering the ship, the system sound suddenly rang out clearly. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for excellently completing the world mission. Here are the rewards. The amount of spiritual energy the host absorbs will increase by 5%. The second gift is the Tai Yin Du Zhao Jing, and the fourth gift is the Tai Yin Bu Si Xiu. Hope you make the most of it. The man rubbed his chin and muttered, these toys seem tailor-made for Nalan Duo, but why is my share so meager? Suddenly, a beam of hazy emerald light shot towards Bai Luo Chen's location. The halo braked abruptly right in front of his eyes, carrying a hot order from the academy. Order issued, requesting Bai Luo Chen to represent the Tianxing City Academy to attend the Lin family banquet. Receiving the news, Bai Luo Chen steered the flying ship in a perfect sharp turn, making the daydreaming Demon Emperor Mi Meng stunned. Huh, aren't we heading home? Why are we taking a detour? Man proposes, heaven disposes. The higher-ups are pushing me to Tianxing City for errands again. Now let's just change course straight there. Just absorbing the bad news, Demon Emperor Mi Meng immediately wailed and cried loudly, while Bai Luo Chen could only sigh helplessly. I won't accept it. I just yearn to crawl back to my nest. This is clearly exploiting labor, forcing overtime. Since when have I ever paid you a single copper coin to demand overtime? Stop being so unlucky. Su Liyue, look at her, so noisy it gives me a headache. Moving to another development, the story discusses the secret technique of molding a substitute from a silkworm cocoon. The first step, the indispensable thing, is a drop of refined essence blood extracted from Demon Emperor Mi Meng. Next, that essential blood drop will gradually condense into a cocoon. 10 full days passed. Little Meng finally tore the silk shell and crawled out. As soon as crawling out, Little Meng had to sew the cocoon shell back exactly as before, and the lifespan of this little kid is only a mere day of grazing grass. Thus, the process of creating the life-restoring treasure named Silkworm Cocoon was successfully completed. Right then, Demon Emperor Mi Meng will step in to strip the cocoon from Little Meng's claws. This item has a shelf life preserved for a whole month. So where will the fate of the peppercorn baby, Little Meng, go? Demon Emperor Mi Meng will usually subtly chase the kid away to find Wu Zhui. The friendship between them is extremely close, more than enough to cuddle and play together until dusk. Go Little Meng. The panoramic picture right now has been moved straight to the territory of the Qingheng Academy. Right in the council room, heroes gathered as crowded as a festival to discuss strategies. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a voice suddenly spoke up, reporting to the dean that Bai disciple has set foot on the Lin family territory. Ruling the center position, the old dean of Qinghang Academy, Li Guangqi, gently stroked his white beard, the corners of his mouth lifting into a kind smile. Very good, this trip of junior brother Bai truly scratched the right itch, bumping right into the occasion of the Lin family patriarch throwing a banquet to celebrate his realm breakthrough, considering it a clever opportunity. On the contrary, the law enforcement elder Tu Wang Sheng unluckily dropped sharp words. The Lin family in the Nanjing region is after all known as a powerful great family. Pushing a lagging instructor by to attend the banquet, outsiders looking in will say our academy acts arrogant, not respecting anyone. Li Guangqi still leisurely played with his snowy chin beard, his face exuding a silent contemplation, before calmly drawing a conclusion. Just recently, the strange phenomenon erupting on Qingnuan Peak pulled out a hint of the heavenly Tao. Just that alone is enough to strip bare all the truth. Hearing that, the affair's elder Chang Yuming also widened his eyes in horror. Could it be that instructor Bai has grown wings and reached a new height? Li Guangqi slightly frowned tightly, his tone suddenly becoming extremely solemn. Junior brother Bai inherently has the nature of hiding his talent and playing dumb, but speaking of true cultivation, I'm afraid he is not inferior to this old man at all. The old man paused for a beat before slowly spitting out words, each word pouring out like lightning in a clear sky, petrifying the entire crowd sitting there on the spot. Precisely for that reason, this old man takes the liberty to make a decision. From now on, the shared power of the Elder Council will be yielded to the instructor managing the academies. Huh? What? Li Guangqi remained indifferent as if nothing happened, a bright harmless smile blooming on his lips. Once the hidden great men are strong enough to step up and shoulder the responsibility of supporting the entire academy, then you sitting here should also take on less to lighten the burden. Any elder who feels dissatisfied, please carry your own body to find junior brother Bai and haggle. The surrounding crowd heard this and immediately fell silent, not daring to cough. Amidst that dead silent atmosphere, Jiang He-ming suddenly raised his arm timidly to speak. About this, reporting to the dean. Li Guangqi leisurely rolled his eyes to look over. Does instructor Jiang have any thoughts to express? Jiang He-ming rubbed his head and scratched his ears, his demeanor quite awkwardly expressing. Pushing junior brother Bai to attend the joyous event truly cannot be considered an act of slapping the face without sparing the nose of the opponent. When the words from Jiang He-ming's mouth just entered his ears, the old dean suddenly stiffened. However, the news that he has regained his ability to roam the world, it seems our academy hasn't bothered to spread the word to the martial world yet, right? At the same time, right in the center of Tianxing City, inside the Lin Grand Manor, two men just showing their faces immediately captured the world's gaze, none other than the Lin family boss, Lin Zhennan with early-stage spirit-severing cultivation, and the direct grandson young master Lin Yuanjai bearing the early-stage golden core realm. A resolute shout rang out. The Lin family head arrives. As the two's footsteps just crossed the threshold, the surrounding guests hurriedly bowed and flattered profusely. Please accept our praises to your patriarch who has reached the integration realm. In the future, hope you take pity and support us. Congratulations, Lin family head. Joyous event, joyous event. Thank you all for sharing the joy. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Lin Yuanjai's ears suddenly caught the whispering of two men standing not far away. Open your eyes and look, which two fairies have descended to earth, their beauty toppling cities and countries. Curiosity aroused, the young master immediately rolled his eyes in the direction of the pointing finger, heading straight to the hidden corner where Nulan Duo and Su Li Yue were rooted. Striking his eyes were two beauties each with their own perfect 10 charm. A Nulan Duo with a gorgeous figure but stubborn and thorny eyes. Beside her was a Su Li Yue exuding a sweet, lovely charm that easily makes people want to get close. Rolling his eyes to scrutinize the two young ladies, Lin Yuanjai curled his lips revealing the lecherous smile of a rich young master. Tut tut, truly a pair of national beauty and heavenly fragrance twins. Immediately after, he turned to rub against Lin Zhennan, whispering to probe. Father, Which prestigious family do those two handsome female immortals over there belong to? Right at that moment, the figure of Bai Luo Chen strolled over, breaking the silent atmosphere with a name announcement. Talisman Division Instructor of Qinghang Academy, Bai Luo Chen, bringing beloved disciples Su Li Yue and Na Lan Duo. Specifically dragging his body here to send blessings to the Lin family patriarch for smoothly advancing to the integration realm. Lin Zhen Nam then put on a friendly mask, stepping forward to enthusiastically receive the guest. Oh, so it's Instructor Bai from Qinghang Academy gracing us with his presence. Truly disrespectful for not sending someone to welcome you from afar. The celebration banquet officially opens tomorrow. Please move inside to rest first. Having said that, he turned his face back and shouted for his lackey, Lin Gui, quickly arrange a top-notch room for Instructor Bai. Yes, sir, this humble servant will do it right away. Seeing the real Bai Luo Chen, the surrounding heroes began to rustle and discuss. Seems if I remember correctly, the talisman instructor at Qinghang is a good-for-nothing. What toxic wind blew him here? Oh look, Na Lan Duo is here too. Didn't the Blood Sword Palace wipe her out a few days ago? Weird, why is she still breathing leisurely? Instructor Bai, treat this place like your own academy, make yourself at home. In that case, please trouble the family head. Honored guest, please go this way. Lin Zhen Nan's eye stared fixedly at the fading backs of the three master and disciples. The fake hypocrisy disappeared, giving way to a look of utmost contempt and indignation. He snorted coldly and sneered. This academy bunch is definitely openly despising our Lin family, to the point of pushing a useless talent to send blessings. Father has exaggerated the problem. That trash Bai Luo Chen sneaking here is 80% wanting to hug thighs and beg for protection. Catching the evil thoughts in his precious son's mind, Lin Zhen Nan raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Oh, spit it out and let your father see if it is pleasing to the ear." Lin Yuanjai eagerly fawned and analyzed. "Father, prick up your ears and listen to my judgment. Recently, that Na Lan Duo has been relentlessly hunted down by the Blood Sword Palace. Yet, she suddenly knelt down to take this atrocious guy as her master. It is clear as day that she is using the Academy's reputation as an ironclad shield." Annoyed by his sons beating around the bush, he slapped his thigh and snapped, "Cut the crap and get straight to the point." At this point, Lin Yuanjai finally revealed his rotten ambition. "Father, let me conclude this. That academy definitely won't bother protecting this useless guy. His move today is to offer Na Lan Duo with both hands to me, the eldest young master, in exchange for the Lin family's umbrella of protection. I have made up my mind. I must marry Na Lan Duo." The corners of Lin Yuanjai's lips curled into a lecherous smile. "Haven't you always been waiting anxiously to hold a grandchild? But I won't stop at Na Lan Duo. I want to snatch up the other tasty morsel beside that piece of trash as well." Hearing this, Lin Zhen Nan found it quite agreeable, but deep down, there was still a hint of worry. Taking in the other girl is as easy as snapping your fingers, but the disaster named Na Lan Duo might be a bit of a headache. The Blood Sword Palace nest is full of rabid dogs that bite and never let go. Getting involved with them will be a hassle. Are you joking, father? Currently, our patriarch has stepped into the body integration realm. What do a few trashy Blood Sword Palace guys count for? Not to mention, they run rampant, recklessly slaughtering mortals, trampling on the red lines of cultivators. If we don't step forward, the Immortal Alliance will find them an eyesore and destroy them sooner or later anyway. Why don't we take advantage of the muddy waters, use the excuse of cleaning them up to expand the prestige of the Lin family? After hearing this out, Lin Zhen Nan also felt satisfied and agreed in his heart. Not a bad plan. The time has come for our Lin family to show off our power. Let's decide on this. We will use the lives of the Blood Sword Palace to sacrifice to the flag. Before turning around to leave, the old man did not forget to instruct Lin Yuanjai, "Leave the plan to clean up the Blood Sword Palace to me to report to the patriarch. As for those two wretched girls, I will take the responsibility for you. Just go ahead and do it, son." "Thank you, father, for paving the way." The face of the second-generation rich kid began to twist in base lust. "Na Lan Duo, just wait obediently. Soon you will be completely in this young master's arms." Shifting the scene to a deserted and desolate place, lying idly within the Lin family's compound. Duo suddenly sneezed, spitting saliva everywhere. She listlessly carried a broom to clean up alongside Li Yue and Bai Luo Chen, mumbling and complaining. Are those people from the Lin family treating us like monkeys? How dare they label this rat hole as a premium room? I think this ruined temple is actually pretty decent for a temporary stay. Li Yue strolled around to inspect the house's structure and calmly commented, "At least the framework and pillars are solidly built. It's less shabby than the dens of the disciples in the sect. Good heavens, are the living quarters in the academy even more dilapidated than this pigsty?" So Li Yue grabbed Demon Emperor Mi Meng by the scruff of the neck and dragged it to the edge of the courtyard to fetch water and scrub. "Master, let me go to the well to fetch a bucket of water to cleanse this place, and I'll conveniently drop by the kitchen to see if there's anything to fill our stomachs." "Yeah, I'm leaving everything to you. But honestly, this corner is even more pathetic than the resting place for servants." As soon as Li Yue's shadow disappeared behind the door, Bai Luo Chen quickly threw out sweet words to coax Duo's fragile soul. "Don't believe your senior sister's discouraging words. As your master, I have more than enough resources to fully cover your cultivation treatment. Don't joke around. Qinghang Academy is known as an orthodox sect with a resounding reputation in the martial world." But alas, a bucket of cold water was immediately thrown right at Duo's face when he dropped a final sentence. "As long as your heart is pure and your will is firm, even if you try to cultivate in a broken hut with leaning walls, it will turn into a fairyland." So the conclusion is that our academy is so dead broke that it can't even compare to this little corner. Nalan Duo was still indignant and unwilling to accept it, pouting and arguing. "But master, our people carry the title of representing the Talisman faction, the shining face of the whole academy. At the very least, they should have squeezed us into a decent human room. Moreover, with your supreme magical power, master, why do we have to hole up here? Just looking at it makes my stomach turn." Bai Luo Chen waved his hand, treating these trivial matters as light as a feather. "The Talisman faction majestically carrying the academy's face. That's a legend from decades ago, my child. A scholar who is always entangled with superficial glitz will forever eat dirt and achieve nothing." Right after the lecture, Bai Luo Chen casually tore through space, pulled out a pitch-black hole, and waved Nalan Duo over. "Come here, your master will bestow upon you a few stylish items." The magical scene flying before her eyes made the girl gape, her soul flying up to the clouds. Without hesitation, Bai Luo Chen pressed those streams of power straight into Duo's meridians. The system also obediently popped up words to report. "The gifts of the Tai Yin single illumination scripture and the Tai Yin nourishing lock have been delivered to the host's hands. Please exploit them thoroughly." Seeing the rookie brat looking bewildered, Bai Luo Chen rolled up his sleeves and personally demonstrated it. "It seems like holding this item is like a duck listening to thunder for you. You have no idea how the heck to use it. Let your master do a sample operation for you to see." Duo's face suddenly turned as red as a ripe gak fruit. She frantically screamed in panic. "Oh my God, do I have to strip off my clothes again?" Bai Luo Chen was startled, awkwardly clearing his throat. "Nonsense, don't spout bloody nonsense. Later it will. Never mind, the goods are about to have side effects." Suddenly, an eerie and demonic aura wildly clawed and tore within her bloodlines, making Duo grimace and groan. "Master, be careful." Bai Luo Chen swiftly opened his arms to catch the little girl's swaying body, smiling awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. "Oh my, technical error, your master accidentally pressed the wrong acupoint. You're still okay, right? So in the end, do you even know how to use this thing, master?" The young girl's cheeks were as red as sun-dried tomatoes, her posture twisting in deadly embarrassment. "The inside of my chest suddenly feels burning hot like a charcoal stove is lit." Shifting the perspective to the Lin family's kitchen, Demon Emperor Mi Meng was tiptoeing to sneak a bite of the offerings when it was caught red-handed by a servant. This cunning little boss immediately grabbed a rolling pin and delivered a heaven-shaking blow, making the unlucky guy roll over and faint with a thud. Just as it finished hiding the evidence, another soul peeked its head in, and unfortunately, it also received a flying attack exactly like the previous guy. Having taken down two guys, Demon Emperor Mi Meng, riding the momentum of victory, planned to smash the third shadow but froze. It turned out to be Li Yue. She neatly raised her hand to catch the wooden pin gracefully, then grabbed the animal's tuft of fur and carried it upside down back to their hideout. A halo of purple light shot out, illuminating an entire dark courtyard. At this very moment, The bizarre illness of the profound yin absolute meridian lurking in Duo's bones acted up and awakened again. Nalan Duo gritted her teeth to endure it, her face wrinkling in pain as she whispered, "Master, what kind of monstrous thing is torturing me inside? Sit still and don't move. Your plague-like physique, once awakened, demands the backing of a golden core to force it to be obedient." Seeing the girl about to panic, Bai Luo Chen immediately offered highly credible words of comfort. "Just rest your head on a high pillow and breathe. Your master lacks no dirty tricks to save your little life from blowing up." Then he quickly turned his head, glaring at Li Yue, who was standing blankly locking the door. "Li Yue, unchain Xiao Meng and drag it out here quickly." "Yes, sir." She grabbed Demon Emperor Mi Meng's sleeping cage upside down, shaking it crazily like shaking dice, and called out in a shrill voice, "Time for warm blankets and soft pillows is over. Open your eyes and plow the fields to pay off your debt." A dim light gradually seeped in, shining directly into that narrow little nest. Blinded by the dazzling light, Demon Emperor Mi Meng crawled up, rubbing its eyes, and grumbled to argue. Weren't you guys dressing up to go freeload at that promotion celebration party or whatever? Earlier you forbade me from showing my face outside. Now what kind of chores are you dragging me out for?" Bai Luo Chen put on a face full of murderous intent and shouted, "Time is money, no time for lengthy explanations. Quickly spit out the demon core in your gut and lend it to me for a bit. Is your brain short-circuiting? This is my life-bound treasure for self-defense, no lending whatsoever." Since coaxing didn't work, he resorted to violence, pinching Demon Emperor Mi Meng's double chin, twisting and threatening. "Make a quick decision. Either you voluntarily stick it out to lend it for 15 minutes or I'll personally reach in and rip your guts out to get it. Choose, are you giving it or not? You hooligan, let go of your hand, stop pinching my cheeks." Under the pressure of absolute power, Demon Emperor Mi Meng had to bitterly spit out the treasure to surrender its life, muttering in frustration, "This family is full of animal abusers. It's really too much." Hit right in the bullseye, Bai Luo Chen smiled stiffly to soothe it. "Don't cry foul as if I'm abusing a child. Once Duo inhales enough golden nature to comprehend the Tao, I will toss it right back. I promise on my honor that after this is done, I will give your butt a push to help you shoot straight up to the Emperor realm. Engrave that in your heart. Don't draw a deer and paint apes to deceive an innocent demon beast." Holding the precious item in his hand, he immediately pressed it into Nalan Duo's palm. "Open your mouth. Stuffing this demon core into your stomach will smooth out your meridians right away." "But master, the root cause is my short-winded cultivation foundation. What use is biting into this burdensome thing?" Looking at his disciple's naive questioning, he waved his hand to extinguish her doubts. "Your master intends to use the golden cicada shedding its shell trick, turning it into a pseudo-golden core for you to use temporarily." Nalan Duo frowned in extreme confusion but still obediently complied. "A pseudo-golden core. I guess I'll just close my eyes and swallow it whole. If I keep nagging and choke on it, it will be miserable." The girl didn't dare to hesitate, immediately gulping that bizarre pill deep into her throat as instructed. The surging spiritual energy from the core instantly flooded all of Duo's limbs and bones, making Li Yue, who was watching for free, widen her eyes in awe. Stuffing a golden core like that. Such an evil and unorthodox method actually exists in this world. The next step is to force the demon core's flow to gather and reside in the Sea of Qi. Nalan Duo slowly grimaced, experiencing the bizarre reaction in her stomach. "It's too tight, my Sea of Qi is completely bloated." The little girl's eyebrows bunched together, her mind buzzing with thoughts. "This sensation feels somewhat scary, it's quite different." In the blink of an eye, the wings behind the little girl's back flared up again with a dazzling light. But it only sparked for a few seconds before the halo extinguished, as if it had never existed. Nalan Duo scratched her head, awkwardly asking a difficult question. "Master, is this the legendary golden core? Why is it that I examine my whole body and don't see any extra meat growing or feel any stronger?" Bai Luo Chen calmly poured a bucket of cold water. "Are you delusional? You're merely hitching a ride on the spiritual power flow to patch things up. Your actual body's strength is still stuck at the early stage of fusion." Hearing the harsh truth, Li Yue could only suppress an agonizing sigh in her heart. "I knew it. How could the golden core realm be achieved so easily like eating candy? But this eccentric old Bai really hides a lot of sneaky tricks." Chaotic noises suddenly rang out from the porch outside, successfully drawing attention and forcing Li Yue to turn her head and look. The waiter outside the fence shouted clearly, "Greetings, esteemed guests. The Lantern Festival of the Tian Huang Festival is about to begin. I wonder if your family is interested in going out to join the fun." Mentioning the name of the Tian Huang Festival, everyone in the house widened their eyes in curiosity. The crowd swarmed out to the nearby sloping open ground, their hands cherishing the sky lanterns they released to fill the sky, asking for a bit of blessing and praying for peace and happiness. It seemed that everyone, from commoners to cultivators, was burning with enthusiasm, looking forward to this momentous day. Just watching the brilliant fireworks tearing through the night sky, Nalan Duo excitedly jumped up and called out, "Master, let's move to this corner quickly." The little girl naturally wrapped her arms around Luo Chen's arm, dragging him toward the crowd. "Master, let us join in and buy a few sky lanterns to burn for fun." "Ah, sure, let's go." Li Yue tilted her head back to look at the paper blocks floating in the air, her head full of question marks as she spoke. Where do these pieces of papier-mâché trash get the spiritual power to support them? Why can they still rise up to the ninth heaven? Demon Emperor Mi Meng clung on tiredly, panting weakly. "I can't even fly anymore. All my demon power has been completely drained by that torn demon core beside her." Duo squinted her eyes, waving and shouting for her eldest senior sister. "Eldest senior sister, squeeze over to this side, the view is great." Duo's hands quickly released the lantern, her clear voice explaining. The Tianjing Festival is one of the most prominent festivals of the year in this land. Whether it's a commoner hoeing the earth or a genuine Taoist cultivator, whenever this auspicious day comes, every family and everyone invites each other to light lamps and release their spirits. The world wildly rumors that putting all your thoughts into this lantern will send them straight to the ears of the heavenly Tao above. Li Yue finally understood, her heart slightly stirred as she muttered, "In my previous life, I rigidly held onto the secret manuals and cultivated madly. Thinking back, I blame myself for turning a blind eye and missing so much of the romance and beauty of the mortal world." Catching sight of the tears suddenly falling profusely down Duo's cheeks, Luo Chen became clumsy, his face blank, not understanding what was going on at all. He hurriedly rushed over to comfort her. "Oh my Duo, what's wrong with you?" "Master, I'm not hurt at all. It's just that the old scenes and old people are flooding back, reminding me of the times when my whole family gathered to release lanterns for the Tianjing Festival, so my nose got a bit stung." Right at this cheesy moment, Demon Emperor Mi Meng eagerly poked Li Yue. "Hey old auntie, glance over there and learn from her." The little beast kept instigating and trying to sow discord, but Li Yue still turned her head and ignored it. "What are you standing there blankly for? That scheming junior sister is about to lure away that old monster Bai's soul. Be careful, or one day you'll fall from grace and lose the seat of the favorite disciple. Shut your crow's beak right now. Duo would never play those dirty palace intrigue games. Besides, a teacher like our master is as fair as Judge Bao. He absolutely doesn't show the slightest favoritism." Li Yue calmly spoke. The amount of affection Master shares with his students has always been weighed and measured only through their natural talent in training and their dedication to hard cultivation. Then she kicked up her feet and trotted over to join the gang, inviting them. "Come on guys, clasp your hands and pray. What are you waiting for?" The sky lantern carrying her aspirations glided softly into the sky, accompanied by a secret prayer. "I only hope that the heavens will show mercy, bless and protect the whole family on Qing Nuan Peak to remain peaceful forever, gathering together in full numbers." The trio just tilted their faces up, staring blankly at the fading sparks. Bai Luo Chen chuckled and delivered a heartwarming sentence. Duo, from now on, that Qing Nuan Peak is your solid rear guard, your second home." Nalan Duo obediently nodded and agreed. "Yes, master." The little girl half closed her eyes, whispering her feelings to the departed souls, father, mother, and uncle too. "The blood feud of our family, Duo has personally washed it completely clean. Now I have also found an excellent master and senior sister. Those who lie under the yellow springs, please sleep peacefully for eternity. May you achieve enlightenment and be reborn, wandering freely. If there is fate to meet again in the next life, Duo is still willing to kneel and be reincarnated as your daughter." Just as she was feeling sentimental, Demon Emperor Mi Meng shrieked in surprise upon seeing an anomaly. What the heck is this? Why is our lantern dancing and wobbling in midair like that? Bai Luo Chen remained calm, his face unchanging, swiftly pulling out a divine movement talisman and slapping it right onto the side of the lantern. In just a split second, as if equipped with a jet engine, the lantern shrieked, tearing through the wind and soaring up, leaving the sluggish competitors far behind. A chaotic battle of arguments erupted loudly around the area. Ah, my beloved lantern, who played dirty and used magic to cheat, what unethical, uneducated bastard dared to do that? Bai Luo Chen clasped his hands behind his back, patting his chest proudly. Cheating like this, why worry about that heavenly Dao guy being hard of hearing and not catching the signal of our wishes? He tilted his chin up, ignoring his two disciples, and urged, "Have you finished releasing them? Just close your eyes and pray to the max. Your master has a whole chest full of cheating talismans stuffed here." "Master, I still have a whole bunch." "But Master, isn't playing this unorthodox trick a bit too ostentatious?" Although hesitant, facing Luo Chen's unreasonable attitude, everything seemed to be just a daily meal not worth worrying about. What are you getting twisted up for? If that old heavenly Dao dares to cover his ears and pretend to be deaf, I will drag him by the neck all the way to the gates of heaven and grab his collar to question his crimes. Sounds like our side is teaming up to abuse the heavenly Dao. Ignore it, just paste the talisman on and fly fast. A series of lanterns scrambled to be attached with magic and shot up like darts, leaving behind a crowd seething with anger. Gods and spirits of heaven and earth, which bastard is playing tricks again? My candle. Won't someone come out and quell this chaos at the execution ground? On the other side of the battle line at Qing Nuan Peak, Xiao Liu also obediently clasped its chubby hands, offering its wishes under the bright moonlight. Mumbling continuously in its mouth, "I pray that this body will soon achieve enlightenment, break through the prison of the demon venerable realm, and rise up to catch up to the level of our big boss. I beg the moon god to show mercy and bless me." Right at that moment, Xiao Wu hastily rushed near and asked, "Good evening, Sister Liu. What are you busy praying for here?" "SHH, I'm concentrating on praying to the moon god for blessings." Xiao Liu conveniently invited its companion to join the worship. "I just divined a strange signal from the moon god. You should also drag yourself over here and share a bit of the fortune. It's very effective." "Oh sure, let me ask for the blessing of wisdom and brightness. In case some bandits come to wreck the village in the future, I'll still know how to carry the team and help everyone. I bow to the moon god for protection." The fleet of magically powered lanterns of Bai Luo Chen's party still tore through the clouds, fiercely crashing straight into the heavenly Dao's private residence. Pulling the camera lens back to the main headquarters of the Lin Mansion in Tianjing City. Deep in the inner hall, the guests were packed as tightly as sardines, chatting excitedly, creating an extremely lively scene. With the final boss sitting rooted but still sending no news, the martial world began to make chaotic guesses. Weird, why hasn't the Lin family's patriarch shown his face to receive guests yet? I heard rumors in the martial world that this old man practices demonic arts. Maybe he suffered a chi deviation and went mad. As soon as the words stopped, a heavy pressure like a mountain crushed down, accompanied by a resounding announcement, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the Lin family's patriarch. In an instant, Lin Zhennan entered the hall holding a baby clumsily with both hands, drawing countless question marks from the crowd. What's going on? We're cheering to welcome the patriarch. Why is the Lin family head bringing a baby out to party? Oh my God, did this old man secretly have an illegitimate child and casually bring him on stage? Ignoring the gossip, the man carefully placed the infant down on the golden couch with extreme reverence, his lips moving. Reporting to father, the guests have all dragged their bodies here. As soon as the words were spoken, how many lower jaws in the audience fell down with a clatter, and the complexions of the heroes twisted pitifully. Father, the reddish lump of meat that was sucking its lips was actually Lin Cheng, the ultimate authority figure of the Lin family, who had just attained the early stage of the body integration realm. The tender mouth, yet the tone carried a bone-chilling coldness, frowning as he ordered, "Since everyone is here, wave the flag to start the banquet." As if injected with chicken blood, Lin Zhennan loudly announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived, the banquet officially begins. Please, esteemed guests, present your gifts." The crowd of heroes below winked and signaled to each other, all rooting their feet to the spot, hesitating, and no one was willing to budge. Telling this old life to kneel and bow to a snot-nosed brat who isn't even dry behind the ears, even if you beat me to death and throw me in the sewer, I would still feel humiliated. Lin Cheng caught on to the disrespect and immediately flared up in anger, his tiny eyes flashing with cruel rays. How bold! Do you bunch of insignificant scum dare to treat this old man like a moss-covered straw scarecrow? Instantly, a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering tremor swept through, the terrifying shockwave making the flock of cultivators have to hug the pillars and support themselves against the walls to avoid falling flat on their faces. A guy whose knees were crushed into kneeling under Lin Cheng's coercion could only gulp down his saliva, screaming in fear in his heart. Heaven destroy and earth eradicate. Is the pressure of someone reaching the body integration realm really this horrifying? Congratulations to the Lin family's patriarch on achieving a great breakthrough. Respecting the patriarch whose skills crushed the three realms, invincible under heaven. Despite the flattering words echoing throughout the room, Lin Cheng merely snorted disdainfully, narrowing his eyes at the bandits bowing like ants. Unrivaled valor, wishing you smooth sailing in your destiny and an early ascension to immortality. The grand scene in the main hall sharply contrasted with the corner tray on the fringes. Nulan Duo poked her chopsticks timidly, reminding her master who was chewing noisily, ignoring the world. Master, it seems a bit of an eyesore for us to just hide in this corner and stuff our faces with the feast. Still burying his face in the food, he casually dropped a blunt sentence. Is there any law forbidding it? What's not good about it? Being small fries, the whole group of three master and disciples was tossed aside at a shabby, distant table, ignoring the earth-shattering events in the inner hall while remaining indifferent, eating their fill and sleeping soundly out here. Just worry about stuffing your stomach. Once we're out of their sight, who's going to bother looking at us? Li Yue stuck out her lip and sneered, adding another stab. Just managed to inch up to the body integration realm and already sticking his mustache up in such arrogance. He really is a laughingstock for the world to mock. Bai Luo Chen clicked his tongue, evaluating fairly. Casting your eyes across the entire southern region, those who can touch the bottom of the body integration realm can be counted on one hand. Him climbing to this throne gives him the right to show off his fangs a bit. Enough, stop worrying about other people's business, stuff your stomach full. This chicken leg is my portion, your piece of meat is also mine, in short, all the food is mine. Duo secretly compared. This so-called aura of the body integration realm, compared to the pressure on my master's body, it's really 108,000 miles away. Suddenly from the narrow back came a harsh and shrill tone. Well, spouting such a sarcastic and arrogant remark, huh? Since when did a raggedy, scum like you have the ability to flap your lips so arrogantly? Bai Luo Chen. The one who just interrupted with such sharp sarcasm was none other than Lin Zhen Nan's core disciple, Yi Zin En, embracing the peak nascent soul realm, gritting his teeth in mockery. You despicable piece of trash worthy of being hacked into 100 pieces. Bai Luo Chen narrowed his eyes at the opponent's mourning face, scratching his head and racking his brains, rummaging through his memories to see what debt from which past life this was. The enemy's foolish and oblivious attitude made the hot blood rush straight to his brain. The guy named you went crazy and bristled. Bai Luo Chen, you damned bastard. After groping around for a long time and failing to dig up any information, he then foolishly widened his eyes and delivered a blunt sentence. By the way, who are you, boss? The damage reaching its peak made Yi Zin En boil with rage, jumping up and down cursing. Kudos to you, brat Bai Luo Chen. Back then, just because of a woman, you heartlessly drowned me in the black mud. And now you put on an act of amnesia to lead me by the nose. You treacherous scumbag, you deserve to be struck by lightning. But before the curse was finished, his chest shook violently, coughing profusely to the point where it seemed like he would cough his lungs out onto the courtyard. Li Yue and Du stood gaping, watching the free drama, their stomachs doing somersaults as they muttered. This tubercular guy better not drop dead right into our porridge bowl, it'll bring a terrible reputation. A dignified man becoming so ruined just because of a grudge over beauty. So you are Yi Zin En. I've finally dug through my goldfish memory for this. Yi Zin En wiped the bright red streak of blood seeping around his mouth, glaring and growling. Bai Luo Chen, That time when you holed up in the corner of the academy, I couldn't sneak a bite out of your flesh. But today the dragon has dragged its body out of the cave. The old grudge between you and me must be settled fairly and squarely. Bai Luo Chen still wore the gentle face of a bodhisattva, thoughtfully holding out the greasy roasted chicken leg to invite him. Brother Yi, how long have you been having this chronic tubercular cough? Here, take this stewed chicken leg to nourish your vitality. Unexpectedly, Yi Zin reacted as if taking poison, violently swatting away that merciful hand and shouting, "Put away that foolish and crazy look. Don't tell me you can't sniff out what the heck I'm plotting in my stomach." Oops, the chicken leg dropped on the ground and got dirty. He resentfully glared with contemptuous eyes and shouted, "If you still cherish your life, then be smart, kneel down and willingly stick your butt up to take the beating, exactly like the scene where you smeared ash and mud on my face back then." Provoked right in the fire ant's nest, Li Yue slammed her palm down on the wooden couch with a thunderous bang. Dragging a sickly tubercular body that is about to crawl into the coffin, yet you dare to cough and act so insolently and lawlessly. The guy immediately swung open his tattered folding fan, and a surging wave of force roared, overwhelming the scene. With lightning speed, that murderous intent crashed down, leaving Li Yue stunned and unable to raise her hands to defend in time. However, in the split second near death's door, Bai Luo Chen's figure flashed and stood blocking the way, waving his hand to stop the stream of air, his voice indifferent. "Brother Yi, as a senior, why be so despicable to hold grudges against a junior? If you have a blood debt, just pour it all on me, that's enough for the meal." Yi Zin's hands were now stiff as stone. Even using all his life strength, he couldn't swing them. Amidst the suffocatingly tense moment, a servant rushed over with a clatter to interrupt. Reporting to young Master Yi, "The family head has just issued an order to send me out to escort you all the way into the inner hall to join the banquet." He took advantage of the excuse to run for his life and disappeared without a trace, leaving Li Yue standing with her hands on her hips, cursing viciously. That guide with broken nerves. The blood of the two female disciples boiled up to their necks. Only the old master was still acting nonchalant. Crowded land and many people. Yet why do we only bump into a bunch of blind fools? So annoying it makes you want to stop breathing. One guy after another taking turns pointing their faces to the sky and biting wildly. The way this Lin family receives guests really makes one's blood pressure spike. HMPH, if the owner didn't unleash them, where would those rabid dogs get the guts to bark and stomp? It seems the layout of this Lin family harbors no good intentions toward me. Right at that moment, the system panel rang its bell noisily. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for picking up a world quest again. Please take up your sword to clean up the enemies completely so that your name will resoundingly shake across the land. Bai Luo Chen, with godlike speed, pulled out an aura detection talisman and threw it to sniff out the situation. Strikes of heavenly thunder smashed down, cracking open the pitch-black sky, becoming more and more fierce and violent. Well, tonight the Lin family will have plenty of puppet shows for me to watch. Turning the lens to the main hall of the inner palace, after chewing over and over Yi Zin's emotional reasons, Lin Cheng disdainfully finalized. "So the reason for polishing your pants for 3 whole years without pushing out a single breakthrough step is due to the obstacle named Bai Luo Chen blocking your way." Yi Zin hurriedly bowed, rubbing his hands together to flatter. Martial ancestor is truly a saint who sees through the mortal dust. In the past, your grand disciple accidentally had a tiny clash with him while practicing the Tao, who knew that petty villain secretly sneak attacked me from behind. This bitter fruit not only turned into an inner demon taking root in my mind, but also ruined my body to this miserable state. I respectfully beg the martial ancestor to show mercy and step forward to reclaim justice for your grand disciple. Before the shielding could be answered, Lin Zhen glared and shouted like splashing water on his face. "You little brat, stop crying foul and acting recklessly." At the moment when the patriarch was in secluded meditation to transform, he accidentally forced the wrong original body to merge with the nascent soul, and this patched-up form is still not running smoothly. What qualifications do you have to demand the patriarch step forward to take the brunt of the storm, shouldering your nonsensical personal troubles to cause enmity with Qing Hong Academy? Unexpectedly, his scolding lecture was immediately doused with cold water by Lin Cheng's own mouth. "If you're ignorant, then shut your trap. Creating this messy anomaly is not necessarily a blunder. Just the fact of breaking through the barrier to reach a new ladder is already a blessing bestowed by the ancestors. Father, you make it sound as light as a feather. Are you sure about this? Lin Cheng excitedly dragged out the manual of half-baked tricks to climb the body integration realm and boasted. This arduous tribulation-crossing process of this old man was 100% reliant on the torn ancient texts tossed back by Fairy Sha Xiu from ages ago. The squiggly earthworm-like handwriting really makes your eyes pop, but a genuine item branded by a mighty figure must surely contain profoundness within. Wait until you guys grind your way to the peak of the soul-splitting realm. Then I will lend it to you to take a look and broaden your horizons. The two juniors hurriedly bowed and clasped their hands, flattering with many mouths. A million thanks for the patriarch's bestowed grace. Lin Cheng was still sucking on his pacifier, smacking his lips while clumsily preaching. But the crux of the matter is here. Although this old man could certainly crush the small fries at Qinghang Academy with half a finger, that sharp thorn named Li Guangqi is stubbornly hard to pick out. Kid Zio Yi, if you're smart, keep your brain shut and understand the situation. Yi Zin-en hurriedly answered yes to comprehend. This grand disciple has fully understood this logic. Right at the moment of passionate bragging, the barrier protecting the Lin family suddenly cracked due to violent bombardment, scaring the heroes into a chaotic panic. What kind of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion is that? What plague-ridden gang has come to cause trouble? Lin Zhen-nan stood stunned like a scarecrow, his mouth wide open swallowing a fly as he hadn't yet digested the chaotic mess just dumped on his head. On the contrary, Lin Cheng still leisurely stomped his feet in place analyzing the battlefield. Who is bold enough to pry open the defense layer of Tianjing City? Looking at this continuous bombardment, I'm afraid our turtle shell is too fragile and won't hold up for many breaths. HMPH, these deaf fools who aren't afraid of guns dare to climb on this old man's head to ride. At this moment, thousands of eyes below were glued to the pitch black, cracking hole in the clouds, wondering, what kind of dog-blood tragedy is befalling us now? I'm completely clueless, but my guess is some big shot is trying to tear apart the city's protective barrier. The two blood-red eyes of the giant python, suddenly, emitted a brilliant evil light that cleaved through the night sky. The tyrannical aura weighed down heavily, causing the small fry below to go weak in the knees, collapsing to the ground and cowing incessantly as wails of despair erupted all around. Who is leading an army to crush Tianjing City? This oppressive aura is too terrifying. I'm suffocating to death. Seeing the situation tense as a drawn bowstring, Nulan Duo frantically turned to Bai Luo Chen for help, but he merely tossed out a bland sentence before going back to fighting over food with Su Li Yue. His nonchalant, head-down eating attitude ended up catching the irritated gaze of an unfamiliar stranger. Master, how much longer do you reckon this spiderweb can hold up? Looks to me like it's on the verge of shattering. It won't last much longer. Master, this piece of meat is absolutely delicious. The one who interjected was Zhao Shijai from the Duan Bei sect, an amateur flaunting a soul-splitting realm cultivation, who curled his lips in disdain. What a bunch of country bumpkins, frogs at the bottom of a well who know nothing of the world. This barrier is the super-tier Tianjing array, molded by the hands of a talisman saint. Do you really think it will shatter just because your well-dwelling mouth say so? Zhao Shijai shot a contemptuous glare at them, but the master and his two disciples treated the old man like thin air, completely ignoring him. Duo was busy frowning, calculating the Lin family's bizarre chess move of pushing a formidable soul-splitting realm expert out to sit in a market corner, sharing a table with the losers. Su Li Yue nodded in sync with her master's eating rhythm, muttering inwardly. It seems master and senior sister have been severely bullied and embittered by life lately. Bai Luo Chen casually twirled a chopstickful of noodles, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing noisily before declaring out of the blue, "Oh, so you finally dragged yourself here." In the blink of an eye, the phantom of a dark blue python pierced straight through the defensive layer like a drill, causing the crowd to burst into screams. Oh my God, the impenetrable Tianjing array has been torn in half. Is this real or just a sick joke? The braggart Zhao Shijai was so startled he dropped his wine cup, his jaw hitting the floor as he stammered. What is that hideous thing? A bunch of idle cultivators gathered around, staring intently at the demon snake, their mouths running non-stop as they spun wild tales. What the hell? How could someone who closed their eyes and went into a coffin suddenly crawl out of their grave and come up here? Is this the work of a ghost or a man? Looming majestically atop the tyrannical beast's head was the silhouette of an evil cultivator, his imposing presence spreading terror. Qingshi Langjun. The demonic beast tore through the wind, crashing down heavily and bringing Qingshi Langjun onto the tiled roof of a nearby building. After his brutal display, Qingshi Langjun flicked his robes and gracefully leaped down into the courtyard strewn with broken tiles. Instantly, the giant, fleshy mass of the blue python shrank down to a minuscule size, wriggling as it free fell. The little snake slithered and coiled perfectly around its master's shoulder, happily flicking its forked tongue and planting a fragrant kiss on his cheek. Then Qingshi Langjun's sharp, knife-like gaze swept around the area, locking onto the exact coordinates where Bai Luochen was standing, picking at his food with Su Liyue. Being stared at, he continued to calmly chew his radish, casually tilting his neck and grumbling. "What are you staring at? If you came here with an empty stomach to crash the feast, then go find yourself an empty seat." Having a bucket of cold water poured over him, Qingshi Langjun choked on his words, turning on his heel in resentment and walking away. "Master, try a bite of this. Just toss it into my noodle bowl," seeing the guy turn his tail. It wasn't until that sinister shadow completely vanished from sight that curiosity got the better of Su Liyue, forcing her to ask, only to receive a half-baked answer. "Master, the scent radiating from that guy reeks of extremely dangerous bloodlust. Where exactly are his roots from?" "Good Liyue, your master is but a mortal, not an omniscient god. How could I possibly know every single tale under the sun or the origins of everyone in the martial world?" Suddenly a flash of realization crossed his mind. He leaned down, patted Duo's head and asked with concern, only to see the little girl look up in timid shock. Duo, why is your face as pale as if you've seen a ghost? Spit out some earth-shattering secret for me to hear." "Master." After keeping quiet for a moment, Duo finally squeezed out every word, revealing a shocking heavenly secret. The one who just showed off is an evil cultivator who reached the peak of the Tribulation Crossing realm, washing ashore from the Langfang Sea region. About 2 centuries ago, he slaughtered 3 whole cities around the Guangling lands, forcing countless prominent sects and noble families to join hands, back him into a corner and hunt him down. As if that wasn't enough, fear drew back the curtains of her memory, replaying the scene of the giant python chewing off human heads. Back then, my Nuland family also eagerly brought their swords to join the extermination, but the tragic part is that they marched out in throngs, yet when the battle ended, not a single soul managed to drag themselves back. Savoring this mess of troubles, Bai Luochen stroked his chin and threw out a deduction, but was immediately shot down by Duo's bucket of cold water. If that's the case, then this guy's cultivation must be inching close to ascension, no joke. Looks like the Lin family is carrying a massive burden now. "You're dead wrong, master." Halting her master's drifting train of thought, Duo dropped a bombshell that severely scrambled Bai Luochen's brain. The genuine, authentic Qingshi Langjun has been dead as a doornail for a long time. "He's dead? Wait a minute, then what the heck was that wandering ghost just now?" Catching her master's basket full of question marks, Nuland Duo scratched her head, awkwardly clarifying. "I heard the gossip passed down from my father's mouth. That ancient battle was settled only because the ancestors of the Lin family carried suicide bombs, dragging that Qingshi Langjun down to the Yellow Springs with them to quell the chaos." Swallowing this surreal plotline whole, Bai Luochen's face wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger. What the hell? A dried-up corpse whose bones have rotted for 2 centuries suddenly rises from the grave and comes knocking for revenge. However, his brain didn't bother wasting much energy pondering it. In the blink of an eye, he tossed those questions aside and returned to his lazy, carefree nature. "All right, let's lock it in then. Liyue Duo, drag your butts and follow your master to catch a good show, chop chop." "What good show?" "A top-tier spirit melon drama, of course." Catching the clueless expressions of his 2 disciples, Bai Luochen smirked wickedly. To watch the grand spectacle of dogs biting dogs, obviously. In some deserted corner room, the sinister man loomed large, sneering. "Today, this lord has intentionally humbled himself to come here and join the fun of your decrepit old ancestor, dragging his tired body through the breakthrough trial." The arrogant intruder who kicked the door open was none other than Qing Shi Lang Jun. He puffed out his chest, unleashing a wave of oppressive energy that roared. "Are you going to welcome me, or grab a broom to chase the guest away?" Sensing that insane force, the infant swaddled in the arms of the nearby man was terrified to the point of doubting life itself. What the hell is going on? Beat me to death and I still wouldn't believe it." Pausing for a beat, the tender little lump of flesh spat out a razor-sharp sentence that made even Qing Shi Lang Jun feel a chill and retract some of his killing intent. 200 years ago, my own eyes stared intently as the patriarch personally hacked you into pieces. Exactly what kind of demon are you, standing before me now? Realizing he didn't have the skills to compete, the python immediately played the escape card, turning its back to steer the conversation elsewhere, but its awkward remark gave the brat a jumping scare. Well, you little red infant, you sure grew up fast." Lin Zhen shuddered, smelling something fishy, and timidly whispered his introduction. This is my Lord Father Lin Cheng." The snake spirit stubbornly refused to buy into this ridiculous script, aggressively making demands, only to invite the child's explosive fury and noisy curses. "Drag your patriarch Lin Cheng out here for this seat. Tell him that Qing Shi Lang Jun has dragged himself here to claim his life. You psychotic top dog, open your damn eyes and look. Your grandfather here is Lin Cheng." He was fierce and bold when flapping his lips, but less than half an incense stick of time later, the brat was sweating bullets, glancing fearfully at Qing Shi Lang Jun's face. This damned nuisance, why did he have to crash the party at the exact moment the water is boiling and the fire is raging? The stark terror and panic on the little tyrant's face successfully infected the skinny man behind him. What kind of trump card does this Qing Shi Lang Jun hold that makes the Lin family's patriarch so twisted in knots that he's trembling like a leaf? His brain spinning with schemes for a moment, the infant hurriedly turned his head and called out the family servant's name. "Yi Zin En, drag your carcass over here quick." "Why, yes, sir." Seeing the summoned man timidly drag his face over, the red lump of flesh threw a command token straight at the man's chest and snapped his orders. "Grip this wooden token tight, put your legs over your neck, and fly straight to the Major Sex to beg for reinforcements for me." Yi Zin En receives the order, obeying the patriarch's command. Yi Zin En clutched the token and stumbled outside, his heart restless with panic. The oppressive aura of this mighty figure was probably on par with the patriarch, perhaps even a bit superior. Just looking at the patriarch's cowering state earlier was proof enough. Along the way, resentment caused Yi Zin En's eyes to become bloodshot, his mind brewing all sorts of despicable tricks. He cursed inwardly. If the patriarch is so heartless as to refuse to help me flatten the Qing Hong Academy, refusing to chop that bastard Bai Luo Chen to pieces, then I have no choice but to rely on Qing Shi Lang Jun. Bai Luo Chen, you little punk, let's see how miserably you die today. Qing Shi Lang Jun lingered for a moment, then leisurely strode toward the main doors. The sworn enemy whose life Yi Zin En was screaming to claim was currently squatting peacefully on the ground, munching on melons with his two well-behaved disciples, completely oblivious. Su Liyue curiously muttered, "That snake looks like it's begging for a beating, and its killing intent is pretty intense too. Master, we're sitting right out in the open like this. Is nobody going to pay us any mind?" Duo proudly replied. "Just sleep with a high pillow and enjoy the show. With our master's tricks, even great immortals would cry in terror, let alone these small fries." Bai Luo Chen leisurely took a sip of ice-cold coconut water, casually dropping a deadpan conclusion. No matter how skilled the enemies are, they'd still be wary of bringing disaster upon themselves. Just relax and watch the play. The melon is quite crisp and sweet today. "Yes, master." Qing Shi Lang Jun grandly leaned back into a nearby armchair, tapping a rhythm with his fingers as he ordered. "Lin, old dog, this seat has walked all the way here as a guest. Aren't you going to kneel down, kowtow, and serve me?" Hearing these arrogant words, the brat's intestines tied in knots from anger. He waved his hand, mobilizing his spiritual energy to shoot up into the air, pointing directly and scolding. "You stinking evil cultivator, stop putting on airs. The righteous heroes of our orthodox path beat you half to death 200 years ago, and we have more than enough power to send you to see King Yama today." Seeing this, Yi Zin En immediately trotted over, intending to block the strike, making the person standing nearby drop their jaw and scold. "What the hell is this? Is your brain short-circuiting, old man? How dare you call that guy Qing Shi Hai immortal, Yi Zin-en? Discovering the traitor he had raised, the child's blood boiled with rage, and he blasted firepower straight at the turncoat. Yi Zin-en, are you tired of living? Before the child could succeed, Qing Shi Lang Jun simply waved his hand lightly, swatting the incoming attack away into nothingness. He spoke slowly. Lin, old dog, at least let people finish their presentations first. Narrowly escaping death, Yi Zin-en groveled at the villain's feet, holding up a treasure with both hands. Many thanks to the High Immortal for extending a saving hand. This lowly one has a small token of sincerity to offer. As he spoke, the old man timidly opened the box's lid, carefully lifting out an exquisitely carved wooden snake. The scent it gave off made the python draped over Qing Shi Lang Jun's shoulder so mesmerized that it writhed its entire body. Reporting to Qing Shi Hai Immortal, this is wooden dragon ambergris nearly 500 years old. It was originally meant as a banquet gift, but now this lowly one would like to borrow these flowers to offer to the Buddha. Watching his beloved pet writhe in satisfaction, Qing Shi Lang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, delivering a verdict of grace. You little punk, you're quite interesting. I'll accept the good stuff. Today this lord will ensure you keep your life intact. Step back. Having received the item, he waved his hand to dismiss him tactfully. Yi Zin-en, having grabbed a lifeline, was rejoicing inwardly, agreeing profusely. Thank you for your grace. This lowly one will go prepare mountain delicacies and sea flavors to serve you right away. As he backed away, he smugly stuck his nose in the air. Having Qing Shi Hai Immortal backing me was truly a brilliant decision. From now on, I don't need to look at the Lin family's faces anymore. By Luo Chen, wash your neck and wait for me to take your life. The child, witnessing the entire master-servant acknowledgement drama, ground his teeth and cursed aloud. Yi Zin-en, how long do you think a traitor like you can live? The shameless old man shot back. As long as I outlive you, that's enough, you little brat. Sitting high up and enjoying the gossip, Bai Luo Chen suddenly thought of a fun game. He leaned close to his disciple's ear and whispered, Duo, lend your master one of your highly toxic feathers for a bit. The little girl looked bewildered. What kind of trick is master planning now? Showing off a pile of spiritual pills and miraculous medicines, he smiled slyly. Your master just wants to give Brother Yi a little boost, that's all. Look here, Jiao Scale, Earth Immortal Corpse Qi, Profound Yin Poison Feather. I've got it all. After molding that bizarre toy, Bai Luo Chen puffed his cheeks and blew a breath. On your way. While wallowing in smugness in the courtyard, Yi Zin-en suddenly felt a bizarre force pierce straight into his spine, making him stumble. In the blink of an eye, Yi Zin-en's muscles bulged, transforming in a grotesque manner never seen before. Qi. Strength is surging endlessly. A moment later, the fat old man's figure had morphed into a monster with rippling muscles. This lowly one, Yi Zin-en, thanks Qing Shi Hai Immortal for the grace. So this is the ultimate power of an evil cultivator. How domineering. I, Yi Zin-en, have now stepped into the soul-splitting realm. The blinding aura from Yi Zin-en's metamorphosis brilliantly illuminated the small courtyard that had previously been gloomy and silent. Reveling in the new true Qi, Yi Zin-en threw his head back and laughed uproariously like a madman. Ha! I've truly broken through to the soul-splitting realm. The more the old man surnamed Yi admired his muscles, the more smug he became. The person standing behind him, having witnessed everything, was so furious his eyes burned. Gathering his Qi, he prepared to charge forward and risk his life. Today, I will make you brats taste suffering. Yi Zin-en, I absolutely won't lose to the Lin family's young master, you bastards. Knowing the old man was about to act impulsively, the child frantically stopped him, making the old man look away in confusion. Don't act rashly. The time is not yet ripe. His realm is unstable right now. If we finish him off immediately, I'm afraid it will only invite more trouble. The child warily eyed the newly sprouted giant and the villain, sweating profusely as he analyzed. Qing Shi's killing intent is tightly surrounding us. If you make a move, you'll be caught instantly. Just let Yi Zin-en take the token to make some noise. Buy a little more time, and reinforcements will definitely arrive. Sitting grandly on his chair, Qing Shi Lang Jun smirked and spat out mocking words. Such good materials gathering dust in your Lin family is a waste. Lin, old dog, your eye for people really has issues. The mutant energy on this brat is quite similar to mine. I'll take this opportunity to humiliate your Lin family a bit. Relying on his new body, Yi Zin-en haughtily raised his fist to provoke the old man, but was scolded so fast he couldn't even wipe his face. "Master, aren't you happy to see your disciple break through? I'm way stronger than your useless son now." The old man spat. HMPH, willingly becoming a running dog for an evil cultivator means you are no longer worthy of being my disciple. Amidst the boiling oil and raging fire, a young master stepped out, yawning lazily with his clothes disheveled, immediately drawing Yi Zin-en's firepower. "Father, what the hell is all this noise? What happened to our house?" Yi Zin-en gave a vile laugh. "Oh my, young Master Lin just dragged himself out of a woman's scent, huh?" The moment he saw his precious son poke his head out, the old man screamed until his voice cracked. "Jier, run away right now, son." Instead of running for his life, the young man stood frozen, staring blankly at the monster Yi Zin-en charging heavily toward him. "Who are you? How dare you demand my life?" In a situation hanging by a single hair, the old man rushed forward to block the path, while the child was also struggling to fend off the green python. "Qingxi, don't push people too far. Zhen Nan, watch out behind Jier." Seeing the beast target him, the old man saw stars but channeled all his strength to unleash a roaring strike. "Get the hell away." On the other side of the battle line, Yi Zin-en was still eagerly swinging a fist the size of a thermos, ready to claim a life. "Young Master Lin, it's time to report to heaven." The bear-like hand slammed down mercilessly, but the old man had risked his life, diving out to fully embrace his precious son to take the blow. Watching the tragic family drama, Qingxi Langjun narrowed his eyes in assessment. Tusk, this deep father-son bond is so touching it moves the heavens. What a pity, though. The pity was that when the old man regained his senses, his obedient son was lying limp and unconscious in his arms. Jier. Yi Zin-en loomed in front of him, brandishing sharp claws ready to strike, but the old man ignored everything, only wailing and hugging his son's corpse tightly. "Master, you arrived too late, Jier." Witnessing the tragedy, the child erupted with total fury, his spiritual energy blazing intensely. "Qingxi, today, even if my cultivation realm drops, I will tear you limb from limb right here. Dharma idol, manifest." With those words, he threw a punch containing the power to move mountains and fill seas straight at Qingxi Langjun's face. "Pay with your life for this old man's grandson." The other guy smirked, blocking the blow. HMPH, only one grandson died and you're already going crazy. Qingxi Langjun stepped back, calling out softly, "Qing Po-er." Instantly, an explosion of ghastly green killing intent swept away everything in its surroundings. Sitting majestically on the back of the super-giant demonic snake, he looked down at the people on the ground playfully. "Lin, old dog, have you ever thought that today's ending is instant karmic retribution?" The old man ground his teeth. "How dare a lowly evil cultivator like you preach karma to me?" Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chen and his two disciples remained as steady as a tripod, standing with folded arms and safely watching the play from inside a glowing golden barrier. From behind the barrier, Duo Duo and Su Li Yue quietly observed. "The Lin family claims to be orthodox but is arrogant and rude. Let's just leave it to that evil cultivator to deal with them. Seems they also have a prior grudge. Is it really okay for us to intervene?" Bai Luo Chen scoffed. "Whatever, maybe if we save them we'll get to eat the banquet twice. Saving is righteousness, not saving is fate. Look, the guests were so scared they all bolted." After pondering for a moment, Bai Luo Chen pulled out a golden talisman from somewhere and sternly corrected Su Li Yue's thinking, deflating the little girl. "You can't just speak nonsense like that. Eliminating evil is a shared responsibility. Your master doesn't plan to watch the Lin family suffer extermination with folded arms either. Time to warm up our muscles. It's our turn to strike." "Fine." Getting his disciples' agreement, Bai Luo Chen soared forward. Before disappearing from view, he didn't forget to remind them, "You two pay a little attention. Don't let the Lin family head lose his life. Your master is going to do a little dance and be right back." Orders received. On the other side of the battlefield, the unlucky child was quickly whipped by the giant snake's tail, suffering agonizing pain. Not stopping there, the beast even lunged forward, sinking its teeth deep into the child's shoulder, making him let out muffled groans of pain. Standing behind manipulating the demonic beast, Qingxi Langjun hurled insults. "Lin, old dog, if you kneel and beg me now, who knows, I might just leave you a path of survival." After the critical hit, the child hastily dispelled his form, reverting to his normal appearance, clutching his bleeding shoulder and declaring fiercely, "Even if this old man loses his life today, it is for the orthodox path. I will absolutely never bow down to a filthy, evil cultivator like you." Hearing the words orthodox path, the villain tilted his head back and laughed maniacally. He slowly removed his mask, revealing half a blistered, raw red face. "Orthodox path, you say?" His gaze was full of malice, his voice as cold as ice. 50 years ago, you bastards, driven by vanity, forced Lin Miaoxuan to marry that old geezer. You call that the orthodox path. Then you hunted us down all the way to the thunderclap abyss, forcing us to throw ourselves into the deep gorge. Is that also the orthodox path? If you sugarcoat all your atrocities with personal gain, then today, me flattening your Lin family is exactly me enforcing the orthodox path. Seeing his enemy's true face clearly, the child opened his eyes wide in shock, stammering, It's you." When his soul returned to reality, he screamed in horror. Hidden behind the mask was the brutally disfigured face of a man. "Qi Shen Nian. I am the inheritor of Qing Shilang Jun, Qi Shen Nian, the old acquaintance who should have died at the bottom of the abyss alongside Miao Xuan that night." The giant snake that had been eavesdropping all this time also hissed in agreement. "Qing Po is about to break out of her cocoon and transform into a Jiao dragon demon venerable. After washing the Lin family in blood, the living souls of the tens of thousands of commoners in Tianjing City will serve as her nourishment. Consider this your way of using your bodies to atone for your sins." Every word that came out left the child paralyzed for a few seconds. Then he yelled, trembling with rage, "Are you insane? Apart from cultivators, Tianjing City has tens of thousands of innocent commoners. You dare order a city massacre? Don't you evil cultivators fear getting entangled in karma and inviting heavenly punishment for doing such wicked deeds?" Ignoring the insults, Qi Shen Nian calmly retorted, "At least we evil cultivators dare to take responsibility for our actions. We don't cover up our vices like you hypocrites, chanting Buddha's name while hiding a belly full of daggers. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourselves for not pulling out the weeds by the roots back then." Pierced right in his dark heart by the mockery, the child was left speechless, only able to swallow his grievances and curse inwardly. "You animal! Using such a vicious move, my path of advancement in this life is completely severed." Acting on his thoughts, he executed a phantom-shifting art, instantly slipping right behind Qi Shen Nian and unleashing a sneak attack. "Go to hell." But before he could relish his success, the child vomited a mouthful of pitch-black blood. Qi Shen Nian flickered in and out of existence, and in the blink of an eye he was already perched majestically on the snake's back. He casually delivered a kick that sent his opponent flying and crashing deep into the ground. Shattering the void, "You've used up your last trick. What a pity, what a real pity." Lying flat on the ground with a bloodied shoulder, the child coughed violently, panting in broken gasps. Cough, cough. Impossible, the poison was clearly. Riding the snake, Qi Shen Nian looked down, completely unsurprised by his opponent's endurance. "Ordinary snake venom might be useless against your body, old dog Lin, but what if it's a soul-snatching extreme poison?" Guessing the truth, the child's eyes bulged in terror. You even dared to collude with the soul sect, cough cough." Without hesitation, Qi Shen Nian gathered his killing intent and smashed a wave of destructive power straight at him, smiling ominously. "Without their help, how could I have tamed a top-tier spiritual pet like Qing Po? Well then, I'll take your life, old dog, as the appetizer for today's blood banquet. The main course will be those beasts in human skin in Tianjing City." The earth-shattering strike exploded, but what was blown to pieces wasn't the child's flesh, but a tattered cotton substitute doll planted by Bai Luo Chen. Staring at the shredded scapegoat doll, his blood boiled. He growled, gritting his teeth tightly, "What the hell is going on here?" Bai Luo Chen stepped out from the void, dangling the neck of the once giant snake, which had now shrunk to a tiny size and was crying a river. His abrupt appearance made Qi Shen Nian's jaw drop. "This is..." Bai Luo Chen snapped his fingers and explained, "This domain is originally meant for Earth immortals. I'm just using a downgraded version for a tribulation-crossing realm cultivator. I call it the domain of nothingness." He scrambled to his feet, facing the mysterious young man in bewilderment. Bai Luo Chen smirked and introduced himself. "Since when did the Lin family latch onto a power capable of casting a domain like this? May I ask who you are?" an instructor of the Qinghong Academy, an orthodox sect by Luo Chen. After just a brief moment in that space, Qi Shen Nian's appearance suddenly withered and deformed into a frail old man, his face wrinkled and sagging. "Do you understand? Cough, cough. How cruelly the Lin family treated me." Bai Luo Chen shrugged. "Just looking at your ruined face is enough to understand." Seeing the decrepit old man collapse, Bai Luo Chen put on an act of gentle persuasion. "Save your breath. Your time in this space is decided by me. Soon enough you'll pass away due to old age and frail health. To be honest, I couldn't care less whether the Lin family lives or dies, and I do feel some pity for your past. However, if you intend to massacre the commoners, then my hands are tied. I can't turn a blind eye. I guess I'll just have to send you off on a peaceful final journey." Hearing this preaching, Qi Shen Nian exhausted his last breath to form a venomous smile. From the center of his chest, a terrifying wave of dark light erupted fiercely. "Peaceful? Ha-ha! You hypocrites would be better off going straight to hell." The blinding dark light swallowed everything, causing Bai Luo Chen to momentarily narrow his eyes in surprise. Far away where Su Liyue was, a bizarre cube hovered in midair, emitting continuous flashes of lightning. "What the hell is this thing?" The little girl frowned, examining it for a moment before instantly recognizing its origin. "It's the miasma of the demon race." The eerie, slimy black mud quickly crawled up and completely encased Qi Shen Nian's aged body. He shockingly cried out his final call, "Miao Xuan." Right in the middle of the sky, a slimy mutant creature with gossamer wings hovered, sowing misfortune. The ability to devour space and spiritual energy. This is definitely the handiwork of the demon race. The Soul Sect's evil cultivators ganging up with the demon race. Birds of a feather flock together, all the scum have gathered here. Hearing the sarcasm, Qi Shen Nian didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed, but gleefully admitted, "This hypocritical world deserves to be turned to ashes, even if I have to sacrifice my soul to the great master." Seeing that the prey had resigned itself to its fate, the demonic creature didn't bother squeaking half a word, opening its stinking mouth to gather a massive sphere of dark energy. "Repent." Immediately, a pillar of destructive energy shot lightning toward Bai Luo Chen. Facing this lethal move, the young man remained as calm as a cucumber, if spiritual energy is suppressed. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was completely submerged by that filthy energy wave. Nevertheless, Bai Luo Chen was completely unharmed. He leisurely stepped back and took a stance, preparing to counterattack. "Then I'll just have to use pure martial arts power." Channeling energy from his dantian, he unleashed a powerful punch that tore through the wind, critically striking the freak straight on. In a split second, the demonic creature was cleaved in half, dropping heavily onto the ground. Right after he finished purging the demon, the system's ding-dong rang out merrily, but Bai Luo Chen grimaced. "Congratulations, host, on the successful cleanup, preparing to receive the reward. Let's deal with the gifts later. This guy was tangled up with the Soul Sect and the demon race. His corpse is bound to drop some interesting clues." Right at that moment, the residual dark chi from the mangled corpse started twitching, plotting an escape. Seeing the prey trying to run, Bai Luo Chen waved his hand and cast a net to capture it, trying to slip away. "In your dreams." A deafening explosion rang out, and the remnants evaporated completely, not leaving a single fragment behind. Picking up a broken demonic cube dropped from the corpse, Bai Luo Chen pondered as he scrutinized it. "This thing looks pretty familiar." Looking up at the flashing, blindingly white cube in the sky, he brushed his hands off in satisfaction. The stench of the demon race has been completely cleansed. In a safe corner, Su Liyue sat hugging her knees, yawning and grumbling out of boredom. "Master, it's almost time for lunch. Are you two still not done playing martial arts?" Nalan Duo, who was sweating profusely from fighting up front, turned around to explain. "Senior Sister Liyue, stop complaining. I sprayed my poison right in its face and it didn't even flinch. We'll probably have to stall for a bit longer. Don't even think about slacking off. I'm just in charge of buffing strength." The green snake slung across the chipped pillar overheard this and cursed in frustration. Catching onto its intention to flee, Duo put her hands on her hips and shouted loudly. "How annoying! Hey you eel, stop slithering around. My eyes are tired of watching you. If you've got the guts, come fight me one-on-one. Just wait until my master gets back. You'll get what's coming to you." Intimidated, the snake ground its teeth audibly. "This is driving me crazy. This is clearly Qing Shi Hai Immortal's peerless extreme poison, so why do these little brats inhale it and still look perfectly fine as if nothing happened? Racking its brain for a moment, the snake realized it couldn't escape and fighting wasn't ideal either, so it just closed its eyes and lunged aggressively toward the girls. If poison spray doesn't work, I'll just use my muscle power for a decisive battle. Bring it on. What's there to be afraid of? Who would have thought, the moment it lunged down, it only bit thin air, plunging headfirst and plowing into the ground while the shadows of the young ladies vanished completely. Nalan Duo had circled around to its back at some point and swung her leg, delivering a kick like a sledgehammer. With a boom, a spiritual energy blast detonated right where the beast had planted its head. Landing amid the rubble she had caused herself, Duo looked around in bewilderment. Huh, it ran away. My skills are too rusty, I really need to practice more. Su Liyue, who had been watching the play from the sidelines all this time, rubbed her chin and clicked her tongue in praise. This thing's demon core will definitely nourish the bones immensely. Absolutely delicious. Later, we'll ask Sister Mi Meng to dig it out for you to try. Hearing this, the demon Emperor Mi Meng, sitting majestically on top of Duo's head, was startled. Veins popped on her forehead as she snapped. You stinky brat Liyue, stop dreaming. The dust settled, and before Duo's eyes lay nothing but empty space. God, the prey slipped away. Old Yi Zhen sniffed out the danger and, knowing his place, put his legs over his neck to flee in a cloud of dust, though he didn't forget to shout insults to salvage his pride. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Even 10 years isn't too late. Bastard, where the hell did that jinx Bai Luo Chen find such absurdly tanky disciples? But you can't outrun the sun. Bai Luo Chen stepped out from the void, blocking the escape route. What a coincidence, I was just about to knock on your door to check on your health. Bai Luo Chen. The young man stood high up with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at old Yi with eyes full of merciful joy. Brother Yi, it's time to pay for your sins, have a good trip. A split second later, a miserable, eardrum-tearing scream echoed through the depths of one's heart. On this side, Su Liyue and Nalan Duo were still leisurely gossiping. Just stay calm, tell the mascot on your head to sniff it out. Sister Meng, sorry to bother you. I'll never help you. My nose is only sensitive to gold, silver, and jewels. Right in the middle of their bickering, a familiar figure glided over. Duo shrieked in joy. Ah, Master is back. Master Bai Luo Chen strolled over leisurely, tossing a bright green jade stone in his hand. Su Liyue, Nalan Duo, Zio Meng, come over here and see what interesting item your master just picked up. Seeing his two disciples staring blankly at the jade, Bai Luo Chen was about to reveal the secret, but Demon Empress Mi Meng eagerly jumped in to claim it. Wow, looks super familiar. Isn't this my lost treasure? Were you kind enough to pick it up and return it to me? Oh my. Ignoring the innocent looks of the two girls, Bai Luo Chen shrugged and explained. I dug this stone out of the demonized mummy of Qing Shi Lang Jun Zio Meng. Where exactly did you dig this thing up from? Hearing the question about its origin, Demon Empress Mi Meng propped her chin up and recalled. Well, I dug this stone up in a remote village while traveling around Nanhai. The locals there worshipped this stone like a god. I smelled a bizarre spiritual energy radiating from it, so I got curious and borrowed it for fun. Piecing the facts together, Bai Luo Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Years ago, the location where I sealed the portal connecting to the demon race was also around Nanhai. It seems that the soul sect and the demon race have a rather deep relationship, not a simple one at all. But the group was too lazy to overthink it, quickly boarding the airship and steering it back to Qingluan Peak in time. Stop over Qingluan Peak. As soon as she stepped off the airship, Nalan Duo trembled and coughed violently, forcing Su Liyue to constantly rub her back to soothe her. Bai Luo Chen stared intently at the green jade in his hand, giving clear instructions. The cold energy has invaded her body. She'll be fine once she gets used to it. Later, after unpacking, I'll take Nalan Duo to see the academy director and conduct the official apprenticeship ceremony along the way. As for you, Su Liyue, run over to the Four Arts Department and fetch Zai Ling. This matter will be ruined without her. Having arranged everything, he turned to Su Liyue and Mi Meng, advising them carefully. This journey will be precarious and difficult. You two must prepare yourselves with nerves of steel. Understood? Yes, sir. While they were talking, A pile of dry firewood suddenly floated and zoomed through the sky, making the whole group fall backward in shock. Good heavens, do rabbits know how to be wood thieves and dismantle houses now? What kind of magic is little Xiao Liu casting? Why is so much firewood floating? Chang Xiao Liu was sitting cross-legged on the grass, staring blankly at the firewood dancing wildly in the air. In the midst of her sad mood, little Xiao Wu trotted over, carrying a giant carrot to supply her. "Sixth sister, just nibble on this carrot to ease your hunger. You've fasted the whole day." "Thank you, but I can't swallow a thing." Before she could force her to eat, a familiar voice rang out, making Xiao Wu jump for joy. Did something happen at home? Why is firewood flying everywhere like in a movie? Brother Bai Luo Chen is back. Xiao Wu rushed into Su Li Yue's arms and hugged her affectionately, while Bai Luo Chen gently cast a spell to neatly stack the firewood. "Where is Man? Hello, little one," big sister Su Li Yue. Seeing her benefactor appear, Chang Xiao Liu hurriedly rushed over, tugging at Bai Luo Chen's shirt and tearfully begging, "Old Bai, please quickly lend a hand and save my boss." Bai Luo Chen patted her shoulder to reassure her. "Calm down, let's talk about it slowly." Seeing her master surrounded, a mysterious voice from inside the house spoke up. "Venerable Liu, Lady Man's condition has taken a turn for the worse than expected. Please come in for a moment." That's Zai Ling's voice. Man, we are coming in to see you." Su Li Yue's group hurriedly ran to the bed, where a young girl was lying on the verge of death. Xiao Liu whimpered, "Boss, why are you so haggard? I've exhausted all my strength." Bai Luo Chen stepped forward to check Zai Ling's pulse, casually asking, which made her jump. "Zai Ling, what's wrong with Man?" "Oh my!" Reporting to Instructor Bai, the pulse indicates that she is suffering from soul separation syndrome. Panicking for a few seconds, Zai Ling quickly regained her composure and reported, "Instructor Bai is indeed brilliant. Just as you diagnosed, the body of Her Excellency Man is rejecting her own soul." Xiao Liu looked heartbroken at her senior sister bedridden, while Bai Luo Chen and Zai Ling dissected the cause. "Boss, I remember the soul-catching crystal art requires burning living souls as a catalyst. You used up all the stored living souls. I can only use the soul-catching crystal to hold on temporarily, but I won't be able to sustain it much longer." Thinking things were only at a critical level, Zai Ling dropped another shocking piece of information that made Xiao Liu roll her eyes back. "I compensated with the living souls of all the livestock in the academy to maintain it, which is how I managed to stall for time until now. Her Excellency's life is currently flickering, relying on her cultivation base. If the soul-catching crystal shatters, her soul scattering is only a matter of time. But if there is an abundant source of living souls..." "Stop jinxing it." Looking at the girl's drooping back as she disappeared behind the door, Su Li Yue sorrowfully called out, "Xiao Liu, where are you going?" Before she could step out of the room, Bai Luo Chen stood tall, blocking the doorway. "Get out of the way." Knowing the little girl was being impulsive, he leisurely replied, "And what if I say I don't want to?" Xiao Liu jerked up her tear-stained face, gritting her teeth and threatening, "You won't. If you don't move, I'll kill you." Seeing that scene, Bai Luo Chen sighed softly, opening his arms to hug the little girl and comfort her. Man is so gentle, it's best you throw away those crazy ideas in your head right now." Xiao Liu sobbed loudly. "Sniff, sniff. Then what should I do now? I'm at my wit's end." Comforting his disciple, Bai Luo Chen held his head high, flashing a radiantly confident smile. "Just stay calm, leave all this to me, and it will be settled smoothly." Saying that, he waved his hand, and a divine halo of light immediately illuminated the entire room. Done in a jiffy. A moment later, a tiny silhouette slowly appeared. All done. That little soul looked blankly at the mini-version python coiled right next to it, completely bewildered. Bai Luo Chen lifted his chin at the crowd, whose eyes were wide and mouths agape, proudly boasting, "See, I told you it was as easy as flipping my hand." Witnessing the miraculous magic, Xiao Liu forgot all about crying, her mouth forming an O shape. Good heavens, so that means the boss's terminal lucidity is all thanks to that little snake. Zai Ling, standing nearby, also dropped her jaw in absolute admiration. Truly unbelievable. You actually forced the soul to separate from the body without the corpse losing a single hair. Simply extraordinary. Ignoring everyone's whispering, Bai Luo Chen gleefully introduced his new pet. "This little guy is named Qing Po Er. Its special talent is chewing on living souls and converting them into cultivation base, so its spiritual energy is as rich as pure living souls. From now on, just tossing man's soul to it for nourishment will be perfect. After disseminating the knowledge, he turned to instruct the tiny soul. Man, you'll have to endure some hardship for a while. Instead of feeling sorry for herself and sad, the girl clasped her hands and smiled brightly. Being reunited with everyone is already incredibly lucky. This little bit of hardship is nothing. Smiling but with a hint of sadness in her eyes, she reached out to pet the little snake. It's just, I'm still not quite used to wearing this new body yet. Man. Su Liyue, watching from the outside, felt her heart soften. She choked up and tugged at Bai Luo Chen's shirt, leaving him speechless as well. Master, when will she be able to re-enter her old body? About that. Looking at Su Liyue's expectant eyes, Bai Luo Chen rubbed his chin and explained. The other day when I recreated man's meridians, this soul separation condition appeared. Probably because the soul was left in the corpse for too long, it doesn't align with the new body. However, to force this earth immortal level demon corpse to convert living souls, the only way is to have Qing Po incubate it for about 100 years. Hearing the massive number, Demon Empress Mi Meng, who was munching loudly, suddenly choked and hurriedly comforted Su Liyue. Why so tense? 100 years is nothing as long as the person is fine. Be open-minded. Back in the day, I chewed a few dozen leaves and lived for hundreds of years. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. Everything will work out. No need to worry too much. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Luo Chen remained unfazed and walked over to stroke the tuft of hair on little Xiao Wu's head, making the little girl feel elated. Makes perfect sense. In 100 years, this little bird might even attain the Tao and become an immortal. But waiting so long is tiresome. Everyone, rack your brains to see if there's any way to speed up the progress. The sooner she becomes an immortal, the better. Hearing a shortcut mentioned, Zai Ling suddenly remembered a crucial matter, awkwardly drawing attention. Young Master Bai, back when I was grinding in the soul sect, I heard some gossip that a secret treasure specializing in repairing souls is hidden in the demon realm's soul hall. I wonder if that would be of any help. Receiving the unexpected information, Bai Luo Chen nodded and calculated. Have to rub shoulders with the demon realm again. Since I was planning to take a stroll there anyway, conveniently stopping by the soul hall to borrow the treasure shouldn't be a problem. After pondering for a moment, he boldly issued an order. Na Lan Du, Zai Ling, Xiao Liu, you three pack your bags and follow me to crush the demon realm. Why do I have to go too? We disciples obey your command. Su Liyue felt disappointed for not being called, so she pouted enviously. Master is biased, I want to travel too. Xiao Meng and Su Liyue will stay home to look after the little bird and man. It's rare to have a chance for some free time. Seeing his student unhappy, Bai Luo Chen affectionately patted her head to coax her. Be a good girl, Su Liyue. Right now, man really needs a thoughtful person like you by her side to take care of her. Afraid it wasn't convincing enough, Bai Luo Chen delivered the final blow, while man chimed in pleadingly. Don't make people wait until their necks get stiff. Doesn't Su Liyue want to stay home and play with me? Looking at man's bright smile, Su Liyue immediately calmed down unconditionally. Yes, your disciple understands, master. A moment later, Bai Luo Chen's urging tone echoed through the forest. Have you kids finished packing your stuff? All done. Bai Luo Chen glanced at the watch on his wrist, muttering, Then I'll call the airship from Tian Chang Peak to pick us up. Hurry up, I'm itching to beat those evil cultivators to a pulp. Reporting to master, this disciple takes the liberty to speak. Hearing the stammering, Bai Luo Chen looked up and raised an eyebrow. What else? Forgot something. I threw the silkworm cocoon into the talisman, rest assured, and don't drop it anywhere. Na Lan Duo lowered her head to avoid his gaze, awkwardly explaining. Master, I've brought all my belongings. It's just, with my cultivation realm being so low, tagging along might just make me a burden dragging everyone down. Grasping his disciple's fear, Bai Luo Chen smiled brightly to encourage her. Xiao Liu, standing nearby, also patted her chest and fervently chimed in. Na Lan Du, you worry too much. You just formed your golden core, your foundation isn't solid yet. This trip to the demon realm is a chance for practical training. What the hell are you afraid of? You have me here for protection. To increase her credibility, Xiao Liu wildly brandished a few random martial arts moves. Let me brag a bit. 10 years ago, a demon race guy challenged me. Halfway through the fight, before a winner was even decided, he tucked his tail and ran. This time we meet again, I swear I'll beat his ribs out. Seeing Xiao Liu too bloodthirsty, Bai Luo Chen rubbed his forehead helplessly. Hey Xiao Liu, let me remind you again. The main focus this time is to sneak into the Soul Hall to borrow an item and scout out the demon realm along the way, not to go pick fights. Stop acting recklessly. Na Lan Duo chuckled flatteringly, while Zai Ling was still sniffling in self-pity. Why am I dragged into this mess too? I'm not even someone from Qing Luan Peak. Xiao Liu arrogantly lifted her chin. From this moment on, little sister, you are officially my underling. Please take care of me. Just as big sister Xiao Liu finished her comedy act, a giant airship swooped down, using its tentacles to grab the three girls and pull them on deck. The airship is here, let's hit the road. Ride it a few times and you'll get used to the smell. Oh my God, what is this disgusting thing? Seated firmly in the cockpit, Bai Luo Chen loudly issued the command. Target heading south, Lingfang Sea area Bai Yuan, depart. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the Qinghang Academy, there was a man silently meditating. Swordsmanship Department, Broken Sword Zone. The young man had his eyes tightly closed, calming his mind and concentrating all his strength on his cultivation. A moment later, he abruptly opened his eyes wide, his gaze full of astonishment. From the darkness behind him, a figure billowing with black aura emerged and growled. The demon lord is about to break the seal and awaken. The brothers outside are working their fingers to the bone, rebuilding our grand enterprise. How the hell are you holed up in here enjoying your leisure? The person lurking in the darkness was none other than the former swordsmanship instructor, Southern Sword God Chen Yihe, a person at the peak of the body integration stage. He coldly retorted, "This is the heavy responsibility bestowed by the demon lord. When the time comes, I will be the poisonous sword that pierces the heart of the immortal alliance." Even though he was sitting squarely on a pile of broken swords sharp enough to make blood trickle down constantly, Chen Yihe remained expressionless, as if feeling nothing. Whether the sword is sharp or not can be discussed later, but doesn't your butt hurt sitting like that? After sitting a while longer, he scrambled up, blood dripping all over the floor. One must experience the ultimate pain, blending the blade and the body as one to comprehend the sword intent. That is my path of cultivation. Chen Yihe limped over to the liquor cabinet, opened the lid, and turned his head to ask the Dark Shadow. For the envoy to travel incognito all the way here, there must be a serious situation. Don't tell me you're just free and came to have a late-night chat with me. Of course I'm not that free. Being sarcastically questioned, the shadow narrowed its eyes and got straight to the point. That brat Qingxi Lang Jun's plan has been exposed. Your spies have discovered our plot. Rumor has it that people from the academy are gearing up to head to the Bai UC. You better figure out what to do. Grasping the situation, Chen Yihe arrogantly smirked and looked back. Do you know which department that group belongs to? The envoy was just waiting for that question and immediately spilled. Those brats from Qing Luan Peak, the Buddhist talisman department of that old guy Bai Luo Chen. Where else? Information received. The sly old academy director hid his cards again, sealing off the news so hardly anyone knows Bai Luo Chen's true strength. At this time, the Bai UC was churning with undercurrents, water foaming violently. Na Lan Duo, wearing a revealing swimsuit, stood shivering on the shore, her face flushed red with embarrassment as she looked down at the water. Good heavens, is this the swimsuit that Master mentioned? Chang Xiao Liu trailed behind, her hands full carrying various large and small bags, gritting her teeth and cursing under her breath. Wearing these 3 pieces of cloth is so annoying, and the defense is paper-thin. I have no idea how that grandpa's brain is wired. Clearly chanting a clear water spell would solve the problem. Bai Luo Chen stepped out with half-closed eyes, glaring at the little girl, which made Xiao Liu fume with anger. I already explained that the demonic energy in the Bai UC will corrode spiritual energy. Your crappy clear water spell won't work down here. I've fused flood dragon scales into this swimsuit. Its defense is incredibly tough. When an adult is explaining something, you should listen seriously. Where did you run off to, leaving me alone to carry all this luggage? After nagging the little girl enough, he turned to complain to another target. Whoever dawdles and refuses to cooperate, I'll drag you out and beat you up right now. Zai Ling, how much longer are you going to drag your feet? Hurry up. Draped in a pure white swimsuit, Zai Ling's entire body kept shivering, her cheeks flushed pink from extreme shyness. She whimpered, "What kind of outfit is this that lacks so much fabric, yet you force this concubine to wear it? Young Master Bai is really bullying people, boo-hoo, who would want to marry me looking like this." Admiring that look, Bai Luo Chen casually dropped a deadpan remark. "I think it suits you quite well, a perfect fit." Hearing the compliment, Zai Ling was secretly delighted but tried to maintain her reserve on the outside. No matter how sweet-talking you are, this concubine won't flatter you. However, young Master Bai is honestly quite. After dispersing the cumbersome luggage, Chang Xiao Liu was now leisurely soaking in the water. She urged, "What are you guys still standing there in a daze for? They've all dived in, hurry and follow me closely." Deep at the bottom of the lake, Bai Luo Chen's group finally spotted the target they were looking for right ahead. However, they were completely unaware that every single one of their moves up until now had fallen into the sights of a mysterious figure, who immediately used a walkie-talkie to transmit a message. Reporting to the captain, the traps are fully set, and Yan Shu is in position awaiting orders to strike. A sinister laugh rang out from the other end of the line. "This time, I'll make sure you lot leave on a one-way trip and never return." Twirling the orb in his palm, Bai Luo Chen frowned as he observed the twisting and distorted spatial rift, stating his assessment. "With the seal completely smashed like this, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for much longer." Right after that, the surface of the orb visibly cracked, making Bai Luo Chen's expression extremely tense. The demonic energy density is 180 times the safe threshold. Spiritual energy is already 80% corroded. The situation is truly ruined. The group hastily used telepathy to converse. Chang Xiao Liu reached out, ready to channel energy into the bead. The talisman bead is still working, so why is the spiritual energy completely blocked? Suddenly remembering something, Bai Luo Chen turned to question, making Zai Ling frown in recollection. "Zai Ling, back when you were in the Soul Sect, did you hear any news about the demon realm? Lately, they seem more rampant than before. Your Soul Sect must also be gearing up to deal with it, right?" Diving alongside them, Chang Xiao Liu wriggled in frustration, about to channel her energy. "Don't bring up the clear water spell again. I've exhausted all my strength and can't gather a single bit of spiritual energy. The demonic energy swallowed it all." Bai Luo Chen replied. "Xiao Liu, save your strength. Stop making blind guesses. 1,000 years ago I strolled around this sea area. Back then there was no such thing as demonic energy knowing its spiritual energy like there is now." Piecing the facts together, Bai Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and discovered the key point. So the ocean has only been polluted within the last few thousand years. In this environment, the only usable things are talismans and the spiritual energy stored inside magical treasures, and even their effectiveness is dropping drastically. Struggling to activate energy for a while, the yellow jade in Chang Xiao Liu's hand cracked into pieces. "For years my boss and I were in secluded cultivation at the Bliss Palace. What exactly happened in the outside world?" Before she could overcome her shock, another earth-shattering truth was revealed. Actually, 1,000 years ago, the human realm and the demon realm were originally two completely separate spaces. Zai Ling racked her brain for a bit and continued telling the story, just as the silhouette of a one-eyed octopus loomed out from the spatial portal. "It's all because of an island nation. A while back, wanting to extract spiritual energy to suppress demonic energy, they ignored the bans of other countries and intentionally tore the spatial barrier. After manipulating that monster to show its face, the man in white bowed deeply in apology. 'We are deeply sorry. Simply because we wanted to be lazy and reduce our workload, we didn't reinforce the seal, causing the passageway to the demon realm to slip out of control and bring disaster upon ourselves." Digesting the story, Bai Luo Chen glared at a deformed fish swimming by, seeing through everything. No wonder the seawater is so murky now. Leaking demonic energy has polluted everything, giving birth to a bunch of hideous freaks like this. Realizing the whole truth, Chang Xiao Liu's blood boiled to the point that green veins bulged on her forehead. Damn it, truly a bunch of destructive parasites who only know how to wreak havoc in the mortal realm. Which corner are they hiding in? This venerable one must wring their necks to vent my anger. Bai Luo Chen was still immersed in his thoughts, seeming to string something together. He smirked bitterly. Then it's too late. That cursed island nation was leveled to the ground by the mighty figures of that era, completely wiped out without leaving a single blade of grass. The Bai Yuan Sea area we are standing in right now is the ruins of that island from yesteryear. Having drawn up a plan, Bai Luo Chen lightly tapped the walkie-talkie and loudly ordered, "Everyone put on the device. I've modified it so our divine sense won't be interfered with by demonic energy, making it easy to communicate from a distance." Without hesitation, Bai Luo Chen shot forward to lead the way straight to the rift. Now, to clear the path to the demon realm, we must break the seals at the four corners. I've already provided the coordinates, just insert the talisman beads and it's done. Once it's resolved smoothly, regroup at my location. Remember to stay in constant contact. In less than the time it takes to burn a few incense sticks, Bai Luo Chen quickly reported his progress. "My side is smooth. How are you guys handling it?" Catching the signal, Chang Xiao Liu answered concisely, "All good over here too." Na Lan Duo's end of the line also rang with a completion signal. "Master, your disciple has finished the task." Zai Ling smiled radiantly, eagerly reporting the good news. This concubine has also successfully planted the bead. Suddenly a piercing scream tore through the communication channel. "Young Master Bai, something's wrong." At the same time, Chang Xiao Liu was entangled by a bunch of slimy tentacles, yet the little girl's face remained cold, without the slightest flinch. Arg, on the other side, Na Lan Duo was also unluckily squeezed tight by that hideous thing, terrifiedly calling out, "Master, save me." On his end, Bai Luo Chen also immediately encountered that mess of disgusting tentacles. The identity of that slimy mess was the chestnut-headed sea monster. Even though it was merely a larva, it had already reached the tribulation crossing stage. Glancing at the monster's appearance, Bai Luo Chen frowned in annoyance. Tusk, where did a tribulation crossing stage demonic beast pop out from to block our way like this? This is tense. The teleportation portal isn't stable yet. I guess I have to use that move, even though it's a bit exhausting. Chang Xiao Liu could no longer maintain her cool facade at this moment, struggling with all her might to resist. "This thing is draining my spiritual energy. It's sucking it too fast." Holding on for a little longer, Chang Xiao Liu angrily roared, "Old Bai, what's wrong with you? Come over and save me quickly. This old master is about to be squeezed dry into a mummy." Not letting the little girl wait endlessly, Bai Luo Chen immediately activated the talisman formation, re-establishing the spatial barrier. Completing his incantation, Bai Luo Chen delivered a fatal blow that blew the tentacles to pieces. Seeing the other two girls teleported to safety, Chang Xiao Liu jumped up. "Hey, what about me? Did you forget me?" With his arms around the two beauties, Bai Luo Chen tossed a dry remark back at Chang Xiao Liu. "You are a demon venerable after all. My magic formation can't carry you. Do it yourself. I'm out of mana, phew." Hearing those ruthless words, several green veins popped up and twitched continuously on Chang Xiao Liu's forehead. "Are you kidding me? An esteemed figure like you is pushing off a trivial tribulation crossing stage demonic beast. Very well, you want to play with me, right?" Just a moment later, an earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the water. The fleshy tentacle tightly wrapping around Chang Xiao Liu was instantly crushed to pulp. Chang Xiao Liu's entire body was enveloped in a fiery red glow. She lowered her head, grinding her teeth. "Tailing this old man for so long, I almost forgot my true self. Old Bai, if the sky falls later, you bear the consequences yourself." After muttering enough, Chang Xiao Liu suddenly raised her head, shooting a bullet-like glare at the sea monster. "Little brat, this venerable one is starving to death." Bending her body to build momentum, Chang Xiao Liu delivered a mighty kick that tore through the water. Immediately, that petite figure used the force to launch herself like a torpedo, ramming straight into the monster's massive body. Chang Xiao Liu raised her arm high, summoning the ultimate energy technique, the Chariot Master. From the hair bun on her head, Chang Xiao Liu quickly pulled out a sharp hairpin. In the blink of an eye, that tiny item swelled into a massive, crude pillar. The sea beast was instantly flattened like a pancake, while Chang Xiao Liu just kept swinging the club, smashing it relentlessly, screaming, "Beat you to death, hack you to pieces." "Haha, shrink. Hiding in a corner to watch the good show, Bai Luo Chen's group was completely speechless at that level of violence. Well, a tribulation-crossing stage demonic beast isn't that easy to consume, probably just shattered its outer armor. Once the spatial portal finishes connecting, I can catch it to use as a scarecrow for amusement. Nalan Duo shuddered. Master, did Senior Sister Liu win? The murderous aura radiating from the Venerable One sends chills down my spine. The person hiding in the darkness all this time also silently clapped in praise. This heretic brat has some skills to actually possess such surging demonic power. The minion wearing a snorkel carefully asked for instructions, but his master only smirked maliciously. Lord Envoy, shouldn't we call for Lord Sea God to provide backup? HMPH, that heretic is just waving around fending off a few tentacles. It's not our turn to act yet. The wrath of the Sea God will descend immediately. Those arrogant fools will sooner or later become fertilizer for him. Just keep your eyes wide open and admire the divine power. Just as the larva was defeated, a series of giant tentacles burst through the rocks and soil, rising with seething murderous intent. Oh, finally willing to drag your true face out, huh? Following that, a massive body slowly surfaced, churning up murky water bubbles. Admiring the monster's form, Chang Xiao Liu burst into a thrilled laugh. Haha, showing up at the perfect time. Fighting has to be this intense, this venerable one is just itching for a fight. Reveal your true form. Dispelling its outer shell, Chang Xiao Liu lightly threw a thunderous punch, sending the beast's giant body flying far backwards. In the blink of an eye, both the person and the monster had shot straight up out of the sea. This action sequence also forced the two peeping individuals to surface as well. Envoy, this situation looks like a bad omen. The other guy coughed violently. Cough, cough, shut up, I'm not blind. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, staring fixedly at Chang Xiao Liu, making an ironclad resolve. Absolutely forbid that freak from slipping through the teleportation portal while the Demon Lord is testing. Go report the news immediately. Activate that weapon. Even if it costs our lives, we must clear the path for the Demon Lord's grand enterprise. Everything for the great Demon Lord. At a secret location, a group of people was reverently admiring a giant sword. Reporting to Instructor Chen, the envoy has just transmitted a secret report. Receiving the familiar code, the leader issued the instruction in a deep voice. The envoy is in danger at the Bai Yuan Sea, requesting backup from the Dongfeng sword. Coordinates 114,514. Do you copy? Permission granted to activate the Dongfeng sword. The disciples hurriedly operated it, their mouths ceaselessly chanting brainwashing slogans. For the Demon Lord, for the Demon Lord, glory belongs to the Demon Lord, wishing the envoy a safe journey. Back on the front lines, Chang Xiao Liu floated in midair, flashing a wicked smile at her prey. Sniffing out the approaching danger, Bai Luo Chen frowned with deep unease, completely contrasting with Nalan Duo's infatuated expression. The spatial portal is almost fully open. Xiao Liu, hurry up. Oh, Senior Sister Liu is so cool. At the same time in the demon realm, a maid who was busy sweeping suddenly stopped, looking up at the sky, rumbling with thunder and flashing with lightning. Broom in hand, the girl just stood there rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Dazed for a moment, she suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly urging the servants. It's raining, quickly bring in the clothes. The maids hastily replied. Yes, head maid. Returning to the battlefield, right above their heads, the sky was suddenly slashed open by a massive sword with a size that blotted out the sun. Gazing at the descending divine weapon, the red-haired man roared with manic laughter. Dedicate everything to the great master. The next second, an earth-shattering explosion swept away everything in the vicinity. In the void dimension, a layer of golden energy wall was raised just in time to block the destructive force. The spiritual energy shield with 80% defense capacity is depleting severely. Hiding behind the barrier, Bai Luo Chen frantically gave orders but was hit with a wet blanket by the system. The system is self-maintaining, re-establishing the trajectory towards the demon realm. Please wait. Hearing that senselessly robotic report, Bai Luo Chen gritted his teeth and muttered, The Dongfeng sword is originally a guarding treasure of the Immortal Alliance. Why did it drop down here? Could there be a mole inside colluding with the demon realm? I have to slip away quickly before my spiritual energy is drained completely. Witnessing the surrounding scenery distorting, Nutland Duo looked around in a panic. Luckily, he comforted her in time. "Master, what the hell is this place? I'm so scared, can I come over and hug you?" "Calm down, Nutland Duo. Your master is finding a way out. It will stabilize shortly." A moment later, the network was running smoothly again. Receiving the news, Bai Luo Chen smirked in satisfaction. "Recovery successful. Landing coordinates are randomized. Activate the teleportation portal immediately." "Good job, you stopwatch." "I told you I'm not a stopwatch." On Nutland Duo's side, a plush doll bearing Bai Luo Chen's face dropped down, issuing a firm instruction. "Nutland Duo, this is your master's substitute puppet. Once we reach the demon realm, I'm afraid we will be separated. Before we find each other, you must take care of yourself. If it's too critical, pull this out and use it." Obeying master's command. As for Xiling, she was covering her face, crying her eyes out like someone at the end of their rope, just as the puppet wriggled over carrying a similar message. "This concubine is still a maiden. I don't want to be buried in the void. My fate is so bitter, oh God, in my next life let me be reincarnated as a bird flying freely." "Boo-hoo. Why are you jinxing it? We're about to drop, keep this safe." In Chang Xiao Liu's corner, the plush doll also jumped out trying to dissuade her, but to no avail. "Let go, don't stop me. I have to smash this monster's skull." Knowing he couldn't persuade her, Bai Luo Chen had to sigh, leaving a final warning. "Once you touch down in the demon realm, remember to keep a low profile and do things discreetly. Understood? Quack quack." A long time later, in the territory of Musai Town, a blinding beam of light suddenly flared inside a dilapidated hut. Bai Luo Chen was thrown out from it, sprawling out on a pile of straw and yawning repeatedly. "Finally crawled my way to the demon realm. Surfing through space like this is more heart-stopping than a roller coaster in my past life. System, proceed with the fusion." Before his brain could load, the system's alarm bell rang loudly. Bai Luo Chen struggled to sit up, scratching his head in frustration as he stared at the scrolling numbers on the control panel. "Tusk, if only I had molded an extra puppet for myself earlier, I'd be taking it easy now." A moment later, the software successfully swapped the form on the top of the young man's head. Now a tiny horn had sprouted. Spiritual energy modification complete. Spiritual energy converted to demonic power. I really did sprout a horn, but strength in the demon realm is determined by the length of the horn. Isn't mine too pathetic being this stubby? At best, I'll only be classified as mid-tier. Having finished adjusting himself, Bai Luo Chen carried the virtual control panel and sauntered out the door. The Demon Realm vocabulary pack is fully updated. Honestly, with Divine Sense translation already available, this is a bit redundant. It wasn't installed for you to use. In the middle of an empty lot, a loud voice echoed. "Reporting to the captain, roll call is done, but we're still missing one head. Then get off your ass and go hunt right now. If you can't find him, you'll take his place." "Yes, boss." Receiving the order, the young guy grabbed the wooden sign, shouting at the top of his lungs like a street peddler. "Duke Wide's Manor is recruiting handymen. Limited slots, overflowing benefits, monthly salary is 3 low-grade demon stones." Standing until his legs ached without a single soul paying attention, the young man slumped his shoulders and sighed. "Seriously, that captain, all the able-bodied men in the village have been conscripted by the military department. Where on earth am I supposed to dig up anyone else to recruit?" Catching the scent of a good opportunity, Bai Luo Chen eagerly ran over and waved. The young man turned around quickly, as thrilled as if he had struck gold. "Hello, may I ask if you're looking for hired hands here?" To make the act smoother, Bai Luo Chen hastily made up a background. "I am a traveler from afar who just drifted here, currently unemployed and looking to earn some meals to get by." Scanning Bai Luo Chen from head to toe, the young man's excitement vanished. "You're wearing such fine, branded silk and you want to do manual labor. Plus, you have pointy ears and a tail. You might just be some rich kid from the Yu clan running away from home, pretending to experience poverty just for show." Seeing the guy's highly suspicious demeanor, Bai Luo Chen secretly sweated, asking himself, "Crap, did my disguise technique slip up somewhere?" Although half-doubting, the guy was short on his quota, so he clicked his tongue and accepted it. "All right, hurry over to that carriage and register. Be quick about it." Shoot away like an evil spirit, Bai Luo Chen scratched his head in bewilderment. "Do people here live this fast? Here, a reward for your quickness, little bro." Thank you, sir, wishing you a safe journey. Hopping into the carriage, Bai Luo Chen crossed his arms and frowned in deep thought, drawing the gaze of his companion next to him. I wonder where the others have wandered off to. Thankfully, aside from fighting, my doll also doubles as a GPS tracker. At least the disguise and spiritual energy conversion features are still running smoothly. The companion next to him quickly smiled and gave a very cheerful greeting, to which Bai Luo Chen awkwardly replied, "Brother, I am Da Wei, a newbie just like you. You look so pale, motion sickness giving you a stomachache." "Oh, hello, brother. I am Bai Luo Chen. I was just lost in thought about some personal matters earlier." Chewing over the complicated name, the young guy unleashed a barrage of questions, forcing Bai Luo Chen to stammer out a lie. "Bai Luo Chen, what a bizarre and unique name. Where were you born?" "My hometown is far off in the misty east. I originally planned to travel and broaden my horizons. Who knew I'd overspend and run out of travel funds, so I have to bite the bullet and do manual labor for meals." As if remembering something, Bai Luo Chen leaned in and whispered a question to Da Wei. "Da Wei, let me ask out of curiosity. We get a proper salary for this hired work, so why does everyone look like they're attending a funeral?" "Good heavens, are you completely naive, bro? Do you not know how cruel it is to work for the nobility? You really are a country bumpkin in the big city." Seeing his clueless expression, Da Wei clicked his tongue in resignation, leaning into Bai Luo Chen's ear to whisper. "Calling it hired work just sounds fancy, but in reality, our white demon race are nothing but beasts of burden in the eyes of the black demons. The only difference is that they hand out a bit of spare change. If you accidentally offend those noble scumbags, they could chop off your head and no one would even bat an eye." "Wait a minute, does this place use skin pigmentation to divide the social hierarchy?" Hearing the foolish question, Da Wei chuckled uncontrollably. "Brother, have you never ventured to the west since the day you were born?" Realizing he had misspoken, Bai Luo Chen hurriedly covered it up. "Ah well, in my hometown in the east, everything is measured by fists. The strong rule, the benevolent are respected, and there's no such thing as judging nobility or baseness by skin color." Da Wei didn't suspect a thing. Instead, he enthusiastically explained in detail. "Hearing you describe it, your hometown sounds as glorious as a fairyland. How wonderful. Since you've drifted to this place of fake prosperity, let me update you on some common sense so you aren't caught off guard. Our continent is currently divided into two factions. The black goat demons are masters of magic, while us pale-skinned white demons are completely clueless about demonic energy." Continuing his lecture, the young guy recounted the situation. A few outstanding black demons mastered magic, and thanks to their great merits in a bloody war back then, ascended to the ruling class in a single step. The white demon faction, despite having a massive population, was born into poverty, and the wretched lives of the lowest class are as cheap as dirt in the eyes of the wealthy. Absorbing that pile of information, Bai Luo Chen was left speechless, glancing at his companion's excited demeanor. "Listening to your story, this center of the universe really stinks. The mansions of the elite are that cruel, so why do I see you still so buzzing with excitement? The call of the heart." Understanding the root of it, Bai Luo Chen became even more speechless. That attitude made Da Wei scratch his head shyly. "It's love, you know." Yes, ever since that fateful day on Triumphal Avenue, the gentle smile of the eldest miss of the Wei de family stole my soul. Hitting the right nerve, Da Wei twisted and squirmed his body in a daydream. Watching the lovesick fool drown in his illusionary halo of romance, Bai Luo Chen sighed in exasperation. "Oh Lord, as cheesy as those trashy plays. I already know your heart is fully given to her. I, Da Wei, will marry no one else in this lifetime but her. Personally, I think your chances of bringing her home are even lower than the chances of getting beaten to a pulp by the guards." Right in the middle of his daze, Da Wei suddenly snapped his head to glare at Bai Luo Chen, startling him. "What are you looking at so fiercely?" Not leaving him to wonder, Da Wei brought his face close and whispered a sentence that made Bai Luo Chen's blood boil. "Brother Bai, sooner or later you'll taste the aftertaste of love too. I firmly believe there will be some demon girl out there who won't mind the size of your horns. Cheer up, even though it's small, it's still pretty cute. I don't understand what you're mocking me about, but my fists are starting to clench." Right then a warning shout echoed, making Da Wei leap up in joy. "We've arrived, drag your bodies down, you lot. Awesome, finally getting to see the Holy Land." The group of people sequentially filed out of the dilapidated carriage. Standing guard outside the gate, the one-horned man roared and cursed. "Lemedi, These white-skinned folks really are a pain. Running head first like your life depends on it. Are you looking for a grave? Looking up at the massive castle, Bai Luo Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Is this colossal estate the illustrious Wei De Mansion? Suddenly, intuition told Bai Luo Chen that an unusual disturbance was lurking nearby. He halted his steps, his hand firmly catching the end of a rope thrown at him. Unfazed, Bai Luo Chen turned his head and shot a death glare to test the nerves of the person who threw the rope. In a rush to reincarnate, want me to send you off? The guy turned pale. How bizarre, where did this lowly white demon get such monstrous strength? Realizing he had kicked a steel plate, the young guy backed down and called after him timidly. Bro, hurry over to that corner for roll call. If you miss the golden hour, they'll pack up. You don't want to end up with nothing, do you? Just after stepping through the courtyard, De Wei jumped up and waved his arms, calling out loudly. Brother Bai, I saved a good spot for you, hurry up. Yeah, crawling over now. Squeezing in next to De Wei, Bai Luo Chen once again played the role of a clueless rookie, curiously asking, what are all these people lining up like a snake for? Look up there, the butler is testing demonic energy. Every man for himself. If you somehow pass and get picked to work inside the manor, your life will peak. Sitting high on the platform was a middle-aged, two-horned man busily scribbling notes. Demonic energy level 4, kick him to the porter squad. Next person step up. Prick up your ears and listen well. Only those who surpass level 7 will be considered for indoor servitude. That arrogant figure was none other than Kaladi, the head butler of the Wei De territory and also a low-tier demon. He narrowed his cunning eyes, sweeping over the crowd and muttering calculations. 20 souls and I've only picked up 3 qualified to serve. Can't even spot a single chaos demon breaking past level 10. This batch of white demons is too garbage. The hard labor squad is full too. Extras just waste food, might as well bury them alive as grass fertilizer. Wicked as he was, the old man still diligently shouted, Next, hurry up. May I ask how these demonic energy levels are ranked? Aside from skin color, do you guys also count cultivation realms? Of course, within the white demon herd, occasionally a few lucky ones manage to absorb demonic aura, rising to become chaos demons or even climbing to the rank of low-tier demons. Not waiting for Bai Luo Chen to pry curiously, De Wei rattled on with his lecture. But the low-tier demon threshold is already the ceiling for us poor folks. If you want to climb higher, reincarnate as a black demon in your next life. Truly envious. As for the majestic realms like Heavenly Demon or Great Heavenly Demon, those are strictly reserved for the overlords ruling territories and the royal 8 pillars. Ignoring the empty theories, Bai Luo Chen confidently strode straight up to the platform, forcing De Wei to call out frantically from behind. Oh man, wait for me to finish the whole story, brother. Before Kaladi could squeeze out a word, Bai Luo Chen was already sitting comfortably in front of him. In his mind, the young man was calculating his moves. This old guy looks pretty bizarre. The limit for a white demon is low-tier demon. Then I'll have to suppress my power to a modest level. The core objective is to sneak into the manor to pry for information, must not wreck the place. Just as he was about to touch it, Kaladi barked orders at a guard to suppress and collar Bai Luo Chen. This little rat, scram over to the porter area for me. Hey now, why so tense over touching the orb a little bit? Why deprive me of my right to test my abilities? Look at your wretched face, don't dirty this precious demonic crystal. Get down. Ignoring the guard's frantic pulling, Bai Luo Chen calmly stretched out his finger and pressed it against the quartz block. Damn it, is he a wild bull or what? Why won't he budge? What's with all the complaining? Wait for this seat to finish testing his character before rambling. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant beam of light erupted, illuminating the entire hall. Good heavens, so blinding. The light showed no sign of fading, but radiated increasingly intense like a blinding sun. Glued to that anomaly, Kaladi's eyes rolled back showing the whites, unable to believe reality. This little brat. Looking up from the crowd, De Wei's jaw dropped to the floor in astonishment. Is it that magical? Seeing everyone gasping in awe, Bai Luo Chen broke into a sweat, feeling guilty and thinking to himself, crap, did I show off a bit too much? Not letting the situation drag on, the old butler slammed his ledger onto the back of his hand. Let go of it. Just as he pulled his hand back, Kaladi clicked his tongue, stammering to question him, making Bai Luo Chen ready to unleash a kick to silence the old man. You little brat, what trick are you playing? HMPH, should I silence him permanently? The problem is there are commoners all around. Killing mere mortals would be a huge hassle. Instead of praising him, Kaladi lunged forward, poking his finger into Bai Luo Chen's forehead sarcastically. Think putting on a show of elemental affinity is so grand. Feel your pathetic stubby horns, kid. Having elemental harmony with a hollow demonic energy makes you fit only for the trash can. Satisfied with his mockery, Kaladi waved his hand, dismissing Bai Luo Chen like shaking off mud, making the young man click his tongue in criticism. Scram to the public labor squad, wasting my precious time. Scum should stick together at the bottom of society. Tusk. As soon as he landed, the new recruits swarmed around, patting his shoulder in consolation, leaving him not knowing whether to laugh or cry and completely speechless. Just bad luck, little buddy, it's not your fault. Let us brothers take a look at these tiny horns. O Mother of God, with these little peppercorns, when will you ever find a wife? Haha, these little stubs look so funny. Those disparaging remarks reaching his ears made the veins on Bai Luo Chen's face twitch intensely. Hiding my identity is a good sign, but hearing this really makes my blood boil. I swear if I get the chance, I'll beat that lackey black and blue to satisfy my anger. Less than a quarter of an hour later, an equally blinding light erupted again, making everyone's jaws drop. What's this now? The source of that halo came from a very flustered Da Wei. Oh wow, elemental compatibility hitting the ceiling, energy reaching level 15. This is clearly a mid-tier chaos demon. Waiting for the light to fade, Kaladi gleefully praised Da Wei up to Cloud 9. Well, pretty decent aptitude there, kid. You'll definitely bring glory to your lineage in the future. A hidden genius seedling right here, haha. No wonder you dared to dream like a toad lusting after swan meat. You actually have some capital under your belt. Seeing the young man's delighted demeanor, Kaladi poured honey into his ears on the outside but plotted venomously in his heart. I really like your proud nature and talent. Just dedicate yourself to the fullest. Even with a lowly, impoverished background, one day you'll be qualified to sit in this very chair of mine. Keep it up. Secretly calculating. This brat still smells of his mother's milk but has already hit the rank ceiling, and his elemental harmony is sky-high. He might just tear through the low-tier demon barrier soon. This won't do. Beggars are absolutely forbidden from stepping on my head. I must set a trap and eliminate him early. Racking his brain for a moment, the old monster dropped a bait that made Da Wei's eyes light up like headlights. I happen to be managing an elite squad specialized in executing special missions for the inner courtyard. Easy work, massive pay. Are you interested in joining? Executing inside the inner manor. Yes, I'd gladly follow your lead. Seeing the prey take the bait, Kaladi gave a wicked smirk. Absolutely wonderful. The great family always opens its arms to embrace the elite seedlings dedicated to His Grace the Duke. Don't disappoint me. Having smoothly arranged things, Kaladi waved his hand to direct him, and Da Wei naturally nodded vigorously without hesitation. Bai Luo Chen, watching the drama, was speechlessly exasperated. Go register with a Wei later. Take up the post today. Such an honor, goddess of my life, I'm about to be near you. That old geezer is clearly setting a trap to bury this foolish guy alive. Afraid his naive friend would kick the bucket early, Bai Luo Chen sighed and reached out to intervene. Hey great-grandpa, give me your hand. I'll cast a life-and-death hexagram for you so you know when to retreat. But Kaladi feigned deafness and swaggered away, ignoring someone's loud, goofy laughter echoing out. Invite the next one up to the chopping block. Annoyed by that ridiculous laughter, Kaladi narrowed his eyes at Bai Luo Chen, who was rolling on the ground clutching his stomach below. Are you having a seizure or something, howling so horribly? Haha, pardon me. Laughing until his jaw ached, Bai Luo Chen hurriedly wiped away a squeezed-out tear, casually replying, I just remembered some happy news. My best friend's sister-in-law just gave birth to a precious son. The baby weighs 3.5 kilos, perfectly chubby. Hearing that nonsense excuse, the old man flared up and waved his hand to command, but his subordinate was visibly flustered. Truly an abnormal lunatic. Away, grab that madman by the neck, drag him to the corner of the garden and beat him to a pulp right away. Yes, this subordinate. Conversely, Bai Luo Chen joyfully clapped his hands and volunteered, rushing forward. This corner of the courtyard, right? Well, but let's make a deal first. No swinging fists at this precious face. This young master is still a bachelor. In the main hall, the demonic energy testing process continued systematically. Next one, drag yourself up. In the blink of an eye, the setting sun had cast its evening glow. Kaladi's grating voice echoed across the area again. You lowly slaves, drag your asses after me now. The old monster jerked his chin, pointing straight at a pile of axes and scattered wood, roaring loudly. Engrave this in your minds, your working ground is this lot behind the mountain. From this moment on, every single one of you must chop 500 logs and hand them in before sunset. If you haven't met the quota, you're forbidden to rest. You won't even get plain water to drink, let alone porridge. Enduring that exploitative decree, the porters wailed and complained like howling apes. By the grace of the demon lord, please have mercy and grant us compassion. From the crack of dawn until now, none of us brothers have had a single grain of rice in our stomachs. Seeing stars from hunger like this, are we supposed to chop wood with pure faith? Demons in human skin, squeezing out our labor. Furious at the whining and crying, Kaladi foamed at the mouth, pointing and scolding each of them. You wretched beasts, shut your traps immediately. The golden hour for the higher-ups to take their soaking baths has arrived. If the firewood doesn't burn in time to heat the water, can you lowly scums bear their wrath? Stop moaning right now, or I'll throw your corpses into the furnace as firewood. Scared out of their wits, they all kowtowed begging for mercy. Only Bai Luo Chen stood there looking with a carefree expression. This is bad, my limbs are trembling from starvation. I don't even have the strength to tie up a chicken, so how am I supposed to chop wood? Is he really planning to roast us? Yeah, that's reliable news, I heard a rumor. Ignoring the groans, he leisurely walked over and casually picked up a sledgehammer. Slinging the hammer over his shoulder with a rugged flair, Bai Luo Chen struck a majestic pose, turning his head to question the rules. It's just chopping wood, right? A quota of 500 logs per head, huh? Before he could finish his sentence, an icy voice rang out clearly from afar. Stop your hands right there, oh my. The person speaking was no stranger. It was the authoritative head maid Villa of the Wade Mansion. She stepped in to quell the chaos. The firewood quota for today has already been finalized. Chopping beyond the limit is strictly forbidden. Having a spoke put in his wheel, Kaladi muttered curses in his head, his annoyance reaching the heavens. Damn it, so unlucky, ruins all the fun. Why did this stubby-horned woman drag herself out here to ruin things? Without stopping, Villa strictly declared, from this moment on, this batch of porters will be under the supervision of the maid department's labor branch. Go register these people in the ledgers. Understood, head maid. Kaladi stubbornly stepped up to throw a few sarcastic remarks, hoping to salvage his dignity, but Villa calmly delivered a smooth comeback that blocked all his logic. Head maid should mind her own business. These beasts of burden just got here. If we don't put them in their place right away, they'll climb over our heads later not knowing who the master is. This official is just discipline them on your behalf. The labor branch's scope of work doesn't need your interference. Defeated by her iron tongue, Kaladi gritted his teeth and tucked his tail between his legs. Very well, then I entrust this battlefield to the head maid. I shall take my leave to sort out internal matters first. Walk slowly, no need to see you off. Damn it, that crazy bitch loves defending the lowly scum all day. As the old monster's figure disappeared, Bai Luo Chen spun the handle of his pen, tapping it as he tilted his head to ask the maid next to him. Who is that big sister with the sky-high aura? That's Boss Villa of our maid department, a living bodhisattva. Well, well. Having gathered clues, Bai Luo Chen excitedly ran up and volunteered with a goofy smile. Reporting to the head maid, are we still planning to chop this mountain of wood? I can handle it all by myself. However, Villa didn't rush to nod. She sternly corrected the situation. That old geezer told you earlier to chop common firewood, but this isn't ordinary wood. Also, next time, please address me as head maid Villa. Drop the Grandmaster title. Finishing her words, she shifted aside, revealing a massive log the size of a whole room. The thing he wants you lot to chop up is this burden right here. Gazing at the wooden trunk swarming with squirming eyes, Villa coldly explained, ignoring the new workers whose faces had drained of all blood. Lately, the eldest miss has been harvesting a bounty of fierce beasts from the hunting grounds. I reckon there are about 1,000 logs of these tree demons. Are you kidding? This isn't firewood for cooking. This is clearly the tree demon monster Ma Teng Mu. With skin this tough, what sledgehammer could cut through it? Before the yelps could even cease, a deafening crack resounded from an external impact, splitting the eerie log into two perfectly smooth halves. Bai Luo Chen stood tall holding the hammer, his eyes shining with burning fighting spirit as he waved. Any more? Bring them all to the chopping block. Watching that divine performance, Villa's expression remained as stoic as a boulder, merely letting out a bland Oh, let me tell you, since time immemorial, these eyesore magical beasts have all been handled by me alone. Do you have the mood to shoulder this burden for me? Bai Luo Chen glanced sympathetically at the starving workers shivering like wet dogs, and nodded decisively. Spot on. I'd rather step in than watch them throw their lives away for nothing. Besides, I've also set up a log counting system. Who knows, grinding and chopping might just salvage enough spiritual energy to make up for my losses. Anxiously worrying that the female boss might reject the sweet deal, he bared his teeth in a wide grin, coaxing. How about it? Want to have a match to compare our skills for fun? The purple-haired clothes maid hurried over to offer a giant hammer. Villa was no pushover either. Her competitive blood boiled fiercely. Ha, deal. In the blink of an eye, with just a few graceful and masterful swings of the axe, the massive pile of demon wood shattered into hundreds of thousands of falling splinters. Witnessing that destructive power, the porters went pale as ghosts, trembling as they prayed. Oh, my great demon lord! In a flash, towering mountains of firewood had piled up behind the two of them. Unlike Villa, who was resting her hands on her hips, panting heavily, Bai Luo Chen was completely unfazed and dry, not a single drop of sweat on his hair. The useless officials standing on the sidelines shrank their necks in inferiority. My pride is completely gone. Comparing the gap between a demon and another demon is probably more absurd than comparing a dog with a demon. Flicking his hand lightly, Bai Luo Chen tossed a sky-high log up, arrogantly closing the tally. 501 logs. Bai Luo Chen stretched and stood perfectly straight, his eyes curving into a smile as he teased Villa. The head maid also smiled back, slowly dragging her steps closer. Hee, the pile of magical beasts has been completely wiped out by me. Looks like this young master takes the championship trophy this round, right, head maid? Not letting him bask in joy for even a second, Villa seized the opportunity and snatched the hammer from his hand with a swift yank. Hey! Then she silently grabbed both ends of the hammer handle and snapped it in half with a crisp crack, just like breaking a bamboo toothpick. Tossing the mangled corpse of the hammer handle onto her mountain of wood, Villa slightly smirked and delivered the finishing blow. 502 logs. Having pulled off her dirty trick, Villa turned her head back and smiled sweetly, breaking the illusion for the bewildered young Bai Luo Chen. The hammer handles of this manner use high-grade Ma Teng Mu wood blanks, so you've been knocked out, darling. A gentle reminder once more, next time we meet, just call me head maid Villa, clear enough. You play dirty. What kind of girl has such terrifying competitive blood? Knowing full well she had used an underhanded scheme, Villa pretended to brush it off, spinning around to urge the idle new workers. What are you staring at? Aren't you hungry yet? Drag your bodies to the dining hall and serve yourselves rice, hurry up. Yes, ma'am. Bai Luo Chen remained rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed intensely on the freshly chopped pile of wood, inwardly scrutinizing this otherworldly realm. Even the blades of grass and branches of trees in this land reek of such terrifyingly violent demonic energy. Thinking about the root of the matter, a wave of anxiety surged up again. I wonder if little Du on the other side has enough strength to hold out. If something happens and she has to use the doll, I'm afraid the needle in the sack will stick out, and my identity will be exposed immediately. At this moment, Nalan Du was glaring at an exceptionally colossal dragon right in front of her. Nalan Du was covered in numerous wounds, her lips still stained with a trail of bright red blood, but her extremely vigilant eyes were locked onto that creature. Right then, the electronic voice of the system from her watch rang out with a report. 70% of spiritual energy converted. Currently analyzing the user's injury level. Warning, the surrounding environment has reached mid-level danger. Recommending the user utilize support items. The inventory is currently full. Showing no mercy whatsoever, the monster opened its gaping maw and lunged forward, intending to turn her into a light snack immediately. Nalan Du winced, tightly clutching her bleeding arm, her silent gaze observing the enemy. The system shrilly alarmed again. Big trouble, the user's injuries have spiked to level 3, please use an item. The environment has escalated to mid-level 3 danger, spiritual energy is still converting. While the enraged monster lunged forward to bite and tear, the system kept nagging with advice. only to be scolded mercilessly by Nalan Duo, requesting the user to use items to preserve your life. My mouth isn't a porcelain doll that shatters the moment it leaves my master's arms, is it? I came here to gain practical experience, not to go sightseeing on a vacation. The system persistently babbled on without end. The user is still very green. I advise you to listen. Ignoring it, Nalan Duo coldly assessed the situation. The spiritual energy entering my body isn't keeping up with the rate of consumption. I have no choice but to pull out this trump card. Calculating in a flash, she quickly formed hand seals, activating the mysterious power of the strange gates. Before the seal could be completed, the monster had already slammed its massive head straight into the spot where Nalan Duo was standing. By the grace of 70 generations of ancestors, she successfully dodged the attack and immediately continued to channel the incantation to reverse heaven and earth. Right after she finished chanting, the system popped up clicking with a notification, but this time the information pleased her quite a bit. Spiritual energy conversion progress has reached 100%. The user will not suffer from side effects. Demon ancestor unleashing divine power for a rescue at the perfect timing. Without another word, Nalan Duo decisively waved her hand, immediately unleashing the ultimate technique, Supreme Yin Silk Lock. Midair, fragile silk threads suddenly wove tightly together, leaving the monster stunned, not understanding what was happening. In just the blink of an eye, the silkworm web tightly constricted its colossal body, shredding the beast into countless pieces. She smirked. Dancing around so hard and this is all you amount to. Moments later, the monster collapsed completely, turning into a mushy puddle. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, right on time. Dragging it out a bit longer and my spiritual energy would have been completely drained. When the enemy had lost its life, the yin-yang array in the palm of Nalan Duo's hand faded away and vanished, and the lacerations on her skin automatically healed accordingly. She thought to herself, lucky that before I set off, Senior Sister Man passed this secret manual to me. A divine ability this awesome that doesn't cost a single drop of spiritual energy is truly incredibly satisfying. Recalling earlier times, Man sat cross-legged on the bed, her mouth breaking into a bright smile as she handed over an item. Nalan Duo happily reached out to take it. This trip of yours to the demon realm is definitely going to be fraught with danger. This strand of divine sense contains a strange gate ultimate technique I am practicing. Just keep it on you for self-defense and remember to cultivate diligently. I thank you, Senior Sister Man. This little sister swears to engrave it in her heart. Take note, this divine ability steals the creation of heaven and earth. If someone without enough fortune uses it carelessly, they'll suffer a backlash immediately, so absolutely do not abuse it. Using it once every 10 days is safe, remember. Snapping out of her reminiscence, Nalan Duo smiled widely. This is the grand debut of my ultimate move. It seems this lady is indeed the epitome of a woman overflowing with fortune. System, quickly guide me on how to paste a spiritual energy recovery talisman. Wait, I should be calling it demonic energy now. Just as she was feeling smug, the system suddenly shrieked with piercing alarms that made Nalan Duo want to cry. System encountered an unknown error. Initiating manual override progress is only at 1%. Good heavens, so it's completely useless now. If another rhino pops out right now, I'll probably log out of life. Hopefully my luck isn't that terribly bad. Well, speak of the devil, right after her prayer was spoken, a monster crawled out from some corner, opening its jaws wide, intending to take another bite out of her. Tragically, this bite was extremely accurate, snatching away a piece of Nalan Duo's body. Despite the missing piece of her body, Nalan Duo still gritted her teeth and gathered her strength, teleporting in a flash to a safer position. The monster hung foolishly in midair, its large head turning back and forth, frantically searching for the prey that had just vanished. Nalan Duo forced herself to sit up on the yin-yang array, her hand wiping off a layer of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Heart attack, that was literally a stroll through the gates of hell. Thankfully, with reversing heaven and earth, I was able to retreat this far. Absolutely terrible luck. The hand crank system is only at 2.03%. So frustrating. Are the demons in the demon realm addicted to violence or something, always wanting to swarm and bite people to pieces? While Nalandu was busy wiping her sweat and sinking into her stream of complaints, she had no idea that a shadow was slowly creeping up behind her. Executing a strange gate twice in such a short time probably won't leave any lingering effects, right? It's fine, it's fine. I'm a beautiful girl destined with great fortune, after all. At the same time, the presence of the newly arrived character made the monster shrink back in wariness. That was none other than the angel Sayaka, a high-tier demon at her peak stage. She began to gather her power, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the monster. Teammate, I'm here to assist you. Try to hold on just a little bit longer. May the Lord bless Sayaka. However, that hideous creature didn't stare for long. It charged straight at Nalandu again. Her reflexes were incredibly fast, immediately channeling the blood yin absolute meridian to dodge. Although she dodged the fatal blow, Nalandu's situation was still extremely tragic. At this moment, the system delivered bad news again. This state cannot be prolonged. Quickly guide me on using the Spirit Awakening Talisman. The manual activation progress has only crawled up to 2.6%. Are you kidding me? Hurry it up. Right after she spoke, the wild beast lunged over again, snapping with an earth-shattering bite. However, immediately after biting the target, the monster's entire body suddenly convulsed uncontrollably. Watching that scene, Nalandu could only sigh and mock. HMPH, opening your mouth to devour everything you see will bring disaster upon yourself one day, kid. Waiting a moment longer, the creature's throat began to swell up like a fully inflated balloon. Oh my. Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted, blasting straight outward. Its terrifying power quickly leveled the entire area into a barren wasteland. Fortunately, the protective puppet refined by Bai Luo Chen appeared just in time, raising a sturdy barrier. Hello, little master. The opponent bears no killing intent, proceeding to disable the automatic defense barrier. As the shield faded, Nalandu stood dumbfounded, staring at the corpse of the monster split in half, muttering, "Huh, wasn't that rhino's belly just blown to pieces?" Sayaka stood up high, looking around for a while before gently landing on the ground. The girl rushed over, kindly checking on her, but the only response was a completely bewildered expression from Nalandu. "Teammate, are you missing any pieces?" "Me? What teammate?" Seeing that Nalandu hadn't fully processed things yet, Sayaka happily stepped forward to introduce herself. "You fought so majestically just now. I saw exactly how you killed that dragon beast. You must definitely be Sayaka's comrade." "You mean that rhino thing? It bit me, so I just swung my hand in self-defense. I wouldn't call myself a hero." "But what do you mean by Sayaka's comrade?" Hearing her question, the young girl quickly poured out an explanation. "It's simple. Anyone willing to fight side by side with Sayaka to beat up the Jiuzai people is Sayaka's comrade in arms. The family of one of my tribal brothers was just slaughtered by the dragon beast you killed. No matter what the circumstances were, we must be deeply grateful to you for venting our anger on our behalf." Speaking of this, Sayaka lowered her head, her narrowed eyes radiating a cold, killing intent. "Not only that, we both possess the same purple wings. Who knows, maybe our ancestors share the same roots." Hearing the other party spout such a long speech, Nalandu could only force a fake smile and reply, "Oh, so that's how it is. I was just conveniently doing a good deed." Inner thoughts. This local girl just met me and is already trying to claim we're relatives. I'm afraid she's plotting something against me. Suddenly getting an idea, Nalandu clasped her hands and acted spoiled, pretending to be completely innocent. "The thing is, I drifted here from another land and somehow got lost. Is there any city around here? I want to find my way home." Inner thoughts. It's best to go find Master first. This place looks secretly dangerous, but with little Master backing me up, I'm not afraid of anyone. Right after she finished speaking, Sayaka's eyes flashed with a bright red light, and she smiled with a mischievous look. "A city? So you're an outsider? Then let me escort you back to Sayaka capital." "Sayaka City? That would be too much trouble for you." Inner thoughts. Do the locals here use the law of the jungle? She reeks of banditry. That terrifying expression only lasted for a few seconds before Sayaka returned to her bright, flower-like appearance, enthusiastically introducing herself. "My name is Sayaka, and what should I call my comrade?" "Me. I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sundu. Inner thoughts. Better safe than sorry. Using a fake name is the surest bet. Not long after, the two girls ducked into an underground tunnel. As they walked, they chatted animatedly. Sun Duo, this place is just the outskirts of Sayaka City. You'll have to walk a bit deeper inside to reach the central area. I understand. Along the way, Nulan Duo constantly scanned her surroundings to assess the terrain. This is truly an eye-opener. Who would have thought that Sayaka City was built underground? At that exact moment, a little boy suddenly rushed out. "Oh wow, our angel lady has returned." The kid dashed over to Sayaka as fast as his legs could carry him, smiling brightly and asking, "Angel lady, have you found Aizia's parents yet?" Facing the child's innocent face, Sayaka was at a loss for what to do, so she had to make up a random excuse to cover it up. The little boy seemed to sense something but remained silent. Aizia's parents were lucky enough to be by the honored Lord's side a step ahead of us. They are currently at Luo Yuan chanting scriptures and praying for blessings for him. They also asked me to pass this item to you, telling you not to worry about anything, and wishing the honored Lord will always protect Sayaka. Yes, I thank you, Angel Lady. May the honored Lord bless Sayaka. Ending the brief conversation, the two girls resumed their journey. After walking a distance, Nulan Duo hesitated to ask. Sayaka had already read her mind and said directly, "I know what you're going to ask. Is it about that boy's parents just now?" Exactly. The mastermind behind the dragon beasts is a bunch of cold-blooded, ruthless scum. The crimes of the Jiu Zai cannot be washed away even if they are cast into the 18th level of hell. Going a bit deeper, a man suddenly appeared, bowing respectfully and greeting. Reporting to the angel lady, the bastard who controls the dragon beasts has woken up. Very good, lead the way. Before following her subordinate, Sayaka turned her head and waved at Nulan Duo. "Let's go, comrade. Let's go watch a good show together." That works too. A moment later, the two entered a gloomy and mysterious chamber. Right in the middle of the room, a person was tied and hung upside down from the ceiling, his body struggling extremely violently. Sayaka stepped right up to the prisoner's face, interrogating him with a cold voice. "Speak up. How many armies did your side send here in total? What is your purpose? Why did you filthy, wet behind the ears trash crawl to this land to start a war? Do you know you are bringing disaster upon yourselves?" Without waiting for him to spew any garbage, she swung her hand and delivered a thunderous slap, then continued her threats. "Be smart and clearly answer what I just asked. My patience is very thin." Despite being directly threatened, the man remained stubborn, throwing his head back and laughing maniacally. "I am a noble warrior of Jiu Zai. What does it matter if I sacrifice myself for the great holy war? You dare ask about my mission? My mission is to wipe out you lowly, barbaric scum from our promised land, to bring glory to the great god of war. You will all die without a burial place." The more the prisoner barked, the angrier Sayaka got. Her blood boiled, and she immediately lunged forward to send him to his maker. "I will weed you all out, leaving not a single one alive. You vile animals deserve to be hacked into a million pieces." In the next blink of an eye, dazzling red streaks of blood splattered all over the room. After cleaning up the obstacle, Sayaka stood up straight, turning to Nulan Duo with an apologetic look. "That's too bad. Sorry, comrade, for accidentally letting you see these filthy things." "Not a problem." Seeing her new friend acting calmly, Sayaka continued to explain. "As you can see with your own eyes, Sayaka City is about to endure a fierce great war. The roads are inconvenient right now. Why don't you stay in Dragon City for a while? If you don't mind, you can take shelter at my place." "Ah, then I respectfully obey." Inner thoughts, "Master, it seems your disciple has brought a huge disaster upon herself this time." Shifting the scene to the great tower area, a thick pillar of black smoke was billowing heavily in the middle of the dense forest. Right on the dry ground, a deep crater had collapsed, from which thick, dark smoke constantly spewed out. Shang Xiao Liu stood there proudly, continuously swinging her sword and unleashing energy to chop off the slimy tentacles, while screaming her interrogation. "Well, are you fully convinced yet?" Looking at the wriggling mass of tentacles that seemed impossible to cut all off, Shang Xiao Liu grabbed one and chewed it loudly, grinding her teeth and muttering, "This thing has some seriously tough skin and muscles." At that moment, a crimson power unexpectedly merged into Shang Xiao Liu's body, making the little girl scratch her head in confusion. What the heck is this? The spiritual power conversion process is complete, preparing to enter hibernation state. Hearing the system's notification, Shang Xiao Liu immediately tossed her doubts aside and went back to punching and kicking furiously. "Screw it. Are you going to surrender or not?" Niluo, after being beaten to pulp, could only bitterly hug her bruised body and bawl out, "Bat gachte Nio, I yield, I yield." Right at this moment, Shang Xiao Liu perked up her ears, noticing a rustling sound approaching from the edge of the forest. Stepping out from the canopy were a few scantily clad women. They pointed toward where Shang Xiao Liu and Niluo were standing and called out, reporting to the cult leader, "Come out and see quickly. An abnormally high concentration of demonic magic is coming from this direction. Let me go over and check it out." Shang Xiao Liu glanced at the strangers and tightly grabbed Niluo, shouting defensively, "What are you looking at? Do you have a problem?" The black-haired woman standing opposite them saw the faces of the two girls clearly and stuttered, unable to believe her eyes. "Good heavens, isn't that?" That woman was exactly the cult leader of the Qi Nai cult, Lin Mei Lin. She was so overjoyed that her beautiful face glowed, blurting out a solemn title, the legendary ancient god Niluo. The moment her words ended, Lin Mei Lin moved at the speed of light, snatching Niluo right out of Shang Xiao Liu's hands. Being dragged up into the air by Lin Mei Lin, Niluo had two streams of tears welling up, looking so pitiful as if she were about to burst into crying any second. Instead of resorting to violence, she lifted the little girl high up and shouted loudly. Instantly, the followers behind her also chanted in unison, "Ancient God Niluo has manifested. The glorious moment of our Qi Nai cult has finally arrived. We respectfully welcome Lord Niluo's descent to the mortal realm. Respectfully welcome Lord Niluo's descent." Shang Xiao Liu stood on the ground, speechless as her ears were bombarded with noisy flatteries. "Long live the Lord! Long live Lord Niluo 10,000 times! What gross bootlicking!" On the other side, after chanting until her mouth was tired, Lin Mei Lin still held Niluo up high, smiling gleefully. Is this truly Lord Nai stepping right out of the history books? Next, she frantically rubbed her cheek against Niluo's face, leaving the little girl struggling in despair. "Oh my, Lord Nai is so small, fragrant, and soft. I could die from cuteness." The cult members standing behind also started making wild guesses. "Cult leader, look. The person standing next to Lord Nai looks exactly like her. Don't tell me." Shang Xiao Liu, seeing the delusional group passing Niluo around like a toy and still acting ecstatic, could only judge them with contempt. "A whole bunch of lunatics. Just keep that pig." Suddenly, Lin Mei Lin teleported right behind Shang Xiao Liu, forcing the kid to step back and take a defensive stance. "Oh my god, what is this auntie trying to do? She moves faster than lightning." Lin Mei Lin's face was flushed red, her eyes filled with such desperate craving that she drooled. She reached out to pounce on Shang Xiao Liu but was immediately blocked. "You must definitely be Lord Niluo's older sister, Lord Lulu, right? Your grandma I am. Take your dirty hands off. I am the cult leader of the Qi Nai cult, Lin Mei Lin. Little darling, let me take you home." Pushed past her limit of endurance, Shang Xiao Liu swung her fist and punched the woman squarely in the face with a stinging blow. "Go back to your ancestors, you crazy hag." Taking the full brunt of the punch, Lin Mei Lin still put on a face of absolute ecstasy. This perverted sight made Shang Xiao Liu even more speechless. "Is the cult leader okay? Oh, my little darling just caressed me. She must be deeply infatuated with me. Oh, I'm dying of happiness." Instantly, Niluo fumed with grievance until smoke came out of her head, pointing a furious finger at Shang Xiao Liu. Reporting to the cult leader, Lord Nai's attitude toward that girl is very strange. There is no sisterly affection at all. They may look alike, so they are probably blood relatives. Please examine this carefully, cult leader. Witnessing this farce, Shang Xiao Liu flashed a cunning smile. "Oh, so this is how their process works." Niluo pointed straight at Shang Xiao Liu and roared madly, but Lin Mei Lin completely misinterpreted the kid's intention. "Kill that brat. Chop her to pieces for me. Don't worry about it. Please forgive me, Lord Niluo. This humble one is not fluent in the ancient language. What divine will are you trying to convey?" Taking in the whole scene, Shang Xiao Liu glared at the scheming little octopus. "I really struck gold, as long as these freaks don't understand this squid's language." Not missing the opportunity, Shang Xiao Liu dashed forward, snatched Niluo back into her hands and majestically issued an order. Lin Mei Lin didn't doubt it one bit and believed it completely. "Nai says she is starving to death. You guys better behave and prepare a lavish feast to offer up." "Oh, so that is the divine will." Lord Lulu translates so accurately. Holding Nai Luo tightly against her chest, Shang Xiao Liu pretended to pat the kid's head, but actually whispered a threat into her ear. These guys are completely deaf to your language. If you're smart, obediently cooperate and play along with this venerable one. Do you hear me? Receiving the order, Lin Mei Lin immediately barked at her subordinates. You useless bunch, return to the main headquarters and prepare the divine banquet at once. Understood, cult leader. Cultists number 1, 2, and 3, hurry up and clear the way for Lord Lulu. At the holy temple of the Ki Nai cult, countless pearls and rare treasures were served right to their mouths. Please wait just a moment, my lords. The divine banquet is almost ready. Ooh. Looking at the neat lineup of servant girls serving them, Shang Xiao Liu evaluated Lin Mei Lin. I didn't expect your temple to be hidden in a stone cave. This retro architectural style is quite unique. Lord Lulu is too kind. I punched a hole in this cave to shape it like this. I don't have the free time to praise you. Before the flattery ended, Lin Mei Lin continued to kiss up enthusiastically. Shang Xiao Liu's head ached from listening, so she casually pinched the octopus's cheek and replied. After thousands of years of endless waiting, the two great lords have finally descended. There will be a grand ceremony to offer to you later. Please kindly accept it. Thousands of years ago, I'm afraid you weren't even formed as an octopus egg yet, kid. Sitting high up in a place of honor, Lin Mei Lin happily pointed at a super giant tray being carried over by soldiers. It's here. Fixing her eyes on the object on the tray, Shang Xiao Liu's jaw dropped, unable to believe her own vision. What the hell is this? Lin Mei Lin lifted her chin proudly, pointing at the sculpted statue, and passionately explained. This is the exclusive holy statue marking the grace of Lord Nai Luo. Hearing the cult-like introduction, Shang Xiao Liu poked her finger at Nai Luo's face, asking skeptically, even ignoring the fact that their faces looked the same, does this hideous statue really have any relation to this kid? Facing that question, Lin Mei Lin chuckled, replying shyly, Oh my, of course there is a tight bloodline connection. Can't Lord Lulu see the resemblance? Saying that, she pointed at a bumpy detail on the body of the sculpture. Look closely right here, my lord. Then she pointed to Nai Luo's completely flat chest, and then compare it with this spot, my lord. Finally, her eyes swept over Shang Xiao Liu's figure. Not to mention your spot here too, aren't they all molded from the exact same template? Poked in a sore spot, Shang Xiao Liu turned mad out of embarrassment, swinging her hand to give the woman a resounding slap that made her see stars. So your damn cult uses chest size to recognize relatives. After venting her anger, Shang Xiao Liu snapped her head back, throwing a sharp glare at Nai Luo that made the kid shrink her tentacles in fear. However, this time she didn't conveniently resort to violence, but merely hugged Nai Luo tightly in her arms, sighing heavily. It seems sticking with you is safer for my life. What kind of weirdos are these? Standing to the side and getting her eyes blessed by this warm Yuri scene, Lin Mei Lin couldn't stop her nosebleed from flowing out. The sisterly bond between Lord Nai Nai and Lord Lulu is so incredibly tight. My old wounds are tearing open from excitement. Right then, a servant girl hurried over to report the situation. Lin Mei Lin then respectfully invited the two great deities to follow her, reporting to the cult leader, the divine banquet is fully served. Good, let this leader personally escort Lord Nai there. Hurry up your hands and legs. This granddaunt is about to die from starvation here. Yes, before dining, we must hold a small holy ceremony for Lord Nai Nai before the feast can begin. But instead of leading them straight to the dining table, she brought the two girls to stop in front of a mysterious wooden chest. Here it is, please take a look, my lord. As soon as the lid popped open, a massive tentacle shot out from inside, yanking Nai Luo right in. Oh my god. Seeing Nai Luo being kidnapped in broad daylight, Shang Xiao Liu lunged forward to strangle Lin Mei Lin, gritting her teeth and threatening. Order that broken wooden box to spit out my octopus right now. Oh my, please calm down, Lord Lulu. This magical chest will absolutely not harm a single hair on Lord Nai Nai. A moment later, Nai Luo emerged from the chest, wearing an extremely charming sailor-style schoolgirl uniform. Lin Mei Lin smiled smugly, tilting her chin up and sarcastically asking Shang Xiao Liu, rendering the kid speechless. You see, my lord, isn't it absolutely perfect? Nai Luo stood on the lid of the chest, her eyes timidly darting around looking at the fanatical crowd below. Gathering her courage for a long time, the little octopus girl took a deep breath, puffing up her chest. Then she gave a cute wink, raised her hand, and shot a massive finger heart toward the cultists. Witnessing this lethal flirting display, the entire crowd exploded, howling wildly. "Oh Lord Nai, she's playing the role so smoothly." Standing on the high podium, immersed in the cheers, Nai Luo flashed a highly punchable smile. Nai. Despite being high out of her mind, Lin Mei Lin still remembered her duty. The divine banquet officially begins. Play the music. Start the dancing. Please enjoy the meal, cult leader. Right at that moment, someone ran up and whispered in her ear, causing Lin Mei Lin's expression to instantly turn unusually serious. "Is there something to report?" Reporting to the cult leader, just as the prophecy from the ancient book said, Lord Nai Luo has manifested. Our grand scheme can be launched at any time. Immediately, the two huddled together to plot. All firepower of the descent unit has been moved into the ready position, just waiting for a nod from the cult leader. Good, then after a month of feasting and playing around, we will emerge from the mountain. I mean, go spread the gospel to all living beings. My Lord Nai really makes one's heart flutter. Understood. Shifting the scene to the border of the Holy Magic Empire, at testing area 404, all around was a desolate, dry desert of sand and gravel. Suddenly, a massive sand dune bulged up from the flat ground. A gigantic, long and hideous monster worm tore through the earth and emerged. It was the red rock giant sandworm. Stabbed right on top of the monster's head was a sparkling red crystal. The pilot of the Ma Wu mecha immediately raised the steel arm to gather power. A blazing red laser beam shot straight at the giant sandworm, with power so strong that it blew the creature's body to smithereens. The gemstone fell onto the sand with a series of thuds, as the girl softly muttered, "That's the 30th one." The pilot operated the grappling hook in a flash, smoothly catching the stone in midair. Then she pulled it back, securely storing it in the Ma Wu's storage compartment. A sluggish voice rang out with a question. "Eldest Miss, this is already the 30th giant sandworm corpse we've cleaned up. Collecting this much still isn't enough to meet the quota." Dao Ji, a senior Ma Wu pilot of the Luo Ma Empire's Research Institute, rubbed his eyes and complained. "Fighting continuously for 5 days with no end in sight. Before the Ma Wu mecha loses its parts, our bones are going to go on strike first." From the adjacent Ma Wu cockpit, a voice cut in. "Just obediently follow the eldest Miss's orders. What the hell is the point of whining and complaining?" Carter, also a top-tier Ma Wu navigator, grumbled irritably. "Right now the military has dumped all the budget into those airships and magic prison warheads. Out of 3 grand projects, 2 are almost ready for acceptance testing. If we don't get off our asses and create a miracle, our Ma Wu warrior project is guaranteed a one-way ticket to the trash can." Through the communicator, the young lady reassured them. "Calm down, our glory will soon match theirs. Dao Ji, just grit your teeth and endure a little longer." "Is it really almost done?" "Understood, obeying orders, eldest miss." Luo Qi, the person spearheading the Ma Wu project, calmly explained. "As long as this hunting trip successfully proves the conversion efficiency of the magic crystal, we will be able to confirm Ma Wu's practical combat strength. Of course, pushing the machinery to its absolute limits is also part of the evaluation phase. Grit your teeth and bear it for a few more days, and once it's done, we will withdraw our troops." Through the communication system, she continued, "When everything is revealed, the military will surely pour enough funding for us to conquer the final peak of magic." "Understood, eldest miss." Keeping his eyes glued to the terrain-scanning radar, Dao Ji suddenly reported, "Eldest miss, I've detected an anomaly. Even though we've advanced very deep into the core area, other than that red rock giant sandworm just now, we haven't encountered a single other magic beast. Being this abnormally quiet is probably a bad omen." Carter also panicked and chimed in. "Now that you mention it, this testing area 404 is famously known as the death zone of the Empire. This desert should be swarming with bloodthirsty magic beasts. It being wrongfully peaceful like this definitely means there's a huge crisis." A team member frantically pointed at the sky that was darkening, yelling, "Eldest Miss, look up high." From afar, murky sandstorms were rolling in ferociously. Dao Ji yelled in panic, "Eldest Miss, halt the march immediately. An anomaly like this means more bad than good." Luo Qi hardened her face, gritting her teeth to confess. To tell you the truth, this project has been shelved for half a year already. This field test is a gamble where I've scraped together every last bit of my fortune. Having come this far, we absolutely have no way back. She resolutely looked ahead, her gaze sharp as a knife. No retreating. Our final prey is the Lord of the Desert, the rock emperor worm. The navigation system has locked onto its lair about 5 kilometers ahead. What do a few sandstorms matter? She issued a command with a tone that allowed no refusal. Success or failure hinges on this. Whether to keep going or turn back is up to you to decide. This lady won't force you. Eldest Miss. Facing the ferocious roaring sandstorm, her subordinates resolutely agreed in unison. We are willing to go through life and death with you, Eldest Miss. Good, then stick close to me. Luo Qi warned. Visibility around here is extremely limited. Absolutely do not break formation. All actions must be taken with extreme caution. Understood, Eldest Miss. The 3 mechas trudged deep into the eye of the storm. Eldest Miss, look, a mirage. It's just an optical illusion. Quickly activate the stealth system first. Looming in the middle of the sand vortex was a man with his eyes completely stitched shut, muttering, "Hello, hello, please answer if you hear me." Echoing from somewhere was the desperate scream of a girl. "Is anyone there? Mosi Mosi, mic check 1 2 3. Being slapped straight in the face by layers of rough sand, the girl still stubbornly yelled, "Is there a single living person around here after all?" Sand got into her throat, making her cough violently, forcing her to continuously thump her chest to clear her airway. Smoothing back her battered hair, she grumbled irritably, "Young Master Bai, oh young Master Bai, where in the middle of nowhere have you thrown this lady?" Going back in time, when she first fell down here severely lacking in clothing, she was immediately torn at by a swarm of sandworms. Before her feet even touched the ground, she was surrounded by the pack of monsters. She tried to counterattack, but her spiritual power was completely dead. She could only scream weakly, "Stay away from me. Don't just bite randomly." Recalling the moment the wooden puppet mecha rushed in to save her, she muttered, "Thank God there was the wooden puppet that slashed those things to oblivion. But now look, I'm under house arrest in the middle of this sea of sand with no way out. I've eaten sandworm meat to the point of almost vomiting. And this bulky horn too, it keeps digging into me when I sleep. Why is my life so cursed despite my beauty?" The girl teared up, crying and whining. "Is this hellish place really the demon realm? If you told me it was the 18th level of hell, I'd probably believe it too." Suddenly, a blinding ray of light flashed across the sky, shooting straight toward the wooden puppet. It raised its arm to block the attack, and only suffered minor scratches on its exterior. That was the deadly beam fired from the muzzle of the Ma Wu, taking a direct hit from a 120mm magic cannon, and it's still standing there unscathed. Don't just stand there dumbfounded, reload and fire another shot at it for me. Luo Qi sweated profusely, hissing out instructions. "Fire another shot. My intuition tells me something bad is about to happen. Eldest Miss, look at that Ma Wu's shoulder." The girl heard the commotion and rejoiced as if she'd struck gold, screeching, "Don't shoot. I am a law-abiding citizen. Are you guys locals around here? Do you understand my language? Hurry up and escort me out of this shithole." Luo Qi's eyes widened in a glare, roaring indignantly, "No, what the hell is going on here?" The mechanical puppet coldly scanned the target, identified the trajectory of the Ma Wu's fire, and emitted a soulless sound. Detected forces bearing killing intent. The girl sitting inside panicked. "Oh God, are those crazy people planning to silence me by killing me?" Luo Qi quickly assessed the situation. That person clinging to its shoulder is definitely a white demon. That monster is very likely a biological weapon implanted by the rebel forces. We fired a 120mm shell and it didn't even lose a single hair. All units charge forward into close combat. Buy me some time. Understood. Another glowing artillery shell tore through the wind out of the Ma Wu's gun barrel. The girl taking shelter inside the puppet remained unfazed by the opponent's rain of firepower, clicking her tongue. "Sitting in here is actually quite cozy." The Ma Wu mecha leaped up to gain momentum, swinging its weapon down along with a roar. "You vile scum, offer up your lives." The puppet only needed to gently swing one arm to grab the Ma Wu's wrist, crushing the steel armor to pieces. Right after, it delivered a follow-up kick backward, blasting the mecha into smithereens. The other Ma Wu mechas fearlessly rushed up to attack relentlessly, but all met a tragic end due to the fatal counterattacks. The puppet's arm gathered massive energy, swinging a sword stroke that cleaved the ironclad mechas in two. Parts of the Ma Wu mechas fell onto the sand like scattered leaves before the overwhelming might of the guardian puppet. Luo Qi collapsed in front of the ruins, gasping in horror. Such terrifying power. This is absurd, if you guys are really the trump card of the rebel army. Luo Qi choked on her resentment, tears welling up in her eyes. Then the life's work of my family for generations, my father's tragic death. What was it all for? Are our lives just that cheap in your eyes? She wiped her tears, using all her strength to force the Ma Wu to overload with energy. Even if my bones are crushed and my body shattered today, I will drag you down to hell to be buried with me. A massive pillar of energy blasted out, brutally piercing through the puppet's defense. Despite that, the iron puppet still stood firm like Mount Tai, proudly raising a hand to block the destructive stream of power. The beauty poked her head out of the protective compartment, clicking her tongue in awe. My, the locals here are quite something too. They even chipped the premium paint job on young Master Bai's puppet. The dust and smoke cleared, revealing a deeply charred trench in the desolate scenery. The corpse of the sandworm from earlier had also completely vaporized without a single crumb left. Suddenly, the hatch of the Ma Wu's cockpit emitted a dry clicking sound. The door slowly popped open. Inside the compartment lay the horribly charred corpse of Luo Qi. So this was the true face of the demon race. The girl flew out and gently landed on the ruins of the Ma Wu, smiling softly. Fortunately, she hasn't been dead for long, the body is still quite warm. She began channeling a soul-searching and spirit-snatching spell. Little ghost, I hope you won't kill my mood. Spill all those secret intel out for me. The corners of her lips curled up into an extremely cunning smile. Aha, so that's how it is. This time it's truly a blessing in disguise. A glowing green light wrapped around Luo Qi's corpse as the girl softly whispered, "Poor little girl, your unfinished ambitions. Just rest assured and let Big Sister finish them for you. Immortal art, soul possession." Luo Qi's physical body suddenly twitched, then opened her eyes wide, resurrected. "This playground, here I come." During his first week joining the lumberyard, Bai Luo Chen was assigned to chop wood. Standing before a pile of firewood towering like Mount Tai, he suddenly teared up with a familiar feeling like he was back in his hometown. "Bai Luo Chen, what is this idle guy ruining now? Chopping like this, we wouldn't be able to burn it all even in 3 years." When it was his turn to be a stone-carrying slave, he caused trouble for the female slave driver by dragging back a massive stone golem. She yelled furiously, "Bai Luo Chen, what the hell is this? Huh, you guys said we needed boulders to build houses. I saw it wandering around the mountain, so I just carried it back for convenience. Return it to its original place right now for me." Next, he squeezed his way into the freestyle fishing tournament of the Maid Alliance. By then, the female slave driver was smugly carrying a heavy, giant fish. Moving on to the pet bathing activity, Bai Luo Chen straight up punched a wild beast's teeth out, scaring the soul out of the manager. "You're breaking the game." The climax was during the cleaning session, when he lit a torch and burned down the entire mansion model. Why tire your hands wiping and scrubbing? Just burn the damn thing down to clean the house. Bai Luo Chen. The female slave driver screamed until her voice was hoarse. "Put out the fire right now, you troublemaker Bai Luo Chen." Head maid Su Fang Wei La jerked awake in her bed, her forehead drenched in sweat. Pant, thank God it was just a nightmare. "Bai Luo Chen, you stinking brat." She buttoned her shirt while grumbling irritably. "He's only been here for a week, and he's already turned this house upside down. I can't even sleep peacefully, dreaming about him bringing disaster upon my head too." She reached out and snatched her dress hanging on the clothing rack. Then she huffily slipped it on. Her hands quickly braided her hair neatly. Once done, she stretched her limbs and let out a long breath. "Let's start the new day. Please God and Buddha, let today be peaceful and calm for me." Su Fang Wei La pushed the door open and stepped out, telling herself, "It's best to go check what that troublemaker is up to so I can have peace of mind." In another scene, Bai Luo Chen suddenly let out a loud sneeze that echoed throughout the room. He was leisurely sitting with his legs crossed, reading the morning news, while his magic pet Callison lay obediently on his lap. He rubbed his nose with his hand. The weather's been getting chilly lately. The newspaper in his hands was densely packed, with a mixed bag of news from the underworld. He took a sip of hot black tea, smacking his lips and assessing. Looks like the situation across the three realms is becoming a chaotic mess. Su Feng Wei La bumped into Fu Na right in front of the door. Bai Luo Chen's booming voice echoed from inside. Good morning. You're outside the door, right? Hello, boss Wei La, but seriously, why is the design of this Nai Jai cult logo so lame? Callison got startled and jumped straight from his lap to the floor. What's wrong with you, Callison? Suddenly, a hand gripped Bai Luo Chen's shoulder tightly from behind, accompanied by a roar. Bai Luo Chen. It turned out to be Wei La. She scowled and grumbled incessantly. Instead of working, you sneak into my room first thing in the morning to sip tea and gossip, you lazy bum. Ouch, let go now, you'll break my bones. I already handled those trivial chores smoothly last night. In this whole manor, you're the only one with a private lounge. If I don't hide here, where else can I go? She angrily slapped his hand away, scolding. The messes you've made, how many times do I have to wipe your ass for you, and you still have the nerve to talk back? Bai Luo Chen stubbornly argued back. Hey, I already exceeded my KPI. If you guys can't keep up with my productivity, blame yourselves. Wei La turned purple with rage, raising her hand to chop him, but was blocked in time. That's playing dirty, sis. Resorting to violence when you can't win an argument. Her face darkened, murderous intent radiating wildly. So you think your duties have been too leisurely lately. I won't tolerate your destructive antics anymore. With a fierce expression, she tilted her chin and ordered, Fu Na, go to the storage and fetch me an XL maid outfit. Understood, chief maid. Bai Luo Chen blinked in utter confusion. Sis Su Feng, what kind of perverted trick are you planning? She shoved the frilly hot pink dress straight into his face. Put this rag on. From this moment forward, you officially join the maid squad. And remember, call me Wei La, understood? Forcing a grown man to wear this, don't you think that's too cruel? He held the outfit like a ticking bomb, grimacing and pleading. I can run errands for you, but please don't force me to wear this fashion disaster, okay? Wei La frowned, flatly rejecting him. Dream on, honey. The Maid Alliance's uniform is an unchangeable rule. Right now, you're just an escort. An intern. Only when you pass the evaluation will you become official staff. Bai Luo Chen's face darkened at Wei La's lecture. She pressed her advantage. If you know what's good for you, thank your ancestors. A white demon with stunted and pitiful horns like you is blessed for 3 lifetimes to be put on my recruitment list. He smirked, pointing directly at her head. Before exposing others' flaws, go look in the mirror yourself, sis. Wei La exploded with rage at his sarcastic remark. The horns on your head are also short and tiny. I even heard the dwarfs whispering behind your back, calling you the short-horned girl. And for the final word, I'd rather die than participate in that perverted maid exam. Wei La glared so hard her eyes nearly tore. You call me a short-horned girl? What guts? Brat, this chief maid has business to attend to, shut the door. She threw the tangled mess right at him. If you're smart, apologize quickly, then put this outfit on for me. I'd rather die than submit to you. Seeing Bai Luo Chen's uncooperative attitude, she flew into a rage and lunged to grab the dress. Wei La glared fiercely to assert dominance. This is a sacred work uniform. Who gave you permission to throw it anywhere? He scratched his head awkwardly, muttering inwardly. It's over, this shrew is really throwing a fit. A true man wouldn't stoop to bickering with a woman. He told himself that while his spiritual energy wasn't fully restored, exposing his strength would only bring more trouble. Running away is the best policy. Glancing at Kali-san perching grandly on the windowsill, he threw a warning look. Move aside, you crazy cat. I just need to squeeze through that gap to escape. Holding the dress in one hand and waving a wig in the other, Wei La lunged forward to block his path, trying to slip away. If you don't wear it today, you won't hear the end of it from me. Bai Luo Chen dodged smoothly, casually flicking a thin wisp of spiritual energy, causing both of them to crash heavily onto the floor. The mind-clearing talisman stuck firmly, completely paralyzing Wei La. Excellent, it worked. Her alluring body pressed tightly against his. Breathing a sigh of relief for escaping danger, he suddenly froze. This ambiguous position. I feel like I've experienced this before. Bai Luo Chen scrambled up, clicking his tongue. Lady, just rest in peace. I mean, take a nice afternoon nap here. Right at that moment, a wind-tearing sound hissed past his ear. Su Feng Wei-la had silently stood up at some point, her murderous aura rising furiously. Oh crap, did it fail? She cracked her knuckles, burning with fury. Not only are you stubbornly resisting, but you also dare to stick this trashy talisman on my forehead. You little brat, are you tired of living so you want to pull the tiger's whiskers? Immediately, the chief maid's private lounge shook with a series of loud thuds and crashes. Su Feng, wait, let's talk this out calmly. Oh, don't hit there. You're strong as an ox, push me too far and I'll bite back. Cut to the manor's breeding area, a maid was sweating profusely while wrestling with a ferocious giant demon chicken. She screamed in terror, Zio Fei. The monster flung another girl into the mud. Are you okay? The Wu Dai Long is going crazy today. If this keeps up, the main kitchen will be late serving dinner. The two girls huddled together, looking despairingly at the Wu Dai Long. Who cares about the master's dinner? The two of us are about to become its tasty snacks right now. Exactly. Hurry and call Chief Maid Wei La for backup. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light tore through the air, accompanied by a deep voice. Your boss is currently fully booked. Stay calm, I'm here. With those words, the streak of light plunged straight into the top of the Wu Dai Long's head. The monster bird crashed heavily to the ground. Standing proudly on its corpse was Bai Luo Chen, in a fluffy maid dress. This turf is now under this young master's jurisdiction. He nonchalantly turned to ask the two jaw-dropped girls, not dead yet, right? We thank you deeply. The giant mountain of meat was quickly loaded onto the cart, accompanied by countless gasps of admiration. Brother Luo Chen is so majestic. With a wave of his hand, the demon beast goes to heaven. But that dress you're wearing, did you also apply to be a maid? Bai Luo Chen nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Let's just say so, a gentleman keeps his word. I must admit your shrew of a chief maid is the most violent master I have ever encountered. Wow, this is the first time the maid squad has a man joining. Another girl excitedly explained. Actually, this squad used to be the Manor's Guard Legion in the past. But ever since Chief Maid Wei La took office, the entrance exam has been as hard as ascending to heaven. Those male demons all failed at the parking lot. Not a single one passed the internship phase. Chief Maid must be so short on staff that she pulled out this dress for Brother Luo Chen to wear temporarily. After enough gossiping, he secretly analyzed. It sounds like this boss Wei La really favors the name Luo Chen. Whatever, thanks to her for lending me this outfit anyway. So it turns out this demon realm has a trending matriarchal style. No wonder Su Feng's physical strength is so terrifying. Her fighting is just like a body cultivator's. Stopping in front of Talika's enclosure, the maid spoke up. We're here. Bai Luo Chen frowned in thought. Su Feng is incredibly tough, but that's only thanks to her innate physique. Why did my spiritual talisman turn into waste paper against her? Could it be my power has degraded? He immediately awakened the AI. System, pull up my personal stat screen right now. Beside him, the two girls were armed to the teeth. Brother Luo Chen, are you really going in barehanded without bothering to wear armor? It's too cumbersome, I don't like it. Just be careful, within this month alone, 3 of our sisters had to be hospitalized because of it. The group tiptoed inside. Bai Luo Chen confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, pacifying a few pets is my specialty. Suddenly, a freezing aura of death emanated, sending chills down their spines. Razor-sharp fangs were bared threateningly. He narrowed his eyes to scrutinize. Is this? Right in front of them was the ferocious pet Talika, roaring and fiercely hugging a blood-stained bone boulder. Bai Luo Chen calmly reached his hand toward its horns. He casually grabbed the horn, lifting the monster up as easily as a joke. This isn't a puppet suit. Brother Luo Chen, let it go now. Talika's spiritual energy is highly volatile. Right then, from its mouth, a deep purple sphere condensed, crackling continuously with lightning. A destructive beam shot out, carrying the momentum to move mountains and fill oceans. Anything blocking the path of that light beam turned to ash in the blink of an eye. The two maids cowered in a corner, their voices trembling. Brother Luo Chen, are you still in one piece? The spot where he stood was now just a smoking crater right in front of Talika. Oh my God, did Brother Luo Chen kick the bucket? Suddenly, an arm shot up from the depths of the crater, successfully provoking the Talika. Go. The monster roared in fury, sucking in its belly to compress another energy attack. Just as it spat out the beam of death, Bai Luo Chen crushed it barehanded. "I'm busy, no spitting in public." As a result, Talika took the full rebound of its own move, its entire body charred like roast pork. The creature went limp and collapsed. Bai Luo Chen wiped his sweat and climbed out of the crater. "It's over, it's temporarily out of troublemaking options." Brother Luo Chen is truly a strange and marvelous talent with sky-high courage. Thank you. If you weren't here today, the two of us would at least suffer torn skin, or at worst, meet our makers. He waved his hand, laughing lightly. "I just did it conveniently. But this maid squad of yours must be ranked #1 in the manor for life-and-death situations, right? Clashing with demon beasts every day." "Oh please, this is nothing. Compared to Butler Kaladi's special task force, we're just small fry. But the good thing is we always have the chief maid protecting us." Their group was hatching a plan to dive into the Shen Yuan mine to hunt for a rare demonic crystal. Legend says that place is swarming with chaotic demons, riddled with traps, and the local specialty of landslides causes people to go missing in droves. The mortality rate for squads going down there far exceeds the casualty rate of frontline soldiers by several times. Chi-Chi's whisper suddenly flooded back into his memory. "Our sisterhood's biggest pride is having Chief Maid Wei La brave and full of kindness. Even though her horns are a bit flat, you won't find a more outstanding female demon anywhere. I think Brother Luo Chen should try to get on the Chief Maid's good side. I think being leisurely is fine, the treatment is good, and occasionally I get to see the eldest miss. So that's it, this gig really has a lot of potential." Looking at the mountain of food piled up in the cart, Bai Luo Chen urged, "The sun is already setting, let's unload the goods here and sneak away quietly." Night fell over the porter's shabby boarding house. Da Wei was hurled through the air into the room by two burly thugs. He lay flat on the hard wooden bed. The two thugs grumbled, "Damn it, are this guy's bones made of solid lead? He's as heavy as a dead pig. At this rate, he'll be bedridden tomorrow. If we keep forcing him to work like a slave for a few more days, he might just drop dead in the mine." The shadows of the two thugs slowly disappeared behind the door, their voices still echoing. "That short supervisor holds crazy grudges. There's no way he'll let him breathe. This time, it just depends on whether his life is tough enough or not." From the adjacent bed, Bai Luo Chen rolled over and sat up. Da Wei wheezed in a hoarse voice, "Bai, so lucky. Today I got to see the eldest miss in the flesh, right at the moment of troop deployment. Just wait, the day I give you my wedding invitation is coming soon, Bai." Slapping a recovery talisman onto his foolish friend, he sighed. "Da Wei, oh Da Wei, you are truly the lord of simps. Just to dig up some damn demonic crystals as a tribute for a beauty, you'd sell your little life this cheaply." Channeling his chi to heal the injuries, his lips muttered. Investigating these fake demons and the master of the manor was also for the demonic crystal issue, the main goal being to dig out clues about the Hun Zong. But the current board seems much murkier than I thought. He tried hard to reconnect. "System power on. System, boot up quickly. Damn it, at this rate I'll have to drag my body out and grope around for them myself." Rubbing his chin in thought, he mumbled, "Right now, the only one with enough authority to sneak into the upper echelon is that muscular female demon. Should I swallow my pride and ask her for a favor?" Suddenly, an invisible spider lowered itself. Through the ocular jutsu of a hidden maid, she whispered, "And he's proficient in talismans too, definitely a strange guest from the east." In the deserted back mountain area, a tree monster covered in eerie eyes was closely chasing a girl. She ran for her life, screaming piercingly, "What the hell? Why did a demon beast pop up in this corner?" Tripping over a root, she tumbled heavily onto the humus soil. The tree demon stretched out its sharp roots, preparing to strike. But before it could strike, the monster suddenly turned tail and ran for its life, leaving the girl with a dumbfounded expression. A battle axe whizzed through the air, screaming against the wind. Cleaving through space, it embedded itself into the target and split the monster in half. The tree demon was cleanly severed into two halves, while the axe blade embedded firmly into an ancient tree trunk in the distance. A teasing voice rang out, "Oh my, maid friend over there, good morning to you." None other than Bai Luo Chen. He strolled over casually. "This mountain peak is full of evil things. What is a lady like you wandering here for?" I was urgently looking for Brother Luo Chen. Sir, did he pass by here?" He shrugged, It's me in the flesh. Did that brat Su Fang send you to deliver a decree? Glancing her up and down, he smacked his lips. Looking at how clumsy your footing is, do you really work under Su Fang? Are you that awkward? Being bluntly criticized for being clumsy, she blushed furiously and mumbled a reply. Chief Maid Wei La not only manages the armed forces but also handles logistics. I belong to the Internal Affairs branch, sir. Currently, the Internal Affairs Office has issued a supercritical mission assigned to you. Please do us a favor and cooperate. He put on a cold face and stared intently at her. Brother Luo Chen. Bai Luo Chen feigned a helpless sigh, nodding. So be it, I'll humor you and follow you for a trip. Are you telling the truth? But first spell it out. Where are we going and doing what? She started making things up. There's a transit carriage ready at the bottom of the slope. You get in, bear with a blindfold, and will arrive in about 3 hours. The specific details will be explained later. He laughed inwardly. Yeah, right, this chick's scamming skills are way too green. Pretending to narrow his eyes in suspicion, he interrogated. Hey, are you an authentic maid? 100% authentic, sir, not a single bit fake. She trotted ahead to lead the way, urging, Come over here quickly, brother Luo Chen, time is gold. I know. Hiding behind the bushes was a female demon with a sinister smile. Sweet as pie. The fish has taken the bait and is following my puppet. Phase 1 is smooth sailing. She whispered into her device. This guy is a goldmine. Holler at the brothers at the mine to set up the ambush. If this operation succeeds, he'll become our faction's most overpowered trump card. Fu Na, standing nearby, expressed her concern. Tell me, do you think that prop girl's acting will be seen through by Bai Luo Chen? She always scores at the bottom in disguise and infiltration training. She might have been exposed ages ago. That guy Bai Luo Chen is very worldly. The female demon smirked smugly. Don't worry, men are all cut from the same cloth. They love this silly, sweet type. Besides, the prop girl is the most veteran sleeper agent in this manner. Just have faith. The two continued whispering to each other. But wait, how do you know men's psychology so well? How else? I learned flirting tips from the book, The Domineering Demon Lord Loves Me, that's currently trending on the streets. You're so cool. Back at the chief maid's living quarters, Su Fang was resting her feet and enjoying tea complacently. Without the presence of that ridiculous Bai Luo Chen, there's no noise, no destruction. Ah, a rare peaceful day. But looking around, some maids were yawning and stretching, while others were busily punching sandbags with loud thuds, causing her to choke on her sip of tea. It really is, so peaceful it's ridiculous. Hastily wiping the tea from her chin, she yelled loudly, You bunch of freeloaders, you dragged yourselves into my mansion just to laze around. It's only 3 p.m. and you're already planning to sneak off to sleep. The whole gang clamored to defend themselves. Oh my, is it 3 o'clock already? It's tea party time. Since brother Luo Chen joined, he's monopolized all the bitter tasks. We sisters just sit around and twiddle our thumbs all day. Yes, exactly. Any aggressive demon beast that shows its face gets sent straight to dreamland by brother Luo Chen. We have no chance to shine. Brother Luo Chen is top tier. If only his horns were a bit bigger, I would bring beetle nuts to ask for his hand in marriage right away. She furiously banged the table. Has your female demon pride been fed to the dogs? Dumping all the work onto Bai Luo Chen's shoulders, while you slack off and sit here scratching your feet. Erupting in thunderous rage, she called out the name of the girl sleeping soundly on the hammock. Zio Feng, open your eyes right now. Check the cameras and see what that guy Bai Luo Chen is up to. Hurry up. Even lightning avoids striking during sleep time. I've only napped for 2 hours. Su Fang Wei La slammed the table threateningly. Zio Feng grimaced, reluctantly pulling a notebook out of her pocket. Big sis wants to cut my paycheck, right? Fine, wait for me to scan the signals. After scanning the intel, Zio Feng panicked and reported. The Back Mountain Gatekeeper team reported that at 10:30 this morning, Bai Luo Chen was carried into a carriage by a maid and headed straight to the Shen Yuan mine. What? The Shen Yuan mine? Why are you only spitting out this massive news now? Hold on, Su Fang Wei La. Didn't you yourself declare this morning that nobody was allowed to keep an eye on him? The sisterhood broke into a cold sweat hearing this, buzzing with chatter. Shen Yuan mine. That living hell full of deep underground mazes belonging to the White Demon faction. Going down there is a 9-to-1 chance of death. I even heard rumors on the streets that it's jam-packed with ghosts and zombies down there. The chief maid's face darkened coldly. Brazenly kidnapping my person without submitting a permit, these guys have eaten a tiger's gall. Who exactly outside the manor has meddled in this? But then she feigned nonchalance, picking up a newspaper and waving her hand coldly. Why bother caring? The one who fell into the trap is Bai Luo Chen anyway. When his stomach growls, he'll drag himself back. Disperse. Everyone do your own jobs. If you don't have a job, at least act like you do. As long as he doesn't tear up the contract, it's fine. After all, who in this land can beat him up anyway? Suddenly, the female demons swarmed over and clung tightly to her, putting on pitiful puppy dog faces. She was startled. What? What kind of sappy stunt are you pulling, Lord Chief Maid? The herd of female demons with tears welling in their eyes clung to the hem of her clothes, driving her crazy. Boss, Brother Luo Chen might have bulging muscles, but he doesn't have an ounce of demonic power to protect himself. If he's tricked down there, he'll be pushing up daisies. Yes, exactly, we're so anxious. Please go save him and bring him back, boss. If he's directionally challenged and gets lost, it'll be so pitiful. You nonsense bunch. Your only goal is to reclaim your free time. You don't actually care about Bai Luo Chen. Move aside, get lost, and go to work. Sounds of wailing and lamenting echoed through the corner of the house. Out of options, she held her forehead and sighed, forced to yield. Lord Chief Maid, please have mercy. Enough, you guys are giving me a massive headache. Fine, I'll drag myself over there and haul him back by the neck, happy now. Glaring with sharp eyes, she ground her teeth amid the celebratory cheers of her underlings. While I'm at it, I also want to see who grew an extra liver and dared to touch my toy. Hooray! The fiercely protective Lord Chief Maid has made her comeback. So awesome. Cut to a shabby wooden shack in the middle of nowhere. An eager voice rang out. We've landed safely, Brother Luo Chen. On the precarious rocky ledge, Bai Luo Chen clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his chin to ask her. Impressive, you buried the entrance to the mine all the way up on this barren mountain peak. The female demon panted heavily, wiping her sweat and explaining. Actually, the architecture of the Shen Yuan mine is a colossal deep underground maze complex. We only had enough power to set up a small outpost on top of this cliff. Without bothering to reply, Bai Luo Chen silently walked away. She scrambled to chase after him. Hey, Brother Luo Chen, wait for me, don't walk so fast. Inside the mouth of the well, an old man in disheveled clothes with a blood-soaked arm was leaning against the rock wall, panting heavily. He walked straight up and immediately took charge, causing the female demon's eyes to go round. Hey, old man, which way down to the bottom of the mine? Waking up groggily, the old man rubbed his eyes and muttered, What, you guys, have already descended to the mortal realm. Clumsily gathering a tattered cloth bundle, the old man stammered, Wait for me a moment. If I don't lug these treasures along, we'll eat dirt. Shuffling over to the decrepit elevator shaft, the old man waved his hand. If you two want to head down, hop into this iron cage. Then turning to the female demon, he cleared his throat. Lady, leading the way here completes your duty. Please turn around and swim back to the manor to spare us the trouble. Yes, that works too. Pressing his hand on the rusty switch, the old man grimaced and gave a disclaimer. This busted machine is pretty old. When it jolts violently later, you'd better endure it. You won't throw up, right? Who cares? Stroking his beard, the old man kindly advised. From this crappy outpost, if you want to dive straight into the core zone of the Shen Yuan mine, it will take exactly the time of 10 burning incense sticks. Halfway through, there's bound to be clashes with the local thugs. You'd better watch your own fat life. The ear-piercing screech of grinding cables rang out. He crossed his arms and leaned against the iron wall, keeping his mouth shut without saying a word. The iron cage slowly slid down into the shaft of the Shen Yuan mine. The surrounding scenery was full of jagged dirt walls interspersed with ghostly twisted iron spikes. The old man gleefully gave a thumbs up. Impressive courage for a youngster. The rookies who come down here for the first time always pee their pants. He ignored the praise, asking coldly, How long until we hit the bottom? Calm down, endure it for 2 more gambling sessions and we'll touch down. With eyes sharp as knives, he looked up at the deep void, frowning at several white dots zooming past. There's some creature crashing down from up there. Tearing through the fog was a giant winged monster bird, the Yuan bird species, an extremely aggressive mid-tier demon beast. The demon bird's bloodshot eyes locked onto the elevator. The old man's face turned pale green, his voice cracking as he screamed, "Oh crap, it's a Yuan bird." The beast shot like an arrow straight at the two of them. The old man cursed while in a panic. "Gods and demons, we haven't even descended to the mid-level. Why did this beast pop up here? This damned bird has a habit of pecking its jaws to grab people inside the cage like opening an instant can of food. So this is the little bit of trouble you were bragging about earlier, old man." A space-daring sound roared out. A vicious sword strike cleaved the monster bird's body in two, causing its corpse to explode and tumble down into the abyss. Bai Luo Chen wielded a blood-stained axe, frowning and shouting while the old man fumbled messily through his sack. "Weird. Why aren't the numbers dropping no matter how much I slash? Hey old man, throw out a move. This busted iron cage is about to collapse. Yuan birds inherently live in flocks. Wait a beat. I remember my tools are right around here." Pulling out a bizarre-looking explosive, he cheered gleefully. "Found the hot stuff right here." Swarms of Yuan birds, thick as chaff, flapped their wings madly and crashed violently into the elevator cabin. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The shockwave blew away the bloodthirsty flock of birds, their corpses falling heavily like pouring rain. With his face blackened by soot, the old man holding the ignition match coughed violently and explained, "This thing is dragon breath grass. You have to dive 50 fathoms deep to dig it up. I crafted it into this matchstick form. It simulates a dragon's breath and creates an ear-splitting sound to scare them off. The only downside is the stench is just awful." Baring his soot-stained teeth in a hearty laugh, he turned to pat his shoulder. "Young man, it's great fortune that your axe-wielding skills blocked the first wave. Thanks a bunch. Cut the speech, tell me, what depth are we currently hovering at?" The old man rubbed his chest and replied, "Exactly at the 1,500-meter mark measured from the well's mouth, located right in the mid-level sector. Hang on a little longer and we'll catch sight of the outpost." "Is that so?" He crossed his arms, evaluating thoughtfully. "It seems the lethality of this underground maze is roughly the same as the Kang Wu Jia Yuan cave from before. If I wander around, I might just pick up some high-tier loot." The iron cage rattled loudly and landed with a huge crash at the bottom. The moment the two figures poked their heads out of the cabin, he indifferently spoke up. "Which direction is the outpost?" A grit-covered finger pointed straight into the darkness. "It's way over there. A brisk walk is probably about 5 kilometers. Hold on, let me use the radio to dispatch a beast cart to pick us two up so we can travel in style." Bai Luo Chen's gaze caught on a bizarre, scrawny creature crawling erratically up ahead. "What species is that?" "Ah, that thing." What met their eyes was a massive prison guard monster rampaging, sowing terror among the miners. "Captain DeWei, brothers, quickly carry the crystal ore crates and escape. I'll use earth magic to hold it back. Move your feet." The old man clicked his tongue to explain. "That eyesore is known as the Mu Wei. The black demon leaders up top have a habit of periodically tossing the lives of the white demon commoners into their mouths in exchange for peace at the outposts." His face hardened, radiating a cold aura that made the old man shiver and ask, "Young Luo Chen, what's wrong?" Without bothering to reply, Bai Luo Chen stomped his foot hard, his figure shooting like a wind-tearing arrow down into the abyss. The toothless old man chuckled heartily, casually dusting off a rock and plopping down. Young and talented, with plenty of hot blood. The giant beast opened its gaping maw to bite the blocking boulders to pieces, relentlessly pursuing the poor soul ahead. DeWei was sweating profusely, desperately casting a hand seal. His palm flared with a blinding golden radiance, Eastern Earth magic. The guy screamed out the incantation. The cracked earth jutted up massive boulders, stacking into a solid defensive layer that thrust back toward the vicious beast. Bamboo Earth Foundation. A roaring explosion tore through the air, sending mud and boulders flying everywhere. Who knows since when Bai Luo Chen was proudly stepping on the crushed corpse of the monster, waving his hand. "Hey, DeWei, who's calling?" Luo Chen adjusted the folds of his clothes, calmly dropping his words. "The promise to drink at your wedding hasn't come true yet. Please cut out this habit of displaying your corpse in the middle of the road." "Oh my God, Bai." DeWei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Bai, what poisonous wind blew you into this dump? Weren't you comfortably working as an apprentice maid up there?" "It was too stuffy indoors, so I took a stroll to enjoy the scenery." He crossed his arms and interrogated, making the guy flustered. By the way, was that flashing move you used earlier magic? Ah well, it's just a meager trick of beginner earth magic taught by the boss of the construction team. Bringing it out to dust and sweep is convenient. The thing is, those few scare tactics earlier completely drained my mana pool dry. Just standing on my 2 feet right now makes me feel like collapsing. So that's how it is. Even though the monster behind him was wriggling and crawling back up, he nonchalantly preached, "Friendly reminder, say bye-bye to this godforsaken place early for your own good. If you're unlucky one day, you might turn into a pile of nutritious food to fatten up these insects." With his face completely drained of blood, Da Wei's limbs trembled as he pointed straight behind Bai Luo Chen's head. "Bai, your back. Behind your back." Ignoring the disgusting looming shadow casting over his head, he continued his sermon calmly, while Da Wei cried and screamed his lungs out. "This is just a trashy low-tier demon beast in the mid-level Shen Yuan, a damn diseased larva breed. Your salary is just pennies, why the hell are you selling your life for it? Obediently head home. I'll put in a word with Su Fang and bend the rules to recruit you into the maid squad. Let me make an exception. Please, for the love of God, look behind you." The grotesque bug monster opened its slimy, blood-red throat wide and snapped straight down. He nonchalantly clasped his hands, chanting an incantation and pulling out a talisman, 2-star spiritual talisman. The hideous mouth swallowed half of Bai Luo Chen's body into its stomach. Witnessing that scene, Da Wei's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared in grief and indignation as he charged forward. "Bai, you rotten bug, I will risk my life against you." Boom, a pillar of light exploded from the inside, shredding the hard shell. The monster's guts and organs scattered everywhere in a sticky mess. Terrified to the point of jelly legs, Da Wei slumped to the ground muttering, "By the soul of my demon lord." Bai Luo Chen casually shook off the slime and stepped out from the gory mess of flesh. "What are you hesitating for? Sign up for enlistment today. This young master will personally consult and pick out the most gorgeous maid dress for you. That's not even worth discussing right now." Da Wei pulled his hair in frustration while he smirked in amusement. "Bai, what kind of evil magic are you using anyway? Your mana is drained dry, yet you can still unleash such a destructive killer move. This is way beyond miraculously defying the rules. This is definitely not normal magic, right?" He narrowed his eyes, flashing a cryptic smile that turned the other party to stone. "Hey young man, have you ever caught wind of the 2 words immortal cultivation? Immortal cultivation." Not bothering to dissect the issue, he waved his hand. "We'll chat about it later when we're free. Right now, let's clean up this trash heap." Right from above, a periscope lens poked out, aiming straight at Da Wei's back. A tightly masked little demon was scrutinizing through the lens. Spotting a bad omen, he whipped around and yelled frantically, "Lord Mabo Kila, big trouble, there's a huge situation." The shocking news made Mabo Kila, a high-class demon of the halberd lineage, furiously slam the table. "The sacrificial prey for the Mu Wei, those white demons, are still intact." He chewed on mushrooms sloppily and roared. "What the hell are you screaming for? Are you blind? Can't you see this seat is enjoying some shrooms? Scram and bring a few female demons in here so I can vent this blazing fire." The lackey prostrated himself, trembling violently, banging his forehead on the ground to plead. "Reporting to Lord Mabo Kila, please forgive me. In a bit your subordinate will go fetch some top-tier goods to offer you. The problem is that pile of sacrificial meat is still alive and kicking. If we don't handle them in time to offer them up, disaster will fall upon our heads. I implore you to roll up your sleeves and quell the chaos. The bar snacks haven't stopped breathing yet." He waved his human's skull-adorned magic staff. "I thought it was some earth-shattering matter. It's just a mosquito." Thumping his chest loudly, he stood up fiercely. "This seat will take out my blade, chop off their heads and throw them for the maggots to nibble on. Then that damn contract is settled." Mabo Kila strode briskly out of the fortress gate. "I'm going to make mincemeat out of them. I'll be back in a blink." Standing tall on the watchtower, he cast a venomous glare and ordered the groveling soldier, "Mark my words, before my feet return to this place, there better be a few white demon wenches ready to serve in my tent. Otherwise, the next head to roll on the ground will be yours. Yes, yes, this lowly one will go fetch them right away." He kicked off the corner of the fortress wall, using the momentum to shoot forward like a falling star. His silhouette glided through the void, ruthlessly striking forward. The horde of demons had completely encircled the two. Bai Luo Chen rubbed his hands in excitement while Da Wei was scared out of his wits. "Awesome, A swarming mob like this is the perfect farming spot to level you up. By the water's at our throats, what move should I use? Luo Chen tilted his chin and spat out an incantation that left Da Wei dumbfounded. Shout this out loud for me. By the highest law, kill without mercy. Like a drowning man catching a lifeline, the guy roared. Instantly, a blazing crimson light tore through the space. By the highest law. The sword beam pierced into the mud, and the brutal shockwave shredded the monsters into thousands of pieces. Damn, that's the stuff. From above, Mabokila unleashed a deadly slash, but Luo Chen casually swung his axe to block it completely. Luo Chen grabbed Da Wei by the collar and tossed him into the sky, causing the panicking guy to flail his limbs like a circus monkey. Hey, the incantation you mimic doesn't even use the proper Yunhuang accent like my original one. Mabokila's eyes bulged, green veins popping all over his face. What the hell is this? Is this old master actually being blocked by a white demon brat? Bai Luo Chen calmly scolded after Da Wei. If you want to step onto the path of immortality, you'd better polish up that hillbilly regional accent of yours. Standard Yunhuang dialect is mandatory. The tip of his shoe touched the ground, and he casually tossed Da Wei into a corner, making the poor guy groan miserably. Mabokila growled, pointing straight at the two to interrogate them, while Luo Chen remained completely unbothered. Are you remnants of the rebel army? Have you got a death wish daring to tear up the contract? How should I deal with this now, Bai? Dig out those secret manuals I stuffed into your skull earlier and review them. At the very least you need to roll your tongue and pronounce every word clearly. He dusted his sleeves, lifted his chin, and asked into the air, Are you the final boss covering this turf? Burning with fury, he spat on the ground. I thought you were a deaf mute who couldn't bark in human tongue. Do you rebel army scumbags want to spark a war with the manor? Luo Chen indifferently waved his hand toward Da Wei, who was happily scrambling up. Stop overthinking it. This young master has nothing to do with that rebel army group. I was just unlucky enough to be tricked and sold down here by a drunkard old man and a maid. But let's put those trivial matters aside. The main point is my comrade here wishes to submit his resignation today to join the female slave order. Right, little bro? So we hope Lord Mabokila will kindly approve it. He nonchalantly poured another bucket of cold water, sending Mabokila's anger through the roof. You probably know that shrew female slave Chief Su Fang, right? She's my direct boss. If you have any grievances, just march up there and knock on her door. Mention the name Bai Luo Chen and she'll understand. Ah, so you're Lord Su Fang's lapdog. No wonder you have such an arrogant mouth, but even if he wants to resign. He gave a savage sneer, slashing his blade straight down at their heads. Bai Luo Chen flicked his hand to raise an energy shield, deflecting the blade. He still has to hand over his head as an offering. It's just a coolie quitting his job. Why do you have to resort to hacking and slashing at every turn? Did you grow bare galls or something to not fear offending Su Fang? Mabokila sneered disdainfully, dumping a handful of poisonous mushrooms into his mouth and chewing noisily. Crawling in with your tails between your legs and now trying to strut out. Do you lot treat my territory like a public latrine? Let that damn bitch Su Fang show her face down here. I'll take her on any time. This old master is currently invincible as F***CK. Bai Luo Chen frowned in annoyance, while Da Wei's face turned pale. Damn it, this guy took an overdose and lost his damn mind. Even I have to be wary of that violent Su Fang, yet he dares to talk such trash. Bai, Lord Mabokila goes completely berserk like a rabid beast whenever he chews on mushrooms. So many lives have perished at his hands. Let's bolt, Bai. Burning with rage, he roared. What the hell are you whispering about? Dare to despise this old master's majesty. Today, even if the demon venerable himself were to march here in person, he wouldn't be able to save your worthless little lives. Killing intent erupted, and a high-level magical barrier, reeking of blood, flared up to envelop the space. A deafening sound shattered eardrums, blowing away everything within the vicinity until not a single speck remained. A pebble flew through the air, embedding itself straight into the center of the guard's forehead. An arrogant burst of laughter echoed. Having fun, are we? Has the grand banquet of blades reached all the way here? The old man from earlier appeared, leisurely dangling the guard's bloody skull upside down and smiling faintly. With the female slave chief's fiery temper, she's bound to sniff this place out soon and strike to kill. This old man needs to hurry up and seal the deal to pull that brat over to our side. Hang in there, Lord Mabokila. Our rebel army, Kayan Mayan, mid-tier Earth demon. The bare, headless corpse suddenly twitched and scrambled to its feet. The old man casually struck up a conversation with it. Rumor has it that in this underground dump, aside from vivisecting humans for sacrifices and smuggling shrooms, there's also someone burying their head in forbidden necromancy research, right? All sorts of inhumane dark arts. Have you caught wind of any clues, little bro? The soulless corpse staggered, swinging its arms to claw at him. The old man kept rambling in a monologue. I hope they don't have any ties to the legendary Fallon Island. After all, apart from holding the world's most magnificent treasury of magic, that hellhole also harbors the most fanatical cultists on Earth. Dipping our hands into this mess is just asking for trouble. Don't you think my words make perfect sense, little bro? Crack, the mangled corpse of the soldier suddenly exploded, splattering slime and internal organs everywhere. The old man shrugged and clicked his tongue. So naughty, little bro, shattering to pieces before we even finished our chat. A stubby goblin clad in iron armor lunged forward, foaming at the mouth and scolding. What the hell are you mumbling about, you senile old geezer? Rebel army melter, bottom-tier Earth demon. In the distance, the magical aura still stained a corner of the sky blood-red. The goblin resentfully pointed at the human skull in the old man's hand. Every time we engage in a fight, you always cling to a skull and whisper sweet nothings to it. Don't you find it disgusting and nauseating? Focus on our mission. But these heaven-shaking secrets, I only dare to breathe them to the dead. Besides, my part of the job has been done ages ago. If you don't believe me, cast your eyes over there and enjoy the view. The goblin squinted toward the thick smoke and fire, asking suspiciously, is that new recruit you're baiting actually any good? The old man stroked his beard meaningfully. Whether he amounts to anything or not, we'll have to wait until the end to see which side is still standing. In the distance, mushroom clouds of smoke billowed upward accompanied by ear-splitting sounds. The last time I was treated to such a magnificent fireworks display was when the Earth Dragon plowed through the mine. Cutting to Su Fang's villa, she was grinding her teeth, shoving Bai Luo Chen's portrait right into the face of an overseer on the first floor of the Abyss Mine area. Open your eyes and look closely. My female slave order has a lost male whose face looks exactly like this piece of paper. My internal sources tip me off that he's loitering around here. Do you have any impression of him? The overseer wailed. I am so wronged, Lord Female Slave Chief. I've reported it until my mouth ran dry. The cable car system is sealed off for maintenance today. Absolutely not a single soul has gone underground. Please, miss, just head back to your manor. Fury rushing to her brain, she grabbed the staff member by the collar. Talking nonsense. Are you saying this young lady's informants are spreading fake news? The female slave order prioritizes trustworthiness, shining with justice. Have you eaten dog galls to dare doubt my character? The overseer shrank back trembling, letting her scold him right in the face. But it's true that headquarters issued an order today to cut the power and repair all the elevators. Even on normal days, not a single ghost would drag themselves down there. A coincidental mass maintenance. Do you take this young lady for a toothless 3-year-old toddler? The staff member bawled his eyes out. It's an order from above. How could a lowly ant like me reach that high? I beg the female slave chief to be lenient and spare this worthless life. Fine, then spit it out. Which shaft elevator was just operating? Forgive me, female slave chief, this lowly one truly doesn't know. Lord Kayan Mayan, I'm running out of ways to stall her. Losing her patience, she tilted her chin and held out her hand to order. Hand over the operation ledger right now for my inspection. Yes, please take a look, my lord. Her razor-sharp gaze skimmed over the hastily written lines. Elevator number 5, guard post 31, mid-level sector. 318 white demons kicked the bucket in a single month. Another 50 vanished without a trace. Overseer in charge, Mabo Kila. Ridiculous. Even if this abyss mine pit is known as a mass grave, this casualty rate is absurd beyond belief. A flash of suspicion sparked, and the image of Butler Kaladi's fake face surfaced in her mind. Su Fang of the villa growled, laborers dropping dead like flies. Why hasn't my internal affairs department received a single death notice? Well, every nook and cranny of this mining factory is under the absolute authority of Butler Kaladi. Someone of my lowly status would absolutely not know. Grinding her teeth in anger, she spun around and swung straight up onto the windowsill, making the staff member turn pale. That's enough. Just keep making yourself invisible. O Mother of God, Lord Female Slave Chief, what foolish thing are you planning? She whipped her robes and free fell into the thick fog, ignoring the frantic screams of the overseer behind her. She muttered to herself, I need to sweep through guard post 21 to see what kind of dirty tricks these guys are playing, and then I can drag that brat out by the neck. The overseer was desperately tearing his hair out. I'm screwed. How am I supposed to report this to my superiors? Right at that moment, Duan Qing respectfully cleared the way from behind for an elegant young lady slowly walking down. Eldest Miss, watch your step. The eldest miss of Wide Manor, Lucy Waden, a haughty upper-class demon, slightly furrowed her brows in confusion. Duan Qing, what's all this commotion? Reporting to the eldest miss, let me interrogate that guy and find out. Duan Qing strode over and barked at the sniffling overseer. Station guard, what's going on in this area to make such an ear-splitting racket? The guy jolted in shock and turned around. Oh heavens above, the eldest miss has arrived. He flailed his arms clumsily, stammering, Ray, reporting to you, it's jumped. She threw herself down the abyss. The female guard standing next to Lucy hurriedly soothed the overseer. Take a deep breath, speak clearly word by word, don't panic. Rubbing his chest vigorously, he panted out, It's Lord Female Slave Chief. She tossed her life away and vaulted straight out of that towering windowsill right down to the bottom of the abyss. The female guard and Lucy exchanged wide-eyed looks. Duan Qing clapped her hands with a loud smack, not sparing any flattery. That's exactly our Lord Female Slave Chief. That's Su Fang. She truly lives up to her reputation as the female slave chief of the villa, roaming the lands fearlessly, daring to pull off earth-shattering stunts that ordinary mortals would be too terrified to even attempt. Lucy elegantly covered her mouth and giggled. She'll be perfectly fine. Su Fang is the most top-tier demon strongwoman I've ever associated with. Put away your unnecessary worries. The female guard turned to urge the staff member, who had now perked up. So, has cage shaft number 31 been completely set up for us to head down there? Reporting, it's perfectly smooth now. Everything is ready to welcome you. Lucy sharply outlined the formation. Duan Qing, you stake out here at the main headquarters to command backup. I will personally lead my people to infiltrate and observe. This subordinate obeys. The overseer prostrated himself on the ground, extending his hand in a respectful invitation, respectfully sending the eldest miss off into the iron cage. I've troubled you. Yes, 10,000 times I wouldn't dare. This is my absolute blessing. The rusty iron doors slammed shut coldly. The aging machine shuddered, slowly drifting down into the kingdom of darkness. At the very bottom level, the demon Mabokila was now just a tightly hogtied piece of meat, knocked out cold and carelessly tossed onto the freezing ground. Bai Luo Chen tapped his heels leisurely in front, tilting his face back to ask Da Wei, who was panting heavily as he dragged Mabokila's chubby body behind. So just hauling this useless lump of meat and tossing it into the guard post is enough. Doing this, where are we supposed to fish out the labor contract termination paper? To cancel that bottom-tier contract, you just need to squeeze out a bit of magic power, or force an item containing magic power from this local tyrant, smear a drop of blood onto the deed, and you can instantly wash off the mud and stand tall in glory. Hugging the base of the sturdy fortress wall, Da Wei took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, Hey gatekeeping brothers, unlatch it and throw the doors wide open for me. Big boss Mabokila got beaten half to death. He needs emergency first aid. On the fortress wall, the goblin, utterly panicked, turned to the old man for help. Crap, how do we handle this situation now, old man? Just stick entirely to the script I spoon-fed you earlier and act it out. The goblin opened his palms, and blood-red bubbles, boiling like fresh blood, surged out. Without a single word of warning, a massive puddle of bright red slime splashed down, entirely engulfing the unconscious body of Mabokila, making Da Wei jump up in terror. His pupils shrank as he witnessed the demon's flesh and skin sizzling and melting away by that gooey mess, revealing a stark white skeleton. Lips trembling, he pointed a finger at the smoking corpse and stammered, Bye, that guy Mabokila just got melted down into a puddle. Stand still, let's observe what kind of song the gang on the wall is going to sing. With a heavy thud, the old man vaulted down from the towering height and landed squarely on the ground. Baring his crooked teeth in an amiable smile, he slapped his thigh. Well, little bro, you darted off too quickly earlier. We two didn't even get the chance to exchange contact info. Bai Luo Chen sneered mockingly. You want to make friends, yet you bolt the doors tight, and you even conveniently dump acid to destroy the evidence like this. Your art of communication is truly unprecedented, senior. Stroking his beard, the old man leisurely clarified. It's a misunderstanding. It's not that I'm too stingy to open the door, but simply that there is no need to open it. In this place right now, aside from this old man and his faction, where else would you find another living soul to host as a guest? Dou Wei's jaw dropped in shock. You're talking nonsense. How could it be devoid of people? Where did all my coolie brothers who shared my thick and thin go? In what corner did you bastards execute and hide them? The old man waved his hand dismissively to placate him. Oh dear, you're overreacting, little bro. Those ill-fated white demon brothers have naturally been rescued and arranged with a comfortable haven. There's no need to fret. Our sect's creed is to eradicate cruelty and eliminate evil, specializing in weeding out the rotten and tyrannical demon race, absolutely never staining our hands with the blood of innocent commoners. Hearing this, Dou Wei seemed to experience a great awakening, yelling out in a way that left Bai Luo Chen dumbfounded. So that's how it is. Spare our lives for the incident earlier, purging the tyrants and black demons. They are genuinely the rebel army. Wait, so what kind of half-baked faction is this rebel army tag? Memories of this gang's terrorism rushed back, and the guy trembling disseminated the knowledge. The rebel army is an alliance fighting against the imperial dynasty's rule, existing for over a decade. Rumors in the martial world say their top boss is a former marshal of the Royal Guard, rising in rebellion against the cultivation world. Their sky-high slogan is to liberate white demons from slavery, topple the empire's throne, and build a peaceful land regardless of skin color or class. However, their way of enforcing martial law on the black demons is incredibly vicious, all boiling down to only two doors. One is groveling in surrender, and the other is going to meet the king of hell. Listening to the narration, the old man laughed so hard his belly shook, calling us vicious. Scum like Mabo Kila totally deserve to be chopped into pieces. As for those few false rumors out there, 9 people will have 10 different opinions. At the very least, this rebel army organization has never exploited a single cent from white demons. If you disdain us and don't want to join, we won't put a knife to your neck to force you. Just consider it sharing a cup of weak wine and becoming confidants. Dou Wei racked his brains thinking, this guy doesn't seem to be bullshitting. The rebel army faction is generally highly respected by the white masses, and that guy Mabo Kila deserved to be chucked into hell 1,000 times over. Do you have any brilliant ideas? A tiny beam of light flared up right at the tip of Bai Luo Chen's finger. If you want to make friends, the most precious thing is sincerity. You guys playing hide-and-seek and covering up like this really loses you too many points. The pair of tiny light beams shot forward with a whoosh, pinning accurately right in the middle of the goblins and the old man's foreheads. What the hell is going on here? The old man's body instantly swelled up and deformed miserably, scaring him out of his wits as he shrieked. Oh my God, what kind of magic is this? An ear-splitting explosion resounded everywhere. The mask on the goblin's face instantly shattered into 100 pieces, making him fly into a furious rage as he growled. You little brat, you. His hands once again oozed out that bloody red slime, and he was just about to make a threat when he was jerked back by the old man's shout. Want to visit the king of hell early? Melter, step back immediately. Amidst the squishy pool of slime, the old man from earlier had transformed into a charming young girl. Kayan Mayan stared blankly at her own hands, then shrugged to explain. That move just now wasn't any combat magic. It seems that internally, we have exhausted our capital to bargain with you. She shyly cracked a smile, turning her eyes to Bai Luo Chen. Sir Luo Chen, I hope you can be magnanimous and overlook that brutish greeting just now. In the guild, everyone usually calls me by my alias Kayan Mayan. Kayan Mayan gathered up the messy slime on her body, then tilted her face to introduce. As for the guy standing next to me, this is my dear colleague, his code name is Melter. The two of us are the managers at this manor stronghold. She kept blabbering on endlessly, ignoring Bai Luo Chen and Dou Wei who were turning beet red. Sir Luo Chen, please trust us, we harbor absolutely no ill will towards you. Did you strip her naked just to assert dominance? I'm innocent, how could I have foreseen that she wouldn't be wearing anything underneath? The young man cleared his throat a few times to cover his embarrassment and then asked awkwardly, "So, what exactly did you guys go through the trouble of bringing me to this place for?" The girl replied nonchalantly, "To admire Sir Luo Chen's brilliant demeanor, of course. Let me whisper this to you. There are also our organization's people among the female slaves, and they rate you incredibly high. Besides that, we also have a massive problem that needs to be thoroughly investigated." The young girl spun on her heels to face the wall directly, raising her voice to give an order that visibly irritated Melter. "This thing right here is the second reason why we locked the door and refused to open it. Melter, get off your butt and get to work. You only ever know how to open your mouth and boss people around." In the blink of an eye, a pile of dark red liquid was chucked straight onto the stone wall. The solid layer of wall instantly sizzled, evaporated, and melted away. Kayan Mayan frowned and announced, "The guys we just annihilated in the stronghold have stood up to take a stroll again." Behind the collapsed wall appeared dozens of figures with horrifyingly deformed faces. At first, we really thought some lunatic dragged white demons out to research forbidden necromancy. With a swoosh, a blinding light beam swept past, cleanly lopping off the heads of the undead horde in an instant. But normally speaking, for these zombie-grade products, you just need to wring their necks, chop their bodies in half, and lock down the magic core in their brains to consider it handled. A jade-green cyclone swirled up in the palm of Kayan Mayan's hand. She tilted her chin and told the two guests, "But you two just keep your eyes wide open and watch." The headless zombie horde with crooked limbs stubbornly marched toward the gap in the wall. Despite losing their heads or having their bodies mangled and twisted, they absolutely refused to die, and even possessed an incredibly aggressive instinct to attack living beings. With a grim face, she laid out the situation. "The internal mages have investigated and concluded this isn't any necromancy magic, it's a pathological mutation of their souls. If you take a single hit of damage from them, this pathogen will spread like a wildfire. The unlucky part is, right now we are completely helpless and have no cure." The scene inside the walled area was now densely packed entirely with mangled corpses wandering aimlessly everywhere. Before this, we received reports of abnormal corpse disposal across 31 strongholds. 9 times out of 10, it was to clean up the victims infected by this troublesome soul virus. Kayan Mayan turned her head and hollered Melter's name, making him bristle and curse. These things also have a bizarre hobby of swarming heavily wherever there are strong individuals. "Melter, seal the cave back up right now." "Huh, then why the hell did you urge me to melt the door open just now?" Kayan Mayan completely ignored the grumbling and continued explaining, leaving Da Wei and Bai Luo Chen standing there dumbfounded. "The intel our organization has gathered so far only revolves around this much. No wonder I've seen you taking on way fewer jobs lately, so this was the reason. Kid, you keeping your life until now means you have incredibly good luck." She hesitated and turned to look at the young man. "Sir Luo Chen, truthfully, our inner circle is still nursing one more speculation," she whispered. The image of the white bird flashed through her mind, and she shivered. "The thing is, earlier I just caught a glimpse of that mandarin duck you chopped into 2 halves cheerfully soaring in the clouds again. I bet that this soul virus holds no prejudice towards humans, and even magical beasts can be cross-infected." The scenario she painted made Bai Luo Chen break out in cold sweat. At this rate, if countless magical beasts pour out, the consequences will be unimaginable. "Oh great Sir Luo Chen, I beg you to show mercy and roll up your sleeves to help us uncover this whole mess." Before she even finished speaking, a battalion of monstrosities poured out from some unknown corner and tightly surrounded them. He sighed heavily, completely helpless. "Looks like I've been stripped of my right to choose anyway." In another corner of the battlefield, a hideous creature was gaping its maw, churning a terrifying surge of power within its throat. As soon as it gathered enough spiritual energy, the beast unhesitatingly unleashed a straight, destructive attack forward. The wave of power plowed the earth, sweeping through and crushing every single obstacle in its path. Countless buildings, tiled roofs, and furniture simply dissolved into smoke under the horrific pressure. But strangely enough, that deadly streak of light suddenly vanished without a trace, as if some invisible hand had just shattered it, stripping the vile beast of its right to wreck things. Sayaka was drenched in sweat, her heart pounding violently as she shrieked out in a panicked voice, Duo. The monstrosity that was just flaunting its might was instantly ripped vertically by another surge of force, cleanly severed in half in an incredibly abrupt manner. It turned out the culprit was Duo. She had used her own delicate, mist-like wings to deliver the blow to the monster. Ironically, that seemingly paper-thin attack achieved incredibly high efficiency, sending the massive creature straight to the yellow springs in the blink of an eye. Even Duo herself was bewildered as she inspected her own wings, silently gasping in awe. This person's martial arts are seriously badass. To think that wings this flimsy can actually be forged into slaughtering weapons. A figure rushed over frantically, bombarding her with questions. Duo, how is the battle going over there? Duo's face darkened, heavily recounting the situation after her reconnaissance. We're out of luck, it's big trouble. I just did a lap and inspected carefully, and I saw. She shivered, recalling the bizarre defense of the barrier block. That sphere erecting the barricade is incredibly brutal. No matter how many strikes are launched, it's like throwing salt into the sea. They all slide right off completely. Duo clicked her tongue and concluded firmly. This shielding dome is sealed tight, leaving only the sky open. But up there, the killing intent is so thick it's suffocating. I didn't dare to rashly creep closer. It looks like this time those guys are going all out, pouring a ton of capital just to capture the two of us. Sayaka gasped, her eyes widening. What? Even your magic is helpless in this situation. I've chewed your ear off about it 10,000 times. Mine are immortal arts, not those mediocre magic spells. Duo winked mischievously, starting up her usual tune of flattering her master. Oh please, if my master were gracing us with his presence here, he'd wipe out this bunch of insignificant rats with just 2 or 3 waves of his hand. Leveling their entire kingdom while he's at it would be as light as a feather. Having bragged until her mouth was sore while Sayaka remained completely mute, she awkwardly nudged her elbow. Hey, don't tell me you got scared out of your wits by my master's reputation. Rest assured, my family is very well behaved. We only finish off the wicked. Sayaka's eyes hardened, glued to the distant void. She suddenly dropped an incredibly bizarre question. If your master is truly as formidable as the rumors say, then could he chew up that colossal thing over there? Following her companion's line of sight, Duo spotted a messy swarm hovering around the base of the clouds. She puckered her lips, eager for gossip. Wow, what is that bunch soaring around up there? What struck their eyes was indeed a massive flock of heavy-class white-headed sphinx vicious birds. Sayaka swallowed hard and explained. That is the Empire's awe-inspiring flying legion, the white-headed sphinx force. Her gaze was locked onto the gigantic magic prison bombs hanging in front of the monster birds' chests, the corner of her lips twitching up bitterly. They're really going all out, even lugging along Type B1 magic prison bombs. They're totally planning to flatten this entire area into a wasteland. Fury burned bright in Sayaka's eyes. She utterly despised and spat on the hypocritical preaching of the Empire. Those hunting dogs always chant the chorus about wanting to reconcile the conflict between Seiya and Seius. As expected, these hypocrites are the true animals. Duo pulled out a bunch of talismans and fiddled with them, her insides tying into knots, fearing that this loot run would go down the drain. The two of us just grouped up to scavenge resources this time. We didn't prepare the gear for a massive brawl. If I had known this, keeping a huge stack of talismans handy would have made things a breeze. We're probably gonna get pulverized here. I'm the one calling the shots on this gig. I swear I won't let you lose a single piece of flesh. Instantly, a blinding golden light condensed into a radiant sphere right in front of Sayaka. While Duo was still gaping in astonishment, Sayaka flapped her wings and dove straight into the center of that beam of light. The dazzling rings of aura continued to expand ceaselessly, forcefully whipping against Duo and making her lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Scrambling to her feet, Duo frantically screamed at the top of her lungs, Sayaka. At this moment, her entire slender silhouette had completely submerged into the epicenter of the light. The barricade-forming sphere below suddenly convulsed violently, as if enduring an enormous pressure crushing down on it. A rain of blazing crimson light beams tore through the wind and shot forward, eager to pierce right through Sayaka. The result was her being locked tight inside a fiery, blood-red arc of light. Witnessing the complete tragedy, Duo finally gritted her teeth in realization. It's obvious that tangled mess above us is a perfect trap. A magic prison sprang up in a flash, hog-tying her inside and leaving her unable to twitch. Despite being imprisoned, Sayaka remained as indifferent as ever. She lowered her lashes, hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, and murmured a string of bizarre incantations. Boom, like a thunderbolt striking right beside the ear, the stratosphere shook violently. The prison that meant to bind her instantly exploded, shattering into thousands of fragments. The array of barrier-forming spheres below also caught the storm, fracturing with clinking sounds before shattering completely. Tearing apart the prison, Sayaka re-emerged in full majesty. Her wings were bathed in an encirclement of blinding metallic light, both hands tightly gripping dual swords, while her eyes radiated a brilliant, razor-sharp aura. Her blade swung high with arrogance, her face hardened in ice gold, aiming the sharp tip straight ahead. The flock of white-headed sphinx vicious birds continued to flap their wings aggressively and swoop closer, closing the distance with Sayaka. A handful of golden light streaks writhed like blazing ropes, shooting swiftly toward the white-headed sphinx brigade. Those razor-sharp light sword paths slashed right across the beast's throats, striking the exact spots where they were carrying the dangerous magic prison bombs. Eating Sayaka's extremely lethal preemptive strike head-on, the pile of magic prison bombs on the monster bird's chests were simultaneously destroyed. Immediately, the vault of heaven was lit up by a world-shaking smokescreen explosion. The shockwave from the explosion hit so hard that even Duo, who was spectating on the ground, had to grit her teeth and raise her arms to block the terrifying surge of power. Right at that moment, a blackened figure abruptly fell like a dry leaf from the sky. That free-falling black silhouette was none other than Sayaka. Duo frantically vaulted up to catch her friend, screaming in panic, "Sayaka!" Seeing the battered and bruised wounded soldier pass out, Duo desperately whipped out healing talismans and slapped them all over her. "How are you feeling? Are you okay?" It took a long while for Sayaka to sluggishly half-open her eyes. She whispered weakly, advising, "Don't waste good stuff on this dry corpse anymore. Save those precious talismans to protect the other warriors." Hearing those jinxed words, Duo scolded her furiously. "Are you short-circuiting to say such stupid things? I have a whole basket of these talismans, just try to take a deep breath. This Duo will carry you back safely." Draining her last sliver of vitality to make her request to Duo, Sayaka's head slumped as she fainted away. "Sayaka, wake up, don't scare me." The setting had now retreated completely into a dilapidated underground bunker. Standing right in front of the steps to Sayaka's room. In the dimly lit room, someone was straining their neck, wringing out the soaking wet towel in their hands until it was dry. Grabbing the bone-dry towel and wiping it over Sayaka's body, Duo muttered, "This girl, suddenly dropping dead to the world and making my heart almost leap out of my chest. Apologize for what, when things were boiling over like that? Who had the energy to talk so much? Overusing angel power means you just gotta bite the bullet and take the backlash. If you weren't there earlier, this body of mine would have been mashed into meat paste." Sayaka felt deeply guilty because she didn't know how to repay the debt of gratitude. "Thanks to the pile of resources you brought back, many more people in my village were able to survive. This favor is as heavy as Mount Tai, yet I am empty-handed with nothing to give in return, and I keep causing you endless trouble. Oh, let it go. My master always told me to do good deeds and accumulate virtue, so if I ever cause a disaster in the future, I can use it to wash myself clean." Seeing her friend twisting in guilt, Duo had to suggest a domineering exchange. "But if you insist on being fair, just teach me that ultimate monster-slaying transformation move from earlier, and we are even. That power is as fierce as a holy talisman." To her surprise, facing that earnest request, Sayaka shook her head and bluntly refused without hesitation. "That's not possible. Except for that move, I cannot teach you anything else." Seeing Sayaka coughing violently from internal injuries, Duo frantically jumped over and patted her back. All right, if you won't teach me, then don't. Why get so worked up? If you're okay, close your eyes and rest." "I'm sorry." The moment Duo was about to turn away, Sayaka lingeringly repeated her refrain, Duo, truly thank you. You're overthinking it, turn off the light and sleep now." Just as she stepped through the door frame, Duo stomped her feet, clicking her tongue in sheer regret. "Goodness, I'm dying to learn that trick. It looks so incredibly cool when performed." Accidentally, a little kid tightly hugging a flower crown ran up with a wide smile to greet Duo. Your Majesty the Angel, AI Zia and the others worked so hard to weave this crown. Please accept it to make us happy. Duo crouched down to the boy's level with amusement. Big Sister Sayaka is resting on the bed right now. Wait until she opens her eyes later, then you can go in and give her the flower crown. However, the boy shook his head and said something shocking. No, we specially offer this gift to you. Guess the reason why. The kid's next blurted words turned Duo to stone on the spot, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a duck egg. Because Sister Sayaka is about to go to heaven to pour tea and serve the Lord. Aren't you, Lord Duo, going to take over the position as the new angel? What? New angel? High up on the dark tiled roof, it seemed like some bizarre substance was silently sizzling and melting. A string of purplish liquid squelched, dripping down drop by drop into the space below. Duo, clutching her tools, worked hard to continuously sprinkle a pile of strange powder onto the stone slab blocking her way. Once sprinkled, the rigid stone pile gradually evaporated, making way for the secret buried deep below. HMPH, the land inheriting the angel title is hidden this deeply. She bounced on her toes and landed gracefully, stopping right in front of the pitch-black underground sill. Then, without a hint of fear, she reached out, pushed the gate hard and slipped inside. Inside the spacious cathedral, piles of giant stone statues were stacked up, making her shudder and sweep her gaze back and forth. At this moment, the naive words of the boy outside Sayaka's door rushed back. The image of the kid clasping his hands in prayer, his eyes filled with blind devotion looking up at the sky. The majestic angels of every era must burn their holy soul fire at the age of 17 to buy peace for the kingdom, and finally carry their bodies to heaven to serve the Lord. The successor will fully inherit this superhuman power. The Grand Elder said that, when I grow up, I will be more than capable of claiming the title of angel to protect our homeland, just like Sister Sayaka. Duo stared intently at the grotesque headless stone statue and let out a cold, hollow laugh. What damn Lord! What trashy angel. Frankly speaking, this is obviously a slaughterhouse that sacrifices human lives. Rolling her eyes over the secret book tightly wrapped in iron chains, she muttered her friend's name, Sayaka. Saying that, she immediately dripped the deep purple liquid onto the chains, making them sizzle and melt into slag. Shedding her playful demeanor, she bowed her head and flipped through each page of the shady document. In this corner, it's absolutely hiding the way to snatch your life back. Let me take a close look. Suddenly, her pupils dilated to the max as she exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Plastered on the paper was a bizarre magic circle with complex, tangled strokes, and Duo panicked upon recognizing its familiarity. Don't tell me this is the Chi Men Dunjia technique. From another perspective, a massive dragon was tightly gripping something in its razor-sharp jaws. Moving closer, one could clearly see that the unlucky prey was Sayaka. She was gritting her teeth, glaring, and putting all her strength into twisting the monster's jaw away from her body. Boom, finally, the pterosaur's skull was smashed and exploded into pieces. Sayaka frantically flapped her wings to land, while the monster's gigantic corpse crashed down like a broken ancient tree. Suddenly, she caught sight of her friend enthusiastically herding monsters below and yelled her name, Duo. Startled by the loud calling, Duo turned around with wide eyes. Sayaka. Sayaka bounded and braked right next to her friend, anxiously asking, I've cleared out the dragon mounts on my side. How's the situation in your area? It's a piece of cake here. All those shady manipulators have been neatly captured. Sayaka rummaged around, pulled out some food and handed it directly to her. Eat a little something to line your stomach. That's great. She pulled out a few more miscellaneous items, plopped down on the floor and gloomily explained, I feel so bad, Duo. This place is right next to the tiger's mouth, so I dare not light a fire. We'll just have to make do with cold food. Duo munched on the food, her mind racing with unease about the upcoming mission. No problem, but for two girls to risk their lives venturing deep into the lair like this, aren't we treating our lives like dirt? Suddenly, fresh blood gushed from Sayaka's nose, making Duo feel a chilling hesitation. After all, your fatal wound hasn't fully scabbed over yet. Taking advantage of her friend turning away, Sayaka panicked and hastily wiped the red blood oozing down her face. She sprang up like a coiled spring, ready to slip away, and lifted her chin to order. Just a minor scratch, don't worry about it. You heard these hostages back. I'll take care of the remaining scum operations. No way, I'm sticking with you to the end. But Sayaka completely brushed off her friend's stubbornness, her eyes suddenly freezing cold like an ice cellar. Our time is no longer abundant. This is a military order. She turned around, tossing back a short, cryptic sentence overflowing with bitterness. Oh, I forgot. I am incredibly grateful to you. Duo looked blank, dazedly staring at the girl's fading back. Sayaka. She fumbled to pull out a talisman, rubbing it while gloomily thinking, are we out of time? Adjusting the hour at the last minute like this might ruin everything. While she was racking her brain, the guy tied up like a sticky rice cake suddenly screamed, shaking her core. You peasants have no idea how gruesomely you will be torn apart soon. My goodness, your mouth can bite through the binding threads, it's quite tough. Duo felt a chill down her spine as the guy continued to roar. That magnificent thing will crush this entire area to the ground, you stupid commoners. Far to the east, away from the walls of the Jiaoxi military zone, the shrill, ear-piercing sirens blared repeatedly. A disheveled soldier holding his pants rushed out the door, screaming, "Damn it, what's going on?" A split second later, the whole flock swarmed out like a broken beehive in extreme panic. What's so tense? Where's the alarm ringing from? Who knows? Emergency assembly, hurry up, open your eyes wide and stop sleeping in. Suddenly, a feather as light as air dropped right onto the curious soldier's face. Huh, where did this bird feather come from? Slash, a blinding light shone straight on the top of his head, making him tremble and clench his teeth. Holy spirits, it's that bitch Saya. This is absurd, this area is clearly buried with magic sealing stones. Sayaka smirked coldly, glaring at him with half an eye of contempt. The source of my power doesn't rely on those fake magic stones, you mongrel. The roaring from the pack of soldiers shook the heavens and earth, frantically rushing towards the target. Oh no, it's an attack by Saya's terrorist. Which bastard stole my pants? Why are our guns so flimsy? Where did my pants go? Suspended in midair, she arrogantly stood amidst the dense encirclement of lackeys. Freeze right there. You are completely surrounded. The Shengjiu Defense Force demands an immediate end to this terrorist act. Wiping a trail of fresh blood from the corner of her lips, she screamed bitterly. How ridiculous, my family gets shredded by you lot, and yet I am labeled a terrorist. Right on the ground, a lackey hastily kowtowed and reported to his boss. Reporting to the commander, the damage tally is complete. Spit it out. Yes, sir. The soldier fired off the report like a machine gun. Sir, the entire Dragon Mount Legion has been completely wiped out, and none of the scouts survived to see the King of Hell. All the high-ranking officers in the camp perished at the hands of that mad angel. You are the only one left breathing. End of report. Hearing this, the boss ground his teeth until his gums bled, cursing furiously. Did this ragged bitch eat a leopard's gall? Saya's dark magic can even bypass the interference waves of the anti-magic stones. Damn it, don't tell me that legendary angel reincarnation stuff is real. After a moment of calculation, the old general bawled to stabilize his men's spirits. What are you shaking for? Her magic drains her lifespan. She's on her last breath over there. Empty your clips into her face for me. Sayaka smirked a proud smile. Yeah, I'm about to die, but the remaining time is more than enough to send you beasts to a shared grave for fun. She even raised her chin, arrogantly taunting. Come at me, you Jiaoxi scum. Let's kick off this final deathmatch. As soon as she declared it, the pack of Jiaoxi hounds surged forward, spewing bullets like chaff. Wipe her out. Pull the trigger until your hands ache. Oh God, that crazy woman is charging. Fall back, fall back. She unleashed the Chu Yuhun Huo, igniting a massive flame that swallowed the pack of minions. Agonizing screams echoed endlessly from every corner. The Jiaoxi bastards, roasted black, crawled out of the sea of fire, so resentful that they wanted to chew Sayaka's bones and drink her blood. You damned mongrel, initiate the Mang Wu form immediately. A charred body struggled to squeeze out its last bit of strength to shout. Activate the protocol to level the kingdom of Saya. Thud, a greatsword was plunged deep into the solid earth. Sayaka seemed to have exhausted all her vitality, having to desperately cling to the sword hilt to keep her body from collapsing. Ironically, the boulder in front of her suddenly cracked and crumbled, as if a gestating monster was trying to pop out. The stone layer shattered, revealing a mass-produced Imperial Model 10 Mowu mech. Sayaka spread her tattered wings, twirled her sword, and laughed maniacally. I have such great luck. About to go to the grave, and I still get to admire the top-secret weapon that the Jiao Si clan conspired to hide. Suddenly, a streak of light plowed through her chest, forcing Sayaka to cough up a mouthful of fresh, dark blood. Duo panted heavily, letting out a long breath and rubbing her chest in relief. Thank goodness, I ran for my life and managed to get here just in time. Discovering her savior was Duo, Sayaka was dumbfounded with shock. Duo. Her mind was thick with massive question marks regarding this appearance. At this moment, Sayaka's internal organs protested violently. Blood poured from her eyes, nose, and mouth. She looked at her trembling hands, aggrieved and resentful. My angel power is gone. The punishment is imminent. I don't fear death, but how the hell did I drag you into this mud? Taking advantage of the moment, her angelic aura plummeted. A deadly blade swung closely in an ambush. The 10 Mowu mech pulled a trick, using a Tier 2 explosive talisman and throwing it straight at Sayaka. Inches away from the explosive moment, Duo quickly yanked her big sister back. Lucky my legs are fast, that was hanging by a thread. Duo gritted her teeth so hard they almost chipped, using all her strength to hold Sayaka tightly. Seeing her current situation hanging by a thread, Duo didn't hesitate, squeezing her mouth open and stuffing in a medicinal pill. Swallow this quickly. Alas, no matter how hard she tried to pry her mouth open, Sayaka stubbornly refused to swallow, making her friend anxiously grumble. Sayaka, what's wrong with you? The Imperial 10 Mowu mech wouldn't let them go. It leaped onto the roof, continuing to throw a Tier 3 illusion talisman straight at their heads. Enveloped in a shield-like layer of power, Duo swiftly darted backward, waving her hand to cast the fairy magic Pio Ying. She quickly popped the earlier pill into her own mouth, apologetically whispering, I'm sorry, Sayaka. To force Sayaka to take the medicine, Duo didn't hesitate to lean down and press her lips tightly against the girl's lips. Turning back the clock to 3 days ago. After reading the contents of the top-secret document, Duo stared in speechless shock. Oh my God, the true secret of the angels is this trick. Everything in the demon realm is locked by 8 pivot points of spiritual energy flow. So that's it. Busting these pivots wide open releases terrifying power, but after using it, the body is destined to be crippled. The torn book also exposed the truth about the angel recruitment process, which was actually just a lottery to find those with high endurance. The end result for the casters was a completely destroyed spiritual circulation system. The user basically couldn't outlive an innate cycle. Duo's face turned pale and blank as she calculated. So, does that mean 3 days from now is the first anniversary of Sayaka's death? Staring intensely at the squiggly text, she frowned and racked her brain, searching her memory. Why does the method of circulating this secret power look so familiar? Let me try channeling it for a cycle in my free time and see. Finalizing her thoughts, Duo immediately mapped out a practice plan. At that time, the young Taoist nun stood isolated right in the center of a massive magic circle. It seemed like the space around her was swaying and shuddering. The ground also jerked violently, scaring the little kids so much they had to crouch down and tightly cover their heads. The mischievous bunch looked at each other in fearful confusion, unable to understand what kind of storm had just struck. As for Duo, the messy rubble around her was slowly crumbling and falling apart. She pondered, reviewing Senior Sister Man's lecture. My Senior Sister's Chi Men magic exploits the combat characteristics of the external 8 gates, while this secret angel technique breaks the internal 8 gates to extract power. She quickly stuffed the scroll into her shirt, clutching it tightly. Swapping the concepts of inside and outside, borrowing the circulating energy of heaven and earth to compensate for one's own internal flaws, might just turn the tables and recreate the life circulation cycle. She firmly swore to herself, for the mission on the 3rd, I absolutely must coax Sayaka into bringing me along at all costs. Returning to the present after successfully teasing the medicine-feeding kiss, Duo slapped her thigh and laughed heartily. It went smoothly. Long live Chi Men Dunjia, #1 in the world. But the joy was short-lived, as a fatal strike lurked and slammed right into her. The Imperial 10 Mowu mech threw out a Tier 2 power talisman, landing a god-smacking blow that turned the spot Duo was standing on into a blazing explosion. The firepower exploded so fiercely that it wiped out all nearby items to dust. The remnants of that explosion even plowed through the ground layer below. Holding Sayaka in her arms, Duo began to doubt amidst the mech's overwhelming firepower. This is surreal. This giant pile of scrap metal keeps throwing talismans at me left and right. Where does the demon realm get talismans, and why are they so fierce? Her head was already bleeding profusely after the aftershock. Damn it, that knock to the head earlier caused brain damage. I can't figure out their tricks anymore. My spiritual energy is hitting rock bottom. I guess I have to hit the speed dial and call my master down to carry this dead weight. Before her scraped head could stop bleeding, the mech aggressively charged up to add another strike. Duo turned pale and stammered, little. Drenched in sweat as if she had taken a bath, she pushed out every breath, gritting her teeth and calling out, "Sayaka." Answering her scream was an earth-shattering explosion that scorched everything around to a crisp. Right at the life-and-death threshold hanging by a thread, Sayaka opened her eyes wide, grabbed her friend under the arms and shot straight into the air. Thank the heavens, we almost got blown to pieces. Let's bet it all on this round. Sayaka laughed heartily, highly delighted as she enjoyed the surging internal energy. Duo, the magic you transmitted through that domineering intention is incredible. I'm overflowing with energy now. I've repeated it again and again, it's fairy magic. It's my second sister's top-tier stuff. It's Chi Men Dunjia, etch it into your heart for me. Landing safely, Sayaka tilted her face up arrogantly and instructed, "Be a good girl and hide here. I'll take care of the rest of the martial arts show. Fine by me." Once her big sister disappeared from sight, Duo finally picked her heart up from the floor, slumped down and panted, "Phew, I finally get to take a breather. Go for it, Sayaka." Her figure turned into a jade-green beam of light, dashing swiftly and crashing straight into the head of the Imperial mech. She clasped her hands together, forging a sword from massive spiritual energy, and roared majestically, "Chi Men Ziu." The blade slashed cleanly through the hull of the Tenmo Wu mech, slicing it into countless shredded fragments. An entire arm of the robot was chopped off, clattering away under Sayaka's lightning-fast attack. Blinking to relax, she quietly enjoyed the fresh, surging flow of energy. That crazy internal force that threatened to tear my organs apart is gone. Now it's transformed into an abundant but gentle energy. Sayaka was excitedly dazed, finding it hard to believe this miracle. Is this exactly the Chi Men Dunjia that Duo mentioned? From the severed elbow of the mech, a magical gun barrel was already reloading for a level 4 charged attack. The blinding flare blasted straight toward the position where Sayaka was standing. But before the bullet reached its mark, she gracefully dodged and shifted to another coordinate, Chi Men Du. Blinking, the blade manifested in her hand, she cleared her throat and chanted the incantation, Chi Men Qiang. A diving slash tore through the sky and struck the Tenmo Wu mech, chopping its body into a pile of shattered scrap metal. An earth-shattering explosion cleared everything right in front of her nose. After cleaning up the mess, Sayaka tossed her sword, wiped her sweat, and exhaled to relieve the heavy burden. The nightmare is finally over, our homeland is safe. Suddenly, Duo crept over holding a fresh flower, running happily to nuzzle her. "Ta-da! Happy radiant 17th birthday, Sayaka. Hey Duo, what's this game?" Offering the flower until her hand burned while her friend ignored it, Duo puffed her cheeks in a sulk. "I dug through this whole corner just to pick this one flower. You think it's tacky, don't you? Well, it's not that I dislike it." Sayaka's face flushed with embarrassment, awkwardly explaining, "A village girl who just arrived probably doesn't know the culture here. People call this bud baihi." Completely ignoring the deep meaning of the flower, Duo waved her hand, giggling joyfully. "Who cares what it's called, just close your eyes and make a wish quickly. Happy birthday, Sayaka. Then I pray the universe blesses the kingdom with a long life." Then the two girls picked up their skirts, turned around and slipped away quickly. "Let's hurry back." "Absolutely right, if we stay a bit longer, I'll swallow your entire birthday banquet whole." Looking towards the headquarters of the Jiao Si Frontline Command, a mournful atmosphere reeking of gunpowder was suffocating the entire room. A finger tapped rhythmically on the corner of the sand table, clearly reporting, "The magical robot experiment mission is ruined. Saya's vanguard is seething with morale, while our pterosaur troops have suffered tragic losses. Receiving the grim news, Western Sector Supreme Commander Anthony rested his chin, deep in thought, his face grim. He sluggishly used his finger to straighten the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Then he cleared his throat and pointed at his key subordinates. Lud, Asa, Ayik, you three stay. The rest of you extras get out of my sight. Hearing the indirect dismissal from their superior, the non-essential grunts stealthily slipped away out of sight, leaving behind only 3 souls, Lud, Ayik, and Asa, standing rooted to the spot, their faces pale and trembling under Anthony's bullet-like glare. Anthony flared up, poking his finger right in the faces of the 3 guys, cursing them out. Are you useless pieces of trash so idle that you have to get in my way? The 3 dunderheads swallowed their bitter pills, tucking their tails in humiliation, not daring to utter a word of rebuttal. Over the past week, we couldn't squeeze out a single decent achievement, and in the end, we got beaten to a pulp by those commoners. Not just them, many others felt chills down their spines upon hearing this. An entire top-tier pterosaur brigade thrown into your hands turned into a bunch of fools, sacrificing troops without hesitation. The higher-ups handed over a magic puppet for screening, and it got torn to shreds because of your sheer stupidity. After shouting until his neck was sore, Anthony reluctantly backed down and accepted reality. Well, the only saving grace is that the Empire agreed to pump in more robots. Let's hope things look brighter once that backup arrives. Ironically, right after he shut his mouth, Ayik timidly reported an omen of bad luck, reporting to the Supreme Commander. The Magic Puppet Project is encountering an unexpected setback. As he pushed out the end of his sentence, Asa could only hang his head and hide his face. The Empire. The higher-ups will probably find it hard to spit out any more reinforcements for us. Echoing from the outer hall of the Jiaoxi military zone, a furious scream roared, shaking the roof. I'm choking to death. Cutting to a scene on the fringes of the Empire, at the Li Ma research hideout. Dangling from the rafters were 2 battered individuals being strangled by ropes. Even more chilling was that their backs were riddled with sharp arrows. Luo Qi leisurely flipped through a notebook, her free hand covered in magical aura, muttering in complaint. Tusk, what a pity. She walked over gracefully, fiddling with a blood-stained arrow, bitterly gritting her teeth, costing this lady a whole silkworm chrysalis. It seems the skills of the assassin sent this time have improved quite a bit. Luo Qi glanced at the wandering ghost beside her, dropping a freezing cold question. Inca, is there anyone else still gasping for breath in this area? Upon hearing the signal, she irritably threw the arrow to the floor in frustration. Such a headache, building has to recruit new staff again. Hidden in a dark corner she ignored. A one-eyed spider scrutinized her every move. Following that was a high-pitched string of curses echoing loudly. Damn you. The assassin standing in the shadows opened his eyes wide, gritting his teeth in unbelievable resentment. This is crazy magic. Her guts were pierced through, so why is she still skipping around so perfectly fine? His hooded teammate peeked out to advise and console him. Let it go, buddy. Anyway, the main mission was just to short-circuit the magic puppet's progress. Sacrificing this many lives is enough to make up an excuse to report back. Right behind her back, the limp arm of the young girl who had just been murdered by the butcher suddenly emitted a ghostly jade-green glow. The documents clearly stated that this little Luo Qi is a top-tier researcher. Oh dear heavens, please bless this disciple to escape safely this time. Ironically, the corpse that should have been resting in eternal peace rose up like a zombie, reaching out to deliver a sneak attack right at the assassin. Luo Qi was also startled, noticing the commotion in that corner. She suddenly broke into a wide smile, her perverted face showing extreme excitement as she cheered. Caught you hiding in the crack. Luo Qi stared intently at the bare ceiling above, scratching her head and pulling her ears in wonder. How strange! What exactly is hidden on the roof? With dozens of arrows buried in his chest, the figure trembled violently, then staggered on the verge of collapsing. Then that figure slumped to the ground, leaving absolute terror clearly imprinted in the eyes of his companions. The assassin stared wide-eyed, his jaw almost dropping to the floor in panic. He screamed in his mind, the dead rising up, a tanky target that can't be chopped down. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Oh my God, save me. Witnessing that illogical scene, he was so terrified his limbs flailed clumsily, feeling as absurd as a meatball on chopsticks suddenly opening its mouth to beg not to be grilled. At this moment, Kiki elegantly hovered in midair, gently adding salt to the wound. Screaming your lungs out is useless. Why? Because your benefactors have all been sent to the underworld by your own hands. She feigned immense sorrow in a delicate manner. This concubine is suffering a heavy loss this time. How do you plan to compensate for my mental damage, huh? Only at this very moment did the assassin's brain finally process things. Beads of sweat poured down, soaking his forehead as he stammered. This evil magic, plus that chilling tone. You are definitely not Kiki. Could you be someone from the cultivation world? Kiki flashed a charming smile, answering briskly. Spot on, the reward for the right answer is a painless express ticket to the afterlife. Receiving confirmation from Luo Qi, the assassin suddenly turned into a straw hero, straining his neck to scold. You cultivation demon, trying to taint my pure soul. My boss once told me you evil spirits love using forbidden arts to extract souls, a trick even more terrifying than death. But before the words could finish, the hand that was tensing up to choke her neck was suddenly sliced off cleanly. The assassin's face drained of all color, his entire body shaking violently as he hastily clutched his bleeding sleeve. Right at that precise moment, a mysterious figure suddenly dashed forward, swinging a sword that pierced straight through the top of her head. Luo Qi elegantly landed on the ground, not forgetting to drop a compliment. Smooth execution, Cater. Right on the grass, the severed hand of the assassin seemed to still be tightly gripping some mysterious object. Luo Qi narrowed her eyes, her face showing obvious astonishment. Don't tell me this item is. She quickly identified that the treasure nestled in the unfortunate man's hand was none other than the soul-shattering talisman. Luo Qi suddenly let out a crisp laugh. Oh my, this chess game is getting more and more fascinating. I didn't expect it to involve my old homeland. Try your best to put on a good show, don't leave this lady disappointed. Going back in time a bit, a hand casually slid 2 badges marked 1 and 4 onto the table. We have 2 massive orders from VIP clients here. Number 1, you are in charge of the Shen Yuan mine in the south. Number 4, you drop by the Magic Puppet Research Institute in the imperial capital. Remember, the customer is king, so make sure you do it flawlessly. It was extremely arrogant, patting his chest loudly to guarantee. Yes, boss. Just let me punch the boss until his beak swells. I guarantee the client will give us 5 stars right away. Finishing taking their orders, Ya and Nu walked side by side. Nu whispered, the big boss promised me that if this gig goes smoothly, he'll let me retire and return to my hometown. Ya immediately replied, awesome, then congratulations, senior. Nu beamed as he fantasized about a bright future. That would be so cozy, I'd still have to drag my feet through 5 more missions to get discharged. But what does senior Ya plan to do after retiring? Ya smiled. If possible, I plan to bake bread and become a head chef. My savings by then will be enough for the 2 of us to live comfortably for half a lifetime. Hearing Ya utter those words, Nu froze for 5 seconds, stuttering and pointing at his own face. Wait, you said, the 2 of us, this is for you. Ya gently placed the sparkling ring into Nu's hand, tenderly making a proposal. Wait until I finish this job. When I get home, I'll shoulder the rest of the work for you. Let's go back to our hometown, build a house, and get married. After enjoying that cheesy flashback video, Luo Qi finally realized the true scheme of these people. I get it. So that boss was planning to play a 2-timing game, swallowing both ends whole. She smirked coldly, silently calculating. Does the Shen Yuan mineral well hold such a crucial position in the empire? No wonder factions are slaughtering each other relentlessly while the higher-ups turn a blind eye. Not to mention, this talisman is definitely the handiwork of a supreme master. It looks like this time, even if this concubine wants to dodge, I can't escape this muddy water. Ending her train of thought, Luo Qi quietly stepped outside. The urgent task now is to find a way to recharge the magic puppets. Right at that moment, the guard squad ran up breathlessly. Sincere apologies, Lord Luo Qi, we subordinates were late to the rescue. She waved her hand. Call someone to clean up the building entirely. She was extremely eager to watch a good show at dawn the next day. With clients throwing money around here, one can guess which 2 families it is with their eyes closed. These 2 families plan to swallow it all alone, not giving a single ounce of respect to the emperor. Let's see if I release recruitment news tomorrow. Will those two old geezers jump up like leeches on hot ashes? At the same time, inside the secret chamber of Building B, Luo Qi appeared like a ghost, bluntly asking Kellys, "How far along is the research progress?" Kellys hastily bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Luo Qi." Kellys was visibly thrilled, eagerly recounting every detail of the process for Luo Qi to grasp. This lowly one is deeply grateful to Lord Luo Qi for not looking down on this humble servant, and for granting the opportunity to lay hands on a project of this magnitude. "Look, my lord, the magic recovery spell of this puppet is sparkling with art." The girl proudly pointed at the freshly baked creation, chattering away to present it. "Please admire, my lord. The tricky problem of replenishing magic elements has been completely solved. Now the combat time can be extended up to 3 days and 3 nights, and it's easily molded for mass production too." Hearing these pleasing words, Luo Qi was visibly delighted, reaching out to pat Kellys' head like a pet. "Approved. Absolutely excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. Kellys, you are very talented, truly my lucky star. This trip, I can consider myself holding some private capital." Shifting to another scene, right at the bottom of the Shen Yuan mine. An ancient dragon stood alone and towering amidst the desolate, barren land. The old dragon possessed a colossal physique, its entire body bristling with sharp spikes that emitted a daunting, chilling aura. Despite its intimidating appearance, an incessant, noisy commotion was echoing right on top of its head. It turned out to be Villa and Bai Luo Chen bickering endlessly. "Turn the car around and go the other way for me." "No way, this is the right path. A directionally challenged fool like you has been leading me in circles for days, and we still haven't seen an exit anywhere." Villa remained stubbornly defiant, insisting on forcing the other to submit. "I am the head maid, Bai Luo Chen. You must obey me unconditionally. Wherever I point, you drag yourself there, no arguing." Bai Luo Chen was boiling with anger at Villa's unreasonable attitude. "I've told you countless times not to call me out like that. This miserable situation we're in is entirely thanks to you and this stupid dragon." Seeing Bai Luo Chen dare to call Adai a stupid dragon, Villa immediately bristled and corrected him. "I've clarified this so many times, my baby's name is Adai. Are you planning a rebellion against your superior or what, daring to give me that kind of attitude?" Bai Luo Chen naturally didn't back down, straining his neck to retort. "We've been stuck in the middle of nowhere for days. Don't you worry about the people up there. Even the master you serve is trapped up there." However, Villa was overly confident in her own abilities. She confidently patted her chest. "My core mission is to investigate the truth. My sixth sense tells me that this direction is the dead end that leads to our destination." Rewinding to 3 days ago, a monster legion as numerous as ants was thundering straight toward their position. Kayan Mayan, wearing an expression of extreme excitement mixed with feigned panic, screamed at the top of her lungs. "Oh my God, it's so scary. Brother Bai Luo Chen, hurry up and save us. A huge fight is about to break out." The girl standing next to him also turned pale and asked Bai Luo Chen, "Bai, what do we do now?" He clicked his tongue in frustration. "This is really bad. This damn system has been playing dead ever since it stripped away all my spiritual power." In the midst of the burning crisis, a little boy suddenly stood on his tiptoes and pointed into the distance. "Bai, look, there's an airship approaching from that corner." Just as the boy said, an airship was tearing through the wind, gliding rapidly toward the group. From the deck of the ship, a girl cautiously peered down at the ground and shakily exclaimed, "Good Lord, what kind of demonic monstrosities are in that chaotic mess down there?" Lucy clutched her chest, panting as she began to piece things together. "The elevator area is completely destroyed. If we don't thoroughly investigate the root of the problem and let this horde of monsters crawl out of the Shen Yuan mine shaft, the consequences will be unimaginable. Could these things be the zombie army that my Lord Father mentioned?" At that moment the blue-haired girl panicked and cried out, "Eldest Miss, there are still survivors down there. Let's land quickly to rescue them." Without half a second of hesitation, the airship dipped its nose and plummeted swiftly toward the ground. Tan Bayan hurriedly withdrew his hand, smacking his lips in deep regret over the missed strike just now. "Almost landed a perfect hit. By the way, do you have any inkling that this airship came to pick us up? I can smell the fragrant scent of premium dark magic. I can't hold back anymore." Kayan Mayan smiled gently but with a warning undertone. Tan Bayan, obediently retract your claws. Don't get itchy hands and mess around recklessly. High above, Lucy and Dua were hiding safely inside a barrier. Lucy asked anxiously, Dua, do you have any scratches? Dua shook her head. Eldest Miss, I am fine. I'm certain there are eyes and ears of the Revolutionary Army down there. Just release the image recording bugs to capture the evidence, and then we escape. Lucy thrust both hands forward, powerfully chanting the name of her ultimate skill. Super tier magic, freezing frost. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic, freezing ice wall rose up, tightly encasing an entire corner of the citadel. Witnessing Lucy's power firsthand, Bai Luo Chen couldn't help but marvel. My, going this big, huh? I'm starting to have a much more favorable view of magic. This freezing move is definitely the handiwork of the eldest miss. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucy's clear voice echoed down from the sky. Everyone down there listen closely, I am Lucy. The monsters have been frozen by me. Take this chance to evacuate the stronghold. Old grudges are wiped clean and will not be counted. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. So it really is the eldest miss. Tan Bayan, you're lucky to get your life back. Lucy was sweating profusely, frantically urging Dua, have you managed to contact Villa yet? I can't hold out for long maintaining such a large-scale magic operation. Dua quickly replied. Here it is, the head maid's location is showing right nearby. Suddenly, a colossal dark shadow blanketed the space above the two girls' heads. Dua turned pale, shrieking in panic. We're doomed, our coordinates obviously overlapped with it. The last word had barely left her mouth when an ancient dragon as huge as a mountain unexpectedly crashed down right where they were. Villa leaped into the air and smashed an earth-shattering punch into the brick floor, shouting triumphantly, Adai, I won this bet. You must obediently be my pet. Seeing Villa's impressive landing, Lucy's jaw dropped as she exclaimed in astonishment, Villa, is this the head maid? Kayan Mayan was dangling from a parachute, while Tan Bayan clung tightly to her calf, marveling. So badass. Is this the legendary head maid? No wonder the Duke shows her so much favoritism in the manor. Where else could you find anyone as domineering as her? Bai Luo Chen quickly grabbed Da Wei by the collar, lifting him up and hastily tossing him to the rear lines. Immediately, he sprang forward, launching himself into the air and letting out a loud, intimidating roar. A brilliant streak of lemon-yellow aura tore through the wind, slamming right toward Lucy's barrier. Da Wei had the honor of being embraced in Lucy's arms, making his face turn as red as a tomato. He awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile to strike up a conversation. Hello, eldest miss, I am Da Wei. We bumped into each other once before. Do you have any impression of me? Dua yelled piercingly. Greetings, my foot. Where did a gorilla like you crawl out from? Let go of the eldest miss right now. Having dealt with the obstacle named Da Wei, Bai Luo Chen rolled up his sleeves, burning with determination as he concluded. All right, now it's time for this stage to be mine. Acting cool, he crossed his arms over his chest and squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to show off, but suddenly froze. Almost forgot, I'm currently completely drained of spiritual power. I don't know if I'll lose face this time. As soon as he opened his eyes, Bai Luo Chen involuntarily shuddered upon catching sight of the ancient dragon standing formidably in a defensive stance right next to him. Hello, what kind of plague god is this? Cutting to another camera angle, Villa was sprinting aggressively when she slammed on the brakes, practically burning rubber. She had just caught a highly sensational piece of news from her subordinates. Villa, thanks to your blessings, we found the bug nest. Way out there, yes, in that far-off corner. Let's hurry over and investigate the truth behind the resurrection of the dead objects. Lucy, eavesdropping on the conversation, dropped a brief but incredibly weighty sentence. I'm counting on you for everything. Villa thumped her chest. No problem. Oh, Bai Luo Chen is way over there, so you were hiding in that corner. With me covering for you, everything will go completely smoothly. In the area ahead, jagged boulders were continuously pouring down into the gigantic, bottomless pit below. And so, the colossal body of the ancient dragon followed the momentum of the landslide, slipping swiftly down into the abyss. At this moment, both Villa and Bai Luo Chen were clinging to the thorny back of the ancient dragon. Villa excitedly screamed at the top of her lungs, urging, Adai, shift to the highest gear, go full speed ahead for me. Let's go find the truth. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chen's face was scrunched up in a bitter grimace, silently screaming, You bastard system, Give me back my spiritual power so your grandpa here can escape this godforsaken place quickly." Seeing the other so eager to run away, Villa was furious, cracking her knuckles and scolding him. "The eldest miss favored us by entrusting this important mission to the two of us. Bai Luo Chen, you should consider it an extreme honor. Why is your head only constantly scheming about returning to the manor every day?" Villa smirked with a highly confident smile, patting Bai Luo Chen's shoulder to comfort him. "Besides, don't I shine right here? Are you still afraid of being eaten by monsters?" Ignoring Bai Luo Chen's limitlessly weary gaze, Villa kept burning with fiery passion. "All for the eldest miss, for the glory of the manor, for our meager salaries. Charge in, beat them to death, and eat their meat." He curled his lips in exasperation. "At the end of the day, you just want an excuse to wreak havoc and vent your bad luck, right?" However, Bai Luo Chen bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on her, declaring, "You and I can't walk the same path. If we linger for one more day without digging out a way back, I'm going to pack my bags and go solo." The word solo had barely slipped from his lips when the rough tip of the ancient dragon's tail wrapped tightly around his throat like a noose, constricting so hard he could only mumble, "What truth?" Villa leaned in close, slinging her arm around Bai Luo Chen's neck and giggling. "I told you a woman's intuition is dead on, right?" Bai Luo Chen exhaled heavily. "You've got to be kidding me." By this time the two were standing right on the threshold of the entrance. Bai Luo Chen had to bitterly admit, "Didn't expect you to actually pick the right path. Fine, this time I'll raise both hands and concede the championship trophy to you." Villa tilted her chin up. "Super awesome, obviously." Just as his heel crossed the threshold, Bai Luo Chen was suddenly rooted to the spot by the scene that unfolded. Right in front of his nose, a brilliant, deep blue sphere of light hovered and condensed, accompanied by a dinging sound. "The system update is complete." From within that halo of light, a peerlessly beautiful girl gracefully stepped out. She wore an outfit so seductive it took one's breath away, her cheeks blushing as she coyly and shyly spoke, "My husband." Seeing Bai Luo Chen dumbfounded like a wooden statue, she hurriedly rushed over, looking distressed as she asked, "Husband, have you caught temporary amnesia or something? Why don't you recognize me?" He stepped back to draw a boundary. "Which crack did you crawl out from, miss? Where did my bastard system disappear to?" Standing right in front watching the drama, Villa was annoyed by his overly dramatic attitude. She gritted her teeth and cracked her knuckles loudly. This guy Bai Luo Chen. Being enthusiastically clung to like a magnet by that girl, Bai Luo Chen could only clear his throat and casually throw out a probing bait. "How did things end up like this, Su Fang?" Before he could finish his sentence, the airflow inside the gateway shook violently. "Over in that corner, looks like some demonic thing just crawled out." The true identity of the newcomer was none other than the #1 trump card of the Dark Demon Legion NHA. He landed heavily like a 1,000-pound weight, the impact causing the entire patch of brick and stone beneath his boot heels to crack and shatter violently. Immediately following that was a razor-sharp, deep purple sword beam slashing straight across the throat of the ancient dragon. NHA swung his sword, dancing in midair. With just one fluid strike, he cleanly sliced off the colossal head of that creature. Zai Ning was currently dangling from Bai Luo Chen's neck. Seeing this, Villa stepped back into a defensive stance, straining her neck to warn the two burdens behind her. "There's a final boss-level demon here. You two better pull yourselves together quickly, prepare for a massive brawl." The fighting spirit inside Villa was boiling over. She smacked her fists together with a loud pop, issuing a challenge. "If you've got the guts, come at me and test your strength." Half a second later, another purple flash zipped right past the bridge of Bai Luo Chen's nose, making him shriek in terror. Zai Ning. The ground supporting the group immediately cracked into fissures and collapsed into ruins. Villa fell into the pit, mercilessly pinned down by Enha's boot heel. Filled with indignation, she tightly clamped her hands on his razor-sharp blade and growled, "Bullying ordinary civilians, there should be a limit to it." With just a twist of her hands, Enha's formidable weapon was snapped into pieces by Villa like crispy rice paper. Seizing the moment his brain was still processing, Villa sprang up and delivered a devastating, mountain-shattering punch right to the center of his face. Taking the full brunt of a punch that sent his entire head flying, yet Enha's lower half was still twitching, both legs standing firm without yielding. Your noggin is gone and you can still dance. Villa rolled her eyes in disbelief. Even more impressively, the mangled flesh on his neck began to wriggle and regenerate. Coming back from the dead turned out not to be a fabricated rumor. Enha's headless body finally collapsed heavily beneath the tip of Villa's shoes. At the same time, a glowing, golden seal became vividly visible on his bare back. Just then, Bai Luo Chen poked his head out, snapping his fingers to signal reassurance to Villa. Stay calm, this guy's soul has been tightly sealed by my talisman. Bai Luo Chen nonchalantly lifted Enha's severed head by the hair, shrugging as he analyzed. Plus, your baby Adai is completely settled now. I'm finally putting the pieces together. They are just puppets with manipulated consciousness. There's no resurrection magic or wicked poison at play here. If there's nothing wrong with my ick, this deceptive trick is definitely the work of the Soul Sect. Digesting the heap of knowledge Bai Luo Chen had just spouted, Villa's brain also got the green light. Oh ho, so that's how it is. If we nab the guy pulling the strings behind the scenes, we pretty much beat this game, right? Adai's colossal corpse was now more than half buried under a pile of rubble. Villa sorrowfully planted a makeshift, simple tombstone, clenching her fists with determination as she whispered, Adai, consider this life a write-off. Try to live well in the next one, sweetie. I swear I will drag the real culprit out and smash his face in to avenge you. Amen. Standing up, Villa turned her head and gave Bai Luo Chen a side-eye. Are you being bitten by lice or something? Why are you wriggling like that? He glared back. Lice my foot. Hurry up and drag your feet forward. The truth was, in a blind spot, Zaining was clinging to Bai Luo Chen's arm like a horseshoe crab. He cleared his throat to change the subject. Compared to this nonsense, we might as well quickly dive into the portal, clean up this battlefield as soon as possible. Seeing her partner's sudden cooperative attitude, Villa stared in sheer surprise. Whoa, what did you eat today to make your spirits so unusually positive and eager, old man? Oh, I forgot. If we don't scramble back soon, the maids at the manor might literally tear the roof off. Before Bai Luo Chen could protest, Villa gleefully smacked him hard on the back, urging, Spot on. Let's hurry up and send the mastermind to the afterlife, then go home and rest up. Oh wait, who is that girl pressing so close to you? How can you even take a step? The camera panned straight up to the area above the Shen Yuan mine shaft. Dua asked quietly in suspense. Eldest miss, the signals for Mr. Bai and the head maid have been dead for days. Are you really planning to leave them to fend for themselves? I don't give a damn about that guy Bai. I'm just worried for the safety of the head maid. After all, our side only belongs to the lower-class demons. Except for Zaining, that sister is truly on a whole different level. Lucy calmly analyzed further to instill the idea into her subordinate. My Lord Father once taught me that, in this demon realm, one shouldn't hastily judge by rank. Someone qualified to arm wrestle evenly with Zaining probably hasn't been born yet. Those two have lives as tough as leeches. There's no need to worry over nothing. Our main focus right now is to extinguish this rampant soul poison epidemic. Dewey finally managed to clear his brain. So that's how it is. Calculating it out, the head maid and that guy Bai are truly a match made in heaven. Both of them are equally tough and overbearing, not to mention their horns are both identically tiny. Dua glared in dissatisfaction, reminding Dewey's tactless mouth. Hey boogeyman, limit your tactlessness. Who loudly criticizes a woman's small horns like that? Dewey flushed deeply with embarrassment. I'm sorry. Not yet satisfied, Dua continued to rub salt into his wounds. And looking back and forth, the most trash-tier life in this group is you. The scar from last time hasn't even closed its mouth and you're already eagerly tagging along to this place, planning to offer your life as a snack for bugs, huh? Dewey argued stubbornly. No way, my flesh is clearly intact here. Moreover, didn't the eldest miss just say, don't judge a book by its cover. I also have formidable hidden powers, you know. Realizing the two chatterboxes were about to start an endless soap opera concert, Lucy hastily cut in. Focus on your expertise, there's trouble heading our way from that direction. Dewey gleefully slicked back his hair, arriving at the perfect golden moment. The trick that Guy Bai passed down these past few days, I've already grinded it to max level. Let me show off a bit to impress the eldest miss. Tilting their heads to the sky, a flock of abyss birds was screeching and swarming over in droves, darkening an entire corner of the space. Lucy's sharp eyes looked closely and quickly dismissed it. No, those are abyss dragons. This species is highly notorious and their power far surpasses regular abyss birds. Having assessed the bloodthirsty Abyss Dragon Legion, a trace of pensive anxiety crossed Lucy's face. Look at their crazed state. All of them have been brainwashed by the soul poison. It's the magic power radiating from our side that acted as bait, luring this pack over. Like a true commander, Lucy immediately issued orders to mobilize her troops. Dua, you are responsible for dragging Da Wei onto the small boat and taking refuge back at the base first. Is that clear? However, the show-off fanatic Da Wei loudly thumped his chest, demanding to carry the team. Eldest Miss, just rest your head on a high pillow. Please leave the stage to me to clean up these small fry monsters. Dua panicked and shrieked. What kind of delirium are you having now? Drag your body back here right now. Da Wei went big, gritting his fangs and biting hard into the tip of his tongue until it bled, grimacing as he forced out the words. Eldest Miss, open your eyes wide and watch this. Oh, that hurts to the core. Next, he puffed out his cheeks and forcefully spat the stream of fresh blood in his mouth straight into the air. That dark red bloodstain gradually hovered and then coalesced into a blood orb. Da Wei cleared his throat and shouted a resounding incantation. Using my own crimson blood as kindling to incinerate evil souls, execute this command with utmost urgency. With just a single, fragile drop of blood, Da Wei successfully improvised the incredibly fantastical blood-melding talisman ultimate skill. The talisman in midair rapidly extended into hundreds of thousands of blood-red threads intricately woven together. Da Wei waved his hand full of a romantic hero's flair, shouting loudly, "Deploy!" On the other side of the battlefield, the Abyss Dragon Legion was like an arrow tearing through the sky, aiming straight at Lucy's airship and crashing down. But before their claws could touch the ship's rim, the entire ferocious flock of Abyss Dragons had been completely slaughtered, without a single one left alive. Witnessing that bloody magic trick with her own eyes, Lucy froze for a few seconds. Unbelievable! Even the bulky Abyss Dragon leader was logged out with just one strike. Even Dua had to quickly change her tune in the face of Da Wei's display. Wow, I didn't expect you to be hiding such fierce skills. Hurry up, purge all those trash mobs. However, hidden behind Da Wei's ultra-cool posing stance was a soulless husk that had completely depleted its mana bar. He smugly muttered to himself, "Showing off my skills to this extent, I'm sure the eldest miss is looking at me with eyes full of admiration." Before he could be happy for even 3 seconds, a super-tier dragon king magical beast had silently and formidably appeared right behind Da Wei's neck. Seeing her friend still cluelessly standing and posing like a mannequin, Dua felt a chill down her spine and screamed in horror. "Is your connection lagging or something, standing rooted there? Dodge out of the way, hurry." In an instant, a mist of dark red blood splattered wildly in midair. Lucy had timely stepped in front to shield Da Wei, calmly commanding, "So there is still one stray scrub left. You just stand still there, absolutely no complicated reckless moves." She raised her hand to signal her teammate. "The gang has lost its leader, just leave the remaining small fry to me. I'll clean them up single-handedly." Lucy stood tall and firm like a city wall, single-handedly shielding everyone behind her. The squirming Abyss Dragons trying to salvage their last breaths ultimately shared the same fate of fading away completely. A circular barrier woven from blood-red hues gently spread out, entirely enveloping Lucy's airship. After smoothly cleaning up the aftermath, Lucy finally breathed a sigh of relief, gently ruffling Da Wei's hair and instructing, "I give up on you from now on, absolutely no acting recklessly, remember that. Your level is still too trash. If I hadn't saved your life just now, you'd be pushing up daisies by now." At the same time, the lens turned back to the secret tomb area of the Demon Lord. Bai Luo Chen and Villa laboriously lifted their feet, stepping out of the light circle of the teleportation station. Sweeping his eyes to assess the gloomy space, Bai Luo Chen clicked his tongue in surprise. "Impressive. Is this underground place also on the manor's property deed? Yet the Duke hid it so carefully. Who would have guessed that deep beneath this mine pit exists such a grandiose underground world?" Both of them were halted in front of a massive, towering stone stele. Bai Luo Chen narrowed his eyes to scrutinize it. "This pile of worm-like fonts doesn't seem to have anything to do with the demon realm language. Let me check it out." After translating the squiggly text on the stone wall, Bai Luo Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. According to the nonsense written in this memorial, the place we are standing is the quarantine area sealing the old demon lord. Villa sidled up right next to Bai Luo Chen, her brain clicking as she realized something was off. Demon lord. Wait a minute, wrong, very wrong. This type of writing is extremely rare in my hometown. How the hell are you reading it so fluently? Bai Luo Chen casually ignored her. You being illiterate is just a common everyday thing. But why do you people love pulling out talismans and slapping them on every damn plague-like thing? He suddenly withdrew his playful smile, whispering in a deep voice. Hey Zaining, I think I've grasped the script behind this theatrical play. Bai Luo Chen pointed his finger at the pile of yellowed talismans tightly pasted around the coffin, providing a professional analysis for his companions. This pile of waste paper is authentic merchandise, properly named the Super-Tier Holy Soul Refining Talisman. Pasting them so thickly proves the director must be quite a big spender. Those walking corpses up there are actually poisoned by these talismans, turning into crazy zombies carrying their mouths around to chew on the souls of the living. Bai Luo Chen clasped his hands behind his back, rummaging through his memory to name the mages who had crossed his life. To make it clear to you guys, in my hometown, I can count on one hand. There are only about 4 big shots capable enough to draw this type of divine talisman. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he concluded with absolute certainty. I guarantee the first 3 old geezers would never be idle enough to poke their noses into this mess. So there's a high percentage that the director pulling the strings is the 4th guy. Thinking of the 4th guy, Bai Luo Chen's face suddenly turned as pale as a banana leaf, hastily whitewashing it himself. Never mind, it's probably not them. That person is famously forgiving and virtuous, with beauty like flowers and jade, a soul filled with radiant light. There's no way they would stoop to bullying a bunch of insignificant commoners. These unethical petty tricks don't fit their style. Seeing Bai Luo Chen's desperate defensive demeanor, Villa's detective blood surged even more, casting a suspicious sideways glance. You seem to have a pretty good read on that guy, huh? Did you two meet at some drinking joint? Bai Luo Chen sweated bullets and covered it up. Well, their holy reputation echoes across the 8 directions and 10 regions, who wouldn't know? Anyway, let's cut the gossip and focus on smoothly handling this pile of trouble in front of us first. Bai Luo Chen rested his hands on his hips confidently, turning his nose up and staring intently at the towering grand tombstone. Your task is very simple. Smash this stone steel, flip the coffin lid, and everything is considered beaten. Villa cracked her knuckles loudly. Oh please, I could do this trivial task with my eyes closed. However, a rough arm as thick as a banyan tree trunk suddenly reached out, grabbing Villa's wrist like a pair of pliers. Bai Luo Chen broke into a sweat, hiding his hands after throwing stones. Hey, is there a need to go that far? Isn't being that violent a bit too much? Demon Lord Mesa, blazing with fury, glared and bellowed at the 2 uninvited guests. You 2 brats trampling all over my grave wasn't enough. You're also planning to rip my coffin lid off. You absolutely outrageous punks. Bai Luo Chen hurriedly feigned agreement to appease him. See, I advise you to behave gently. Let go of her precious hand immediately. Let her go. Mesa was infuriated by the flippant attitudes of Bai Luo Chen and Villa, sneering and roaring. Ridiculous. I am the dignified final boss of the demon race. If I claim 2nd place, no one would dare claim 1st. Conversing with you ants is truly a waste of time. But dragging yourselves all the way to the bottom of this crypt shows you have some skills, so stay here and turn into fertilizer for the grass on my grave. The final boss hadn't been cool for even 3 seconds before he was fed a punch by Villa that dented his entire front face, accompanied by an affectionately phrased curse. You're an eyesore. Have a taste of my flying fist. Mesa's vision went dark from taking the unjustified beating, furiously throwing a tantrum and cursing. Oh my God, you savage. Striking so viciously, I swear I will rip your lungs out. It hurts to death. Villa stood with her hands on her hips, firing back. So it's okay for an old guy like you to bully the weak, grabbing a stranger's hand without even asking for permission. With such low culture you still dare to call yourself a god or a demon. You're just psychotic. The flames of battle flared brightly in Villa's eyes, still talking tough and arguing. Stand right there, you obnoxious jerk. Today I have to 1v1 you to settle this. Bai Luo Chen stood picking his ear, wondering aloud. Hey, those insults just now sounded exactly like the slang from your hometown. Can you translate what the old man is grumbling about? I bet 10 to 1 it's all trash talk. Villa remained unfazed. Of course, I understand the cursing is very rhythmic and rhyming, the perfect standard to send a guest to their grave. Mesa's eyes were etched with blood-red streaks from being humiliated. He curled his boulder-sized hand and swung it straight up into the air, roaring loudly. "You insolent brat, today I will crush you to pieces." Mesa's gigantic claws tore through the wind, hurtling straight toward Villa at breakneck speed, accompanied by a roar calling out his move. Ultimate technique, destructive black dragon wave. Get out of my sight, Tan Bayan, dodge quickly. A giant black shadow in the shape of a hand emerged behind the demon lord's back. Mesa continued to go all out, pouring even more power into his ultimate black dragon wave killing move. However, facing that overwhelming power, Villa didn't bat an eyelid. Her pupils glowed red like burning coals, clenching her hands into fists in a defensive stance, condensing all her spiritual power for a fatal strike. In the blink of an eye, the punch, carrying enough destructive force to wring the sky dry, roared as it tore through the wind, smashing squarely into Mesa's body, while Villa didn't forget to add, "Have you tasted the flavor of suffering yet?" With just one all-out punch, the demon lord's imposing body directly shattered into sea foam, evaporating cleanly, and even the bulky rocky terrain behind him was completely plowed through and vanished into nothingness. Villa's punch was so powerful that it carved out a massive, bottomless pit sinking deep into the ground, raising a blinding cloud of dust and smoke. Dusting off her hands and walking over to the demon lord's ashes, she smacked her lips and dispensed some fake compassion. "Remember this lesson, old man. In your next life, brush your teeth and rinse your mouth clean before going out on the street to scare people." Watching Villa's brutal live show with his own eyes, Bai Luo Chen got the chills and sweated profusely. Well, no wonder the Dragonidai, despite being hit by a soul-refining talisman, still obediently submitted to her. The power gap outlevels him by 9,527 laps around the earth. All right, let's hurry up and dig up his grave. Bai Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, examining the stone coffin that was leaking pitch-black smoke, and casually suggested, "You've already conveniently dug up the grave. Now please pry open the coffin lid, toss a fireball to roast the mess inside, and we'll be done and can head home." But the last word hadn't even dropped from his mouth when the coffin lid suddenly burst open from the inside, and a dense, pitch-black stream of resentful energy came billowing out like ink. In a flash, that pillar of smoke condensed into a slimy tentacle, extending out to tightly strangle Bai Luo Chen's neck. Witnessing her companion being dragged abruptly into the pit of death right before her eyes, Villa frantically screamed her lungs out, "Bai Luo Chen!" Without a second thought, she dashed madly forward to provide backup. "Hold on, I'll pull you out right now." But the nightmare didn't stop there. The demon lord, who was supposed to be ashes, suddenly and ominously resurrected, every fiber of his flesh patching back together at breakneck speed. Seeing Villa about to slip away, Mesa smirked and mocked. "Why the rush, little lady?" He drilled a gaze blazing with fiery hatred straight into Villa. "Did you think I was that fragile and easy to obliterate? Honestly, in the past 1,000 years, I haven't encountered anyone in the demon realm with a punch as high quality as yours." Without the slightest hesitation, the old boss threw out a spine-chilling threat. "Let me keep my eyes peeled and see how long your body can hold out." Following that, a nameless hurricane of energy exploded, sweeping away absolutely everything within sight. In another dimension, Bai Luo Chen, having just been snatched into an anomalous space by that dark octopus tentacle, looked around blankly. Where did this godforsaken place come from? His entire body wrapped up tight like a burrito, he wearily questioned his own life. "Hello, is the phrase 'easy to bully' carved on my forehead or something? Why is everyone riding roughshod over me like this?" That unlucky dark cloud slowly dropped Bai Luo Chen onto the cloudy floor with a thud, then suddenly spoke up in a grating voice like broken plates scraping together. "As time has flown by, you are the first breathing creature to drag yourself to this realm." Having gathered the surrounding data, an unfavorable conclusion suddenly flashed in Bai Luo Chen's mind. The focal point of the souls converges here. It looks like Zai Ning is going to have to work hard on this one. Bai Luo Chen's eyes instantly hardened, turning as cold as ice, as he began his move to pry open the mouth of that fog. "According to your grandpa's knowledge, where did the demon realm get the high-level soul manipulation skills to be able to hover around in a soul state like this?" Speak quickly. Which deity are you? Right at that moment, the bizarre smoke gradually revealed its true form, morphing into a hideous, repulsive face that bared its teeth in a sinister smile. "Ha, being able to see through that I am a soul, you have quite a sharp eye for the world, kid." The ghost-faced man arrogantly patted his chest, declaring his identity to Bai Luo Chen. "Open your eyes wide and look closely. This seat is the legendary mastermind and supreme overlord of the demon realm, the great demon venerable. That pile of mushy meat out there is just a lowly vessel prepared by the soul sect for me to borrow. My true quality is no joke." Bai Luo Chen frowned in confusion, looking down at the guy groveling at his feet, and sneered. "With such a pathetic look you dare to praise your own overwhelming aura," the guy timidly begged. "In just a few days the soul sect will help this seat resurrect. This is a very sensitive time, so please, big bro, have mercy and let me go. Once my soul and body are merged, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Despite this, Bai Luo Chen was still half skeptical. Is this old man really the terrifying demon venerable renowned throughout the world? He looks so sleazy and filthy. However, I am dying to get my hands on that body-soul fusion secret art. Should I cooperate with him for some profit, or be cautious about letting the tiger back into the mountain? Seeing Bai Luo Chen hesitating, Demon Venerable frantically offered bribes. "Wealth, territories, beautiful demonic men and women, I swear I'll give you everything. Whatever you fancy, I will satisfy you." While his mouth was running non-stop, Demon Venerable's hands were still wriggling, trying to find a way to break free. "Such a sweet deal, and you're not interested. How about we split the demon realm 50-50 and rule it together?" The only response he got was Bai Luo Chen's cold, emotionless face. Demon Venerable sweated profusely, recklessly raising the price. "Still think it's too little? Then 60-40 or 70-30. Good heavens, you are too greedy, kid." Hearing the lucrative offer, Bai Luo Chen wavered slightly and snapped softly. "Your babbling is giving me a headache. Shut up and let me rack my brain for a bit," he thought to himself. "My spiritual energy is drained, this glitchy system keeps fading in and out, and there's a bonus girl clinging to me, loudly calling me husband. This situation with this evil demon is truly a dead end." Demon Venerable flatteringly tried to curry favor. "Okay, take your time to think, bro, no need to rush. How about you take it all and I'll just be your lackey deal?" But in the blind spot, while Bai Luo Chen was busy weighing the pros and cons, the shackles tightening Demon Venerable's hands were secretly sawed into pieces. At this exact moment, Bai Luo Chen cleared his throat and announced his decision. "It's a deal. You just need to hand over the Soul Fusion Manual, along with a deadly oath to never invade again, and we're good." The word "good" had barely left his lips when he was successfully ambushed by Demon Venerable's demonic claws. The guy laughed wildly in triumph. "Too late to seal the deal, sweetie. The once-in-a-millennium opportunity is gone. Great hero, you're also just a deceptive cultivator, aren't you? Once us demons reach this realm, as long as our soul remains intact, we won't die for 10,000 years, trying to ambush this seat. Keep dreaming." The arrogant Demon Venerable continued to loudly vow to send the entire cultivation world to the afterlife. "You all got played by my acting. Did you really think those pathetic talismans could lock me up? After sending you to hell, I will personally skin and slaughter every single one of those soul sect bastards and you hypocritical cultivators." He smirked, revealing an evil demonic smile, and roared like thunder. "Go to hell, you cockroach." But before his claws could even pierce Bai Luo Chen's body, Demon Venerable's entire mass of flesh was blocked and stopped dead in its tracks by a surge of divine power from nowhere. "What the hell is going on? Who exactly are you?" It turned out the savior who deflected that energy wave was Zai Ning. She frantically glided over to comfort Bai Luo Chen. "Husband, are you hurt anywhere?" Bai Luo Chen sulked. "I'm fine, just got sneak attacked by this decrepit old man playing dirty. But then again, if you had been generous enough to return my spiritual energy, it wouldn't have come to this, right?" Being scolded unjustly, Zai Ning's face fell into a deep melancholy. "Husband, there are some memory fragments I cannot just tell you. You have to dig them up yourself. I am willing to wait for you. Even if I explain it now, it will just go in one ear and out the other." Clutching his face, Demon Venerable suddenly let out bizarre, maniacal laughter like a madman. "The memories are flooding back. I recognize you. If you're still alive and kicking, why did I have to die? This makes no sense." Zai Ning gently waved her sleeve, casually erecting a massive magical shield in front of the two. Bai Luo Chen blinked and muttered, "Damn, looks like that crazy old man is leaving his last words." After the shockwave passed, she retracted her magic and whispered into Bai Luo Chen's ear about Demon Venerable's vague last words. He was coughing up blood and trying to mention the two words, Heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light from the ashes pierced straight into Zai Ning's body, causing Bai Luo Chen, who was standing still, to stagger and collapse to the floor. What the hell, is this a fragment of the Heavenly Tao? Right at that moment, the dam system abruptly popped out of the void, ringing loudly like a jammed cassette tape. System update complete. While the system's automated notification was still ringing steadily, Zai Ning panicked and supported Bai Luo Chen's body, which was sprawled on the ground, calling out with a trembling voice, "Husband, wake up." The camera immediately zoomed to the coordinates of Zajia City, where a massive, blazing fire was completely swallowing a large corner of the stronghold. Right at the epicenter, a gigantic demonic puppet like a monster was swinging its arms, smashing everything in its path to pieces. Duo gritted her teeth in pain, tightly clutching her shoulder, which was bleeding profusely. Breaking into a cold sweat, she was absolutely stunned by the domineering power of these scrap metal machines. Unbelievable, the more energy these demonic puppets absorb, the more destructive their attacks become. Before she could regain her composure, a blinding beam of light radiating from the horizon completely grabbed Duo's attention. She panicked, squeezed her eyes shut, and hastily used her hands to shield herself from that deadly light, screaming inwardly, "We're totally doomed this time." Wherever that beam of light swept past, the ground exploded and bricks and stones were pulverized into dust. The streak of light condensed into the shape of a sharp spear, tearing through space and heading straight for the target. From far behind the front lines, a soldier's triumphant cheer echoed. The arrow hit the bullseye, brothers. The guy chuckled proudly and slapped his thigh. Thought it was some legendary demon, turns out it's just a punching bag for our target practice. Before the fire even died down, he proudly turned his head and waved at the rookie grunts. "Keep it up, comrades. Our long QE squad just had a brilliant opening. Once we finish this job, just sleep soundly and wait for the higher-ups to give us medals and promotions." But the joy was short-lived. Several eerie, cyan blue rays of light suddenly flared up right in front of his face. In the nick of time, Sayaka flew in like a guardian angel and scooped Duo up. "Are you hurt anywhere, miss? Congratulations, I just saved your little life." Riding the wind above the clouds, Sayaka suddenly warned Duo, "It's best you retreat to the defense base. You don't possess the energy-absorbing Chi Men. The mana consumed in this battle has already drained you." Duo shook her head vigorously and brushed it off. "Stop worrying over nothing. I still have a ton of hidden trump cards up my sleeve that I haven't even used yet." Duo stubbornly insisted on staying on the battlefield. "We just need to finish this match and it'll be a quick and clean victory. Trust me, Sayaka." But when they landed in the central area and took in the battlefield, both of their jaws dropped in shock. Holy heavens, why did all those soldiers automatically drop dead like this? Duo's face immediately hardened like lead, her forehead wrinkling with tension. "We are truly doomed. We just stepped into a super-massive fire ant nest." Sayaka scratched her head in confusion, unable to understand why her friend was panicking. "Why doomed? Those guys dropping dead out there just saves our side some effort, right?" Duo gritted her teeth. "Open your eyes and look closely. Those soldiers didn't die from injuries. They were sucked completely dry of their souls until they shriveled up." Looking at the mountain of stiff corpses completely stripped of their soul essence, Duo hurriedly explained to make Sayaka understand. "Some supreme expert is definitely taking advantage of the chaotic war to fish for this massive haul of souls." As soon as the ominous premonition ended, a series of cyan blue, ghostly lights shot straight up from the ground towards the two girls. Duo and Sayaka frantically leaped back to defend themselves. With just one glance, Duo identified the origin of those eerie green lights, roaring a warning. That's it, the infamous soul-extracting evil art of the Soul Sect. At the epicenter of that ghostly light vortex, a bizarre creature with a grotesque shape gradually emerged from the ground. On top of that deformed creature stood a group of people with clasped hands. The leading man in the middle spread his arms wide, looking up and shouting, "Death Aura honors the corpse peak. Demons are not bound by reincarnation." The old monster's eye sockets emitted a chilling green light, and he roared hoarsely, "Open the blood sacrifice altar to offer to the gods." Following that command, a surging pressure appeared, tightly enveloping a massive flower bud rooted below. The bud greedily absorbed all the gloomy essence into its stigma, beginning to transform with eerie vibrations. The flower's appearance became increasingly grotesque and deadly. Without a doubt, it was the legendary Su Mi Chu Luo flower. Duo's jaw dropped at the horrifying look of the Su Mi Chu Luo, muttering, "This is surreal. I've only skimmed past this evil flower in the Cultivation Culinary Encyclopedia personally sketched by my master." She anxiously turned to urge Sayaka, "Those mages are plotting to summon some terrifying plague. Sayaka, let's focus our damage and level that flower bud right now." Sayaka nodded firmly. "Let's go." But before they could even chant a spell, they were blocked by two bulky demonic puppets. Sayaka frowned in shock. What the hell? Where did these trash demonic puppets come from? One of the two steel assassins didn't flinch, silently stomping forward and charging straight at the two girls. On the high platform, blue veins bulged on the old sorcerer's forehead as he looked up and laughed heartily. "Ha, some flies have flown right into the trap." The two demonic puppets simultaneously swung their giant steel swords down at Duo and Sayaka's heads, accompanied by the cult leader's contemptuous laughter. Just a bunch of suicidal brats seeking their way to the underworld. Realizing the situation was taking a turn for the worse, Sayaka frantically worried about Duo. Duo, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Duo brushed it off. "Ignore me, quickly use Chi Min to blow them up. So frustrating, if my master were here, these small fries would be wiped out in a heartbeat." Sayaka hurriedly formed hand seals over her chest, quickly activating the Chi Men Dunjia. 8 gates hidden formation Chi Men. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted right in front of the two demonic puppets. Seizing the moment when the smoke and dust blinded everything, Sayaka and Duo immediately retreated from the scene. Duo happily clapped her hands in praise. "Awesome, Sayaka. Your 8 gates hidden formation is getting smoother and smoother, totally giving off immortal vibes." Sayaka replied modestly. "It's still far inferior to the immortal man you told me about." Hearing this, Duo suddenly looked jealous. "So annoying, I wish I had an overpowered talent like yours. It would make things so much easier. Looks like we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario." Sayaka smiled comfortingly. "It's okay, being by your side is enough to make me happy." Just as the two were feeling touched, a sudden streak of dark purple smoke rushed in and blocked their path. Right after, a massive airship roared through the sky, brushing right over their heads. On the deck, a group of people stood with clasped hands, looking down with scrutinizing eyes. Taking in the whole scene, David spoke thoughtfully. "The Empire's information security is truly terrifying. They kept it so well hidden that even we were kept in the dark. It turns out this mineral mine is a supply station for the demonic puppets. Eldest Miss, there is absolutely no trace of the female slave master around the mine shaft area." Lucy replied concisely but with a heavy heart. "Isn't the mining of abyssal crystals supposed to solve the energy crisis and take care of the people's livelihood? Why did father have to hide it from me? Never mind, I understand now." Recalling Kayan Mayan's instructions, David could only let out a long sigh. The original plan was to hide behind the eldest Miss to investigate and find a way to delay the crystal supply for the demonic puppets, but seeing her current state, things were probably ruined. He silently lamented, "Lord Kayan Mayan, you really know how to toss a hot potato into my hands." Luo Kiki swaggered over, offering a flattering smile to Lucy. "Supervisor, how do you find the power of these demonic puppets? Are you satisfied? It hasn't even been a day since they were deployed, and this area has already been flattened. The infamous angels only have a few stubborn ones left. Victory is practically in the bag." Lucy frowned, shooting her a suspicious look. "Are you the person in charge here?" Luo Kiki puffed out her chest proudly, slapping herself loudly to boast. "Spot on. This humble one personally crafted this batch of demonic puppets. They are equipped with control talismans and the Empire's most advanced weapon systems. Their extermination efficiency is 1,000,000 times greater than normal gear." She laughed boisterously, unable to close her mouth. "Of course, the soul of this entire project is the premium abyssal magic crystals sponsored by your noble manor. Rumors say Wyden Manor is the diamond sponsor backing the demonic puppet project, so this humble one definitely has to put on a good show to make our golden sponsor proud. Luo Qi proactively reached out her hand to shake Lucy's. This subordinate is Luo Qi, a senior researcher of the Empire. On behalf of the entire Empire, I send my deepest gratitude to you. Lucy coldly reached out and squeezed it. So you're the mother of these butcher machines. I've got my eye on you, Luo Qi. Luo Qi winced, crying out internally, "Oh mother, the supervisor looks so fragile, but her grip is like a beast." Right at that moment, outside the airship, a blinding streak of light tore through the sky, gliding past the area where the people in bizarre robes were gathering. The streak of light didn't bother to hit the brakes. It shot straight down like a comet toward the demonic puppets and Duo's location. Duo's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped as she watched that streak of light crash right into the middle of the demonic puppet formation. What the heck just fell down? The demonic puppet, as huge as a mountain, was crushed flat against the ground, unable to budge. As the light faded, two young girls with bizarre appearances suddenly emerged. One grumbled, "Had to ride this crappy sky ladder again. Do you think I'm a mount?" The white-haired girl pinched her nose, grimacing. "You clearly promised to take me somewhere fun and lively. Why does this dump reek of blood?" Sayaka panicked and turned to Duo. "Duo, are you okay?" Duo shook her head. "I'm fine, but there's a very familiar aura down there. I just can't remember who it is right now." Suddenly, the color drained from Duo's face when she realized the truth. "Oh my God, it's Sister Liu. How did you shrink into this state? I almost couldn't recognize you." Sister Liu tilted her chin up. "Oh, is that Duo? How has your training been lately, kid?" At this moment, the camera pans over to Fa Lan Island. Mei Lin stood rooted outside, puffing her cheeks and sighing. Why hasn't that old sister dragged herself here yet? Lord Nai-Nai's group already slipped away ahead of us. Hey, you guys over there, line up properly, don't push, be civilized. Just then, a subordinate rushed over to report. Reporting to cult leader Lin, cult leader Mei refuses to leave her room, so this subordinate asks for permission to slip away first. Mei Lin waved her hand in exhaustion. All right, go line up over there. I'll go in and catch her myself." Hearing that, Mei Lin could only look up at the sky and complain. "This is the grandest debut of our Nai Luo cult, and that annoying shut-in sister of mine is throwing a tantrum. She's truly hopeless." Meanwhile, Lin Mei was clutching a pile of books, her face looking miserable as she muttered, Why did it turn out like this?" She flipped through several pages, trying to reinforce her fragile belief. This is clearly a novel written by an idiot named Lin Zia. How could it become reality? Evil God, my foot, I just casually made it all up. While she was furiously writing, Mei Lin happily kicked the door open and barged in. "Sister, a bunch of friends are outside asking us to play a barbecue game." Lin Mei snapped. "How many times have I told you, decent friends don't throw explosive fire spells at each other's faces? Go play somewhere else so I can write my novel." Mei Lin looked confused. "Oh, so if they're not friends, we can go out and beat them up." Mei Lin got right up in her sister's face, pleading, "Then tell me a story. I heard that evil God even created 8 shockwaves." Lin Mei pulled her hair in frustration. "It's not a made-up story. It's the truth. The truths of this universe are all contained in that evil sea text. So annoying, I just want to move to some corner and hide in my house until I'm old." Flashing back to the Fa Lan Sea 2,000 years ago, Mei Lin strolled along, her face full of doubt. "Why did we come to this middle-of-nowhere dump? My hands are itching for a fight." Lin Mei scolded. "You blockhead, we came here to take refuge. I mean to serve the evil God. Just stay put obediently. If the 9th shockwave hits, you'll regret it. This place is pretty ideal, treacherous and desolate, and most importantly, no people. I'm willing to plant my roots here for the rest of my life." Hearing that, Mei Lin's eyes sparkled. "Really? Great. Then let me throw the evil sea text out. That will definitely lure our loyal brothers over to play with us." Just because of Mei Lin's disastrous move, a horde of fanatical believers swarmed in, completely packing Fa Lan Island. The crowd cheered loudly. "Long live Nai Luo, long live." Lin Mei was deeply shocked. Damn it, did some people with too much free time actually come here? And they're even stuck with this absurd rule. Before the evil God descends, it is strictly forbidden to step off Fa Lan Island to preach. She held her head, unable to believe the mess in front of her. The heavens really love playing jokes. Out of nowhere, a guy dropped down looking exactly like the evil God I made up. Why is my luck so rotten? Guess I'll just give up on this life. The dead end drove Lin Mei to the brink of suicide. She muttered, "Since things have come to this, my career as a shut-in ends here. Farewell, my beloved sister. I'd rather die than step out the door. Evil C text, I officially go on strike." Just as Mei Lin pushed the door open, she saw her sister swinging from a rope and was dumbfounded. What kind of exercise is my sister doing? Hanging yourself for no reason, got too much free time. She angrily rushed over and yanked Lin Mei down to the floor. "You're a supreme grand magus. Even a forbidden spell wouldn't take a hair off you, yet you're trying to hang yourself. It'll just make you a laughingstock." Lin Mei cried. "Since when did you become so smart-alecky, kid? You've been talking back to me for years and now you're trying to lecture me. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'd rather die rotting in this corner." Mei Lin dragged her sister away. "Lords Nai Nai and Lulu are waiting forever. Get your body on the sky ladder right now." Right up until she was stuffed into the sky ladder, Lin Mei was still struggling and screaming like a slaughtered pig. "Let me go. I refuse to step onto this eyesore piece of scrap metal." Fast forward to the present. Duo held Lulu's hand and asked persistently, "Sister Liu, do you know where my master is?" Lulu scratched her head in confusion. "How would I know? I don't even have a clue what this hellhole is." Duo clicked her tongue. "That's tense." Lulu patted her chest. "Don't sweat it, just point at anyone you don't like and I'll handle them all." Duo pouted, pointing up at the people hovering above. "Sister Liu, look, that whole evil Soul Palace gang is gathering over there." The Soul Palace gang was escorted by a grand fleet of demonic puppets. Every single one emitted an aura at least equal to the nascent soul stage, and what was more concerning was that their numbers kept multiplying endlessly. Hearing this, not only was Lulu not scared, but she got so excited her eyes shone like stars. Thought they were some big shots, turns out they're just nascent soul small fries. Your daddy here brought along dozens of out-of-body stage underlings whose hands are itching for a fight. Looks like we sisters can just sit back, relax, and watch the show. Just as Lulu finished bragging, an unfamiliar army surged in like a tempest from afar. That army turned into a meteor shower, tearing through the wind and crashing down onto the ground. Lulu smirked, lightly snapping her fingers to signal, "Brothers, hear my command. Charge forward and strip these scrap metals bare." The underlings shouted in unison, "Understood, Lord Lulu." The demonic puppets of the Soul Palace instantly ate dirt under the storm-like attacks from Lulu's legion. Seeing Duo buddying up with the strange army, Sayaka couldn't help but ask curiously, Duo, who is that hardcore character?" Duo smiled brightly. "She's from my hometown. The martial world calls her Sister Liu. In terms of badassery around here, she ranks second, only behind my master. With her backing us, you can sleep soundly." In a flash, the entire legion of demonic puppets was turned into scrap metal. Lulu tossed her hair, looking incredibly smug. "See that? That's the power of my beloved underlings." Duo cheered. "You're so freaking cool, Sister Liu." High above, the thick layer of dust and smoke finally began to clear. The Soul Palace gang gritted their teeth and glared angrily when they saw their hard work smashed to pieces. "What hole did these lunatics crawl out from? Our demonic puppets are almost all turned into scrap," a echoing voice replied. "Haven't you ever heard of the Nai Luo divine cult? Go back and brush up on your knowledge." The leading man irritably formed seals to cast a new spell. "Damn it, leave them be. We've already gathered 80 or 90% of the living souls anyway." Below, the Nai Luo cult's loudspeakers kept blaring. "The Nai Luo god has manifested. Drop your weapons and join the divine cult right away. We're recruiting peace-loving, justice-seeking members." The bizarre flower below, after soaking up enough energy, suddenly bloomed radiantly. A blinding pillar of light shot up from the center of the flower straight into the clouds. The man roared, "Soul Palace secret art, sacrifice the living to summon souls." A brilliant halo of light erupted in the void, wiping away the thick dark clouds. The man looked up and laughed triumphantly. "Jackpot, open the teleportation gate now." Duo moved closer to Lulu, her face tense. "Sister Liu, this magical phenomenon is probably from a great vehicle stage powerhouse. Without Master backing us, what should we do?" Lulu remained unfazed, scratching her chin. "Calm down, this formation looks way more lame than that crazy woman's farce the other day. Worst case, if we can't beat them, we just grab our shoes and run, no worries." At the same time, Lucy's luxury jet smoothly glided close to the battlefield. Luo Qi shouted into the walkie-talkie, The time has come, unstoppable. Entire demonic puppet legion, hear my command, let it rip. The other end of the line answered firmly. Reporting, 500 battle-ready demonic puppets are loaded, requesting boss's approval to deploy. The hatch flew open, and a massive number of demonic puppets poured out from the airship's belly like a broken beehive. Grasping the specific number, Lucy was slightly startled. These demonic puppets are all standard Earth demons, and there are a whopping 500 of them at once. Even if the revolutionary faction pooled all their resources, they'd only have about 179. Even the Empire's main forces, if scraped clean, couldn't produce 500 Earth demon experts. Her eyes burned with fury as she cursed inwardly. This crazy woman is truly dangerous. Is she planning to go all in here? Luo Qi turned around and said flirtatiously, "Supervisor, just sit back, sip some tea, and have some pastries to rest. Let this humble one head to the frontlines to show off some moves." Just as she turned her back, feeling guilty, she quickly added a warning. "Make sure you sit still, don't wander around. There are pure abyssal magic crystals everywhere. Inhaling them will poison you." Lucy secretly gathered energy in the palm of her hand, a very devilish smile appearing on her lips. "Rest assured, we will stay put right here like good kids." By now, the remnants of the Soul Palace were slowly dragging themselves toward the spatial gate. From the core of the gate, a mysterious entity was squirming, trying to squeeze out. The leader joyfully raised both hands to the sky and yelled loudly, welcoming the Lord's body-soul fusion, descending to the mortal realm. Suddenly, from behind the eerie membrane, a grumpy voice echoed out, "Why is this trash door jammed tight?" The man below stood frozen, completely dumbfounded. "Lord, what's wrong with you?" The grumpy voice yelled again, "Break the door for me." Bai Luo Chen jumped out of the light streak, carrying his weapon. Truly, only Pan Gu's axe can deal with these cheap locks. Zai Ning hurriedly followed closely behind him. "This is just a fake form. If you overuse it, you'll be exposed right away." Bai Luo Chen clicked his tongue. I know. But the next second, the guy was as ecstatic as if he'd struck gold. "This premium treasure that helps with body-soul fusion, I'll just pocket it." Bai Luo Chen eagerly reached out to grab the treasure, finally done grinding this tedious storyline quest. Before his smile could even fade, 3 talismans carrying murderous intent tore through the wind straight at his face. Seeing the flashing lightning wrapped around the talismans, Bai Luo Chen blinked in surprise. Talisman props. With a boom, the spot where he was just standing instantly turned into a massive bomb crater. Bai Luo Chen stepped back, lightly letting out a cold snort. "So some bored fool came here to cause trouble. Old man, just you wait, I'll settle the score with you." Seeing years of hard work go down the drain, the leader furiously roared. "What little brat crawled out from some crack to ruin things? Where is my lord?" In response to that hostile attitude, Bai Luo Chen tilted his chin up provocatively. "Are you asking about that torn remnant soul? I casually sent it off to reincarnate. If my timing is right, he should be popping out of his mother's womb crying right about now." He snapped his fingers to show off, loosely holding the blood fusion talisman between 2 fingers. "Or should I send you down there to befriend him and start a new life?" But just as he was showing off, Villa dropped down from nowhere, flying and scolding him relentlessly. "Bai Luo Chen, how dare you sneak away and leave me behind? Tired of living, huh? Reach out and catch me right now." Taking advantage of that moment, the man gritted his teeth, determined to skin Bai Luo Chen alive as a sacrifice. "You dare snatch away my masterpiece. Today is your last day on Earth, kid." Bai Luo Chen clumsily reached out and caught Villa neatly in his arms. "Even though I haven't fully processed the situation yet, basically, I just need to beat that guy over there to a pulp to finish this, right?" Villa frowned. "What else? You know it better than I do." Being treated like thin air, the man's blood boiled as he formed seals over his chest, executing his ultimate move. Soul Sect Secret Art, Heavenly Soul Purge. A surge of dark green yin energy twisted together into a massive ghostly arm, pouncing at Bai Luo Chen and Villa. "Go to the grave, both of you." Villa's hot blood rushed to her brain. She elbowed Bai Luo Chen in the ribs. "Throw me over there, I'll punch him straight to the king of hell." Bai Luo Chen smiled faintly. "If I let you handle everything, where would I put my manly pride? Open your eyes wide and watch my performance." A glowing golden seal suddenly flashed on Bai Luo Chen's face. Ever since spiritual energy recovered, my bones haven't had a proper stretch yet. He forced his power to spread in all directions, calmly summoning his ultimate skill. True Asura body, manifest Dharma form. Instantly, the phantom of a massive Dharma form appeared behind Bai Luo Chen, delivering a majestic punch down at the man, shattering the ground into 100 pieces. Blue veins bulged on Bai Luo Chen's forehead as he softly cursed inwardly. Damn it, to deal with this Dharma form move, the only way is to go all out with that trump card. Down on the ground, Duo jumped up and down cheering, pointing wildly. Sister Liu, look, it's my master's Dharma form. Sister Liu covered her ears and waved her hand. Yeah, I saw it ages ago, stop screaming. Sayaka's jaw dropped in shock as she asked, that gold-plated giant is your master? Duo nodded repeatedly. Spot on, strong and radiating aura. These guys bullying us are definitely screwed now. Wait a bit, I have to fly up there and assist my master. But Lulu quickly grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and pulled her back. Duo, you just hide right here. Duo struggled. But I want to fight side by side with Master. Lulu knocked her on the head. With your cat-scratch martial arts, you want to crawl up there and make old Bai fight while having to babysit you. Be a good girl and stay put. On another corner of the stage, Lucy's luxurious airship had a massive hole punched into it, spewing black smoke like a brick kiln's chimney. The trio of Lucy, Duo, and David had to relocate to a mini escape pod to flee. Duo frantically reported the situation. Eldest Miss, the radar detected the magic fluctuation of the female slave master on the other side. The signal is faint but extremely distinct. It's 100% her. Lucy's mood suddenly blossomed like spring flowers. Then we can just sit back and watch the show for this round. No need to make a move. By the way, who is that glowing yellow Superman? That face looks awfully familiar, is it Bai? The demonic puppet system suddenly blared loudly. Beep beep, red alert, connection to the mothership has been severed, alert. Luo Qi broke into a cold sweat, pulling her hair in frustration. Damn it, why did the network drop right in the heat of the moment? Our side over there is probably facing more bad luck than good. She gritted her teeth, cursing. Makes me want to cough up blood. This humble one hasn't even tasted the luxury of power, and it's already been snatched away by that brat. Without hesitation, Luo Qi turned into a flash of lightning and bolted straight back to the base. I have to grab my shoes and run right now. This mask is useless now. I have to take advantage of the chaos and switch to another identity. The demonic puppet's announcement speaker was still screaming deafeningly. Fusion command received. Beginning countdown. 30, 29. Luo Qi sat huddled in the cockpit, as bewildered as a deer. Wait, what is going on? The massive machine completely neutralized her control. Luo Qi cried out. Wait, stop. I just want to sit safely at home. Luo Chen pinched a talisman between his two fingers, turning back to instruct Villa. Bear with it and hang around here to catch the breeze for a bit. While she was still clueless about what was happening, Luo Chen threw a barrier covering Villa entirely and tossed her far out into the safe zone. Villa banged on the door loudly. Hey you, who gave you permission to solo? Are you bullying me just because I can't fly? When only Luo Chen remained on the battlefield, the ringleader withdrew his frantic demeanor, growling. Are you so bored that you have to ruin the grand scheme of my Hun sect? Aren't you afraid of karmic retribution? Luo Chen let out a scoff full of contempt. Grand scheme. Karma. Look at the mess of resentful souls stuffed inside that shoddy item of yours. Every single one of them is dying to chew your bones. The high-level cultivators in this region have been completely wiped out by you guys, and you don't even spare the innocent commoners. The Dharma idol behind Luo Chen swung a fist as large as a pavilion, covering the entire sky in front of him. Today, your young master will act on behalf of heaven and send you to meet your ancestors. Clinging to a lost cause for the sake of a few ant-like lives, aren't you afraid of losing your own head? Unwilling to suffer the humiliation, the man strained his neck and roared. Open your eyes and witness the quintessence of the demonic path combined with the Empire's most advanced talismans. Demon puppet fuse. Instantly, a blinding pillar of light crashed straight into the ground, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Standing opposite Luo Chen's phantom Dharma idol now was a towering pillar of thick, black smoke. The man laughed triumphantly. Tremble, despair. This is the ultimate version of the destructive demon puppet. Facing that mechanical monster, Luo Chen's Dharma idol slowly faded and evaporated. He cursed out loud. That stinky brat, a leopard never changes its spots. You threw this puppet to him to commit such heinous acts, didn't you? I will deal with you later. Seeing Luo Chen's Dharma idol vanish, the man became even more arrogant. How about it? Are you so terrified that you retracted your Dharma idol? Seeing this demon puppet reaching the half-step divine talisman master realm scared the soul out of you, right? If you know what's good for you, obediently kowtow and surrender to my Hun sect, and I might just show some mercy and spare your life. Luo Chen lightly snapped his fingers with a click. So much nonsense, you are all bark and no bite. In the blink of an eye, an invisible hand tightly grabbed the man's face, squeezing his features into a distorted mess. Right at that moment, a shadowy figure attempted to backstab Luo Chen, hoping to carve a bloody path to escape. Take this chance to run for your life. Luo Chen smirked, his eyes locked onto the girl who was tiptoeing away. Zai Ling, where are you going? She forced a smile. Oh, what a coincidence. Have you eaten yet, young Master Bai? Down on the ground, Zio Liu stretched and stood up, turning to Nai Nai. Looks like it's smoothly resolved. Do you have any interest in returning to Qing Nuan Peak for a cup of tea, kid? Duo marveled. Turns out the little master's puppet is still quite usable. Luo Chen picked Luo Qi up by the back of her neck with one hand, boldly declaring to the disciples, I've got the key for Man to fuse with her physical body. Pack your bags and get ready to head back to Qing Nuan Peak. Understood, master. Duo cried tears of joy, rushing over with her butt sticking out to give him a big hug. Master, your disciple has suffered so much wandering around here. Luo Chen patted her head. What's wrong with Duo? Duo cried a river, rubbing her face against Luo Chen's shirt and sobbing. The puppet you gave me suddenly went on strike these past few days. Through all those life-and-death situations, if Siaka hadn't carried the team, our master-disciple relationship would have been separated by yin and yang. Luo Chen patted her shoulder comfortingly. It's my fault. My spiritual energy pathways were blocked recently, so I lost connection for a while. But everything is fine now. I don't blame Duo. Be a good girl. Duo hiccuped. I don't blame you. I just missed you so much I could faint. Zio Liu crossed her arms and tilted her chin, casting an icy glare at Luo Qi. What's wrong with you? Luo Qi grimaced. Who in the world summoned such a massive Dharma idol just to spank my butt? Who could understand such humiliating shame? Luo Chen shrugged. I do. At that exact moment, a soft hand reached out and twisted Luo Chen's ear straight. Villa gritted her teeth and twisted his ear, scolding sarcastically. How many times have I told you not to go solo? Do you even respect this chief maid at all? Luo Chen yelped. Let go now. Why do you always twist my ear whenever you get the chance? Duo jumped up. Who the heck are you? Take your hands off our master right now. Villa glared back. Since when is he yours? Right now this guy is under my supervision. David and Yu stood far away wiping their sweat. So the chief maid has such hardcore tastes, truly an Usura field scene. Yu muttered. So this kid and Mr. Bai are roommates, David sighed. You could say that. With this, the Empire's plan is pretty much washed down the drain. Luo Qi timidly pulled out a notebook and handed it directly to Lucy. Young Master Bai asked me to transfer all the classified data obtained from the Empire to you. He said he doesn't want to see the demon realm drown in a sea of blood. Glancing briefly at the text, Lucy's expression hardened. So it was this dirty trick. If the demon lord truly revived, an internal bloodbath would be inevitable. Our revolutionary army will absolutely not let the tragedy of the Cultivation Realm War break out a second time, David gently reminded. To correct you a bit, it's the demon realm invading the Cultivation Realm. Lucy cleared her throat. Ah, right, sorry. But according to this document, it seems the top brass of the Empire are also tearing each other apart internally. Closing the notebook, Lucy bowed deeply and sincerely. Thank you for this precious information. It will save tens of thousands of lives. Luo Qi waved her hand. Don't thank me. If you want to, go thank young Master Bai. He seems to care a lot about the suffering of the commoners. Suddenly, a shrill scream interrupted their conversation. What? You're saying you submitted a resignation letter, Su Fang? Luo Qi covered her mouth and giggled. My, young Master Bai truly is a seed of romance. Villa stamped her feet furiously. I do not approve. There's still a mountain of chores waiting for you to handle at home. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Luo Chen forced a placating smile. Su Fang, every party must come to an end. It's time for me to pack up and head home. But Villa stubbornly covered her ears and shook her head, dismissing all words of farewell. What party? There was never any party here to end in the first place. Luo Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. He clasped two fingers together in front of his chest and sighed. Regardless, we are from different worlds. We never belong to the same one. It's time for me to return to the cultivation realm. Villa's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth formed an O shape. What, you're from the cultivation realm? Luo Chen nodded. That's right. Consider that intelligence gift as compensation for the mental damage of acting and deceiving you all this time. Yes, I am someone from the cultivation realm, Su Fang. Right then the image of Su Fang popped out from a 3D holographic screen. Husband, the teleportation portal is fully initialized. When do we depart? Luo Chen replied concisely. Right now. Duo reluctantly held Siaka's hand. Take care, Siaka. Siaka nodded. Yeah, have a safe trip too, Duo. Luo Kiki grumbled while waving her hand. Hey comrades, the party's over, let's go home. Oh man, this trip didn't earn me a single dime, I'm at a complete loss. As the crowd faded from view, Villa stood dazedly alone in front of the closing teleportation portal, whispering softly, Have a safe journey, take care, Su Fang. A hand suddenly patted her shoulder gently, pulling her back to reality. Su Fang. Lucy tenderly comforted Villa. Don't be sad, they were inherently just travelers stopping by our world. Fate comes and goes, some things are useless to force. David smacked his lips with regret. This Bai kid appears and disappears like the wind. I didn't even get to slip him some wedding candy as a token of goodwill. Villa remained silent for a long time, then suddenly broke the silence to ask, Miss, do you think the immortal realm is very far away? Faced with such an open-ended question, Lucy hesitated to explain. In the past, my father mentioned that the two worlds don't share the same coordinate axis. Without a teleportation portal, your cultivation must reach at least the void-shattering realm to even hope of crossing over. And even if you manage to tear through space, if you're clueless about the coordinates, the only outcome is drifting forever in the turbulent flows. In that place, time and space are meaningless, only ultimate loneliness exists. Lucy grasped her shoulders, advising her with utmost sincerity. If you understand this, it's best to extinguish that unrealistic thought immediately. Villa lowered her eyes. Is that so? Suddenly, out of the silent space echoed a completely bewildered voice. Su Fang. The scene abruptly shifted to a desolate, vast wasteland. Surrounded on all sides by withered and barren vegetation, not even the shadow of a flapping bird could be seen. A spatial vortex ripped open right behind a milestone engraved with the words, Qing Liu Town. Luo Chen rolled up his sleeves and stepped out, followed by Xiao Liu and Nai who were stumbling and nauseous. Watch your step, don't slip. Xiao Liu wiped the corner of her mouth, cursing irritably. Damn it, what kind of reincarnation bus is this, shaking my guts inside out? Luo Chen teased. Come on, lady, being able to keep your life jumping through a portal open this hastily is already a blessing from your ancestors. Oh, by the way, you slipped on a banana peel and face-planted earlier, didn't you? Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly bulged in sheer panic. The teleportation door unexpectedly powered down, vanishing without a trace before everyone's dumbfounded eyes. Hello, why cut the power so fast? Hey, Duo and Zai Ling are still stuck on the other side. Damn it, we dropped members again. A sweet, coquettish voice rang out. I am so wronged, husband. I waited until everyone came out before pulling the switch. Those two clearly jumped out even before us. Luo Chen's face darkened. How many times have I told you not to call me so cheesily? Since I was born, I've endured being single. I've never married anyone, not before and not now. Hearing this highly melodramatic dialogue, Xiao Liu rushed over to gossip. Husband what? Lao Bai, what's going on here? I've never heard rumors about you hiding a secret wife at home. Wait, someone just appeared out of thin air, how scary. Luo Chen pinched Zai Ning's cheek hard, awkwardly making up a lame excuse to cover it up. Xiao Liu, don't get the wrong idea. This is my distant cousin, her name is Zai Ning. This girl has some loose wires in her brain and likes to talk nonsense. Don't mind her words. She is my sworn sister. Naturally, that terrible excuse fooled no one. Xiao Liu pointed straight at his face and scolded. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Looking at this appearance, I know full well you're a scumbag who 2 times and leaves his romantic flags all over the map. Luo Chen defended himself. You're wronging a good person. My heart is as clear as a mirror. I am a serious and proper youth. Zai Ning's eyes suddenly flashed with chilling, murderous intent. She lightly snapped her fingers with a click. Arguing is too tiring. If my husband wants to deny his identity and force me to be his sworn sister now, then sworn sister it is. Xiao Liu stood there, her face suddenly going blank, muttering like a spell-chanting machine. Zai Ning is Bai Luo Chen's sworn sister. Bai Luo Chen is Zai Ning's kind-hearted brother. Just 3 seconds later, Xiao Liu did a complete 180, smiling brightly and affectionately. Oh my God, so it's my dear little Zai Ning. I suddenly had temporary amnesia and completely forgot about your existence. To make up for it, whenever you're free, I'll treat you to some super spicy stinky tofu. Zai Ning waved her hands, smiling sweetly. No problem, no problem. I haven't been in the group for long anyway. Done with that, Xiao Liu completely ignored her previous interrogation of Luo Chen, looking around for Duo and Zai Ling. Never mind that. Where did those 2 brats run off to? As soon as we landed, they vanished like loaches. Are they ginseng roots or something to disappear so fast? They must be starving and sneaked off to find food. Taking advantage of Xiao Liu's inattention, Luo Chen leaned into Zai Ning's ear and whispered, You even used brainwashing to manipulate cognition. Since when did you upgrade to such formidable skills? Zai Ning winked playfully. This secret treasure trove of mine, even if you dug for a lifetime, you wouldn't see it all. Luo Chen knocked her on the head, gritting his teeth to correct her. Drop the word husband, call me brother properly. Zai Ning rubbed her head and pouted. Yes, got it, bro. She twirled a lock of her shoulder-length hair around her finger, whispering, I know you inside out, just rest assured, I absolutely won't harm you. But hey, it seems in this weird town, I'm not the only one who knows how to use cognitive manipulation. She snapped her fingers, and a mini tracking map materialized from spiritual energy. I managed to plant spiritual tracking devices on them in time. They are way over there, not too far, probably drifted into that small town ahead. Luo Chen clicked his tongue, temporarily putting the mess aside. All right then, let's go scout and see what's going on. Yes, sir, bro. The scene immediately zoomed into a brightly lit, lantern-filled street in Qingliu town. 2 flirtatious courtesans leaned against the doors, waving silk handkerchiefs and seductively calling out, Guests, come in and have a drink to relieve your sorrow. Oh my, you've been gone for so long, making me miss you until my eyes have worn out. Another woman used a fan to cover half her face, raising her chin to point at the corner of the street. Hey look, isn't that young Master Liu who was throwing money out the window last time? Luo Chen led Xiao Liu, casually strolling up to the entrance of a massive, extravagantly luxurious tavern. A scantily clad beauty wriggled over, getting close. Where has the young master been to make this little lady wait so long? Luo Chen stepped back, scratching his chin. Do you know me, miss? Xiao Liu crunched on a carrot, lunging forward to wrap her arms around the necks of 2 other long-legged ladies, smiling nonchalantly. Lao Bai, stop being so naive. In this place that sells smiles and fragrance, they spout the exact same script to anyone they see. Saying that, the girl confidently kept the 2 ladies in a headlock and pushed straight into the main hall, shouting, Who is the manager here? Bring out the absolute most beautiful girls to entertain Master Liu right now. Luo Chen smacked his lips. A true playboy, you're way too used to this. Zai Ning ran over, hugging a greasy paper bag stuffed with food. Bro, the terrain analysis report is all done. Luo Chen glared. Where did you sneak off to just now? The girl chewed noisily and replied. I saw the corner over there selling incredibly fragrant grilled skewers, so I took the chance to buy a bunch for snacks. While eagerly eating the meat skewers, Zai Ning whispered, dropping a shocking bombshell. This whole town is cursed by a large-scale cognitive blockade array. Those with low cultivation who accidentally wander in are guaranteed to be stuck, being drained of everything from their vitality to their wallets until only dry bones remain. Meanwhile, in a corner of a boudoir, Duo was sitting like a statue, her eyes unfocused and vacant. The girl had been brainwashed by the formation, her soul slowly being eroded to be assimilated into a soulless screw to nourish the grand array. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, calculating. The ones who set up this vicious 8 trigrams array must be the Hun sect. It's highly likely to camouflage and cover up the passage to the demon realm. Who knew taking the whole family on a trip today would step right into a pile of crap, just our rotten luck. Zining shoved a grilled meat skewer into his mouth. Try a bite, it's really good. Luo Chen reluctantly chewed the meat, his brain racing to formulate a battle plan. Then we might as well clean up this whole nest while we're at it to save us the trouble. At the same time in the tavern hall, a courtesan named Xiao Mei was crying and struggling while being forced to drink by a playboy. Beauty, bottoms up for another cup. I can't, young Master Li. I only sell my art. I absolutely will not sell my body. Li stroked his chin with a sleazy smile. Then just get drunk and come to my room to rest. That's a win-win situation. Seeing this eyesore, Xiao Liu's blood boiled. She charged in and kicked the table flying. Take your dirty hands off her, you bastard. I've already called dibs on this beauty, you better get lost. Having his fun ruined right at the climax, young Master Li turned red with anger. Which corner did you crawl out from, you wet behind the ears brat, daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers? Are you tired of living? Xiao Liu provocatively mocked him with disdain. I'll give you exactly 5 minutes to roll out the door, otherwise I'll smash your mouth and knock all your teeth out right now. Oh, how weak, are you a cultivator? Young Master Li tightened his grip, pulling Xiao Mei into his arms, and started unleashing his ultimate move of flaunting his family background to intimidate others. Are you blind? Open your eyes wide and see who I am. My father is Li Qiudan, an outer disciple of the Wu Xiangjai sect. Yet you have the guts to snatch my girl. Xiao Liu wasn't afraid of those cheap scare tactics at all. She straightforwardly landed a heaven-shaking punch right in the middle of his face. You're giving me a headache. Go fly, kid. The thunderous force of the punch sent young Master Li flying, pasting him tightly against the back wall with a loud bang. Xiao Liu dusted off her hands. Qiudan or rotten egg, who cares? If you're so capable, bring your old man here so I can punch him too. While the situation was chaotic, an angry scream echoed from the corner. Who has the guts to use liquid courage to run wild and smash up my Liu Qing pavilion? Are you trying to shit on the law? The madam stomped imposingly downstairs, hands on her hips, radiating murderous intent. Don't think that just because this brothel is full of weak and fragile women, you can ride on our heads whenever you want. The madam aggressively pointed straight at Xiao Liu's face and threatened. Let me tell you, brat, backing this Liu Qing pavilion is a proper, reputable major sect. However, the moment she made eye contact and clearly saw Xiao Liu's face, the madam's expression suddenly changed, going from ashen to deathly pale. You are. Xiao Liu tapped her fingers on the table, smiling defiantly. I just came to the shop to have some fun and relieve my sorrow. What about it? Do you have a problem with that, sis? The madam broke into a cold sweat, her legs shaking like leaves because she finally recognized the terrifying background of the person in front of her. This evil deity carried the murderous aura of a shape-shifted great demon. Her minimum level had to be around the Demon King tier. Young Master Li crawled up, bitterly pointing at Xiao Liu and yelling at the madam. This crazy bitch ruined my fun. Not only has she been barking nonsense, but she even dared to raise her hand and hit this young master. Why are you still standing there talking sense into her, boss? The madam tiptoed over, flipping her attitude faster than flipping a pancake, bowing and flattering. Oh my, so it's the great demon gracing us with her presence. This little shop was blind and didn't welcome you properly from afar. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. She secretly calculated in her head. A figure of this caliber probably just stopped by to blow off steam. As long as I serve her obediently, everything will be fine. Standing in front of Xiao Liu, she bowed her body all the way to the ground, saluting respectfully. This lowly one has eyes but failed to see. My hospitality was lacking. Please quell your anger. To make up for it, today you can spend as much as you like. Our shop will cover all expenses. Turning around abruptly, she glared at the servants and barked. Xiao Wu, Xiao Luo, hurry upstairs and call Tao Xiang and Yue Liu down to serve the VIP guest immediately, no dawdling. Give it your all to serve the great demon. Even if it kills you, you must please her, understand? Yes, madam. The madam subserviently cleared the way, using her hand to invite Xiao Liu to step up. Great demon, please move your steps upstairs to rest. Xiao Liu raised an eyebrow, smirking. You're quite tactful, boss. It makes my hands itch less to tear this den apart. She stood at the foot of the stairs, enthusiastically waving her silk handkerchief, grinning from ear to ear. Yes, yes, please enjoy yourself comfortably. Only then did young Master Li crawl over to the madam holding his face, angrily complaining. Hey, hey, wait. That crazy bitch just slapped my mouth swollen. Are we just going to let it slide? The madam glared at him. Wow, you still haven't screwed off yet. She glared at him so hard her eyes could burn a hole through his face, gritting her teeth and whispering fiercely. You stupid idiot. Didn't you hear what I said? That is a shape-shifted great demon. Her minimum cultivation is on par with a soul-wandering stage expert. She's not the type of person that a little brat like you or this meager shop can provoke. But his bruised ego didn't allow young Master Li to swallow this anger. He secretly swore to hack Xiao Liu to pieces. Damn it, it's just a lowly demon king, this master spits on her. His mouth talked tough, yet his limbs unconsciously crawled toward the door to make his escape. He tried to salvage a bit of face by muttering, whatever, a real man doesn't bicker with a woman, I just won't touch her and that's it. The madam secretly pursed her lips. Yes, yes, seeing out the cursed spirit, goodbye and don't come back. Stumbling out of the shop, the unlucky Li bumped right into Luo Chen's group who were standing there catching the breeze. Zaining nudged Luo Chen's arm. Bro, I smell a spiritual energy signal coming from this area. I wonder if Du Du is hiding in there. Li aggressively pushed past, cursing loudly as he walked. If it wasn't for the fact that this shop just recruited a new girl, this master would never have lowered himself to step foot in here. Luo Chen glanced briefly at Li, smiling slightly as he probed. Oh, a new lamb caught in the net. Li pulled out a bottle of healing pills and chugged it. As he swallowed the pills, he ground his teeth, plotting his revenge. Bastard, luckily I have original essence pills to line my stomach. You damn shapeshifted demon king, just you wait. I'll go back and tell my old man, crying out loud that you're running rampant. Let's see if the people of the Wu Xiang Jai sect don't flatten this den. Suddenly, a biting cold wind rushed in from the void. How strange, where did this freezing wind come from? Young Master Li curled up in fear, running as fast as his legs could carry him, muttering, Everyone has to answer the call of nature sometimes, I'm slipping away first. Right when he was deeply engrossed in relieving himself, a weird cloth fell from the sky and covered him completely. I feel so sorry for my little brother, having to endure this with me in such freezing weather. I definitely have to change venues later. Can I be so unlucky as to bump into the Demon King everywhere I go? The moment his complaining ended, a severe beating rained down on his head. Oh my heavens, who is sneak attacking me? Luo Chen wielded a broom in one hand and a stick in the other, aggressively threatening young Master Li. I'll give you exactly half a quarter of an hour. Spit out the information about the new flower of the Liu Qing Pavilion now. If you dare keep your mouth shut, get ready to move your house down to the underworld. Holding his swollen head, young Master Li tearfully brought up his father's reputation to threaten them. You guys have a lot of nerve. My father is Li Qiu Dan, a core disciple of the Wu Xiang Jai sect. If you know what's good for you, let me go right now. The answer to his threats was a stream of spiritual energy crashing straight down. The cloth sack trembled violently, accompanied by the unlucky guy's heaven-piercing screams. Luo Chen leisurely retracted his power, clearing his throat as a reminder. The timer has started, you know. The sack covering young Master Li smoked pitch black, scaring him pale. Great hero, spare my life. I'll confess everything. The Liu Qing Pavilion indeed just brought back a beauty. I only overheard it just now too. Luo Chen interrogated further. Do you know her name and exactly what she looks like? Young Master Li trembled, spilling everything he knew. I swear I only heard rumors that the beauty has wings. I'm clueless about the rest. The old rule here is that you have to wait until the auction night to see the top courtesan's face. Luo Chen frowned in surprise. What, an auction? Seeing the other party look confused, young Master Li hurriedly and enthusiastically explained. Great hero, you must be from far away, right? In this Qingliu town, any top courtesan receiving guests for the first time must go on the auction block. Luo Chen condensed his spiritual energy into a small bird, continuing to press for answers. Have you confessed everything? Is that really all? He nodded frantically. I absolutely don't dare to hide half a word, great hero. Luo Chen thought to himself. It seems I can't squeeze any more out of him for now. I might as well leave this auction matter to Xiao Liu to handle. Before releasing young Master Li, Luo Chen conveniently slapped a talisman on his back and shouted, Get out of my sight! He yelped in pain from all over his body. Waiting until that guy disappeared, Zaining finally shared her thoughts. Husband, hearing the description, the Liu Qing Pavilion's top courtesan is definitely Duo Duo. Do you have a way to break the charm on her? This kind of cognition-bending array is probably quite troublesome. Zaining flashed a mischievous smile. If we're only rescuing Duo Duo alone, I have more than enough power to snap it in an instant. I guarantee she won't lose a single piece of skin. Luo Chen glared at her with full suspicion, making her blink and ask back, "Husband, do you really want to make a move?" Luo Chen let out an exhausted sigh. "Why don't you talk about the consequences for the others? We can't just ignore the life and death of innocent commoners." She smiled sweetly. "My husband is indeed wise." Zaining started analyzing in detail. Just now, thanks to the array's shielding, Duo Duo was wrapped in a layer of pink aura so I couldn't find her at all. The painful thing is, there are hundreds of people in this whole town carrying a similar aura. If I use violence to smash the array, Duo Duo will be safe, but the rest of those people will either go crazy or be crippled. This is truly a tough problem. Luo Chen urged Zaining anxiously. "Then why are you still standing there? Let's go find the eye of this grand array immediately. Stop sticking so close to me, let go." At the same time, Xiao Liu lay sprawled on the bed, her face grimacing from waiting so long. What the heck is taking so agonizingly long? Right then a small bird fluttered over, landing on her shoulder and whispering into Xiao Liu's ear, "Cluck, cluck, cluck. That's the situation." She raised an eyebrow. "Lao Bai sending a message." Once the message was delivered, the small bird instantly vanished into thin air. Xiao Liu smirked coldly. "So that's how it is. No wonder I smelled something fishy around here the moment I walked in." Suddenly the madam's clear voice rang out outside the door. "Great demon, the ladies are here to serve you," Xiao Liu scoffed. "Oh, finally decided to show your faces." The madam led a lineup of stunningly beautiful girls with smoking hot bodies to see Xiao Liu. She rubbed her hands subserviently. Reporting, "These are all the most fragrant flowers of our Liu Qing Pavilion. I wonder if any of them catch the great demon's eye." Xiao Liu narrowed her eyes, observing the girl in the red dress, smacking her lips in evaluation. "This one's chest is too massive. It looks suffocating to death." Shifting her gaze to the girl next to her, she shook her head in disappointment. "And this one is as flat as a wall, no different from a man in disguise, so stiff and rigid. Weird, could it be a blown cover?" The madam broke into a cold sweat, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her face incessantly. Tao Xiang and Yue really are the ultimate beauties of this pavilion. Dare I ask what exactly the venerable one's tastes are so this old lady can bring them to you? Xiao Liu tilted her chin up, beckoning the madam with her finger. "You, drag yourself closer to me." She grabbed the madam's collar tightly, gritting her teeth angrily. "Every single one of them is caked in inches of powder. Are you trying to fool this master with these second-rate goods? Do you believe I'll flatten this pavilion?" The madam trembled and begged. "Great demon, please quell your anger, please quell your anger. Whatever type you like, just give the order. This lowly one will definitely accommodate you to the fullest." Only then did Xiao Liu lay her cards on the table. "Stop acting. I know full well that a new top courtesan appeared at your place tonight, am I right?" The scene shifted to the outside of the Liu Qing Pavilion. Right at a street-side grilled meat skewer stall with billowing smoke. The stall owner enthusiastically hawked to passers-by. Come in, everyone. Passing by, please don't miss out on this shop's famous Zaijiang grilled lamb." Zaining pulled out a silver tail and slammed it on the table with a clink, loudly ordering, "Boss, bring out 10 meat skewers, remember to sprinkle a ton of chili on them." The boss rejoiced. "Yes, coming right up, coming right up." Luo Chen stared at her as if looking at a strange creature. "Zaining, if your stomach is small, don't try to buy so much, you won't be able to finish it." Zaining patted her chest, confidently affirming, "Why won't I finish it? When a woman enjoys delicacies, she uses her second stomach. Husband, hurry up and hold this for me. Delicious food is absolutely forbidden to be wasted. I'll stuff all of this into my spatial ring and take it back to Qingluan Peak to eat gradually." Looking at the pile of grilled skewers being stuffed entirely into his ring, Luo Chen suddenly enlightened to the truth. "Ah, so the second stomach you mentioned is actually me." Zaining ignored his speechless expression, skipping happily over to the adjacent stall. "Boss, give me a giant portion," the boss happily replied. "Right away." Luo Chen couldn't stand seeing her eat and pillage like a bandit, so he closed in and whispered a reminder. "Stop messing around, miss. Don't forget we still have official business to do." Before the words even left his lips, Zai Ning stuffed a whole piece of fatty food into his mouth. "Husband, try chewing this, it's so good." Suddenly, Zai Ning's playful demeanor vanished and she whispered seriously, "I'm not joking. Husband, blending into the crowd here, don't you smell something unusual?" Thanks to that reminder, Luo Chen quickly scanned his surroundings carefully. The crowd. He quickly grasped the issue. It really is so, all of them seem to be unconsciously heading in the same direction, aren't they? Luo Chen was startled when he saw even the female stall owner instructing her staff. "During the hour I'm absent, if anything happens, go find Mei Hua to resolve it, got it?" The hired hands replied. "Yes, madam, rest assured and go." Zai Ning pulled out a strange talisman. "Take a look, husband. This is the aura gathered from the life force of all the residents of Qingliu town. They are intertwining to form a type of array." She lightly snapped her fingers, and the map illusion vanished into thin air. "My husband is very sharp. According to what I see, this grand array uses the very network of streets and alleys as its meridians, and the commoners moving on the streets are turned into living streams of spiritual energy to nourish the array." Luo Chen took a deep breath of cold air in both admiration and fear. The Hun sect is indeed sinister. Their methods are so vicious that they use mortals as sacrifices for the array. This method not only hides the grand array's tracks, but also borrows yang energy to suppress the death aura of the ghostly creatures. Perhaps right now is the exact moment when the spiritual energy converges the strongest. If we just drift along with this crowd, we will definitely catch the eye of the array. Bai Luo Chen pondered and deduced, this Qingliu town is probably just the tip of the iceberg. It seems the soul sect's ambition toward the mortal realm is far more terrifying than I imagined. Could it be that the Immortal Alliance is completely clueless about this, or worse? Have they been bought off? Right when he was racking his brain, Zai Ning suddenly stood on her tiptoes and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Bai Luo Chen jumped in surprise, pushed Zai Ning away and glared at her. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" she grinned widely. "Because my husband looked so captivating while thinking, I couldn't help myself." He wiped his cheek in annoyance, warning her with a stern face. "Zai Ning, let me make this clear, cut back on this teasing nonsense. I have never acknowledged that husband title." Zai Ning suddenly fell silent, a hint of sadness in her eyes after being ruthlessly rejected by Bai Luo Chen. But immediately she regained her spirits, beaming a radiant smile and nodding obediently. "Yes, sir. Zai Ning swears to her husband, from now on I wouldn't dare pull any more tricks." She raised a slender finger and wiggled it. "But in return, my husband must agree to one tiny little condition." The system chimed. Congratulations to the host for activating a random quest. After reading the bizarre requirements of the quest, Bai Luo Chen could only look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Random quest. Wholeheartedly play the role of Zai Ning's husband until the array core is broken. I truly surrender to you. Zai Ning was as thrilled as if she had struck gold, skipping happily around him. "Then let's set off, my great husband." Bai Luo Chen reluctantly played along. "Well then, I'll have to trouble my wife to lead the way." She pulled out a ferocious ghost mask from who knows where and slapped it on her face, intending to give Bai Luo Chen a good scare. This odd couple even ended up eating popcorn and hanging out together. And they even bought a pair of matching couple bracelets. Busy tailing that strange crowd, they were completely unaware that from the shadows, a gaze as sharp as a knife was locked onto them. That eerie eye seemed to be silently transmitting images back to its master in a secret location. In some dark, hidden corner in the heart of Qingliu town, a man with pure white hair, casually fanning himself with a paper fan, leaned leisurely against an ancient tree. The corners of his lips curled into a sinister smile mixed with a hint of regret. What a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Tusk, tusk, such a pity for these two little lives. At that moment, a minion hurried in and respectfully reported, "My lord, we've scoured every street but haven't seen any suspicious lone men." He asked coldly, "What about the auction house? Any unusual movements there?" The subordinate patted his chest, guaranteeing the security. "Reporting to you, everything at the auction hall is as steady as a rock. Nothing has happened at all." The white-haired man burst into a hearty laugh, waving his hand to dismiss him, Excellent, I got it. Step outside and await my orders. The minion bowed deeply. Yes, my lord. The smile on his lips instantly vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression and a menacing chuckle. How interesting. Some brats actually dare to meddle with the illusion barrier I set up. He appeared extremely excited, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. Let me open my eyes and see which blind, suicidal little rat wants to interfere in my business. Meanwhile, inside the auction hall, the manager was rambling on, welcoming the guests. A warm welcome to all the distinguished guests who have graced tonight's auction in Qingliu. He enthusiastically introduced the ultimate treasures going on the block tonight. Tonight, we bring you exactly 12 rare and unparalleled treasures, guaranteed to broaden your horizons. The manager lowered his voice, putting on a mysterious air. Specifically, there are 2 super-tier treasures whose fame, I dare bet, has long reached your ears. Back to Xiao Liu, she was currently flying into a rage, her face dark with anger. Damn it, didn't you promise to bring fresh girls out to serve this master? She slammed a heavy punch onto the armrest. Dragging this master to this dump, what kind of scheme are you plotting? The brothel madam trembled like a leaf. Please calm down, great demon. The madam was sweating profusely, soaking her dress, stammering an explanation. Great demon, you might not be familiar, but the rules in this small town are quite bizarre. Any beauty wishing to sell her first night must be brought to the auction stage for the big shots to bid fairly. Xiao Liu arrogantly glared, threatening. To hell with your rules. If it's an auction, don't you know how to use money to crush them and snatch the girls? If I don't have fun tonight, watch me burn this brothel to the ground. Don't even think about begging. The madam cried. Please rest assured, great demon, I have already instructed the people over there to handle it properly. She forced a flattering smile to appease Xiao Liu. Look, great demon, the good show is about to start. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and sniffed. Weird, why is there such a familiar scent floating around? The manager on the stage had now begun presenting the opening item. It was a glowing pearl salvaged from the Ling Fang Sea region, but the key point was that the young woman holding the jade tray was none other than Zai Ling. Xiao Liu's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. Huh, isn't that Zai Ling? Right at that moment, Zai Ning and Bai Luochen also managed to follow the crowd into the hall. Cheering echoed around. Welcome to the Qingliu auction hall. Bai Luochen nodded. Well, seems like we dropped by at the perfect time. Sweeping his gaze around the layout, Bai Luochen inwardly praised. Auctioning 12 ultimate treasures in one night, this is truly on a massive scale. The aura here is incredibly dense. It's indeed the center of the grand array, and also the eyes and ears left behind by the soul sect. He frowned in confusion when he saw Zai Ning casually grab his arm and drape it over her shoulder. Hey lady, what kind of act is this now? Zai Ning giggled like a little fox, winking to explain. I'm just doing this to avoid alerting the enemy. We have to blend in with the atmosphere, husband. He looked dumbfounded. Blend into the atmosphere. She jutted her chin, her mischievous eyes signaling Bai Luochen to look around. Take a closer look. As it turned out, all the guests in the hall were hugging and entwining with each other quite intimately. The manager's voice rang out again. Our target tonight consists of exactly 12 items. Zai Ning teased. Does my dear husband want a kiss to be just like them? Bai Luochen's sweat dropped. No thanks, I think it's better if we just find a place to settle down first. Just as he was about to sit down, Bai Luochen froze when he heard the manager boldly announce, Please welcome the first super auction item. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the wooden podium, full of suspicion. Wait a minute, could that silhouette be? It turned out Bai Luochen finally recognized the girl holding the tray on the stage. Why is Zai Ling here? The white-haired man sitting in the adjacent booth suddenly interjected. Observing this brother's expression, I dare say you have seen through the sheer wonder hidden within this #1 treasure. Bai Luochen blinked. Sheer wonder. The white-haired man acted enthusiastically, whispering the secret. You have no idea, that pearl is a rare good. Legend has it that in the past, a core elder of the Wu Xiangjai sect personally slit the belly of a flood dragon about to transform into a true dragon just to get this treasure. Only then did he bother whispering the core issue. If anyone is capable of absorbing the essence of this item, tusk, I guarantee they could battle 100 girls in one night without fearing any loss of vitality. Bai Luochen gaped at the white-haired guy, looking somewhat disturbed. "Brother, you look so ethereal and righteous on the outside. Who would have thought you were so keen on this kind of erotic stuff?" He quietly sent out his spiritual energy to probe the other party, only to nearly choke on his saliva upon discovering a harsh truth. Damn it, I thought he was just having desires because he was suppressed by a cultivation method. Who would have guessed? This effeminate guy is actually a eunuch at his core. While he was busy mocking inwardly, Xining suddenly patted his shoulder and shrieked, "Husband, look, the old geezer who got the pearl is about to eat it raw." It turned out the one who threw money to win the pearl was an old, withered man, ugly enough to scare off ghosts. The old man howled crazily, "Ha ha ha, tonight this master will conquer 100 girls all by myself." Xiling, standing nearby, shot the old man a look of utmost disdain. "It's just a fake tonic. Do you really have to overact like you're on drugs?" Ignoring the world, the greedy old man opened his pitch-black mouth and shoved the massive luminous pearl down his throat. Right at that moment, Xiling accidentally caught a glimpse of a tiny talisman stuck to the bottom of the tray. "Huh, what the hell is stuck here?" Glancing over the scribbled lines on the paper, Xiling's face darkened, imaginary black lines dropping all over her head. On this side, the old man's flabby muscles suddenly bulged and expanded as if being inflated. He roared in ecstasy, "This is awesome! The power of a wild beast is surging through my veins." The manager stood by, smiling and congratulating. "Huge congratulations to our esteemed guest for fulfilling your wish." Sensing that things were going south, Xiling quickly lifted her skirt and slipped away, leaving the clueless manager to call out after her, "Xiling, where are you going? Stay here and help me bring out the next treasure." In the audience seats, a young woman, not understanding the situation at all, nudged her lover with her elbow and pleaded, "How about you bid on one to try it out too?" Her lover's face turned black. "What are you implying?" Unexpectedly, the old man's muscular body suddenly cracked like broken pottery. Before even realizing that death was knocking on his door, he was still looking up and laughing boisterously. "Tonight, this master is booking the entire red light district. This abundant energy is about to make me explode." The moment that megalomaniacal sentence slipped out of his mouth, his body instantly exploded with a loud bang, like a dud firework. A rain of fresh blood mixed with flesh splattered everywhere, sticking viscously onto the faces of the unlucky guests sitting in the front rows. Xiling dragged out a broom to clean up the battlefield, closing her eyes as she mopped and complained, "My luck is truly as black as the bottom of a pot." The manager, with trembling hands, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his cheek, forcing a professional smile to apologize to everyone. "Extremely sorry for the slight incident that kept you waiting. Right now, please behold the second treasure." The next product to step out was a young woman with an enchanting beauty, twisting her body incredibly seductively. This is a peerless dancer we painstakingly brought back from Sha Du in the western region, starting at a light price of 500,000 spirit stones. Captivated by the dancer's bewitching beauty, the wealthy tycoons below instantly turned into beasts, fiercely fighting over her. 600,000, I'll take her." The price was just shouted when it was trampled by another rich man. "Get out of the way, I bid 800,000. Suddenly the manager shivered with delight, pointing straight at the mezzanine level. "The master in the heaven room number 2 bids 5 million. 5 million going once, 5 million going twice. Does anyone want to outbid?" Seeing the whole hall fall dead silent from shock, the manager smirked and slammed his gavel. "Sold." And just like that, the series of subsequent treasures steadily fell into the pockets of a single mysterious person. Item number 3, Heaven Room number 2 locks the price at 10 million spirit stones, sold. Item number 4, Heaven Room number 2, 8 million, sold. Treasure number 5, again Heaven Room number 2. The nosy white-haired guy turned to poke by Luo Chen and asked, "Brother, you haven't raised your placard even once since the beginning. Could it be that these trinkets aren't worthy of your attention?" Bai Luo Chen took a sip of tea, replying indifferently, "I'm not in a hurry, the main character I'm waiting for hasn't even shown up yet." Instantly, a gloomy dark purple halo flashed, enveloping the white-haired guy's silhouette. "Is that so?" Meanwhile, in the VIP room, bearing the sign Heaven Room number 2, Xiao Liu was leisurely lying down, looking up and enjoying the meticulous massages and services of a group of maids. With one arm, she tightly embraced the spectacular dancer she had just won with her money, biting into a grape as she asked the madam, "Which number is this girl? Where is that mysterious top courtesan I ordered you to buy hiding?" Seeing that she waited forever with no sign of her, Xiao Liu's blood boiled. She grabbed the madam's ear and growled, "Making me wait till my youth fades, are you trying to play me?" The madam's jaw trembled as she begged, "Please extinguish your anger, great demon, it's her turn right away. Our Qing Liu brothel secretly placed a deposit beforehand. You just need to raise your placard and bring her back." Hearing that, Xiao Liu simply fed, picking up a fruit from the tray and chewing it loudly. "You better watch it. Waiting half the day, finally the main course is served." Standing restlessly backstage, Zai Ling inwardly groaned, praying to Bai Luo Chen for help. "Young Master Bai, please hurry up. Don't let this fine dress of mine get crushed by someone." She dug her fingernails into her palms until they bled, her insides burning with anxiety. "I've used every trick in the book to buy time for you. Why are you still missing in action, young Master Bai?" Beside her, poor Duo Duo was wrapped as tight as a cylindrical sticky rice cake in a piece of red velvet silk. "Miss Duo Duo, I am truly powerless. We can only leave it to fate." Back out on the auction floor, the manager's voice echoed like roaring thunder. "And now, the moment you have all been anticipating has arrived. Please welcome tonight's grand finale treasure to the stage." Immediately, both Bai Luo Chen below and Xiao Liu up in the VIP room sprang to their feet simultaneously, their eyes as sharp as knives. The prey is served. The manager kept spewing a stream of sweet-sounding words to flatter Duo Duo's beauty. Since ancient times, absolute perfection has always been a forbidden treasure, and tonight, you will witness the portrait of that peerless beauty with your own eyes. The thin silk draped loosely over the top of Duo Duo's head was blown off by a strong gust of wind, almost slipping entirely to the ground to reveal her face. To avoid losing the guest's curiosity, the old man quickly snatched the veil off and loudly declared, "I swear on my life, this is absolutely the most gorgeous flower you will ever have the fortune to behold in this lifetime." In that very moment, Duo Duo's proud, pure white wings also blossomed under the stage lights. Seeing the crowd gasp with lust for her beauty, the manager shouted triumphantly, "The starting price for this angelic woman is 500 million spirit stones." But the price that was just blurted out made the entire audience recoil, buzzing in discussion. 500 million. This is madness. Even the number one sect emptying their treasury couldn't just throw out such a massive sum of money at once. However, the person sitting in heaven room number 2 calmly tossed out a number that crushed everything else. The manager shouted loudly, "Heaven room number 2 raises the bid to 600 million spirit stones." The crowd below held their breath. Good heavens, that room again. Just what kind of hidden dragon or crouching tiger is inside? Bai Luo Chen leisurely stood up straight, cracking his neck joints. "Oh my, after warming the bench all this time, it's finally time to act." The white-haired guy next to him mocked. "That friend in the room up there just threw down a whole 600 million. Looking at your penniless state, even if you dug up your whole family's graves, you probably wouldn't even have that amount, right?" Bai Luo Chen shot him a razor-sharp glare of disdain. "You stinking half-man, half-woman, did I ever say I planned to pay out of my own pocket?" Being hit right in the sore spot for being a blatant sissy, the white-haired guy was furious, growling threateningly. "Bai, I have never provoked you. How dare you insult me like that? Aren't you afraid that disaster comes from the mouth and I'll cut your tongue out?" Bai Luo Chen was too lazy to bicker, waving his hand to condense a blinding stream of spiritual energy on his index fingertip, pointing it straight at the guy's face. "Stop barking wildly. This blood-sucking array covering the whole town is your handiwork, isn't it? Did you think this young master was blind and couldn't see through your tricks?" With a thud, an earth-shattering shockwave erupted right in the middle of the hall. The face of the manager on the stage suddenly burst into roaring flames like a torch. Zai Ling rejoiced when she saw Zai Ning and Bai Luo Chen reveal themselves, but had to fake a wide-eyed glare. "How bold, who are you people?" Bai Luo Chen winked. Zai Ling dropped the act. "Be a good girl, shut your mouth and step back. Young Master Bai will handle everything." Bai Luo Chen whipped around to face the panicking customers, clearing his throat and declaring loudly, "Ahem, no need to mind my identity. Now I'm giving you exactly the time it takes for one incense stick to burn to puke out all the treasures from tonight, then grab your shoes and run. Oh, let me introduce you. This lady beside me is my wife, Xining. He coldly jutted his chin toward the pile of ashes that was now just the charred skeleton of the manager. Anyone stubborn enough to stay will end up exactly like that dried corpse. Scared into wetting their pants, the wealthy tycoons desperately trampled over each other to find an escape route, running and screaming loudly. Help! A mighty cultivator wants to kill and rob. Seeing the place completely empty out, Zai Ling finally slumped her shoulders in exhaustion and dragged herself over to Bai Luo Chen's side. Young Master Bai and Lady Xining really know how to pick the golden moment. If you had been a single hour later, I truly would have run out of strength. Bai Luo Chen patted her shoulder to comfort her, then looked worriedly at the stage. Zai Ling, how is Duo Duo's mental state right now? Zai Ling hastily explained so he wouldn't panic. Young Master Bai, you can throw your worries away. This little sealing talisman is just a cheap trick I used to blind those soul sect weaklings. It doesn't affect her at all. Bai Luo Chen still frowned, not entirely convinced. Do you dare guarantee with your life that the kid isn't harmed in the slightest? Having her mind imprisoned for so long, it will take quite a while to fully recover her senses. Suddenly, a sleepy voice echoed from the stage. Master, where have we wandered off to? Duo Duo stretched as she woke up, dazedly piecing together her faded memories. I only vaguely remember stepping out of the teleportation array, and suddenly a blood-red light rushed over and surrounded me completely. Bai Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, gently ruffling his precious disciple's hair. It's good that you're in one piece. As for the details of the story, your master will slowly tell you later. Then he turned his eyes toward the pitch-black mist violently coalescing in front of him. Wait for your master to deal with this nuisance first. An eerie voice echoed from the mass of dark energy. So, you are also an accomplice of the little brat who dared to poke around the illusion I established. The white-haired guy played the trick of using the wind to break bamboo, hoping to shake the tree to scare the monkeys. Sir, you aggressively demand to snatch the most precious treasure, but have you asked the great demon sitting in heaven room number 2 for permission yet? Even if this crippled life of mine were blind, I am still capable enough to recognize that her realm is at the very least at the peak of the demon venerable stage. Bai Luo Chen pretended to look shocked, stroking his chin in awe. What? A VIP guest in heaven room number 2, and at the demon venerable level 2. The guy had barely finished his baiting words when a deafening crash rang out, and the VIP room was punched with a gaping hole from the inside. Damn you! Xiao Liu leaped down to the ground with burning fury, emitting a murderous aura. Which brat ate the gall of a bear and a leopard to dare snatch this master's goods? The white-haired guy smugly clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. There, see. Daring to stroke the tiger's beard and offend a demon venerable leads only to the path of death. His boastful words hadn't even flown with the wind before Bai Luo Chen unleashed his spiritual energy, choking him tightly by the neck and lifting him up like a tree frog. To deal with flies and mosquitoes like you, I never needed to dirty my own hands in the first place. Before he could even digest that sentence, a lightning-fast kick from behind slammed straight into the white-haired guy's nape, causing his eyes to bulge out as his mouth howled miserably. Bai Luo Chen gaped as he watched Xiao Liu unleash a barrage of kicks, stomping the villain like pounding meat. Good heavens, beating him like this is outright looting a burning house. After beating the white-haired guy to pulp, Xiao Liu dusted off her hands and glared at Bai Luo Chen. Oh, so the bastard who dared to ruin my fun was you. Thank your ancestors for 70 generations that this master managed to break in time. Otherwise this entire shoe heel would be imprinted on your face. Bai Luo Chen bristled. Speaking nonsense, that kick was clearly aimed at my head on purpose. Zai Ling interrupted full of anxiety. Venerable Liu, where are the ladies you just spent money to redeem? They are innocent mortals. If we aren't careful, their minds will be corroded by this demonic array. Xiao Liu thumped her chest. Worrying over nothing. This venerable one personally placed protection talismans on them. They won't lose a single hair. She excitedly revealed more to Zai Ling. I assigned that stupid octopus as a private bodyguard for those girls. Once everything settles down, I'll bundle them all up and carry them back to Qingluan Peak to serve me, nice and cozy. Bai Luo Chen's blood boiled, and he rapped Xiao Liu hard on the top of her head. Release them immediately. I absolutely forbid that trick of taking advantage of a fire to loot for yourself. Before they could bicker any further, the ceiling suddenly rumbled and shifted, with bricks and stones raining down. "Mother, is it an earthquake?" Bai Luo Chen's complexion became extremely strained, and he hissed through his teeth. "We're doomed, the grand array has been fully activated." In the sky, a massive, blood-red magical pattern was expanding, swallowing the entire space of Qingliu Town. In a dilapidated secret room inside the brothel, a girl named Hong Hong was being tightly embraced by a rough brothel patron. "Come here to your master, baby. Be good and master will love you, don't resist." Despite her struggling to avoid him, the pervert still rubbed his stubbly beard against her as he leaned in close. "Why act coy, sweet Hong Hong? Let master have a kiss to satisfy his craving," she pleaded. "Sir, please have some self-respect, please let me go." But in the very next blink, the man's lecherous face froze. His eyes widened in terror, his pupils shrinking as they filled with sheer horror. Hong Hong's beautiful appearance had been completely transformed. With eerie bloodshot eyes and a mouth cracked wide open to her ears filled with jagged teeth, the monster tilted its bony head and spoke in a shrill, slushy voice. "My dear sir, why are you trembling so violently?" he stammered. Ghost." The man's lung-tearing scream echoed in the dark night, cut short by the monster's savage laughter. "Come here, let's have a wildly good time together." High above, outside the tavern, the white-haired guy was clasping his hands and channeling his chi, condensing a pitch-black mass of energy in the palm of his hand. He stroked his beard and smiled in satisfaction, his voice brimming with ambition. "Sucking up all this mortal yang energy, this time I'll have more than enough to nurture my lost treasure back to health, ha ha ha." He squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to swallow that blood-soaked sphere of spiritual energy. Tusk, what a pity for those lowly shrimps and bugs. At that moment, Bai Luo Chen's group had managed to rush outside in time. Zai Ling turned pale, pointing her finger up into the sky. "Young Master Bai, look, that evil villain is up there." The white-haired guy clasped his hands and cast a sidelong glance at them with contempt. "You ignorant fools originally had the chance to enjoy a night of extreme bliss and leisurely go home." He clicked his tongue, lamenting with utter incomprehension. "Why must you insist on poking your noses into my soul-sex business to bring disaster upon yourselves?" The blood-essence sphere in his palm swelled larger and larger, emitting an evil light. "Even though the time to activate the array has moved up compared to my calculations, the wheel of life and death has started, and the demon lord is preparing to descend. When that time comes, having your flesh mangled and bones crushed will be your ending." Bai Luo Chen picked his ear, looking dumbfounded as he turned to his teammates. What did that guy just babble about? The demon lord descending? Hell, so this nutjob has been working so hard all this time just to open a portal to the demon realm. Having figured out his scheme, Zhao Liu clutched her stomach and laughed maniacally as if she had heard the best joke in the world. He worked so hard to open a crack to the demon realm just to summon that battered old demon lord. Mocked endlessly by a bunch of juniors, the white-haired guy's face turned bright red. His embarrassment turned into madness. He ground his teeth fiercely, stomping his foot and shouting a loud threat. "Frogs in the bottom of a well. Do you know how terrifying the demon lord's manifestation is? This entire Yunhuang continent will be submerged in a sea of blood, all things buried. Don't you little brats know what fear is?" How could that pathetic threat scare Bai Luo Chen? He clasped his hands behind his neck, casually shrugging and teasing. "Wow, so mighty. If you're so tough, summon him out here to bust a few moves for me to see." The white-haired guy was boiling with rage, so angry his eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. He snorted and accepted the challenge. "Fine. Remember your stubborn faces, little brats. It's because you are tired of living that you bring about your own destruction." He spread his arms wide toward the sky, as if receiving a holy decree, straining his neck and screaming at the top of his lungs. "The time has come for this world to tremble in terror." The wind blew gently, leaves rustled. They waited until their necks grew stiff, yet not a single ghost bothered to manifest. The white-haired guy opened his eyes into tiny slits to peek, blankly shifting his gaze around. He turned his head back to stare blankly at the dead-silent teleportation portal behind him, thoroughly bewildered. To salvage a bit of his crumbling dignity, he quickly covered his mouth and faked a few coughs to play it cool. Building momentum to start over, he craned his neck and yelled again, "Tremble, O world!" Xiao Liu angrily cursed, "Tremble my ass!" Bai Luo Chen irritably cast a sidelong glance at the comedian lying face down on the ground, setting up such a grand, tragic backdrop, making people think the ultimate demon boss was appearing, who knew it was just a useless farce. He jutted his chin toward the magic array portal that was still wide open, asking Xining, "Hey Xining, can you just crush that trashy teleportation portal?" She shook her head and shrugged. "I surrender on this one. I only know how to close my own door. I can't control others." Hearing that, Bai Luo Chen also clicked his tongue and let it go, too lazy to care further. Then forget it. Anyway, it's peaceful over in the demon realm. In a little while, when it runs out of battery, this portal will naturally close on its own. But life is never a dream. From the vortex of the portal, a beam of light as red as magma suddenly shot out, crashing into the ground and creating an earth-shattering explosion. That person blankly brushed off the dust and stood up, admiring the novel mortal realm around them, muttering to themselves, "Wow, so this is the legendary cultivation world." Shifting the perspective, the situation had now moved to the Wu Xiang Jai sect located far in the northern region. In the midst of the solemn grand hall space, a trembling old man kowtowed as he reported the secret intel he just intercepted to the authoritative figure on the throne. "Reporting to your highness, your subordinate has uncovered the truth about the one who laid the venomous hand to take Jai Shen Ran's life." The young woman on the high throne merely uttered a single, cold, authoritative word, "Speak." The old man broke into a heavy sweat that soaked his back, his lips moving to spit out the forbidden name. "It is the one hailing from the Qinghang Academy, Bai Luo Chen." Yin Kui curled her lips slightly, her long, slender fingers caressing the coiled dragon statue behind the throne. "Oh, are you joking with me? That piece of trash ridiculed by the entire southern region has the ability to take the life of a Yan's true disciple." Yin Kui treated his words like absolute garbage entering her ears. "You can eat indiscriminately, but when spouting nonsense in front of me, you must know your limits." The terrified subordinate hastily kowtowed to defend himself. "Even if your subordinate had 10 galls, I wouldn't dare deceive you. According to the latest secret report, that brat Bai Luo Chen not only restored his cultivation, but also broke through to the peak of the body integration realm. I'm afraid he might even be touching the threshold of the void comprehension realm." A burst of fury erupted, and Yin Kui slammed a wrathful palm down onto the jade table. The precious table shattered into 100 pieces, scattering all over the tiled floor. "I don't care if that lowly wretch is at a trashy body integration realm or the supreme void comprehension realm." She stood up abruptly, her eyes flaring with bone-chilling murderous intent. "Since he had the audacity to kill a Yan's heir, I will make him pay with his life. Summon the assassins for me immediately. Even though those ants at the Qinghang Academy have mediocre cultivation, don't underestimate the old monsters there." The old man tried to dissuade her. "Your Highness, please be a bit less impulsive. You absolutely must not act without thinking." The advice had barely slipped from his mouth when Lao Zun was choked by Yin Kui's vice-like grip and hoisted into the air. Yin Kui's face radiated a terrifyingly frosty aura, and she whispered a warning. "Lao Zun, please polish your eyes and see the times clearly. The one ruling this palace right now is me. When my orders are handed down, your only duty is to obey." The murderous aura in her razor-sharp gaze made the air freeze. "If I hear one more word of opposition, I will personally send you to the grave." Lao Zun sweat like he was taking a bath, his limbs trembling like a scorpion as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Yes, this old slave will engrave it in his heart. This old slave will immediately go make the proper arrangements. She snorted coldly, waving her hand to toss Lao Zun away, sending him rolling onto the hard ground. Yin Kui crossed her arms and repeated the warning so it would seep into Lao Zun's bones. "This matter is not simply a personal vendetta. It is deeply rooted in the survival and destiny of our sect as well." Her eyes narrowed, full of calculating schemes. "If the eyes and ears reporting back to me are accurate, the ancient treasure our side has been desperately searching for all this time is 90% likely to be in the hands of that brat Bai Luo Chen." The scene jumped to the Qinghang Academy located in the southern region. Right in the midair of Qingluan Peak, a bizarre object was tearing through the wind as it flew past. Xiao Liu kicked the room door open in excitement, jumping for joy and cheering loudly. "Boss, we struck it rich this time. We hunted a soul weapon and brought it back here." However, the joy withered before it could even bud. Looking at the bizarre, messy pile in front of her, Xiao Liu froze, her eyes widening as she asked, "Huh, what the hell kind of battlefield is this?" Bai Luo Chen's group followed closely behind Xiao Liu and walked in. Zai Ning stuck to him like glue, cooing affectionately, "The one-day limit is up. Don't even think about escaping my grasp." Just at that moment, Bai Luo Chen also poked his head in. He scratched his head, looking curiously at Xiao Liu, who stood rooted to the spot like a stone statue at the door. "Why are you standing there frozen, Xiao Liu? Could it be that little girl Li Yue is not home?" Striking right in front of everyone's eyes was a massive white curtain draped across the room. In front of it sat an incense bowl with 3 giant incense sticks, accompanied by 2 symmetrical funeral wreaths on either side. A perfect underworld style. Xiao Liu's hands trembled as she parted the white curtain and squeezed inside, swallowing hard before asking, "Whose funeral is this? Did that jinx of a goose finally kick the bucket?" "Tusk, but I'd say her chances of croaking are the lowest, as they say, a menace lives for 1,000 years. She casually climbed onto the wooden coffin sitting in the middle of the room to investigate. "Hey boss, does this coffin hold her corpse? I can still feel a faint heartbeat, but where did her soul wander off to? Well, I'll just have to wait for Li Yue to return and interrogate her." Just as Luo Chen was about to speak, Li Yue's chirping voice rang out from the courtyard. "Master, your Li Yue of Tianchang Peak has returned." Li Yue hugged a massive bouquet of wildflowers, skipping joyfully inside to greet her family. "My beloved master, did everyone have a safe trip?" Without hesitation, the group quickly bowed and exchanged greetings. "Greetings, senior sister Su." "Ah, hello." Li Yue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the stranger. "Master, who is this pretty sister?" Luo Chen quickly cleared his throat to clarify. This is Zai Ning, my sworn sister from the Peach Garden." Xiao Liu, like an ant on a hot pan, lunged forward and shook Li Yue. "Li Yue, spit it out. Where is our boss's soul drifting right now? I've already gone through the trouble of gathering all the body-merging tools." Li Yue hurriedly raised a hand to stop her. "Calm down, Sister Xiao Liu. Let me explain from the beginning." Li Yue hastily explained Man-Man's hilarious predicament. Actually, Man-Man is hanging out with Qing Po-er, flying around enjoying the mountain scenery. Sister Mi Meng gave her the bad advice that taking her soul out for a spin would relax her mood, and even this bunch of wildflowers I picked acts as a sedative. Luo Chen scratched his chin and nodded. "Oh, so it's a soul-nourishing trick." Luo Chen scanned the studio, which heavily resembled a graveyard, and glared at Li Yue. "So this heavy underworld-themed backdrop is also a masterpiece crafted by Mi Meng." Li Yue awkwardly nodded. "Yes, that's right." He spun around to ask the expert standing dumbfounded nearby. "Lady Zai Ling, does this nonsense soul-guiding theory sound plausible at all?" Zai Ling crossed her arms over her chest, pouting and delivering a ruthless verdict. "It's all utter nonsense, only good for tricking children." Hearing this, Li Yue panicked, throwing away the flowers and rushing to clear out the funeral wreaths. "Oh no, I'm sorry, I'll take them all down right now." Luo Chen stopped her. "Hold on, don't throw them away yet. Run outside and call Qing Po-er back quickly. I need to start the soul-binding ritual for Man-Man." Xiao Liu, furious, patted Li Yue's shoulder heavily and ground her teeth. "While you're at it, drag that stupid goose back here for me. I have a personal score to settle with her." At that exact moment, on a distant hill, Mi Meng sneezed loudly for no reason, shaking the earth. She mumbled while munching on a greasy roast chicken leg, wiping her mouth. "Who has so much free time to talk behind my back?" The scene immediately shifted to the grounds of a massive manor, heavily guarded by imperial guards. Naisu walked out the gate, fanning himself while grumbling and sighing. "Dean Li is truly something, too lazy to move himself, so he dumps all the trivial tasks on me." The guards bowed deeply. "Greetings, instructor. Greetings, instructor." He nodded in return. "Yes, hello, brothers." While strolling leisurely, Naisu's footsteps suddenly stiffened, and he froze in place like a statue. Right in front of him, a massive black dragon the size of a building descended, carrying an imposing palanquin on its head that radiated a chilling aura. Whoever comes is likely harboring a grudge. Naisu channeled his spiritual energy into his heels, executing a movement technique like a soaring swallow launching onto the high eaves. Drifting shadow steps. He put on a perfect, polite smile, clasping his hands to probe the stranger's background. This humble one is Naisu, the formation instructor of Qing Hong Academy. May I ask which distant fellow cultivator has the pleasure of visiting our humble academy? Lao Zun didn't say a word, keeping his eyes closed and remaining motionless, as if concentrating to receive orders from the dark silhouette behind the curtain. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the old man bent his back and nodded sharply. Your subordinate obeys, Your Highness. Lao Zun arrogantly pointed his withered finger at Naisu's face, his voice overbearing. A lowly instructor like you is not qualified to make my master speak. If you know what's good for you, get lost and call Li Guangqi out here to serve us. Hearing this arrogant demand, Naisu laughed brightly and waved his hand. Our dean is overwhelmed with 1,000 tasks. If you fellow cultivators are willing to state your names and the purpose of your visit, I might consider passing on the message and requesting an audience for you. Instead of answering, Lao Zun waved his hand to form a seal, summoning a Zen staff flickering with deadly light and gripping it tightly. A cold shiver ran down Naisu's spine, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he recognized the terrifying pressure from that weapon. Heavens, is that actually a grade 4 quasi-saint weapon? Without a second's hesitation, Lao Zun smashed the staff forward, bringing along destructive winds that cleaved the air in half. Naisu hastily raised his bamboo fan in front of his chest, deploying a wooden shield to block the fatal blow. This is bad. He gritted his teeth, enduring the stinging pain, and watched in anguish as his precious fan was reduced to a pathetic pile of ashes. Lao Zun slowly retracted the Zen staff to use it as a walking stick, snorting coldly as he repeated the ultimatum. I'll give you one last chance. Tell Li Guangqi to roll out here. If you remain stubborn and talk too much, this old man won't hold back and just smash that torn fan next time. A streak of bright red blood seeped from the corner of Naisu's lips. He swallowed the bitter, metallic taste and thought to himself, the peak of the body integration stage. This time we've really poked a hornet's nest. Meanwhile, Xiao Liu, tightly bound by Mi Ming's spider webs, shouted angrily, I already told you, I only did it for the good of your boss. You damn cocoon, stand still and obediently take a beating for this master. Mi Ming hovered in the air, trying to appease Xiao Liu. Sister Xiao Liu, you won't be able to untangle these webs anyway. How about I take you to pull some radishes later, and we call it even okay? Xiao Liu gritted her teeth, grabbing the sticky spider webs. Well done, Mi Ming. Don't you dare delude yourself into thinking that getting a little stronger gives you the right to negotiate with me. If this lady doesn't beat your butt into 4 pieces today, my name isn't Xiao Liu. After saying that, she boldly called out to her underling, Nai Nai, go deal with her for me, huh? Nai Nai immediately swung its tentacles and wrapped them tightly around Mi Ming, making her grimace and yell. What the hell is this? So strong, and it's all slimy and gross too. Xiao Liu smirked, pulling out a sturdy wooden club. This octopus looks clueless, but it's strong enough to fight me to a draw. So what if we gang up on you 2-1? Just relax, I'll only hit you once, it'll be quick and painless. Mi Ming wasn't one to back down, letting out a sneer. You think calling for backup makes you tough? My side has someone backing me up too. Saying that, she strained her neck and shouted loudly, Stupid horse, hurry up and roll out here to save me. In the blink of an eye, a pink silhouette dashed over, seemingly to rescue Mi Ming. But ironically, the stupid horse kicked its hooves and planted a heavy blow right on its owner's face. She appeared in a very arrogant posture, lecturing Mi Ming. When asking others for help, your attitude must be a bit more sincere, understood? She stepped one foot onto Mi Ming's shoulder, narrowing her eyes to interrogate. You stinky brat, tell the truth, did you sneak into my radish cellar to steal food again? You really never learn your lesson even if beaten to death. Amidst the commotion, Duo Duo stepped out with a gloomy face, loudly reminding everyone to keep it down. Can you sisters please keep your voices down? Master is casting a spell to help senior sister Man reunite her body and soul. Currently, the entire room was bathed in a layer of brilliant golden light. Sister Zai Ling is setting up the formation. Please keep quiet for us. Inside, Li Yue was affectionately petting the little snake wrapped around her wrist. Good Qing Po Zai Ling, is your soul-sealing formation ready yet? Zai Ling gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded. Young Master Bai, I have finished setting up the formation, you can start now. Luo Chen immediately turned to instruct Li Yue. Tell Qing Po to spit out everything hidden in its stomach. Qing Po be obedient, and after this is done, I'll reward you with premium grilled chicken wings. Waiting for the little snake to vomit everything out, Luo Chen called out softly, Man, give me your hand. Yes, master. The moment her fingers touched the glowing sphere in front of her, Man furrowed her brows tightly and let out a soft groan. The giant sphere of light instantly split, scattering into countless tiny floating orbs. At the same time, Man's body also slowly floated up into the air. Luo Chen maintained an extremely serious expression, delegating the next task to his disciple. Li Yue, go strip Man of her clothes. Huh, why do we have to take off her clothes? Because we need to minimize all physical barriers between her body and soul. Upon hearing this, Li Yue stuttered and reluctantly nodded. Fine then. After undressing Man, Li Yue's cheeks flushed red as she strictly warned Luo Chen. Master, keep your eyes shut tight, absolutely no peeking. Luo Chen's face also slightly reddened, and he awkwardly defended himself. Right now, I have to focus all my energy on controlling the soul aura. I don't have the free time to care about such indecent things. Suddenly, Man let out an agonizing scream. Seeing her senior sister struggling in agony, Li Yue panicked in fear. Master, Sister Man looks like she's in extreme pain. Did we do something wrong? Luo Chen frowned and firmly asserted, No, the fault is not ours. Someone is secretly spying on this realm, disrupting the heavenly mandate. In the darkness, Zai Ning immediately awakened, her guard raised high. She stomped her foot, grumbling in annoyance. My dear husband, why do you always enjoy playing these life-and-death reversal games and drawing the attention of those bastards? Zai Ning channeled her spiritual energy, condensing 3 razor-sharp short blades. With a commotion this loud, it might just draw that crazy woman to our doorstep. Saying that, she swung her arm, forcefully throwing all 3 blades straight into the giant eye lurking in the sky. Zai Ning smiled with her eyes crinkling, cheerfully muttering to herself. Hitting it like this should stall them for a while, I guess. Just then, a chubby bird flapped its wings and flew over to check in. Zai Ning, did you handle that anomaly just now? Oh my, hubby is so cute, I just conveniently took care of a little trouble, that's all. Confirming everything was fine, the fat bird dissipated into dust. Then keep guarding, I have to work now. Hey, can't you even leave one word of praise for me? Zai Ning puffed her cheeks and pouted in a huff. Always having other women on your mind without paying me the slightest bit of attention. I'm upset. Let's see, is there any fun task I can use to prank him? She snapped her fingers, smiling mischievously. It seems quite noisy outside the door. How about assigning hubby a light errand? At that same moment, a deep blue streak of light tore through the sky and zoomed past. Li Guangqi led a few disciples straight to Lao Zun. He stroked his beard, calmly asking the people blocking the way. Lady, you have repeatedly demanded to see this old man, and now that I am here, if you have any grievances, please speak your mind. At this moment, Lao Zun clasped his hands and respectfully bowed to the illusory smoke beside him. Yin Kui glared resentfully, wishing she could swallow Li Guangqi's faction alive. A life for a life, blood for blood. Li Guangqi, if you know what's good for you, hand over Bai Luo Chen to me. Li Guangqi frowned in confusion. May I ask on whose behalf the lady is seeking revenge? Junior brother Bai, which direction did you bring trouble from this time? Yin Kui ground out each word with deep hatred. Of course, to collect the debt for the successor of Qing Shi Lang Jun Jai Shen Ran. Naisu remembered this character as soon as he heard it. Jai Shen Ran, isn't that the evil cultivator who caused chaos at the Lin family banquet a while ago and was destroyed by junior brother Bai? You have the nerve to come here demanding someone over an evil cultivator. Yue Xuanzhu gently offered a guess. Could that Jai Shen Ran be her Dao companion? Hearing this, Yin Kui rolled her eyes and snapped furiously. Who would be Jai Shen Ran's Dao companion? How could a nobody like him ever be worthy of me? Her eye sockets flared with bloodshot veins. In life, I am a Yan's person. In death, I am a Yan's ghost. That Jai Shen ran was simply a physical vessel containing a Yan's inheritance. Once a Yan's body and soul perfectly merged, he would surely achieve nirvana and resurrect. Yin Qiui's face twisted with hatred. Yet Jai Shen Ran died at the hands of Bai Luo Chen. That is no different from severing a Yan's hope. If I don't avenge this, may the heavens strike me down and the earth destroy me. She coldly lifted her chin, threatening Li Guangqi. If you still want to live, drag Bai Luo Chen out here, a life for a life. Otherwise, don't blame me for leveling this academy to capture him today. Yue Xuanzhu tightened her grip on her artifact, boldly replying, "Everyone under heaven has the right to execute evil cultivators." Junior brother Bai exacted justice on behalf of the heavens, bringing honor to the academy and maintaining the righteous aura of Yun Huang. You intend to show your face here to demand his surrender. I, Yue Xuanzhu, will be the first to risk my life to stop you. Lao Zun gathered spiritual energy in his palm and scolded, "Too noisy. There is no place here for a mere instructor like you to butt in." The power from his hand transformed into a ferocious beast darting toward Yue Xuanzhu. She immediately brought her flute to her lips, playing a tune that created a defensive barrier of sound waves. Li Guangqi stepped forward to shield Yue Xuanzhu, raising his voice in defiance. "Openly attacking my instructor, do you think this academy is out of people to bully? Today, regardless of victory or defeat, none of you will leave here in one piece." Yin Qiui smirked and signaled, "Elder Zun, leave this old geezer to you." "Yes, understood." Saying that, Yin Qiui unleashed Hai Jiao to attack. "Since you stubbornly refuse to hand over Bai Luo Chen, it seems a dean like you cares nothing for the lives of thousands of academy disciples. If you want to die together, this seat will grant your wish. Hai Jiao, go." Hai Jiao immediately opened its maw, spewing forth a ferocious tidal wave. Right after, the creature slowly tucked itself inside a bizarre membrane. Its massive body gradually dissolved and vanished into that shell. In just the blink of an eye, from a giant evil dragon, Hai Jiao had completed the process of transforming into a human shape. Upon receiving Yin Qiui's directive, it shot forward like an arrow splitting the wind. "Go." Hai Jiao transformed into a dark red streak, crashing toward the mountain peak. Seeing this, Li Guangqi hurriedly rode the wind to chase and intercept it. "In your dreams." But suddenly, Hai Jiao's figure eerily looped right behind him. "Senior brother Li, watch your back." At the same time, Lao Zun also rushed from a blind spot with his weapon, launching a sneak attack on Li Guangqi. Lao Zun smiled sinisterly. "Dean Li, your true rival is this old man right here." Li Guangqi's face hardened as he clasped his hands to meet the battle. "Very well, this old man hasn't stretched his bones in decades. Today, I'll just have to use your blood to sharpen my techniques." As soon as he spoke, a massive inkwash illusion of mountains and rivers immediately materialized behind him. Lao Zun gripped his long staff with both hands and swung it toward the sky, green snake performing peach staff. The giant spirit snake illusion from Lao Zun's staff opened its hideous mouth, viciously lunging to tear apart the inkwash painting of mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, halfway there, the snake hit an invisible barrier and bounced back. In another development, Hai Jiao crashed into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave that shattered all the stone steps underfoot. Good heavens, what kind of freak is this? Hai Jiao threw its head back, letting out an ear-piercing roar that echoed into the blue sky. A massive mass of energy filled with killing intent began to gather right between its razor-sharp teeth. Looking at that scene of destruction, the disciples were so terrified their legs turned to jelly. With this kind of terrifying pressure, it must be at least at the demon saint transformation stage or body integration stage. Where did all the instructors go? They all went outside the mountain gate to intercept the enemy. We're dead. This time we're all going to hell. In the nick of time, a surge of energy flew from nowhere and tightly bound Hai Jiao. Immortal binding lasso. Yunzai, with a face as cold as ice, ordered the group of disciples, "Quickly disperse and save the wounded. Hurry up, the realm gap is too huge, I can't hold it back for long." The immortal cord tightening around the monster stretched tautly, showing signs of snapping at any moment. Sure enough, as expected, Hai Jiao struggled and completely snapped the binding artifact. Yun Ryu and Yunzai shut their eyes tight in resignation. "I knew we couldn't stop it. Did we push ourselves too hard?" Yunzai waved her hand, hastily erecting a halo to shield them both. Defensive wall. Has Master returned? Li Yue swooped down, anxiously asking, "Are you two senior sisters hurt anywhere?" "Junior sister Su, is that Li Yue?" Yun Ryu panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Li Yue, why did you run out here? Those people are aiming straight for Marshal Uncle Bai, and you are his personal disciple. They'll definitely take their anger out on you." "I know, before coming down, Master already briefed us on the situation." Yun Ryu stared in disbelief. "You girls." Looking at the current situation, both Yun Ryu and Yunzai trembled like leaves. This wave of attacks is even fiercer than the last. "Senior sister, are we about to die?" "Calm down, two senior sisters, don't panic. This group of people are allies from our Qingluan peak." Li Yue rolled her eyes, looking around. "Looks like things are mostly under control. Wait, what is this mushy pile? Neither human nor snake, it's disgusting. But admittedly, it looks kind of familiar." Xiao Liu bent down to scrutinize the python lying flat on the ground. "So it's a flood dragon taking human form. I vaguely remember we used to roast this kind for meat back then." Duo shielded her eyes from the sun, peering around for her master. Master slipped away really fast, gone in the blink of an eye. He probably has his own plans. We just need to carefully guard this academy and it'll be fine. Yunzai looked at the crowd that suddenly popped up in front of her and was dumbfounded. "My goodness, since when did it get so crowded here?" Duo, sometimes in order to break through our cultivation, we have to sacrifice them by cooking them. Do you guys really want to eat it? Boss, do you want a bite?" While they were talking, the ground suddenly shook violently again. "We're doomed. Has the enemy arrived again?" Duo panicked and waved to her companions. "Everyone, look at what the heck is flying over there." Xiao Liu rested her staff on her shoulder, her jaw dropping as she muttered, Hey, are you kidding me? Don't play like that, okay?" A massive golden dragon from afar madly charged straight toward the crowd. "Have the elders of the academy fallen?" At that exact moment, Li Guangqi clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of dark red blood. The two disciples behind him rushed forward in fear to support him. "Dean, senior brother Li, how are you?" Yin Kui retracted her palm, her voice icy cold. "After playing around for so long, you all must be exhausted by now. Let me tell you, that woman has far surpassed the tribulation crossing stage." Li Guangqi gritted his teeth, ordering his disciples, "This woman's cultivation has surpassed mine. Run immediately and invite the Grand Elder to come out of seclusion, hurry." Yin Kui continued to lift her chin and threat. "If Bai Luo Chen doesn't drag his corpse out here, today this entire academy will turn into a graveyard." Yue Xuanzhu and Naisu rushed forward to protect Li Guangqi. Naisu stammered to make peace. "Senior brother Li." "Cough, miss. Bai Luo Chen is indeed not present at the academy right now. If you insist on demanding him, wait for him to return, and we will personally tie him up and deliver him to your manor to kowtow and apologize. How about that?" Yue Xuanzhu resolutely opposed the idea of selling out a fellow disciple. "Absolutely not. I strongly object. Junior brother Bai has dedicated his blood and bones to the sect. How can we cowardly abandon him?" Yuan Xiang glared at her, snapping, "Then what other moves do you have besides that? Or do you plan to watch helplessly as the dean loses his life at her hands? Junior sister Yue, stop being stubborn. We must prioritize the safety of the bigger picture." Witnessing the internal discord of her opponents, Yin Kui burst into maniacal laughter. "No need to put on an act. His absence is fine too." Saying that, she immediately cast a spell to summon the Guijiang Shu array. "I'll take this opportunity to let him taste the thrill of witnessing his loved ones being torn to pieces with his own eyes." 3 giant demonic heads bared their fangs and claws, rumbling straight into the academy grounds. Yue Xuanzhu immediately brought her flute to her lips, blowing a defensive melody. Defensive array tune, ancient city. Li Guangqi squeezed his eyes shut, despair engulfing his mind. Junior sister Yue's meager cultivation cannot block this fatal strike. Are we really doomed? Yin Kui laughed wildly in excitement, waving her hand to direct the ghost generals. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ghost general heads, tear them to shreds for me. All 3 giant demonic heads slammed into the barrier Yue Xuanzhu had just erected. But a strange thing happened. The moment the demons touched the barrier, they exploded into 100 pieces before the stunned eyes of the crowd. What the hell? Yin Kui was pushed back by a massive repulsive force, stumbling back several steps. No, this is impossible. Yue Xuanzhu stared blankly at the talisman that had just appeared before her eyes, thinking to herself, could it be Luo Chen? A slash of powerful spiritual energy swept across Yin Kui's palanquin, terrifying her. Damn it, could that immortal old geezer Grand Elder have crawled out of his cave? Yin Kui became even more resentful, her fury soaring to the heavens, determined to kill everyone without sparing a single soul. I drained half of the sex treasury to forge this Hai Jiao. Why should I fear a dying old man? No wonder lately there have always been deficits when checking the sex ledgers, so it turns out your highness used it for this. Bai Luo Chen stepped out carrying his divine weapon, looking at the crowd with contempt. Stop shouting and arguing. The Grand Elder is busy in closed-door cultivation. Don't go calling his name. To clean up a bunch of small fry like you, this young Master Bai alone is more than enough. Luo Chen lifted his chin to interrogate the group's origins. Speak up. Who are you people to dare bring your bodies to the academy to cause trouble? Yin Kui half sneered. You did it and don't remember. Now you still dare open your mouth to ask why I came here looking for trouble. Her entire body was now blazing brilliantly with a thick layer of spiritual energy. A murderer must pay with his life. It's just the natural order of things. 4 surging streams of killing intent simultaneously targeted Luo Chen to attack. You ended Qing Shi Lang Jun. Today I must take your blood to sacrifice to his spirit. Luo Chen merely flicked his sword blade to deflect all 4 fatal strikes. He shrugged and explained to Yin Kui. Hey auntie, Qing Shi Lang Jun kicked the bucket ages ago. The person I killed was that guy Jai Shen Ran. Of course, his words didn't reach Yin Kui's ears. Jai Shen Ran held a fragment of a Yan's soul. By slashing him, you also severed a Yan's path to life. Luo Chen was speechless, letting out a helpless sigh. You don't bother hunting down the person who actually killed Qing Shi Lang Jun, yet you come to pin the blame on me. Is there something wrong with your brain's logic, lady? From the palm of Yin Kui's hand grew a bright red blood flower, clearly showing her ambition to chop Luo Chen into 100 pieces. No matter how much you try to talk your way out of it, today your dog life must be buried alongside a Yan. The flower in her hand gradually bloomed, as bright red as fresh blood. A blooming flower wilts into a city, the formless and boundless incarnates flesh and blood. Li Guangqi hastily shouted a warning. Junior brother Bai, do not underestimate it. That is the most malicious ultimate skill of the Wu Xiang Jai sect, the Wu Jai flower. If you let it touch you, it will take root and drain all your vital essence and spiritual energy. A single branch of it is enough to slaughter an entire city. Yue Xuanzhu screamed anxiously. Junior brother Bai, dodge it quickly. Yin Kui whipped her arm, launching the finishing blow. Go down to the Yellow Springs. The blood flower shot out with terrifying acceleration, tearing through the wind straight at Luo Chen, making even him flinch. Wow, that's fast. But before the flower could graze his clothes, his sword activated its protection mode, firmly blocking the attack. Tian Chong Peak automated defense activated. Seeing this, Yin Kui flashed a triumphant smile again. You want to rely on an artifact to block my killing move? Ridiculous. Luo Chen stared in astonishment as the tip of his sword gradually rusted and was pierced with a huge hole. Yin Kui arrogantly explained the power of the Wu Jai flower. This flower has the ability to devour even magical artifacts. Just stand there obediently and wait to be drained into a dry skeleton. Yue Xuanzhu bit her lower lip tightly, her heart still holding full faith in the young man. Junior brother Bai, Luo Chen will certainly not fall so easily. But a speechless scene unfolded. Instead of panicking and dodging, Luo Chen opened his mouth wide and swallowed the Wu Jai flower whole into his stomach. He chewed noisily while nodding and reviewing the food. A bit tough and chewy, making my jaw tired, doesn't taste like plants at all. However, it smells like meat. Simmering it with bones for soup might actually be excellent. At this moment, Yin Kui's jaw dropped, completely turning to stone at that mind-boggling plot twist. Even Li Guangqi's faction continuously rubbed their eyes, unable to believe reality. Has this old man gone blind? How could it be this absurd? No matter how talented someone is, this is too ridiculous. Instructor Bai is truly a living saint descended to earth. Yue Xuanzhu missed a heartbeat, shyly blooming a satisfied smile. Junior brother Bai truly lives up to his reputation. The man I have my eyes on is indeed different. As for Yin Kui, she was so furious that she crazily burst into shrill laughter. An illusion. This must definitely be a smokescreen. How could the ultimate skill Wu Jai flower be swallowed by that brat like chewing peanut brittle? Your Highness. After finishing his snack, Luo Chen even let out a loud, carefree burp. Hey auntie, do you have any more tasty dishes? If you're out of tricks, then prepare to take a beating. Around Yin Kui, another layer of furious aura erupted. Laugh all you want. Even without the Wu Jai flower, this seat has more than enough power to rip out your heart. But amidst her rage, Lao Zun lunged forward to intervene. Your Highness, please endure it. This Bai Luo Chen is truly too profound and unpredictable. I'm afraid he is even more terrifying than that immortal Grand Elder. I beg your Highness to take a step back and strategize first. Shut your dog mouth. Say one more word and I'll take your life. Despite his soul being shaken, Lao Zun risked it all to hug her. Your Highness, the Wu Jai flower is gone. If something happens to you here, how will this old slave explain it to the sect master? Li Guangqi rubbed his chin in deep thought. Junior brother Bai chewed the live Wu Jai flower like cracking melon seeds. Could it be that he has touched the threshold of the legendary realm? Naisu smiled wryly, wiping a bead of sweat. About that, I'm afraid that's too far-fetched, senior brother. Disciple Bai hasn't even celebrated his 50th birthday yet. Only Yue Xuanzhu had eyes shining with pride. Remember 10 years ago, all the heroes murmured that junior brother Bai was the genius with the most potential to achieve the Tao and ascend in the southern border. Seeing it with my own eyes today, he truly lives up to his reputation. I bet that kid is using a forbidden technique to forcefully break through again, exactly like the stunt from 10 years ago. Just watch. Lao Zun channeled his phantom steps, teleporting in front of Luo Chen and bowing to apologize. Instructor Bai, my Highness offended you out of impatience. I hope you will be magnanimous and overlook it. As people, we should leave a way out for each other. It'll make it easier to interact when we meet in the future. Oh, leave a way out, huh? Luo Chen snorted coldly. So when you guys relentlessly pushed the academy to the brink of death, did any of you think of the words way out? Seeing the young man had no intention of letting it go, Lao Zun turned mad from shame and loudly threatened. Instructor Bai, our Wu Xiangjai sect is not a scarecrow for others to trample on. The old man gritted his teeth and summoned the green snake illusion once more, bringing with it the determination of mutual destruction. Since you've pushed this old man to a dead end, then let's go down to the Yellow Springs together. Luo Chen smirked in challenge. Bring it on, let's see how you crush this life of mine. Witnessing the artifact in the young boy's hand suddenly change shape, Lao Zun got goosebumps, his jaw dropping to the ground. An illusion. It must definitely be an illusion. Where in this world can you find a holy artifact capable of changing its shape at will? Luo Chen's bulky greatsword had now bent into a sleek long staff. Hey old man, rumor has it you're great at swinging a staff, but it looks like the quality of your staff is too poor. He leaped into the air, throwing the staff straight at the old man. Today this young master will open your eyes to what true staff arts really are. Upon seeing the weapon flying toward him, Lao Zun hurriedly swung his staff to parry and knock it away. What kind of freakish power is this? Even though it was knocked away, the staff obediently flew in an arc and landed neatly in its master's hand. Luo Chen used the momentum to spring high into the air, bringing down a heaven-shaking blow aimed straight at Lao Zun's head. Open your dog eyes wide and watch this. Enduring the brutal attack, the weapon in Lao Zun's hand shattered, breaking in half miserably. The old man's figure was also blown away by the aftershock, crashing heavily into the ground. The courtyard beneath his feet caved into a giant crater, sending up blinding clouds of dust that obscured all vision. Yin Kui turned pale, covering her mouth speechless. Elder Zun was taken down with just one staff strike. Luo Chen waved his hand and rested the staff on his shoulder in an incredibly arrogant posture. They say great power creates miracles. That move just now was a special promotion. I hope the old man managed to comprehend a bit of it. Having dealt neatly with Lao Zun, he cast a sideways glance at Yin Kui. What are you looking at? It's your turn on the chopping block now, miss. She was so terrified that her legs shook, stammering while trying to argue back. You better stop acting so arrogantly. Hai Jiao Palanquin come out. Unfortunately, her getaway vehicle had now shrunk to the size of a candy. What is going on? Why has the Hai Jiao Palanquin shrunk to this size? Desperation breeds drastic measures. She awkwardly perched herself on the roof of the tiny palanquin and zoomed off. Forget it. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Even while running for her life, Yin Kui didn't forget to look back and leave a curse. You just wait. I will definitely avenge this. Wait, did this bitch just come here to act as a comedian? Luo Chen loosened his grip and shouted loudly, trying to leave without my permission. Watch my Rui cudgel. The long staff instantly turned into a brilliant shooting star, tearing through the wind and closely chasing Yin Kui's back. As for her, she was rejoicing, thinking she had successfully escaped, when suddenly a staff violently poked her backside. The agonizing poke made her cheeks flush bright red. Yin Kui curled up in pain, gnashing her teeth as she roared the culprit's name. You bastard, by Luo Chen. The humiliation made her blood boil, screaming miserably into the void. If I don't wash away this shame, I swear I am not human. Just wash your neck and wait for me. Waiting for the divine weapon to fly back into his hand, Luo Chen smacked his lips and sighed. Gotta admit, she ran really fast at the end there. Chasing her made me break a sweat. System confirms husband has successfully protected the academy, now awarding the quest chain completion prize. A spirit energy quota to upgrade weapons. Warm congratulations. Luo Chen scratched his head and curiously asked Zaining, Hey Zaining, can I refund this gacha weapon of mine for another one? What a pity you can't. Doing so would overturn the laws of heaven and earth. Is there something wrong with your Tian Chang peak? He frowned, looking at the staff with utter disgust. Not exactly. It just feels like this thing is tainted with something not very hygienic. On the other side, Yin Kui ran half to death before finally managing to escape. The moment she landed, she hurriedly grabbed her stinging buttocks, cursing loudly. You bastard, by Luo Chen. This personal grudge between us is far from over. While she was fuming with a dark expression, a stream of black energy suddenly loomed right in front of her. A dark figure stepped out, speaking in a sarcastic tone to mock Yin Kui. Well, where did Her Highness the Holy Maiden go to end up so battered and ragged? Isn't it all because of that trash item you people gave me? Hearing those bitter words, the dark figure chuckled and gradually faded into the mist. Please rest assured, as long as Your Highness upholds the agreement between us, I swear on my head that the Wu Xiang Jai sect will stand at the pinnacle of the world's glory. Those annoying Qing Hong rats and Bai Luo Chen will sooner or later suffer cruel consequences for daring to stroke the tiger's beard. As for the academy, Luo Chen's two senior brothers rushed to the scene to ask about the situation. Junior brother Bai, you hid things from us so bitterly. Senior brother Li, be careful with that wound. All right, please stop being so overly emotional, senior brother. In a quiet room on Qing Luan Peak, Bai Luo Chen and the two sisters were huddled together, whispering, Listen carefully, this is a momentous event that determines whether we can successfully extract the demon core from Duo Duo's body. Absolute focus is required, understood? Luo Chen nodded slightly, signaling his two disciples to bring out a sharp pair of scissors. After toiling away with his head bowed for a while, he jutted his chin, asking the person next to him to wipe the sweat from his forehead with a towel. After scissors came the sewing needle. The three of them huddled together, working with an extremely focused and quiet demeanor. Right at this moment, Demon Emperor Mi Meng kicked the door open and asked loudly, How is my demon core doing? Has it been extracted smoothly? She cheerfully waved to greet everyone, but when those three backs turned around and made eye contact with Mi Meng, all three of them completely petrified in unison. I'm here. Witnessing the actual scene, Demon Emperor Mi Meng boiled with rage, spitting fire right into Bai Luo Chen's face. Brilliant. I waited anxiously for nearly half an incense stick of time, and in the end, you guys are just gathered here to sew a bedsheet. What's the rush? We just finished sewing a brand new set of bedding for Duo Duo anyway. So all that extreme tension and heavy sweating earlier was just for sewing a blanket cover. Demon Emperor Mi Meng grumbled irritably. What a godforsaken sect. From top to bottom there isn't a single normal person. Would it kill me to skip eating flood dragon meat? Master, next time save a portion for me and man, it looks so delicious. Glancing at the group still casually folding blankets, she found them more and more of an eyesore. Get out of the way, it's just extracting an inner core, yet you make it look like you're robbing a gold mine. Mi Meng hooked her finger, and Nalan Duo obediently sat up straight. It's simple, just guide the spirit energy and push it to the top of the head, and it's done. Sure enough, the demon core inside Nalan Duo began to generate heat and react. Her face flushed red as she stammered, pushed it to the top. Mi Meng continued to exert her strength to cast the spell to suck the demon core out, completely unaware of a blazing, murderous aura looming right behind her back. How strange! Why does it suddenly feel stuck, like I can't dig it out? Bai Luo Chen was infuriated, grabbing Mi Meng by both ears and pulling her backwards. What word did you just say couldn't come out, missy? It hurts, no. I didn't say anything. Luo Chen stepped forward and gently helped Duo lie down on her side on the mattress, ignoring Mi Meng's dramatic wailing. I already promised I would definitely extract and return the demon core to you today. What are you rushing for? You even snapped the thread from my bedsheet. He gently ruffled the hair of Duo, whose cheeks were flushed pink, and spoke reassuringly. Next, your master will expel the demon core from your danchan. Are you mentally prepared? Yes, I am ready. Seeing his disciple nod, Luo Chen immediately circulated his energy to lift the girl to float in the air, ready to operate. Although the time in the demon realm helped you absorb quite a bit of spirit energy, it also made the connection between you and Xiao Meng's demon core entangle even tighter. Luo Chen's forehead was beaded with sweat, while Duo gritted her teeth and groaned. Master, I can't hold on much longer. It's about to come out, just grit your teeth and endure it a little bit more. Nalan Duo's whole body floated in the air, her facial features scrunched up in pain. A moment later, the radiant inner core finally slipped out of the girl's body. Luo Chen immediately rushed forward to catch Duo for a safe landing, smiling as he announced, "Success! The demon core has been safely extracted." Nalan Duo's dull eyes looked toward her teacher, her chest heaving as she panted, softly whispering, "Maz, Tur." Luo Chen cradled the demon core in the palm of his hand, instructing, "Having just been drained of spirit energy, you will pass out for a while so your body can recover." Duo's eyelids gradually closed tight as she fell asleep. "But in return, the moment you wake up will also be the moment your master officially congratulates you on stepping into the golden core realm." Cutting to a certain mountain, a dense, pitch-black cloud swirling with lightning and thunder suddenly tore open the blue sky. Splitting that layer of clouds in half was a brilliant golden bolt of lightning. Atop a giant immortal gourd, the two senior brothers Naisu and Yanfeng were chatting animatedly. "Look at that earth-shattering commotion over at Qingluan Peak. What kind of trouble is that brat junior brother Bai stirring up now? Oh well, it would be strange if that mountain peak didn't blow up every few weeks." The two were deeply engrossed in their breezy chat. Do you remember when some random holy maiden sent a dragon-snake hybrid to flatten the library? Word among the Four Arts disciples is that the freak of nature was beaten to a pulp by an expert over at Qingluan Peak. Naisu stroked his beard and pondered. That's true, but Qingluan Peak only has 2 small fry golden core disciples and a ragtag demon king, whereas that monstrous flood dragon the other day exuded pressure of at least the soul-splitting stage or above. Hearing the analysis, Yanfeng ended up worrying for nothing, but Naisu nonchalantly pulled a crisp apple out from his sleeve. So what kind of sneaky trick is junior brother by plotting to hide it so well? Oh please, it's not our turn to worry about that. Even senior brother Li turns a blind eye to it. Why should we brothers waste our breath? Here, take an apple to soothe your throat. Yanfeng caught the apple and took a massive bite. Wow, quite sweet. Wait, weren't these fruits bought by you to visit the ailing dean? At this point, the two characters flipped the basket open. Beneath the camouflaged fruits was a pornographic book titled Jila Palace. The fruit basket is just a smokescreen. The ultimate kidney tonifying and yang-boosting treasure lies at the bottom of the basket right here. Glancing at the book cover, Yanfeng's face turned beet red. He coughed to change the subject. Cough, cough. Out of respect for the dean who is recovering, let's just pretend this one didn't see anything at all. Naisu saw his junior brother's bashful look and shamelessly teased. Oh, come on. If you like it, just say so, and I'll print a copy for you to take home and study. Spout any more nonsense, and do you believe I'll kick you right off this gourd? Pitch-black clouds completely covered the sky. Streaks of lightning crisscrossed and rumbled across the entire mountainous region, accompanied by a bizarre sound. Beep-ba-la-la. The ground, struck by heavenly thunder, formed a deep, scorched crater. From inside the crater, a soot-covered figure with frizzy hair like a bird's nest was struggling to crawl up. Demon Emperor Mi-Meng scrambled up and exclaimed in a hoarse voice, "Ha ha! Finally, I, Mi-Meng, have crossed the threshold of breakthrough." She brushed the dirt off her clothes, lifting her chin to declare to heaven and earth, "From this moment on, let's see who still dares to loudly bully this venerable one." The surrounding demon lackeys sat resting their chins, yawning widely while watching her put on a comedy act. An earth immortal leading a divine beast who happened to be passing by casually clapped a few times in congratulations, making Mi-Meng feel a twinge of guilt, realizing she had just overdone it a bit. She hurriedly bowed and apologized profusely. The gentle earth immortal laughed it off to soothe her. "My sincere apologies to you. I got too excited earlier and yelled a bit too loud." "Oh, no worries. A demon venerable is also quite talented. Xiao Meng, if you try hard to cultivate for another 300 to 500 years, you'll easily catch up to our Xiao Liu." Mi-Meng glared to her left, catching sight of Su Liyue struggling to push a wheelbarrow, shoveling dirt and rocks to fill the bomb crater. Liyue glared back sharply. "Where are your eyes looking at? Drag your worn-out body down here and help fill this hole right now." Suddenly, Mi-Meng scrutinized the tiny bird next to her and broke into a wicked smile. This featherless bird seems to be just barely taking its first steps in the Demon King realm, right? An idea clicking in her head, she leisurely walked over, intending to play the senior bullying the junior with the little kid. "So sorry, little birdie. Letting you act as a punching bag today to help this venerable regain her aura of confidence is already 3 lifetimes worth of good karma for you." Just as Mi-Meng threw a kick, little bird agilely crouched and dodged the heaven-shaking blow. "Hand over your life, little brat. In your dreams, old auntie." But an unexpected slap to the face occurred. Little bird immediately launched a lightning-fast counterattack. "You damn inchworm, you're asking for trouble, aren't you?" Little bird ruthlessly delivered a sledgehammer-like punch square into Mi-Meng's face, knocking her backwards. "Taste my iron sand palm." Mi-Meng crashed onto the ground, tightly clutching her profusely bleeding nose, her head spinning. How ironic! I clearly reached the demon venerable realm already. How could that little brat still punch my face in? Su Liyue patted little bird's head in praise, then dropped a sentence that struck Mi-Meng like a thunderbolt to the ears. "Use your brain a little, Your Highness. Earlier this kid also braved the lightning tribulation to ascend to Demon Emperor at the exact same time as you. Are you blind or something to not count that the number of lightning strikes falling was double the usual? What? How could such a horrifying thing happen?" Little bird stuck its tongue out to mock and provoke Mi-Meng. "Huh, then why did the lightning only smash directly onto my head but completely avoid her? Heh, probably because you lived such a wicked life that heaven is punishing you." While those two nutjobs were busy bickering and fighting, Yunzai descended from the sky and called out Su Liyue's name. Seeing Yunzai's hurried and murderous expression, Liyue surprisingly asked about the situation. Yunzai hurriedly shoved a scroll into her hands, awkwardly urging, "Look at this right now. It's a very long and messy story. I don't even know where to start summarizing. You'll understand once you read it yourself." Su Liyue didn't twist around with further questions, decisively yanking off the silk ribbon tying the scroll to take a look. The content written on it made her jump in surprise, furrowing her brow in confusion. What in the world is this tangled mess? Demon Emperor Mi-Meng, feeling curious, also craned her neck and lunged over to eavesdrop. The two of them buried their noses into the squiggly drawing on the paper, staring blankly at each other. "Huh, whose drawing strokes are so abstract?" Yunzai leaned in closely to answer their doubts. "This is a map leading to a brand new secret realm that just appeared in the Great Yan Dynasty. Rumors in the martial world say that this is the foundation ruin of an ancient great sect." Mi-Meng pouted skeptically. "Stop your bullshitting. Is this really an ancient ruin? Why do I smell a strong stench of a scam?" The two girls sniffed, starting to catch a scorching smoky smell rushing straight into their noses. "What is this scorching smell? It seems like something is burning fiercely." The cause was little bird sneakily retaliating by tying a whole bundle of exploding fireworks to Mi-Meng's heels, causing her to panic and scream at the top of her lungs. My tail is on fire. Wow, instant karma. It seems that leaving someone like you on the ground is a crime. Counting down 5 seconds, the fireworks spurted flames, propelling Mi Meng straight up into the pale blue clouds just like a ballistic missile. The crowd below eagerly craned their necks and clapped in response. Wow, that's a fierce launch. Next time we should definitely add more explosives to send her traveling straight to the moon for maximum satisfaction. Yunzai gulped, secretly sighing. This Qingluan Peak sect is truly full of notorious delinquents. Su Liyue waved her hand, tactfully shooing Little Bird to another corner to play. All right, you've caused enough trouble, Little Bird. Fly out to the garden and find Qing Po to play with. Yunzai rolled her eyes, scrutinizing, her jaw dropping in shock. How bizarre, has this lair spawned yet another Demon King-level powerhouse? Yunzai timidly pointed to the dark sky, asking Liyue quietly. Senior Zio Meng launched all the way into the blue clouds. Will she lose her life? Don't worry, she already sprouted a pair of wings on her back. Once she runs out of gas, she'll just glide down on her own. Having cleaned up the mess, Su Liyue squinted her eyes, glued to the goat skin parchment. This text clearly states that only female cultivators are allowed to enter. Any man attempting to cross the line will have his 9 generations exterminated. What kind of secret realm discriminates against the male gender like this? I smell a strong scent of a seductive trap. The guy who drew this thing definitely has a belly full of daggers and maggots. Yunzai sighed softly, lowering her eyes and nodding dejectedly. I also share the same ominous premonition as you. The problem is that rumors are spreading like wildfire that someone has picked up a heaven-defying fortune in there. During the recent sweep of the academy, I was too weak and couldn't help with anything, so I desire a breakthrough in strength so much it's driving me crazy. Therefore, even if there are spiked pits and fox traps ahead, I am still willing to dive headfirst into it for a try. Suddenly, Bai Luo Chen's voice rang out, making Su Liyue beam with joy, while Yunzai obediently bowed in greeting. Then let's go, remember to take Du along. Master, this disciple respectfully greets Martial Uncle Bai. Bai Luo Chen casually walked over, still gnawing on a giant grilled shrimp in his hand. The little girl Du just leveled up. She desperately needs to go out and gain experience to solidify her cultivation. Wait until she wakes up and you guys can all hit the road together. Right at that moment, a harsh sound echoed, as if an unidentified object had just slammed directly into the spot right next to Bai Luo Chen. It turned out to be Mi Meng again, crawling up from the deep crater she had created herself. The thing is, I guess I should also ask for a leave of absence for a while. My clan just sent an emergency distress signal. I have to pull up my pants and run back to see what's going on. Upon hearing that Mi Meng's family was teetering on the edge of an abyss, Bai Luo Chen immediately showed concern and asked if she needed any backup. Mi Meng waved her hand with a wide grin, acting extremely proud. Oh please, this lady has now been promoted to Demon Venerable. Why would I need anyone to lend a rescuing hand? Is there any corner in this entire world that could stop me? Saying so, she tilted her chin to the sky and laughed heartily in delight. Wait until I head back and show off to the folks at home. They will definitely go cross-eyed in shock because I am now as strong as a monster. Witnessing that scene, Bai Luo Chen was too lazy to press the issue further, but still laid out one small condition. Have it your way, but to ensure no one loses their life, I will stamp a protection seal on you guys. With just a light wave of Bai Luo Chen's hand, a brilliant light instantly flared up on the shoulders of Su Liyue and Yunzai. He carefully instructed, whenever you see the Grim Reaper waving, just gently tap this seal, and I will immediately appear to save you. As for Mi Meng, through some unlucky twist, her seal sat right on her thigh, completely opposite to the other 2 girls, making her yelp loudly. What committee ruled that my mark has to be placed in such an awkward spot, huh? Bai Luo Chen shot a sharp, threatening glare. Yours is a limited edition, meant to make it easy for me to stalk and see what tricks you're playing. You better watch out so I don't have to personally drag you back. Remember clearly, alive you are a bug of Qingluan Peak. If you die you'll still be a ghost bug of Qingluan Peak, strictly banishing any thought of sneaking away. Mi Meng turned her face away, her voice sounding gloomy mixed with a hint of sulking. HMPH, we've known each other for so many years, yet you're so stingy you won't even give me a tiny shred of trust. Bai Luo Chen stepped forward to rub Mi Meng's head to comfort her, but she still pouted and turned back to retort. You act like I'm a 3-year-old lesser demon. You think stroking my hair a few times settles it. If you know what's good for you, spit out some gifts as compensation." Right then, a clone of Bai Luochen suddenly appeared and pinched Mi Ming's ears tightly, making her jump up and kick. "I take back what I said earlier. This guy will tail and monitor you. I am a dignified demon venerable now, not some little brat for you to cling onto and never let go." The scene shifted to a different space, where golden streaks of sunlight shone down through the canopy of a giant ancient tree, painting an incredibly serene picture. Little Bird was skipping about, munching on young grass, chewing loudly while enjoying the fresh herbal flavor. Behind the tree trunk, Bai Luochen and Zai Ning were leaning shoulder to shoulder in the shade. He grumbled, "It's rare to have a few days of free time, yet you drag out a mission to torture me. Wouldn't it be better to just be lazy at home?" The girl immediately shot back, "If we keep hiding inside, we'll get all moldy. Isn't it wonderful to take this chance to go on a makeup honeymoon with my husband?" Bai Luochen let out a long sigh. "I'm telling you, that one-day fake married couple gig ended ages ago. Why do you keep clinging to the word husband?" Zai Ning smiled nonchalantly. "In the middle of nowhere like this, no one is watching. You won't lose a piece of flesh if my husband lets me call you that for a bit." The perspective gradually narrowed, focusing directly on the roots of the ancient tree. There, a mother squirrel was spreading her arms to protect her tiny litter behind her, her whole body trembling as she stammered, You are forbidden to cross this boundary." The one opposite was a pitch-black snake eyeing to swallow the squirrel mother and children whole. It hissed, "Since giving birth to this litter, you have exhausted a lot of your energy, old mother squirrel." The black snake slithered and rubbed against the jagged scar on its neck, full of sarcasm. "Your glorious days once left this scar on me after all." The little baby squirrels were terrified, clinging tightly to their mother's legs, sobbing and whimpering, "Mother, I'm so scared." The mother squirrel tried to keep her calm, gently caressing her litter to reassure them. "Hush now, kids, don't be afraid. Your mother is standing right here to shield the sky for you." The black snake suddenly slithered forward, pressing the mother squirrel against the tree trunk, smirking. "Calm down now. This seat only crawled over here today just to find a little snack to pad the stomach. I have no real appetite for senseless killing." He used his slippery tail to lift the mother squirrel's chin, dropping a blatant threat. "Auntie, surely you wouldn't want your little kids to suffer a tragic fate, right? They are still so tiny." Saying that, the snake opened its bowl-sized maw and lunged straight at the mother squirrel. "The thing is, I can't hold back anymore. My stomach is rumbling loudly." With a squelch, its fangs sank deep into the mother squirrel's neck, making the children behind howl and cry miserably for their mother. The mother squirrel's life force depleted, going limp and collapsing onto the ground, groaning, "Please spare the children's lives. You swore to me after all." The black snake flicked its tongue to lick its lips, turning hostile faster than flipping a rice paper. "Well, that's weird. What the hell did I ever promise you?" The mother squirrel's hand tightly gripped her bleeding wound, her voice a faint, furious whisper, "You despicable beast." The snake slowly slithered towards the two little ones cowering in the dark corner, and then a blood-curdling shriek tore through the space. A pool of bright red blood trickled and spread all the way to where the mother squirrel lay collapsed. Instantly, the mother squirrel's eyes widened, shooting out boundless flames of resentment, her pupils immediately turning a terrifying bright green. The black snake was still busy shaking its leg, clicking its tongue in praise of the appetizing meal. "The meat of these kids sure is much sweeter and more tender," when the mother squirrel launched herself forward like an arrow with wind-tearing speed. The mother squirrel gritted her teeth and sank a fatal bite straight into the snake's throat, leaving it no time to react as it shrieked in shock. "What the hell is this?" The brawl between one squirrel and one snake tumbled right out of the tree hollow, immediately catching the attention of Bai Luochen, who was sitting catching the breeze right below. Both heavily battered and wounded animals fell with thuds onto the grass together. The black snake saw that the situation was bad, so it scrambled away as fast as its legs could carry it and vanished without a trace. Bai Luochen and Zai Ning bent down to pick up the mother squirrel, cradling it in their palms. He was curious. "Oh wow, this little one looks like she's about to fade away." Zai Ning quickly pinched her fingers to divine the animal's fate. It looks like she sacrificed herself to save her kids to end up like this. Sadly, the destiny of her litter had already reached its end beforehand. Bai Luo Chen let out an "oh" in amazement at Zai Ning's skill. "You even know how to use this fortune-telling feature," she calmly explained. "I can only peer into the fate of mortal creatures, but if it comes to those cultivators holding heaven's secrets, I am completely helpless." Bai Luo Chen scrutinized the dying little squirrel in his hand, furrowing his brow deep in thought. Ultimately, he finalized the plan to snatch its life back. "You little fellow must try hard to cultivate and accumulate virtue. Don't be foolish and do evil deeds, all right." Having finished saving the life, the couple immediately dusted off their bottoms and left the scene. Escaping death's door, the mother squirrel shed tears of gratitude, bowing deeply to thank her savior. Bai Luo Chen tossed back a warning. "I really don't wish for the day when I have to strangle you to death with my own hands. Sowing seeds of kindness will surely reap sweet fruits, reaching out to save a lesser demon in exchange for its sincere gratitude. There will definitely be a day when fragrant flowers bloom in the future." Outside, the heavens were crying on cue, pouring down heavy rain. A warming fire was also just kindled by Bai Luo Chen, flaring up to chase away the chill. Around the fire, besides Bai Luo Chen and Zai Ning, there was also the presence of two strange characters. It turned out to be an old man and a young boy, both stepping forward to cup their hands in salute. "Many thanks to you, sir, for letting us grandfather and grandson share a bit of shelter from the rain." The young man hurriedly waved his hand. "No need to be so polite, old sir. We are also just passing travelers taking refuge from the rain here." The kid fumbled in his knapsack and pulled out a small pastry, shyly offering it. "Sir, I saw that you haven't put anything in your stomach all this while. If you don't mind, please have a little bit of my dry rations." Bai Luo Chen smiled with his eyes crinkled, reaching out to accept the pastry. "It just so happens my stomach is also protesting, then I'll go ahead and dig in without declining." He held the pastry and turned it around, breaking into a radiant smile. "This gesture of sharing a meal in hunger from you, little brother, this Bai will definitely engrave deeply in my heart." The elder sitting next to him took a light drag from his water pipe, curiously probing. "Do you and your wife here plan to drop by Lingnan City?" With his mouth still loudly chewing the pastry, Bai Luo Chen blushed and clarified. "You are greatly mistaken, old sir. This one is my younger sister, not." Before he could finish correcting him, Zai Ning jumped out and stole the floor. "Uncle, your judgment is absolutely spot on. My husband and I are indeed preparing our luggage to head to Lingnan City." The old man suddenly stiffened, staring dumbfoundedly at the young couple. A few seconds later, the old man burst into a hearty laugh full of profound meaning. "You truly have a sense of humor, sir. This old man understands. This old man sees right through it all. It's a younger sister picked up off the streets, right?" The young man hurriedly corrected him. "No, you are completely mistaken." The elder stroked his beard and changed to a solemn tone. "But there is something you are not aware of, sir. This hub area has been very turbulent lately. You two husband and wife. Oh, my mistake. You two siblings strolling through here better be careful not to lose your lives like a game." Bai Luo Chen knitted his brows and frowned in confusion. "Huh, what kind of disaster is falling on our heads, old man?" The old man looked around in all directions, then shifted closer, whispering quietly into Bai Luo Chen's ear. "Around this neighborhood lately, there are signs of demons running rampant." Right at that moment, Xiao Wu kicked the door open with a crash, loudly booming. "Brother Luo Chen, the rain has stopped." The old master and disciple saw the horse open its mouth and spout human words, their faces draining of all blood, the boy stammering, "Master, that horse. It can speak. And how dare it call that guy brother?" Bai Luo Chen had no choice but to stand up with Zai Ning and excuse themselves, leaving the master and disciple hugging each other, trembling violently in the corner of the house. "Well then, this one will take his leave first." The duo of two people and one horse strode out to the porch, Bai Luo Chen waving in a swordsman-style greeting. "The martial world is treacherous. The roads are obscure. If it's fated, there will surely be a day we meet again." The moment their figures disappeared, the kid tugged at his master's sleeve and pressed for an answer. "What do you think, master? That gentleman just now definitely isn't some ordinary mortal, right?" The master nodded in agreement. "That is obvious." The boy opened his innocent eyes wide, blinking rapidly. "Is it because his horse obediently called him brother?" The elder smacked his smoking pipe hard onto his disciple's head. "Of course it's not for that ridiculous reason. You little brat, is your skull filled entirely with bean dregs?" The old man stroked his beard and explained, "Look at that horse. If a beast wants to spout human language, at the very least it has to finish refining its hyoid bone. That horse must have a cultivation level of at least a spirit demon or above." He mentally calculated his feeling from earlier. This old man saw that the spirit energy around that gentleman was incredibly faint, yet he had more than enough power to ride on the neck of a great demon. His background is probably enough to shake the heavens and move the earth. In the blink of an eye, the group of Bai Luo Chen, Zai Ning, and Xiao Wu had set foot into the bustling territory of Lingnan City. The scenery here was as crowded as a festival, a continuous stream of people rubbing shoulders and walking about incessantly. Ringing peddler cries echoed from all sides. Come by, piping hot goods fresh out of the oven, ladies and gentlemen, stepping by, please stop and take a look lest you regret it." On the street corner over there, a dense crowd was cheering and watching a monkey circus act for entertainment. Bai Luo Chen patted Xiao Wu's head, whispering careful instructions into its ear. "Now that we've entered the city, keep your mouth shut tight. If you accidentally open your trap and scare the commoners to death, we'll get a bad reputation." After walking a few paces, a piercingly fragrant aroma rushed straight into his nose, making him inhale deeply. Bai Luo Chen sharply turned his head around to search, discovering the culprit was a tiny noodle stall tucked away in the back. He immediately patted Zai Ning's shoulder decisively. "Let's hit up this place for dinner, shall we?" The girl obediently nodded. "I will follow my husband's arrangements." Seeing wealthy customers drop by, the errand boy grinned and fawned. "The esteemed guests have arrived. What would you big shots like to eat so this lowly one can serve?" Bai Luo Chen answered briefly. "Bring up 2 bowls of chop suey noodles, that's the standard." Xiao Wu, hearing the mention of food, had its stomach rumble aggressively. It nudged its snout into Bai Luo Chen's ribs, signaling an objection. Instantly understanding the gluttonous horse's intention, Bai Luo Chen burst out laughing, spreading 3 fingers to correct himself. "Ah, my bad. Please bring up 3 bowls, waiter." The errand boy nodded. "Yes, sir, please find a table to sit at. 3 bowls of chop suey noodles will be out in a jiffy." Gently stroking Xiao Wu's mane, Bai Luo Chen directed, "Find some secluded corner to transform into a human. Once you're done, circle back here and dig your snout in to eat." Zai Ning watched Xiao Wu's fading silhouette, then turned to ask, "To be honest, just a little further ahead there's a giant tavern. Why did my husband squeeze into this tiny sidewalk stall?" Bai Luo Chen tilted his head with the proud air of a gourmet. "What do you know? Street food is sometimes insanely delicious, totally beating those fancy restaurants with their lavish banquets." His sense of smell signaled that this noodle stall was of a seriously impressive caliber, and more specifically, this culinary aroma made him feel as if he were breathing the air of his very own hometown. By coincidence, the old man and his disciple from earlier were also lingering not far from the noodle shop, but alas, a twist of fate kept the 2 parties from crossing paths. Zai Ning smiled brightly. "Then I must taste the flavor of your hometown, young master. Oh wait, you told me not to address you like that anymore." Switching scenes to the old man and his disciple, the elder stepped forward and swung his hand to knock loudly on the grand gates of the imposing mansion ahead. The kid Tang Xiao's eyes and mouth formed perfect O shapes. "Good heavens, master, is this massive building really the residence of our martial uncle?" The little brat tilted his head back to admire the colossal estate, his mouth constantly clicking in awe. "Wow, it's so magnificent it's scary." The elder lightly tapped his disciple's head and admonished, "I brought you along this time to broaden your horizons, not for you to stand there gawking like a country bumpkin in the city." Tang Xiao rubbed his head dejectedly. "Yes, this disciple remembers, master." The sturdy ironwood gates slowly creaked open. A middle-aged man with a face as kind as a Buddha eagerly stepped out, opening his arms to tightly embrace the elder. "Good heavens, Brother Chen, I've been yearning for you to come to my rescue." The old man, squeezed to the point of suffocation, thumped his friend's back. Let go. This old body of mine is about to be crushed to pieces by you." Releasing his old friend, the man looked down curiously at the kid. "Is this your disciple?" The elder nodded proudly. "Exactly, the kid's name is Tang Xiao." Tang Xiao clasped his hands and bowed obediently. "This junior greets martial uncle Yaowen." Seeing the boy understood etiquette, old Yao and was quite pleased, reaching out to ruffle his hair and praise him. Very good, with such a brilliant disposition, even compared to the proud daughters of the great sex, you wouldn't be inferior at all. Tang Zio grimaced and corrected. Martial uncle, I'm a male. Hearing the retort, Yaowen could only offer an awkward smile to cover up his massive slip of the tongue. Old Yaowen covered it up by grabbing his old friend's wrist and dragging him inside. Senior brother Chen, let's skip the nostalgic reunions, get in here and check on our brat's condition. The elder grumbled, I traveled all this way and you're trying to subtly chase me away. All three of them filed into the grand hall of the mansion. Just as he stepped over the threshold, Tang Zio had to wrap his arms around himself, shivering violently. Weird, did they turn on the ice crystals in here? It's freezing my brain. They gathered around a large bed. Yaowen spoke gloomily. Brother Chen, please examine my granddaughter. Ever since she stumbled out of that damn secret realm of the Dayan dynasty, she's been bedridden and hasn't opened her eyes once. Tang Zio stared at the sleeping beauty on the bed, his cheeks unconsciously flushing red as he muttered words of admiration. Oh my, this older sister sleeping so soundly has beauty that would make birds fall and fish sink. Enveloping the entire bed was a wave of sharp cold qi that pierced to the very marrow. Old Yaowen frantically grabbed his old friend's clothes and pleaded, Brother Chen, is there any hope left to salvage my granddaughter's little life? The elder slowly placed his wrinkled hand on the forehead of the young lady, lying motionless like a wax figure. Between her pale lips, the girl loosely held a stone emitting a deep blue light. Old Chen poked at the stone to examine it, suddenly crying out in panic, Millennium Cold Marrow, where did you dig up this heaven-defying treasure? Just as the old friend finished speaking, Yaowen clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The elder panicked and rushed to support his junior brother, hurriedly demanding, Who on earth did you offend to invite such a miserable internal injury? Yaowen wiped away his tears and weakly interrupted, Just a minor injury, please don't pry into this matter anymore, Brother Chen. Clutching his aching chest tightly, Yaowen kept his eyes fixed on the sickbed. Now the core issue is, what is my granddaughter's condition, brother? Old Chen pressed his hand against the girl's forehead again, closing his eyes to probe. Her divine sense is tightly sealed. Damn it, someone is deliberately draining her soul. Having said that, the old man whipped around and ordered his disciple to prepare the formation. The smart kid caught his master's drift immediately. He instantly rolled up his sleeves and rushed to set up the formation. Fast-forwarding to Bai Luo Chen, a steaming bowl of noodles was just plopped onto the table. The waiter grinned. Here you go, 3 bowls of mixed noodles with full toppings are served. However, right next to the noodle shop, a group of murderous men and women led by a purple-haired woman was aggressively marching straight towards the Yao family mansion. Bai Luo Chen keenly smelled danger and frowned, glancing sideways. Tut-tut, a backwater place like this actually has a tribulation-crossing cultivator roaming around. That group had now formed an intimidating formation, right in front of the Yao family gates. The purple-haired woman leading the charge was none other than the Grand Elder of the Ming Xinzang, the Great Tong Yu, possessing formidable early-stage tribulation-crossing cultivation. A lackey behind her hunched over and whispered, Reporting to Grand Elder Tong, the thief who stole the Millennium Cold Marrow is hiding in here, should we blow up the gates? Ignoring the chaotic noise across the street, Bai Luo Chen leisurely lifted his bowl of noodles and took a deep breath. The aroma is spot on. Tribulation crossing stage or whatever realm, to hell with them. It has nothing to do with this young master's meal. Zaining was also immersed in her own bowl of noodles. Although this dish isn't considered a delicacy, eating it brings an indescribable feeling of comfort, husband. Bai Luo Chen happily slurped his noodles, turning his head and shouting, Boss, chop up half a bulb of garlic and add it in here for some extra flavor. A chopstick full of golden noodles was just lifted, ready to settle into his mouth. Crash, across the street, the wall surrounding the Yao residence was punched through, leaving a massive hole. An unidentified flying object streaked through the air, blowing away and completely smashing the dining table where Bai Luo Chen's group was sitting. The hot bowl of noodles in his hand was also swept away into the void. Xiao Wu and Xining, however, were luckier, tightly guarding their own spoils. Both stared at him with deep sympathy. Oh my, that's just bad luck. It turned out the two old men, Yao and an elder Chen, severely injured, had just been blasted out into the street, both lying there groaning and coughing up fresh blood. Tong Yu arrogantly stepped out from the ruins, cursing fiercely. You stinky old farts. Stealing our sect's holy item wasn't enough, you even had the guts to ruin it. The two elderly figures shrank together, trembling. Old Chen tried to swallow the bloody taste in his mouth and spoke up to plead for his junior brother. Grand Elder Tong, please be wise. My junior brother stealing the cold marrow is indeed a grave sin, but ultimately it was to risk his life to save his good granddaughter. I beg you to be lenient. I promise to grit my teeth and fully compensate for the losses. Hearing this, Tong Yu became even more furious, crushing the defective cold marrow in her hand into dust. Do you think the Millennium Cold Marrow is some cheap vegetable from a squatting market that you can just open your mouths and easily compensate for? She waved her hand to gather chi, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. If I don't skin and flay you today, how can the Ming Xin Zong sign still have the face to plant its pole in this Yun Huang land? Just as the strike was about to fall, a hand like an iron clamp grabbed her wrist, halting all killing intent. It was Bai Luo Chen, filled with sky-high rage for having his meal snatched away. He flashed a deathly smile. You're the one who blew away this old man's bowl of noodles, right? Tong Yu forcefully shook off his hand, roaring in fury. Noodles? What the hell? If you know what's good for you, get out of my sight. If you linger and block my way, I'll conveniently chop you to pieces. The elder staggered towards the savior, muttering in a weak tone, You are Mr. Bai, right? Bai Luo Chen, recognizing an old acquaintance, grinned amicably. Well, it seems the heavenly Tao hates me owing favors, so it hastily created an opportunity for me to return the favor from earlier. Suddenly old Chen's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down like a bath. It turned out Tong Yu was channeling her energy to ambush Bai Luo Chen from behind. The old man strained his neck and screamed, Mr. Bai, watch your back. Yet the man surnamed Bai just stood there like a stone statue. He just casually snapped his fingers. If you want it, I'll give it to you, Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, a beam of golden light descended, trapping Tong Yu inside a tangled mess. A mere 20 seconds later, the arrogant cultivator had tasted the bitter pill, her clothes torn to shreds like a leech's nest. Xining pondered for a moment, glancing at Xiao Wu who was still slurping noodles, indifferent to the world. I know full well husband used a restraining move to protect the innocent bystanders around, but this scene is still pretty pathetic. After struggling for a while longer, the Golden Bell formation gradually faded. The exhausted Tong Yu collapsed onto the brick floor, panting heavily. Bai Luo Chen stepped forward and casually draped a piece of clothing over her battered body. Tong Yu knew perfectly well that even risking her life she couldn't touch her opponent's heel, and seeing that he deliberately showed mercy, she dropped her earlier arrogance. I am immensely grateful to fellow Taoist for showing mercy and sparing my life. Bai Luo Chen put his hands on his hips, grinning mischievously, which irritated Tong Yu. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This senior is being way too sarcastic. Afterwards, he cleared his throat and introduced himself. I am an instructor from the Qinghang Academy, Bai Luo Chen. If you are willing to let this matter slide, I will step forward to guarantee the compensation for them with that Millennium Cold Marrow. Tong Yu irritably retorted. Do you know this Millennium Cold Marrow is a rare treasure that I had to clean out the ice silkworm lair of the Demon Emperor all the way in the Kang Wu Jia Yuan to get? Even if you are a great instructor of the Qinghang Academy, what the hell do you have to compensate with? Before she could finish her string of curses, Bai Luo Chen appended his spatial pouch, pouring out a small mountain of sparkling Millennium Cold Marrow right in front of her, leaving all the onlookers dumbfounded and shocked. Tong Yu tremblingly picked up a piece of cold marrow rolling on the ground to examine it, her eyes rolling back. Unbelievable. This pile of cold marrow hasn't even reached 1,000 years in age, but its purity is 10,000 times superior to mine. Bai Luo Chen sneered inwardly, recalling the origin of this pile of scrap stones. To put it bluntly, this cheap cold marrow was just paving bricks for his family goose to incubate on, daily infused with the spiritual power of Qing Nuan Feng. He could scoop as much of this stuff as he wanted back at his place. He beckoned and asked Tong Yu, who was blinded by the pile of wealth. So, if we gather all this to compensate for the damages to your Ming Xin Zong, will that settle things smoothly? Tong Yu blinked her headlights' bright eyes, greedily swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Cough. I came to settle debts fairly, not to act like a bandit robbing people. Just taking 2 pieces will satisfy both parties. Leaving those words behind, she quickly grabbed the 2 most valuable stones and urged her lackeys to scram. However, just as her feet took a few steps, a cold voice shouted her back, sending shivers down Tong Yu's spine. Bai Luo Chen approached with blazing killing intent, his hand like a heavy boulder pressing down on Tong Yu's shoulder. The matter with those people is settled. Now it's our turn to settle the debt for this old man's bowl of noodles. In the end, the dignified Grand Elder Tong Yu had to personally roll up her sleeves and wok toss to cook noodles as compensation for the young man surnamed Bai. Instructor Bai, your noodles are ready. Conveniently, she also scooped a bowl each for Old Chen and Old Yaowen. The 2 old men, their faces pale with fear, stammered, Thank you, Grand Elder Tong, for your grace. Bai Luo Chen nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks to start the evaluation process of the compensatory noodle bowl. Tong Yu stood timidly to the side, her heart pounding and sweating profusely while waiting for the judge's verdict. She stammered inquiringly, How is the flavor? Bai Luo Chen's expression suddenly darkened, and he slapped his chopsticks onto the table, scaring the soul out of Tong Yu. But in the blink of an eye, he gave a big thumbs up, grinning widely and praising effusively. Your cooking skills are actually pretty decent, absolutely delicious. You passed. The elder chewed his noodles noisily while secretly evaluating Bai Luo Chen's strength. What monstrous realm has this instructor Bai reached anyway? He can mold a tribulation crossing powerhouse in the palm of his hand as easily as flipping a pancake. Bai Luo Chen happily continued slurping. As for Tong Yu, proud of being praised for her cooking, she immediately turned to close the deal and buy out the shop owner's recipe outright. The recipe for this mixed noodle dish, our Ming Xin Zong is buying it outright. Throw the old man 200 spirit stones. Is that enough to make him nod? Suddenly, old Yaowen fell to his knees and kowtowed to the ground, pleading desperately. Instructor Bai, this old man begs you on bended knee to show mercy and save my granddaughter's life. Bai Luo Chen glanced at Zai Ning, who was leisurely chewing noodles beside him. He muttered to himself, Is there a new quest spawned again? Zai Ning read her husband's mind and replied, There's no way a script keeps dropping like this. This disaster is because you nosily meddled in worldly affairs. Old Chen pulled his junior brother up by the armpit, sorrowfully stopping him. Mr. Bai has already shown grace and saved our lives. Why do you still have the thick face to bother him? But your formation can only hold on temporarily. Little Yan Yan is still. Moved by the tragic dialogue of the 2 old men, Bai Luo Chen fell into deep thought again. Throwing his image out the window, he opened his mouth wide and cleaned out the massive bowl of noodles in exactly 1 minute, leaving the 2 old men wide-eyed and completely petrified. Bai Luo Chen let out a refreshing burp, wiped his mouth and told the owner, Dear boss, make me another portion. I'm going to run some errands for a bit and I'll be right back to slurp it. The whole group snaked their way back to the Yao family courtyard. By then, the tragic wailing of the kid Tang Zio was echoing noisily through every nook and cranny of the mansion. The brat was kneeling right in the middle of the ancestral hall, burning joss paper rapidly, his mouth wailing mournfully. Master, you died too early. How could you bear to leave this disciple all alone in this cruel world? Bai Luo Chen and Elder Chen looked at the lion dance funeral scene before them and froze for 5 seconds. Only old Yaowen was busy rambling about the past, so he didn't bother looking. Ever since our silly girl crawled out of the Deyan dynasty secret realm, she's been in a vegetative state until now. Tang Zio, quick-handed and sharp-eyed, had already set up a super-giant altar to hold a living funeral for the 2 old men. The 2 old men looked at their own memorial portraits surrounded by thick incense smoke and were speechless, shocked to the point they couldn't squeeze out a single word. Tang Zio heard the rustling footsteps behind him. The kid wiped his runny nose with his sleeve and turned around, his mouth still muttering the chorus. You passed away so fast, I don't even know how the will divides the assets. What caught his eyes were 2 living ghosts standing right there, the kid's crying instantly choked in his throat. Taking 3 seconds to recover his soul, the kid howled ear-piercingly, "Help! Ghosts are here to claim lives." The master annoyingly knocked a huge lump on his disciple's head. Tang Zio, with short and long tears, sniffled and approached to thank Bai Luo Chen. "The great grace of Mr. Bai in saving the dog lives of my master and martial uncle. This disciple thanks you 10,000 times." Bai Luo Chen kindly wiped Tang Zio's tears with his hand, teasingly smiling. "Kid, I usually see you being lazy in cultivation, but your speed in setting up an altar is terrifying." Old Chen, his face red with embarrassment, defended, "Kids don't understand things, just playing a little prank." Suddenly, another horrified scream echoed from the inner room. All bullet-like gazes immediately pinned on Tang Zio. The kid's face turned green as he frantically waved his hands. "I'm wrongly accused, my mouth has been tightly shut." Then the whole group immediately whipped around to eavesdrop towards old Yao and's granddaughter's lair. Yaoan panicked, kicked the door open and rushed in, crying out in dismay, "Yan Yan, what happened to my little baby?" What hit Yao and's eyes was a bizarre scene that left the old man hunched over and staring blankly. The little girl Zhao Yan was curled up in the corner of the bed, her whole body shaking like a dried civet, tears and snot smeared all over in extreme panic. Hovering right in the middle of the room was a bizarre soul rambling, "You old geezer, this seat taking a liking to your granddaughter is the blessing of 3 lifetimes of her cultivation. If you know what's good for you, shut your mouth and stop meddling in other people's business." Yao En, blazing with anger, carried his sword and charged straight in to settle the score. "You filthy bold spirit body, even if I die I won't let you defile my granddaughter." Unluckily, the old man's bamboo-splitting sword strike slashed through thin air, completely useless against that illusory entity. The malicious soul laughed contemptuously. "A few cat-scratch tricks and you dare try to scratch an itch for this seat." It just lazily flicked its wrist, and old Yao En immediately sprayed nosebleed and flew backwards far behind. His body slammed into the wall, shattering the rocks into 100 pieces. Old Yao En vomited another pool of blood, lying knocked out and flattened under the rubble. Having dealt with the obstacle, the spirit body rushed like a moth towards Zhao Yan. The little girl screamed sobbingly, "Don't come over here, stay away from me." At the exact moment of 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread, Bai Luo Chen had already closed in behind the spirit body's rear, his face cold as money as he raised his weapon and aimed at the target. With a thwack, Bai Luo Chen swung his hand straight, blasting that trashy spirit body through another massive section of the Yao residence's wall. Unfortunately, the strange object landed right on the head of Tong Yu, who was trotting while carrying 2 bowls of noodles, causing the finished products to fall and spill all over the ground. The spirit body, blasted all the way out to the street, was still confused, rambling to itself, "Absurd, absurd, this tiny corner of Lingnan City. Where did you dig up a tribulation crossing realm powerhouse strolling around here?" Bai Luo Chen leisurely strode forward, crushing all its doubts. Tong Yu, having her dedicated noodle bowls ruined, felt the mad blood rush to her brain, displaying the formidable cultivation of a true tribulation crossing powerhouse. That soul was scared out of its wits. Good heavens, this ghostly place harbors up to 2 tribulation crossing monsters. Tong Yu, burning with hatred, charged forward with fiery fists, gritting her teeth. "You damn ghost dares to spill this grandma's bowl of noodles." Immediately, she rushed in and beat the spirit body to pulp. Zaining approached and held onto Bai Luo Chen's arm, asking curiously, "Husband, what species is this damn thing?" He shrugged. "I'm completely clueless, but I'm 10 out of 10 sure it crawled out of that Dayan dynasty secret realm or whatever." Hearing that, Zaining frantically searched her brain for information, her face filled with anxiety. "The Dayan dynasty secret realm? Don't tell me it's..." Bai Luo Chen hurriedly cut her off, confirming the suspicion right away. "Spot on, it's exactly the place where Su Liyue's group just packed their loincloths and ran off to." Switching the lens to the Dayan dynasty secret realm, Su Liyue's team was tiptoeing and fumbling deep inside. Looking at the desolate scene, they muttered, "Weird, why can't we find a single ghost around here?" Su Liyue started feeling her guts churning with unease. Yunzai also agreed to heighten their vigilance. "Be a bit careful, this lair is oozing heavy evil qi. Let's just take a stroll around here and see. If we smell something burning, we'll pack up and scram." Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from all four directions. The three young girls immediately huddled together to form a strict defensive circle. Echoing from afar was the hoarse voice of a ragged old woman. "Calm down, you three ladies. Don't overreact like that." She hunched over her cane and slowly dragged her steps to their side, her cloudy eyes sweeping over the three girls. "This old body has been yearning and waiting for you three here since the dawn of time." The three girls simultaneously snapped and questioned her background. The old woman still kept a nun-like gentle smile as she replied, "Asking who this old granny is. Good girls, just throw your worries away. This old body temporarily has no intention of chewing your heads off." She waved her bamboo cane, pointing straight at the pitch-black tunnel ahead. "We still have plenty of free time. The three young ladies, please take the trouble to follow this old man's footsteps for a trip." Duo grimaced and whispered to Yunzai, "Senior sister, what do we do now? I've strained my eyes but still can't see through this skinny old woman's cultivation. I'm afraid her level could crush us like ants. Standing in front of her, how the hell do we have a ticket to demand choices?" Duo shivered violently. "That's too absurd. The Jianghu clearly rumored that this secret realm only allows little shrimps below the golden core level to enter." Yunzai frowned and analyzed thoroughly. "Think about it. What if this old woman has been rooted here since this secret realm was just born? If she's a long-lived local deity, could it be?" The old woman couldn't be bothered to explain, just silently turned around to lead the way. The three girls were extremely panicked, their guts twisting as they wondered, could she be the boss who founded this damn dungeon? The camera panned back to the Yao residence. At this moment, Zhao Yan had regained some clarity, sobbing as she recounted the stormy time she had experienced. "Exactly, that old hag demon is the one who spawned this nightmare secret realm." Creepy memories flooded back. She shockedly continued. "She threw out some spiritual pills and magic treasures as bait to lure our naive group into a trap, caught us, and then blatantly skinned us, and threw us straight into a boiling cauldron of oil. Thank heavens at that time, Sister Lan, you risked her cheap life to block the blow. Only then could I drag this incomplete body and escape." Zhao Yan vented her feelings while crying bitterly. Zaining sympathetically patted the little girl's skinny back, comforting her. "I wonder how that kind Sister Lan Yi is doing now, life or death. But good people always have heaven's protection. Since she had the skill to save your life, she surely has a way to slip away smoothly from the Grim Reaper's hands." Bai Luo Chen sat cross-legged, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he evaluated that violent script. Skinning female cultivators and throwing them into a hot pot stew. This creepy motif faintly smells of ancient forbidden arts. Old Chen hobbled forward, catching the information wave, and his face turned pale. "What? That villain used forbidden arts just to entertain herself with our diamond granddaughter, good heavens." Yao and hurriedly supported his old friend's arm. "Calm down a bit, brother. Watch out for your wound stitches bursting." Old Yao and hugged Zhao Yan tightly, tears streaming down. "Truly a beautiful face with a tragic fate. Heaven envies talent. It's also because your parents molded such an outstanding disposition, letting my good granddaughter fall into the demon's sights." The little girl softly corrected. "Grandpa, the situation isn't because of my beauty." Zaining spotted the key point and whispered to Bai Luo Chen to spill the beans. "Husband, look at this. This Yao girl actually possesses a real innate Dao body. Her immortal cultivation aptitude is terrifyingly huge. No wonder old Yao and bragged so much." Bai Luo Chen put his hands in his pockets and strolled over to deliver a blunt verdict. "Your granddaughter's judgment is spot on. This forbidden art basically isn't targeting her beauty at all." The old man felt let down. "What? So it's also not because of my granddaughter's once-in-a-millennium innate Dao body?" Bai Luo Chen thoroughly exposed the whole story. The motif of this ancient forbidden art is using flesh to crush people, draining the bones and blood of others to mold a new body to snatch the corpse and borrow the soul. Simply put, your granddaughter was just unlucky enough to be hot pot seasoning for that hag. Old Yao En's mouth formed an O and eyes an A. "Damn the ancestors. Our family's prestigious innate Dao body, and they use it like a bundle of water spinach dipped in hot pot. That's bullying people too much." Bai Luo Chen turned his face to interrogate Zaining. "Swear it, you're not hiding any quest notifications from me, right? This plot reeks of the main storyline." She scratched her head and explained. Now I don't dare to speak strongly either. The heavenly secret fragment of this operation seems to have been hacked by someone. Zai Ning pulled out her compass to scrutinize for a while longer, cautiously offering an opinion. Since we know it's a spider's web trap, husband, do you plan to send someone to scoop up those disciples? The young man waved his hand. Relax. The protective talismans I stuffed them with are still silent and unactivated. Guaranteed they still have plenty of dancing left before they kick the bucket. According to the Yao girl's account, that old hag demon is throwing out top-notch magic treasures to bait flies. I think we can ride the muddy waters and catch a big haul all at once. Old Yaoan stealthily leaned close to his granddaughter's ear and whispered some earth-shattering conspiracy. Yan, listen to Grandpa. In a bit you glance at Mr. Bai with puppy dog eyes like this and this. Zhao Yan blinked in confusion. Huh, doing that? Is it really okay, Grandpa? The old man tightly squeezed his granddaughter's small hand, his face as serious as a judge. Kid, there's a blessing in disguise. The rising fortune of the entire Yao family depends entirely on your acting skills this time. The little girl bit her lip and took a risk. Yes, once the spear is thrown, one must follow it. Zhao Yan's cheeks flushed pink like boiled shrimp. She secretly glanced at Bai Luo Chen, who was whispering with Zai Ning, her heart beat erratic from nervousness. The little girl cautiously dragged her steps forward and tugged at Bai Luo Chen's hem, calling softly, "Excuse me, Mr. Bai." Bai Luo Chen curiously turned around to look at Zhao Yan. She awkwardly intertwined her hands and stammered, "The thing is, this little girl has a wish to. Stuttering for half a day without squeezing out a single word, Zhao Yan had to turn around to seek help from old Yao and behind her, who was frantically waving his hands and feet to cheer his granddaughter on. Zhao Yan gathered all her courage, bowed and squeezed her eyes shut, shouting loudly, I want to acknowledge you as my master." Just as the atmosphere sank into a solemn silence, Zhao Yan's empty stomach suddenly betrayed her, letting out a rumbling string of gurgles that ruined the mood. That resounding sound made Zhao Yan want to dig a hole and hide underground out of shame. The little girl hurriedly hugged her rebellious stomach, tears welling up and about to fall in streams. Embarrassed to the core, Zhao Yan awkwardly bowed deeply and apologized to Bai Luo Chen profusely. "I apologize. Please forgive this rudeness, Mr. Bai." Bai Luo Chen kindly stepped forward to help the little girl up, flashing the most tolerant smile. Zhao Yan looked up at the elegant man, her cheeks burning red. He gently said, "It's no big deal you've been bedridden for so long. Your empty guts crying out is only natural. So in short, what do you want me to do now?" He laughed heartily, jutting his chin towards the window. "What else? We must drag our butts to refuel right away. The rules of Jianghu don't allow anyone to carry an empty stomach to acknowledge a master and learn the Tao." So Bai Luo Chen and Zai Ning dragged Zhao Yan out for a fresh bowl of instant noodles. Right at the alley entrance there's a famous mixed noodle shop that's insanely delicious. Eat to warm your stomach first, then master and disciple will slowly discuss the grand matters later. Old Yaoan plopped down on the wooden chair, rubbing his chest and breathing a sigh of relief. Looks like this master acknowledging deal is surely a piece of cake. But the joy was short-lived. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling blood, surely the aftershock of internal injuries from the severe beating earlier. Old Chen and the kid Tang Zio panicked and rushed to support him. "Brother Yao, Martial Uncle Yao, hang in there." Elder Chen hurriedly fished out an immortal pill and stuffed it into his friend's mouth. "The continuous kicks just now almost sent you to the graveyard, and yet you still tried to hide it to death so Zhao Yan wouldn't be sad." Yaoan breathed faintly but was still stubborn. "I'm very tough. How could I kick the bucket? As long as the little girl Yan can build a bright future, this old man can have his bones crushed and flesh mashed and still close my eyes in peace." Hearing his friend's unlucky words, old Chen boiled with anger and scolded him. "Shut your crow's mouth for me. The little girl Zhao Yan is all alone now and only clings to you, her grandfather. If you log out, how will she live a wandering life?" In the midst of the chaos, Tang Zio keenly spotted a strange object stuck firmly on old Yaoan's back and curiously pointed and asked, "Master, look, what is this squiggly talisman paper trick?" Old Chen peered behind his friend's back, his eyes forming O's and mouth A's as he exclaimed in shock, "Oh my mother, this is the legendary holy talisman." Looking closely at the exquisite brushstrokes on the dazzling golden talisman, the old man slapped his thigh with a smack. This sharp handwriting is 100% the masterpiece of the great Mr. Bai. Old Chen broke out in a cold sweat more and more before the terror of Bai Luo Chen. Wow, Mr. Bai truly hides his depth unfathomably. Who would have thought he also grasps this kind of heaven-shaking and earth-moving divine secret art? Yaowen struggled to turn his neck to look at the talisman stuck on his back, stammering incoherently. What? Mr. Bai is even a holy talisman grandmaster, the top-tier level where the entire continent has to strain its eyes just to find 3 legendary enlightened figures. The elder immediately clasped his hands joyfully. Congratulations, junior brother Yao, and great joy, great joy. Old Yao was bewildered. Brother Chen, what are you rambling about? Where is the joy? The elder stroked his beard, looking profound. Although this old man is completely clueless about drawing talismans and casting curses, I am still more than capable of seeing that this holy talisman emits a harmonious 5 elements prosperous qi, and the spiritual power radiating is extremely gentle. Speaking of this, old Chen became even more excited. According to my guess, this talisman not only sucks clean the seeds of internal injury in your 5 organs, but also delivers a final blow powerful enough to break through the bottleneck that has held you back for so many years. Old Yao was heavily shocked. What the hell? Tang Zio stared at the talisman stuck firmly on his martial uncle's back, greedily curious. Master, does this scrap of paper really have such overpowered abilities? The master again swung his tobacco pipe and gave the boy another lump, scolding him harshly. You stupid brat, the power of a holy talisman is not for a well-frog like you to utter blasphemous words. Old Yaowen stumbled to his feet, sighing heavily. Brother Chen, do you really think this piece of fat is a heaven-sent blessing for my shattered old bones? The elder was dumbfounded. Well, isn't it obvious? Why are you so downcast? Old Yaowen looked into the distance, his voice melancholic. Earlier, I smugly thought that just by showing off Zhao Yan's innate Dao body, Mr. Bai Luo Chen would definitely drool and take her as his disciple. But now it dawns on me, given Mr. Bai's cosmic stature, I'm afraid this lowly clan couldn't even touch the heels of his shoes even if we bashed our heads in. Meanwhile, due to hibernating for too long, Zhao Yan was so starving that she ate like a storm. Bai Luo Chen sat next to her, scratching his head trying to stop her. Chew slowly, miss. No one is fighting you for it, so what's the rush? While the two were slurping their noodles, the whole sky lit up with a dazzling, magnificent fireworks display. Seeing the streets bustling with firecrackers, Bai Luo Chen wondered blankly, what day is it today that they're celebrating so grandly? While burying her face in her food, Zhao Yan suddenly slammed her noodle bowl on the table with a thud, making Bai Luo Chen jump in fright. She sprang up like an arrow, a half-eaten noodle still dangling from her mouth, and yelled, "Oh no, I'm dead. How could I forget such a crucial matter?" Seeing this, Bai Luo Chen hurriedly asked in concern, "What happened to make you panic like that?" Zhao Yan scratched her head and smiled sheepishly. "It's nothing major, Mr. Bai. Don't be tense. I just remembered there's the Lang Nan Lantern Festival tonight." Hearing the name Lang Nan Lantern Festival for the first time, Bai Luo Chen couldn't help but feel curious inside. As night fell, the entire street was immersed in a lively festival atmosphere, and a beautifully decorated flower boat drifted leisurely on the calm river surface. The festival-goers were chattering animatedly. "Brother Joe, what do you think the riddle leaves fall in late autumn, flowers bloom in February means? My academic skills are limited, and I've truly racked my brains but still can't figure it out." A skinny scholar handed a quarter-folded piece of paper to the boatman. "Please deliver this answer to Lan Yue Pavilion for this humble scholar." The boatman nodded. "Delivering it to Lan Yue Pavilion is no problem, but young master, remember to take care of your precious body." The water rippled peacefully, and a bright moon hung suspended high above. Young men and women flocked together, walking hand in hand to enjoy the Lantern Festival. Zai Ning affectionately linked arms with Bai Luo Chen as they strolled. The scale of this Lang Nan Lantern Festival completely beats Tianjing City. It's a pity Wu Ye went asleep, wasting a whole night of fun. Zhao Yan happily skipped over carrying 3 lanterns. "That's nothing. The festival is held for 3 whole days. There's plenty of time for Sister Wu Ye to come out and play tomorrow." She smiled brightly and stuffed a cat-shaped lantern into Bai Luo Chen's hands. "Tada, here is Mr. Bai's share." Bai Luo Chen excitedly flipped the lantern over to examine it, and seeing 2 lines of poetry written on it, he asked, "Oh, is this a lantern riddle with a prize?" Zai Ning flipped to the back of her own lantern to admire it. "Huh, there are words on mine too. Let me take a look." Bai Luo Chen peeked at Zai Ning's and clicked his tongue. This riddle perfectly describes the shape of the lantern itself, plain and simple. Hearing this, Zhao Yan's eyes sparkled like stars, staring at Bai Luo Chen with pure admiration. "So awesome, Mr. Bai solved it just by glancing at it. But what do we get if we guess correctly?" Zhao Yan pointed excitedly into the distance. "If we solve the riddle, we get a special ticket to board that massive cruise ship over there and party." Bai Luo Chen squinted his eyes following her finger, and hearing about a big ship sparked his playful spirit. Where? How big of a ship? Right before their eyes was a gigantic flower boat, gorgeously and brilliantly decorated, anchored at the riverbank. The atmosphere inside the boat was incredibly lively, adorned entirely with expensive items that exuded extravagant luxury. Alluring courtesans were flirting and pouring wine. "Lord Shen, please enjoy this cup of mine. My cup tastes better, drink mine." The high-ranking official laughed heartily. All right, this old master will drink them all, skipping no one." A few couples were whispering sweet nothings to each other. "Miss, please. Young master, cheers." Seeing this, Zai Ning acted coquettishly, imitating those courtesans to offer wine, which made Bai Luo Chen's face turn as red as a tomato. "Husband, let me offer you a glass." Bai Luo Chen abruptly stood up and slammed the table with a bang, questioning loudly enough to make the whole hall turn and look. "Wait a minute, what the hell is this? Why is such a magnificent ship actually a brothel?" Hearing Zai Ning call out "husband" twice, the guests began to whisper, "Goodness, that guy is really bold, bringing his wife to a place like this. Truly speechless. Who knows what kind of scheme this guy is plotting?" Bai Luo Chen frantically scratched his head and asked Zhao Yan, who casually replied as if nothing was wrong. "Miss Yao, don't tell me this damn festival is hosted by a brothel." "Spot on. This is a grand event organized by the most notorious Lan Yue Pavilion brothel. Isn't it fantastic?" Zhao Yan gleefully buried her head in eating, stuffing food into her mouth. "This year, thanks to Mr. Bai's luck, I finally got to come up here and enjoy the perks. In previous seasons, I always failed miserably guessing those riddles completely wrong." Bai Luo Chen stood frozen on the spot, stammering incoherently, "Miss Yao, you. Don't tell me you don't know what the word brothel means." Zhao Yan looked as clueless as a cow wearing a conical hat. "Well, the books say a brothel is a place of smoke and flowers. Doesn't that mean it's a firework factory?" Seeing her completely innocent of her sins, Bai Luo Chen was speechless and had to seek help from Zai Ning. "I couldn't open my mouth about this even if I had a hole in the ground to hide in. Please try to explain it tactfully to her for me." Zai Ning patted her chest. "Husband, just rest easy, leave everything to me." Zai Ning sneaked close, whispering into Zhao Yan's ear. "A brothel, well, in short, it's a place to do delicate things like this and this." The more Zai Ning whispered, the redder Zhao Yan's face became, looking like a ripe tomato. Heaven knows what devilish truth this sister-in-law had just imparted. Zhao Yan was so embarrassed that steam visibly puffed out from the top of her head. Bai Luo Chen stood there stiffly, sweating bullets watching Zhao Yan's reaction, telling himself that Zai Ning's description might have been a bit too vivid. Zhao Yan was so ashamed that her mind spun in circles, murmuring like a mosquito, Bai, Mr. Bai, let's pack up and go home." She frantically dragged the two of them straight away. "All right, Mr. Bai, please don't ask anything else. Let's go quickly because if we stay here a second longer, I'll die." As she walked, Zhao Yan recalled Zai Ning's golden words, never expecting a brothel to be such a sensitive den. Who knows how steamy a scene Zai Ning had painted for her. Her wild imagination led her to think of blushing, ear-burning scenes. If we lingered a bit longer, what if Mr. Bai and I also? She hurriedly slapped her own cheeks with both hands to wake herself up. "No, banish those dark thoughts immediately. I'm still dreaming of taking Mr. Bai as my master." Zhao Yan shyly cast a stealthy glance at Bai Luo Chen, telling herself, "Not to mention Mr. Bai is already taken. His Dao companion is right there." But those sensitive movie scenes kept swirling and dancing in her mind. Zhao Yan was so embarrassed that she flailed her arms and legs wildly. Bai Luo Chen watched the scene as if watching a monkey doing tricks, completely clueless. She muttered to herself, "Wrong, I don't have those dirty intentions at all." He suspiciously turned to question Zai Ning, "What did you just pump into her head?" "Nothing much, just enlightening a minor a little bit." Right at that moment, a looming figure appeared and blocked their way. "Oh my, the earth is truly round. I didn't expect to meet Miss Zhao Yan right in this fairyland." It turned out to be the skinny scholar from earlier, stepping forward to mock her. "No wonder this young master brought a palanquin to propose several times, but you kept acting picky." He smirked and threw out sarcastic words. "So your type is the rogue hooligan from this shady corner, huh?" Zhao Yan instantly bristled up and snapped, "Yuan Li Zhai, stop spitting blood on people, you bastard." He lifted his chin, using his paper folding fan to lift her chin mockingly. "You've already shown your face in a brothel, yet you still demand to set up a chastity shrine." Infuriated, Zhao Yan smacked the fan hard, sending it flying straight to the ground. She glared and shouted, "Yuan Li Zhai, you haven't been beaten up in a while, so your bones are protesting and begging for a thrashing, aren't they?" Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chen and Zai Ning stepped back into a corner, happily eating melons and gossiping. But Zai Ning caught a signal from Su Li Yue's side, turned pale and raised the alarm. "Husband, stop gossiping. It looks like there's an intense situation on Li Yue's end." Hearing this, Bai Luo Chen hurriedly turned around, his heart pounding and legs trembling as he asked in a panic, What happened?" On Zai Ning's system screen, a red notification appeared. "Heavenly Tao level karma fluctuation detected. Analysis complete. Interference source confirmed from individual Su Li Yue." Going back an hour earlier, deep inside the Dayan mystic realm, 3 young girls were still stealthily tailing the mysterious old woman. Duo anxiously whispered to Yun Zai, "Senior sister Yun, where do you guess this old hag is planning to drag us? We'll just have to play it by ear at this point. We have no choice but to listen to what she says." Su Li Yue frowned and thought, "Weird. Why do I keep feeling there's something sketchy about this old lady?" She stared intently at the old woman's hunched back, and a spine-chillingly familiar feeling rose in her heart. The old woman, who was bending over leading the way, suddenly waved her wide sleeve forcefully. Out of thin air, a colossal gate appeared imposingly and then automatically swung wide open. Witnessing this magic trick, Yun Zai and Duo's jaws dropped, exclaiming in unison, "Oh my god, that's insane." Su Li Yue glared at the magnificent gate, stammering, What the hell is this?" A magnificent and majestic palace revealed itself right before their eyes, and Su Li Yue couldn't help but blurting out, "Don't tell me this is the legendary Liu Li Immortal Palace." Before them was a massive palace complex, with jewels and jades radiating a blinding aura over the entire area. Standing out in the middle of the spacious courtyard was a stone statue bearing extremely familiar features. Looking closely, it somewhat resembled Su Li Yue's face. The 3 girls stuck closely to the old woman's heels, tiptoeing into the flower garden of the immortal hall. Duo looked around curiously in all directions. Goodness, these pillars can glow on their own, just like the remnants left by immortals. Hearing the kids whispering, the old woman turned her head and hissed, "It doesn't just look like it. This is exactly the residence of an immortal from a long time ago." Hearing the word immortal, Duo's eyes widened in shock. "What? The real deal? A genuine deity's private residence?" Su Li Yue gently reached out to stroke the wind chimes hanging under the porch, muttering, "So many years have passed, yet this place hasn't chipped a single corner." The old woman slowly sat down at the stone table set in the courtyard. Yun Zai glanced at her and asked curiously, "So, senior, are you also an immortal descended to the mortal realm?" The old woman laughed shrilly. "Oh my, this old self is merely a mortal. It was my master who attained the Tao and became an immortal." Pouring a cup of tea with trembling hands, the old hag grumbled, "But honestly, even in my dreams, I never expected that my master could ascend to the immortal realm relying on those 3 deceitful tricks." Catching the keyword, Su Li Yue immediately interrogated, "Deceitful tricks? What do you mean by that?" The old woman raised the teacup, took a sip, smacked her lips. "The story has gathered dust for thousands of years anyway. It's a cool day today. Telling you brats won't kill anyone." Rewinding back to several thousand years ago, back then, This old self had the honor of being the disciple of Si Zhu Fairy at the Liu Li Immortal Palace. Master once scolded me harshly. Ling how many times have I screamed myself hoarse telling you that Meng Zhang is involved with the demonic and unorthodox path? He is no decent person. The Earth Immortal Si Zhu Fairy's face darkened as she threatened. If you stubbornly insist on marrying that bastard, I will kick you out of the sect, and don't you ever show your face here again. Meng Zhang groveled on the ground, kowtowing and begging, Fairy, please appease your anger. This Meng Zhang will shoulder 100 sins and 1,000 faults. This lowly one will run far away. Please be merciful and don't punish Ling Kneeling beside him, Feng Ling panicked upon hearing her lover's words, grabbing his clothes and wailing, What? Absolutely not. She crawled on her knees to hug her master's legs, crying pitifully, Meng Zhang has already washed his hands of the martial world for me. Even if heaven and earth flip upside down, I will only marry him in this lifetime. If master wants to chase someone away, then just kick me out. Hearing her rebellious disciple, Si Zhu Fairy was furious, roaring in anger. Very well. Since you have discarded all our bonds, today your master will open her eyes and see what the two of you can achieve. She flicked her sleeve, turned her back and walked away without looking back. From this moment on, our ties are completely severed. Pack your bags and get the hell out of Liu Li Palace, out of my sight. Si Zhu Fairy slammed the door of her sleeping chambers shut, the sound echoing across the sky. Meng Zhang scrambled up, his hands clenched into fists so tightly that blue veins bulged out, his whole body trembling. Feng Ling felt a pang of sorrow and held his rough hand, stroking it. Don't hold a grudge in your heart. Master just misspoke in a moment of anger. Meng Zhang lowered his head sadly. No, I'm not taking it personally. I just feel wronged for you. What your master did is too unfair. Feng Ling blinked, stunned. Seeing her starting to waver, Meng Zhang pushed his luck and provoked her more aggressively. How can it not be unfair? With your innate aptitude, there is no shortage of mighty figures out there fighting to take you as their favorite disciple. Why does that old woman ruthlessly kick you out just like that? Touched by his words, Feng Ling sighed sorrowfully. Say what you will, she is still my master. No matter how talented a disciple is, if the master cuts off the supply of medicinal pills, they'll never be able to raise their head for their entire life. Hearing her complain, Meng Zhang exploded. I bet that if my Ling were enthusiastically sponsored, your realm might even trample Si Zhu beneath your feet. Those sweet words caused Feng Ling's ambition to stir. Lately, Master has been losing sleep and appetite because she's stuck at the Ascension bottleneck. I think we can exploit a loophole from this matter. The scene shifted to the northern Kangwu region, where miasma clouded the air. Back then, to find a way to hijack Master's foundation, Meng Zhang and I waded through hardships to seek an audience with another notorious Earth Immortal. Feng Ling and Meng Zhang lay prostrate on the cold stone floor, while the Earth Immortal on the throne narrowed his eyes, interrogating, What? You two are begging me to help assassinate Si Zhu Fairy. He slammed the armrest of his throne with a loud bang, glaring and shouting, You lawless brats. Wandu Wang pointed directly at the trembling adulterous couple. Don't you two know that this king has been infatuated with Si Zhu Fairy since a long, long time ago? Meng Zhang raised his head, sweating profusely. Precisely because we knew of this weakness, this lowly one dared to presumptuously ask your majesty for help. This lowly one is the true legacy disciple of Si Zhu Fairy and will definitely deliver the beauty right into your hands. Hearing what pleased his ears, Wandu Wang instantly changed his expression, chuckling and personally helping the two up. My goodness, with such a sweet deal, why didn't you bring it to me sooner? So you guys know the drill. He pulled an old, worn-out secret manual from his robes. I heard rumors that Si Zhu is deadlocked in her tribulation. Take this pile of scrap paper back and hand it in. Just say you found it in an ancient ruin. That hag will definitely take the bait immediately upon seeing this tasty morsel. After laying out the cunning scheme, he chuckled and rubbed his chin in satisfaction. Once the deed is done, this king only wants her body. As for all those miscellaneous resources, you guys can enjoy them all. Thank you, your majesty, for your patronage. Back in reality, the old woman took another sip of the bitter tea, smacking her lips. But man proposes, God disposes. Who would have thought that Si Zhu Fairy holding that fake manual actually managed to break through the immortal transformation bottleneck? The more she babbled, the darker Su Li Yue's face became. However, after attaining the Tao, Si Xiu suffered from qi deviation and went completely insane. She rushed out into a bloody, life-and-death battle with Man Fairy and died a tragic death. After that earth-shattering battle, the globally renowned Liu Li Immortal Palace was also torn to pieces, turning into this desolate pile of ruins. After digesting that entirely twisted drama, Su Li Yue pondered and muttered under her breath. So that was the root of everything. Fury erupting, she hissed through trembling teeth. You audacious traitor, so you actually dared to collude with those two bastards to stab your master in the back. The dried-up corpse of an old woman was none other than Feng Ling. She widened her cloudy eyes. Wait, are you master reincarnated to collect a debt? Before she could finish, the entire Liu Li Immortal Palace ruins trembled violently as if hit by an earthquake. Yunzai quickly spread her arms to shield Duo, shouting in panic, "What the hell is happening?" From the center of the courtyard, a pitch-black demonic tornado began to surge. Feng Ling hobbled to stand up straight, leaning on her staff, laughing maniacally. The twists of fate are truly ridiculous. Who would have thought I'd run into my sworn enemy in this cramped corner? She smirked, showing off her toothless grin with a savage laugh. What a tasty bait. Using your worthless life as a sacrifice to summon my disciple's soul back makes perfect sense. Yunzai and Duo, completely shocked, turned to look at Su Li Yue. Senior sister, are you the master of this ancient old hag? This matter is very complicated. Let's keep our lives to get back home, and then I'll tell you two everything. Duo glanced down at the toes of her shoes and let out a piercing scream. From beneath the rubble, countless tragic, resentful faces sprouted up, crawling toward the three girls. Duo went pale and screamed, "Oh my God, what kind of demonic monsters are these?" Su Li Yue jolted awake from her shock, snapping her head around and muttering, "Damn it, could this be?" Feng Ling raised her magic staff high into the sky, chanting spells rapidly. Heaven and earth spin, clouds and winds rage, yin and yang reverse, ghosts and gods tremble. A giant, evil skull summoned by her tore through space and emerged. Crushed bones and torn flesh forged the altar. All beings' infatuation reveals the true form. The bright moon high above was instantly swallowed by dark clouds. Darkness covers the world and blinds the heavenly eye. The deep abyss of the 9 netherworlds extinguishes the stars. The crazy old woman continued to roar her dark magic without stopping, transcending the cycle of reincarnation to escape the mortal realm. Through 10,000 lifetimes, the soul defies life and death. Su Li Yue yelled furiously right in her face. How many innocent female cultivators' lives have you taken? True to your evil nature, that's hard to change. You still cling to that filthy soul-possession dark art. Feng Ling grinned with a wild, crazy laugh. So what if I do? Encountering this once-in-a-thousand-years anomaly today, it's truly the perfect time and place for me to borrow a corpse and resurrect. Dozens of vengeful spirits swirling around her body multiplied by the second. And my dear master, right now you are just a weak ant. What gives you the right to act wildly before me? Su Li Yue spread her arms as a human shield to protect the two sisters behind her, frantically issuing an ultimatum. We're doomed. Duo, senior sister Yun, you two run away fast. Feng Ling spun her magic staff rapidly, launching a preemptive strike. Falling into my hands, don't even dream of escaping. Another horde of slimy, hideous evil demons crawled up from the ground, groaning. Stop being so stubborn, be good and come down to keep us company. In the nick of time, a blinding streak of light crashed down, splitting the unlucky ghost neatly into 2 halves. Seeing the evil spirit get obliterated right under her nose, Feng Ling's eyes bulged, choking on her words in shock. Su Li Yue stood arrogantly amidst the thick smoke, her fingers tightly clamping a talisman radiating brilliant light. She confidently smirked. Sorry, my Yue Xian Lun was born to naturally counter your petty dark arts. It's not that easy to take this lady's life. Her mouth was talking big, but her guts were doing flips. Crap, blocking just one hit drained half my spiritual energy. If I have to tank a few more moves, I'll probably bleed out and drop dead. From behind, Yunzai pulled out her jade flute and played a soothing melody. Healing spirit music, Willow restores spring buff. A gentle emerald green halo wrapped around Su Li Yue's body, helping her recover her strength, which absolutely amazed her. Whoa, what is this godly healing buff? Duo and Yunzai both smiled warmly at the same time. Why is senior sister Su saying ominous things again? As if we sisters would just abandon you to take the beating alone. Exactly, I already swore to Marshal Uncle Bai that I'd take good care of you. Su Liyue looked at her two ride-or-die teammates with teary eyes. Senior sister Yun, Duo, you guys are too good to me. But 3 seconds later the mood plummeted when Yunzai added, but taking a step back is still better. I never plan to fight to the death here. If you want to fight, at least lure her out to an open field. Who fights right in someone's courtyard? Su Liyue scratched her head. Oh right, that makes sense. My hero complex suddenly flared up and I completely forgot about the terrain. Seeing them chattering over her, Feng Ling's face darkened completely. So what if your Yue Xian Lun counters my element? She glared crazily, violently swinging her staff. Today I will smash that piece of scrap metal Yue Xian Lun of yours to dust. Su Liyue held her forehead and let out a long sigh, speechless. There you see, you've pissed her off. Yunzai broke into a cold sweat, suddenly scared out of her wits. Senior sister makes perfect sense. I'll learn my lesson and never dare to challenge someone on their home turf like this again. By this time, the entire courtyard of the Liuli Palace was completely surrounded by the army of evil spirits summoned by Feng Ling. The camera pans back to the magnificent Lantern Festival cruise ship. The guy Yuan Lijai was still standing with his hands on his hips, engaging in a fierce verbal battle with Zhao Yan. Let me tell you, the Yao family is in ruins now, and this Langnan city is a territory where my Yuan family calls the wind and summons the rain. Even if your Yao family is so destitute that you have to eat dirt, this young master wouldn't even spare half a glance of charity your way. Bai Luo Chen found him an eyesore, so he stepped up, patted Zhao Yan's shoulder to stop her. Just drop it, miss. Who has the time to bicker with this mad dog? You should go home. I have an urgent appointment to handle. Being publicly humiliated by Bai Luo Chen, Yuan Lijai spat a glob of saliva onto the ground and shouted arrogantly, "Where did this rabid dog crawl out from to bite randomly? Are you blind to not see that this young master is chatting with Miss Zhao Yan?" Bai Luo Chen looked at him from the corner of his eye and threw back a disdainful remark. Is the arrogant attitude of you prodigal sons cast from the exact same mold? Or why does every single one of you have the exact same big mouth when you go out? Yuan Lijai flared up, unsheathing his shiny broadsword and pointing it straight at Bai Luo Chen's face. You bastard! I am an inner sect disciple of Ba Dao Villa, a top 9 major sect in the southern region. How many lives have you sprouted to dare pluck the tiger's whiskers of this old master? Suddenly, a purple-robed lackey standing nearby seemed to recognize the familiar voice. His face turned as pale as a banana leaf and he stammered, "Wait, this voice, could it be?" Just as Yuan Lijai was screaming like a madman, inciting his underlings to jump in and beat up Bai Luo Chen, the purple-robed guy had already dropped to his knees, kowtowing like worshipping a star. Brothers, chop him up. Hero, spare my life. The purple-robed guy hastily severed all ties with the Yuan guy in a flash. He did this on his own. This lowly one is completely innocent and not involved at all. Please, great lord, be magnanimous. Raise your hand high and strike gently. Spare this lowly one's miserable life. Seeing his underling flip-flop and sell him out, Yuan Lijai was furious and delivered a kick straight to the face of the cowardly disciple. Bai Luo Chen ignored the messy chaos, leisurely smoothed his sleeves, turned around and said, "Since there's a punching bag right here, let's do a little test to see how well you can absorb knowledge, miss." Zhao Yan patted her chest confidently. "Mr. Bai, rest assured, no problem at all." Bai Luo Chen elegantly moved his hand, drawing a talisman floating in midair. "Open your eyes wide and watch. I will only demonstrate this once." Yuan Lijai hoisted his broadsword and lunged toward Bai Luo Chen, roaring, "Accept your death, you bastard." Bai Luo Chen casually called out the word freeze and calmly turned to ask Zhao Yan as if nothing had happened. "This trick is called the body-binding talisman. Did you grasp the core of it?" "Yes, I comprehended it immediately." He lightly snapped his fingers with a click, and Yuan Lijai was instantly suppressed by an invisible pressure, falling face first onto the wooden floor. The guy was locked stiff as a board, only his mouth left mumbling curses. "You bastard, what kind of demonic trick did you use?" Now it was Zhao Yan's turn to practice her craft. She pointed her finger and shouted loudly, "Freeze." Seeing his future disciple comprehend things so rapidly, Bai Luo Chen nodded in praise, truly worthy of someone with an innate Dao body, very bright. She smiled until her eyes formed crescents, flattering him. Not at all, it's mostly because Mr. Bai is such an excellent teacher. Having dealt with it swiftly, the three of them dusted off their hands, planning to slip away. "Let's bolt. This hyperactive brat will be locked stiff for 3 hours, unable to move." Zhao Yan hurriedly called him back. "Wait a minute, Mr. Bai. I still have some lingering resentment that I haven't vented." Zhao Yan rolled up her sleeves and marched indignantly back to the victim. She put all her strength into a vicious kick right into Yuan Li Zhai's butt. "That's what you get for daring to scold me." Taking the critical kick, Yuan Li Zhai foamed at the mouth instantly. "Mr. Bai, I'm done taking my revenge, let's get out of here," ignoring the guy who was weakly cursing after them. "You bitch, you just wait." Bai Luo Chen carefully instructed Zhao Yan, "Miss Yao, take Zining back to your house to hide first. I have an urgent matter and need to make a quick trip." The girl asked curiously, So when will you let me offer tea and formally acknowledge you as my master?" He chuckled and rubbed her head. "Just be patient, the academy's recruitment period is coming up. If you can snag 3rd place, I will immediately take you in as my personal disciple. You have to keep your word, pinky promise." After giving instructions to Zhao Yan, he turned to Zining. "If that Yuan Li Zhai guy brings his gang to cause trouble, please help Wu Ye clean them up." Zining winked. "Husband, just go wild. These past few years, thanks to your hard work chopping wood to serve me, my inner energy has recovered tremendously." Zining gave a mischievous, highly dangerous smirk. "Snapping the necks of a few small fry from the Yuan family is as easy as flipping my hand." Hearing his wife's solid guarantee, Bai Luo Chen felt reassured and flew off. "Then I'll leave this battlefield to you to handle. Wishing my husband a triumphant return. Have a safe trip, Mr. Bai." Back to the fierce battlefield, Su Li Yue had now taken a massive critical hit, coughing up a whole pool of blood. Yunzai and Duo Duo had also been knocked unconscious, rolling on the ground. Su Li Yue dragged her battered body to shield the two, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, "Ling the grievances between us master and disciple have nothing to do with them. You can chop me into pieces however you want, but please leave them a way out." Feng Ling crazily channeled a forbidden art, draining vitality. She laughed hysterically with thick sarcasm. Well, I never dreamed that the Sizu fairy who arrogantly trampled on the world would one day have to kneel and beg me. This feeling of humiliation is an endless high, master." Her smile vanished, her cold eyes radiating a chilling aura, but crying and begging is useless. The delicious flesh and blood of you 3 wenches are the final perfect puzzle pieces for this old self to transcend tribulation and be reborn. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Ling's grotesque, muddy mass of flesh and blood surged forward massively to tear Su Li Yue apart. In despair, Su Li Yue pulled out her final trump card, but the ominous talisman fizzled out. Damn it! Even the life-saving magical treasure given by Master has lost its signal and failed. She gritted her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death. There's no way back. I have no choice but to burn the rest of this broken divine soul. Su Li Yue unleashed her Yue Ying technique, forming a shield of light to protect both Yunzai and Duo Duo. Right at the moment death knocked on the door, a blinding blade of light slashed from the horizon, ripping apart Feng Ling's slimy, chaotic mass. However, that pile of mushy meat was like rubber being tickled. It remained unharmed, swelled up even larger, and roared loudly as it rushed in to attack. Perched on the high platform, Feng Ling glared down, nodding in delight as she admired her tyrannical masterpiece. She roared in excitement, "Keep resisting, struggle all you want. Eventually, all of you will turn into pus and blood to fertilize the glorious new life of this old self." Hanging by a thread, Bai Luo Chen's weapon tore through the wind and lunged forward, signaling the landing of their savior. Bai Luo Chen's sharp blade pinned directly into the middle of the mushy pile of meat. The terrifying power blasted the rotting meat apart, sending chunks exploding and flying in all directions, leaving a gaping hole right in the middle of the enemy's formation. Seeing the critical strike break her indestructible wall of flesh and blood, Feng Ling's jaw dropped so hard in shock it practically fell off. Bai Luo Chen swooped down, scooped Su Liyue into his arms, and darted out of the stinking encirclement. Sorry it took a while to gear up, so I'm late. He frowned, looking heartbroken at the battered and bruised Su Liyue. I didn't expect you guys to run into this once-in-a-millennium ominous anomaly. This was my oversight for not factoring it in. It's not my good disciple's fault. Su Liyue lay flat like a stray cat in Bai Luo Chen's arms, her teary, blurry eyes welling up, on the verge of bursting into tears. Seeing his pitiful disciple, Bai Luo Chen gently signaled her to rest assured and take a nap, then ordered his magical treasure to escort the wounded delegation back to the library base. He stood tall and imposing amidst Feng Ling's mushy flesh encirclement, his aura soaring to the heavens as he dropped a line. As for the rest of the fighting, let your master carry the team. Feng Ling tilted her chin up in contempt at him. Back then my master stopped me, so I had to give up. But now a brat claiming to be the Grandmaster crawls out to ruin my good deeds. A massive skeleton rose up, blotting out the sky behind her. With you bunch of narrow-minded masters, were disciples born just to be obedient puppets for you to pull the strings. Hearing her scream, Bai Luo Chen frowned and deduced, so you are Li Yue's rebellious disciple from her previous life. Feng Ling sneered and arrogantly admitted it. So what? If the Grandmaster here pities his obedient puppet so much, then offer up your pathetic life and die in her place. After her cursing, she immediately merged into one with the grotesque, giant skeleton behind her. Those disgusting chunks of mushy flesh began to twitch and fuse together. They squirmed and took shape, sneaking around to the back to ambush Bai Luo Chen. He reacted as fast as lightning, spinning on his heel and throwing a peerlessly powerful 4-star holy talisman to meet the attack. The wall of mushy flesh was blown to pieces by the explosion, revealing the dried bone core lunging forward to tear at Bai Luo Chen. He glared coldly and mocked, "Oh, trying to backstab me or what, putting up this diversion?" The giant bone spirit frantically absorbed all the mashed blood and flesh scattered on the ground. As bulging muscles grew and covered the skeleton, Feng Ling threw her head back and laughed heartily. Perfect. This is the immortal true body crystallized from the blood and flesh of tens of thousands of young girls sacrificed to me. When the skeleton reconstructed into a complete new body, she groaned in ecstasy. Oh, this intoxicating feeling. It's as if I have reached out and touched the realm of the supreme great Tao. Bai Luo Chen disdainfully waved his hand to draw another talisman stroke. You've turned yourself into a monstrosity that's neither human nor ghost, and you still have the nerve to mention the great Tao. A brilliantly glowing array enveloping the entire sky was drawn and completed by him in the blink of an eye. Feng Ling's eyes widened in utter shock. This brat is actually a high-level divine talisman master. Bai Luo Chen coldly formed a demon-slaying seal. It's too late to realize that now. Explode for me. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, tearing at the eardrums. The shockwave shook and shattered heaven and earth, sending gravel flying and creating a blinding sandstorm. A massive fissure beneath their feet erupted with glaring, blood-red pillars of light. Bai Luo Chen stared thoughtfully at the evil red light. So the crux lies here. This is the bloody shortcut to ascension of the soul attachment art. From the abyss, a grotesque giant hand tore through the earth and rock, reaching up. Right at the blood-red fissure, the crater's gash widened more and more like the maw of a wild beast. Then the shoulder of the bizarre giant loomed up. Next, a chunk of red, sinewy, scaly flesh, resembling a thigh, grew out. Finally, an entire massive foot stomped down, crushing a whole section of the palace. Bai Luo Chen was left speechless witnessing this bizarre, sprouting transformation. Feng Ling bared her fangs and asked in an arrogant tone, "Does the Grandmaster find this body of mine sharp?" She swayed back and forth, striking a disgustingly seductive pose. "Comparing this aptitude with my dear master, who do you think is better?" With her naked body, Feng Ling triumphantly flaunted it right in front of Bai Luo Chen's nose. "Beloved Grandmaster, try giving a fair judgment. Has my aptitude surpassed my master's yet?" Bai Luo Chen rolled his eyes, glancing at her with a disdainful scoff. "Our little Li Yue is noble and unearthly. A practitioner of unorthodox demonic paths like you doesn't even have the right to compare." After finishing his sentence, he directly activated the Usura golden body technique, his body instantly swelling into a giant in a flash. his whole body radiating a brilliant golden aura. Bai Luo Chen exploded his inner power, channeling force into his two fists and roaring, "Accept your death, you crazy hag." As fast as lightning, a punch with the force of 1,000 tons smashed right into the center of Feng Ling's chest, shattering it. Enduring the heaven-shaking punch, she still bared her teeth in a mocking smile. "I thought you were on some high level, but it turns out you are just as blind as those old geezers." Bai Luo Chen was stunned, blinking in extreme surprise. From the cracks in her skin, a disgusting sticky slime poured out, clinging tightly to his arm and refusing to let go. Bai Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and calmly exposed her. "No wonder, you and the scum from the Jaila Palace are birds of a feather, specializing in leeching and sucking the blood of living beings to cultivate demonic arts." Now that hideous slime had voraciously corroded deep into the flesh on his arm. Those punks from the Jaila Palace had to rely on the earth veins to cling to immortal vitality. But it looks like this repulsive body of yours has already touched the threshold of an immortal body. Feng Ling narrowed her eyes with a smug smile and retorted, "Grandmaster is truly perceptive. That majestic patriarch of the Jaila Palace is just scavenging some leftover cultivation methods dropped from my rice bowl." The slimy mess rapidly spread to swallow his entire arm. She twisted her body and sneered, "I should have swallowed the 3 dry corpses of those brats to be fully satisfied, but luckily, I've perfectly leveled up now anyway." Bai Luo Chen stared in horror at the strange, viscous liquid slowly dripping down from the sky. Feng Ling squealed in joy as if striking gold, extending her claws to grab it and screaming, "It's here, it's here. The marrow-cleansing heavenly lightning has finally descended. The day this seed attains the Tao and becomes an immortal has arrived." Bai Luo Chen regained his composure slightly, casting a contemptuous and cheap look at her. "You dare to delude yourself into thinking this disgusting trash is cleansing heavenly lightning." He immediately formed seals to cast the quintuple Kaiyan Wu, responding heavenly tribulation, pouring all his firepower into a devastating strike. "If you crave the taste of lightning tribulation so much, then I'll grant you a batch of lightning to blow you to pieces." Instantly, tens of thousands of roaring lightning bolts transformed into a furious lightning dragon, sweeping towards Feng Ling. The savage, destructive force shook the heavens and earth, turning the surrounding majestic mountains into dust in an instant. Feng Ling coldly smirked and mocked, "Oh my, Grandmaster's tiny talisman scratching my itch hurts this seat so much." Finishing her sarcasm, she glided with ghostly speed to cling right behind his neck, breathing cold air. "But overall, it just stings a tiny bit, Grandmaster." Before he could even blink, she unleashed a fatal strike with a surging wave of dark evil energy, blasting him far away. Bai Luo Chen struggled to brace himself against the aftershock. He gritted his teeth and sneered, "Your immortal skin is pretty tough, tanking a divine talisman without a scratch." Then Feng Ling fully released all her murderous aura, causing the sky vault to crack in patches. She roared to show off her might. "The petty tricks of you mortals are just mosquito bites to an immortal. Brat, in front of this seat, you are nothing but an insect." The zenith of the sky shattered into pieces, dripping down disgusting green slime that fell with a patter. Witnessing this insane anomaly, Bai Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim in panic, "What kind of devilry is this now?" Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Feng Ling burst into savage laughter. "Open your eyes wide and enjoy it, brat. This is a miracle that your pathetic life wouldn't have the blessing to witness even after cultivating for 1,000 years." From the dense mist, faint glazed jade steps connecting all the way to the heavenly gate gradually appeared. It was the path to the immortal realm. Bai Luo Chen didn't hesitate to accelerate and dash after her, shouting loudly, "Not on my watch, keep dreaming." He lunged forward, grabbing her calf and pinning it to the ground, risking his life to prevent her from moving even half an inch. Feng Ling turned her head in a frenzy and growled, "You bastard, let go of my leg. You massacred so many innocent lives to pave your way and think you can just pat your butt and leave so easily." Bai Luo Chen brandished a bunch of weapons held in his forearms and shouted, "If worldly magical treasures can't pierce your tough skin, then I'll infuse spiritual power into them and hack you to death." Anxious to climb the ascension steps, Feng Ling ground her teeth, plotting, "If I tear myself away like this, my immortal body will be slightly damaged, but there's no other way, I have to risk it." So she gritted her teeth and forcefully twisted her leg bone with a loud snap. Instantly, the ankle he was gripping tightly severed completely from the thigh, blood spurting and splashing, soaking the entire area. Bai Luochen stared in astonishment at her extreme ruthlessness. What the hell, crippling her own leg? Before he could comprehend the situation, a dense swarm of demons and ghosts crawled up from the cracks like worms, forming a solid barricade in front of him. They madly swarmed and bit at Bai Luochen like ants blocking a path, leaving him exhausted and with no time to chase after that hag. Taking that opportunity, she dragged her stumped, blood-stained body, crawling up the heavenly steps one by one. Feng Ling felt bone-deep pain but still forced herself to crawl close to the glorious finish line, squeezing out greedy words, "Just a little more. Drag this corpse there, and the life of suffering is over." Below, a cold, sharp sword strike like thunder tore through the mist, cleaving the monsters blocking the way in half, sending them to heaven before they could even utter a word. Having cleaned up the trash-like monsters, Bai Luochen looked up at the top of the stairs in dismay and shouted, "Damn it, it's too late." Feng Ling had now inched to the final step. She was in tears of joy, howling, "I am an immortal, a genuine immortal." Right at that moment of ecstasy, a slender, jade-like hand suddenly reached out from the void, blocking the path. It gently gripped the top of her skull, making Feng Ling's eyes roll back and her face turn sickly pale. The owner of that hand just gave a light squeeze, and Feng Ling's skull shattered into dust. She stopped breathing instantly without even a grunt. The headless corpse lost its momentum and slid down uncontrollably, dropping heavily right at Bai Luochen's toes. Bai Luochen was startled when he faced the last-minute rescuer, his eyebrows furrowed tightly as he roared in anger, "Bastard, why is it you?" Fairy Zhu arrogantly tilted her face up with a cold smile. "It truly is a narrow path for enemies, just casually cleaning up the cheap life of a rebellious disciple, and I bump right into your face." Bai Luochen grimaced and waved his hand to dispel the giant shell, shrinking his true body back to its original form. Confronting her made his blood boil to his brain. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "HMPH, shut your deceitful mouth. Obediently surrender your life so I can escort you to justice." Yet Zhu just lightly flicked her sleeve, neutralizing the attack in the blink of an eye. She grinned. "Hold on, cool down, I'm in a good mood today. I don't have spare sweat to come here and brawl with you." Bai Luochen, unconvinced, pulled out his battle axe to show off and prepare for an ambush. "What are you beating around the bush for? Has your cultivation plummeted so miserably lately that you're scared? My Zio Yue Lun has been dying to knock that meat-cleaving hammer of yours on the head." He waved his hands, channeling his inner energy and cursing profusely. "I didn't ask you to shed crocodile tears. Your father here still has 9 tricks left to send you to the underworld. 9 tricks. I told you I came here to negotiate today with a ban on fighting, yet you keep flaring up like a slaughtered pig." Suddenly, Zhu turned her back and changed to a mysterious tone. "Almost forgot. Lately I've caught some secret news in the upper realm. Even though I know revealing heavenly secrets will incur punishment, for your sake, I'll break the rules and give you a heads up." She threw back a stiff smile accompanied by a sharp taunt. "Watch that little wife of yours, Zai Ning, closely." Bai Luochen's face stiffened. He frowned and asked in confusion, "What are you being so cryptic about? Spit it out." But Zhu just chuckled maliciously, dropping a golden word before vanishing into the void. "Who says heaven's laws allow me to speak it out?" Bai Luochen frantically reached out and roared to stop her. "Stop right there. What the hell happened to my Zai Ning?" He resentfully gritted his teeth, reasoning in his mind. "Didn't this crazy woman swear to fight me to the death until her last breath? Why did she drop a smoke bomb and slip away so quickly today?" Bai Luochen rushed forward like a moth to a flame, roaring, "Halt and explain the whole story clearly." Coincidentally at that moment, a blinding bolt of lightning struck straight into Zai Ning's mind, making her eyes widen in shock. Fresh blood surged to her throat, spewing out profusely and soaking a patch of her clothes. Zhao Yan panicked, throwing everything aside and rushing in to shake her. "What's wrong, Master's wife? Master's wife?" Zai Ning groaned in pain, her lips stammering incoherently. Her body shivered violently as if she had malaria, tears welling up in her eyes as she whispered, "It's over. I've completely lost connection with my husband's aura." On the opposite side, a crowd dressed in modern clothes was curiously staring at Bai Luo Chen, gossiping lively. "Hey, look what's going on over there. The kid probably just had a heat stroke. He's waking up." Bai Luo Chen groggily shook off his sleepiness, lightly scratched his head and grimaced, muttering, "Why is it so mind-numbingly noisy? Where on earth is this?" What caught his eyes then was the scene of modern people bustling about, laughing and talking loudly, making his eyes widen as he blurted out, "Could I be in the immortal realm?" He slowly looked around, starting from the handsome men and beautiful women immersed in singing and dancing, to the glamorous and luxurious super racing cars. Bai Luo Chen had a look of utter bewilderment, unable to help but ask aloud, "What the hell is this? Could I have transmigrated back to my hometown?" However, just as he tried to focus his mind and channel his chi, a faint fiery halo instantly flared up. "Wait a minute, that's not right. My cultivation is still intact," he exclaimed in astonishment. Could the true appearance of the immortal realm look this ridiculous? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, quickly drawing his attention and making him snap his head back to exclaim, "Teacher Bai." Two beauties looking exactly like Mi Meng and Su Li Yue ran over happily to tease him. "It really is Teacher Bai. You're also trying your hand at cosplay, but it looks like a total disaster." Seeing those two familiar faces, Bai Luo Chen's mouth was agape, so shocked that he turned to stone. He dashed forward, grabbing the shoulders of the girl in front of him and pressing, "How the hell did you guys appear here?" The girl pouted and replied, "PSH, to check out the exhibition, of course. What a weird question." Bai Luo Chen's mind was churning with turmoil as he secretly calculated, "Could I have fallen into a parallel world? Or is it just a ridiculous coincidence? But obviously, before I transmigrated, I never worked as a teacher." The pink-haired girl's shoulders were squeezed so hard she was in tears, whining loudly, "Teacher, you're crushing my bones," he suddenly realized. But this realistic sensation is absolutely not an illusion. Suddenly, a creepy sensation arose as a strange creature slowly slithered along his arm. Bai Luo Chen jumped in fright, leaping far back, staring intently at that hideous thing with a chill down his spine. What the hell is this crap? In the blink of an eye, the entire surrounding space began to twist and deform weirdly. He scanned his surroundings, carefully evaluating in his mind. This damn anomaly hid itself really well. Bai Luo Chen immediately erupted with spiritual power, clutching his weapon tightly, and scoffed coldly. "If it weren't for the intention to pollute me, I might have been successfully fooled by this trick." After saying that, he swung his blade and pivoted but didn't forget to leave a regretful sentence. "Li Yue, Zio Meng, forgive my offense." Just as he finished speaking, Bai Luo Chen slowly brought two fingers to lightly touch his temple, his eyes radiating absolute resolve. He decisively launched an attack, slashing out a powerful gale like a sweeping tornado, making the skirts of those two girls flutter in the wind and exposing everything. Bai Luo Chen's face clearly showed his speechlessness. He smacked his lips and sighed. This world has been polluted to such a tragic extent, this situation is completely beyond saving. Even so, he clenched his fists, roaring furiously. "Sizu, are you out of ideas that you have to use these despicable tricks?" The only response to his fury was a spine-chilling silence. Not a single ghost spoke up. He stared in shock at the scene unfolding before his eyes. This place, isn't this the immortal realm's great thousand world? Bai Luo Chen rubbed his eyes a few times, still unable to believe the truth, exclaiming in awe, "Could this be the legendary great thousand world? It looks pretty magnificent." He quickly regained his composure, examining every change around him. But if this world is polluted, would it be this dilapidated? Are those ascendant cultivators too idle to even care? Immediately, his pupils reflected a giant meteorite that was cracking. The pollution is still sweeping through. At this rate, the whole world will be wiped out. Could Sizu have a hand in this monstrous incident? Bai Luo Chen suddenly fell silent, a thought flashing through his mind. Where on earth is the source of this mess? Following that, swarms of hideous beasts began pouring out in droves. In short, what the hell is going on? Bai Luo Chen's tiny figure just floated in the void, staring blankly at the ruined scenery around him until he was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared. She looked as if she were in a deep slumber. The moment her eyes cracked open, countless meteorites around instantly exploded like fireworks. Bai Luochen couldn't help but gape at the epic chaos unfolding before him. Suddenly, a faint pastel pink streak of light glided by, instantly grabbing his attention. Right behind it were countless other pink rays of light, but they vanished in a flash just as quickly as they appeared. In a flash, he was hurled by the power of the Heavenly Tao's star shift to an area full of gigantic mushrooms. Ziyu lounged frivolously on a pure white cloud, laughing heartily and teasing, "How is it? Are you surprised? Is it thrilling? Tusk, why does he keep staring at me?" Bai Luochen glared at her sideways, his eyes flashing with anger. "Is this the cheap play you wanted me to witness?" Ziyu casually twirled a lock of hair around her finger, triumphantly retorting, "Hey Bai Luochen, you're the one who tagged along all the way here. I didn't hold a knife to your neck and force you. Besides, I just conveniently picked up your little life, so you'd better speak nicely." He swallowed his anger, forced to grit his teeth and yield. "Fine, 1,000 thanks to fellow Taoist for your righteous intervention. Now please reveal to me what that devilish thing is, okay?" she replied lazily. Let me rack my brain and think." Ziyu pretended to hesitate, her hand fiddling with a red silk ribbon to casually tease him. "Are you absolutely certain you want to hear the truth? What if after hearing it, you're so shocked that you can't recover for 10,000 lifetimes?" he snapped. "Stop beating around the bush and spit it out." Hearing his grumpiness, she burst into hysterical laughter and dropped a bombshell. "He is the Heavenly Tao itself." Hearing this, Bai Luochen's brain went on strike. He frowned and retorted, "How the hell can the Heavenly Tao have a tangible physical form?" Ziyu giggled, casually dropping the words, "Well, obviously it's because it got polluted and mutated into that." Taking advantage of the moment, she started a lecture to explain things in detail to him. "The real disaster is that this germ of pollution is spreading at breakneck speed. Sooner or later, it will crash down on your little world." Bai Luochen was scared out of his wits, shouting, "Impossible! This nonsense isn't the truth. The Heavenly Tao wants to destroy the world itself." "Are you telling a joke?" she shot back. "You saw it with your own eyes just now. How long do you plan to hypnotize yourself?" Ziyu put one hand on her hip, waving the other to explain further. Almost forgot, I also have a fatal excuse that will force you to believe it completely." He was curious. What reason? As soon as she finished speaking, she raised a finger and tapped lightly on his forehead, splashing a few peach-pink water drops, then joyfully declared, "That precious little wife of yours, Zaining, is actually a piece of the Heavenly Tao's flesh and blood." She smirked and threw a wicked smile, her eyes flashing with a cunning look. "What kind of freak is the Heavenly Tao in this godforsaken place after all?" he asked in a low, grating voice. Ziyu caressed the jade pendant on her chest, answering unhurriedly, "Even I have no clue about that. Just because I can use it doesn't mean I have to understand its origins." Ziyu turned and gracefully brushed past Bai Luochen, clasping her hands behind her back and slowly dropping her words. "But once you've accidentally stepped into this minefield of karma, there's no way you can just be a bystander watching the play later on. So, that thing is exactly the heaven beyond heaven you always yearned for in the past. So, do you still want to embody it?" As Ziyu finished speaking, she closed her mouth and walked away. Bai Luochen immediately shouted authoritatively from behind, "Stop right there for me." Suddenly, Ziyu spread her arms wide, her luscious dark hair dancing in the wind, borrowing the faint light from the glowing mushrooms to highlight her gorgeous beauty, and she gleefully spoke, "Spot on. I want to kick it away and sit in that position, and you, once your eyes are opened, will become my most capable chess piece." Saying that, Ziyu's eyes flashed brilliantly. She smiled radiantly and added, "Anyway, surely you wouldn't resign yourself to helplessly watching your nest get swallowed whole by the germ of pollution, right?" Hearing the provocation, Bai Luochen knitted his brows tightly, one hand clenched into a fist, the other swinging a blazing trident, and growled menacingly, "I might do you a favor and help you deal with that nuisance, but don't even think you can get away with your malicious scheme." Ziyu turned her head back, one hand on her hip, mocking his big talk. My, what a boast. Wait until that time comes to talk big." Immediately, the ground beneath their feet split into a long crack, fierce flames racing to erupt from the bottom of the abyss. Ziyu leisurely perched on her crescent moon-shaped magical artifact, not panicking in the slightest, but smiling cryptically and muttering, "Well, the goods have arrived, the goods are here." Faintly smelling danger, Bai Luo Chen frowned in tension, asking in a deep, suspicious voice, "What kind of devilish array is this?" The sky suddenly rioted violently, invisibly tossing the giant mushrooms into the air, accompanied by a band of energy blending purple, gold, and orange, twisting itself into a massive vortex. Bai Luo Chen was startled, put on guard to the point of breaking out in a profuse sweat. At this moment, Tai Ziyu frivolously spoke. "Hey you, guy surnamed Bai, have you mentally prepared to spend the rest of your life as a little mouse drifting in the void, huh Bai?" Tai Ziyu still sat elegantly with her legs crossed, twirling her peculiar weapon and leisurely rambling. Thinking about it, rummaging through the entire great thousand world to fish out a specific coordinate is truly harder than ascending to heaven. Those previous times I managed to scoop you guys up were all thanks to me relying on the thread of karma. She pointed her slender, sharply filed finger towards a direction of nothingness. As Bai Luo Chen narrowed his eyes to scrutinize every beam of light, Tai Ziyu frankly threw a wet blanket. "To sum it up bluntly, you have absolutely zero chance of dragging your carcass back to your homeland." Bai Luo Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. He smirked and retorted with an insolent, challenging voice. "Are you saying that from now on, we'll have to play hide-and-seek with this apocalyptic mess?" Right at that moment, Bai Luo Chen channeled all his power. A bolt of lightning flashed along his arm and merged with a blinding, roaring red flame. He frowned and scrutinized. "Tisk, so this is the legendary thread of karma." That invisible rope suddenly wrapped tightly around Bai Luo Chen's entire body, dragging him straight into the heart of a giant black hole. The bombardment of a series of planets crashing into each other painted a chaotic apocalyptic picture. Tai Ziyu's voice echoed in his ear. "My, there is an infatuated person lighting up a whole corner of the sky for you, acting as a lighthouse to guide your way." A pillar of energy smashed into the ground as powerfully as a giant greatsword. Its entire body died completely in billowing flames. Right at that blinding golden core, the fragile figure of Zai Ning appeared faintly. The explosive presence of Zai Ning made heaven and earth seem like they were about to crumble. Her eyelashes were tightly shut, her hands respectfully clasped in front of her chest, her voice weakly calling out, "Husband, my dear husband, please return safely and quickly." The scene shifted back to the enemy duo Bai Luo Chen and Tai Ziyu. With just a glance, Bai Luo Chen could easily guess this was Zai Ning's doing. Tai Ziyu tilted her chin up and pointed a finger at him, mocking. "Oh my, this little wife of yours is awfully lovesick, daring to wager the very life of the world just to light a lamp for her husband to find his way back to the nest." That bizarre thread of karma still clung stubbornly to Bai Luo Chen's chest. He frowned in resentment. "Is this why you kept nagging me to be on guard against her?" Tai Ziyu pouted and lectured. "Heaven and earth are inherently ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs for sacrifice, even if that brat is truly infatuated with you." Tai Ziyu glanced sideways at the little darling in her hand, glaring as she threw out a damaging sentence. "Then, are you confident you have what it takes to shoulder the 1,000-ton heavy love of the heavenly Tao? This thing that's persistently clinging to my hand right here." The tiny object suddenly leapt out of her palm, flying around to provoke Bai Luo Chen, then cast a disdainful look at him. Tai Ziyu added fuel to the fire. "Wake up from your dream, man. That girl wouldn't tell you the whole story even if you pried her mouth open, proving she only sees you as a temporary tool." Bai Luo Chen stared at Tai Ziyu's eyesore of a creature, visibly annoyed. Tai Ziyu suddenly sidled up close, pressing her face right up against Bai Luo Chen's to the point their noses almost touched. She opened her mouth in a wicked smile, seducing. "How about it? Join my side, you and I will level this rotten ending together and chop that heavenly Tao to pieces." Bai Luo Chen had to grit his teeth and endure, his face grimacing like a monkey eating ginger. He hurriedly shoved that crazy woman away. Tai Ziyu still smiled with a sinister, twisted grin. Well, planning to reject my goodwill." Bai Luo Chen threw away all pretense and bluntly retorted, "Of course, do you think I'll just blindly believe whatever you say? I'd rather run back and interrogate my Zai Ning than trust your treacherous words 10,000 times over." Tai Ziyu's face darkened. She hissed in deep resentment. "For what reason? Aren't all these laid out truths enough to clear your eyes? In my view, you are definitely nothing but a wooden puppet manipulated by that cheap slut." Bai Luo Chen arrogantly turned his back to Tai Ziu's face, throwing back a freezing cold sentence. Stow those provocative and divisive tricks away. Other than Qing Luan Peak, this young master here has no desire to go anywhere else. A woman like you, who craves becoming an immortal so much that you throw away your dignity, will never understand what family means. Poked right in her sore spot, Tai Ziu's face behind him instantly turned livid with rage. She ground her teeth, spitting out 2 words full of contempt and hatred: family. Bai Luo Chen smirked in silence, shooting straight towards the glaring gold vortex floating in the galaxy, then waved his hand to open the door, leaving Tai Ziu below stomping her feet and screaming out of control. What do you mean? I am your family. Are you even crazier than I am, Bai Luo Chen, you short-circuited psycho? From deep within that void circle, a sharp finger reached out, while far away was the scene of Bai Luo Chen caught tightly in the blazing golden light storm. A crisp voice faintly echoed. See that? These 2 troublemakers turned the world upside down, making that girl sniff them out and come right to the door. Bai Luo Chen charged straight towards Tai Ziu's surging power, the streaks of light twisting together to form an omen of a fierce great battle about to erupt. Bai Luo Chen formed a 2-finger seal, ready to unleash a secret killer move, while shouting loudly, "If I can just stall for 10 breaths, it'll be a piece of cake." Before the sound could fade, Bai Luo Chen's body blazed up like a volcano, his eye sockets continuously twitching with blinding lightning bolts. The ultimate technique Usura Golden Body officially took the stage. In just a blink, Tai Ziu's savage magic streaked past and enveloped Bai Luo Chen, while he was still brimming with sky-high morale preparing to strike. All the blazing anger on Bai Luo Chen fizzled out in an instant, his blood boiling as he glared fiercely at Tai Ziu and roared, "See Ziu, do you have too much free time on your hands to go and ruin my golden body for what?" Tai Ziu impudently waved her hand in front of him, mocking, "With your current meager cat-scratching skills, dragging your carcass over there would only make you a punching bag for others. How could I let my precious strategic chess piece slip away so pointlessly in a place like this?" She swung her hand, slamming a surge of internal energy straight into Bai Luo Chen, making him stagger and stumble forward. Tai Ziu loudly shooed him away. "The stage is left for this immortal to handle beautifully. You scram back to your pig trough and cultivate more. Once your wings are fully fledged, then you can show your face here." Bai Luo Chen swallowed his bitter resentment. This plague god. Stepping onto her sickle-shaped divine artifact, Tai Ziu rubbed her chin in thought. "Tisk, what move should I use to stop your tracks now? Ah, got it. I'll just bring out the stolen item from your hands to use for convenience." Heaven and earth were then spinning in a chaotic mess of countless interwoven palm strikes, painting a gorgeous but death-scented picture named Chaotic Heaven Disturbance. Tens of thousands of surrounding stars also gradually faded, just as if they had been swallowed whole by the gaping maw of that giant demonic power. Immediately, a fiery red energy pillar tinged with gold crashed down onto the ground from out of nowhere, creating an ear-splitting explosion. The shockwave caused the ground to crack into hundreds of pieces flying blindly everywhere. When the energy mass depleted, it dispersed and vanished without a trace. Zai Ning's figure collapsed on the ground. She dazedly looked at her hands flickering with pale cyan light, whispering full of guilt, "Husband, I apologize to you 10,000 times. I am completely drained of strength." The space-piercing black hole gradually shrank to the size of a nostril. Who would have thought Bai Luo Chen had managed to squeeze through and drag himself out of the gate? He lunged forward like a moth to a flame, shouting himself hoarse, calling Zai Ning's name. Zai Ning, having just narrowly escaped death, lit up with joy upon seeing Luo Chen in the flesh, tearfully reaching out her hands and replying, "Husband." Luo Chen tore himself away from that spatial vacuum cleaner, diving headfirst toward the ground exactly like a runaway missile. Zai Ning struggled to reach her fair, jade-like hands out into midair, weakly calling, "Husband." Bai Luo Chen caught those hands, and Zai Ning leaned her head against his chest, whispering with a mix of coquettishness and relief, "Welcome home safely, my husband." Luo Chen knelt down, heartbroken as he embraced her, comforting, "Be good, I am right here." The couple slowly faded into nothingness, leaving behind at the scene a few flickering blue specks of light, and a carelessly discarded bracelet rolling on the ground. Luo Chen stared wide-eyed as Zai Ning evaporated right in front of him. Sweating buckets, he roared, "Zai Ning!" Beep beep, an emotionless notification popped up on the transparent screen. Warning, energy bar has hit rock bottom. Luo Chen held his breath, eyes glued to the screen as the next line of text slowly scrolled by, switching to emergency power-saving mode. A giant blindingly glowing orb fell from the sky, its piercing rays forcing Luo Chen, who was on his knees, to shield his eyes as he muttered, "What kind of monkey business is this now?" The surface of the brilliantly glowing sphere suddenly split open into jagged, zigzagging cracks. With a loud crack, the sphere shattered and tore apart. Zaining crawled out, but in the version of a snot-nosed little brat, skipping happily and throwing herself straight into Luo Chen's arms, hugging him tightly and shrieking coquettishly, "Husband, my beloved hubby is back." Zaining whined and clung to Luo Chen, acting like a fragile willow branch needing protection. Luo Chen, with his head still full of question marks, scratched his chin and stammered, "Wait a minute, what's with this childish style of yours?" Zaining sniffled. "The system ran out of battery and couldn't sustain an adult body anymore, so I have to make do with this interface for now." Luo Chen gently rubbed Zaining's little head, grumbling, "Do you know you gave me a heart attack? I almost cried earlier thinking you had kicked the bucket." Zaining blushed furiously in embarrassment. The little girl shyly explained, "Husband guessed right, I almost ran out of gas and vanished. But if you hadn't shown up in time, it wouldn't just be me meeting my maker, but the entire Man Huang land and the De Tian Shijai would be lining up for coffins together." Luo Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then frowned and pointed out, "You already foresaw all those disaster scenarios ages ago, didn't you? Then why did you play coy and hide it from your husband?" Zaining pouted defensively, turning her back and waving her hand. "Because husband is the only life preserver who can turn this crappy future around. But even if you beat me to death, I won't spill the reason why I chose you." He rolled his eyes. "The future. Don't tell me you're equipped with a fortune-telling function to see the future." Zaining's cute, milky face turned around, blinking her big round eyes at Luo Chen. "If husband already understands in his heart, then just keep it buried inside. Please have confidence in your own abilities, and also please put all your trust in me, will you?" Luo Chen slightly raised an eyebrow, so speechless he could only bite his tongue. After humming and hawing for a while, he finally squeezed out a sentence. "So in short, how much time do we have left?" Zaining held up a tiny finger and waved it, signaling, "About half a month at most." Luo Chen was stunned, his jaw almost dropping. "Whoa, what? Only 15 days. That's not even enough time to grab my shoes and run, let alone figure things out." Zaining smirked triumphantly as if she had everything planned out, tilting her nose up and patting her chest. "Husband can just sit back and relax. I already have countermeasures to handle everything perfectly." Fast forward to the climax. 15 days flashed by at Qingluan Peak, where lazy patches of clouds draped over the towering mountain peak, sketching out a deceivingly peaceful and utterly relaxing scene. A glowing yellow spiral portal loomed conspicuously right in the middle of the brick courtyard of a wooden house. A familiar pair of black shoes stepped right out of that spatial vacuum cleaner. It turned out to be the male god Luo Chen dragging his body back into the martial world. Being shirtless, the guy with the rippling six-pack exposed all of his deadly charm, mixed with a bunch of crisscrossing, bleeding scars from biting the bullet to buff his wife's mana. He smacked his lips and grumbled, "It's been a long time since this young master got serious enough to be this battered. Tusk, looks like I'll be wasting money on new clothes again." Zaining skipped happily over to her husband, smiling as bright as a flower while affectionately handing him a handkerchief. "My husband must be tired." Luo Chen delightfully took it to wipe his sweat, smiling so wide his eyes turned into crescents. "This little bit of sweat is nothing. As long as my wife eats well and grows up fast, I am satisfied." Although I already caught a glimpse of Su Liyue's figure sneaking around outside the gate. Duo and Liyue were craning their necks, looking around for their master. Duo peeked from behind Liyue, fuming. "Look, senior sister, these days master is always sticking to that adopted little sister who fell from the sky, tossing us aside." Su Liyue rubbed her chin and replied maturely, "Don't worry, our master always has a calculated plan for everything he does." Having said that, Su Liyue grabbed Duo's wrist and dragged her away, aggressively declaring, "Let's go wreck the cultivation tower of the faction for a bit. I have a strong feeling I'll definitely break through my bottleneck this time." Duo trailed clumsily behind, whining in protest. "Oh my, senior sister, The scabs on your wounds haven't even dried yet. Isn't it too risky to recklessly go into secluded cultivation like this? Li Yue confidently snapped her fingers like a witch casting a spell, patting her chest with a thud to reassure her. Put your mind at ease, girl. Your sister is perfectly fine. Once I grasp this domineering internal energy, I definitely have to make Master's jaw drop in shock to feel satisfied. Standing from far away, Luo Chen took in the entire comedic performance of the two girls into his sight. Hearing his disciples' whispers loud and clear, his face darkened slightly, his brows furrowing together. Just recently Li Yue suffered a near-fatal injury to her origin, and now she's already climbed to the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Thinking for a moment, he judged coldly. This god-tier leveling speed is probably a bad omen. While he was lost in thought, a little brat of a disciple flew by, riding the clouds in the wind, opening his mouth wide to shout, "Martial Uncle Bai." The kid landed gently, with a whoosh right in front of Luo Chen's nose. The little kid respectfully clasped his hands and bowed properly. "The dean sent me here to report that the main hall examination at the front gate has kicked off, requesting your esteemed self to spare some precious time to head to the front courtyard and gather a few young saplings to nurture." Duo and Su Li Yue, seeing their moment ruined, immediately turned their tails and hid, giggling awkwardly. Luo Chen waved his hand and replied curtly, "All right, report received. I grasp the situation." The Tian Chang Feng magical artifact boldly showed off its power, majestically appearing before the master and his disciples. Luo Chen swung his arm to throw on his clothes, adjusting back to the standard demeanor of an esteemed master, keeping a straight face as he lectured. "Studying and cultivating the Tao cannot be rushed out of competitiveness. Haste makes waste. You two better drop those thoughts." Instantly, Tian Chang Feng began to unleash its magical transformation form. The machine magically turned into a majestic airship. Luo Chen tilted his chin and told the two girls, "Hop on and catch some wind to do your master proud." The two girls' eyes lit up as they marveled. "Oh my God, looking at Master's Tian Chang Feng 1,000 times still feels incredibly badass." With a whoosh, the divine ship swept the whole group into the sky, tearing through the wind before dropping anchor and landing at the gathering ground in the blink of an eye. As soon as they landed, they heard the group of old geezers over there spouting sickeningly sweet flattery. "The sword faction has completely swept the board in this disciple recruitment session. Truly the top-tier swordsman of the southern region, your Jiang He Ming is too good. Snagging over 300 disciples in one go, wow, it makes one drool with envy." Suddenly, a raucous voice rang out, making Jiang He Ming's face turn ashen. "Oh my goodness, open your eyes and look, Instructor Bai from the Talisman faction has arrived." Luo Chen walked amidst the roaring, beast-like cheers of admiration from the crowd. Is that the male god Luo Chen who swung his blade to kill the green snake lord in Tianjing City? So incredibly charming. Wait, didn't rumors say his meridians were severed 10 years ago, turning him into a useless cripple? The crowd started gossiping wildly. That's why they say 30 years in Ha Dong, 30 years in Hazai. A piece of trash counterattacking to become a genius will also have their day to rise. At this rate, the Talisman faction might just crush the sword faction in this year's recruitment as easy as flipping a hand. Seeing this, Martial Uncle Su hurriedly patted Jiang He Ming's shoulder to comfort him. The commoners always love those cheesy novels about fallen underdogs coming back for revenge. That Bai Guy is nothing but a one-hit wonder, a cocky young foal. The foundations of our two factions are as solid as a rock. The truth will eventually serve him some stinging slaps to the face. A massive warship loomed as it parted the clouds and entered the main hall, a booming voice whipping out from the cabin and shaking the hills. "Qing Luan Peak is on patrol. You idle freeloaders step aside so this lord can do his work." Chang Xiao Liu poked his face out looking as dapper as a king, grinning arrogantly. "Brother Bai, I brought an entire army here to hype you up." The crowd, witnessing that scene, took the chance to noisily nitpick. "Oh my God, a demon that can wear human skin must be at least a demon king or above. Is the Talisman faction filthy rich or something, raising so many demon kings? Wow, looks like this faction's beast-taming skills might even crush the pros like the demon-taming faction." Jiang He Ming was still busy blabbering with Yuan Xiang when boom, a strange man dashed over and delivered a face-turning, sky-shattering slap to Yuan Xiang. Jiang He Ming's face twisted. Marshal Uncle Sue, I have a feeling the truth went to the wrong door. It doesn't want to take our side anymore. The other man tilted his nose arrogantly and fired back. Is the truth smashing your mouths like this satisfying enough yet? The guy fiercely raised his fist, threatening to smash Jiang Himing to pieces, making him backpedal in sheer terror, stammering and screaming. Help! Oh my God, are you trying to rebel? While the situation was boiling hot, pointing to the other side of the road, Yue Xuanzhu was cheerfully setting off loud firecrackers to celebrate. She clasped her hands, smiling brightly as she congratulated. Congratulations to junior brother Bai for a smooth deployment. May you scoop up all the talented disciples to fill your dojo. Luo Chen took off his badass sunglasses, smiling gently in return. Many thanks to senior sister for visiting. But wait, why is senior sister Yue so free? Is your faction drowning in work or something, yet you still ran over here to gossip at my place? Yue Xuanzhu winked and smiled secretly. First of all, you are officially reviving your legacy. As your senior sister, how could I miss this grand event? Secondly, little Yun's I just managed to drag herself out of bed and walk this morning, so she tagged along on the way to Kowtow and thank her lifesaver, Marshal Uncle Bai. Yue Xuanzhu swayed her hips as she stepped right up to Luo Chen, her cheeks suddenly flushing a rosy red, smiling bashfully and whispering. Junior brother has stepped up time and time again to save the rookies of our Four Arts faction. For this favor, your sister is truly out of capital and doesn't know how to repay you with her body. I mean how to properly repay you. He just forced a laugh. Oh please, I just kicked a few times out of convenience. Don't take it to heart, senior sister. Duo and Su Li Yue stood on the sidelines watching the drama, finding that flirting display extremely an eyesore, their jars of sour vinegar overturning and making them see stars in jealousy. Immediately, Su Li Yue charged in to offer herself, throwing herself directly into Luo Chen's chest, turning him to stone with a grimacing smile. Li Yue, what kind of cat-and-mouse game are you playing? She pouted and mumbled. Well, master also saved me from death's door time and time again. Your disciple also wants to repay this huge favor to you. Luo Chen, caught between two about to erupt volcanoes, smiled awkwardly. Ha, a master's duty is just to clean up the messes for his disciples. Li Yue, if you truly want to show filial respect, just bury your head in cultivation and I'll be thrilled. As for senior sister Yun, I only lifted a finger in passing. Why are you being so overly polite and formal? Luo Chen felt brain-dead, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh and muttering to himself. Forget it, fleeing is the best policy. Getting tangled in these girl issues will only shorten my lifespan. The civil war between the two girls was being pushed to a gunpowder-scented climax when Zhao Yan's clear voice chimed in, breaking the atmosphere. Ah, caught you. Mr. Bai is hiding over there. She ran over in a hurry, with the bonus of dragging along a completely unfamiliar beauty by her side. Zhao Yan excitedly waved her hands and ran over like she caught the bait. Luo Chen, acting as if he had found a life preserver, hurriedly slipped away to greet her to dodge that annoying minefield. Wow, what an honor. Miss Yao has arrived. However, right as they met face to face, the target catching his eye was the tail following behind Zhao Yan. Oh, the woman next to me is Miss Su. This lady was wandering around like a blind person in front of my house, asking around wanting to make Mr. Bai pay, so I conveniently brought her along. Miss Su threw him a look as sharp as a razor blade, slowly hissing through her teeth with dark intent. You're good at hiding, but this lady has finally caught you after all. Without wasting a single drop of saliva, the young lady leaped into the air, delivering a lethal knee strike aimed straight at Luo Chen's face. Miss Su grabbed him by the collar, jerking it hard as she screamed. Do you know you threw a massive burden onto this lady's back? After eating and dining, you deceived me endlessly, and you think you can just spit out a bye-bye and dust off your butt to leave. Luo Chen's face turned pale as he fired back. Hey, don't slander me. How did I deceive you and run? Watch your words, you're making this young master sound like some scum boy. And just what kind of bait did you swallow to track me down to this corner to hunt me? Zhao Yan saw Xiao Wu waddling by with a carrot in his mouth and let out a hoot. Xiao Wu grinned and invited her to join the carrot-munching club. Looks like that Luo Chen guy is busy trying to keep his life. He doesn't have time to serve you, miss. Come over here. I'll share a carrot with you to munch on and satisfy your cravings. Yue Xuanzhu hurriedly rushed over to pry Miss Su off Luo Chen, playing the judge and peacemaker. Cool down, miss. Our junior brother Bai's bookworm personality guarantees he would never deceive a good wife. I'm guessing there's just a crazy misunderstanding somewhere between the two of you." The woman was still blowing smoke from her head like a pressure cooker with a broken valve. "Misunderstanding my ass. This bastard signed a contract to sell himself to me ages ago, and after using me up, he just bolted without a trace." Yue Xuanzhu was severely shocked. "Oh my, junior brother Bai, did you sell yourself?" Luo Chen sweat bullets, waving his hands frantically. "Senior sister, don't believe this psycho's nonsense. I was just a hired hand making a living." Way over in a corner of the courtyard, the gluttonous gang consisting of Zhao Yan, Du Duo, Zio Wu, and Chang Zio Liu were opening a vegetarian vegetable party and gossiping their mouths off. How bizarre, a dignified female slave from the demon realm actually trekked all the way here to throw a tantrum at old Bai. "You brat, bringing this dud bomb over seems to be the opening act of a melodramatic romantic soap opera." Although I've never gossiped with Master about his stories over there, I bet back in the old days, her intimate relationship with him must have been inseparable like glue, right? Su Li Yue pricked up her ears to listen to the chatty monster's gossiping, then widened her eyes and lunged forward to ask, "Huh, I always assumed Sister Su Fang originated from the monster race just like the rest of you guys. Who knew our master even shirked his duties to go traveling in the demon realm?" Zio Liu smirked. "Wow, that's an epic legend about 10,000 words long. When I'm free later, I'll brew a cup of tea and tell you all about that ancient grudge until your ears wear out." But hearing this rumor, Su Li Yue's cheeks flushed as red as ripe tomatoes, puffing her cheeks and pouting resentfully. "Damn it, why did another one pop up out of nowhere?" The girl leaped over and hugged Luo Chen's arm tightly, throwing a challenging look right at Su Fang's nose. "Excuse me, he is this lady's exclusive master. You bunch of stray street corner nobodies better not dream of snatching him away." Luo Chen's face darkened as he scolded affectionately. "Li Yue, are you crazy? Why are you jumping in to stir the pot too?" Luo Chen accidentally turned into the meat of a sandwich caught between the triple siege of great beauties, making his council of brothers and friends go cross-eyed with greedy jealousy. Oh my God, where on earth did that talisman faction dig up a gold mine of such hot, luscious fairy girls? One guy slapped his thigh, sighing with regret. "How heartbreaking. I suddenly feel remorse for signing up for the sword faction that's just a complete sausage fest. If I submit a transfer application over there now, is it still in time for a consolation ticket, brothers?" The two punks had just opened their mouths to spout nonsense when instantly, a pitch-black phantom oozing with burning killing intent loomed right behind their necks. Jiang Himing drew his sword and glared, scaring the crap out of the disciples. As a sword cultivator player, your sixth senses must be as pure as an autumn lake. Whoever is itching with lust and can't stay pure, let this instructor castrate you clean so you can be pure for good. The two guys pissed their pants, begging, "Instructor Jiang, with your great grace and virtue, please spare our lives. We spoke utter nonsense and were dead wrong. Even if beaten to death, we are willing to stay loyal to the faction without wanting any transfer at all." Yun Ruo panted heavily, her clothes messy as she ran over like she was being chased by ghosts. "Master, senior sister, good heavens, I flipped the martial world upside down and finally managed to grab you two by the hair in this place." She charged at Yue Xuanzhu like a robber. "There's a huge emergency, sister. Grab your skirt and fly back home to save the day immediately. Our faction's recruitment booth is eating a super massive bomb." "Wait. Is it those bean-brained phantom soldiers from the sword faction bringing their weapons over to throw stones and hide their hands to cause trouble again?" Yun Ruo waved her hands and shook her head vigorously. "It's not that crowd. This case is way more of a headache. There are some crazy dudes dressing up as sissies, acting all coquettish and demanding to submit applications to join the Four Arts faction. Those devils are as stubborn as starving leeches. Shooing them or prying their mouths open won't make them roll away. They just adamantly demand to gaze upon Master's dragon visage before they are willing to let it go." Seeing those grimacing faces looking so dramatic and tense, Luo Chen edged closer to ask, "Senior Sister Yue, what's causing such a tense clash? Do you need me to lend a hand?" Yue Xuanzhu waved her hand and firmly shook her head. "Oh please, it's just some trivial chicken feather and garlic skin family matters. I'll launch my own strikes to handle it perfectly." Yue Xuanzhu grabbed her disciples by the necks and dragged them, quickly darting away from the scene. Zhao Yan stealthily tiptoed over, using two fingers to grab Luo Chen's hem and tug it. She mumbled shyly and softly. Is Mr. Bai free to escort this lady to take a look at my future dorm room? Because leaving my bulky pile of luggage lying around outside the Mountain Gate drinking do forever doesn't seem quite right. Luo Chen turned his neck and set things straight. No need to rack your brains worrying, the faction already has everything ready. Hey Su Fang, you grab your shoes and tag along to check out the rooms too. Su Fang bristled like a porcupine and snapped. Let's get this straight. Call me head female slave Lavi properly. The ink on your dismissal letter hasn't even dried from your past life 9,527 days ago, kid. Dragging her feet until her legs were ready to break without seeing the destination, Su Fang lost all patience and yelled, My 2 legs are totally numb, why aren't we there yet? Does your rat hole require wading through a massive garbage dump just to see the light? He grimaced and coaxed sweetly. All right, tone down the nagging, auntie. I promise I'll yield the fanciest, most fragrant room to you later. Zhao Yan covered her mouth, laughing hysterically yet awkwardly. Haha, this senior sister must have really dropped her brain to actually click her tongue and let it slide so easily to keep the peace. Luo Chen choked and recited a poem to cover his embarrassment. Tusk, a mountain need not be high, with an immortal presiding it will surely be famous. Waters need not be deep, with a coiled dragon they will surely be divine. Cultivating immortality is about tempering the inner heart and character, not chasing after luxurious living and outward appearances. But whatever, enough with the bragging. Later I really have to beg senior brother to fork over some silver to renovate this den. Su Fang caught the words, rejoicing inwardly in her narcissism. Wow, with a dragon they will surely be divine. Is this guy throwing up smoke and dropping hints at me? As bad luck would have it, the building right next to them suddenly creaked and crashed down into flat ground with a loud bang. Damn it, that building was the kitchen. Calm down, senior sister, I'm rushing over to clear the trash. I mean rescue you. A tragic scream rang out. Woe is me, this lord's priceless ancient carrot treasure trove is still buried under that pile of rubble. Luo Chen covered his face in shame, trying to salvage his paper-thin dignity with Zhao Yan. The facilities are a tiny bit ghetto, but the milk-squeezing cultivation environment is absolutely top-tier, guaranteed 10 out of 10 with no buts. Su Fang mocked. Tricking a bunch of snot-nosed little bunnies like that, doesn't your dog-eaten conscience feel a single beat of guilt? Caught by the scruff of the neck by Su Fang, Luo Chen frantically steered the conversation. When did I spout nonsense to deceive anyone? This master calls it spreading enlightenment and opening minds. Plus, the budget is indeed completely hollow. Su Fang crossed her arms and sneered. Tempering your students is your responsibility. I couldn't care less. But forcing a lady who excellently passed the female slave trials like me to live like a rat in this vulgar, sketchy hole is something I absolutely refuse. She was furious at the tragically dilapidated scene. Seeing this, Luo Chen threw a sarcastic jab. Listening to this tone, don't tell me you want to pitch your tent and stubbornly stay in this corner. Then is that supermassive mansion over there just thrown aside for dogs to chew on? Su Fang gritted her teeth. All the blame falls on your head, you ungrateful wretch who scrambles away so fast. The eldest miss despised me as a useless piece of trash for failing to chain you up, tossing me a long vacation, and forcing me to hunt down your corpse and drag it back. Luo Chen awkwardly scratched his head and ears, turning to soothe Zhao Yan's spirit. Little friend Yao, just throw the garbage that auntie just spewed out to the back of your head for your teacher. The sect has been lacking in members lately. Our funds are a bit tight, but in the future, we will soar like a kite catching the wind. She narrowed her eyes obediently. No need to worry, teacher. I don't even bat an eye at those flashy, superficial things anyway. The new student shook her head vigorously, tossing away all doubts, cheerfully absorbing the truth with a festive demeanor. Master taught me earlier, food and money are just fleeting worldly things on the side. The core of cultivating the Tao is still about tempering a pure and tranquil heart. Hearing his disciple's heartwarming praises, Luo Chen gleefully dug into his pocket, pulling out a torn-spine manual and shoving it into Zhao Yan's hands. Top tier. This sharp level of enlightenment is exactly the rare good that the Talisman faction is rolling out the red carpet to hunt down. Take this beat-up pair of textbooks. From now on, your self-grinding and leveling up completely depend on this pile of scrap paper. Zhao Yan reached out to accept the 2 manuals, perking up her ears to listen to Bai Luo Chen rambling endlessly. The first book is my secret introductory Bible, packing everything from A to Z on tricks to learning talismans, designed to match the skill level from a total noob to the final boss. Just take your time and chew on it. She fiddled around and flipped to the first page to inspect it. Luo Chen chimed in. The next book is the Applied Practical Exercises. Each section has a warning sign planted for its difficulty level. You just adapt to the situation according to your grinding progress to execute them. The gluttonous habit of biting off more than you can chew is strictly prohibited. Got it? Luo Chen hadn't even closed his mouth from spitting words when he was slapped in the face by Zhao Yan's brief report. Reporting to Great Master, I've slurped down both of these books completely clean. Luo Chen almost fell backward and bit his tongue from extreme shock. Luo Chen gulped loudly. Truly worthy of carrying the innate Dao body label, this rice-powered photocopy machine speedreading at a god-tier pace is way too haunting. Since you claim to have speedread it so fast, why don't you spit out your comprehension for me to eavesdrop on? Zhao Yan scratched her ear and smiled awkwardly. I only skimmed through it briefly with my eyes, and my spiritual energy level already hit rock bottom. As a result, my brain still hasn't grasped the core inside even a little bit. He let out a breath, rubbing his student's hair to comfort her. Tusk, turns out it was just glancing at flowers while riding a horse. This mid-tier innate Dao body label at the end of the day still fails when compared to the genuine reincarnated fairy body version of Li Yue. Cultivation requires stepping up the stairs one by one. Don't rely on your VIP origins to randomly gulp things down, otherwise the foundation of your house will rot. She nodded repeatedly. Many thanks to my gracious master for knocking some sense into me to wake me up. Your little disciple has fully absorbed it. Su Li Yue, peeking and stalking from a distant corner, witnessed that deeply affectionate master-disciple scene, causing the jar of vinegar in her heart to shatter into pieces, leaving her grimacing, irritable, and clawing at the wall. The curtain of night gradually fell. The whole gang huddled around a blazing red campfire to soak in the warmth. Su Fang sluggishly carried over a lavish feast full of mountain delicacies and seafood, grumbling. The kitchen hut collapsed into ruins. I barely managed to whip up this tray. You hungry crocodiles dive in and feast while it's still burning hot. The hungry crocodiles ate and drank like bottomless pits until they were joyously full, constantly smacking their lips and praising. Amazing! The world's finest delicacies would have to call this feast their grandfather. Luo Chen frowned, looking at Duo Duo, who was chewing voraciously with tears streaming down her face. This flavor completely outclasses your senior sister's cooking skills forever. But wait, where did Li Yue and the other kids disappear to, ditching right when it's time to feast? Duo Duo wiped her tears and shot back. That senior sister got all fired up, demanding to go into secluded cultivation to grind and level up. Man and Zio Liu already packed their gear to stand guard and protect her teacher. Hearing the report, Luo Chen turned pale, unable to sit still. Did that brat Su Li Yue inject stimulants lately or what, risking her life to burst her speed like that? At this rate, she could easily suffer from chi deviation and go mad. It's no joke. In some deserted, obscure corner, Su Li Yue was gritting her teeth, straining herself to cultivate, squeezing out every last drop of sweat to force herself to break through the barrier. Li Yue's pupils began to turn blurry and sluggish, struggling as they gradually lost focus. Her body shrank, twisting and transforming back into the appearance of a snot-nosed little kid, lying curled up in a ball while tightly clutching the magical artifact to her chest. The pitch-black sky was slashed vertically and torn to shreds like confetti by razor-sharp bolts of lightning. The heavenly thunder strikes smashed down rumblingly like splitting hammers, a chain of deafening, explosive sounds echoing and raining down continuously across the realm. The ground split open into 100 pieces, magma splashing blindly under the thunderous artillery bombardment. At this moment, Li Yue was suspended in the middle of the shaking spatial zone, greedily sucking dry the surging stream of spiritual energy pouring in. A few wandering bolts of lightning ruthlessly sprouted eyes, and sniffing a burnt scent, they struck straight down onto Chang Zio Liu's precious radish patch. But before the lightning blades could even graze the leaves, Zio Liu zoomed over like a tornado, blowing out his entire internal energy tank to block it at the risk of his life, roaring in fiery fury. You have to step over this lord's dead body before dreaming of stealing my radishes. Man, seeing the chaotic emergency, hastily leaped to the front lines to provide backup, assisting in activating a defensive shield array. She drained her cultivation power to unleash a Bagua array plated in shimmering, golden light radiating magical power, resolutely casting a shadow to protect everything from that brutal shower of lightning expanding its might. Man stood nearby, muttering to soothe the atmosphere. This brat has been taking shortcuts to level up lately, skipping the foundation to play hardball and force a breakthrough. At this rate she might just get hit by her own weapon. But stay calm, although this kid is as stubborn as a mule. When it comes to the Dao sex, she is absolutely not a smooth-brained, thoughtless type. A deafening bombing explosion crashed down, a cluster of heavenly thunder continuously dumping down onto the fragile body of Li Yue, who was barely breathing nearby. Heavily injured, a few tragic streaks of bright red blood already leaked from the corner of her small mouth. The girl gritted her teeth and glared fixedly at the ferocious swarm of thunder surrounding her, hypnotizing herself in her mind. Try to endure and swallow this damn heavenly tribulation whole. I definitely have to smash a full package of surprises into Master's face to be satisfied. The sky churned with dark clouds, lightning bolts tearing apart the space, blending with the surging flow of spiritual energy, showing that Li Yue was still straining herself to fight to the bitter end. With an ear-piercing boom, a brilliant golden light carrying explosive energy lit up the entire void. Witnessing the sky-covering anomaly, Bai Luo Chen still nonchalantly chewed his food. Wow, truly rare. Li Yue's tribulation crossing is quite peaceful this time. There are no mutations. Seeing this, a curious voice asked, "Does Senior Sister Su dragging out heaven and earth anomalies happen every time she crosses a tribulation?" Hearing Yan Yan's question, he shrugged and replied, "Not exactly anomalies, it's just that Li Yue's karma is a bit bulky. The past few times she constantly attracted all sorts of ridiculous troubles. It seems the Zhu gang is busy lately, so they temporarily let her off and aren't coming to pick fights anymore." While chewing on snacks, Zaining gossiped endlessly to Nalan Duo and Yan Yan. It wasn't just normally tough. Last time Lady Li Yue even crossed the gate of death. Master even personally beat that villain to a pulp. Truthfully, if Martial Ant hadn't confirmed it with her own mouth, I would never believe there was such a dramatic scene in this world. Yan Yan's cheeks suddenly flushed bright red as she shyly mumbled, "I remember back then I also casually called her Martial Ant. Oh, why do I feel so embarrassed now? It must be just an illusion, drop it, don't overthink it anymore, consider the cognitive shift a success." Right at that moment, Bai Luo Chen voiced out an errand. "Zaining, you run into the kitchen and lend Su Fang a hand. While you're at it, tactfully remind her not to go overboard making too many dishes, just whip up a little bit and come out here to join the fun." However, in his head, the image of Su Fang acting cocky and smug automatically popped up, making him sigh in frustration. This person Su Fang, whenever it comes to showing off her domestic skills, she always gets overly excited. At that exact moment, a graceful and elegant figure approached, a melodious voice ringing out, "I am so sorry to have kept Master and Junior Sisters straining your eyes waiting." Upon seeing the beauty, Nalan Duo's eyes instantly lit up like crystals. Wow, where did Senior Sister go to shed her skin to look this shimmering and sparkling? Li Yue had truly turned into a swan with a gorgeous appearance, 10,000 times more radiant than the old days. She chuckled softly. Earlier I struggled hard wrestling with that nascent soul, heavenly tribulation, so I lost my form a bit. I hope everyone can turn a blind eye to it. Bai Luo Chen waved the fragrant grilled meat skewer, happily beckoning to Li Yue. "You came back right on time. As your master, I just finished grilling this skewer, specially reserved for you." In this corner, Yan Yan and Xiao Wu also jumped up and down, cheering loudly, warmly congratulating Senior Sister Su on her glorious breakthrough, throwing flowers. Li Yue gently bowed her head to accept their affection. "Thank you everyone, and special thanks to Master." Saying that, she suddenly leaned in close to Bai Luo Chen's face, startling him. "But Master, am I really only allowed a tiny bite this time? I am now a nascent soul almighty, fully capable of dominating the outside world. Taking one big bite surely won't hurt." Without stopping, Li Yue's closing remark almost made the meat in Bai Luo Chen's mouth fall out. "So, I want you to feed it to me with your own hands, Master." Wah! Before he could even stammer a protest, Li Yue lunged forward and planted a kiss on his lips, leaving her master petrified and caught completely off guard. Nalan Duo and Yan Yan witnessed this ambiguous scene and stood rooted to the spot. Yan Yan quickly covered her face with both hands, peeking through her fingers. Oh my God, Senior Sister Su, she's so bold. Snapping out of his shock, Bai Luo Chen frantically pushed Li Yue away, his voice full of panic. Li Yue, what on earth are you doing? She maintained her posture of licking her lips in enjoyment, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Oh my, Master's taste is as excellent as ever. Bai Luo Chen got goosebumps hearing this and jumped back several feet. Wait a minute, Li Yue, is it possible that the lightning tribulation caused you to suffer qi deviation? She calmly replied. Don't worry, Master, I merely borrowed the power of the lightning tribulation to clear my mind and comprehend the truths of life. If you don't believe me, use your divine sense to scan me. After scanning back and forth for a while, Bai Luo Chen's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly muttered, Strange, there really are no abnormalities in her body. He scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that because Li Yue's physique belongs to the true spirit transformation into nascent soul, her personality was also reformed? But why does this brazen attitude smell so much like Ziyu? Nalan Duo and Yan Yan cautiously gathered around to ask, Senior Sister, are you really okay? We feel like you've been possessed. Li Yue smiled brightly. I am still me in the flesh. Master's diagnosis is perfectly accurate. Thank you for your concern, Senior Sister Su. Just as Yan Yan was about to bare her teeth and take a huge bite of the meat, Bai Luo Chen shouted in panic. Stop! You don't have the cultivation level to chew this raw yet. He used a sharp stick to lightly score a line on the slab of meat, skillfully picking out a tiny, mysterious piece. Then he grinned and handed it to his disciple. Here, take this and give it a lick. Yan Yan looked dejected. Boo-hoo, why do I only get to taste such a tiny bit? Bai Luo Chen just opened his mouth to explain when Li Yue interrupted, smiling gently to coax Yan Yan. Junior sister, don't complain about Master being stingy. Just smack your lips and taste it, then you'll naturally understand his painstaking efforts. If your senior sister vouches for it, just trust me. Hearing her senior's persuasion, Yan Yan obediently stuck out her cute little tongue to taste the strange thing on the skewer. Just a second after her tongue touched it, Yan Yan's eyes rolled back, her pupils dilating in sheer shock. A hurricane of spiritual qi wildly flooded into her limbs and bones. Oh my God, the spiritual qi! The spiritual qi is so thick it's suffocating. Seeing her little junior sister trembling like a leaf and about to collapse, Li Yue quickly reached out to support her. I'm going to explode. Now do you see the truth? How can your current cultivation compare to your senior sister's? Taking a big bite would guarantee your body exploding on the spot. It's no joke. Nalan Duo broke out in a cold sweat watching this, stepping back timidly. This dish is too ferocious, I'm afraid I'll just back out right from the start. Cruelly, Xiao Wu's hands moved faster than his brain, shoving a huge chunk of meat right into her mouth. What's there to be timid about at this point? Open your mouth. A massive surge of spiritual qi immediately erupted, wildly swirling around Nalan Duo, making her grimace and scream at the top of her lungs. With a deafening boom, the aftermath resulted in the clothes on Duo's body being torn to shreds like a worn-out loofah. Blushing furiously, she frantically grabbed the remaining scraps of fabric to cover herself. Master, no peeking. He quickly turned his face away. For goodness sake, I know, just hurry up and run back to a closed room to change your clothes. But the efficacy of this meat is really hardcore. Witnessing the wardrobe disaster, Yan Yan gulped loudly, her stomach doing somersaults. Thank my ancestors for watching over me. If I had greedily taken another bite earlier, I'd definitely be a half-naked beggar just like senior sister Nalan. Right amidst the chaos, a little green snake poked its head out, its eyes shining brightly as it stared at the piece of meat, drooling like a waterfall. The little rascal bared its fangs and lunged forward to swallow it whole. Although Bai Luo Chen reflexively jerked back, the residual speed of the reptile was still a notch faster. Annoyed, he grabbed its tiny head and shook it vigorously. You gluttonous snake, your stomach can't digest this heavy-duty stuff, spit it out right now. Suddenly, the snake's body emitted a blinding blue-green light, leaving him dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Another ear-splitting explosion echoed as a green pillar of light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the silent night. From afar, Mi Meng also had to furrow her brows slightly, looking up to scrutinize the anomalous pillar of light. In a hidden corner on this side, Xiao Liu and Man Man were also drawn by the massive commotion. Xiao Liu rubbed his hands together excitedly and commented, "Looks like this omen means our region is about to welcome the birth of another demon king." That blue-green energy pillar surged so violently that it blew the roof off the poor house entirely. Amidst the blinding light, a pair of captivating eyes faintly appeared. Following that, flowing hair sparkling in emerald green materialized. As the residual energy gradually faded, the silhouette of an elegant, exquisite young girl slowly stepped out into the light. Despite her gorgeous appearance, her eyes were still dreamy and sleepy as she stumbled unsteadily toward the audience. Nalan Duo and Xiao Wu, standing nearby, had their jaws dropped to their chests. Good heavens, Qing Po only took a tiny bite and she transformed into a human. But why does this little green snake look so ditzy and clueless? Suddenly, Qing Po got cranky and bit her own tail, chewing on it loudly. Xiao Wu froze with a question mark over his head. Did her operating system glitch during the transformation or what? Bai Luo Chen dashed over, holding down the snake girl's out-of-control head, sweating as he explained. It's just because she leveled up too violently, so her intellect hasn't caught up with her new body yet. Young lady, let go of your tail immediately. Right as he finished speaking, Qing Po stomach growled loudly like a war drum. He clicked his tongue. I guess we just have to let her rest for a while to get used to her new physical form, then she'll stabilize. The little snake girl blinked her big, round, teary eyes at him, putting on the most pitiful, innocent look in the solar system. Seeing this scene, Bai Luo Chen was suddenly reminded of Li Quanzai tearing his hair out over the cost of raising Qing Nu and Feng, and he let out a heavy sigh. From now on, strictly no eating random things. Just be a good girl and give Zai Ning and the others a ride back first. Sai, at this rate, I'll have to shamelessly ask senior brother Li to increase our food budget again. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, a booming voice broke the mood. Bai, we've touched down. Zai Ning lugged a giant cake, walking alongside Ancestor Villa. The auntie put her hands on her hips proudly. How about that? This is what you call true culinary mastery. Zai Ning scratched his head, clarifying. Sorry about this, I tried to stop her, but I couldn't hold back her passion. Before Bai Luo Chen could even utter a word of praise or critique, Qing Po shot forward like an arrow. Great. No need to worry about lacking snacks. Coincidentally, Qing Po is craving something after transforming. With the force of a steamroller, the little snake girl crashed straight into the cake, knocking it over and making Ancestor Villa choke on her anger and cough up blood. Ignoring the ways of the world, Qing Po rolled around in the rich cream, grabbing handfuls and eating without a care for her image. A worldly delicacy. Bai Luo Chen broke into a cold sweat and dragged Qing Po out by the scruff of her neck. Wake up, little lady, now that you're human. Please chew thoroughly and swallow slowly. Stop swallowing things whole like a reptile. Right at that moment, Yan Yan turned and whispered to Li Yue. Senior Sister Su, maybe we should join forces with the beast-taming faction. Looking around, it's full of formidable shape-shifting demons. Our faction's demon race technically shares the same ideals, but even though they aren't as fancy as other spiritual pets, we only tame the ones whose brains haven't been enlightened yet. How could that compare to Master's level? After self-reflecting and brainwashing herself, Yan Yan clenched her fists with determination. For a glorious future, from now on I must enter secluded cultivation properly, because if I just keep floating along like this, I'll ruin Master's reputation as his disciple. Her junior sister's innocent whisper felt like a heavy boulder pressing down on Li Yue's chest. Her smile suddenly faded, and a deep melancholy appeared in her eyes. She bitterly asked herself, do I want to become a disciple worthy of standing beside Master? A flash of spiritual power sparked in the depths of her gloomy eyes, and old memories flooded back. I remember back then, Feng Ling seemed to have said the exact same thing to me. The lively atmosphere receded, giving way to the quiet emptiness in the disciples' sleeping quarters. Everything fell into a deep slumber, each person traveling in a different dream world. A sleepy mumble could be heard. The blankets here are so heavy. Sekka, just rest easy, those little mice have no right to challenge me. Amidst the peaceful dream, a man's eerie smile suddenly cut in. The man rested a terrifying weapon on his shoulder, his bone-chilling voice echoing. Ziu, at this point, your little life is already firmly in my hands. A miserable image of Ziu appeared, red blood gushing from a deep wound in her stomach, but she still gritted her teeth and cursed. You trashy piece of work. What this old lady despises most in her entire life is beasts who play dirty tricks. Her eyes burned with unyielding fire as she growled a threat. Just you wait, I will definitely melt you down into a pill and throw it to the dogs. The suffocating nightmare made Li Yue jolt awake, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. Discovering that Qing Po was tightly wrapped around her like a squirming vine, she frantically untangled the little girl. Wake up, Zio Qing. Her eyes grew deep, a sharp coldness flashing through her mind. That's right, how could I have forgotten? The battle last time let that beast escape. As dawn broke, Bai Luo Chen had just received the news and asked in astonishment. Life is peaceful and prosperous right now. Why are you suddenly packing your bags for Bai Zi Ridge? Li Yue calmly gathered a bundle of firewood and handed it to him, slowly explaining. This disciple feels that she is being haunted by inner demons, so I must make a trip to Bai Zi Ridge to hunt for the Tianwen Bone Scroll. Only with it in my hands will this disciple have enough power to eradicate Wandu Wang and pull this inner demon out by the roots. He frowned. I understand the reason, but are you really planning to go solo all by yourself? She nodded decisively and replied. This time I'm just wandering around to scout for the Tianwen Bone Scroll. Besides, this disciple has already broken through the cocoon to reach the nascent soul stage. How can I ever grow up if I always cower under Master's protective wings? Knowing his disciple's stubborn nature, Bai Luo Chen had no choice but to continue chopping wood, instructing her with a few words. Then pack your bags and go. Remember to go and return quickly, put safety first. Li Yue bowed respectfully. I thank you, Master. As soon as Li Yue's figure disappeared behind the trees, Bai Luo Chen stopped all his movements, falling into a haze of thought. A moment later, he dropped the axe and clicked his tongue. Forget it, letting her run wild alone, it'd break my heart if she got a scratch. I guess I'll just play the role of a bodyguard and secretly follow her from the bushes. However, Bai Luo Chen's sneaky manner of sneaking out of the house fell right into the sights of Ancestor Villa. She whipped her head around, narrowing her eyes in suspicious scrutiny. What trick is that guy by playing, sneaking around like a rat? In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the bustling southern region Immortal Alliance airship port. Fleets of massive airships were taking off and landing one after another, as noisy as a disturbed beehive. Travelers from all directions crowded together, forming a long, winding queue to hunt for tickets. It didn't take much time for Li Yue to secure a travel pass. The female clerk smiled and handed over the ticket. Here is your single cabin ticket, direct flight from the Southern Region No. 1 airship port to Bai Zi Ridge. Please keep it safe. She nodded and smiled. Thank you. At this time, Bai Luo Chen, wearing a hat pulled low, was trailing closely behind her. But the funny thing was, behind his back appeared another tailing shadow named Ancestor Villa. When it was Bai Luo Chen's turn, he urgently reported to the counter. Sell me one single cabin ticket from the Southern Region No. 1 airship port to Bai Zi Ridge. The clerk shook her head regretfully. Sir, the single cabins are sold out. Currently, there is only exactly one ultra-luxury suite left. Do you want to lock it in? The ticket price left him paralyzed for 5 seconds, and he bitterly calculated in his head. The sect's finances have been severely depleted lately. Spending a fortune to rent a whole large room for one person is like rubbing salt into the wound. Forget it. I'll just release the heavenly bug wind and surf the wind to chase the ship to save money. Witnessing this penny-pinching scene, Ancestor Villa lunged forward and slammed her hand on the counter with a loud bang. What's there to hesitate about? Lock in that room for me. Turning to see the familiar face, Bai Luo Chen almost dropped his jaw. Su Fang, why are you looming around in this place? She smiled mischievously. This lady is closely following your footsteps. Don't even think about shaking me off. The ticket clerk quickly stamped the document with a series of thuds, handing over the powerful ticket. Locked in. One ticket for a king-size double bed cabin, number 12. Departing from the Southern Region No. 1 airship port straight to Bai Zi Ridge. The travel time will last a full 2 days and 1 night. Wishing you two a romantic and soaring vacation. However, as soon as they threw open the cabin door, they were hit with a splash of cold water. Greeting their eyes was an abundance of jingling Mandarin duck wind chimes, and the scent of romantic candles filling every corner of the room. Not to mention the gigantic pink heart-shaped mattress that took up the entire space. This was clearly a romantic love nest. Witnessing the cheesy interior, both of their jaws dropped, turning to stone and rendered speechless just like statues. Unable to bear this eyesore, Bai Luo Chen was about to turn back. I'm going down to the counter to demand a refund and return the room. But Ancestor Villa reached out and dragged him back. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe gac fruit, and she stammered to stop him. The ship has already weighed anchor and flown away. Since the arrow has been shot, we just have to follow its path. The scenery aboard the luxurious airship. The perspective shifted to confinement cabin number 306. Su Liyue rested her chin in her hands, bored, and muttered complaints to herself. I put so much effort into transcending the tribulation and breaking the chains to reach the nascent soul stage, yet Master couldn't even spare the blink of an eye to praise me. A flash of sadness and hidden hurt crossed her beautiful eyes. Could it be? Master doesn't value my existence in the slightest. Why is that so? Suddenly, a spine-chilling, sluggish voice breathed right down the back of Su Liyue's neck. A master-disciple romance is so twisted and full of obstacles. How about you abandon your sect and submit to me? Wouldn't that be much more interesting? Su Liyue jumped in fright and lunged forward, instantly taking a defensive stance, spinning around and shouting loudly, "Who is acting so wildly in here?" But what met her eyes were just 4 silent walls. The room was completely empty, without even half a shadow of anyone besides herself. Su Liyue slightly furrowed her elegant brows, silently blaming herself. Is this just an auditory hallucination caused by my stress? Suddenly, an eardrum-shattering sound erupted from the partition wall next door, almost making Su Liyue drop her heart. A hoarse male voice reeking of ambiguity coaxed, "Don't be afraid, baby, relax, it won't hurt," followed by a woman's moaning, "Ah, take it easy." Su Liyue's cheeks burned hot. Curious, she pressed her ear close to the wooden panel to listen. So it's a pair of lovebirds next door. The ship has barely moved a distance and these two are already itching to charge into battle. They really haven't purified their 6 senses, overflowing with greed, anger, and ignorance. While she was deeply absorbed in eavesdropping, the partition wall suddenly shook violently, and a dry thud rang out. A landscape painting frame fell straight down from the wall, striking the top of her head with a stinging blow. Su Liyue rubbed the lump on her head, her eyes sparking with raging fire, her pupils turning blood-red just like a vicious beast pouncing on its prey. Irritated, she slapped a talisman right onto the wall to set up a sound-blocking barrier, grumbling her complaints, spending a fortune to rent a room with soundproofing worse than paper walls. The array activated, the talisman glowed, and all the vulgar, lewd noises instantly dissipated. Su Liyue sighed in relief, returning peace and quiet to her ears. But little did she know, the moaning young girl on the other side had actually just been robbed of her life. The culprit was a black-clad, masked man, gripping a dagger stained with fresh blood. He seemed to be a thief, irritably rummaging through belongings and fuming. Damn it, wearing such fine silk and brocade, yet I couldn't even squeeze a single coin out of her pockets. What a dirt-poor beggar. Even though the victim had stopped breathing, the evil cultivator still refused to spare the corpse, his eyes glinting with despicable cruelty. But at least I got such a perfect human skin coat, it'd be a waste of heaven's gifts to throw it away. Saying that, he swung the sharp dagger, expertly peeling off the thin layer of flesh and skin from the lifeless corpse. Donning the persona of that young miss, he looked in the mirror to adjust the perfect disguise, then grabbed his blade and strolled over to other cabins to continue his thieving profession. Truly a narrow path for enemies, his next target happened to be Su Liyue's room. With the facade of a fragile young girl, he knocked loudly on the door, putting on a high-pitched voice to make up a story. "Hello, passenger inside. The internal security of the airship just did a sweep and discovered a hidden thief. Could you please unlock the door so we can check for safety?" He knocked until his hands were bruised, but the inside remained as quiet as a grave. It must have been due to the power of the super sound-blocking talisman that Su Liyue had slapped onto the wall just moments ago. Frustrated by the lack of an entrance, the robber swung his sleeves and shifted his direction to another prey. At this moment, the perspective returned to the cabin filled with scented candles, and scattered bright red rose petals. Ancestor Villa was leaning forward, bouncing up and down, struggling on a strange object. Bai Luo Chen grimaced and turned to complain. "You've been struggling for hours, haven't you had enough yet?" Ancestor Villa's face was flushed red from exhaustion, and she protested vehemently. "This muscle of yours here is as hard as a boulder. Squeezing it doesn't even make it budge, which proves we haven't reached the target yet. Hey, people watching, don't go having wild imaginations." Truthfully, the two were merely wrestling to give each other a massage. The girl panted and scolded. "What kind of bones are these, so stiff? It severely affects blood circulation, you know. But then again, your realm is vastly different from ours. The meridian system of cultivators here is reinforced and rock solid. It's only natural that my massage force is ineffective." Ancestor Villa wiped the dripping sweat from her forehead, venting her anger. "If I can't knead it into shape, let's just drop it. I've worked so hard sweating like a sauna until I'm exhausted, yet you can't even utter a word of thanks." Bai Luo Chen stretched his joints and sprang up comfortably from the bed, glaring at Ancestor Villa, secretly retorting, "If it weren't for you being overly energetic and insisting on giving me a massage, wouldn't I be relaxing right now? Su Fang's strength is terrifying, some of my meridians couldn't take it." She glared back as a warning. "I'm going to wash up to rinse off this sweat, I'm warning you beforehand. Don't you dare let any wicked thoughts flash and peek at me." Finishing her sentence, she leisurely walked into the curtained bathroom area opposite him. Bai Luo Chen gave a stiff, awkward smile looking at the setting. What a weirdo, truly living up to the title of a luxury suite. The interior decor is certainly thoughtful in pleasing the guests. On the other side of the curtain, Ancestor Villa slowly shed each layer of her thin clothes, letting them fall seductively, revealing her alluring figure, her skin glowing radiantly like jade and ivory. With a splash, water splashed up, scattering into white foam. Ancestor Villa closed her eyes tightly, soaking in the piping hot water, happily exclaiming, "Bai, the bathtubs in your world are top-notch. I've been soaking for a while and the water is still pleasantly warm." Bai Luo Chen replied lazily, "It's just a basic heating array. Any decently sized resort is fully equipped with them." She cheerfully played with the splashing foam, nodding in praise. "When it comes to enjoyment, the people here are quite sophisticated. Back when I served the eldest miss for her baths, we servant girls had to struggle endlessly to keep the fire going and boil water." Bai Luo Chen added a sarcastic remark. And the effort of chopping wood and boiling water was also borne by the two of us anyway." While they were busy digging up the past, the entire flying ship suddenly shook and violently swayed, tilting dangerously. Ancestor Villa panicked, grabbing the edge of the curtain and poking her head out to ask, "What just happened?" Bai Luo Chen sternly stopped her. "Just sit still in there, don't move around carelessly. Let me personally go out and investigate." Out in the void, the giant airship was being engulfed by a deep purple mist reeking of a bizarre demonic aura. Su Liyue had rushed out to the ship's deck at some unknown time. Looking at the dense fog ahead, her face showed shock. What on earth is that massive miasma? Not far away, a jagged tornado crackling with dark purple lightning was taking shape in the sky, roaring and churning just like a colossal waterspout. The loudspeakers blared out a shrill danger warning. "Urgent news. The observation deck has spotted a massive tornado blocking the path. The flight is forced to make a sharp turn and alter its course. All passengers are requested to retreat into their cabins immediately. Do not loiter on the deck." In the cockpit, the first mate had cold sweat beading on his forehead, frantically turning around. "We're doomed, boss, this is bad." He kept his eyes glued to the monitors, stammering out his report. In the distance, a pack of demonic beasts is tailing the ship. They're about to catch up to us. The captain panicked. "What? Quickly analyze what level that pack of beasts belongs to." Amidst the mist, a pack of bloodthirsty monsters darted forward. The first mate turned pale and reported, "Yes, scanning complete. The general level is spirit demon, but the metrics are constantly fluctuating. We can't rule out the possibility of a demon king appearing." The captain's expression darkened terribly. He gritted his teeth. "Rather than being hunted to extinction by these beasts, we might as well make a desperate gamble." He yanked the steering wheel hard, shouting the order. Maximum speed rammed straight into the eye of the tornado. The sailors shouted in unison, "Yes, Captain." He continued to issue commands. "Activate the grand defensive array. Broadcast to call any passengers with cultivation at the nascent soul stage or higher to immediately teleport to the main hall for backup. The announcement immediately blared out. Emergency! All travelers at the nascent soul stage or above, please quickly assemble in the main hall. Receiving the order, the super airship roared at full capacity, parting the clouds and diving straight into the core of the storm. The staff rushed out to notify the nascent soul stage cultivator to quickly gather at the main hall. Bai Luo Chen remained extremely calm, not even batting an eye. Ancestor Villa hastily wrapped herself in a towel, peeking out from the balcony and asking, "What's all the noisy chaos outside?" He shrugged indifferently. "It's a small matter. There's a storm blocking the way ahead, plus a large swarm of demonic beasts attacking." Hearing his nonchalant description, she twisted her face. "Such a dangerous situation and you consider it a small matter. Why aren't you flying out to rescue Li Yue?" He smiled faintly. "This level is far from needing my intervention. It's a good opportunity to provide combat training for Li Yue." Suddenly his gaze dropped to a certain point, and he instantly froze, dead silent. Ancestor Villa was still naively unaware that her towel was signaling a red alert, grumpily asking, "Where are your eyes looking? What are you staring at?" Bai Luo Chen sharply turned his head the other way, his face burning red, vehemently denying it. I didn't peek at anything." Realizing the wardrobe malfunction, Ancestor Villa's face turned beet red, and she let out a tragic scream. "Why are the bath towels here so damn short?" She panicked and bolted away as fast as her legs could carry her, but didn't forget to whip her tail right across Bai Luo Chen's face, leaving him stunned and scolded him harshly. "You pervert, you still have the leisure to take advantage of me. Get your ass out there and deal with those magic beasts right now. Aren't you worried about accidents happening?" He defended himself. "They aren't magic beasts, they are demonic beasts, and you can rest assured those demonic beasts aren't targeting us." The ship's speaker screeched again, reporting the critical emergency. "Warning! It seems the inside of the tornado contains a bizarre magnetic field that is attracting the demons." Instantly, the entire airship was swallowed into the stomach of the tornado. The captain's voice transmitted loudly from outside. "Report, the ship has slipped into the storm's range. Those wild beasts probably won't follow us anymore. The spiritual power of the airship is more than enough to resist the wind force. Until we escape the storm, this humble one must sit in the cockpit to oversee the situation. I beg the 3 nascent soul true lords to generously assist in pumping energy. Once this disaster passes, the Airship Alliance swears to heavily reward you 3. A chubby cultivator dragged himself to sit flat on the floor, drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he released spiritual chi. "Supplying energy to this iron ship is truly draining my life force. I feel like I'm exhausted and about to collapse." Su Li Yue quickly comforted and encouraged him. "Fellow cultivator, please try not to slack off. For everyone's safety, please hold on for a little longer." With a bang, the image of the captain in the cockpit blurred. The audio connection suffered severe interference, leaving only ear-piercing static that made it impossible to hear clearly. Seeing the bad omen, Su Li Yue's nerves tensed up. "This is bad, the demonic beasts have caught up." Just as predicted, a crazed flock of demonic beasts was flapping their wings menacingly right outside. They started to madly claw, tear, and bombard the protective barrier. The shield creaked and groaned weakly as it struggled to hold on, and cracks began to appear. The atmosphere in the cabin was incredibly gloomy. The chubby guy and Su Li Yue exhausted their strength transferring energy to the airship, while the floor shook violently. Su Li Yue grew increasingly anxious, gritting her teeth. "Damn it, the Grand Array won't be able to hold on much longer." The chubby guy puffed and panted, unable to catch his breath, clasping his hands and muttering a chant. "Chun Yuan Ancestor, manifest and protect me. Chun Yuan Ancestor, shelter your disciple." The strange young girl who had been standing in the corner all this time was actually the disguised thief. She sneered and thought to herself, "So he's a disciple of the Chun Yuan sect, a sect that only takes in complete idiots." The impostor turned around and spoke loudly. "You two maintain the Grand Array, let me go out and lure those beasts in another direction." The chubby guy was shocked. "What? Doing that will cost you your life." The woman put on a righteous and heroic front to deceive the sympathetic fat man. "If I don't descend into hell, who else will shoulder the burden of hell?" Hearing this, the chubby guy was incredibly moved to tears. Our grand ancestor always taught us to courageously dedicate ourselves and sacrifice for the righteous path. Saying that, he puffed out his chest and volunteered to go lure the beasts. If someone has to sacrifice themselves, let this body make the sacrifice. A fellow cultivator as kind-hearted as you, I absolutely won't let you suffer. Please make way for me. Any delay and we're all doomed. At this moment, Su Liyue spoke up to expose the ridiculous charade. The disciples of the Chun Yuan sect are simple-minded. Don't you feel a twinge of guilt deceiving him like that? What exactly are your intentions, fellow cultivator? Su Liyue unleashed a barrage of accusations. Earlier, when everyone was supplying energy to the core, you refused to put in any effort. Now you're acting out this deceptive play. Are you planning to preserve your strength, waiting for us to fall so you can conveniently snatch our belongings and run away? The naive chubby guy, seeing his allies tense up, quickly waved his hands to advise them. Fairy, please calm down. This fellow cultivator speaks with genuine sincerity and dedication. She has no intention of scamming anyone. But before he could finish his sentence, a mind-numbing pain tore through his spine from behind. The imposter calmly drove a sword into the fat man's back, smirking and saying, "She nailed it. A damn fatso like you really should have been on guard against me from the start." With his body deceased, the chubby guy's soul frantically tore itself away from the flesh in an attempt to save his life. But how could she have any mercy to give him that chance? Trying to escape. She tore open her robe at the chest, revealing a giant mouth bristling with fangs. Dozens of long, drool-covered tongues shot out and coiled tightly around the chubby guy's soul, formless heaven swallowing. The chubby guy's soul struggled hopelessly, slowly being swallowed into the black hole. Su Liyue was stuck in place because she had to maintain the ship's shield, watching helplessly with wide eyes. That secret technique. Are you from the Gu Wu Xiangjai sect? Her face turned vicious and sinister. So what if I am? Don't tell me you plan to throw away the safety of hundreds of lives on this ship to fight me. After saying that, she threw her head back and laughed heartily, arrogantly turning to leave. You stupid bookworms of the righteous path don't even know how to fight back when you're knocking on death's door. Whatever, you can just go ahead and die with this torn-up ship. Suddenly, from the space outside, a dazzling gift box tied with a silk ribbon tore through the wind and smashed straight inside. Although its exterior was flashy, it carried a terrifying destructive power, cleanly blasting off the imposter's arrogant head in one shot. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the floor and walls, but luckily not a single dirty drop landed on Su Liyue. A miserable demonic beast stuck on the outside of the hull also couldn't escape the aftermath, getting hit by the blast and dying instantly. Su Liyue stood petrified for a few seconds, muttering in astonishment. What on earth was that attack? Despite having a headless body, the evil cultivator stubbornly controlled his consciousness. I'm still fine. The primordial spirit of a nascent soul cultivator is immortal. Just blowing up my skull isn't enough to send me to the Western paradise. You have to unleash another magical artifact to finish the job and eradicate the roots. Su Liyue didn't dare to relax, immediately channeling all her power to condense a sphere of radiant light. With my current physical condition, I should be able to trigger my ultimate move. She gritted her teeth, trying her hardest. Draining her spiritual chi, she shouted loudly, "Come forth, my moon immortal wheel." The headless body of the thief staggered toward the shattered wall. Coincidentally, an unlucky demonic beast had just poked its head in to look around. Haha, perfect timing. He immediately activated the cruel immortal art blood devour to drain the demonic beast dry. You wicked beasts, become nutrients to replenish me. But before the absorption process could be completed, a crescent moon-shaped halo slashed across, sharply cutting his body into two pieces. The poor trapped bird couldn't escape its fate, and the remaining humiliated corpse of the thief dropped heavily to the ground. The bare primordial spirit stood frozen, resentfully cursing, "Bastard, damn you." As for Su Liyue, she was bent over, gasping for air after completely exhausting her blood moon immortal chi. Profuse sweat dripped down her face. She rasped with difficulty, Is it still not completely destroyed? Is there another layer of skin?" The headless body quickly circulated its energy to teleport and escape, not forgetting to leave behind a scolding. "You filthy wench, daring to sneak attack this old monk. What kind of righteous sect are you, looking at the magical treasures you threw? They are all desperate and shady tricks. After a string of curses, he gradually merged into the void and vanished. Little lady, this old monk will remember this grudge. Live well, in the future I will definitely come back and skin you alive. The blazing killing intent surrounding Su Liyue gradually cooled down. She leaned against the wall, panting, and muttered in self-reproach. Lesson learned. Next time I swear I'll split him in half vertically so he can't run away. She blankly stared at the violent magical treasure spinning wildly in her hand. Yue Xian Lun. Suddenly the crescent moon scythe lost control and broke free from its bindings. She cried out in panic. What is happening? It tore through the wind, flying straight towards the cold corpse of the fat man. Su Liyue screamed miserably to stop it. Wait, stop right now. She hastily raised her hands, crossing her fingers, and shouted the incantation to dispel the spell. Dispel. But Su Liyue's magical treasure had now turned into a pitch-black mouth, pouncing straight towards the fat man's corpse. She also exhausted her strength, spitting out a mouthful of pitch-black blood, her whole body stumbling and swaying. Holding on for only one more breath, she collapsed onto the cold ground. The scene before her eyes gradually blurred, her eyes closing tightly as she lost consciousness. The surrounding scene was desolate, broken, and completely ruined. The magical wave-riding flying ship passed through the eye of the storm safely and soundly. And of course, the credit for this massive achievement was all thanks to Bai Luo Chen's golden hands helping out. He still maintained the mountain-carrying posture at the bottom of the ship. All the weight down here is being carried by me and the disciples of Tian Chongfeng. He poked his head up and shouted, Well, I'm leaving those minion demons to you. Remember to hold back a bit when fighting. Don't hurt the passengers on the ship. Master Wei La stood on the bow of the ship, looked around and clicked her tongue with a long sigh. Really? She grimaced and complained aggrievedly. With my graceful and ladily disposition, why do I always have to do such rough and brute manual labor? Finishing her grumbling, Master Wei La opened her mouth wide, her chest swelling as she took a deep breath. Then immediately, she let out a loud roar that echoed through the sky. The sonic waves from the roar formed an earth-shattering shockwave, all thanks to Master Wei La's scream. The minion demon beasts took the full brunt of the deafening sonic attack, tumbling down and crying without tears. The crew members on the ship also suffered the collateral damage, everyone clutching their heads and covering their ears, trying to grit their teeth and endure it as much as possible. Bai Luo Chen, supporting the bottom of the yacht with both hands, also had to grimace from the pressure. This terrifying power truly lives up to her name. Perhaps I should speed up and get the ship out of here quickly. Judging quickly, he immediately accelerated, shooting the flying ship out of the tornado. After resolving the trouble smoothly, the two hurriedly brought Su Liyue back to her room and laid her on a soft mattress. Master Wei La hurriedly brought a basin of warm water and a towel. You take the trouble to wipe her down first. Master Wei La rolled up her sleeves and immediately got to work taking care of her, quickly dipping the cloth into the water. Bai Luo Chen also tactfully turned his back to give them privacy, asking curiously, Your prized disciple has been unconscious for so long, do you think she'll be all right? Master Wei La wiped her face and replied, A preliminary check shows she's normal, probably just exhausted her spiritual energy. Let her recover for a while and she'll naturally wake up. Recalling the ruins around Su Liyue earlier emitting a strange, nerve-crushing power, Bai Luo Chen pondered in silence. Where on earth did that kind of power come from? While Master Wei La was briskly wiping Su Liyue's body, the girl on the bed suddenly moved her lips, whispering incoherently in a delirium. Noticing her eyelids twitching, Master Wei La happily alerted Bai Luo Chen. Hey, it seems she's stirring and about to wake up. Su Liyue's long eyelashes trembled slightly, slowly opening. She staggered and sat up, clutching her temples with both hands and groaning. Ah, my head hurts so much. What is happening? Glancing around the gaudy room, she muttered in evaluation. What kind of room is decorated exactly like a Mandarin duck cave? Then Su Liyue realized she was completely naked. Her cheeks immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato. But after feeling around for a while and finding her body intact and untouched, Su Liyue breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, scared me to death. But her brain immediately replayed the tape of questions. But why am I stranded here? And what kind of demon was that creepy evil cultivator from earlier? A memory flashed of the hidden weapon candle unexpectedly flying into the room to save her. She asked herself in astonishment, that deadly candle, could it have been thrown by my master personally? Su Liyue's mind was a mess of tangled thoughts, whispering to herself, "Dear master, have you always been watching over me?" She quickly put her clean clothes back on, frowning tightly. How strange, if master is truly escorting me in hiding, why won't he show his face and acknowledge his disciple? Could there be some hidden intention within this chaos? In the midst of her confusion, a series of knocks sounded at her door. The loud voice of the waiter announced, "Excuse me, guest, the ship has docked safely. The captain takes the liberty to ask if you are free to grace us with your presence at a banquet." She coldly refused. "Skip the eating and drinking, this lady will be swamped with work later, no need." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Liyue decisively pushed the door open and left the room. It turned out that Master Wei La and Bai Luo Chen had been squeezed together hiding in the cramped wardrobe all this time. Master Wei La whispered irritably, "With all your martial arts and vast magical powers, why don't you just use an invisibility spell to save trouble instead of squeezing into this tiny corner?" he grumbled, adjusting his body. "Don't move around randomly. If you poke something and make a noise and get discovered, we're all dead meat." Master Wei La still refused to shut up, squirming resentfully. "Your cover was blown generations ago. Didn't you hear that girl calling your name loud and clear just now? Your mouth talks big about secretly assisting, but we haven't even gone far and your whole plan is exposed. It's just too inconvenient." After just a few rounds of fierce arguing, Bai Luo Chen's cheeks suddenly burned hot and turned bright red in the dark. And the flimsy wardrobe suddenly vibrated violently, shaking intensely as if there was a strong earthquake inside. The scene smoothly transitioned to the bustling land of Bai Ziling Yunhua port. Su Liyue leisurely carried her luggage and left the flying ship. Countless passengers worshipped and saw her off, filled with immense gratitude. "We wish our benefactor a smooth journey afar. We hope to see you all again." Walking alone on the bustling streets, suddenly a mocking voice echoed from a dark alley. "Young lady, you cross streams and mountains to get here. Surely you also harbor dreams of obtaining the famous reverse waterfall from the legends, right?" A blond young man swaggered over to Su Liyue, expressing his desire to make friends, but was ruthlessly given the cold shoulder. He still pleaded, "A weak girl traveling a long distance is very dangerous. Why not travel with me so we can easily support each other?" She indifferently brushed him off. "Sorry, I have no interest in making friends or traveling together. Please step back." Leaving those words behind, Su Liyue decisively turned around and walked straight ahead. The young man stubbornly refused to give up, shouting insinuatingly, "Holding a precious jade brings trouble, young lady. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, relying on your strength alone, it won't be easy to win in this lifetime." Hearing the sarcasm, Su Liyue's footsteps paused, slowly turning half of her sharp and gloomy face, emitting a blazing killing intent. "The meaning of your words just now. Are you threatening and warning me?" Overwhelmed by the killing intent, the blond young man hastily smiled brightly and quickly denied. "Not at all. I am just full of good intentions and want to give a sincere reminder." He stared intently at Su Liyue's back as she disappeared into the crowd, then quietly turned his heels towards another street. His disguise fell off, his expression turning dark and sinister, hissing every word in his mind. How strange that brat surnamed Bai is truly indifferent. Could it be that he isn't tailing her at all? The hawking sounds in the market were extremely bustling and deafening. "Come and buy, come take a look, everyone. Yunwo candy, the specialty of Bai Ziling. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Bai Zi grilled meat skewers, the most delicious in Bai Ziling." Starving, Su Liyue stopped by a street-side grill stall. "Boss, grill 2 Bai Zi meat skewers for me to snack on. But seriously, is this grilled meat really cut from the body of the divine beast Bai Zi from the legends?" The stall owner laughed loudly. "You're kidding. Young lady, legends are just legends. What kind of elegant deity would let mortals slice their meat to grill on the street?" Hearing this, she frowned in disappointment. "Then what is this hang a sheep's head and sell dog meat all about?" The old man pointed his thumb at his chest. "Open your eyes and look at the sign, young lady. This shop owner's given name is Bai Zi. If I grill my own pork, it's naturally called Bai Zi grilled meat. Buy it if you want, leave if you don't." Su Li Yue was speechless, naming it to blatantly scam customers like this and the law doesn't intervene. Just as she pouted, a familiar exclamation came from behind. Oh, isn't that the prized disciple of the famous instructor Bai? Turning around, it turned out to be the Mo family twins Mo Ran and Mo Zai. The two sisters enthusiastically waved and greeted cheerfully. Hello, beautiful junior sister, I am Mo Zai. Do you still remember us? We just briefly bumped into each other over at Zhu Jian Gong the other day. Your memory must have completely tossed us aside by now. Hearing this, Su Li Yue vaguely remembered Zhu Jian Gong. Oh right, so you two are twins. You look exactly alike, how interesting. Mo Zai leaned in close to Su Li Yue's face, smiling brightly. This time you are also aiming for the reverse waterfall just like us, right? But where is Instructor Bai? Isn't he accompanying you? Su Li Yue calmly replied, I wanted to train myself, so I asked my master not to follow. Hearing the news that Bai Luo Chen was absent, Mo Zai let out a long sigh and glanced at Mo Ran, making her blush completely. If he doesn't come, then forget it. At most, I'm just a little disappointed. So the three girls walked down the street together. Let's go. The food in this area is terrible. We've been stationed here for a few days. Let me be the local guide and take you to sweep through the delicacies. Bai Luo Chen, who was hiding and observing from afar, saw this and muttered, those girls are moving, follow them quickly. Master Wei La poked her head out and smacked his forehead, sneaking around like this, don't you think you look like a pervert? He hurriedly argued with a strained neck, you're talking nonsense. I am secretly protecting my good disciple. Suddenly, an old man appeared beside them without them noticing. Bai Luo Chen was still busy arguing. Moreover, if I am classified as a pervert, what kind of category does that old brother hiding over there fall into? The old man cleared his throat, coughed twice, and clasped his hands. This old man is Mo Hanshu, honored to meet Instructor Bai of the academy. Bai Luo Chen realized his slip of the tongue and quickly bowed to apologize. So it is the ancestor of the Mo family. Please forgive this junior for being rude. Mo Hanshu waved his hand. Instructor Bai exaggerates. You are the savior of my two granddaughters. Logically, this old man should be the one thanking you. Mo Hanshu stroked his beard and praised. This old man truly admires Instructor Bai's intelligence network. The news about the opening of the reverse waterfall was kept tightly under wraps, yet you managed to find it out. Bai Luo Chen, hearing it like a duck hearing thunder, asked blankly, the reverse waterfall. What is that? Seeing that he was completely clueless, Mo Hanshu stared in astonishment. What? You took the trouble to come all the way here without knowing about the reverse waterfall? He shrugged. I really don't know. I simply came here to help my disciple find an item. Mo Hanshu then slowly explained. Every time the reverse waterfall surges, it creates terrifying hurricanes outside Bai Ziling. You didn't bother to prepare and still dared to tear through the storm to enter. Truly high talent and great courage. Bai Luo Chen suddenly remembered the storm from the other day. So the tornado that day was caused by this. Could it be that the item Su Li Yue needs to find is also related to it? Mo Hanshu nodded. This waterfall connects directly to the 6 realms, including human, demon, and ghost. Every time it erupts, strange objects from the 6 realms will gush out with the water. Surely the item your disciple is hunting for will also appear in this wave. Master Wei La, who had been listening with pricked ears, curiously interrupted. So that means we can use this waterfall as a path to jump to another world. He was shocked. Are you crazy? Why would you come up with such a crazy idea? Even a tribulation crossing powerhouse can't last more than a breath in there. From ancient times to now, no one tired of living has dared to rush in. Master Wei La pouted and turned away in disappointment. Tusk, what a waste. He glared at her, be honest. Were you just harboring a conspiracy to kick me into the waterfall to drag me back to the demon realm with you? Right at that moment, the space around them suddenly vibrated violently. The surrounding crowd panicked, everyone running for their lives. The group of 3, Su Li Yue, Mo Zai, and Mo Ran, who were taking a stroll, were also shaken, the ground beneath their feet vibrating violently. A formation like this, could it be? The reverse waterfall has appeared. Mo Ran widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed excitedly, Oh my God, is this the magnificent reverse waterfall? It's too grand. Su Li Yue stood stunned, watching Mo Zai skip forward in praise. I admit, no matter how many times I look at it, it still shakes my soul. The magical thing is that rainbow strip can actually support a human. On the other side, the three of them, Bai Luo Chen, Master Wei La and Mo Han Shu, were fully covered in cloaks for camouflage. Master Wei La grumbled, "The two of you dressing up like perverts is one thing, but why drag me into this misery?" Bai Luo Chen shrugged, "This place is open with no hiding spots. If we want those girls not to sniff us out, this is the only way. Do you dare to say you have a better idea?" Bai Luo Chen looked around nervously, scratching his head awkwardly. "Why do I feel like the three of us dressing like this attracts even more attention?" Suddenly an old man walked over, face arrogant and hands on hips, cursing, "You stupid fools, which corner did you crawl out from?" Master Wei La's blood rushed to her brain, about to pounce and tear the old man apart. "You bastard dare to scold me." The two men quickly grabbed her tightly. "Lady, calm down. Why bother with that kind of person?" "That's right, restrain yourself or we'll be exposed now." At that moment, a brilliant ray of light flashed from within the waterfall, immediately capturing the gaze of all the cultivators present. A gold-plated blade emitting a blinding halo slowly appeared, countless exquisite and peerless patterns carved on the weapon's body. The two Mo sisters were engrossed in admiring the treasure. Mozai pointed at the blade excitedly. "That is an emperor weapon, sisters. Let's rush up and collect it." Sensing a change, Su Liyue dashed up to block the two of them. "Wait, the treasure hasn't completely escaped the waterfall yet. We can't touch it casually." The two girls were anxious. "Why not seize it right away? What if we hesitate and someone else snatches it?" Right then, the very old man who had viciously cursed Bai Luo Chen's group earlier flew towards the blade, laughing arrogantly. "This good stuff belongs to this old man. No one is allowed to come near and fight for it." Mozai was so anxious she stomped her feet and pointed straight at him. "Look, it's being robbed." Su Liyue calmly replied, "Stay calm, just open your eyes wide and watch the good show." The old man swung his hands fiercely, immediately summoning the Jin Shifa Xiang. A giant and majestic lion figure appeared, directly confronting the power of the waterfall. The lion avatar stretched its claws, tearing through the wind and fiercely charging straight into the whirlpool. However, as soon as the claws touched the mysterious water, they were immediately shattered into smoke. His ultimate move, Jin Shifa Xiang, was destroyed without a single fragment left. In the blink of an eye, the suction from the waterfall dragged him inside, the terrifying pressure crushing his body into dregs, fresh blood dyeing a whole area of water red, splashing everywhere. Witnessing that horrifying scene, sisters Mo Zai and Mo Ran were scared pale. "Oh my God, it's over. What just happened to him?" A majestic integration realm cultivator died without even letting out a sound. Su Liyue frowned. "You two are aiming for this waterfall but are completely clueless about the dangers within it." Mo Ran smiled wryly, secretly thanking the heavens that she hadn't rushed out. Mozai puffed her cheeks and pouted. "I stole this news from great-grandfather's study. Our family had no idea we sneaked out, but great-grandfather is really terrible. Even if we were stealing, he should have left a warning message about the danger." Su Liyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry, rubbing her forehead. "This probably can't be blamed on him." Mozai still stubbornly defended. "It's because great-grandfather has been using our wealth to please those girls in the flower street these past few years. We stealing his stuff is also for the greater good of the Mo family." From afar, Bai Luo Chen smiled meaningfully and teased Mo Han Shu, ancestor of the Mo family. "The older the ginger, the spicier it gets." Mo Han Shu blushed deeply and coughed. "This old man has his own hardships." Instructor Bai looked quickly. Another fearless person is rushing up. An old Taoist priest with white hair and beard, waving a fly whisk in his hand, slowly stepped out. Suddenly, an old man wearing glasses rushed over and stood next to Bai Luo Chen. He scrutinized the transcendent old man up there, muttering, "Isn't that the sect master of the former 5 sects, Taoist Bai Jing, the powerhouse holding the ear of the tribulation crossing period, the most worshipped Taoist priest of San Shengguan? And who is this old man with glasses who just arrived, acting so flustered?" Bai Jing began to circulate his spiritual power fiercely, splitting the waterfall into 2 halves, completely exposing the precious blade. Bai Jing exerted all his strength to grab the blade, but it seemed some mysterious force was pinning it down. He shouted loudly, "What kind of evil monster is hiding there? Roll out here for this seat." The rapid current suddenly surged, turning into a giant awl and charging straight towards Bai Jing. The waterfall broke its banks and poured down onto the ground. The cultivators below were scared out of their wits, trampling each other to escape. Run quickly, everyone. The water from the reverse waterfall is pouring down. From the core of the waterfall, a giant bird claw emerged, tightly grasping the precious blade. Bai Luo Chen widened his eyes in witness. He truly hadn't anticipated that hidden deep within this crazy waterfall lived a creature. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the realm. Bai Jing used his strength to yank the blade back to his hand, causing water droplets to splash blindingly in all directions. The disciple, seeing his master obtain the precious blade, happily ran over to flatter and congratulate before he could finish. Bai Jing's face turned ashen, hurriedly shouting, "Great danger, retreat quickly." A giant eagle head possessing 6 legs tore through the water and rushed out, its whole body emitting a blinding golden light. Someone exclaimed in panic, "That is the monster bird Bazu Jinpeng, reaching the demon emperor realm." Every flap of its wings stirred up furious tornadoes, carrying an oppressive might that crushed the very space. Any cultivator unlucky enough to be swept into the eye of the storm was reduced to shattered bones and torn flesh, fresh blood spraying like rain, dyeing the sky red, mixed with miserable screams echoing straight into the eardrums. Seeing the perilous situation, Moran quickly shot a talisman into the air, erecting a protective shield, while shouting loudly, "Everyone be careful." The shield appeared just in time at the critical moment, helping the group keep their lives. She patted her chest and sighed in relief, "Great fortune and great life. Luckily I swiped great-grandfather's emperor talisman, otherwise today we sisters would be meeting the king of hell." "Hey sister, where did great-grandfather hide this awesome treasure? Confess quickly. But it's really strange, how can a demon emperor survive in that reverse waterfall?" At the same time, a deep blue energy halo was also radiating right next to Su Li Yue's group. Bai Luo Chen held the remnant talisman in his hand and smiled awkwardly at Mo Hanshu. "Oh my, I'm so embarrassed to have wasted your treasure." Mo Hanshu waved his hand. "Instructor Bai risked his life to protect the juniors. How dare this old man blame you? It's just that I didn't expect those 2 girls to smuggle this talisman for self-defense. And you controlled an emperor talisman with a wave of your hand. Could it be that Instructor Bai is the legendary Saint Talisman Master?" Relying on his precious blade, Bai Jing felt a surge of heroic blood, carrying the weapon and flying straight towards the 6-legged monster bird to welcome the battle. "Evil beast, taste the power of this old man." The eagle suddenly stretched its neck to the sky and let out an ear-tearing screech. However, suddenly, a violent purple light flashed across, piercing through the chest of the demon beast, causing the charging Bai Jing to freeze and break abruptly. That purple light did not lose its power, pointing its sharp tip straight at Bai Jing. The old Taoist priest frantically raised the blade he just snatched to use as a shield. The overwhelming power caused him to be knocked backward, his back slamming into the ground with a heavy blow. The disciples hurriedly gathered around to lift him up. "Master, are you all right?" Bai Jing lay flat on the ground, wheezing through trembling breaths. "I'm not dead yet. I just regret missing out on that emperor weapon." The sky lit up brilliantly as a magnificent long spear descended, its might completely suppressing the blade from earlier, while the fierce 6-legged monster bird had now turned into a severed, mushy pile. Hiding from afar, Mo Hanshu's eyes lit up with joy. "It has appeared, it's a standard saint weapon." Bai Luo Chen was also visibly excited. Master Wei La rolled up her sleeves in excitement. "Wonderful, there will be a melee soon. Remember to prioritize the safety of those 3 kids, ready to charge." Suddenly, Mo Hanshu froze and hurriedly stopped him. "Instructor Bai, don't act rashly. The golden opportunity hasn't arrived yet. The appearance of that halberd is just the prelude to the waterfall." He blinked. "You mean there are even bigger waves behind it?" As soon as his words fell, a series of rare treasures and magical weapons appeared, filling the sky. The heroes below had their mouths in an O and eyes in an "Oh my God, can you believe it? The worst stuff here is at least at the standard saint weapon level." Greed rose up, the crowd frantically trampled and rushed into loot. "We're going to be rich. Our lives are changing. Hurry up and grab it, brothers." "Hey, that one is mine. I claimed it first. Get lost." The Mo sisters were restless, waiting to fly up and join in, but Su Li Yue spread her arms and desperately stopped them. Moran urged, "Sister, don't just stand there dumbfounded. The quick get it. The slow lose it, I'll sweep the left side, you sweep the right side, let's go. Mozai frowned in confusion mixed with frustration and asked Su Li Yue, treasures are scattered all over the ground. The world is looting and can't even run fast enough. Why do we have to hide? Meanwhile, the heroes were already slaughtering each other to seize the divine weapons. Take your dirty claws off. This place belongs to this old man. Are you delusional, trying to swallow all of this by yourself? The Mo sisters were stunned by the chaotic situation. What the hell is going on? Obviously good stuff is lying around. Picking it up until our hands get tired isn't enough. Why do they have to hunt each other down? Su Li Yue sighed at the naivety of the two girls. Even if treasures are piled into a mountain, it's useless. Human greed has no bottom. From afar, Bai Jing unleashed the Hun Dun Liang Yipo strike, aiming straight at the opponent in front of him. The threads from his fly whisk twisted and tightened around the majestic halberd. Bai Jing spoke majestically. This divine halberd now belongs to this poor Taoist. Whoever is bold enough to interfere is equivalent to declaring war on the entire San Shengguan. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, the thousands of whisk threads were minced to pieces by an invisible blade chi. Dao Huang stepped out heroically and sneered. This Taoist priest looks compassionate and merciful on the outside, but carrying such a long weapon, how is that appropriate? Let this sovereign handle it on your behalf. Bai Jing's expression changed. You are Dao Huang. You truly want to invite trouble and confront me. Dao Huang dashed forward disdainfully. Stop using that empty title to threaten me. This trick is useless on this old man. Bai Jing snorted coldly. So arrogant. This poor Taoist will personally experience your blade techniques. Dao Huang immediately executed the ultimate technique, Ba Dao Zhan. Bai Jing hurriedly used the Wuxiang Tian Dai to resist head-on. The old Taoist priest smirked in triumph. Your blade is tightly locked by me. Let's see what other tricks you can pull. But the joy was short-lived. From the void suddenly flew out countless sharp hidden weapons, tearing through the wind and pinning straight into his body. Bai Jing clumsily fell to the ground, cursing angrily. You despicable and shameless coward. Someone named Dao Huang actually uses hidden weapons to sneak attack. Dao Huang laughed loudly. Old man, you've cultivated until you're confused. Which law says Dao Huang can't use throwing darts? The mysterious man with glasses blinked and appeared next to Bai Luo Chen again, stroking his chin and commenting, truly worthy of the name Dao Huang, having cultivated to the realm where the blade follows the mind and all things are blades. Bai Luo Chen side-eyed him. He sneaks attacked and you still praise him to the skies. Wait a minute, who the hell are you to keep lurking around here? He leisurely adjusted his glasses and clasped his hands. This humble one is Jai Shu Yuan. Hearing the news of the reverse waterfall opening, I specially stopped by to watch the fun. He secretly cursed in his belly. The name reeks of a wind-slicing commentator. Master Wei La rushed over from somewhere, shaking his arm vigorously. Hey Bai, your prize students are starting to beat people up over there. Looking in the opposite direction, Su Li Yue was fiercely fighting a burly guardian. She waved her hand and threw a talisman to summon Lei Jing, striking a bolt of lightning straight down to finish off the giant. The giant crashed to the ground and stopped breathing. Su Li Yue retracted her hand and muttered in complaint. Fighting without being able to use Yue Xian Lun feels really awkward. The Mo sisters laboriously carried a pile of weapons they just looted, running over happily. Li Yue, we're done gathering. Is your side still smooth? She nodded, more or less. The guys blocking the way are still under my control. I cleaned up those guys who tried to sneak attack earlier and conveniently stripped all the stuff off them. This trip really hit the jackpot. Su Li Yue asked in surprise. Cleaned them all out. Mozai nodded smugly. Exactly. Just a bunch of small fries who haven't reached the nascent soul realm. Fighting them is a breeze. She frowned and turned to confirm with Mo Ran. Was your side just as smooth? Mo Ran shrugged. Only ran into an early spirit-severing realm cultivator, but his strength was very loose, didn't pose any threat at all. Su Li Yue began to suspect. This is truly absurd. In the middle of a chaotic frying pan full of great powers at the spirit division and integration realms, with our threes cultivation bases, we should have been forced into a corner long ago. In fact, the three girls didn't know that Bai Luo Chen's group was hiding in the distance, silently sweeping and paving the way for them. The Mo family ancestor dusted off his hands and turned to tell Bai Luo Chen, I've sent all those lackeys over there to meet the King of Hell. There's no one around here who can threaten the kids for now, but remember to act discreetly. If it's too obvious, they will definitely find out." Master Wei La side-eyed the old man, covering and hiding what? "You guys have been making moves loudly, borrowing the names of those 3 girls all along." Sure enough, looking around a 3-foot radius around the girls, there wasn't a shadow of anyone daring to approach. He muttered, "Wow, it seems we went a bit too far." At that moment, the reverse water column surged and waved violently again. Herds of guardian-sized monster beasts swarmed out from the water. The crowd clamored and shouted, "Look, the final major outbreak of the reverse waterfall is about to hit." The heroes below were scared out of their wits, everyone running for their lives in a scattered panic. Hidden among the fierce giant beasts, a tiny little tabby cat suddenly popped out. That out-of-place appearance made the giant monsters pause and look back. The little cat smirked, revealing an evilness completely contrasting with its chubby and innocent appearance. Its small mouth suddenly split wide open, revealing 4 winding tongues and sharp fangs like a saw blade. An unlucky man with low cultivation fell into its sights. He was caught and swallowed whole in the blink of an eye. After eating, the monster beast immediately retracted its tentacles and obediently turned back into a harmless kitten. It turned its head and let out a coquettish meow, but that sound made the great demon beasts and cultivators present shiver down their spines. The crowd completely broke formation, scrambling to escape. "Oh mother, a monster in disguise, run for your lives everyone." Yet there were still a few desperate ones charging in. "Damn it, you demons and ghosts, this grandpa will fight you to the death." The Mo sisters were busy packing up their loot. Moran told her sister, "This batch is rich. Everyone else has quietly retreated. Let's bounce too." Su Liyue turned and shook her head. "You two retreat first. I still have a treasure I must get my hands on." Moran anxiously persuaded Liyue, "You were the one who said greed leads to deep trouble, and you just saw how violent those demon beasts rushing out of the waterfall are. With our 3's cultivation bases, staying behind means certain death." Her eyes were resolute. "I understand that, but I can ignore 10,000 other things. I cannot miss that specific item." Su Liyue's tone was ironclad and unshakable. "At all costs, I must stay and wait for it." As soon as the words fell, a brilliant, violent, and blinding halo shot straight out from the center of the waterfall. The monster cat from earlier also excitedly let out a long howl. A strange book parted the water and shot out, its halo brilliantly illuminating the entire space. The Mo family ancestor jumped in shock and exclaimed, "This brutal might is a divine weapon." On the other side of the battlefield, Su Liyue didn't hesitate, springing up and charging straight towards the swirling waterfall. The Mo sisters turned pale and called out after her, "Liyue, what crazy thing are you planning to do?" Bai Luo Chen took in the whole scene, secretly thinking, "So this is the Tian Wengu Tu that Su Liyue has been yearning for day and night." The Mo family ancestor spun around, intending to invite instructor Bai. "The TRUE Chinese letter has appeared. We must gather it immediately." But his figure had already vanished into thin air long ago. Su Liyue exhausted her spiritual power into her legs, risking life and death to dash straight toward the precious book on the waterfall's surface. Su Liyue reached her grasping fingers forward, thinking that after so much painstaking anticipation, you are finally born. Suddenly, a bald old monk lunged out from nowhere, roaring Maha Daluo golden palm. A fierce and mighty palm wind pressed straight down onto Su Liyue's head like splitting bamboo. She was startled, spinning on her heels and shouting loudly, "Who is sneaking behind my back?" The bald donkey clasped his hands in a hypocritical gesture. "Amitabha, this poor monk is a successor of Xuankang Temple, Dharma named Jai Tan. This treasure truly has a destined affinity with this poor monk, so the female benefactor will have to suffer a loss." Su Liyue gritted her teeth, abruptly drawing out a talisman, resolutely refusing to yield. "You stinky monk, stop spouting nonsense." Dao Huang also aggressively charged over with his weapon to join the fray. "You bald geezer, whatever good stuff you see, you shamelessly claim it has an affinity with you. Don't you feel humiliated?" Bai Jing dragged himself over from somewhere, dusting himself off and declaring loudly, "When a rare treasure appears, any prodigy has the right to claim it. If you want to take it all, then let your strength do the talking." In the blink of an eye, The lone and helpless Su Liyue was swallowed up by the murderous encirclement of the three old monsters. Weighing the disadvantageous situation, she hastily yielded and took a step back. This junior Su Liyue hails from Qing Hong Academy and absolutely wouldn't dare to covet the treasure of you seniors. She bowed her head obediently. I respectfully hope the magnanimous seniors will show mercy and leave a way out for this junior. The old thieves narrowed their eyes at each other, pondering in silence. But with their cold-blooded nature, they were determined not to show mercy and let her go. Bai Jing struck the first vicious blow, sneering, "Do you ants think you have the right to speak here? Fan Ju." A chill ran down Su Liyue's spine, and she panicked, hastily glancing over her shoulder. Jaitan followed up with a ruthless palm strike, hypocritically saying, "Forgive my offense, female benefactor." Dao Huang swung his weapon down directly, not wanting to be outdone in the slightest, Tyrant Saber Slash. 3 destructive ultimate skills crashed into the same spot, creating a shockwave that shook the universe. The 2 Mo family sisters on the ground desperately screamed Su Liyue's name, tears welling in their eyes. "Sister Liyue. Those bastards are all body integration realm almighty experts. She's done for. We must quickly find instructor Bai Luo Chen so he can avenge her." The Mo family's patriarch suddenly popped his face out behind the 2 girls, chuckling, "Calm down. Miss Su won't lose a single hair." The 2 girls were terrified. "Great-grandfather, why are you in this corner?" Old Mo ruffled the hair of his 2 good granddaughters. "You 2 little goblins stole everything from me. Shouldn't this old man be allowed to tail you?" Mozai pouted. "Who wants to steal? Yours will eventually belong to us anyway. But setting that aside, what did you mean when you said Su Liyue is safe and sound?" They looked up at the sky. Su Liyue was safely enveloped by a spherical barrier. Mohan Shu stroked his beard. "You 2 snuck out to play with your great-grandfather following along. So how could a teacher leisurely leave his good disciple to fend for herself in the midst of boiling oil and raging fire?" Dao Huang's eyes widened at the unexpected variable. What the hell is this round baggage?" He scrutinized the bizarre sphere shielding the girl. Instantly, the sphere cracked and erupted with force, rebounding against all 3 enemies. The bald donkey frantically shrieked, "Oh crap." Bai Jing panicked and yelled, "Dodge." Then wildly swung his horsetail whisk to defend, but unexpectedly the rebounding force smacked straight into Dao Huang's face. Fortunately, Dao Huang reacted in time, swinging his saber to cleanly deflect the obstacle. Just as he calmed down, Dao Huang, burning with murderous intent, fiercely swung his arm to counterattack. The magical artifact in Bai Luo Chen's hand agilely transformed its shape. He wrapped his arm around his disciple, sarcastically scolding, "You 3 old fogies sure are thick-skinned. As a junior, she already humbled herself and begged for mercy, yet you heartlessly treated her like air and trampled on her, huh?" He gently pulled Su Liyue behind him to protect her. "Let's see if I play deaf and pretend not to hear when it's your turn to kneel and beg me later. My dear disciple, step down and regroup with Mo Zai and Mo Ran. Leave this pile of trash to your master." Dao Huang snorted in disdain, but also felt suspicious inwardly. How could a mere brat at the Xuan Zhao stage have the skill to withstand my attack? Is this rascal trying to fool this old man by playing the pig to eat the tiger? Gritting his teeth, he viciously unleashed a slashing art toward Bai Luo Chen. Unexpectedly, the young man merely raised one hand calmly and effortlessly neutralized the fatal move. Bai Luo Chen smirked mockingly. "You're renowned throughout the world under the illustrious title of Dao Huang, but could it be that your capabilities are only limited to this?" Dao Huang chuckled smugly to himself. "Great, this deceptive Dao Huang title is really useful. Another idiot has fallen into the trap." Suddenly, Bai Luo Chen coldly exposed his inner thoughts. "According to your philosophy, anything that involves a sneak attack with flying darts is also categorized under the Saber faction, right?" Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of flying darts attached with explosive talismans suddenly rushed over, besieging the old man. An earth-shattering explosion tore through space. Dao Huang realized in horror that the enemy was using his own signature move to give him a taste of his own medicine, 3-star Emperor Talisman Dragon Flame. "You brat, have you reached the realm of a Talisman Emperor? Wait, this doesn't make sense. How on earth can a Talisman Master wield saber techniques so proficiently?" Bai Luo Chen still calmly stood majestically in the middle of the battle, with his hands clasped behind his back. He leisurely retorted, "If you can carry flying darts and dare to claim supremacy as Dao Huang, then why should I, a talisman master, be banned from using meat cleavers and machetes?" Dao Huang turned angry out of shame, yelling loudly, "You distort the concept and dare to insult the prestige of the Saber faction." He hastily called upon his allies, Bai Jing, Jai Tan. "Let's put the divine artifact matter aside for now. Quickly surround and kill this brat." The other two exchanged wary glances. The old monk hastily clasped his hands to slip away. "Amitabha, this poor monk cultivates tranquility. Accidentally getting involved in the mortal world is already a sin. I ask to take my leave first to repent." Hearing that, Bai Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, radiating immense murderous intent, and glanced backwards. "Who gave you people permission to smoothly slip away after showing off?" Bai Jing trembled, trying to salvage the situation just now. This poor Taoist was blinded and acted foolishly. Now I am willing to wash my hands of it and return the treasure, begging your excellency to let it go. In his mind he calculated, the methods of talisman masters are unorthodox. I cannot fathom the depth of this guy. Even Dao Huang is eating a lot of dirt. It's better not to provoke a tiger. Ignoring the pleas of the stubborn geezers, he pulled out a powerful incantation. 4-star Saint Talisman Phantom Snatch. Those two stinky Taoist and monk were split into 3 bloody chunks by Bai Luo Chen's divine spell. Bai Jing frantically used his horsetail whisk to create a link, pulling his body back together. He roared in shock, drawing talismans from the void and gathering qi into form. "Just what kind of divine entity are you?" Bai Luo Chen was too lazy to waste his breath preaching to a dead man. He smirked, firing back the old man's earlier words. "Oh, so the air knows how to open its mouth to ask questions now." Dao Huang seized the moment he let his guard down. Evil thoughts arising, he immediately poured his strength into a sneak attack from behind. He roared fiercely, "To dare be so careless and distracted on the battlefield. You little brat, your life is over." Unexpectedly, the Mo family's patriarch suddenly intercepted, spreading his arms to bear the ruthless saber blade on his behalf. Moran Shanhe. He shouted loudly, "Instructor Bai, this old man is here to support you." Bai Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, shaking his head in dismay. "Oh, Patriarch Mo, do you really think I am so green as to expose my back as a target for them so easily?" A series of invisible explosive talismans he had secretly planted now lit up, wrapping around both of them. With a boom, a terrifying chain of explosions erupted, engulfing the area. The 2 Mo family granddaughters below were so blinded that they had to shut their eyes tightly and hug each other. Their beloved great-grandfather fell stiffly from the sky to the ground, making a dry thud. He scrambled up, charred black, and wheezed, "Instructor Bai, your talisman explosion feels pretty good." "Great-grandfather, are you still breathing? Why are you playing such rash vanguard games? Even if you take risks, you should tip us off first. If you die, who will the Mo family rely on?" The old man winced and waved his hand. "Stop cursing me, kids. Your great-grandfather's bones are still quite flexible. This little scratch is nothing." Amidst the vulnerability, an evil shadow silently emerged from behind Su Li Yue. Mozai hurriedly went to help her great-grandfather up, stepped carefully. The old man dusted his clothes and grumbled, "No need to guide me. This old man isn't that senile yet." That eerie hand thrust straight toward Su Li Yue. Everyone panicked and screamed in unison, "Li Yue, look behind you." The Mo family's patriarch kicked off the ground and lunged to the rescue. Even Bai Luo Chen, hindered by the Taoist thieves, was helpless because he was too far away. The sudden ambush left Su Li Yue frozen on the spot. The despicable attacker was none other than the blonde youth who had previously spouted sweet words to invite her to his team, but after tasting bitter rejection, he twisted his face and howled madly, "Die, you bitch." His poisoned hand grazed right past her scalp. Just as it touched, a protective force instantly rebounded, sending him flying 10 feet away. The crowd rushed over, anxiously asking if the girl had any scratches. She patted her chest to reassure them, "I survived. It's a blessing that my master secretly pasted an extra wind-shielding protective talisman on me beforehand. This bastard is truly despicable." The blonde guy, whose arm was severed by the talisman's backlash, growled in pain, "A miss is as good as a mile. Damn it. that Bai Luo Chen had the spare time to prep a life-saving talisman for you. Su Li Yue angrily scolded him to his face. Bastard! What kind of rat are you to target me and bite randomly? He smirked evilly with a lecherous smile. You'll find out when you go down to the underworld. It won't be too late. Bai Luo Chen stepped on the wind and charged over, his eyes glowing red as if wanting to devour him alive. Go to hell. That guy immediately executed the forbidden technique of shedding one's skin like a golden cicada, leaving behind a stark white skeleton at the scene. Bai Luo Chen reached out and firmly grasped the remnant soul, roaring, "You dare escape right in front of me." The demonic mist turned its head and sneered triumphantly. The kid fell for the trap. Son, taste the soul-devouring goo. The dry skeleton sprang up like a spring, tightly clinging to Bai Luo Chen's arm. It frantically twisted, trying its best to drill through his skin and slip right into his bloodstream. Mohan Shu stood on the outside and shouted at the top of his lungs in panic, "Instructor Bai, do not let that evil thing invade." He executed the secret technique Moran Shanhe, went around the back, grabbed the ghost skeleton tightly, and instructed through gritted teeth, endure the pain for a bit. However, that ghost goo was too fierce. It had already maliciously drilled a portion into his flesh. The Mo family's patriarch broke out in a cold sweat and said in horror, "The vicious trick is too high level. If this soul-devouring goo succeeds in replacing your marrow and bones, Instructor Bai will be stripped of his senses and turned into an enemy's puppet. What a sinister scheme. So his target was you from the very beginning." Bai Luo Chen quickly pulled out a spirit talisman and slapped it on his chest to suppress the goo worm. Blocking the fatal trap, Bai Luo Chen scowled and glared at the empty mist. "Damn it, I let that little brat escape." Su Li Yue ran over in tears. "Master, it's my fault for stubbornly insisting on staying that you brought disaster upon yourself." He reached out and rubbed his disciple's head to soothe her. "It has nothing to do with you, silly. The focus of this trap, from the moment it was plotted, was always aimed at your master." Having given his instructions, he clasped his hands and entrusted her. "Old Mo, I rely on you to take care of this girl. I have to charge out and grab that heaven-asking bone map back." The old man stopped him. "Wait. Instructor Bai, you are heavily poisoned. Why don't you let this old man take the risk on your behalf?" Amid the argument, Ancestor Wei Luo leisurely stepped out and waved her hand. "All right, take a break. Whatever bone map or bone mine that is, this lady has already nicked it for you." Everyone stared in horror. "When on earth did you grab it?" She put her hands on her hips and argued. "Stop wondering. I sneaked my way there until I wanted to puke. In the blink of an eye, when I turned back, all of you had vanished without a trace." With those words, she heavily threw Jitan down at everyone's feet. Her jade foot stepped hard on the bald old man's face. Ancestor Wei Luo smirked. "I happened to catch this bald guy snatching the item your precious disciple craves, so I conveniently knocked him out on the spot and dragged him back." From the distant horizon, a blinding shooting star was diving down at breakneck speed. Bai Luo Chen, with his keen senses, caught the threat in time. He frantically pulled the crowd to dodge to one side. "Danger! Scatter now!" As a result, the old monk lying bare in the middle of the line of fire was left to bear the brunt for the whole group. As luck would have it, the old man woke up at that exact second and scrambled to tumble away, dodging the fatal blow. He saved his petty life, but his body was battered like a torn rag. He held his face, crying and wailing, "Oh heavens and Buddha, why does this poor monk's face hurt so much?" The flaming red spear stabbed deeply into the ground, emitting a sharp, murderous aura that chilled everyone to the core. Su Li Yue frowned tightly in anxiety. "This spear is too demonic. Even if it's a saint weapon, how could it emit such a terrifying aura of resentment? And that bald guy woke up right on cue. Could he have been pretending to be unconscious earlier? Be careful, there might be a trap hidden inside the weapon." The two Mo family sisters shrank back in fear, retreating completely behind their great-grandfather to seek his protection. That fire spear continued to spew out an oppressive pressure, suffocating to the point of being unable to breathe. The bald donkey stammered, calling for his parents. "Merciful Buddha, what in the world is this ghost-forsaken thing?" The overbearing source of power surged endlessly, swallowing an entire region of space. She snapped her head back, staring in astonishment. "Just what exactly is the origin of that thing?" A giant misty palm tore through the sky, crashing straight down to grasp the fire spear. The figure of a great divine general was revealed in the sky, matching the massive waterfall. Someone recognized its true form and roared out in shock, "Is this the celestial phenomenon, divine general lightning tribulation?" Bai Luo Chen clicked his tongue and commented, "With a lightning tribulation of this magnitude, I bet one of the old monsters among those 12 big shots is about to attain enlightenment and ascend." A bird with wings that blotted out the sky suddenly swooped down from out of nowhere. Mosai keenly spotted the anomaly and frantically tugged at her great-grandfather's clothes. "Look closely. What's wrong with that upside-down waterfall?" An entity with a massive physique was slowly stepping out, parting the water. They thought it would be majestic, but what hit their eyes was a hairy toenail that looked exactly like a puppy's paw. It had a body covered in pure white snow, and a majestic horn perched on top of its head. The Mo family's patriarch froze for a few seconds, muttering in despair, "Oh my God, to think that before this old man closed his eyes and passed away, I'd unexpectedly witnessed this wonder." It was the mythical creature Bai Zi, the guardian deity leading the 12 ancestral demons. The divine beast Bai Zi and the phantom of the divine general holding the fire spear engaged in close combat, creating a peak battle that tore the universe apart. The violent aftershocks continuously triggered earth-shattering explosions. The sea of people below cried for their parents, trampling each other to escape, "Run away quickly. If that waterfall collapses, we'll all drown. Please save me, I haven't even taken a wife yet." The gigantic mass of water shattered, crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Instantly, Bai Luo Chen pasted 2 mysterious talismans on the backs of Su Li Yue and ancestor Wei Luo. They snapped in unison, "What trick are you playing again?" He gathered his strength and shouted, "5-star divine talisman manifest." Yao Yang turning into a shield, he sacrificed himself to execute an absolute barrier to push the 2 girls out of the dead zone. The crazy flood crashed down, completely swallowing the small figure of Bai Luo Chen. Deep beneath the flooded abyss, 2 spheres of light broke through the pressure and shot straight up. They soared like rockets, bringing Su Li Yue and ancestor Wei Luo safely to escape thanks to his fateful talisman. Washing ashore, the 2 girls staggered out of the barrier, their clothes drenched and disheveled. Su Li Yue crawled to the edge of the abyss, which was churning with white foam, her eyes red as she desperately screamed, "Down, master." She collapsed, kneeling on the muddy ground. Ancestor Wei Luo stood next to her, letting out a long sigh as she looked at her pitiful state. Wei Luo massaged her waist, hissing in pain, "Ouch, it hurts to death. That toss just now almost took this old lady's life." Suddenly Su Li Yue sprang up, startling ancestor Wei Luo, who hastily tried to dissuade her that Bai Luo Chen has 9 lives and high skills. He won't die young. "Girl, absolutely do not do anything foolish." She frowned, looking at Wei Luo. "Why on earth did you think I was about to jump into the abyss to commit suicide?" Ancestor Wei Luo scratched her head awkwardly. "Well, seeing how desperate you were." She reached out to help ancestor Wei Luo up and replied firmly, "Drop that thought. I'm no damsel in distress who only knows how to act brainlessly. Let's retreat to the old camp and regroup with the Mo family's patriarch first, then slowly scheme to welcome my master back. Are you relieved now?" Ancestor Wei Luo frowned, doubting internally, "Are you really planning that?" Su Li Yue's voice dropped slightly, brimming with bitterness. "Just think about it. If a top expert like him was powerless to do as his heart wished, what could an ant like me change by jumping in to throw my life away?" Shifting the scene to Bai Luo Chen, he was currently trapped in a bottomlessly dark abyss. He fumbled around and pulled out a talisman, pinching it tightly between his fingers, 1 Path Star talisman. The talisman shone brilliantly like a small torch. Relying on the light talisman, he slowly felt his way forward, muttering, "This must be the core space of the upside-down waterfall. Has the evil Qi presumptuously polluted all the way down to the bottom of this abyss?" Not bothering to guess blindly anymore, he decided to slip away and solve the puzzle later. Breaking out of here is the best policy. Almighty Divine Axe, I summon you. Unfortunately, just as the spiritual Qi gathered to form the axe handle, it immediately dispersed into nothingness. He was shocked. Hey, this is too much. Unwilling to resign, Bai Luo Chen continuously threw out a series of heavy incantations. from 3-star and 4-star to 5-star divine talismans. Yet those overbearing talismans remained as silent as a pile of scrap paper. Completely panicked, he called out to the system's operator, Zai Ning, "Scout ahead and see what the hell is wrong with this godforsaken place." Zai Ning's projection flickered intermittently, the voice crackling with static interference. Beep, beep, unreachable, static interference. Bai Luo Chen turned pale. What kind of ghostly place is this? This place is even more demonic than the Great Thousand World. Not only does it lock the Pangu axe and my cultivation strength, but even the divine system has its fiber optics cut. What's going on? A moment later, a faint halo glimmered in the pitch-black darkness ahead. Following the halo, what caught his eye was an ancient tree with lush foliage, its cyan aura lighting up the gloomy realm. Bai Luo Chen swallowed his saliva in awe. The canopy bears the pure qi, and the roots suppress the impure qi. Wow, I never in a million years expected such a wondrous tree capable of supporting heaven and earth to exist in the mortal realm. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, well, to think a human rat managed to slip down here. Bai Luo Chen quickly spun around defensively. Who's hiding in the bushes? A demon tribe female with dark skin and majestic horns stepped out, her mocking gaze sweeping over him, a petty cultivation base at the Xuanzhao stage. Scrutinized so closely from head to toe that he felt annoyed, he spoke with a grumpy tone. "Miss, are you from the demon tribe?" She smiled cunningly, a weak bug that lives long enough to crawl down into the abyss. "Well, this appearance might just make a premium meat shield for my grand plan." With that, she grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up, dashing straight toward the base of the tree. Hey, hold on. What kind of harassment are you trying to pull on me?" She snapped. "Shut up." Landing on the root pedestal, she ruthlessly threw him face first to the ground with a loud thud. He rubbed his swollen nose, looking up at the bulky tree trunk and muttering, "Mother of God, even if I brought the Pangu axe to chop this massive wood, my arms would fall off before cutting it down in 10,000 years." The demon tribe girl suddenly started softly chanting a string of mysterious, demonic incantations. The rough bark beneath his feet unexpectedly squirmed and writhed like earthworms. The massive tree split in half, revealing a massive tunnel reeking of death. She pointed down the deep hole and issued a cold command, "Go in and scout." Bai Luo Chen hesitated, his face grimacing. "You want me to crawl into this bizarre hole? Won't my bones be crushed to pieces?" Annoyed, she raised her hand, threatening to hit him. Without waiting for him to haggle, she kicked him into that gaping maw. He shrieked miserably, "God damn it. So you brought me here just to act as a scapegoat to open the path." Luo Chen rubbed his sore buttocks from hitting the ground too many times, cursing the demon girl in his heart. "Just you wait. Once I get out of here, see if I don't beat your backside until it swells. If there are no treasures down here, you're dead meat." The demon girl had already appeared, looming right beside him. "Oh my God, are you a ghost? Since when did you drop down here without me noticing?" Luo Chen grumbled in annoyance. "Where did you get the habit of haunting people's backs to scare them?" The girl was secretly amazed. All this time, this guy hadn't shown the slightest hint of trembling fear. For a mediocre cultivator, his mental fortitude was impressively solid, so she voiced out to ask where he came from. Luo Chen nonchalantly replied that he dropped down from Qinghang Academy, completely ignoring how the girl's footsteps suddenly paused. The demon girl turned around with an icy gaze. "That guy Bai Luo Chen, do you know him?" The young man was startled. "How unlucky. Don't tell me it's such a coincidence." He hastily fabricated a lie, saying, "Of course I know him. That guy is an infamous, useless instructor. Why would you know his name?" The other party suddenly flew into a raging fury, grabbing Luo Chen's collar. "Useless, my foot. How could the great hero who once sealed the great heavenly demon at Lion Li City be useless? He was originally a heaven-defying prodigy. It's only because he sealed the great demon lord that he ended up crippled." The demon girl's gaze blazed with the flames of indignation. After speaking, she turned on her heel and angrily marched on. Luo Chen scratched his head in confusion. "Something's wrong. We just wreaked havoc in the demon realm not too long ago. Why does she only know the news about sealing the great heavenly demon from ages ago?" The two of them walked swiftly toward a crystal-clear pond. Luo Chen swung his arms, looking around in all directions. "Miss, may I ask what kind of place this is?" The demon girl broke a twig and lightly swiped the surface of the lake. This place is the burial ground of the demon Emperor Qingzhai. Luo Chen's eyes widened in shock. Qingzhai, the demon Emperor Qingzhai who supposedly killed 16 Tei golden immortals single-handedly in the rumors. The girl calmly took off her clothes, saying, "The tribe's history books are great at exaggerating. If you can believe even 30% of it, that's already a blessing." Saying that, she slowly waded into the cold water. Praising his name to the high heavens is ultimately just to bring glory to the tribe. Seeing this, Luo Chen rolled up his pant legs and followed her. "I'm not like those from other tribes. By the way, where is your hometown, miss? To tell you the truth, I also have friends residing at the Wide Estate." The young man eagerly tried to act chummy. "If it's on your way, please check on my friends there for me." Judging by the tone of this demon girl, she seems to deeply hate the human race. Since I'm at a disadvantage right now and don't dare offend her, I have to find an excuse to get closer. The demon girl suddenly lowered her voice. "Those comrades of yours, I'm afraid they won't have a chance to meet you again in this lifetime." "Huh, what are you implying, miss?" Luo Chen broke into a cold sweat. "This is bad. Does she plan to kill me right here?" She glanced at him indifferently. "The demon realm in your memory has already turned to ashes. Ever since the decisive battle at Sarah City concluded, the demon realm only had time to enjoy a fleeting glimmer of peace. But in the next blink of an eye, the demonic faction, led by the Empire's Wide family and the conservative magic aristocrats, dragged each other into a vortex of civil war. Unfortunately, right when the two factions were beating each other bloody, the Nai Luo evil cult secretly rose up and successfully summoned the source of the chaotic realm. There was a figure huddled in the corner, moaning dejectedly. "How did everything turn out to be true? I swear I'll never write stories again." The chaos poured down from the sky, gushing out of the grand hall and sowing the seeds of filth across the entire demon realm. Those of the demon tribe who inhaled the chaotic gas immediately underwent a terrifying mutation, degenerating into bloodthirsty beasts. The commoners could only flee and scream for help as monsters swarmed in. Because the demon lord had passed away and the empire was tearing itself apart, no one had the strength to hold the line. That chaotic plague just went on to swallow the whole demon realm. Just as the demon realm was on the brink of annihilation, the lucky surviving demons, under the guidance of the final 5 great sages, pooled their strength to rise up and fight back. Thanks to that, they barely managed to secure a meager piece of land in the western domain of the demon realm from the clutches of chaos, and that place became the final withered home for the sorrowful demon tribe. From inside the small house, a voice rang out, "And the true destination of my journey is none other than..." The demon girl caressed the bizarre coffin, because the clues about Qingzhai's inheritance might salvage the demon realm. She gritted her teeth and held on to her faith. "As long as I seize the inherited power from Qingzhai, I will definitely ascend to the throne of the 6th sage." Bai Luo Chen patted his chest, relieved of his burden. "So that's how it is. My condolences. Luckily, they are still safe and sound, otherwise I'd have no idea how to explain it to Su Fang." The demon girl stepped back and signaled, "Pry this lid open quickly." Luo Chen scratched his head in bewilderment. "Huh, if you want to seize the inheritance, do it yourself. What kind of trick is it to urge me to open it?" She stated indifferently, "What if there's a booby trap? My shoulders are bearing the heavy responsibility of saving the demon realm." The young man was left speechless by this absurd excuse. Yes, my blessings are thin and my sins are heavy. I'm perfectly suited to be your expendable lab rat, all right." Luo Chen dragged his body over to touch the coffin, but suddenly froze. He turned his head and gave a gentle smile. "Right, before I sacrifice my life for you, you should at least tell me your precious name." The demon girl grew flustered and snapped, "Who asked you to die for me? You're just a pathfinder. Stop with those sentimental words." Luo Chen pulled a long face and sighed. "So be it. Losing my life for a peerless beauty like you is worth it. I'll wait." She crossed her arms and replied in annoyance, "Ying Tong. This lady's name is Ying Tong. Etch it into your heart. What a weird guy." She urged him to give up his life and he didn't even complain, but if she didn't state her name, he acted as pitiful as if he had been abandoned. Luo Chen nodded approvingly, a pleasant-sounding name. Ying Tong blushed with embarrassment and shouted loudly, "Pry the lid open quickly." Luo Chen finally had no choice but to obediently pry the coffin lid open. Suddenly, a massive pillar of water surged out furiously. Ying Tong's pupils dilated to the maximum. This thing is. An item fluttered out, the Demon Emperor's jade seal. Just as she pinched her fingers to grab it, Luo Chen intercepted. Wait, something's wrong. What's wrong? The stream of water suddenly morphed into countless octopus tentacles, wrapping tightly around both of them. Damn it, focus your mind. Then they forcefully stuffed the pair straight into the coffin. The force of this monster was so terrifying that no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Right as it neatly stuffed its prey inside, the liquid fluidly scooped up the lid to seal it shut. A deafening clatter rang out. The coffin was sealed tight. At Tianmeng Peak, the village of the Ice Silkworm tribe, Mi Meng tilted her chin up to boast. This venerable one isn't bragging to you. Back when I just reached the Demon Emperor realm, I was already more than capable of fighting a demon venerable to a draw. I even recruited a core demon emperor as my subordinate, and now that girl has also advanced to a demon emperor. The pack of demons below clamored to flatter her. Big Sister Mi Meng is so outstanding. How did you cultivate, Sister Mi Meng? Teach us the secret technique. That's right, instruct us. At one banquet table, 3 figures remained completely silent. Zhan Meng looked up indignantly. That brat Mi Meng just climbed onto the seat of a demon venerable and is already showing off. It's blatantly obvious that today's whole tribe gathering is for Elder Hai, yet she keeps running her mouth to steal all the attention. The old man sitting opposite, known as Elder Hai, merely smiled kindly. Our Ice Silkworm tribe's tradition is now just an excuse to gather. My broken body is merely that of an insignificant demon emperor. This time, Mi Meng has achieved great merit right after returning home. Having her lecture our fellow tribesmen is much more beneficial. The female carrying the title of tribe leader raised her glass in a toast. Elder Hai is too modest. Even if the juniors snag a golden opportunity to surpass you in realm, your years of tasting gall and sleeping on brushwood are an invaluable treasure. Alas, getting old means my time has truly passed. Then she turned her head and shouted loudly, Mi Meng, come down here quickly and pay your respects to Elder Hai. Mi Meng happily and swiftly dashed over. Grandpa Hai, your good granddaughter is here. She timidly bowed deep to pay her respects. Elder Hai. Elder Hai happily stroked his beard. This little girl made this old man miss her to death. Not seeing you for a while, your beauty has become even more charming now. Mi Meng thoughtfully helped the old man sit down and then sweet-talked him. Mi Meng missed Grandpa Hai incredibly too. It's just that our Ice Silkworm tribesmen are scattered all over the place, so even if we longed to see each other, there was no chance. Please take a seat, sir. Her eyes lowered, tinged with a trace of sorrow. Usually, it's only when the life lamps of the elders are about to run dry that we have a chance to meet. Zhan Meng curled her lip in disdain, bearing the majestic title of Demon Venerable yet sniveling and crying. What kind of propriety is that? This rule of our tribe has existed for 10,000 years. Elder Hai glared and snapped, Zhan Meng, shut your mouth. No one will think you're mute. Turning to caress his granddaughter, the old man coaxed, Mi Meng, stop crying. Crying will ruin your looks and it'd be terrible if no one wanted to marry you. She blushed and whined, Grandpa Hai is so weird. Why do you always make fun of me? Hai Lao gripped Mi Meng's wrist tightly. I am not joking around. This old man is talking about a serious matter. You have broken through to Demon Venerable. It would be unacceptable not to pass down such an outstanding bloodline. The old man excitedly led her around. Look, our clan is full of outstanding young men. Just pick whoever catches your eye. With Grandpa Hai here to act as the matchmaker, I guarantee he will obediently follow you. Mi Meng frantically dodged. Grandpa Hai, this is a major life event. Please give me some time to think it over. What should I do? If I refuse flat out and hurt Grandpa Hai's feelings, my image as a good and obedient girl will be ruined. But if I actually bring a man home, that old monster will absolutely destroy me. The clan chief stepped in to mediate and separated the two. Hai Lao, Mi Meng is still young. There is no need to rush. Besides, the youth nowadays prefer freedom in marriage. They are no longer interested in these matchmaking tricks. Hai Lao looked depressed and disappointed. Let it go then. This old man just wanted to hold a little great-grandchild before closing my eyes for good. Mi Meng forced a smile and coaxed him. Grandpa Hai, do not worry. I will try my best. Inwardly, she secretly apologized. I am sorry, Grandpa Hai. I am afraid you will not live to see it even in your next life. On the high stage, 3 chubby worms were enthusiastically twisting and dancing. The crowd below cheered until their voices went hoarse. Amazing, Lady Dian Meng, I admire you. Come on, raise your glasses. Tonight we will not return until we are drunk. Cheers to Hai Lao, to the resounding victory that crushed the Zhai Lang clan's offensive. Cheers. Mi Meng also excitedly joined in. Come on everyone, all eyes on me. I have an announcement to make. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the atmosphere. What is going on? The clan chief frantically rushed over who was screaming just now. What happened? In front of everyone's eyes, a vicious beast was tearing at the throat of a fellow clansman. Everyone was petrified. Mi Meng's face turned pale. What is that, a demon saint? Sorrowful wails erupted everywhere. Run for your lives. The Zhai Lang clan is attacking again. The wolf demons bared their fangs with cruel smiles. Capture the young ones alive. Slaughter the adults without mercy. This time our side has a demon saint personally leading us. Charge, brothers. A silkworm demon was running for its life when it suddenly took a bone-deep slash down its spine. She trembled and kowtowed, begging, please have mercy. I am still carrying a life in my womb. Spare my life. The wolf demon smirked barbarically. Well, there is a pregnant one left here. Anyone interested in the babies in her belly? If you want them, you can wait for her to give birth and then kill them. It will not be too late. One of them darkened his face. Exactly. This seed is also curious to see how you bugs reproduce. A blood-curdling scream rang out. No, please do not. The ruthless blade pierced through. Fresh blood dyed the area red. All 4 sides were engulfed in an endless sea of fire. Zhan Meng, having lost an arm, still roared madly, bring it on, you despicable beasts. Unfortunately, the wolf demon forces in front of him were overwhelmingly massive. Zhan Meng suddenly heard a strange noise coming from behind him. A wolf demon stepped forward, grabbing a woman by the back of her neck and dangling a baby in his other hand. Zhan Meng was immediately frightened out of his wits. Wife, Xiao Ling. He charged forward in a fit of rage. I will fight you to the death. The ruthless wolf demon violently slammed the mother and child headfirst into the ground. Then he swung his blade and effortlessly decapitated Zhan Meng. He jerked his chin to order his accomplices, tie this wretched girl up and take her away. I must go catch their demon venerable. Yes, saint. The underlings excitedly gossiped around Zhan Meng's headless corpse. Hey, did you see clearly how that madman was finished off? Cut the crap. When a demon saint makes a move, how could the likes of us keep up? You must know that even a demon venerable could not last 3 rounds. In another direction, Mi Meng gritted her teeth, carrying the clan chief on her back as she fled for her life. The old woman lay limply on her thin back, weakly advising Mi Meng, I am beyond saving, leave me behind. Your silk is already exhausted. If you carry me, we will definitely be caught. Mi Meng choked back her tears and retorted, back when I was a little child, the time you saved me, you did not leave me lying on the ground to die either. Her eyes blurred with tears. Besides, you pretended to be my mother and deceived me for over 10 years. You spanked me countless times to discipline me. If you die, who am I supposed to seek revenge from? The deadly enemies behind them had already closed in right on their heels. Mi Meng had no choice but to lay the clan chief down on the ground. Then she braced herself and repelled the vicious attack of the wolf saint. He let out a contemptuous smile and glided over. If you do not want me to catch up, you should throw away that burden. Mi Meng immediately swung her palm, blasting him back. A burden, my foot. The wolf saint moved swiftly, slipping right behind her back. Mi Meng was horrified. This is bad. In the blink of an eye, a wind-tearing slash ripped her back open. Mi Meng gritted her teeth and counterattacked. But the wolf saint only needed a light flick, and the weapon in her hand was instantly sent flying out of sight. Mi Meng struggled to retreat. The wolf saint grabbed clan chief Bing Zin's hair and lifted her up. Your spiritual energy has been completely sealed by me. Stop your useless struggling. Mi Meng screamed frantically, clan chief. He cast a cold glance. Tusk, cultivating to the level of demon venerable is no easy feat. This seed is quite fond of you. Then he dropped the clan chief. Finish her off with your own hands. This seat gives my word of honor that when you join the Zhai Lang clan, You will be treated as an honored guest." Mi Meng enunciated every word fine, but a mere guest position is not worthy of this venerable one. She spat out words of contempt. "Welcome this venerable one back to be the supreme ruler of your lot, and then I will reconsider." The wolf saint shook his head slightly. What a pity. Suddenly, his face contorted in panic. Clan Chief Bing Xin had tightly embraced him since who knows when, her entire body emitting a blinding light. Mi Meng dashed forward madly. "Do not do it." The old woman looked back at her affectionately for the last time. Then an earth-shattering explosion rang out, sweeping across everything. Mi Meng's pupils shattered in an instant, losing their usual vibrant vitality. She gave up everything, letting her body free fall into the abyss below. The wolf saint grimaced and brushed the dust off his clothes. What a crazy lunatic. His body did not suffer a single scratch. To think she dared to use her racial origin to self-destruct. Fortunately, this ice silkworm clan has almost completely withered away, otherwise I really would have been injured by her. The wolf saint cast his gaze into the distance. He turned and glided down to check. Then he coldly left the scene. If she is still breathing, finish her off. In the ghost realm, beside the Wangchuan River. Bai Luo Chen curiously looked around. What kind of hellish place is this, so gloomy and terrifying? Ying Tong neatly tucked the jade seal into her chest and spoke. "You are right about that. This place is indeed the ghost realm." Luo Chen was startled. "What, have we both lost our lives?" She pointed to the murky distance ahead. "Not yet. The truly dead ones are supposed to be on the other shore over there." Luo Chen curiously followed her gaze and was stunned. "Huh, why do those vague shadows over there look so familiar?" A group of ghosts with extremely familiar appearances. All of them were from the Ice Silkworm clan. Hearing the commotion, the entire group of souls turned their heads to look over simultaneously. Ying Tong hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "I advise you best not to look in that direction. If they find out you are still alive." Luo Chen was confused. "Then I will be dragged over to become an underworld ghost like them." She lowered her eyes to look at the surging river below. "No, you will be lured straight into the river, where both your flesh and soul will dissipate entirely." Luo Chen curled up, hugging his trembling arms. "Is it really that scary? Why did so many wronged souls of the Ice Silkworm clan suddenly appear? Could it be that a great disaster has befallen Xiao Meng's side?" He pulled out the talisman bearing Mi Meng's image. "Why is there no response signal?" Ying Tong calmly explained. "Do not waste your effort trying. Once you cross into this realm, all techniques from the other world are completely useless." He leaned in, smooth-talking to curry favor. "So do you have a way to escape from here?" This humble one currently has an extremely urgent matter to attend to. She replied nonchalantly, "Yes, just leap down there with me." Before he could even react with a "huh," Ying Tong yanked Luo Chen's arm back one. She decisively pushed off her feet and flew up too. Then the two of them plummeted into the abyss. 3. Oh my goodness. Su Li Yue was kneeling flat by the edge of the deep cliff. A few curious people walked over to observe. "That young lady has been kneeling here for days on end, eating and drinking nothing. What is the reason?" The storyteller immediately explained. "She is eagerly waiting for her master, Bai Luo Chen." Those people were astonished by Luo Chen. That trash from the Qinghang Academy can actually accept disciples, and such a beautiful female disciple at that. The old man pursed his lips in disdain. "Your intelligence network is too outdated. Bai Luo Chen regained his prowess long ago. A while back he annihilated the Green Snake Lord with just the flick of a finger. Have you not heard of his reputation? Is that real or a joke? Old man, do not trick us." The storyteller calmly replied, "If you do not believe it, go ask around yourselves. That young lady absolutely despises anyone who dares to call her master trash. I do not want to bring trouble upon myself." Mozai approached and gently persuaded her, "Sister, eat a little something. Su Fang and I have already gone back to call the people from the academy. Just wait until a large number of reinforcements arrive. Then we will definitely be able to find Instructor Bai." Seeing a figure walking towards them, she was frantically overjoyed. "Patriarch, you are back. Have you found any traces of Instructor Bai?" Mohan Shu shook his head despondently. "There is absolutely no sign of Instructor Bai in the outer perimeter, and in the central area, the laws of heaven and earth are chaotic. Even with my level of cultivation, I dare not enter." Mosai was worried, is it that serious? Then we have no choice but to wait a bit longer. She turned to comfort Li Yue, do not be too pessimistic. However, the other person had already swiftly walked away. Mosai panicked and called out Li Yue. Han Shu quickly stopped her, you stay here, let me go intercept her. Li Yue's figure quickly vanished without a trace. Han Shu was astonished. This girl's light body technique is truly bizarre. I cannot even catch up to her. Su Li Yue stepped into a strange spatial dimension. Si Ziu loomed by her side. Is this not my little three corpses? You have finally accepted the power. Have you willingly stepped onto the same path as me? So my inner demon was indeed your doing. She stopped in her tracks and faced Si Ziu. You deliberately bestowed this power upon me. Your goal is to force me to ascend quickly, paving the way for you to sever more of your three corpses to attain the Tao and transcend, right? She feigned curiosity. If you already understand everything, why did you still throw your life away running here to force me to show myself? Li Yue clenched her fists and proposed a deal. I am willing to cooperate with your scheme, but the absolute condition is that you must help me find my master. Si Ziu narrowed her eyes slightly. Has Bai Luo Chen met with a disaster? At the realm of Guisu, two figures were bobbing on a small boat. Where is this place? Guisu. They quickly steered the boat to shore. Bai Luo Chen questioned her. Guisu is the final resting place after all things perish, yet you still insist we are not dead. Ying Tong retrieved the boat. Stepping onto the yellow springs means there is no turning back. If we want to escape, we can only take this secret passage. Her buttocks suddenly received a solid smack. Ying Tong yelled angrily, what kind of trick are you playing? Luo Chen casually pointed forward. Earlier it was me risking my life to scout the way. Now it is your turn. She grabbed him by the collar and hissed, you bastard. Luo Chen threatened with an indifferent face. Bastard what? In this place, neither of us can use our abilities. Hurry up and lead the way. If we are not careful, we will really be done for. Ying Tong resentfully stomped her feet and walked ahead. You cowardly ghost. The guy was still rubbing his hands and marveling. The feeling was not bad, very good elasticity. The two were walking briskly when they suddenly slammed on the brakes. Ahead was a patch of land, densely planted with swords and spears. A murmuring sound echoed all around. Young master, please return, young master. Luo Chen tightly covered his ears and complained, what kind of evil place is this? Where have you led me? Please return. Ying Tong was also panicked and confused. I do not know this place either, give me a moment. Right in the middle of her forehead, a pupil suddenly appeared. The divine eye that sees through everything had opened. The moans kept surrounding his ears, sending endless chills down Luo Chen's spine. Young master, how is it? Have you spotted any clues yet? Please return. Although Ying Tong struggled a bit, she finally identified the land. I see it now. This place is the sword tomb of the Qingyuan clan. Just follow me and run headlong to the right. Young master, please return. Before she could finish speaking, she collapsed to the ground. Young master, please return. Luo Chen had to grit his teeth, throw Ying Tong over his shoulder and run away. Do you seriously treat me as your mount? Young master, please return. The stone dangling around his neck suddenly flashed with light. Luo Chen was quick-handed and grabbed it tightly. He opened his hand to observe. This soul stone is actually reacting to the Qingyuan clan's sword tomb. Could it be that the young master is lying in here? Suddenly, the mass of murderous weapons simultaneously hovered in the air. The wailing grew louder and louder. Young master. Good heavens, this formation of yours does not look at all like it wants to welcome the young master back. Please return, young master, please return. Luo Chen cursed inwardly. I cannot escape this mess even if I ran to the ends of the earth. If their target is the soul stone, I will just throw it back to them and be done with it. So he decisively came to a halt. Then he yelled at the top of his lungs, wait, your young master is right here. Do not make any rash moves. Surprisingly, those weapons actually obediently slammed on the brakes. Only then did Bai Luo Chen breathe a sigh of relief. As expected, they were only thirsting for the soul stone. His muscles had barely relaxed when that voice rang out again. Young master, please return. Cold sweat began to bead on his face, a chill running down his spine. I am really doomed. There is no way to dodge this. Right at that moment, Si Ziu's spirit appeared to direct. Moon Immortal Wheel, strike now. In a flash, her moon wheel tore through the wind and shot forward, knocking away the descending swords. Ziyu turned her head and sneered. Your disciple is running around outside looking for you until she is almost going insane. What are you still doing clinging to this den of the dead? Bai Luochen frowned and asked, Ziyu, how did you manage to pinpoint my location so well? Catching a glimpse of the beauty he was carrying on his shoulder, Ziyu understood the situation. So that is how it is. This beauty is a new face and looks quite good. No wonder you are so attached and refuse to return. Feeling wrongly accused, he immediately threw the demoness down with a thud to clarify. Do not speak nonsense. I have absolutely no relationship with her. Being dropped with a thud, the demoness coughed herself awake from her stupor. Cough, cough. No wonder I only felt the power of the rescue but could not catch sight of the figure. It turns out an immortal had stepped in to help. Hearing that, Bai Luochen broke into a sweat and questioned her. Do not tell me all of this was scripted entirely by your own hands. The demoness did not even bother to deny it. Completely correct. It was planned right from the very beginning. Hearing this, Ziyu clicked her tongue. No wonder the heavenly Tao is also bitter and wants to exterminate your clan. Being manipulated by your clan's omniscient technique is a truly disgusting feeling. Receiving the praise, Ying Tong immediately replied, High Immortal overpraises me. Ziyu shattered space, preparing to leave. Let us go. Surname Bai, dragging you back by the neck means this deal is considered a success. Bai Luochen was dumbfounded. Deal? What deal? Is it because of Li Yue? Outside, Li Yue was currently lying weakly under the care of the Mo family grandfather and granddaughter duo. Her whole body seemed to be possessed by some filthy, evil aura. Patriarch, is Li Yue okay? The old man yelled out, Hurry up. We cannot wait for that old instructor Bai anymore. Retreat quickly or else. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart by explosive pillars of lightning. It is a heavenly tribulation. Who is trying to break through in this place? In the blink of an eye, a pillar of heavenly lightning as thick as a giant pillar crashed straight down. Witnessing that scene, old Mo was terrified out of his wits. This is disastrous. He bolted upwards, directly unleashing his ultimate skill, Moran Shanhe, hoping to block the deadly bolt of lightning. Li Yue was currently breaking through rapidly and continuously, skyrocketing from the late nascent soul stage to the peak nascent soul stage, piercing through the early out-of-body stage and reaching the middle out-of-body stage. Seeing this scene, Mozai shouted loudly, Li Yue, undergoing your tribulation like this does not look okay at all. The thunder and lightning in the sky grew more and more furious, thickly covering the entire area with dense black clouds. Mohan Shu struggled to resist, beads of sweat pouring down from fear. Why is this lightning punishment becoming more and more terrifying? I have a premonition that I will not be able to hold it back much longer. Right at the most critical moment, the Academy's forces also rushed over. Good heavens, is that a heavenly tribulation? A person in front recognized it in horror, the Qing Yuan lightning tribulation of the nascent soul stage, the Jiu Zio lightning tribulation of the soul formation stage, the Gui Yuan lightning tribulation of the body integration stage. Why have the thunders of these major realms all appeared at the same time? Spotting Li Yue, the young lady of the Mo family shouted frantically, the Venerable and the others are trapped down there. Mozai down below also waved her hands frantically, Patriarch is right here. The Academy instructors immediately assigned tasks. We will go help Patriarch Mo, junior sisters, go over and provide cover to take care of Li Yue. Seeing this, Lao Liu also aggressively flew after them. Hold on, I am joining in too. The stream of heavenly lightning had now turned purple. Bolts of lightning as thick as giant pillars rained straight down one after another. Mohan Shu could no longer bear it, getting struck until he spat blood everywhere. He coughed up blood and clutched his chest in pain. Damn it, spiritual energy has to backfire right at this moment. Very quickly, another brutal pillar of lightning struck down. Mohan Shu swallowed his bitterness. Is this old life of mine going to end here? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, Qi Yuan Grand Formation. Instantly, a giant circular formation unfolded, deflecting the lightning pillar that was crashing straight toward Han Shu's face. The Academy instructors appeared to the rescue. Patriarch Mo, you have worked hard. We are here to support you. The old man also hastily warned, be careful, this kind of lightning is extremely bizarre. As soon as he finished speaking, A storm of lightning from all directions menacingly aimed straight at him and bombarded down. Quick as a flash, a figure controlling a gourd dashed out. The five spirits gourd deployed a barrier to block it. On the other front, the group had also closed in on Li Yue's location. "Senior sisters, you have finally arrived." Taking a look at Li Yue's condition, the girl panicked. "What is wrong with Li Yue? What is that pile of lightning tribulations up in the air?" Mozai also babbled her explanation. Earlier, Li Yue suddenly crashed into the forbidden area. When the patriarch carried her out, things had already become like this. Those lightning tribulations in the sky were caused by her madly and continuously breaking through realms. Qing Yuezhu frowned in wonder, breaking through realms continuously. Suddenly noticing the evil red miasma radiating around Li Yue's body, Man was also terrified upon seeing it. She hastily pushed Mozai away. "Get back quickly." Then she teleported and erected a strong defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Li Yue writhed in pain and screamed incessantly. The bizarre red gas surged and swallowed Li Yue, lifting her to hover in the air. Qing Yuezhu immediately brought her flute to her lips and played a defensive melody, sharply reminding them, "Be careful. Absolutely do not let that thing touch your body." The two Mo family girls were scared half to death. Why has Li Yue mutated so terrifyingly? I am afraid this is exactly the great disaster that Lady Zaining mentioned. Mozai dumbly retorted, "Who is Lady Zaining? It is her, of course, but right now she is." Turning around to search, they ultimately caught no sight of anyone. Where did she go? A spatial portal opened, and from inside a pair of legs slowly stepped out, calling out, "Husband." The person arriving was none other than Zaining. She spoke sweet words, "Your wife is here to pick you up." Hearing this, Ying Tong asked, "Wife, are you married?" Bai Luo Chen instantly fired back, "Did you not brag about your ability to see through all things? Why do you blindly believe whatever people say?" "Well, I only look at the things I want to look at. I have no interest in trivial matters." Si Ziu spoke up sharply, "Why are you staring at me like that? Not used to seeing me do good deeds." Catching those words, Zaining also hardened her face in deep thought. A moment later, she smiled sharply. "I will personally settle that question with my husband later. You had best extinguish that wild ambition of yours." Zaining did not bother talking much, gripping Bai Luo Chen's wrist tightly and pulling him away. "Husband, let us go." Before leaving, he still looked back to warn Si Ziu. "The matter between the two of us is our private business. You better stop meddling in Li Yue's karmic retribution. That girl no longer has any relation to you. Even if this sky falls down, she still has a master like me to hold it up for her." Oh, these words sound so pleasing to the ear, truly worthy of being someone's master. Excellent, I hope you will enjoy the surprise that My Three Corpses has specially prepared for you. Catching that sentence, he jolted in shock. What did you just say? Outside, the stormy thunder and lightning had subsided somewhat. Mohan Shu cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks to you two instructors for lending a helping hand. The strength of you two is overly profound. This old man is in awe. The other two also modestly returned the courtesy. Elder Mo overpraises us, with Venerable Liu overseeing things here. Our abilities are nothing worth mentioning. Lao Liu cursed and spat. Damn it. Even I cannot withstand this Yu Hua Xuan lightning trick. Who would have thought that today I would have to break my back carrying this wretched girl? The heavenly lightning, after accumulating mana for a while, began to discharge power recklessly again. This time it swept the sky clean, and the four great experts did not hesitate to charge up simultaneously to block it. Powerful moves were continuously unleashed. Moran Shanhe, Tian Yuan Dharma Formation, Five-Colored Spiritual Light, Immortal Art Zui Yue Chang. Strings of deafening collision sounds exploded incessantly. Unfortunately, they could not hold on for long. The crowd's defensive formations were blasted to pieces by the stream of lightning punishment. Everyone took the full brunt of the attack, leading to severe injuries, fresh blood constantly spilling from their mouths. The two Mo family sisters shivered and trembled. Sister, that thing is falling down. We are really doomed. Patriarch and the others cannot withstand it. Yue Qingzhu immediately placed the flute to her lips, puffed her cheeks, and played the Qing Feng secret technique. The radiating power coiled into a shield that completely enveloped the two Mo family sisters. Ah, it is Instructor Yue coming to the rescue. She quickly manipulated her spiritual energy to toss the two sisters far away. They still looked back and called out, "Instructor Yue, wait." However, she bluntly cut them off. "You guys do not belong to the academy anyway. You should not be left to endure this fatal danger together." Man exhausted her strength to erect barriers. Qi Men Jing, Qi Men Shang, Qi Men Jing, Qi Men Zai, while her other hand strained to suppress the filthy evil miasma pouring out from Li Yue's body. Then Man turned her head and reminded, "Instructor Yue, you should also dodge quickly. Right now, Instructor Bai's life or death is uncertain. Stop thinking foolishly and throwing yourself into meaningless sacrifices." Yue Qingzhu immediately retorted, "If I cannot even protect his most important disciple, what face will I have to see him in the future?" In just the blink of an eye, both Man's Qi Men Dunjia barrier and Yue Qingzhu's defensive net were crushed by the lightning pillar. At this point, the two had no way to resist. They could only give up and close their eyes, waiting for the pillar of lightning punishment to crash down on their heads. Suddenly, Bai Luochen's voice rang out, "Zaining, hand me the Pangu axe." He rode the wind and tore through the clouds at a terrifying speed, gliding past Yue Qingzhu, making her heart skip a beat. Tightly gripping the Pangu axe, he roared loudly, "Lift my spiritual energy restriction." Zaining gently reported, "The seal has been removed, but to ensure safety, husband can only exert maximum power for exactly 3 seconds. That is enough to use. Shatter it for me." A sky-tearing axe strike slashed down, cleaving both the heavenly lightning pillar and the sky into 2 halves by Luo Chen. Seeing him, the pair joyfully rushed over. "Junior brother Bai, you are finally back." Man frantically cried out, "I do not know what happened to Li Yue." Bai Luochen then hoisted the axe onto his shoulder and coldly pronounced, "Right now, she is no longer Li Yue." Li Yue currently gritted her teeth and weakly called his name, "Master, you are back." Luo Chen added another sentence, "She has now turned into Si Ziu's 3 corpses." Before everyone's astonished eyes, a pool of fresh blood spurted straight out. "What is that?" Witnessing that scene, the 2 Mo family sisters covered their faces in panic. Instructor Bai. His hand was currently digging out something, fresh blood splattering all over his face. "Got you." It turned out he had pulled a bizarre object from inside Li Yue's chest. Then he used a talisman to heal his disciple's wound. Holding the purple object tightly in his hand, he said coldly, "From now on, our cooperation agreement is officially cancelled. Stay away from my student." That purple thing quickly condensed into a miniature version of Si Ziu. She laughed shrilly, "Hee. This was chosen by that little girl herself. Conversely, as an instructor, dare you say you have truly understood your disciple?" Too lazy to argue, he decisively rewarded her with a palm strike, crushing her to pieces. The miniature version of Si Ziu thus vanished into the void. Man hastily helped Li Yue up. Li Yue whimpered, "Master, I am sorry. It was only because Li Yue was blindly ambitious that I fell into the inner demon's trap." The girl despondently blamed herself. "Because of me, Master had to step into danger. Li Yue is willing to accept punishment." Bai Luo Chen pondered for a moment before finally speaking up. He gently stepped forward, patted his student's head, and said, "Si Ziu was not wrong as a master. I indeed have not understood you well. I have made you anxious and worried. I am sorry." The girl sobbed, clutching tightly onto his torn robe and softly calling, "Master." He pulled out a few bottles of spiritual elixirs, shoved them into her hands, and instructed, "I will not repeat myself, Li Yue. Remember this carefully. For the near future, you are absolutely not allowed to circulate your energy." Hearing this, Man asked, "Oh, so you are not going back with us?" He nodded. "That is right. I still have some private matters to handle." From far away, Yue Qingzhu, having been ignored, gritted her teeth in extreme anger. She clenched her trembling hands, busy, Have matters. What the hell kind of business do you have that you must hide and not dare to tell everyone?" Sensing the danger, he immediately yielded, "Senior sister." She aggressively interrogated him again. "Your personality is always like this, staying dead silent without saying a word, always wanting to take everything upon yourself to play the hero. Do you know how much we worry about you at home every time you go missing and get into trouble?" While blowing up, she pointed her finger directly at him. "I will not even mention Li Yue, and I will let the dean slide, but is the girl ending up in this state not because she went looking for you? Or is it that you have never truly cared about our lives and deaths? Being scolded relentlessly, he could not utter a word, having to awkwardly reassure her, "Senior sister, please calm down a bit." Suddenly sensing an ominous premonition, he broke into a full-body sweat. Yue Qingzhu pressed her plump assets against him and criticized, "Ever since your realm plummeted, you have seemed to turn into a completely different person. Whatever you scheme in your head, whatever you do, you hide it all away." This time things blew up, and even with Patriarch Mo's level of power, he was helpless and could not find your whereabouts. Now, without explaining things clearly, you want to dust off your pants and leave. In your eyes, does this senior sister still exist at all? Seeing her so angry, he immediately glanced around looking for teammates to rescue him. But unfortunately, those two guys ignored him and turned their faces away as if they knew nothing. Li Yue was currently still having her wounds treated by Man-Man, using Qi Men. In the other corner, the pair of sisters chirped and asked, "Patriarch, are you all right? The stream of lightning striking down earlier looked so scary. Patriarch is truly amazing." The old man bluntly replied, "You two brats were clearly plotting to drag this old man out to be a meat shield, were you not?" Suddenly, Lao Liu rushed over and squeezed between Bai Luo Chen and Yue Qingzhu to separate them, speaking up to bail him out. "Damn it, stop your endless nagging. Step aside and let this old man explain clearly. That demon saint previously reached the threshold of Earth Immortal. What good would it do for surnamed Bai to tell you guys? With your weak realms, how could you possibly resist? Not bringing extra trouble and becoming a burden to him is already something to thank the heavens and earth for." Hearing this, he immediately told Xiao Liu that disparaging people like that was a bit too much. She ignored him, slapped his hand away, and yelled loudly, "What about you? Have you gone mute too? In the past, you were all alone and that was that, but now you have taken in a whole bunch of disciples. With so many people looking forward to you, could you be a little more careful when doing things?" He reached out to pat her head, gently replying, "This trip is actually nothing major. I just picked up Xiao Meng's distress signal, so I wanted to drop by and take a look." "What, that kid is in trouble?" Before long, Bai Luo Chen and Xiao Liu had sped off like the wind, heading towards Meng Meng. On the way, he spoke up, "This trip we really have to thank." Whatever, it is just a matter of cooperating to kick them out when it is done. Rewarding her with a few baskets of carrots will be perfect." Suddenly she asked tentatively, "But if that silly worm has sent a signal, I am afraid the trouble is not small at all, right?" He nodded and analyzed. "When I was in the ghost realm, I discovered a large number of souls from the Ice Silkworm clan. Xiao Meng is a dignified demon venerable, yet she ended up so miserable, which proves that the enemy must be at least at the level of a demon saint or higher." Demon saint. Apart from the 12 legendary old monsters, I have never seen anyone in the demon clan stronger than me. Hearing this, he teased, "What is wrong, scared?" "Scared my foot. So what if it is a demon saint? Whoever dares to bully my little brother, I will twist his neck off and use it as a football." The scene shifts to Miasma Valley, an eerie wasteland with bones scattered everywhere, a blood-red river, and an equally gloomy terrain. Clutching the token, he observed its reaction and deduced, "Looking at this, Xiao Meng is definitely hiding around here." Meanwhile, Xiao Liu had to cover her nose tightly, feeling nauseous. "What the hell is this? Even holding my breath, the stench is overwhelmingly pungent." This place is called Miasma Valley, formed from the corpses of ancient divine beasts. Who would have thought that after hundreds of years, the remains here still haven't fully decomposed? Xiao Liu grimaced, covering her face as she complained, "Then what is that bug doing sneaking in here? It's not a scavenger that feeds on rotting corpses." "That's exactly why it's so unusual." Before he could even finish speaking, he keenly detected a surge of killing intent aimed straight at Xiao Liu. Quick as a flash, he lunged forward and pushed her aside, using his own body to block a vicious bite from a black wolf. Good heavens, did this monstrosity crawl right out of my own shadow? Right at that moment, she spotted another pitch-black wolf leaping down from the cliff, intending to sneak attack Luo Chen. She instantly dashed forward, delivering a devastating blow. "Taste this, I'll smash your snout to pieces." The bizarre pack of wolves, moving like ghosts, instantly tucked their tails and fled without a trace. How bizarre, the strength of these beasts is at least on par with a demon emperor, so why don't they take on human forms? Wait, something is not right. These wolves have no interest in fighting, so it seems they didn't come here looking for a meal. It suddenly dawned on both of them. Not taking human form meant they already had a master, and they didn't want to fight because they were busy searching for something. Xiao Liu followed up. Their target is Xiao Meng. Saying that, he tossed Meng Meng's token to her. Let's split up and find her quickly. In a flash, Bai Luo Chen was nimbly leaping across the steep cliffs all by himself. Next, he activated the 5-star divine talisman Heavenly Eye, thinking to himself, those 2 demon wolves have been lurking in the shadows searching forever without finding Xiao Meng, which proves that at the very least, she isn't hiding in any dark corners. Just a moment after activating the Heavenly Eye, he smirked. Aha, found you. She was hiding in some secret mountain crevice. Luo Chen slipped inside and called out, Xiao Meng, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Xiao Meng was curled up, huddled inside a giant block of ice. The calls of Xiao Meng echoed continuously. Xiao Liu urged her to wake up quickly while Luo Chen anxiously asked, Xiao Meng, are you all right? What happened? Xiao Meng struggled to open her eyes and weakly murmured, You old monster, you finally decided to show your face. Huh, old monster. Suddenly realizing she had let that slip, Xiao Meng's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. About that, I didn't mean to insult you, I meant. Xiao Liu scoffed, making Xiao Meng even more flustered as she stuttered, I wasn't talking about you either. Then she pointed behind her. I was talking about that thing. Those 2 are subordinates sent by that monster, the demon saint. The 2 black wolves were now baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, glaring fiercely at the group. HMPH, as expected of the demon saint's hounds. Luo Chen calmly drew his talismans and instructed, Don't roast them alive, just capture them for me. Instantly, both of them launched their attacks simultaneously. He used the 4-star Holy Talisman 9 Profound Thunder, while Xiao Liu executed the Everspring Immortal Art Green Cloud Vine. The 2 streams of power slammed directly into the wolves, creating an earth-shattering explosion that kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. Did we miss the target? Your time is up, yet you still stubbornly try to escape. Taking advantage of the brief lull, he pulled out a healing talisman and applied it to Xiao Meng, asking gently, How are your injuries? Can you still walk? She replied softly, These mere scratches are nothing, but I feel so sorry for the clan leader. Before she could even finish, he hoisted her up and dragged her along. That's great then, let's get out of here quickly. The scene transitions to the territory of the Bing Ken clan, which was now nothing but a pile of desolate ruins. The sight was incredibly tragic, with blood flowing everywhere and corpses piled up in all directions. Tisk, what a ruthless massacre. Xiao Liu wondered, Did your clan have any prior grudges with the Kai Lang clan? This is the first time I've seen fellow members of the demon race slaughtering each other so savagely. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was busy using a tracking talisman, muttering, How strange, why did the traces of those 2 shadow wolves completely vanish at this point? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the rubble. Someone is still clinging to life. Xiao Meng joyfully rushed over and began digging. Thank goodness, one of my compatriots survived. Ironically, however, what she pulled out was a wolf whimpering pitifully. Her blood boiled and she instantly drew her sword. So it's those beasts from the Kai Lang clan. Seeing this, the wolf trembled in fear, shrinking back entirely. Without hesitation, a cold, sharp sword strike slashed straight down. But after waiting forever without feeling its head part from its neck, the wolf sneakily peeked out to see what was happening. It turned out Xiao Liu had blocked the blade just in time, stopping her. Wait, you can't kill it just yet. Xiao Meng retorted angrily. What are you doing? They slaughtered my entire family, why shouldn't I take its life? In the next second, Luo Chen snatched the sword from her hand, while Xiao Liu held her back tightly. Xiao Liu makes a good point, calm down a bit, girl. We are desperate for information right now. This Kai Lang still has its uses, we absolutely cannot kill it. Then he pointed the tip of the sword straight at the beast's face, threatening, Speak up, what was your purpose in slaughtering and looting the Bingken clan? If you don't utter a word, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead. Absolutely terrified, the wolf could only bark yelpingly in sheer despair. What does this mean? Xiao Liu quickly explained. This little guy is just a newly awakened spirit demon. It hasn't refined its transverse bone yet, so it doesn't know how to speak the human language." The poor wolf was scared out of its wits, curled up in a corner trembling like a leaf. He turned around and retorted, "Aren't you two also from the demon race? Can't you prick up your ears and understand what it's barking about?" She pouted and fired back. "Well, you're a human too. Do you know all the languages of every other nation in the world?" Out of options, he had to fish a radiant spirit pill out of his pocket. Then he roughly shoved it straight down its throat. "Swallow it, don't worry, it's not rat poison." As soon as it swallowed the pill, the wolf's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. In the blink of an eye, its entire body radiated a blinding light. A brilliant pillar of light pierced straight into the blue sky, forcing the wolf to directly ascend to a completely new realm. Good heavens, what the hell did you just shove down its throat? Nothing major, just a tiny nascent soul breakthrough pill. What? You have such top-tier goods, why didn't you save them for your own disciples? He quickly waved his hand and explained. Forcing an upgrade like this is actually a baseless boost that severely damages the foundation of cultivation. I only bring it out as a makeshift tool to extort confessions from enemies. After a while, the wolf's body gradually changed its form. Appearing before them was a young teenage girl. She sobbed uncontrollably, kneeling and begging, "Please have mercy, my lords, please don't take Kaiyi's life. As long as you spare Kaiyi, I'm willing to be your beast of burden." Unable to hold back her anger, Xiao Ming lunged forward, grabbed the girl by the collar and roared, "What grudge does our Bingkin clan have against you people? Why would you so ruthlessly slaughter my compatriots?" Kaiyi wailed. "I didn't, it really wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone, it was all their doing." He immediately stepped forward to separate the two, growling, "If you know what's good for you, spill everything right now, hurry up, unless you want your corpse left rotting here." Hearing the threat, the girl trembled as she forced out every word. "Our clan members received a secret order to gather all the strong young men and women of the Bingkin clan and show no mercy to the unfortunate old and weak. As for the detailed reasons, we are completely in the dark." Seeing this, Xiao Liu stepped forward radiating murderous intent. "Oh, so what you know isn't worth us bothering to spare your life." The girl frantically defended herself. "We small fries don't know, but I once accidentally overheard the clan leader and the Lord Saint discussing things." "And was that damn demon saint meddling in this again?" Luo Chen frowned and urged, "Stop beating around the bush, get straight to the point." "Yes, of course. The thing is, a while ago I was bullied by Kai Ying's gang. I was so frustrated that I intended to run to the clan leader to tattle. Who would have thought that while sneaking into his house, I accidentally overheard him having a secret discussion with the Lord Saint. At that time, the clan leader seemed hesitant, worrying whether abruptly starting a war with another clan like this would go smoothly. That demon saint simply scoffed and replied, "What's not to be smooth? This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to enter the Immortal Palace, something our race has been desperately waiting for through countless generations." Immortal Palace? Then what does that have to do with slaughtering the Bingkin clan? He frowned and thought. This world has truly gone mad. Whenever something involves the word immortal, chaos is guaranteed to ensue, and it's always the heavy kind. Xiao Ming furiously shouted, "You bastards must be lusting after our Bingkin clan's molting talent, otherwise you wouldn't have targeted the youth." The other girl hastily nodded. "I also guess that this campaign is a stepping stone to explore the Immortal Palace. I myself was only forced to tag along, but deep down I strongly opposed this whole affair." Luo Chen, without uttering a single word, began drawing an array and shouted loudly, "Using my essence blood as a conduit, command the demon and suppress the spirit." Right after he finished the incantation for the demon blood master-slave contract, Kaiyi had her soul forcefully bound by him. Unable to resist, she obediently prostrated herself and addressed him, "Master." "Good heavens, you're even fluent in the demon race's spells. A piece of cake, how could these trivial little magic tricks ever stump me?" Xiao Liu and Xiao Ming stood watching with beads of sweat pouring down, silently thanking the heavens that he hadn't whimsically used this move on them. After planting the contract, Luo Chen tossed her a collar. "Put this toy on, then obediently lead us to the Kai Lang clan's lair. Do a good job, and I might consider giving you your freedom later." Her jaw dropped in sheer panic. What? His eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless glint. No matter what schemes you Kai Lang lot have, whether elegant or despicable, I am determined to level it all. The scene shifted to Shenya Ridge, the headquarters of the Kai Lang clan, where the silent veil of night had already fallen. The vicious pack of wolves was whipping the Bingken captives, forcing them to spin silk and weave cocoons. Hurry up, and no screaming. Anyone who can't spit out silk will be thrown into the blood pool for sacrifice. The poor little worms could only let out sorrowful, stifled sobs. I am truly exhausted. Please just let me catch my breath for a moment. I'll continue after a short rest. Before it could finish speaking, the little silkworm collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Immediately, a black wolf jerked its chin, signaling to the gray-green furred wolf beside it. Getting the message, the latter swung its weapon, dealing a fatal stab to the pitiful Bingken. Then he casually slung the blood-soaked corpse over his shoulder and walked off, loudly cursing. Damn it, making yours truly clean up this worthless trash again. Over at the blood pool area, the wolf army was fiercely preparing for the bloody sacrificial ritual. A trembling avian mutant cursed, "You bastards are committing animal abuse. Our noble eagle clan will absolutely not let this slide." Too much yapping. Saying that, the bird soldier was violently kicked straight down into the pool of blood. The moment he splashed into it, his body was instantly devoured by the liquid, corroded to the point where even his bones melted away, leaving nothing behind. Next, it was the little Bingken's turn. Your turn, go down the hole, you piece of trash. With a swish, a beam of light tore through the night, darting as fast as lightning. The werewolf's head instantly separated from its neck by a fatal slash from Xiao Meng. At the same time, she dashed over to scoop the little Bingken into her arms. The headless corpse of the werewolf stumbled and then plummeted into the blood pool, suffering the exact same fate of dissolving into nothingness. Frantic with worry, Xiao Meng hastily applied healing. Hang in there just a little longer, I'll save you right now. Very soon after, the Bingken woke up and whispered weakly, Venerable One, do not waste your energy saving me, you must run away. The words had barely left its mouth when a massive, hairy foot stomped down. I never expected you to be this idiotic, actually daring to sneak right into the tiger's den to save someone. The demon saint stepped out arrogantly, his body radiating a surging aura of blood chi. Pulling this little stunt means the sacrifice of your clan leader was completely in vain. Xiao Meng's blood boiled with rage. I swear I will hack your entire clan to pieces, without leaving a single one alive. But with ghost-like speed, he lunged forward and firmly gripped her throat, leaving her completely unable to react. HMPH, anyone can talk big. Go down to the bottom of the blood pool and become a sacrifice. Right in the nick of time, Bai Luo Chen's composed voice rang out. 4-star Holy Talisman Energy Quake Storm Field. A second later, a terrifying explosion, akin to an atomic bomb detonating, erupted and raised a giant mushroom cloud that blotted out the sky. The demon saint jumped in shock, hastily turning his head to look back. Xiao Meng laughed triumphantly. This venerable one declared she would level the Kai Lang clan, and so she certainly will. My old monster still has dozens of holy talismans left. Huh, it turns out you even brought a holy talisman master to back you up. Realizing the situation was turning bad, the demon saint immediately let go of Xiao Meng and flew straight back to his subordinates. Right at that moment, Xiao Liu also arrived, carrying Kai Yi, complaining, What rotten luck, it's all because this little wolf cub was so sluggish. Yours truly was itching to exchange blows with the demon saint. Kai Yi beside her, cowered in fear, continuously spewing apologies. Xiao Meng hoisted the Bingken onto her shoulder and shouted urgently, Seize the time and focus on saving the others first. On this side, Zaining was explaining via sound transmission that Star Palace is likely the main gateway of this world, connecting directly to the heavenly Tao. We absolutely must open it ourselves and then seal it shut. Otherwise, if impurities from the heavenly Tao leak in, we're completely doomed. All right, let's put the Star Palace matter aside for later. There's no fire to put out just yet. Anyway, leaving a dignified demon saint just sulking over there is a bit awkward. At this moment, the demon saint had regained his composure and spoke with a majestic tone. Who comes from the human race with the sheer audacity to meddle in the internal affairs of our demon race? He lazily snapped his fingers and retorted, I couldn't care less about the messy affairs of your demon race. I dragged myself all the way here simply because you dared to twist the tiger's whiskers and bully my pet. His stylish snap once again triggered a barrage of holy talismans, transforming into rays of death that poured down like rain. Seeing this, the wolves below wailed in terror. We're doomed, it's that monkey business again. The demon saint also sensed the imminent danger but was entirely powerless to do anything. Arg, you want to take my life? Without hesitation, he let out a roar and directly revealed his true form as a giant wolf. Countless muzzles filled with sharp, jagged fangs burst open across his flesh, and 8 eerie eyes dotted the top of his head. It didn't stop there. From his neck another head sprouted just as hideous, bearing 8 blood-red eyes. Demonic chi continuously surged outward from his body, so overwhelming that it was suffocating. In the blink of an eye, he had completely transformed into a freakish 2-headed wolf, growling, "My divine ability is powerful enough to devour heaven and earth. Any attack will simply become nutrients to fortify myself. So what if you are a human holy talisman master? Today, I will make you pay a heavy price for your arrogance." He leisurely pulled out a thick stack of holy talismans and smirked. "Well, you really love chewing on talismans, don't you? Zaining, remove my power limit. The appetizer needs to be served generously to treat a guest right after all." Zaining thoughtfully reminded him, "Husband, please keep in mind that this explosive state can only be maintained for a mere 10 seconds. Don't worry, 10 seconds is more than enough to stuff its throat full of talismans." Having said that, he waved his hand and unleashed the talismans like a torrential downpour, creating deafening chain explosions. The demon saint absorbed the full brunt of the damage but seemed entirely unfazed, even arrogantly howling, "Keep throwing them at me. I feel like I'm about to break through to the great immortal ancestor realm of the demon race right now, ha ha ha." Hearing those boastful words, he suddenly clenched his fists, his face darkening with annoyance, and completely stopped throwing the talismans. The demon saint, without a single scratch on him, smugly provoked, "Why did you stop? Did you realize the gap in levels between us and plan to wave the white flag in surrender?" Without saying a word, he pulled out a deep red blood talisman, muttering, "Absorbing the rest of the blood pool's remnants plus a little bit of activation principle will be just perfect." Catching a glimpse of the talisman in his hand emitting a sky-high murderous intent, the demon saint got goosebumps, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Divine talisman, so you didn't come here for revenge, your real target is that immortal palace." With just a single blood talisman, the arrogant demon saint was blasted head over heels, plummeting straight to the bottom of the blood pool. Immediately following that, he followed up with a 5-star divine talisman inverted cosmos. Instantly, the ground violently trembled, and enormous, razor-sharp stone spikes pierced up from the earth, skewering the demon saint full of holes, making his blood splatter everywhere. As easy as taking candy from a baby, a figure on the level of a demon saint was effortlessly wiped out by Luo Chen without expending much energy. The moment the foul blood of the demon saint dissolved into the blood pool, a dazzling, multicolored halo of light immediately burst forth in radiant brilliance. Standing from afar and witnessing this scene, Xiao Liu also dropped her jaw in astonishment. What is that thing?" Before long, the silhouette of a shimmering, rainbow-colored immortal palace materialized, sparkling brilliantly against the backdrop of the night sky. Shortly after, the massive gates of the immortal palace slowly creaked open, spewing forth streams of dark, foul, and incredibly eerie matter. Bai Luo Chen didn't hesitate, immediately swinging his sledgehammer to deliver an earth-shattering blow. "Shatter to pieces for me." "How bizarre, what do you mean I missed? What the hell is going on here?" Zaining calmly spoke up to explain. "The phantom you're attacking is merely a projection of the immortal palace cast down into this world. To close it, the only way is to cross over to the other side. However, if husband insists on taking this trip, I fear it will be a journey of no return." In another corner of the sky, Man and Duo were struggling to support Li Yue by her arms. Duo anxiously asked, "Senior sister, take it slow and be careful not to fall. How did you end up in this state?" Man sighed and answered, "It's a very long story. 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't be enough to tell it. Just let Li Yue lie down and rest for a bit first." Suddenly, Li Yue clutched her chest tightly, wincing in pain. Duo was puzzled and worried. Senior sister, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell somewhere? She forced a weak shake of her head. I'm fine, it's just that a very ominous premonition has suddenly welled up in my heart. Finishing her words, she abruptly sprang up and dashed away as fast as her legs could carry her. Duo and Man were dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock, Hey, senior sister, Li Yue, what are you trying to do? Returning to Luo Chen, he and Xiao Liu were standing tall before the gates of the immortal palace. He instructed her, Remember to take good care of the kids. The treasures I'm leaving behind in here are more than enough to help Li Yue, Duo, and Zhao Yan cultivate all the way to the tribulation stage. Oh, stop spouting nonsense. There is no shortage of capable people in this world. Why does the title of savior have to be shouldered by you? Besides, what if they press me about your whereabouts? What am I supposed to tell them? That's easy, just tell the kids that. He held the hammer proudly over his shoulder and strode right into the forbidden gate, leaving behind a truly badass line. The sky has fallen. Your master must now set off to patch the heavens.